I thought I could finally get rid of that annoying childhood rival who had been bothering me for 16 years. She went south for studies, while I stayed behind in our hometown, destined to be worlds apart. On the day of school registration, I was eagerly looking around, reveling in the impending freedom. Yet on the class roster, I saw that name etched into my very DNA. Shouldn't she be far away 1,000 miles? How did you end up at my university? Even my own class? What's even more terrifying is that an interface suddenly popped up before my eyes. SSS-level childhood sweetheart bonding system activated. Bound target, Jiang Xiaoyu. Every emotion she feels toward you. You will randomly plunder one of their attributes or skills. Seeing her approaching with that sly smile, I knew there was no escape for me in this lifetime. But truly, who has fallen into whose trap? Chapter 1: The Arch Rivals. Does Xu Jiānian want to start dating? Yes. What can you do when you're in love? Holding hands. Embracing. Making love. Grabbing her small hand, feeling her tremble, his rough fingers forcefully squeezed in, interlocking with hers, looking at the schoolbell's beautiful face, he couldn't contain his joy. Am I dreaming? Nervous is throbbing, an unparalleled sweetness flows through the heart. The campus belle he secretly liked actually took the initiative to confess to him? Is this a mutual journey of love? Does she like him too? His heart felt wrapped in flames, burning so intensely it threatened to melt him away. Now the campus belle was pinned against the tree by him, so obedient, her seductive eyes alluring and captivating, waiting for him to tease her. Xu Jiānian's desire flared up, feeling that this happiness came too quickly, so much so that he forgot the distance between reality and dreams. He leaned down, pressing her even tighter, swallowing hard, heading straight for her full lips. However, the scene abruptly changed. The school beauty's stunning face instantly transformed into Jiang Xiaoyu's dimpled smile. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Suddenly, the ding-ding sound of an incoming text message jolted him awake. Startled, his thoughts snapped back to reality the moment he opened his eyes. It was just a dream. A dream so enchanting and beautiful. What a pity that the damn Jiang Xiaoyu ruined it. I opened WeChat and saw the message sent by Jiang Xiaoyu. Miju Shirtai, Xu Jiānian, are you free? Disturbing spring dreams without self-awareness, Xu Jiānian snapped back in anger. Don't ask. If you must know, the answer is no. Nya, Nian Ge, I need to pick up my package. You know what I mean. Fahai, Jiang Xiaoyu, I'm not your laborer, and you know that well. Elder Miju, but I have a headache. Xu Jiānian. Still pretending to be fragile and easy to push over? She wished she could storm over and strangle that woman across the hall. Miju Shirtai, brother. Fahai. Walked out of the bedroom and started changing shoes. You're going out again? Aunt Sue hurriedly asked. Picking up a package for that annoying neighbor across the hall. Then hurry up. Call Xiaoyu over for dinner when you come back. Xu Jiānian slammed the door shut, not a chance. He and that nuisance across the hall were sworn enemies. How could he possibly invite her over for dinner? Although mooching meals was her habit. If I weren't afraid of her snitching to mom, I wouldn't even pick up her package. Ah, never mind. We're about to go our separate ways anyway. Perhaps this is the last time I'll fetch a package for her. Finally, I'm about to get rid of that annoying pest. From childhood, she lived in the sunlight, while he lived in her shadow. This kind of life lasted for 16 years, as if from the day she was born, he never had a good day again. The annoying guy across the hallway was 3 years younger than him, yet they had been deskmates for so many years. Elementary school, middle school, high school. It wasn't because he had been held back a grade, but that darn neighbor kid was just too good. He had already finished all 6 years of elementary school curriculum before even reaching school age. A typical case of high scores but low competence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on the role of dad ever since she started first grade. He spent all 6 years of elementary school this way. Studying and taking care of Jiang Xiaoyu. Take care of Jiang Xiaoyu and study. Jiang Xiaoyu only had 2 tasks, sleeping in class and getting the top score. If he hadn't been her nanny at the time, perhaps he would have been the one to score first place. All things considered, he had been delayed by Jiang Xiaoyu. Fortunately, they wouldn't be going to the same city for college, let alone attending the same school. According to undercover intelligence, Jiang Xiaoyu applied to Nanjing University, while he himself enrolled at the local institution, Jiang University. One hails from the far south, the other from the distant north. None of your business. Thanks to Jiang Xiaoyu, he didn't even need to travel afar to see the vast world. Xu Jiānian glanced at the delivery list Jiang Xiaoyu had sent while kicking away a stone in frustration. Damn it, face masks, lollipops, and a suitcase? Why don't you just move the entire supermarket to your place? Seeing that last item, Xu Jiānian was absolutely thrilled. Ha ha. A suitcase? Are you getting ready to go to Nanjing University? Great. Today's courier run was totally worth it. But why is this suitcase black? She obviously doesn't like black? This discovery left Xu Jiānian feeling uneasy, as an ominous premonition crept over him. Here to pick up your girlfriend's package again? The old man at the delivery room was even more accustomed to this than him, though the question itself was downright exasperating. "Sir, you've got it all wrong again." Xu Jiānian wrote down Jiang Xiaoyu's name with truly flamboyant strokes more effortlessly than when writing his own name, flowing smoothly and completed in a single breath. "Your girlfriend has such a beautiful name. Lin Li." The elderly man looked at his signature with an expression of appreciation. "I just don't know whether to admire her name or his handwriting." He no longer had the heart to argue or explain anything. Picking up the suitcase and leaving immediately. Knocking on the door, Jiang Xiaoyu peeked his head out. "You just bought the suitcase, can't you be more careful? Go fetch it yourself if you want to be thorough. Do you really expect me to carry it back for you?" Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him. What kind of man saves energy like that? Could it be that even picking up your package for you has become a problem? What's wrong with being a grown man? Does that mean I should just let you bully me and serve as your laborer? What kind of logic is that? By the way, why would she buy a black suitcase? Isn't blue her favorite color? Xu Jiānian, I just said one thing, and you're replying with how many phrases? Xu Jiānian began recounting how many sentences he had just spoken when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu grab the suitcase and was about to slam the door. Thinking about going their separate ways after school started on September 1st, Xu Jiānian actually stopped being angry. "You like to pull a long face? Let's see how long you can keep it up." Then he added hypocritically, "Xiaoyu, the weather forecast says it's going to rain tonight. Don't be scared of the thunder." Jiang Xiaoyu paused his movements, no longer in a hurry to close the door. He took out the pack of facial masks from his luggage and went straight to the opposite apartment. "What are you doing at my place? Eating dinner, then taking over your bed to sleep." Xu Jiānian. So brazenly confident? He shouldn't have scared her just now. "Auntie Sue, I noticed your skin has been a bit dry lately. Here's a face mask for you to use tonight. Our little Yuer is so thoughtful. No wonder my face has been flaky recently, it was just dryness." Auntie Sue was overjoyed by the gesture. "Uncle Sue, let me serve the meal." Jiang Xiaoyu simply didn't treat herself as an outsider, making him, the biological son, seem somewhat superfluous by comparison. The family sat together for a meal, though of course, Jiang Xiaoyu was the outsider. Xu Jiānian shot a sideways glance at the girl beside him, a full head shorter than him, tiny as could be. Her blue chiffon dress with its lotus leaf collar exposed slender, snow-white arms, while a pair of long, shapely legs were left completely bare to the air, making for a truly pleasing sight. Her fair and tender feet were nestled in slippers, with elegant ankles and rounded, pink little toes that exuded a touch of playfulness. At this moment, her posture was upright, her demeanor serene and gentle, nibbling slowly like a little hamster. This version of her appeared sweet and lovable, exactly the kind of well-behaved girl parents adore. If you thought that was the case, you couldn't be more wrong. Only he knows what kind of person Jiang Xiaoyu is. Beneath her harmless appearance lies a wicked heart. This is her true portrayal. Brother? Whom? Xu Jiānian snapped back to attention, shifting his gaze away from staring at her beautiful legs. "What is it?" The girl glanced at him with lively eyes, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Is it really going to rain tonight?" Xu Jiānian thought to himself, who knows if it'll rain or not. What you really want is to find an excuse to drag me over as your bodyguard. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, I'll still have your brother go over to keep you company later," Father Xu declared. Jiang Xiaoyu said awkwardly, "But brother seems really unwilling." Xu Jiānian, see? He didn't say a word, and yet they're pinning this baseless accusation on him again. Sue's mother spoke up again. "What's he got to be unwilling about? It's just a change of place to sleep. Besides, with all this thunder and rain, you, a young girl, would be scared living in such a big house all by yourself." Xu Jiānian glanced at his parents and felt they were hopeless. Isn't this eagerness to immediately marry him off as a live-in son-in-law a bit too hasty? "Jiang Xiaoyu is afraid of thunder and rain, but your son guarding this fox still has nightmares. Why don't you show me any sympathy?" Chapter 2 Undercover Agent. Xu Jiānian, despite his reluctance, was dragged by Jiang Xiaoyu to her home. Sliding into his slippers, he fished out a drink from the fridge, plopped onto the sofa, and planned to scroll through his phone before heading to his usual room to sleep. He was just as familiar with this apartment as Jiang Xiaoyu, no less than Jiang's parents, who seldom returned home, though they were the true owners of the house. Jiang's parents were busy with work, both employed at a research institute, rarely coming home throughout the year, which was why Jiang Xiaoyu frequently went to his house to mooch meals. Of course, the reason he lived in this house during thunderstorm weather was precisely because of this. Following this logic, the relationship between him and Jiang Xiaoyu should be good neighbors plus good classmates plus good friends equals childhood sweethearts who grew up together carefree. But the exact opposite was true. They were a pair of sworn enemies. Mortal enemies locked in eternal strife. After elementary school, being labeled as a couple by classmates became a source of shame for him, so he began intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from her during middle school. 3 years of high school turned them into the closest strangers. In his senior year of high school, he tried to reconcile with her, only to be met with the heartless retort, "A good horse doesn't turn back to graze on old grass." From then on, they gradually drifted apart. Xu Jiānian, you've been staring at my legs for 2 whole minutes, how shameless. You even tattled to my parents that I wouldn't come ward off evil for you. How come you didn't mention you were falsely accusing me? Wasn't what I said true? Would you really be willing to ward off evil for me? Why wouldn't I? Anyway, we'll soon go our separate ways. You take your single plank bridge, I'll walk my broad highway. One last night, let's just consider it saying goodbye to the past. A complicated emotion flashed through Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. You'd better stay far away from me. Xu Jiānian didn't hold back either. Same to you. Look, this is how they interact with each other, mutual accusations and tit for tat. Just like 2 hedgehogs, they raise all their sharp spines, eager to stab each other until they are bruised and bleeding. The meeting ended in discord. Xu Jiānian stormed back to his bedroom in a rage to sleep. Jiang Xiaoyu had this knack for driving him half crazy, leaving him wanting to curse but unable to get the words out, itching to hit but unable to raise a hand. The feeling was utterly damn frustrating. What are you up to, Lao Su? His buddy Duan Xiaocheng messaged. Are you fucking sure about this intel? Xu Jiānian vented all his anger on his good buddy. You got a gunpowder temper? Duan, absolutely accurate. If Jiang Xiaoyu didn't apply to Nanjing University, I'll twist my head off and give it to you as a chamber pot. Duan, just think about it. Your little Xiaoyu is so proud and ambitious it'd be strange if she'd settle for any other university. Xu Jiānian thought it made sense. Jiang Xiaoyu was a top student, the kind that Tsinghua and Peking universities would fight over. Why would she consider anywhere else? Especially Jiang University. She'd never look twice at that place. I've already infiltrated the enemy's ranks. If this intel isn't accurate, then all my undercover work was for nothing. Xu Jiānian thought of that black suitcase. Exactly, Jiang Xiaoyu isn't the type to compromise herself. She clearly doesn't like black, so why would she buy a black suitcase? Just this? You're overthinking it. People change as they grow older, and naturally start preferring darker colors. Xu Jiasheng's mouth twitched. Was a 16-year-old like Jiang Xiaoyu really considered old? Duan, want a game together? Xu, nah, guarding the home. Duan, damn, got stuck with your little Yor again? Xu Jiānian frowned. What did he mean by Yor? Come on, she's an outsider. Do you think the problem might lie with Lin Kiki? That's not something you should say. Would a tough girl like my Lin Kiki be capable of such scheming? Xu Jiānian hesitated for a moment. Lin Kiki really doesn't have that kind of cunning in her. She's the typical tomboy type, strong enough to carry a whole barrel of purified water upstairs in one go, fearless enough to grab a small snake and swing it around, and skilled enough to shoot down eagles with a bow if you gave her one. People like her are usually bluntly honest and wouldn't deceive them. Yet this simple-hearted girl somehow became the closest friend of the scheming Jiang Xiaoyu. After multiple unsuccessful attempts to pry information from Jiang Xiaoyu about which school she applied for, he finally sent Duan Xiaocheng to go undercover and get close to Lin Kiki to gather intel. Old Xu, just set your mind at ease. Jiang Xiaoyu will definitely apply to Nanjing University. Xu, thank heavens, the gods have finally opened their eyes and are sending her away. Thinking about parting ways with Jiang Xiaoyu soon lifted Xu Jiānian's spirits, prompting him to feign concern for his rival. If you're scared of thunder, my bedroom door is always open for you. Miju Shirtai instantly replied, no need, no thanks. TCH, who the hell do you think you are? As if I'd even want to serve you. Next door in the bedroom. Jiang Xiaoyu sat on the bed, flipping through a thick photo album page by page, searching for traces of her growth. Baby photos. A chubby baby girl sits in a stroller, while a little boy standing beside her makes her laugh. He giggles, and so does she. 1.5 years old, he carefully supports her as she toddles unsteadily. Elementary school, she runs, he chases, laughter fills the playground as they play happily. Middle school, hand in hand, we walk together. But what about after middle school? Xu Jiānian, where have you gone? Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the missing pages of the photo album, his eyes dimming with disappointment. As if in a fit of pique, he snapped the album shut and tossed it aside. Lying on the bed, feeling utterly bored. My sworn enemy lives next door. Wonder if they're asleep yet? Thinking of his indecent sleeping posture and thunderous snoring, the little face was full of disgust. TSK, Xu Jiānian, how dare you still have the nerve to look down on me? Take a look at yourself first before judging others. Devouring meals like a wolf, talking crudely and vulgarly, and being lecherous and fickle-hearted. Suddenly remembering how he'd been shamelessly staring at her legs during dinner like a total perv, her face burned with embarrassment. Damn Xu Jiānian. You pervert Xu Jiānian. I'll gouge your eyeballs out tomorrow. Humph. Grabbing a change of clothes and heading to the bathroom for a shower. After removing her clothes, she showered under the spray, her fair skin and graceful figure enveloped in the hazy mist, appearing and disappearing faintly. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, slender and graceful, with skin as fair as jade, so delicate the pores were nearly invisible, resembling fine porcelain in its fragile elegance. At 16 years old, though somewhat youthful and unrefined, one has already developed where it counts. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl in the mirror, Jiang Xiaoyu snorted arrogantly, Xu Jiānian, I'm going to take such good care of my skin that you'll be driven crazy with envy. Xu Jiānian had a dream at night. The scene was fierce winds, heavy rain, lightning and thunder. Then Jiang Xiaoyu rushed in from outside, lifted his blanket, and lay down with him. The Wudong Nun? Xu Jiānian was jolted awake in an instant. Jiang Xiaoyu was his nightmare. Even in his dreams, it could scare him into breaking out in a cold sweat. In a panicked moment, he immediately switched on the bedside lamp. Jiang Xiaoyu? What did he see? This dream is actually real? Jiang Xiaoyu was actually lying beside him and sat up upon hearing the exclamation. Only, her expression seemed a bit unnatural. I was worried you might kick off the blankets and catch a cold at night, so I came to check on you. Jiang Xiaoyu slightly lowered her head, her long lashes veiling the shyness and embarrassment in her eyes. Xu Jiānian took one look at her and really couldn't bring himself to expose her lie. Afraid of thunder? Fine, let's go with that, but what kind of excuse was this? You'd actually be this considerate toward me? And worried I'd kick off the blankets and catch a cold? Burning newspaper at a grave, who are you trying to fool, the ghosts? Looking out the window, I saw a downpour with thunder and lightning raging outside. A lightning bolt flashed, and Jiang Xiaoyu instantly covered her head. Xu Jiānian clearly saw her body trembling uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, go to sleep, I'll keep watch. Jiang Xiaoyu sat there motionless. Told you to go to sleep. She looked up, I'm not sleepy. Then we can't just sit here all night, can we? There's still plenty of time. If it were during his childhood, he wouldn't have cared about propriety between men and women. He would have immediately clambered onto the bed, pulled open her blanket, and fallen fast asleep. But now, with the two of them in this hostile state, sharing a bed is truly inappropriate. This won't do. That won't do either. But we can't just sit here staring at each other all night, can we? How about you take the shift while I sleep? Xu Jiānian, are you even a man? Am I not a man if I stand to pee? Then you have women standing guard for you? I'm not afraid of thunder. Suit yourself whether you stand or not, I just want to kick you off the bed. Jiang Xiaoyu was furious, grabbing his arm and pinching it hard. In the struggle, Xu Jiānian suddenly grabbed her foot and mischievously tickled her soul. Xu Jiānian, you bastard! You pinched my cheek too. You. Chapter 3, Why create Liang when you already have you? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's flustered anger, Xu Jiānian immediately released her foot and pressed his body against hers. An intimate position. Both jolted awake and quickly separated. Jiang Xiaoyu felt mortified, her full cheeks flushing crimson like two ripe apples. Xu Jiānian was also flushed and visibly uncomfortable. Both lowered their heads. The air thickened with awkwardness. Jiang Xiaoyu inwardly cursed herself. Against Xu Jiānian, striking first wasn't the smart move. She couldn't beat him, and in the end, he'd still get the upper hand. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Next time, I'll attack with my tongue. Xu Jiānian touched his burning cheeks, thinking that brat still hasn't kicked her habit of grabbing people. When I get the chance, I'll clip every single one of her nails. Each lost in their own thoughts, they then raised their heads in unspoken understanding, waiting for their chance to strike. Their gazes locked in a silent standoff, eyes blazing with fury. The tension crackled like a battle about to erupt at any moment. Yet within 10 seconds, both felt their necks straining from the intense glare. They simultaneously turned away, each letting out a haughty snort through their nostrils. Mutual loathing. In the past, sharing a room together had been the most ordinary thing in the world. But now, for some inexplicable reason, Xu Jiānian felt Jiang Xiaoyu's presence so intensely that he dared not even fart loudly. Had their relationship changed, making their interactions so awkward? That night proved unbearably long for Xu Jiānian. In the wee hours, he sat on the edge of the bed, dutifully playing the role of the house guardian. Meanwhile, that bastard Jiang Xiaoyu slept soundly, blissfully unaware. The next morning, Xu Jiānian stared at the little lump under the covers with his panda eyes, silently asking the heavens, why did you create fish if you also created bright? September 1st. Early in the morning, Xu Jiānian peered through the peephole, but the door across the hall remained firmly shut. He wondered, was she not going to register at Nanjing University today? Why was there still no movement? Just then, his phone buzzed. It was his best friend, Duan Shouchan. Boss, registration today. You coming? Lin Li, however, was preoccupied with another matter. Has your Lin Kiki left yet? Duan couldn't get in touch with her yesterday. Probably headed to Nanjing University with Jiang Xiaoyu. Lin Li instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So the annoying neighbor across the hall had finally left. No wonder there was no sign of her. Duan, boss, Coco went to Nanjing University. We won't see each other until May Day. I'm so sad to part. Sue, you're really getting sucked in? Don't forget you're an undercover agent. Duan, it's all for you. The two agreed to meet at the Jiangda University gate. At 9:30 a.m., Xu Jiānian appeared at the Jiangda entrance. Duan Xiaochang arrived shortly after. Boss, here. Duan Xiaochang shoved an ice cream bar into Xu Jiānian's hand. Munching away while scanning the bustling crowd, he grinned. There sure are a lot of pretty girls around. Xu Jiānian's eyes weren't idle either. He scanned the pairs of beautiful legs peeking out from short skirts and shorts, feeling the ice cream in his mouth taste sweeter than ever. Duan Xiaoqiang was getting excited. Boss, the language department at Jiangda has tons of girls. We're gonna embrace the whole forest. Xu Jiānian tore his gaze away from a pair of shapely legs, the corners of his mouth curling upward. A sea of beauties, surrounded on all sides. Xu Jiānian had a rugged, masculine complexion and a tall, lean build. Though only 19, he carried himself with a hint of maturity. Add to that his roguish, slightly mischievous vibe, and he radiated even more masculine charm. Duan Xiaoqiang, his same age and height, was skinny as a stick. His fair, delicate skin and almond-shaped eyes were more alluring than a woman's. Standing beside Xu Jiānian, he looked like his sidekick. Just like Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki at that moment, the two girls also formed a striking contrast. Jiang Xiaoyu, standing at 5 feet 3 inches, appeared petite and delicate next to Lin Kiki, the 5 feet 9 inches athletic student. Having already completed their registration, the two were now strolling through Jiangda's campus. Xiaoyu, why did we make up an excuse to leave early? We haven't even gotten to know our classmates yet. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced unobtrusively toward the school gate, spotting two familiar figures. She'd recognize one of them even if they were burned to ashes. And those two jerks were shamelessly trailing behind a group of girls. She snorted coldly, her expression tinged with disdain. Didn't we say we'd give them a surprise? Lin Kiki's face lit up with understanding. I get it. You want to give Xu Jiānian a huge surprise during military training tomorrow. I can't wait. Jiang Xiaoyu thought bitterly, a big scare would be more like it. She glanced over again, her lively eyes darting swiftly. Xu Jiānian, just seeing you bloating like this makes me furious. I just hope you're not celebrating too soon. After registering, Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaoqiang headed straight to language department class 2. All the classmates were present except for two who had left early for personal reasons. Counselor Zhang Yunzhong instructed them to get acquainted with each other and report on time for military training tomorrow. Boss, there are 58 students in the class. Excluding those two whose genders we don't know yet, we've got 36 girls and 20 boys. This ratio gives us a solid advantage for having our pick of the litter, Duan Xiaoqiang whispered, leaning close to Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian froze. How do you know all that? Duan Xiaoqiang thought his brilliant leader sounded a bit clueless. Don't you pay attention to these things when chasing girls? Pfft, keep your mind on your studies, freshman. Academics come first. Xu Jiānian declared boldly, his gaze fixed on a stunningly beautiful girl with an amazing figure sitting diagonally ahead. He added, what's her name? Duan Xiaoqiang followed his gaze. Shen Yuro. For some reason, Xu Jiānian found Shen Yuro's gentle, quiet, and well-behaved demeanor somewhat reminiscent of Jiang Xiaoyu. But this girl's eyes radiated genuine kindness and gentleness, unlike his own Xiaoyu, whose sweetness felt like an act. Jiang Xiaoyu looked like the perfect, harmless little angel on the outside, but only he knew what a scheming mind lurked beneath that fragile, obedient exterior. He wondered if Jiang Xiaoyu had managed to enroll yet. So far away, would she be able to adapt to a new environment? And then there was her terrible sense of direction. Would she get lost in the sprawling city of Nanchang? Thinking about all this made Xu Jiānian feel utterly uneasy. After picking up the camouflage uniform for tomorrow's military training, he headed home. Arriving at his doorstep, his gaze involuntarily drifted across to the apartment opposite. The door was tightly shut. Jiang Xiaoyu had gone to Nanshur, and no one would ever live in that house again. Xu Jiānian suddenly felt a hollow emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost the most important thing in her life. A profound sense of loss welled up within her. He couldn't resist pulling out his phone to send Jiang Xiaoyu a message. Everything going smoothly? Jiang Xiaoyu was in her bedroom trying on the camouflage uniform for military training. Buttoning it up, she pulled her military cap down, tucked her ponytail beneath it, and admired the girl in the mirror. She looked sharp and poised, radiating a distinctly military bearing. As she admired her military posture, her phone beeped. She sat on the bed, picked it up, and saw it was Xu Jiānian. Chapter 4, Surprise and Shock. Hi, everything still going smoothly? Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips. What does it matter to you whether I'm okay or not? Didn't you want me to stay far away from you? She felt Xu Jiānian was nothing but a hypocrite, feigning concern. His concern was fake, schadenfreude was real. Right now, he was probably laughing at her inside, thinking she'd gone to Nanjing University all alone, lonely and abandoned, with no one to care for her, no one to love her, no one to accompany her. Xu Jiānian really was a jerk. Doesn't he care at all about their childhood friendship? Even if they were enemies now, he shouldn't treat her like this. Back in the day, they were as close as two halves of one person. Ever since she could remember, Xu Jiānian had been a constant presence in her life. Everything she did, good or bad, Xu Jiānian was part of it. Like the sapling they planted together on the neighborhood lawn when she was 6, the little goldfish they raised together at 7, or when they both beat up a classmate at 8 and, too scared to go home, snuck off to the bus station swearing to roam the world together forever. Back then, whenever she turned around, he was always right beside her, like a shadow. She naively believed that those who started out together would never part. It wasn't until junior high that his distant, aloof attitude made her realize she had been abandoned. For the first time in her life, she tasted the bewilderment and helplessness of being abandoned. By high school, their relationship deteriorated rapidly. Out in public, they even pretended not to know each other. In their senior year, Xu Jiānian inexplicably sought reconciliation, only to be dismissed with her retort, "A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed on." She had her principle. She wasn't some object Xu Jiānian could discard or reclaim at will. That's why their relationship remains strained to this day. Whatever he liked, she made it her mission to sabotage. Whatever he hated, she pushed to make happen. Take this college application process, for instance. He schemed relentlessly to uncover her school choice, even sacrificing his best friend to seduce her closest girlfriend. But she saw right through him and played him like a fiddle. "Xu Jiānian, you wanted to stay far away from me? Well, I'll stick right by your side and torment you." Xu Jiānian was staring at his phone, waiting for Jiang Xiaoyu to reply, when he couldn't help but sneeze. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, who's talking about me behind my back?" Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu replied. "Abyss extinction, sorry to disappoint you, but everything went smoothly." "Hi, what do you mean disappointed? What's that supposed to mean?" "Abyss extinction, didn't you hope I'd run into trouble so you could gawk at the spectacle?" "Hi, Jiang Xiaoyu, don't be ungrateful." "Mei, you're a good person?" "Hi, is that even a question?" "Mei, where does this confidence come from? Did you pick it up from a cesspool?" Xu Jiānian gritted her teeth in fury. "See? That's Jiang Xiaoyu for you. Manipulative and sharp-tongued." Xu Jiānian flung his phone onto the bed and ignored her. He felt like he was just asking for it. He knew full well Jiang Xiaoyu didn't care for him, yet he kept throwing himself into the fire. That guy's heart was as small as a sesame seed. Not only did he take his kindness for granted, but he also mocked and ridiculed him. Truly, old habits die hard. Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't changed a bit. Back in elementary school, he gave the lollipop she'd given him to a girl sitting next to him. Passing on a gift wasn't wrong in itself, but Jiang Xiaoyu was notorious for being stingy. How could she tolerate such a thing? She tracked him down, burst into tears, and wailed, "I'll never share my treats with you again. I'm done playing with you." After that, she walked with a stubborn frown plastered on her face. He followed behind her, not daring to stray too far, yet not daring to get too close either. The hawthorn cake he'd traded for the lollipop lay in his pocket, squeezed over and over, never finding the chance to be given to her. Xu Jiānian snapped out of his recollection and shook his head helplessly. He'd been so foolish back then. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu drool over the hawthorn cake, he'd traded his lollipop for it, never expecting her to misunderstand like that. Xu Jiānian felt like he was losing his mind. Why had his mind been filled with thoughts of Jiang Xiaoyu all afternoon? The little girl, the grown woman. He had to stop thinking about her, or else he'd have nightmares again tonight. Xu Jiānian pulled out that camouflage outfit, deciding to try it on before making dinner. His parents, a doctor and a nurse, worked overtime until dawn every day. They never had time to look after him. So most of the time, he was just like Jiang Xiaoyu, fending for himself. Before trying on the camouflage uniform, Xu Jiānian decided to take a shower first. For boys, military training held a certain inexplicable sense of sacredness. Unlike girls, who were so delicate they feared getting sunburned or sweating. For most guys, skipping those 7 days of military training at the start of college would leave a lingering regret throughout their entire university experience. In the bathroom, warm water flowed steadily overhead. Only after rinsing off did he turn off the showerhead and lift the towel to dry himself. The reflection in the mirror showed a tall, well-proportioned young man. His passion for basketball had sculpted a perfectly defined 8-pack, prominent yet not overly bulky. Xu Jiānian tilted his head back to wipe his back, gazing at his reflection. Deep-set features, a long neck, a solid chest, and below, a masculine physique brimming with raw, youthful strength. Once dry, Xu Jiānian slipped into the camouflage uniform with palpable excitement. He smiled with satisfaction at his own dashing reflection. 5 minutes later, Xu Jiānian stepped out of the bathroom. He carefully folded the camouflage uniform and placed it in his backpack before heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner. For a meal for one, Xu Jiānian decided to keep it simple. He took a package of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator and boiled them in a pot of water. After dinner, sitting on the sofa watching TV, Xu Jiānian felt restless and clearly out of sorts. He kept switching channels but couldn't find anything he wanted to watch. Watching TV was merely a distraction. Whenever he had free time, he couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Xiaoyu was doing. Was she eating with her roommate in the cafeteria? Or had she already crawled into bed to binge her favorite manga? Or perhaps worrying about tomorrow's military training, fretting over getting sunburned? He pulled out his phone, desperate to message her and ask what she was up to. Staring at the pinned WeChat name and the Abyss of Extinction profile picture, he tapped to open the chat, then closed it, only to open it again. Not a single word was typed. A sudden thought crossed his mind. In this new environment, would Jiang Xiaoyu get a boyfriend? Back in high school, she was smart and pretty, and boys would often sneak her snacks, candy, bubble tea, little cakes. but all those treats ended up in his stomach without a second thought. Not only that, he teased Jiang Xiaoyu, if this little stuff could win you over, then you're way too cheap. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at him like he was an idiot as he wolfed it down, her face full of disgust. Don't worry, I'm not as cheap as you are. What's cheap about me? What's with all those pink envelopes in your drawer? Is it only because I brought them home for Mrs. Su to see that you're finally admitting it? Heh, how did they all end up in your hands? Spying on my privacy? Pfft, cut the crap. Birds of a feather flock together. Only a toad would write love letters to an ugly duckling. Chapter 5, The Scheming Jiang Xiaoyu. Xu Jiānian instantly felt uneasy. Whenever he saw the girls who'd written him love letters, he couldn't help but associate them with that toad. So Jiang Xiaoyu's nickname, the Abyss of Extinction, was truly well-deserved. She decrushed countless budding romances, leaving him without a single chance to taste the sweetness of love throughout his entire adolescence. Duan Shao teased him, the reason you're so clean around here is because Abyss Extinction made sure not a single blade of grass grows near you. So, now that the annoying nun was gone, he was free. What was there to be unhappy about? Xu Jiānian slept soundly and decided to get closer to the girl he liked during military training. At the very least, he could hold hands with her once classes officially started. When he and Duan Xiaochang arrived at the field, the rest of their class was trickling in. Boss, I checked it out. Those 2 members who were absent yesterday are girls. So now our class ratio is 20 boys to 38 girls. You can finally have your wish of being surrounded by girls on both sides. Xu Jiānian, staring intently at Shinjiro, replied earnestly, among the vast waters, I choose but one ladleful to drink. With that, he mustered his courage and went over to strike up a conversation. Duan Xiaochang silently gave him a thumbs up, that's some serious initiative. Shinjiro, did you bring any wipes? Xu Jiānian pointed at the sun overhead, which wasn't too harsh. It's so hot, I'm already sweating. Shinjiro hadn't expected Xu Jiānian to approach her so quickly, her expression flustered. I do. Let me get them for you. Taking the wipes, she wiped her face. The coolness felt refreshing. Just as she lifted her head to say thanks, her peripheral vision caught 2 familiar figures approaching. In that instant, Xu Jiānian froze like a statue, his facial control momentarily slipping. His mouth opened, but not a single word came out. Damn it, who could tell him? Jiang Xiaoyu. How could she be here? Boss, we've been had. Duan Xiaochang's face was equally expressive. Seeing Lin Kiki and Jiang Xiaoyu standing beside him, what else was there to understand? Jiang Xiaoyu remained unusually calm. Spotting the wet wipes in his hand and glancing at Shinjiro, her eyes darkened slightly. She addressed Xu Jiānian, classmate, may I borrow your wet wipes? Xu Jiānian felt Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze was icy cold, tinged with something sinister. There was no way he dared refuse now. Without a second thought, he handed the wipe to Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu clutched the wipe, crouched down, and began leisurely wiping her shoes. Xu Jiānian. Shinjiro. Both wore expressions that screamed awkwardness. Not just them, even Duan Xiaochang felt a bit awkward. Only Lin Kiki seemed to have a somewhat normal expression. Xu Jiānian was so frustrated he nearly passed out, his face dark as a pot bottom, watching helplessly as Jiang Xiaoyu acted out. But the culprit nonchalantly wiped down her own shoes, then admired her clean white sneakers with a satisfied look before casually declaring, all clean. Xu Jiānian. She was as cunning as ever. If there was one thing Jiang Xiaoyu had persisted at the longest with Xu Jiānian, it was relentlessly squashing his romantic prospects. Your little fish is slicker than an eel. Even as her mentor, I'm thoroughly outmatched, Duan Xiaochang couldn't help but remark while waiting in line. Xu Jiānian cast a complex gaze at the petite figure ahead, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He couldn't quite explain why, but the moment he spotted Xiaoyu here, beyond surprise, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, a feeling akin to regaining something lost. The feeling of a lost treasure being found again. The military training was rigorous, standing at attention, marching in step, cross-country runs with heavy loads, tidying barracks. These physical challenges posed little difficulty for Xu Jiānian. Every time he saw Jiang Xiaoyu slumped against Lin Kiki, exhausted as a dog, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Perhaps it was a case of too much of a good thing, but during that afternoon's drill training, the instructor tossed his blanket around countless times. Folding the blanket into a perfect square was no easy task for the clumsy Xu Jiānian. Then he saw Jiang Xiaoyu standing there, arms crossed, looking down at his predicament with utter contempt. The look of disdain nearly made him faint with rage. How the tables had turned. Heaven spares no one. The 7 days of military training passed like that. The classmates in the class became familiar with each other. The boys bonded together while the girls chattered away, looking quite united. Like most boys, Xu Jiānian would occasionally glance over at the girls' group, but his gaze had shifted from Shinjiro to Jiang Xiaoyu. Then, after catching her icy glare, he nonchalantly lowered his head to tie his shoelaces. The orientation process for freshmen was nothing special. After military training, there was one more event, the opening ceremony. Next, we welcomed the representative of the class of 2020 at Jiangda University to deliver their speech. The principal's deep baritone echoed from the podium. Xu Jiānian suddenly felt nervous at that moment, for he saw Jiang Xiaoyu standing beside the president. No need to ask, she was up there to speak as the freshman representative. Xu Jiānian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With so many people watching, he hoped Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't get nervous. He knew his worry was unnecessary. Jiang Xiaoyu had faced countless spotlight moments since childhood, but he couldn't help but feel anxious for her. The vice principal presiding over the ceremony spoke again. You may not all be aware, but this year, Jiang Xiaoyu achieved an outstanding performance on the college entrance exam. She is our provincial top scorer, ranking first in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below the stage. Xu Jiānian clapped until his hands hurt, feeling a shared pride that made him happier than if he'd won first place himself. The vice principal spoke with palpable excitement. We all know that with such outstanding results, admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would be a certainty. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu listed only one university as her college choice, our very own Jiangcheng University. The vice principal proudly handed the microphone to Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, what led you to choose our Jiangcheng University with such unwavering conviction? Although Jiangcheng University was also a 985 institution, it still lagged significantly behind Tsinghua and Peking. Boss, why do you think Jiang Xiaoyu chose Jiangcheng University? Duan Xiaoqian whispered in Xu Jiānian's ear. Xu Jiānian was equally puzzled by this question, wanting the answer even more than they did. Anyone could see the vice president's question was merely a ploy to use Jiang Xiaoyu to praise Jiangda. The answer he sought was predictable. Jiangda is awesome. Jiangda is amazing. Jiangda has students all over the world. This was meant to inspire and boost morale. But Jiang Xiaoyu refused to play along. A crisp, resonant voice rang out. Teachers and classmates, hello. I'm Jiang Xiaoyu from Class 2, Department of Languages, Class of 2020. I only applied to Jiangda for my college entrance exam because my boyfriend, Xu Jiānian, also from Class 2, Department of Languages, is such a loser that he only got into Jiangda. I had no choice but to lower myself and follow him here. Chapter 6, branded with Jiang Xiaoyu's mark. Xu Jiānian felt thunder rumbling overhead, instantly struck until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He was Jiang Xiaoyu's boyfriend? It felt like an 8.0 earthquake had just ripped through his soul. The shock made him question his entire existence. He stood frozen in place, staring at the petite figure dancing freely on the stage. His face was frozen in utter disbelief. How could such an unimaginable thing happen to him? Jiang Xiaoyu liked him? Wasn't this an absolute fairy tale? How could it be possible? Regardless of what Xu Jiānian thought, the classmates in the class believed it. Pairs of eyes bore into him as if they were physical, as if they could pierce holes through him. For the average student, gaining notoriety might take all 4 years of college. But Xu Jiānian was different. In just 2 seconds, his name was on everyone's lips. Xu Jiānian knew that the moment his name left Jiang Xiaoyu's lips, he was forever branded with her mark. Soon, his persona would transform into the boyfriend of the top student. And the man of the academic superstar. Or even, the future husband of the top student. As if he'd gained fame by living off someone else. In reality, it was Jiang Xiaoyu who had been eating his family's rice all along. Feeling the stares on him intensify, Xu Jiānian's face grew redder and redder. First his face, then his ears, until finally his entire face was crimson and his neck was thick with tension. Boss, Shinjuro's crying. Duan Xiaoqian nudged his back and whispered. He glanced up and saw Shinjuro ahead, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. His heart skipped a beat, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Boss, what should we do? Duan Xiaoqian asked again. Xu Jiānian groaned, how should I know? So what about your left and right embraces? I'll do whatever it takes. He refused to believe Jiang Xiaoyu liked him. He had intended to comfort the gentle little girl Shinjuro, but when he looked ahead again, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu had already calmly rejoined the group. He had no choice but to give up. Jiang Xiaoyu returned triumphantly, basking in the spotlight, and naturally earned a round of praise from Counselor Zhang Yunzhong. Of course, Zhang Yunzhong also gently reminded Jiang Xiaoyu to prioritize her studies. The unspoken message was clear: don't let romance overshadow your studies. That evening on the way home, Xu Jiānian trailed behind Jiang Xiaoyu, determined to get a clear answer. Waiting at the bus stop, he edged closer to Jiang Xiaoyu and spoke slowly. So, what exactly did you mean? The question finally out, Xu Jiānian's heart pounded like a drum, his palms sweating with nervousness. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed confused. What do you mean? Well, Xu Jiānian felt a bit embarrassed, his face flushing slightly. I mean, about me being your boyfriend? Is there something wrong with that? Jiang Xiaoyu appeared calm on the surface, but inside, her nerves were stretched taut. Fortunately, she was skilled at hiding her emotions. The righteous indignation she displayed on stage had vanished. After all, she was only a 16-year-old girl. How resilient could her nerves really be? Ha! Xu Jiānian panicked inwardly. You really like me? Jiang Xiaoyu curled her lip in disdain. Are you out of your mind? When I said boyfriend, I meant male friend.
If you won't be my boyfriend, do you want to be my girlfriend? Xu Jiānian.
He shouldn't have asked. Asking was just inviting humiliation. How could Jiang Xiaoyu possibly like him? Hate him? More like it. He wasn't stupid, he knew exactly why Jiang Xiaoyu was doing this. It was nothing more than branding him with her mark, Jiang Xiaoyu's mark, ensuring he couldn't flirt around during his 4 years of college, forcing him to be a monk for 4 years. So clearly, she couldn't stand seeing him do well.
You're not so immature that you can't tell the difference between a male friend and a boyfriend, are you? He wasn't giving up. It's not that I'm immature. In my understanding, you're just my male friend.
As for the term boyfriend, it's just a shortened version, one less word, same meaning. But that's a world of difference.
Jiang Xiaoyu looked haughtily superior. That's your mundane way of thinking.
In my understanding, boyfriend and male friend mean exactly the same thing.
Ugh, making me admit you're my boyfriend? Xu Jiānian, are you dumber than a pig? But others don't see it that way.
Why do you care what others think?
Are you, Xu Jiānian, that concerned with other people's opinions?
Of course not.
But if you go around announcing I'm your boyfriend, what pretty girl would dare come near me then?
If I go hitting on other girls now, they'll just think I'm a total jerk.
Xu Jiānian had his worries. He and Jiang Xiaoyu were now tied together. How could he ever find a girlfriend again?
His specific worries were as follows.
Jiang Xiaoyu plus Xu Jiānian equals boyfriend and girlfriend.
Girls flirting with him equals third wheel. If he flirts with girls equals scumbag. So he's stuck in a no-win situation.
Jiang Xiaoyu's move here is undoubtedly killing two birds with one stone.
She cut off all his romantic prospects.
So this scheming bastard destroyed his entire beautiful forest?
His college years.
Was he really going to become a monk, eating vegetarian meals and chanting sutras?
Jiang Xiaoyu stared at Xu Jiānian with a cold, haughty expression. She hadn't expected this guy to be so quick on the uptake. He'd figured out her intentions already. Yes, she intended to nip all his romantic prospects in the bud, not out of any possessive desire toward him, but purely because she couldn't stand seeing him happy.
That was definitely it. She sneered dismissively, Xu Jiānian, a ugly duckling like you? No girl would ever like you. Save yourself the trouble. Thanks to you. Xu Jiānian felt no real resentment.
Seizing the moment while Jiang Xiaoyu gloated, he delivered a crushing blow. Jiang Xiaoyu, every coin has two sides. While you're trying to trap me, you're only dragging yourself down.
So, my dear little fishy, it looks like you'll have to join your big brother in becoming a monk. Who's going to become a monk with you? Becoming a nun works too. Once you're labeled Xu Jiānian's girlfriend, what guy would dare approach you? It'd be nice to have some peace and quiet. You think I'm as flighty as you? Xu Jiānian sighed. Whether I'm fickle or not doesn't matter anymore. Even if my heart were restless, no one would pay me any mind. Seeing Xu Jiānian's defeated look, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a secret thrill. Xu Jiānian, Sun Wukong couldn't escape the Buddha's palm, so you might as well settle into being my possession.
Soon the number 126 bus arrived, and the two boarded one after the other.
The journey from Jiangda University to their Rose Garden neighborhood took 10 minutes.
They simply refused to ride home together. At this hour, this was the only bus option unless they were bored enough to wait for the next one.
Xu Jiānian had no patience for that. The bus wasn't Jiang Xiaoyu's personal property, why should she wait for the next one? But at this hour, during the evening rush, the bus was packed to the brim. People were crammed together, barely able to stand steady. The two squeezed into the only empty seats, making it impossible to avoid standing close together. At just 5 feet tall, Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to reach the overhead safety bar. With no other option, she quietly grabbed the hem of Xu Jiānian's coat. Xu Jiānian actually noticed, even snorting inwardly, saying no with your mouth, but your body tells a different story. Jiang Xiaoyu clutched his sleeve tightly, her face pressed against his chest. Listening to his strong, steady heartbeat, she felt her own heart racing faster. Whether Xu Jiānian did it on purpose or not, he held both safety handles with his hands, creating just enough space beneath his arms. Jiang Xiaoyu felt as if his posture was shielding her in his embrace. Chapter 7, Xu Jiānian, you're blushing. A petite girl standing at just 5 feet 3 inches held in the arms of a towering 6 feet 3 inches young man. The sensation was? Jiang Xiaoyu felt her face grow hotter by the second, her breathing quickening. Xu Jiānian lowered his gaze to see the top of Jiang Xiaoyu's head. Her soft hair emitted a sweet fragrance, utterly intoxicating. It had to be said, Jiang Xiaoyu was truly beautiful. Her cheekbones were smooth and delicate, flawlessly flawless. Her petite earlobes held a strand of slightly curled hair pinned back, while her long ponytail bounced up and down with the car's motion, an adorable sight. But why were her ears flushed? Her cheeks were also flushed pink, making her look like a ripe peach. Just as he was puzzling over it, Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly looked up. Xu Jiānian's eyes met hers, and it felt like an electric shock. His heartbeat quickened, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. He quickly changed the subject. There are too many people in the car. Damn it, what the hell? Why does he act like he's done something wrong? Jiang Xiaoyu, Xu Jiānian, why are you blushing? Xu Jiānian cleared his throat awkwardly, covering his embarrassment. It's hot. Your ears are red too, aren't they? Jiang Xiaoyu. Forget it.
No point arguing with this idiot.
I'll let it slide since he's covering for me right now. Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, but Xu Jiānian couldn't help overthinking.
Knowing her as he did, she'd never let him off the hook without leaving him speechless.
Why was she suddenly compromising with him? Xu Jiānian wondered, was this girl bottling up her anger just to unleash something bigger later? Evidence that humans possess an inherent masochistic streak.
He gets angry when confronted and depressed when left alone.
The 10-minute drive to the residential complex passed quickly. The two got out of the car one after the other and walked toward the complex. Jiang Xiaoyu walked ahead, while Xu Jiānian followed at a leisurely pace behind.
This scene resembled many years ago, when they first began drifting apart. They would always walk one in front of the other, neither slowing down nor speeding up, as if deliberately avoiding walking side by side. Though they didn't walk together within the complex, they entered the building together and then stepped into the elevator side by side. In the enclosed space, their eyes met briefly before both stubbornly looked away.
Xu Jiānian, couldn't you just wait for the next one? Why do you always follow me? Jiang Xiaoyu, are you being unreasonable? Why should I wait for the next one? Do I look like I have nothing better to do? You're so rude. You're no better, you cheapskate. You're the cheapskate. Jiang Xiaoyu pinched the soft flesh on Xu Jiānian's waist. Fine, I'm stingy. I won't even let anyone share an elevator with me. Jiang Xiaoyu tightened her grip. Who do you think you're talking about?
Xu Jiānian quickly conceded to save the tender flesh on his waist. I'm talking about myself.
Now we're talking. Put. The 12th floor arrived quickly. The moment the elevator doors opened, the two, still tangled in a scuffle, swiftly separated. They scrambled to rush out of the elevator, each afraid to linger a second longer lest they catch the plague. At the door, they both pressed the keypad simultaneously. As the double doors swung open, they shot each other one last glance before slamming their respective doors shut. Xu Jiānian is just rotten to the core.
Jiang Xiaoyu muttered under her breath while changing her shoes.
She tossed her backpack onto the sofa, planning to cook dinner first before finishing today's comic update.
Her excellence wasn't limited to academics, it had manifested early in other areas too. For instance, she was actually a budding comic artist. She had already released 2 works consecutively on the website. Because the themes resonated strongly with today's youth, she had gained quite a following. The one she was currently updating depicted the everyday interactions of childhood sweethearts, super cute and heartwarming. When fans asked if it was adapted from a novel, she remained tight-lipped. Little did anyone know that this comic actually chronicled her own daily life with Xu Jiānian. Without the backing of an original novel, it unexpectedly went viral. Because it pours her genuine emotions into every page, chronicling real-life experiences. What could be more moving than that? Some fans even commented asking if the female lead secretly liked the male lead. She scoffed at the idea. Does she have a crush on Xu Jiānian? Absolutely not. She has an obsession, she must be with Xu Jiānian.
Whether as a child or now.
That's why she sacrificed opportunities to attend prestigious universities like Peking University and Tsinghua University, choosing instead to follow Xu Jiānian to Jiangda University. She sacrificed so much for him: prestigious universities, opportunities for advanced studies, and a future full of promise. So why should Xu Jiānian be allowed to let loose during their 4 years of college? Deep down, she resented Xu Jiānian interacting with other girls. She was single, and she wanted Xu Jiānian to stay single with her. She thought being a pair of single pups was just fine. She skillfully rinsed the rice just enough for one and placed it in the rice cooker to steam. She took 2 eggs and a tomato from the fridge, deciding to make scrambled eggs with tomato. Then she took out a few meatballs and decided to make meatball soup. She couldn't possibly eat all this alone. For a moment, she even considered inviting Xu Jiānian over. His parents were working overtime this week and he'd be eating alone too. But then she remembered how he'd been flirting with Shinjiro earlier today, and she promptly squashed the thought. Xu Jiānian, you just blew a golden chance to score a free meal. Across the hall, Xu Jiānian suddenly sneezed. He was boiling noodles, and saliva splattered uncontrollably into the pot. Damn it! He quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and cursed, "Who the hell is cursing me again?" For a moment, Xu Jiānian seriously considered dumping the pot and starting over, but the thought of the time and effort involved made him reconsider. It was his own saliva, no big deal. He was a grown man, did he really care about that? The noodles were half cooked when he cracked an egg into the pot, peeled 2 slices of ham, tossed them in, and boiled everything vigorously for a moment before scooping it into a large soup bowl to eat. When his parents weren't home, he only made simple meals. Complicated dishes? He couldn't make those anyway. Even this bowl of noodles, made with zero culinary skill, had neither appealing presentation nor satisfying texture. Its only merit was filling his stomach. Xu Jiānian slurped down the large bowl of noodles while his other hand busied itself tapping on his phone, opening the manga he was following. Truth be told, he and Jiang Xiaoyu clashed like oil and water, yet they shared one common passion, a love for reading comics. But what he watched was quite different from Jiang Xiaoyu's tastes. He followed One Piece, while Jiang Xiaoyu was drawn to those ethereal, youth-themed romance stories.
Yet there was one manga he came to love thanks to Jiang Xiaoyu's influence. That was the wildly popular youth romance manga Quietly Loving You. This manga unexpectedly went viral.
Whether it was the author's masterful artistry or the heartwarming, relatable stories, it proved utterly addictive. Even a straight guy like him found himself drawn into this shoujo manga. The author's depiction of each little story gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if those small tales and romantic entanglements were written specifically for him. They were so deeply moving that he found himself falling for the manga without even realizing it. After interacting with the author multiple times, they eventually added each other on QQ and became close online friends.
Chapter 8, Jiang Xiaoyu's Secret.
To match her name, he changed his QQ display name to Xu Jiānian, the male lead of the manga. Strangely enough, the male lead's name differed from his own by only a single character. If not for the fact that the female lead's name bore no resemblance to Jiang Xiaoyu, he might have suspected this comic was the work of his sworn enemy. But upon reflection, that was impossible. Jiang Xiaoyu could draw, true, but he'd never heard of her creating comics.
She did enjoy following comics, though.
This comic gave him a strong sense of immersion. Sometimes while reading it, he felt as if he were right there in the story. Another odd thing was that the portraits of the girls in the comics would inevitably remind him of Jiang Xiaoyu. Petite, with mischievous eyes, a delicate appearance, and mannerisms that mirrored Jiang Xiaoyu perfectly. The male lead, tall and handsome, had a hairstyle and facial features so strikingly realistic that he couldn't help but suspect the author had seen him in person. But he didn't have any friends who drew comics, only Jiang Xiaoyu, who loved reading them.
That was very strange. The female lead resembled Jiang Xiaoyu.
The male lead resembled him. He chalked up this odd coincidence to fate between him and the author.
Since the author hadn't updated yet, he decided to give them a nudge.
Opening QQ, the pinned profile picture was Little Moon's. Intuitively, he felt Xiaoyu must be a gentle, water-like girl, not like Jiang Xiaoyu, whose appearance and personality were completely at odds.
Why hasn't it been updated yet? After waiting a few minutes, Little Moon replied, just eating. We'll update soon. Xu Jiānian, I'm eating too. We really are on the same wavelength.
Xiaoyu sent back a confused emoji with several question marks. Xu Jiānian realized his words sounded a bit suggestive and quickly clarified, I meant we're doing the same thing, so our thoughts must be the same, both wanting to finish eating quickly.
Xiaoyu Yang sent a screenshot explaining the meaning of tuning into each other's thoughts, along with a line, ignorance is truly frightening. Xu Jiānian. Forget it. A gentleman doesn't quarrel with a lady.
The Little Moon's usual sharp tongue did remind him of Jiang Xiaoyu. After dinner, Xu Jiānian washed the dishes and retreated to his bedroom to play some games, though his mind kept wandering.
His thoughts kept drifting back to Jiang Xiaoyu's confession today.
Even though it lacked sincerity, clearly meant to sabotage his romantic prospects, the sheer shock of the scene still made his face flush with embarrassment.
Xu Jiānian also wondered, if someone else had confessed to him today, would he have reacted with anger and embarrassment? The answer was undoubtedly yes. The mere thought of someone else standing on that stage sent a chill down his spine. The moment the answer became crystal clear, even he was startled by his own reaction. It turned out he could only tolerate Jiang Xiaoyu's reckless behavior toward him. Deep down, Xu Jiānian had always seen Jiang Xiaoyu as a little sister. Even though their relationship had soured to the point of mutual hostility, he couldn't bring himself to keep fighting her.
They'd spent 4 years together in college, and now she'd even declared her possessive claim over him. Unsurprisingly, he'd have to live out these next 4 years bearing the title of Jiang Xiaoyu's boyfriend.
Boyfriend my ass. At best, I see you as a little sister. Wonder what that troublesome little sister was up to now.
After eating, Jiang Xiaoyu went to her bedroom to update her comic. She opened her computer, logged into the familiar website, and began her creative work. As expected, today's comic update featured the female lead, Little Moon, and Xu Jiānian's domineering confession. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't keep a diary, but this comic largely served that function. She opened the software and began sketching away, deliberately exaggerating Xu Jiānian's expressions. After finishing, she stared at the characters on the screen. Xu Jiānian's face went from shock to utter bewilderment, then to furious embarrassment. His facial expressions were so vivid they were downright terrifying.
Ha! Xu Jiānian, seeing you look so flustered makes me genuinely happy. Xu Jiānian, never imagined it, did you?
In my work, you're just a plaything I can mold and twist however I please, my very own emotional outlet.
Click publish, and in half an hour, the fans would see the update. She knew Xu Jiānian had been following this comic.
That time, she deliberately read it with relish right in front of him. Curious, he flipped through it and was so shocked he couldn't speak. Xiaoyu, why do the characters in this comic look just like you and me? She denied it, no way.
Xu Jiānian insisted, look at how much Xiaoyu's expressions resemble yours. She pouted proudly, not at all.
Xu Jiānian chuckled, then this tall, handsome Xu Jiānian looks just like me.
She shot back with a look of disgust, even less like me. You're uglier than him.
Recalling the past, the girl's lips curved upward involuntarily.
She had to admit, that fool was surprisingly observant. He'd spotted so many similarities. But so what? That's a secret you'll never know. She gathered the clothes from the balcony, carried them into the bedroom, spread them out on the bed, and began folding each piece neatly. She stacked skirts and blouses together, sorted her underwear into several piles by shade, folded them neatly, and placed them in the nightstand drawer. Shirts and dresses went into the wardrobe. She took the clean clothes into the bathroom. The moment warm water cascaded over her, all her fatigue seemed to vanish. Jiang Xiaoyu was quite confident in her figure, though she felt the only flaw was her relatively small bust. But she wasn't in a hurry. The curve of her breasts was proportional to her age. No matter how much she wished for it, it wouldn't happen before she reached that stage. Xu Jiānian, on the other hand. On the bus today, she distinctly felt the strength and power of his chest. His chest muscles were rounded and well-defined, with a noticeable curve. Whether it was because he loved playing basketball or not, every part of his body was well-developed. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he had a slender build with evenly distributed, well-defined muscles. Especially those long legs. He took one stride while she had to take three just to keep up. So what if he's got a good figure? It's not like he's modeling for anyone. This lady's got a pretty decent figure herself. Besides, that pig Xu Jiānian turns 20 at the end of September. By then, his body will be fully developed with no room left to grow. But she was different. She was right in the middle of her crucial growth phase. Not only would her height shoot up, but every part of her body would undergo unprecedented changes. She resolved to make the most of this growth opportunity, gradually shaping her figure toward an S-curve and transforming herself into a stunning beauty. Lost in these beautiful thoughts, her hands never stopped moving. She spread the shower gel evenly over every part of her body, her small hands gliding over her ice-like skin. Soon, her entire body was covered, and she patted it all over to let the gel sink deep into her pores for a thorough cleanse. When she felt ready, she picked up the shower head and rinsed away the foam. She grabbed a towel, dried off the water droplets, and applied moisturizer from top to bottom. Chapter 9, Whips, Daggers, and Little Candles. The entire cleansing and skincare routine took about 40 minutes. Jiang Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom looking radiant. Sitting on the bed, she prepared to heat a cup of milk for a cozy nightcap before sleep. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the suitcase on the balcony and suddenly remembered she'd forgotten to deliver the one she bought for Su Dad. Mr. Su was going on a business trip in the next few days. During her last visit to his home, she had noticed the lock on his suitcase was broken and unusable, so she had decided to buy him a new one. Mr. and Mrs. Su had always shown her such thoughtful care and consideration, and she cherished their kindness. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Su's mom. Learning that Su's dad was leaving early tomorrow morning, she got up, grabbed the suitcase, and headed over to the apartment next door. Since she'd already bought it, she couldn't delay Mr. Su's use of it. Her hand instinctively reached for the combination lock, but remembering her current relationship with Xu Jiānian, she pulled back and knocked on the door instead. Xu Jiānian opened the door and saw Jiang Xiaoyu standing there looking cute. His face twitched. "Why is it you? And what was this girl doing at his place in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Only when he noticed the suitcase in her hands did he finally ask, his nerves finally fraying, "Are you running away from home?" "Jiang Xiaoyu. Like hell you're running away. Not only are you running away, but a female ghost will come find you in the middle of the night." "Damn it, a ghost? There's one standing right in front of me." Jiang Xiaoyu wore a sleeveless nightgown, her arms exposed. Under the light, her white skin glowed with a jade-like luster. Her round face, no bigger than a palm, featured rosy lips and a delicate, pinkish complexion. Fresh from a shower, her hair fell loosely around her shoulders, adding a touch of soft beauty. Slippers adorned her feet, revealing delicate white toes that looked playful and adorable. Beneath the hem of her nightgown, her slender calves gleamed dazzlingly white. Such a girl, wasn't she just a beautiful little ghost? Jiang Xiaoyu felt goosebumps rise when Xu Jiānian eyed her from head to toe, his expression as ravenous as a puppy spotting a bone. A hint of mischief lurked deep within her obedient eyes as she smiled and said, "Brother, female ghosts eat people." Ahem. Xu Jiānian finally tore his gaze away from her. As he looked up, he caught the fleeting glimpse of mischief she tried to suppress. "Just spare me, I haven't bathed yet. Could you possibly bring yourself to? Ah? Why are you pinching me again?" Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaoyu's hand swiftly pinched the soft flesh on his waist, snarling, "I can do it." Xu Jiānian grimaced in pain, glaring at her with resentment. Jiang Xiaoyu withdrew her hand and casually pushed the suitcase toward him. "This is for Dad Su. He's leaving on a business trip tomorrow morning 5 a.m. flight. Hope you, the devoted son, won't be late to see him off." Xu Jiānian felt utterly ashamed he hadn't even known his father was traveling. He glanced at the black suitcase that had puzzled him for so long. "This suitcase is for my dad? Of course. I thought. What did you think?" "Nothing." Xu Jiānian glanced at her guiltily, not daring to voice his true thoughts. At the time, he'd assumed Jiang Xiaoyu had bought the suitcase for use at Nanjing University. "I can tell you're not being honest just by looking at your expression." After all these years together, she could spot something off in Xu Jiānian with just a glance. The way he avoided her gaze was a dead giveaway. Who knew what this jerk was scheming? "How do you know I'm not telling the truth?" Are you a mind reader or something? Xu Jiānian laughed awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Aren't you a ghost? Why don't you crawl into my clothes and take a look? Just peek at the top, don't go peeking down there. Xu Jiānian, you bastard. Jiang Xiaoyu raised her hand to pinch him, but Xu Jiānian quickly retreated into the room, slamming the door shut with a bang. The girl stomped her foot in fury. Xu Jiānian, just you wait. Pressing his ear to the peephole, Xu Jiānian watched his arch-rival storm off in a fit of humiliated rage, utterly helpless. The sight filled him with pure delight. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu humiliated made him happy. But when he saw that black suitcase, he felt he might have gone too far. Xiaoyu wasn't that bad, at least she was far more attentive than he was. He hadn't even noticed his father's suitcase was broken. Back in his bedroom, he flopped onto the bed, unable to sleep for a long time. Damn it, why was he having trouble sleeping? This never happened before. Staring at the ceiling, countless fish swam through his mind, big ones, small ones, even a giant whale. Soon, those fish heads transformed into Jiang Xiaoyu's little face, becoming piranhas with human heads and fish bodies. The whale opened its gaping maw toward him. Xu Jiānian shuddered in fright and muttered under his breath, "Am I just scaring myself? Could Jiang Xiaoyu really eat people?" Perhaps it was because he'd mentioned female ghosts too many times tonight, but now one had come to visit him in his dreams. The dream unfolded thus: in a brightly lit ancient interrogation chamber, Jiang Xiaoyu transformed into a beautiful female ghost interrogating him. Her tools of torture were the perverse trio, a whip, a dagger, and small candles. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at him with a sinister glint in her eyes, the whip in her hand lashing his back again and again. He lay naked on the floor, crawling on his hands and knees. He resisted fiercely. Enraged by his defiance, Jiang Xiaoyu seized the dagger and carved her name into his face. Then, she let out a piercing scream to the heavens. "Ha! Xu Jiānian, you are finally mine. I'll carve the name Jiang Xiaoyu all over your body. Let's see who dares come near you now." Soon, his body and face were covered in the knife-carved letters Jiang Xiaoyu, a sight too gruesome to behold. He was covered in wounds, his flesh torn and bleeding. Still unsatisfied, Jiang Xiaoyu dripped candle wax onto the bloody gashes. Xu Jiānian jolted awake. Realizing it was only a dream, he exhaled a long breath of relief. It was terrifying. Truly, what you think about during the day haunts your dreams at night. The dread Jiang Xiaoyu inspired had seeped into his sleep. Dawn had broken. Xu Jiānian glanced at the alarm clock. It was already 6 o'clock. Yawning, he sluggishly dressed and headed to the bathroom to wash up. 10 minutes later. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and changed shoes in the entryway. Only then did he notice the black suitcase was gone. His dad had already left on his business trip. She must have slept like a log last night. She hadn't heard a single sound. Recalling that terrifying dream, Xu Jiānian resolved to keep his distance from Jiang Xiaoyu today. Stay away from danger, cherish life. Closing the door, he decided to head to the residential area for breakfast. His eyes involuntarily glanced across the hall. The door was tightly shut. Jiang Xiaoyu was probably already at school by now, or maybe making breakfast at home. Downstairs in the residential area was a small restaurant. It was reasonably priced and tasted pretty good. Xu Jiānian was a regular customer there. By 6 in the morning, the place was bustling with customers, the sounds of orders for fried dough sticks and steamed buns echoing throughout. When Xu Jiānian stepped inside, he immediately spotted Jiang Xiaoyu quietly eating in the corner. He froze, unsure whether to retreat or advance. He sighed inwardly. Talk about running into someone you least expect. Just as he was about to move elsewhere, Uncle Jean, the owner, spotted him and greeted him familiarly. "Hey, Xiaosu's here." Xu Jiānian had no choice but to step inside. Uncle Jean, the usual. Uncle Zhang smiled, then turned to urge his wife to serve Xu Jiānian 1 bowl of wontons, 2 fried dough sticks, and 6 meat buns. Chapter 10. Who is the man of the top student? Uncle Zhang was over 60 but still robust. He'd run his little restaurant for decades, always wearing a cheerful smile. Xu Jiānian loved eating here. He'd been doing so since elementary school. But though he was famished, seeing the ghostly woman from his dreams sitting there made the food seem less appetizing than before. He carried his tray and sat down without hesitation at Jiang Xiaoyu's table. He wanted nothing to do with Jiang Xiaoyu, but during the lunch rush, the restaurant had no other empty seats. Only Jiang Xiaoyu's table could accommodate his food. Jiang Xiaoyu had only ordered a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and 2 eggs, taking up very little space on the table. Jiang Xiaoyu watched Xu Jiānian place his order on the table. In an instant, 80% of the space was taken up by his food. Her face twisted in disgust. "Xu Jiānian, are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Jiang Xiaoyu, are you a cat? Eating so little?" He finished, not forgetting to glance at her chest. "No wonder you've got no meat anywhere. Xu Jiānian, are you looking for trouble?" This was Jiang Xiaoyu's sore spot. Though she knew she would change in a few years, she would become full-figured and curvaceous, transforming into a stunning beauty with an S-shaped silhouette, and she was actively working toward that goal. Being mocked so blatantly now naturally made her furious. She couldn't start a fight in front of everyone, so she took her revenge under the table. She lifted her foot and stomped down hard on Xu Jiānian's shoe. He immediately grimaced in pain. You're so violent, you'll never find a boyfriend. Then please accompany me in my single life. Why should I? Because you're my publicly declared boyfriend now. Do you really think any girl would dare be with you? Xu Jiānian fell silent instantly. This was his Achilles heel. Feeling a bit stifled, he picked up a meat bun, bit off 2/3 in one go, and wolfed it down as if venting his anger. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoyu ate like a chick pecking at food. She separated an egg white from the yolk, eating them in separate steps, her cheeks puffing up with each bite. After swallowing, she take a sip of kanji. Xu Jiānian looked slightly disgusted. How was this any different from feeding fish? He picked up a fried dough stick and bit off half. Little fish, want some wontons? I'll give you a few. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the bowl of wonton soup, its surface glistening with oil, and showed no interest. You eat yours. I'm just looking out for you, making sure you eat enough. Thanks, but no thanks. Pfft, ungrateful brat. Who's that supposed to be? She kicked out, but Xu Jiānian dodged it effortlessly. Not only that, he shamelessly wrapped his long legs around hers, pinning her down. Xu Jiānian, are you crazy? You kicked me first. Can I even defend myself? Let go. No way. Jiang Xiaoyu swung her other leg out, but just then, Xu Jiānian sensibly released her legs. She kicked thin air. Oomph. She sulkily grabbed her spoon and started eating her porridge, ignoring Xu Jiānian. Spoonful after spoonful went into her mouth as she chewed slowly, looking like a little hamster. Xu Jiānian could clearly see her thick, long lashes when her eyes were lowered, like a row of tiny fans. Only, he wouldn't notice that beneath those little fans, her eyes were now brimming with a hint of shy emotion. Xu Jiānian was so wicked. How could he be so inconsiderate as to hook his arm around her leg like that? If anyone else saw them, who knew what they might think? Didn't he understand that boys and girls needed to keep their distance? Jiang Xiaoyu thought, flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. After the meal, the two walked out of the restaurant, one ahead of the other. Walking through the bustling residential area, they instinctively kept their distance. As always, Xu Jiānian trailed Jiang Xiaoyu by several meters. He took small, deliberate steps, deliberately slowing his pace, otherwise, he could have caught up to her in 3 strides. Soon they reached the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, they remained separate, with several people between them, appearing like strangers with no connection whatsoever. Who would have thought that just moments ago, their legs had been in such close contact? The number 126 bus arrived promptly. They boarded one after the other, then, with the same tacit understanding, drew closer together. Xu Jiānian gripped the handrail with both hands as usual, creating a space for Jiang Xiaoyu. They were so close he could distinctly smell the fresh scent of her body wash, mingled with the clean, pure aura of a young girl. Her fair, plump cheek brushed against his chest, soft and comforting. Xu Jiānian found himself strangely addicted to the sensation, so much so that a lewd thought flashed through his mind: should he unbutton his shirt and let his muscular chest make intimate contact with Jiang Xiaoyu's delicate cheek? Of course, the consequence of doing so might be getting kicked out of the car by Jiang Xiaoyu, followed by a long period of her ignoring him. Nah, he was above such childish nonsense. Speaking of intimate moments, they were countless in childhood, sleeping under the same blanket, swimming in the same pool, her falling in and picking her up to comfort her. Now, looking back on those warm days, they really did feel wonderful. It would be nice to restore that harmonious, comfortable state with Jiang Xiaoyu. Xu Jiānian even found himself thinking about it. But he didn't have time to dwell on it now. As the car entered a bumpy stretch of road, the jolts grew increasingly violent. Jiang Xiaoyu's small face brushed against his chest more and more frequently. In response to this sensation, his own body, stubbornly disobedient, gradually tensed up, even stiffening at times. To hide his awkwardness, he quickly clamped his legs together. Xu Jiānian thought to himself, Jiang Xiaoyu really was a little devil, tormenting him at every turn. That night in his dreams. During the day in the car. Soon they arrived at school. The two walked into the classroom, one ahead of the other. The students, just back from summer break, were truly bored. Spotting Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian entering the classroom one after the other, they immediately flashed their gossipy eyes, scrutinizing the pair from every angle without missing a detail. Facing the flames of gossip blazing from everyone's eyes, Xu Jiānian felt a shame akin to being stripped naked and paraded down the street for public display. Fortunately, his skin was thick enough. He plopped himself down among the boys without a care, even teasing them. I get your jealousy, but what can I say? You guys, who've never been confessed to by a girl since birth, are bound to envy someone as outstanding as me. The boys. Heartbroken. Heartbreaking. Duan Xiaoqiang nudged him over, gesturing for him to look at his phone. He exclaimed excitedly, Boss, you're famous. Xu Jiānian shrugged indifferently, exactly as expected. Nothing to get excited about. Duan Xiaoqiang. Such utter composure. Xu Jiānian took Duan Xiaoqiang's phone and swiped through the screen, gliding past one eye-popping post after another. Jiangda love story. Top student falls for childhood friend. Gossip about those enviable childhood sweetheart romances. Don't know Xu Jiānian? Come on, let me introduce you to that hidden gem in Jiangda's language department class too. Xu Jiānian cursed, damn it, got nothing better to do? Perhaps this year's opening ceremony was just too unremarkable, lacking anything memorable. The freshman representative's shocking statement instantly drew the entire campus's attention to the academic star, Jiang Xiaoyu. Overnight, campus media turned into gossip forums, and the uninformed onlookers were all asking who was the academic star's man? Chapter 11, Body over Heart. In stark contrast to Xu Jiānian's chaotic turmoil, Jiang Xiaoyu's side remained unusually calm. Though the girls were curious about Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian's relationship, they maintained their composure and didn't ask outright. Sitting beside Lin Kiki, Jiang Xiaoyu listened to her chatter about campus life. Honey, the whole school knows you and Xu Jiānian are a couple now. Aren't you going to say anything? Jiang Xiaoyu remained as calm as ever. I said everything I needed to say at yesterday's opening ceremony. What else is there to say? True. Xu Jiānian is your man, that's undeniable. Jiang Xiaoyu. That sounded kind of embarrassing. Morning classes were utterly boring. Since it was the start of the semester, many teachers were just going through the motions, introducing themselves to the students. But in just one class period, teachers couldn't possibly remember all the students' names. Even if they remembered a few, they might not match them to the right faces. Of course. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian were the exceptions, the two standout figures. So, the teacher's opening remarks in the classroom went like this. First, let's get to know Xu Jiānian. Or, is that Xu Jiānian over there? The gossip level was no less than that of the students. After Xu Jiānian stood up, the teacher would invariably add with a meaningful tone, Xu is quite impressive, isn't he? Xu Jiānian felt like he was a monkey on display at the zoo all morning. Finally, lunchtime arrived. He and Duan Xiaoqiang sprinted into the cafeteria at full speed. After getting their food, they sat by the window and began eating. Duan Xiaoqiang couldn't help but admire Xu Jiānian's mental fortitude. Bro, you're something else. After a whole morning of this, you haven't even been humiliated enough to slit your wrists. Xu Jiānian stuffed a mouthful of rice. That's nothing. My face has been hardened like a fortress. Forget about first grade, I was already bringing kids to school back then. Duan Xiaoqiang couldn't possibly understand the emotional journey of becoming a parent in first grade. Back then, at 7 years old, he had to look after 4-year-old Jiang Xiaoyu. During meals, she couldn't even hold a spoon properly, sometimes needing him to feed her spoonful by spoonful. After lunch, during school nap time, he'd spread her blanket, tuck her in, and then rock her to sleep. Sigh, it truly broke this old man's heart. If he'd been too shy to face others' ridicule, Jiang Xiaoyu would have starved to death long ago. Duan Xiaoqiang laughed. So you've gotten used to it over the years. Xu Jiānian sighed, what choice do I have? Life comes before pride. I'm not going to die trying to save face. Whatever they think, call me Jiang Xiaoyu's boyfriend, call me a freeloader, I'll take it all. I own it. Duan Xiaoqiang gave him a thumbs up. Way to go, boss. What? You really gave up the whole forest? Xu Jiānian glanced over at the group of girls, his gaze lingering especially on the quiet, delicate Shinjuro. With a hint of reluctance, he added, no way. With girls this gentle and beautiful, I'm just stuck with the label of being Jiang Xiaoyu's boyfriend. Why should I stay pure for her? Students eating in the cafeteria mostly gathered with their classmates, but it was mostly boys sticking together and girls sticking together. Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki arrived late. After getting their food, they headed toward the girls' group, passing right by Xu Jiānian. She heard his words clearly. She shot him a complicated glance before sitting down with the girls. If you won't stay pure for me, does that mean you're going to go around flirting with everyone? Xu Jiānian, you really think you're something special? A few lively female classmates teased Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, if you and Xu Jiānian are really a couple, I noticed you didn't look at him once all morning. Yeah, little fish, what exactly is going on between you two? Did he just brush off your confession? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced toward Xu Jiānian and replied slowly, our relationship isn't as close as you all imagine. It's purely physical, nothing more. Ahem. Xu Jiānian felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, stuck there like a bone, unable to go up or down. It was unbearably painful. Just sex, no feelings? When did he ever have sex with her without any emotional attachment? Damn it! Jiang Xiaoyu never fails to shock with her words. Did she even know what that meant? Girls and boys were separated by just a hallway. Not only did Xu Jiānian hear Jiang Xiaoyu's words, but nearly every boy in the class did too. Duan Xiaoqiang's expression was subtly off. When he looked at him, he feigned shock, as if staring at a raging beast. Xu Jiānian, let me explain. He really didn't. He understood perfectly well the mix of envy, jealousy, and lecherous glances from the boys. He desperately wanted to tell them that he and Jiang Xiaoyu were completely innocent, that there was absolutely nothing physical between them. But he feared that would only make things worse. Boss, I never would have guessed you'd be such a beast. Jiang Xiaoyu's only 16, and you slept with her? Don't you know that's illegal? Classmate A, bold Sue, you sure moved fast. Classmate B, Sue, old bull grazing on tender grass, I'm impressed. The guys' feelings were complicated at that moment. They despised Xu Jiānian for being a beast, yet envied him for being one.
Because up until now, some of them hadn't even held a girl's hand. But old Xu was already getting laid. And not just with any girl, with the super hot, tsundere genius Jiang Xiaoyu. Why hadn't such good fortune fallen to them? Speaking of which, was it too late to go chase after his childhood sweetheart for a quick hookup? Xu Jiānian suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. After Jiang Xiaoyu said that he couldn't defend himself, he'd become a beast in everyone's eyes. Xu Jiānian felt his heart was about to give out. Jiang Xiaoyu had tormented him into developing heart disease. If she uttered any more shocking remarks, he'd probably have to call an ambulance. Tired of living in constant fear, he resolved to confront Jiang Xiaoyu. If she dropped another bombshell, he'd never make it through these 4 years of college. He even feared that if Jiang Xiaoyu started vomiting uncontrollably in public, he might get arrested by the police. He had Duan Xiaochang relay a message to Lin Kiki, arranging to meet Jiang Xiaoyu in a secluded grove on campus. September weather still carried a lingering heat. Boarding students had all returned to their dorms for afternoon naps, while commuters headed to the library to cool off in the air conditioning and rest. His good buddy Duan Xiaochang followed Lin Kiki there. The moment Jiang Xiaoyu saw Xu Jiānian, impatience washed over her. Xu Jiānian, how bored are you to drag me out here? Couldn't we talk in the classroom? Xu Jiānian looked utterly helpless. Little fish, please, I'm begging you. Don't say anything rash. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at him with a blank expression, demanding, what did I do? The girl before him wore an innocent expression, her lively eyes darting about as if trying to read Xu Jiānian's thoughts. See? She's playing the helpless, easily swayed act again. Xu Jiānian couldn't understand how someone as scheming as Jiang Xiaoyu could have such a mismatched personality and appearance. Blood rushed to his temples, and Xu Jiānian nearly tore off Jiang Xiaoyu's delicate facade right then and there to give her a good thrashing. He stared at her, his face darkening, helplessly watching her deliberately feigned look of a wronged woman. Chapter 12, Let's Make Up. You said we're just physical, not emotional, this. Xu Jiānian felt too embarrassed to bring it up. But he couldn't avoid it. Do you even know what that phrase means? What it represents? Jiang Xiaoyu flashed a sly smile. Did you call me out here just to quiz me? Xu Jiānian. Communication breakdown. Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately sidestepped the real issue, and Xu Jiānian couldn't get through to her. Not wanting to live in constant fear like this, he took the initiative to compromise. Xiaoyu, let's make up. Jiang Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, slightly surprised. How exactly do you plan to make up? Xu Jiānian replied earnestly, just like before. How could it be like elementary or middle school? As long as you stop tormenting me. Xu Jiānian had no choice but to change tactics. He couldn't afford to provoke Jiang Xiaoyu. If this continued, she had 100 ways to make his life miserable. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. I can't even remember what it was like back then. We'll see when I do. Xu Jiānian, I'll never let you know how desperately I long to go back to those days. Back then, I depended on you so much, yet you ruthlessly abandoned me. Now you come crawling back wanting to make up? Why didn't you do this sooner? Still, this was Xu Jiānian's second attempt at reconciliation. Considering his persistence, she did give him one chance, but you've already asked me twice. Since you're so persistent, I'll give you one chance. Xu Jiānian was overjoyed, grabbing Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. You really agreed? Ha! Finally, the torment was over. No more living in constant fear. Overwhelmed with joy, Xu Jiānian instinctively tried to pull Jiang Xiaoyu into his arms. But the sharp pain in his waist reminded him he'd been punished again. Ouch! Xiaoyu, you really need to stop that habit of squeezing people's waists. Then can you fix your habit of snoring in your sleep? No. Jiang Xiaoyu looked smugly proud. Then I can't either. Are you being so strict? My snoring doesn't bother you, does it? Still no. And making up comes with conditions. Don't get too excited just yet. What conditions? I need to observe you for a while. If you satisfy me, I'll consider making up. Xu Jiānian gaped. I have to satisfy you? Jiang Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Don't you want to? She recalled the recent atrocities and humiliations she'd endured, bearing his surname while carrying his name, becoming the academic star's boyfriend, a freeloader in classmates' gossip. Worse still, he'd taken her body without her heart a beast. He refused to endure this baseless torture any longer. Without hesitation, he blurted out, I'm willing. Jiang Xiaoyu's lips curved slightly, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Then let's go back. What's all this fuss about? Xu Jiānian hooked an arm around Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder, walking forward with his arm draped over hers. Jiang Xiaoyu dug her fingers into his waist. Xu Jiānian, behave yourself. Haha, back when we were good brothers, this is exactly how we used to get along. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, so he still saw her as a brother, just like before? Xu Jiānian really was childish. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to accept Xu Jiānian as a brother again. Then again, being brothers first wasn't so bad. After all, he'd have to listen to her anyway. In all those CEO romance novels, there were plenty of stories about seducing brothers into bed. If it came down to it, she could just follow suit. At that thought, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her face flush fiercely.
What the hell was she thinking? Pfft, that pig Xu Jiānian couldn't hold a candle to her in any way, and she was actually considering seducing him? Absolutely not. Wait until he satisfies her first. Xiaoyu, my brother and your sister went to the library for their lunch break. Shall we go too? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at her watch. With an hour left before class, she nodded. Let's rest for half an hour then. Huh? You're not keeping your distance anymore? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Xu Jiānian walking beside her and asked. Xu Jiānian moved even closer to Jiang Xiaoyu, practically pressed against her. Who keeps their distance when walking with their brother? More like arm in arm. Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian was being a bit hypocritical. He was the one who used to keep his distance from her no matter what. Now, he was the one who didn't want to keep his distance at all. They soon arrived at the library. Xu Jiānian scouted the area like an intelligence operative, spotting his buddy Duan Xiaochun lurking in a hidden corner, keeping watch over the snoring Lin Kiki. Can't you get your act together? He asked, walking over and patting his shoulder. Duan Xiaochun made a shushing gesture. Spotting Jiang Xiaoyu trailing behind Xu Jiānian, his gossipy curiosity flared, off for a quickie? Get lost. Xu Jiānian punched him square in the chest, sending Duan Xiaochun stumbling backward, nearly falling over. I figured it couldn't happen that fast. Duan Xiaochun rubbed his sore chest, his tone thick with innuendo. Xu Jiānian raised his fist again, looking for a beating? Jiang Xiaoyu found them utterly boring. He edged closer to the tomboy Lin Kiki and mimicked her, slumping over the table pretending to sleep. So now there were two people keeping watch. Hey, did you and Xiaoyu make up? Duan Xiaochang asked with a straight face. Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the girl's slender, fair neck and her exquisitely beautiful profile. Brotherly bonds never break, but I have to make sure she's satisfied. Damn, your Xiaoyu's playing hard to get. She'll have you wrapped around her finger. I told you, you'll never outsmart Jiang Xiaoyu. Fight my ass. We're brothers. Then you'll just have to submit to her, boss. Man, you seem so weak. Getting bullied by a girl until you're begging on your knees. Weak? So be it. Back in 8th grade, I was the one who broke up with her. I'm the one who wronged her. I've always felt guilty about it. Now that she's finally agreed to take me back, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Duan Xiaochang spoke earnestly. You sound like Chen Shimmy. I just fear that once you bow your head, you'll never be able to lift it again. The bystander sees clearly. Duan Xiaochang had long understood the dynamic between Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu. His buddy had always been at a disadvantage, playing the role of the submissive one. He patted his buddy on the shoulder. Old Xu, you'll just have to grin and bear it. Focus on being the best version of yourself and make your little fish happy. Only when she's satisfied will she consider you a good buddy again. Xu Jiānian nodded frantically. As long as we can patch things up, I'll do whatever she asks. You think I haven't thought this through? If I keep going against her, I might not even know how I'll end up. In truth, Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't fallen asleep. Hearing their exchange, the corners of her lips twitched. Xu Jiānian, at least you have some self-awareness. Can't beat me, so you submit? Flexible and adaptable, huh? Chapter 13, unfortunately, brother has no choice. 40 minutes later, Xu Jiānian nudged Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder to wake her. Xiaoyu, it's time. Jiang Xiaoyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. The moment she opened her mouth, Xu Jiānian caught sight of her delicate pink tongue. She quickly covered her mouth and glanced at their legs pressed together under the table. Why are you so close to me? Xu Jiānian was constantly trying to assert his presence around her. Even while she slept, he stayed this close. Did he want her to have nightmares? We're all good now. Why would I want to be a million miles away from you? I haven't agreed yet. But I'm already on the path to getting your consent. I'll even stay by your side while you sleep. Jiang Xiaoyu thought, who needs your company? But said aloud, well then, make sure you behave yourself. Xu Jiānian chuckled, hurry up and get ready. Class is about to start. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, removed the leather headband from her hair, and retied her ponytail. Lin Kiki had also been woken up by their commotion. Opening her eyes, she immediately asked Duan Xiaochang for water. Duan Xiaochang, hand me your water bottle. Duan Xiaochang obediently unscrewed the cap and handed it over. Here, it's lukewarm. Lin Kokoko raised the bottle and gulped down more than half of it in one go. Xu Jiānian was also a bit thirsty, but he wouldn't drink from Duan Xiaochang's water bottle. It wasn't that he disliked Lin Kiki having drunk from it, he was afraid Duan Xiaochang hadn't brushed his teeth that morning. Glancing at the water bottle in Jiang Xiaoyu's backpack, he grabbed it without hesitation and drank straight from it. Jiang Xiaoyu cautioned, Xu Jiānian, don't drink directly from the spout. Relax, I'm not even interested in kissing you indirectly. He knew this water bottle intimately. Jiang Xiaoyu had used it for years. It had a straw, and Jiang Xiaoyu would usually take a few sips when thirsty. He unscrewed the cap, raised the bottle high, and then very precisely tipped it into his mouth, drinking from a distance. This wasn't his first time doing this, and Jiang Xiaoyu was unfazed. Wishful thinking. She was referring to the indirect kissing thing.
Duan Xiaoqiang shot Lin Kiki a subtle glance, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears.
If this counted as an indirect kiss, then hadn't they done it many times before? Seeing Lin Kokoko's rosy lips, Duan Xiaoqiang felt his ears burning. Xu Jiānian noticed his unease, but Lin Kiki acted as if nothing was amiss, casually grabbing Jiang Xiaoyu and heading out. Duan Xiaoqiang followed behind Xu Jiānian. Do you think Cuckoo is a bit aggressive? Xu Jiānian glanced at the two figures ahead, one tall and one short. She certainly is fierce. And you're pretty timid. Duan Xiaoqiang froze. What do you mean? Didn't realize she's the top and you're the bottom? Duan Xiaoqiang wailed. No way. I'm a real man, I can't be at a disadvantage like this. I gotta turn the tables. Well, good luck with that. They soon reached the classroom. Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki were seated in the front 3 rows. Xu Jiānian continued walking toward the back with his height, he needed to sit in the last row. Of course, the back row had its perks like sleeping without a care during class, freely playing with your phone. With the classroom so big, this spot was a blind spot, a no man's land. Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaoqiang adored this no man's land. Jiang Xiaoyu, sharp-eyed, spotted Shinyuro sitting in the 6th row. To her, it seemed obvious Xu Jiānian was heading there for Shinyuro. She hurriedly called out, Xu Jiānian, sit up front so you won't get sleepy during class. Xu Jiānian glanced at Shinyuro, who seemed to be looking at him expectantly. The girl blinked her big eyes at him, looking so pitifully innocent and teary-eyed that he couldn't help but feel sympathy. Plus, no one was sitting next to her. If Jiang Xiaoyu allowed it, he could. He glanced back at Jiang Xiaoyu and sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, Big Brother has no choice. He had no choice but to return to the 3rd row, where Duan Xiaoqiang naturally followed. Thus, the 3rd row became the center of attention. Duan, Xu, Jiang, Lin. The class buzzed with whispers. The top student and her boyfriend are so close. They're inseparable. Wow, they're like a match made in heaven. Jiang Xiaoyu naturally ignored all the gossip. As for Xu Jiānian, aside from feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed when first labeled the top student's boyfriend, he had grown accustomed to it by now. Everyone knew he was a beast who followed his instincts, not his heart. What was there to fear? He felt sitting next to Jiang Xiaoyu was actually a pretty good choice. After all, sitting next to a stranger after all these years felt odd. By the first class, Xu Jiānian was already nodding off. But this spot wasn't exactly conducive to napping. He had his own solution, stacking his books high, pulling his chair back, sliding his hips backward, lowering his posture, and then burying his face in the desk to sleep. Jiang Xiaoyu, who was paying close attention, saw him like this and wanted to jab her finger right through his forehead. But afraid the teacher would notice, she could only punish him under the desk. She stomped hard on his shoe, grinding it down. Xu Jiānian shot his eyes open. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu sighed in exasperation. Is this your so-called change? I was just taking a nap. No way. Sleeping in class is unacceptable behavior. Our reconciliation date is indefinitely postponed. Xu Jiānian was utterly exhausted. He hadn't slept at noon, only keeping watch for Jiang Xiaoyu, and now he was irritable. Passing grades. If we don't make up it all. Jiang Xiaoyu tilted her head, her exquisite features breaking into a sly smile. I'm going to the hospital after school. Xu Jiānian had a bad feeling. That smile of Xiaoyu sent shivers down his spine. To see Xu Mom. Xu Jiānian grew even more fearful. Why see my mom? Jiang Xiaoyu spoke slowly and deliberately. To get an abortion. You forced me to do it. Xu Jiānian shuddered in terror, stammering urgently, No. I'll behave myself. Suddenly energized, he pulled his chair back into place, sat up straight, and continued listening to the lecture. Jiang Xiaoyu's lips curved into a faint smile as she focused intently on the lecture. Xu Jiānian, too, kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, watching the professor with the receding hairline at the lectern. Surprisingly, after Jiang Xiaoyu dropped that bombshell, Xu Jiānian became intensely focused. After listening for a few minutes, he actually managed to fully follow the teacher's train of thought, and the first class passed just like that. Xu Jiānian even found the Mediterranean-haired professor's lecture quite interesting. Stretching lazily, he glanced over and saw Jiang Xiaoyu still taking notes. Her handwriting was neat and elegant, a pleasure to look at. Xu Jiānian glanced at his own notebook, whose pages were cleaner than his own but, and felt a pang of shame. If not for copying Jiang Xiaoyu's notes throughout high school, he might never have made it into Jiangda University. He could have ended up at some third-rate college, drifting aimlessly for 3 years like a useless fish, unable to land a decent job after graduation. He dared not dwell on it further. Now that he was inside Jiangda's gates, he owed it to himself to strive for excellence. Jiang Xiaoyu had given up a prestigious university to accompany him, her older brother, and that thought stirred an indescribable emotion within him. He always felt like he was holding her back. Xiaoyu, you'll keep me in line from now on. Sleeping through class? That'll never happen again. You've come to your senses so quickly? You pushed me pretty hard, didn't you? Jiang Xiaoyu ignored him. After finishing her notes, she took out her phone and started typing something. When he and Duan Xiaoqiang returned from the restroom, they found a new WeChat message on her phone.
It was a message from Abyss Extinction, demanding he use his free time to devour all the popular online novels and then try his hand at writing one himself.
Write a novel? Chapter 14, Catching the Cheater on the Playground. Xu Jiānian scratched his head, feeling uneasy. Xiaoyu, I don't have that kind of talent. How will you know unless you try? But I just don't feel like I can do it. No one is born knowing how to write. It's through hard work that one achieves anything. Besides, you're 19 now. It's time you started earning your own living. I've thought it through. For a student, this is the best path to financial independence. Of course, that's assuming you master your academic field first. Writing to earn a living through royalties was indeed a suitable path for him, but he also felt the pressure was immense. No experience, no writing skills, no material. He was completely in the dark. The obstacles seemed insurmountable. But when he thought of Xiaoyu, who hadn't asked her family for money since she was 12, her annual scholarships alone were enough to cover her living expenses, he felt a pang of shame. He might not be as exceptionally talented as Xiaoyu, but earning a living through writing should be achievable as long as he dedicated himself to learning the craft. Summoning his courage, he said, I think it might be possible. Jiang Xiaoyu offered reassurance, you absolutely can. We'll write together. Xu Jiānian looked surprised. You can write? Or have you written before? Jiang Xiaoyu, no, just like you, a total newbie to web novels. With Jiang Xiaoyu by his side, his confidence soared instantly. Alright, one day we'll dominate the top spots on both the male and female fiction charts and become the big shots of the web novel world. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled, I hope you remember what you said today. The afternoon's 3 classes flew by. At dismissal, the boys called out to Xu Jiānian to play ball. He quickly packed his bag and started to leave. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a sidelong glance. Xu Jiānian, playing ball is fine, but don't forget your main task. Xu Jiānian understood exactly what she meant. Don't worry, I'll be back in half an hour. Wait for me. Basketball, a sport that ignited the boy's passion, had always been Xu Jiānian's favorite. Yet he also knew that in the future, such activities would need to be moderated. He couldn't spend all his time on them. The rest of the time, he needed to study writing with Jiang Xiaoyu. Truthfully, Jiang Xiaoyu wanted nothing more than to leave immediately and avoid waiting for that jerk. But she really wasn't used to squeezing onto the bus alone. Back in high school, she and Xu Jiānian had been together in name only, yet they always rode the bus home together. Though once they reached the school or the entrance to their neighborhood, they would instinctively keep their distance. Now that Xu Jiānian had gone to play basketball, was she really supposed to wait for him for half an hour? What if he wasn't back after half an hour? Wouldn't she have waited for nothing? That guy couldn't control himself once he stepped onto the court. She felt like a downtrodden wife waiting for her husband to come home late, reduced to the dust. She wouldn't give him that satisfaction. Home it was. Just as she finished packing her bag, Lin Kiki rushed in and tugged her arm. Little fish, let's go for a run. I'm going home. So early? What for? Come on, sis will take you to work out. Without another word, she dragged her along. Jiang Xiaoyu was forcibly brought to the playground by Lin Kokoko. She hesitated. Should she call out to Xu Jiānian when she saw him and ask him to walk home together? Soon enough, she spotted that figure dashing across the court. His agile form radiated power, exuding youthful vigor. Fearing Xu Jiānian might spot her and think she was following him, she averted her gaze and ran forward with Lin Kiki. On the court, Xu Jiānian had already noticed Jiang Xiaoyu. They were too familiar with each other. Just one glance at her silhouette was enough for him to recognize her. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was still early. He wondered, Xiaoyu doesn't like running. Did she come here just to wait for me? Jiang Xiaoyu followed Lin Kiki for 2 laps before stopping, panting heavily. When she glanced back at the field, the boys had already dispersed. Xu Jiānian was picking up his backpack at the sidelines, and his movements alone drew a crowd of stares. The girls who had come to watch the game gathered around him. Even girls from his own class approached him, teasing with smiles. Xu, why stop playing? We came just to see you play. Don't tell us you're too scared to play now that the top student is here? Xu Jiānian slung his backpack over his shoulder, his tone unusually light and cheerful. I'm under her command now. The remark left the girls stunned, unsure how to react. They began whispering excitedly to each other. So the top student and Xu Jiānian are actually a thing? Of course it is, he already confessed. I thought it was just the top student's one-sided crush. You saw it yourself. The flower falls willingly, the water flows willingly. Hearing their chatter, Xu Jiānian couldn't help but smile. Why did people keep mistaking him and Jiang Xiaoyu for a couple? The flowing water reciprocates the fallen blossom's affection? Was he really that obvious? He waved off the girls in his class and walked straight toward Jiang Xiaoyu. But he underestimated his charm on the court. Within half an hour, wave after wave of young admirers swarmed him, striking up conversations. Even Duan Shouchang couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the attention. Xu Jiānian. A girl approached and called out to him. Xu Jiānian recognized her as a freshman too, but wondered if he hadn't recognized all the girls in his class yet. Why did this one look somewhat unfamiliar? He asked, are you also in language department class too? Xiaoyu shook her head quickly, tilting her face up to look at Xu Jiānian. Her timid eyes held undisguised admiration. I'm from class 1. I saw you playing basketball during military training. Her words jogged Xu Jiānian's memory.
During military training, the drill instructor had organized a basketball match. The best players from Class 1 and Class 2 were selected to participate, and he was one of them. Of course, he had also led his class to defeat Class 1. That single victory made him famous, capturing the hearts of many girls.
Xu Jiānian glanced at the girl standing before him.
Though she had called out to him, she hadn't made any further advances, just stood there timidly, her presence tinged with a cautious reserve.
Xu Jiānian felt a bit anxious.
Jiang Xiaoyu was watching him like a hawk, and he certainly wasn't in the mood for flirting.
Did you need something?
Xiaoyu glanced at her friends and stammered, they made a bet with me. They want me to ask Xu classmate about his height and his abs.
Xu Jiānian's face twitched involuntarily. He glanced at the group of girls and thought the one in front of him seemed a bit silly. What asked the bet about?
The girls waiting nearby were mostly freshmen, radiating that youthful curiosity and freshness unique to young women. Xu Jiānian had already gained some fame during military training, and after Jiang Xiaoyu had boldly staked her claim, his name had become legendary at Jiangda. This only fueled their curiosity about Xu Jiānian.
What kind of man could make a top student abandon her promising future to chase after him?
That layer of mystery alone was enough to captivate these young girls. So when they heard Xu Jiānian was playing basketball on the court, they came together to see for themselves. Seeing the real deal dominating the court, the girls couldn't help but get excited. Their hands clapped until they turned red, and they couldn't control their fangirl behavior, eager to learn more about their idol.
Xiaoyu, worried Xu Jiānian might grow impatient, whispered, if I can't get your height and abs details, they'll make me buy them breakfast for a month. My allowance isn't enough. Xu Jiānian understood. How could he bear to see such a sweet girl put in such a difficult position?
Glancing at the group of girls, he declared loudly, I'm 192 centimeters tall, and I have 8-pack abs. Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed in astonishment, overwhelmed by his unexpected generosity. After a moment of dazed confusion, she snapped back to reality and thanked him gratefully, thank you. With that, she dashed back toward her friends. The crowd erupted into a buzz of excited chatter. Jiang Xiaoyu clenched her tiny fists in frustration, her cheeks puffing out in anger. She really had come at the right time. Using basketball as an excuse to flirt with young girls. Xu Jiānian really had the nerve to do something like that.
Looks like I'll skip the ball games from now on.
I've got no time to catch cheaters on the court.
Chapter 15, You ride my neck, I carry you running. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Just as she was fuming, Xu Jiānian walked over.
Jiang Xiaoyu was boiling with rage.
Xu Jiānian, I never thought you'd be so unreliable. What happened to the half hour we agreed on? How much over are you? Xu Jiānian checked his watch, it's only 2 minutes short of half an hour. Jiang Xiaoyu. She was furious beyond words. Then what were you doing just now? You saw it playing ball. What happened after you finished playing? Xu Jiānian paused, some girls from our class came to watch me play. We chatted for a bit. Jiang Xiaoyu grew even more displeased. Xu Jiānian, do you think I'm blind? That girl from our class just now? She's from class 1. She's a fan of mine. She called out to me, I couldn't just ignore her, could I? No more. Who knows if she's just trying to hit on you under the guise of chatting. The words were out before she could stop them, and Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly realized her tone was all wrong. Why did it sound so bitter it could make bubbles? What was she doing? A wife accusing her cheating husband? The thought made Jiang Xiaoyu feel uneasy, her heart racing with nervousness. Xu Jiānian choked on his words, Jiang Xiaoyu, you're being so petty. Are you jealous? His question made Jiang Xiaoyu shrink back. Her voice, trembling with the pounding of her heart, sounded unnaturally guilty as she protested weakly, no way. We're trying to break into the online literature world, right? I just don't want you distracted. She continued explaining, playing around will ruin your focus. It'll only extinguish your creative passion. Xu Jiānian chuckled, I feel like spending more time with girls might actually spark my creative fire. Ouch. Stop pinching me. Jiang Xiaoyu struck again. She wouldn't allow him to ignite his creative spark that way. Xu Jiānian dodged her attacks, shielding his soft flesh with his backpack while keeping his feet in check. Jiang Xiaoyu was furious, attacking with both hands and feet, kicking his legs and pinching his waist like a little shrew. He couldn't defend himself. Their intimate movements drew no attention from the onlookers. Watching the top student chase after her crush as they walked away shattered every girl's heart. At the bus stop, Xu Jiānian made no effort to distance himself from Jiang Xiaoyu. Since they were reconciling anyway, pretending not to know each other would just seem pretentious. He poked her soft arm with his finger and asked, how many laps did you run today? 5. Xu Jiānian chuckled. Don't be silly. You couldn't even finish 2 laps. He didn't hold back, exposing her weakness. I remember you've always been terrible at sports, barely scraping by the passing mark every time. Last place in long distance runs, last place in sprints too. It baffles me with your physical condition, how could you even bring yourself to sign up for those events?
Such mockery was undoubtedly rubbing salt into the wound for Jiang Xiaoyu.
She excelled at everything growing up, except for sports.
Xu Jiānian, however, had been a champion in both long distance and short distance running from elementary school through high school, and he truly shone on the basketball court.
He was practically a rising star in sports. As his sworn rival, she was consumed by jealousy and resentment.
She couldn't stand by and let Xu Jiānian steal the spotlight. She had to put him in his place. So, at the sophomore spring sports meet, she confidently signed up for both the long distance and short distance races. The PE teacher gave her a pitying look and kindly warned, "Jiang Xiaoyu, know your limits." But she shrugged it off. "Teacher, as long as I try my best, I'll definitely come in first." The teacher said nothing more, silently adding her name to the roster. She was confident that nothing was beyond her reach with hard work.
And so, after class, she trained relentlessly.
She rose at 5 in the morning to run, and during extracurricular time, she'd run until drenched in sweat on the playground before heading home.
She was confident she could match Xu Jiānian in athletics. "You're the one who always wins first place in both long distance and sprint races, right? You show off your championship trophies in front of me, don't you?
Well, when that time comes, I'll smash those trophies over your head until you're knocked out cold." But effort and results don't always go hand in hand. Unsurprisingly, not only did she fail to win the championship, but she also set the record for coming in last in both the long distance and short distance races.
She was on the verge of breaking down. Xu Jiānian offered insincere consolation. "Jiang Xiaoyu, next time I'll help you run to first place." She asked, "How?" He replied, "You ride on my neck, and I'll carry you while running." Seriously, is that even human speech? When Xu Jiānian brought it up again, Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to tear his mouth off.
If they hadn't been waiting for the bus, she would have lost her temper.
"Xu Jiānian, what's there to be so smug about? Simple-minded and all muscle. Thank goodness I'm not like you."
Xu Jiānian glanced at her short legs with disdain.
"You'd need the right build to be like me. I'm perfectly healthy, why wouldn't I have the capital?"
But her words seemed to lack conviction. "I'm not trying to win any athletic championships.
I just want to exercise moderately." Xu Jiānian retorted, "A strong body helps you study better.
Especially since we'll be pulling all-nighters writing, we need to be in top shape for that." He seized the moment to propose, "You teach me how to write, and I'll teach you how to exercise." This proposal struck a chord with Jiang Xiaoyu.
Without hesitation, she agreed, "It's a deal."
A triumphant smile flashed across Xu Jiānian's eyes. Little Fish had finally taken the bait. He brought up the topic again for a reason.
If Jiang Xiaoyu taught him writing, he'd be at her mercy.
He had no desire to be bossed around like a child all day long. So he decided to turn the tables and find ways to boss her around instead.
That would restore the balance.
If she dared to deliberately make things difficult for him during writing sessions, he'd torment her mercilessly during workouts, gripping her stubby little legs in his hands and snapping them clean off. His gaze drifted downward involuntarily. Beneath Jiang Xiaoyu's knee-length skirt, two slender, pale calves were exposed. In the sunlight, they gleamed, perfectly straight and beautifully shaped. Nah, crushing those calves would be a waste.
Better to just hold them and play with them a bit. And her little feet seemed pretty cute too. "Xu Jiānian, get in the car." Xu Jiānian jumped at Jiang Xiaoyu's shout and scrambled into the vehicle. Avoiding Jiang Xiaoyu's puzzled gaze with a guilty look, he stammered, "The bus, it's pretty crowded."
Damn it, he'd been letting his mind wander earlier. If Jiang Xiaoyu found out what he'd been fantasizing about, she'd probably kick him right off the bike.
"What were you thinking about, Xu Jiānian? Why are you spacing out again?"
Jiang Xiaoyu, still sheltered beneath Xu Jiānian's protective stance, looked up at him.
Xu Jiānian's ears flushed red. "Hee, just thinking about something interesting." "What funny things?" "None of your business."
"Consider this your gesture of reconciliation."
"If you don't tell me, the deadline will be extended." Xu Jiānian was truly fed up.
"Well, earlier at the court, this girl tried to chat me up. Her friends tricked her. They said if she couldn't get my height and abs measurements, she'd have to buy breakfast for a month."
"I thought that was pretty funny."
He could only use that to fob off Jiang Xiaoyu.
Jiang Xiaoyu immediately flew into a rage. "Did you tell her? Xu Jiānian met Jiang Xiaoyu's hostile Blair, doing a good deed?
I couldn't just watch her buy her roommate breakfast for a month."
"Xu Jiānian, you're such a jerk."
For some reason, she intensely disliked girls getting close to him.
Chapter 16, Is she after my money or my looks?
Physical contact was unacceptable, and this deliberate flirting was equally intolerable. Either way, it just felt awkward to her. The thought of Xu Jiānian so readily sharing his height and abs with another girl twisted a knot in her stomach, leaving her deeply uncomfortable. The 10-minute drive to the residential complex passed quickly. Jiang Xiaoyu had been sullen the entire ride and now got out of the car without acknowledging Xu Jiānian.
This puzzled Xu Jiānian.
He quickly caught up and walked beside her.
"What's wrong?"
Jiang Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks indignantly, lecturing him with what she considered his best interests at heart. "If you genuinely want to make up, you're not allowed to interact with other girls from now on, especially those who deliberately strike up conversations. They're usually up to no good. As the saying goes, never harbor malicious intent, but always be wary of others."
There's truth to that. The clueless Xu Jiānian gaped in astonishment. Holy, I'm a grown man. What does she want, my money or my looks? Are you paranoid or something? Jiang Xiaoyu snapped back fiercely. It's just not allowed. Otherwise, the reconciliation deadline gets pushed back indefinitely. I won't give you the time of day even when you're senile. Xu Jiānian obediently shut up. That punishment was a bit harsh. Even though he hated Jiang Xiaoyu, the thought of never speaking to her again, not even when he had dementia, made him feel like he'd suffocate to death in this lifetime. Xu Jiānian's silence made Jiang Xiaoyu assume he'd accepted it. She felt the knot of irritation in her chest begin to unravel. Once inside the elevator, neither spoke. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu's phone buzzed. She hurriedly pulled it out. It was a message from Sue's mom. She and Sue's dad weren't working overtime tonight and had already prepared dinner, waiting for them to come over. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled. You won't have to cook tonight. Xu Jiānian readily agreed. You'll cook for me? Yeah, right. Dream on. Well, you said it. Jiang Xiaoyu lifted her chin with a hint of pride. Su dad and Su mom are back, and they've cooked dinner and are waiting for me. Xu Jiānian. At the entrance, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't head home but walked straight to Xu Jiānian's door, deftly unlocking the keypad. Xu Jiānian's slightly annoyed voice rang out. If anything goes missing from our place, you're the first one I'll suspect. This kid was more at home in his place than he was himself. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted dismissively. Entering the living room, Xu Jiānian deliberately called out loudly to his parents in the kitchen, your precious daughter is back. Hurry over to greet her. Jiang Xiaoyu obediently set down her backpack and walked to the kitchen doorway to greet Su dad and Su mom. Mr. Su, back from your business trip? Mr. Su smiled warmly. I'm back. Let's have a proper gathering today. Mrs. Su, you must be exhausted from all the overtime these past few days? Oh my, it's been exhausting. We've had an unusually high number of patients lately, and our emergency department has been so busy we barely had time to eat. Then rest well after dinner. Is the water heater on? I'll turn it on so you can have a hot bath later. Alright. Little fishy always thinks of everything. Go ahead and turn it on, I completely forgot about that. Jiang Xiaoyu headed into her parents' bedroom. Xu Jiānian watched this scene silently. After a moment, he asked helplessly, Mom and Dad, were you both there when I was born? Su dad didn't understand why he asked that and hurriedly replied, of course we were there. I stayed awake all night watching over you and your mother. Xu Jiānian replied earnestly, then is it possible that Grandpa and Grandma were extremely biased toward sons? Did you feel forced to switch me with Jiang Xiaoyu? Understanding his implication, Su's mother chuckled. What are you thinking? You're 3 years older than Xiaoyu. Stop teasing your father. He's just upset we neglected you in favor of Jiang Xiaoyu. Is that something a real man should be holding a grudge about? Xu Jiānian snorted coldly. So you knew about this all along? You little rascal. A mother knows her son best. What don't I know? Your Jiang parents are rarely home. Xiaoyu grew up with us since she was little. She's no different from your own sister. Just be more generous and stop dwelling on these things. Oh, well, whether you're magnanimous or not, there's nothing you can do about it. Xiaoyu is a girl, so naturally your father and I have to show her a little more care. Xu Jiānian. Tonight's dinner spread was lavish. Platters of dishes, large and small, filled the expansive dining table. Xu Jiānian was counting them: oil-braised shrimp, steamed fish, sea clams, braised lion's head meatballs, corn and pork rib soup. Just then, his mom spoke up, little fish, it's all your favorite foods. Even the slow-cooked soup is your favorite corn and pork rib soup. Jiang Xiaoyu understood immediately and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Dad and Mom Su. Xu Jiānian lost interest in counting the dishes and grabbed his chopsticks, digging in heartily. Since the meal was tailored to Jiang Xiaoyu's tastes, he might as well eat more and leave her with little. Xu Jiānian ate like a whirlwind, as if in a huff. Su dad and Su mom were both stunned. Had their son been starving for days? Seeing Xu Jiānian wolfing down his food, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly felt her own appetite surge. She even resorted to little tricks, snatching food from his plate. Unfortunately, no matter how much she snatched, she couldn't keep up with Xu Jiānian. After finishing a small bowl of rice and 2 pieces of spare ribs, she gradually fell behind. Xu Jiānian, on the other hand, only grew more voracious. He chewed in big bites, and you could even hear him swallow his food. Under normal circumstances, she would have mocked Xu Jiānian for his unrefined eating habits, but now she found him quite manly. Nothing like those TV pretty boys with their makeup and delicate gestures, acting all effeminate and making people uncomfortable. But Xu Jiānian was acting strangely tonight. He'd only played basketball for half an hour, it couldn't have burned that much energy. Why was he eating so heartily? It almost felt like he was fighting for every bite. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but giggle softly. Her voice was soft and sweet, yet crisp and clear. Xu Jiānian turned his head to look at her, finding Jiang Xiaoyu staring at him with wide, round eyes. Her long, curled lashes framed her face like a docile kitten. Her smile lit up her features, shedding the haughty arrogance of the day and revealing an indescribable cuteness. This was the first time Xu Jiānian had seen Jiang Xiaoyu smile so brightly, and he couldn't resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. He wondered if doing so would result in Jiang Xiaoyu pinching his waist until it turned red. But then he remembered how she'd played the innocent lamb in front of her parents for so many years she wouldn't ruin that image. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he acted on it. He brushed the back of his finger lightly against her cheek, touching and withdrawing in an instant. The sensation was incredible, soft, smooth, like tender, delicious tofu. Jiang Xiaoyu only felt Xu Jiānian's hand brush against her cheek. Her expression darkened instantly, and she shot him a fierce glare. Xu Jiānian quickly explained, "You had a grain of rice on your face. I just brushed it off." Before Jiang Xiaoyu could react, he quickly changed the subject. "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at how you eat like a tiger." "Care to compare?" "What's there to compare?" "I'm afraid of getting fat." "Put." He glanced at her slender waist, pursing his lips in disdain. Her waist was so narrow he could cup it in one hand, yet she ate less than a cat. "Afraid of gaining weight?" Su Mom said, "Xiaoyu, eat more. You don't need to diet." Dad Su added, "When we're working late, you don't need to cook separate meals. Just eat together. Seeing how much your brother eats might even inspire you to have seconds." I ended up eating half a bowl more today. Su Mom surveyed the table strewn with empty bowls and plates, admiring her son's appetite. "How wonderful. No need to worry about leftovers. That saves us trouble." Xu Jiānian, are they raising him like a pig? Chapter 17, No Mother-in-Law Daughter-in-Law Conflict. After dinner, Xu Jiānian sat on the sofa, rubbing his stuffed belly as he watched his mom and Jiang Xiaoyu clean up the mess. It was still early evening. The fading sunlight cast a warm glow on the petite figure as she methodically placed dishes into the sink, slipped on gloves, and began washing them. His mother, surprisingly, became the helper. The scene struck Xu Jiānian as overwhelmingly heartwarming. He even began to let his imagination run wild. During the spring festival at his maternal grandmother's house, his aunt and mother had complained about their sister-in-law, discussing how difficult mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships could be. They insisted he find someone he knew well, so his mother wouldn't struggle as a mother-in-law. If Jiang Xiaoyu became his wife, mother-in-law conflicts would be virtually non-existent. Jiang Xiaoyu's dependence on and concern for his parents surpassed even his own. Sometimes he couldn't help but feel a strange illusion that Jiang Xiaoyu was the real biological child of his parents, while he was merely the son-in-law they had brought into the family. "What are you doing?" A slap on the head made him look up to see his mother glaring at him. "Xiaoyu's already done so much work, and you're sitting around like a big shot waiting to be served. Hurry up and slice the watermelon, arrange it on a plate, and bring it over. Let Xiaoyu have some later." Xu Jiānian rubbed his aching head and reluctantly stood up. "Mom, she just likes to show off. If you and Dad weren't home, all this work would fall on me. Don't let appearances fool you. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Hurry downstairs and fetch the watermelon. Your dad and I have work tomorrow, so we need to rest early. You'll mop the floor later. You don't want your own daughter to do it? Doesn't she do enough already?" Xu Jiānian had no choice but to go downstairs and haul the watermelon up from the storage room. He was about to head to the kitchen to slice it when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu had already gone back inside. Mom and Dad were asleep too. So was he going to eat the watermelon himself? Better find Xiaoyu to share it. Carrying the watermelon, he knocked on the door. Jiang Xiaoyu was busy with something and didn't answer. No choice. He entered the passcode himself, and the door swung open instantly. The living room was empty. Just as Xu Jiānian was about to call out, he suddenly heard the sound of running water. He listened carefully. The sound came from Jiang Xiaoyu's bedroom. She must be taking a shower. He carried the watermelon to the kitchen, sliced it in half, stuck a spoon in each half, and brought them out. Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't emerged yet. Out of respect for her hard work, he decided to wait for her to join him. After standing in the living room for a moment, he noticed the clothes still hanging on the balcony. Xu Jiānian decided to help out and bring in Jiang Xiaoyu's laundry. But upon reaching the balcony, he hesitated. The clothesline held Jiang Xiaoyu's skirts, shirts, shorts, and several pieces of underwear. Xu Jiānian couldn't quite control his eyes. Glancing toward the bedroom where Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't emerged yet, he found himself staring a little longer at those dainty, delicate pieces of lingerie. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to favor girlish pink underwear. Several pieces were all pink, clean and crisp, with similar styles. The main structure of the small bra resembled a raised pouch, entirely encircled by lace trim, looking quite pretty. But what purpose could this little thing possibly serve on Jiang Xiaoyu's flat chest? Protection? Or support? It seemed her chest couldn't even fill out the puffy little pouch. Whether due to her young age or some other reason, Jiang Xiaoyu appeared somewhat underdeveloped. Compared to the other girls in class with their ample cleavage and pronounced curves, hers looked like tiny little buns. Xu Jiānian was intently studying Jiang Xiaoyu's small underwear when the bedroom door swung open. The moment she saw Xu Jiānian, Jiang Xiaoyu nearly screamed, "Xu Jiānian, what are you doing here?" Caught red-handed, Xu Jiānian quickly suppressed his lewd thoughts and approached Jiang Xiaoyu with an ingratiating smile. "You're one to talk. I've been waiting for you to come out and eat watermelon.
He gestured toward the watermelon on the coffee table and glanced at his watch.
It's been 40 minutes already. Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't so easily fooled. She pressed him, then why did you go to the balcony?
Xu Jiānian froze, his guard instantly raised to maximum alert. If he told Jiang Xiaoyu he'd been staring at her underwear for over 10 minutes, she'd definitely push him off the balcony and create a murder scene.
No way. He had to lie his way out of this fast. I was just looking out for you, checking if it might rain. If it did, I'd stay here with you. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the balcony in the evening light.
The setting sun cast a warm glow, revealing clear skies.
She shot Xu Jiānian a skeptical glance. You're being this kind?
Of course.
Isn't that what brothers do for their sisters?
He knew dwelling on this topic would only dig up more embarrassing thoughts, so he quickly pushed the watermelon toward her.
Eat up before it loses all its moisture.
Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the huge slice of watermelon Xu Jiānian had cut and frowned.
Did you have to cut such a big piece? Can you even finish it? Xu Jiānian plopped down across from her with a carefree air. Why wouldn't I? If you can't finish it, just leave it for me.
Jiang Xiaoyu was flabbergasted. I have no idea how your stomach works.
After eating so much dinner, you can still polish off all this watermelon? Xu Jiānian flexed his muscular arm, showing it off like a trophy. If I couldn't eat this much, where would all this muscle come from? Jiang Xiaoyu eyed the small rolls of flesh bulging on his arms. She desperately wanted to touch them. They must be rock hard, right?
But glancing at her own slender arms, she felt a pang of hurt and silently lowered her head to eat her watermelon. Xu Jiānian quickly reverted to his usual carefree demeanor, his eyes like searchlights constantly lingering on Jiang Xiaoyu's chest and pert little bottom, silently calculating the area covered by her small bra and underwear.
Of course, the moment Jiang Xiaoyu looked up, he'd instantly avert his gaze and change the subject. Little fish, is it tasty? Jiang Xiaoyu gave a straightforward reply, it's juicy enough, but not sweet enough.
With that, she stood up and went to the kitchen, fetching a sugar bowl. She scooped 2 spoonfuls and sprinkled a layer of sugar over both her and Xu Jiānian's watermelon slices. Jiang Xiaoyu crouched beside Xu Jiānian, evenly distributing the sugar over the watermelon until every round slice was coated.
Xu Jiānian waited calmly, catching the faint, sweet scent of a young woman drifting through the air. While Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't paying attention, I took a big, satisfying puff. So fragrant. Xiaoyu's shower gel smells amazing.
Jiang Xiaoyu put the candy back in the kitchen and returned to find Xu Jiānian still hadn't eaten.
She was puzzled. Why haven't you eaten yet?
Xu Jiānian composed himself, scooped a spoonful into his mouth, chewed it, and found it sweet enough to make him gag. It's too sweet, but also so delicious.
Little fish, I never knew you were such a foodie. Jiang Xiaoyu scooped some with her spoon too. The sweet, refreshing taste was irresistible. Unfortunately, she didn't have a big appetite. After a few bites, she felt full. She wanted to offer the watermelon to Xu Jiānian but feared the gesture might be, well, something like an indirect kiss. She stared at the large piece of watermelon, troubled. Xu Jiānian noticed the faint blush on her lips, stained with a hint of watermelon pulp. His fingers twitched, tempted to wipe it away for her. But hesitation washed over him. They weren't quite at that level of intimacy yet. Chapter 18, does this count as an indirect kiss? Yet watching her speak with watermelon pulp smeared on her lips was unbearable. He pondered how to remove the pulp from her lips. He recalled scenes from idol dramas where such moments conveniently provided the male lead with an excuse, the shameless protagonist leaning in to lick the residue from the female lead's lips, then naturally sealing her mouth with his own. The suggestive atmosphere would instantly reach its peak, and the leads would naturally end up rolling around in bed. Holy! That scene was thrilling. Xu Jiānian felt his blood surge from his own wild fantasies, suddenly wanting to try it himself. He looked at the girl before him, eager to act. But as he leaned toward Jiang Xiaoyu, he suddenly realized what he was about to do. His body jerked in shock, and he slammed on the brakes. Then, as if nothing had happened, he reached out to wipe the melon pulp off her lips, a move that was decidedly abrupt. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, shooting him a displeased glare. What the hell are you doing? He forced himself to stay calm. There was some pulp. Sorry, OCD. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't think much of it, recalling how he'd wiped rice grains off her during meals before. She looked at him, not quite embarrassed. Oh. She felt a bit embarrassed. Eating rice grains stuck to her cheek. Eating watermelon, the pulp stuck to her lips. How unrefined could she possibly be to make such a mistake? Plus, having that idiot Xu Jiānian clean up after her twice in one night? She was seriously embarrassed. Okay. But honestly, this guy's repeated attempts to be helpful were actually pretty satisfying. Jiang Xiaoyu sheepishly wiped her mouth with a wet wipe, carefully checking her appearance before asking Xu Jiānian, any more? Xu Jiānian's expression remained impassive as he nonchalantly fiddled with his phone. His eyelashes cast a shadow over his lower eyelid, concealing the turmoil that threatened to spill over. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu call out, he glanced up at her face and feigned composure. Nope, all clean now. Heaven knew how agonizing this moment was for him. How could he have just thought about doing that with this brat? Had he lost his mind? Xu Jiānian? Jiang Xiaoyu brought over a laptop and opened a website.
First download this site, then download it on your phone too. Read the top-ranked novel there to figure out what genre you're actually suited for before you start writing.
Xu Jiānian thought of that wildly popular webcomic, I'm suited for urban fiction, right? But there are so many subgenres: rich tycoon, doctor-turned-healer, reincarnation, romance fluff. Romantic fluff. So sure? Jiang Xiaoyu didn't believe Xu Jiānian, a straight guy, could write good romance.
She cautioned, based on your actual situation, someone with zero romantic sensibility like you would struggle to write good romance.
Girls are better at this kind of writing. It's just to earn some living expenses. Don't make it sound like we're researching atomic bombs.
Jiang Xiaoyu said solemnly, you have to choose your genre carefully.
Xu Jiānian stubbornly insisted, I'm writing this one. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed helplessly, fine, have it your way. Don't cry when you fail. I'm not that fragile. For some reason, seeing Jiang Xiaoyu concede lifted Xu Jiānian's spirits.
It felt like drinking ice-cold soda on a sweltering day, so refreshing it made him bubble with delight. Xu Jiānian curled his lips, about to say something else, but upon catching Jiang Xiaoyu's slightly angry expression, he raised his hands in surrender.
I meant I won't fail. Apologize. What? Who do you think you are? Xu Jiānian, could you please not speak so rudely?
He rubbed his jaw and explained, it's just a habit, it just slips out without thinking. Jiang Xiaoyu fumed, apologize, or else we're not making up until you get Alzheimer's.
Xu Jiānian quickly cut her off, stop. I apologize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used that language. Oomph.
Jiang Xiaoyu snorted with great force, then immediately turned her head and strutted off to the bathroom like a little rooster who'd just won a fight, neck held high. Xu Jiānian muttered under his breath, damn it, you almost peed your pants just to make me apologize.
Was it really worth it?
Jiang Xiaoyu, desperate to pee, hadn't heard Xu Jiānian's grumbling. When she emerged from the bathroom, she saw Xu Jiānian had finished all his watermelon and even polished off every last bit of hers.
She instantly felt uneasy.
Her saliva was on that watermelon. Seeing the discarded rind in the trash bag, her face flushed slightly.
Did that count as an indirect kiss? Xu Jiānian hadn't noticed any of this. He was sitting quietly on the sofa reading a novel. He'd already downloaded that website onto his phone and was reading the urban fiction genre he wanted to write.
Jiang Xiaoyu sat silently beside him, pulling out her phone to search for novels she wanted to read.
Xu Jiānian suddenly leaned over. What genre do you want to write? Empress. Ha?
It's alternate history, the love-hate relationship between an empress and eunuchs.
Xu Jiānian had read such novels before and was puzzled why Jiang Xiaoyu would choose this genre.
Wait, do you have a particular fetish?
What do you mean, special tastes?
Xu Jiānian spread her legs wide, like, these stories have a lot of descriptions of male anatomy.
If they get really detailed, they might even describe a man's urination organ. Do you know what it looks like? Or do you want to see mine first before writing it? Jiang Xiaoyu's mind exploded with a thunderous roar, her embarrassment and anger flaring to the point of detonation. How could this pig of a man say something like that?
It completely shattered her worldview. Yet in this situation, she refused to show weakness.
Steeling herself, she pressed, are you willing to help me? Xu Jiānian's legs shot together in fright. No, please spare me. You could just skim over that part when you write it. You're a female author, why not stick to writing domineering CEO romances? Why choose to write this kind of female emperor castration story?
Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a touch of pride, because I want to be that high and mighty empress.
I love the feeling of everyone bowing down to me. How domineering. Oomph. Silence fell.
After reading for half an hour, Xu Jiānian spoke again, I'll wake you up at 6 tomorrow morning.
Why so early? Running. I'm in charge of your fitness.
Jiang Xiaoyu, I don't even get up this early for ancestral worship.
Xu Jiānian, then you clearly don't respect your ancestors. I'm punishing you with 10 laps tomorrow morning.
Jiang Xiaoyu protested, I didn't make you stay up reading until midnight either. Seeing her bristling like this, Xu Jiānian found it quite amusing, you could have asked.
I can stay up late. Jiang Xiaoyu, we made a deal, writing is your domain, exercise is mine. You don't regret it, do you? Like I'd go back on my word? It's just running. I'll see it through. Then it's settled. I'm going to bed. Hold on. You're reading until 11 tonight. I want to see your first draft in a month. That soon?
You're the one who made me get up at 6 a.m. to run. So now we're keeping each other in check. So we'll keep each other in check and improve together. Xu Jiānian reluctantly sat back down on the sofa and began reading intently.
Chapter 19, The Turtle Runs Faster Than You. You know what?
Once I started watching, I couldn't tear myself away.
For hours, he was completely absorbed in the story, unable to tear himself away. When Jiang Xiaoyu called him to bed, he was still engrossed. He slowly carried his phone back to his own place, lay down on the bed, and only when exhaustion made his eyes heavy did he drift off, clutching his phone. That night, he had a dream. He became the male lead, entangled in a passionate embrace with the female protagonist from the book.
The dream was so utterly perfect that he didn't want to wake up, even after the alarm had been ringing for ages. Finally, he muttered a curse under his breath and slowly opened his eyes. He lay silently for 5 minutes, gradually recalling why he needed to wake up at 6 a.m. His expression shifted involuntarily from anger to delight. This morning he was supposed to accompany that annoying little brat to the park for exercise. The thought of Jiang Xiaoyu enduring 40 agonizing minutes under his tyranny brought unexpected satisfaction. Today was the first day, and as the instructor, he certainly couldn't be late. After a quick wash, Xu Jiānian appeared at Jiang Xiaoyu's door 5 minutes later, looking sharp and energetic. Jiang Xiaoyu was dressed in a black tank top and shorts. Xu Jiānian froze, planning to be a nightwalker? Jiang Xiaoyu casually closed the door. What night owl? Let's go already. We're already 5 minutes late. Truthfully, Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't dared mention that she detested dark-colored clothes. But considering how sweaty running would make her in this heat, and how light-colored clothes showed dirt easily, she'd reluctantly chosen the black shorts and tank top. Xu Jiānian wore a tracksuit, a sleeveless tank top with straps across the shoulders, leaving both arms completely exposed, paired with shorts so short they barely covered the upper part of his knees. This guy was seriously flashy. In the elevator, Jiang Xiaoyu found herself avoiding Xu Jiānian's gaze. His outfit made her feel uneasy. His arms were strong and muscular, with smooth, defined lines. And those powerful arms were pressed right up against her thin little arms. The contrast was stark and painful to behold. If a stranger stood next to her like this, she'd bolt out the door without a second thought. It felt way too unsafe. Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent the entire time, which puzzled Xu Jiānian. His gaze lifted from her pale, slender calves, shifting slightly upward. This deliberate silence carried an unspoken hint of intimacy, constantly reminding them of how close they were. How come you're up so early? He asked, searching for something to say. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You're one to talk. If I hadn't gotten up early, would you have been late? I woke you up. But I waited 20 minutes before you finally came to wake me up. Did you get up at the last minute? Xu Jiānian didn't deny it. As long as we're not late. Today we'll run for 40 minutes first, then come back to shower and change, grab lunch at the little restaurant, and head to school. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted in protest. We were 5 minutes late. You need to wake me up earlier next time. The neighborhood bordered a park and they soon arrived. At a glance, many elderly people were already exercising, while a few opera enthusiasts warmed up their voices with high-pitched "Iwa! Ah-ya" cries, creating a lively atmosphere. Xu Jiānian did a few warm-up stretches and had Jiang Xiaoyu copy him. Jiang Xiaoyu complied, though her stretches were rather half-hearted, looking as listless as someone who hadn't eaten enough. Stop being so coy, stretch your limbs properly. Xu Jiānian called out. Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't being coy, but she simply lacked the strength. She couldn't manage to crack her back like Xu Jiānian did with a satisfying crunch. Xu Jiānian walked over to correct her posture, then had her stretch her arms again before they began jogging. Xu Jiānian led the way, with Jiang Xiaoyu close behind. At first, she kept pace, but the park's track was too long. By the end of one lap, she was already exhausted. Gasping for breath, she inhaled the rich scent of lush vegetation. The small bamboo grove was particularly dewy, and the air was heavy with moisture. Jiang Xiaoyu found the air quite pleasant. She stopped and scanned the area for Xu Jiānian. Not seeing him immediately, she even suspected he had left. Just as she was about to mutter a few complaints under her breath, she felt a heavy thump on her shoulder. Turtles run faster than you. Jiang Xiaoyu jumped in fright, utterly stunned that Xu Jiānian had appeared behind her. You scared the life out of me. Don't you make any sound when you walk? Xu Jiānian was already drenched in sweat, his jersey clinging tightly to his body. Jiang Xiaoyu could even make out the outline of 2 small pimples on his chest. She quickly averted her gaze from his damp chest and looked toward the small bamboo grove beside the track. Xu Jiānian spoke up. Jiang Xiaoyu, don't try to slack off. I've run 5 laps, and you've only done 1. You figure it out. What do you mean, you decide? Are you seriously expecting me to run 5 laps too? Seeing Xu Jiānian's insufferably smug expression, and remembering that he was the one who'd dragged her out of her cozy bed to run in the park, her mood instantly soured. Adopting a what-the-hell attitude, she sat down on a nearby lounge chair without a second thought. Xu Jiānian. Jiang Xiaoyu, don't give me the dead pig fearing no boiling water look. You're under my supervision now. If I tell you to run, you run. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed even more fiercely. She was determined to have a proper discussion with him about the true meaning of physical exercise. Besides, if he forced her to run again, she'd give him a lecture on the consequences of bullying a weak woman, making his conscience ache. Xu Jiānian, exercise is a series of movements within one's capabilities. Forcing someone like this is pointless. Who did he think she was? Jiang Xiaoyu? How proud she was. Unless she chose to do something herself, no one could force her into anything. Last night, he'd been so engrossed in his novel that she'd had to call him to bed. Little did she know that Mr. Big Pighead would repay her kindness with ingratitude. Then let's call it a day. Knowing her stamina was low, Xu Jiānian didn't press the issue, dismissing it with a casual remark. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, feeling a rare twinge of shame at her petty thoughts, when Xu Jiānian added, "We'll make up for it tomorrow."
Jiang Xiaoyu. She knew it. How could Xu Jiānian be that kind?
Now that she was finally in his hands, he wouldn't rest until he wore her down to her knees begging for mercy.
Jiang Xiaoyu tried to reason with her instructor. Teachers should tailor exercise goals to their students' abilities.
At the very least, we should work within our limits.
Teacher Su, I didn't force you to finish the manuscript immediately. Don't try to blackmail me with that. This is exercise time, I'm in charge.
Xu Jiānian silently rejoiced that he'd suggested working out together, otherwise, he'd be the only one suffering.
Last night, Jiang Xiaoyu had kept him up until midnight.
Though he'd gotten completely absorbed in the story later on, getting to bed early was out of the question.
Power in hand, not to be wasted.
So he intended to leverage his position to return the pain Jiang Xiaoyu had inflicted upon him. Now they were mutually supervising and restraining each other, but he dared not go too far.
Otherwise, Jiang Xiaoyu would double down on her revenge tonight. Chapter 20, Badminton Club Recruitment.
Back home, after a quick shower, Xu Jiānian knocked on the door next door again.
Jiang Xiaoyu was much slower.
Seeing no response, he guessed she hadn't finished showering yet. He had no choice but to open the door himself.
The bedroom door was open. Jiang Xiaoyu must be in a hurry too. He sat in the living room waiting patiently. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyu finally emerged from the bathroom.
She changed into her school uniform, a white knee-length skirt. Her bare arms were slender and snow-white, her skin glowing with a fresh, rosy hue from the bath. As she walked, the hem of her skirt rippled like lake water with each step. The cinched waist accentuated her youthful, graceful curves.
Xu Jiānian, hurry up and grab my backpack. We're going to be late. Jiang Xiaoyu rushed to the entryway, frantically slipping on her shoes.
At that moment, she truly had no energy to dwell on Xu Jiānian's trespassing.
Xu Jiānian glanced at his watch. It's only 7:20.
Classes start at 8:20, we have 20 minutes for breakfast, plus 10 minutes for the bus.
We'll get to school by 7:50. How are we late? I need to stop by the student council office.
There's something we need to discuss, Jiang Xiaoyu explained while crouching down to tie her shoelaces.
Xu Jiānian gave a non-committal "oh," having forgotten that Jiang Xiaoyu had been elected head of the academic affairs department.
He hooked her backpack over his shoulder and waited for her to stand up before walking out the door one after the other. All the way down the elevator, her rich body scent lingered in his nostrils, a blend of shower gel and fruity notes, utterly delightful. Only when they reached the small restaurant did Jiang Xiaoyu take her backpack from Xu Jiānian's hand, and they stepped inside together.
Uncle Zhang greeted them cheerfully. Xu and his girlfriend together? Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu both froze, then exchanged a glance. Xu Jiānian hurriedly explained, Uncle Zhang, no.
Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaoyu claimed a table and called out to him, Xu Jiānian, hurry up.
Don't be late. Xu Jiānian gave Uncle Zhang an awkward smile. Uncle Zhang, the usual. He turned back to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what do you have? 2 eggs and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. Got it, old lady. Bring Xiao Su and his girlfriend their food. Xu Jiānian.
Forget it, no point explaining. Jiang Xiaoyu was wiping down the chairs with a damp cloth. She wore a white dress today and feared any stains on the chairs might transfer to her skirt, especially on such a hot day, when sweat could easily soil the white fabric.
Xu Jiānian plopped down casually in the chair across from her, a hint of disdain in his voice. Jiang Xiaoyu, you're being way too particular, aren't you? Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a glance. Xu Big Pighead was wearing a black tank top and baggy black shorts today, clearly not worried about staining his clothes. Try wearing white yourself. Here, wipe down the table.
As she spoke, she handed him a wet wipe. Xu Jiānian grabbed her hand. A tingling sensation shot from her fingertips straight to her heart. Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her long lashes, hiding a flicker of embarrassment and annoyance in her eyes, and pulled her hand away.
This guy was always so reckless. If there weren't so many people eating here, she'd be pinching his waist again. Xu Jiānian was also startled.
He had indeed meant to grab the wet wipe, but the small wipe was too tiny for his large hand, causing him to accidentally grab hers instead.
However, Jiang Xiaoyu's small hands were smooth and soft, feeling truly wonderful.
Her fingertips were slender and pale, her nails neatly trimmed and clean, revealing faint white crescents at the tips. He stared at Jiang Xiaoyu's hands for a moment until she sat down and shot him a glare. Only then did he clear his throat awkwardly.
Let's eat. We need to hurry to school after this. Aren't you going to the student council meeting? Then you better hurry too. You ordered so much food, don't make me wait for you. No worries, I eat fast.
Xu Jiānian grabbed a meat bun and began devouring it in big bites.
Jiang Xiaoyu watched helplessly as Xu Jiānian wolfed down a mountain of food, setting his chopsticks down almost simultaneously with hers. She couldn't help but remark, Dad, Xu was right, watching you eat could cure anorexia.
But I haven't seen you eat much either. A bowl of kanji and 2 eggs wouldn't even fill my teeth.
The books say 2 eggs provide enough nutrition for the whole day. Eating more is pointless. That's nonsense.
If I ate as little as you do in the morning, I'd be skin and bones by now.
How would I play badminton or lead my club as president? Why does it feel like you're bragging about being elected club president? Heh, what's there to brag about?
I've won so many medals in badminton tournaments from first grade all the way through senior year, it's nothing new to me. Though he said this, he couldn't help feeling proud inside.
Jiang Xiaoyu, aren't you the head of the academic affairs department? I'm not half bad either.
Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't stand his bragging and urged him, hurry up and catch the bus.
We're going to be late. He felt a bit resentful. Xu Jiānian's athletic talent was just too impressive from elementary school to high school. He'd racked up every possible sports award. Badminton, volleyball, basketball, running, long jump. Wow! A true sports star.
Because of this, right after college started, he was selected as the freshman department head of Jiangda's sports department and concurrently appointed as the president of the badminton club, all thanks to his impressive resume. Even she, the head of the academic affairs department, was green with envy. Soon after arriving at school, Jiang Xiaoyu handed her backpack to Xu Jiānian, asking him to take it to the classroom while she hurried to the student union. As Xu Jiānian walked down the hallway, he was suddenly stopped by a girl. He recognized her. It was the girl from class 1 who had asked him about his height and abs just a few days ago.
Xiaoyu looked at him shyly. President Xu, may I join the badminton club? Xu Jiānian lowered his gaze, amused by the sweet, soft little thing before him. Ever since high school, girls had often used opportunities to strike up conversations with him. Xu Jiānian had long grown accustomed to it. His extraordinary physical abilities had made him shine in numerous athletic competitions, earning him the title of sports star. It was safe to say Xu Jiānian was a prominent figure throughout high school. Wherever he appeared, he was always the center of attention. However, upon entering university, his fame skyrocketed due to his relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu. But being labeled the boyfriend of the top student didn't overshadow Xu Jiānian's own brilliance. With his striking looks and a naturally charismatic, devilishly charming aura, especially when he adopted that carefree, nonchalant demeanor, he effortlessly drew in many girls who were purely attracted to his appearance. Want to join the badminton club? Xu Jiānian's tone carried a lazy, flirtatious nonchalance. Are you trying to check out my height and abs, or?
He leaned in, tucking a strand of hair behind Xiaoyu's ear with a raised eyebrow and a mischievous grin.
Or maybe you just want to get up close and personal with me?
Xiaoyu froze at his sudden movement and irreverent tone, her body flushing hot. Guilty, she lowered her head, about to explain, when a boy swiftly walked over and slung his arm around Xu Jiānian's shoulder.
Let's go.
Watch out for trouble, your girlfriend might beat you up if you flirt too much.
Xu Jiānian's eyebrow twitched. Mind your own business. She's just a classmate wanting to join the badminton club. Duan Xiaocheng beamed with excitement.
Boss, the badminton club is full of girls.
You can use your position to flirt with them. Xu Jiānian immediately grew serious. We're discussing business here. Cut the nonsense.
Turning to Xiaoyu, he said, the badminton club just started recruiting new members. If you're interested in joining, just sign up at the club office after school this afternoon.
With that, he hooked arms with Duan Xiaocheng and walked off. Chapter 21, The Real Intent Lies Elsewhere. Boss, you and Little Fish are both in the student union. Your sports department head, she's academic affairs head. You two are both in office now. As your advisor, I'm seriously jealous. Isn't your Lin Kiki also in the sports department?
Just a deputy director, Duan Xiaocheng replied, feeling a hint of pride in sharing in the glory.
Xu Jiānian scoffed coldly, you didn't even get elected as a club president. How dare you talk about others? Can't you tell I'm proud of her?
Boss, now that Lin Keek's in sports affairs, guys will be buzzing around her like flies.
Get me in too, at least I can keep an eye on things. Xu Jiānian glanced at Duan Xiaocheng's stick-thin frame. Be my assistant. Just follow me around. Duan Xiaocheng felt a little hurt. Boss, I'm serious. Xu Jiānian, I'm serious too.
With your physique, you're only fit to be a regular member.
You actually want to be president and teach people badminton?
Plus, you're an undercover agent who got turned.
And you're head over heels? I feel embarrassed for you. Xu Jiānian meant every word. Duan Xiaocheng had been sent to infiltrate Lin Keek's circle to uncover details about Jiang Xiaoyu's college application. Instead of gathering intelligence, he'd been recruited by Jiang Xiaoyu's right-hand woman, Lin Kiki. The thought of it left Xu Jiānian feeling utterly defeated.
Stuck with a teammate as useless as a pig, even the most brilliant leader like him was useless.
Duan Xiaocheng sounded even more aggrieved.
I did it for you.
Cut it out.
You used your position for personal gain and snagged a girlfriend.
You should be thrilled. The two arrived at the classroom as they spoke. Xu Jiānian didn't sit in the front row this time.
With Jiang Xiaoyu absent, he wanted to savor this rare moment of freedom. Walking to the back row, he tossed his backpack onto the desk and shouted with a touch of swagger, badminton club recruitment.
Anyone interested can sign up here.
I'm doing this for our class. Students from other classes have to sign up at the student council office.
Duan Xiaocheng chimed in, sign up now. Sign up now. Open to all genders, just bring your passion. 2 or 3 boys approached, their enthusiasm lukewarm, their voices flat. Old Xu, count me in. Old Xu, put my name down. Old Xu, we're doing this for your sake. Otherwise, who'd want to play badminton in this heat? It's not like we're crazy. Xu Jiānian looked at these guys, neither confirming nor denying. Truth be told, Xu Jiānian really wanted to recruit a few girls. It wasn't about abusing his position to flirt, it was because mixed-gender teams played with more energy. After all, don't they say mixed teams work better? Besides, the club's goal was to recruit 60 members and select a few top players for the fall college games. With only these few guys signed up, that goal was looking tough to hit. Xu Jiānian noticed that several girls were eager to join but hesitated to approach. He called out to the guys, move aside ladies first. The girls actually stepped forward. President Xu, I've loved playing badminton since I was little. Can I join? The girl who approached had short hair. It was clear she genuinely loved the sport. Her white t-shirt even featured a cute little black badminton shuttlecock design. Of course you can. Xu Jiānian pushed the sign-up sheet toward her. Write down your name and contact number. The club's first group activity is tomorrow afternoon after school. Xu Jiānian delivered this in a very official tone. The short-haired girl then leaned over the table and began filling out her information with great care. The second girl to sign up was Xu. Xu Jiānian was a bit surprised to see her. Did this delicate, soft-spoken girl also enjoy playing badminton? Xu Jiānian, can I sign up? Her cherry lips parted slightly, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song. It felt like a cool breeze blowing through the sweltering summer heat, instantly calming his restless mood. Xu Jiānian paused for a moment before replying, of course you can. Here's the registration form. Just fill in these details. He couldn't have asked for more. Having a girl like her join the badminton club would surely attract countless male members. Just look at those lecherous guys in class who couldn't take their eyes off Xu. While Xu bent over to fill out the form, his eyes scanned her body like a spotlight. Xu was more developed than the average girl, her figure already showcasing a delicate S-curve, curvy in all the right places, like a ripe peach waiting to be savored. Of course, such a girl wasn't just attractive to him, she held even greater appeal for the class's hot-blooded young lads. Sure enough, the moment Xu finished registering, over a dozen boys swarmed the desk, scrambling to sign up. Old Xu, count me in. Old Xu, I love badminton more than life itself. Me too. Xu Jiānian thought to himself, go jerk off already. You guys stood around doing nothing when I called for volunteers earlier. You think I don't see through your ulterior motives? For a moment, Xu Jiānian seriously considered turning these troublemakers away. Xu was such a gentle, lovely girl, he wanted to keep her for himself. Better not let this pack of hungry wolves snatch her away. But the moment he thought of Jiang Xiaoyu, his eyelid twitched violently, like a reflex. If that happened, he probably wouldn't even make it through college. Forget making up with Jiang Xiaoyu, he'd be lucky if she didn't kill him and leave him in pieces. He couldn't take that risk. Cherish life, stay away from danger. Xu Jiānian flung the registration forms at the group of wolves with relish, not forgetting to add, train hard. Bring glory to the school at the fall sports meet. The boys grinned cheekily, we will. Soon, the boys finished signing up, and Xu Jiānian organized the forms. Class was about to start. He glanced toward the door. Jiang Xiaoyu still hadn't arrived. Just as he pulled out his phone to send her a message, that familiar figure dashed through the doorway. The girl was panting from the rush, her ponytail swinging playfully with her head. The hot weather and running had left her cheeks slightly flushed, and tiny beads of sweat glistened on her rosy face. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Jiānian walked over to Jiang Xiaoyu and sat down beside her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What took you so long? Jiang Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her forehead with a wet wipe. We had a meeting. The Academic Affairs Department is setting up several new clubs, and we just finalized the club presidents. It took a while. What's that you're holding? Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze immediately landed on the registration form in Xu Jiānian's hand. Xu Jiānian hastily stuffed it into his backpack, looking flustered. For some reason, he felt incredibly guilty about the unsavory thoughts he'd had toward Xu earlier. The badminton club registration form. Many people signed up? Jiang Xiaoyu didn't seem suspicious. Over 20, all guys. Oh. The class bell rang. The two stopped talking, took out their textbooks, and waited quietly for the teacher to arrive. Xu Jiānian glanced at the girl beside him, a strange thought surfacing in his mind. What was wrong with him today? Could he really be developing feelings for Jiang Xiaoyu? He dismissed the thought as impossible, yet why had he felt so guilty just now? Chapter 22, The Hidden Gem. The class flew by. Sitting next to Jiang Xiaoyu, Xu Jiānian listened attentively, keeping pace with the teacher's explanations. Learning felt effortless. Xu Jiānian felt fulfilled. That sensation of his mind being filled with knowledge was truly rewarding. Xiaoyu, what subjects did you guys elect for club presidents? The Academic Affairs Department was all about studies, and Jiang Xiaoyu, a true academic star, had been elected as the freshman department's academic affairs director, a well-deserved position. Modeling, math Olympiad, literature, quite a few clubs, actually. Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit surprised that Xu Jiānian had asked about the Academic Affairs Department. You want to join? Xu Jiānian scratched his head. I'm worried we won't have enough time in the sports department.
The upperclassmen who are club presidents are all very busy. They've handed the recruitment task for the badminton club to me. We need to recruit 60 members for selection, then participate in the fall sports meet.
Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Same here.
Our seniors hold titles, but we have to get the work done.
It's good practice, though.
Then, as if remembering something, Jiang Xiaoyu added, the literature club has several subclubs: online fiction, poetry, comics, and more. I suggest you join the online fiction design group. Since we're also venturing into the online fiction world, it'd be perfect to exchange ideas with them.
Xu Jiānian was intrigued. Then after I finish my duties with the sports department, I'll join your club. We can study together. Xu Jiānian wasn't being entirely honest.
He wasn't particularly interested in joining the web fiction club. His real goal was to spend time with Jiang Xiaoyu. To mend things, he needed to take action. If they never saw each other outside of class, when would their relationship ever return to how it was before? They used to be inseparable, practically like one person.
Xiaoyu, are there more guys or girls in the online literature club?
Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, suspecting Xu Jiānian's motives weren't pure.
Xu Jiānian, don't even think about flirting with girls. The club won't allow it. And when we're studying, it's just the two of us.
If he wanted to get close to those pretty upperclassmen, he could forget it.
No, I meant, are there more guys or girls writing web novels?
Seeing Xu Jiānian's sincere expression, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt for her earlier suspicion. The gender ratio is pretty even. The seniors are all incredibly talented. Several of them have published premium works.
I plan to learn a lot from them.
Then we'll publish masterpieces together someday.
Absolutely.
At lunchtime, they headed to the cafeteria.
Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaoqian walked together.
Spotting Shinjiro heading to the cafeteria alone, he glanced around. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki had already walked far ahead, he slowed his pace, waiting for Shinjiro to catch up. For some reason, whenever Jiang Xiaoyu was around, he couldn't bring himself to chat with girls.
But he did have something to ask Shinjiro.
During registration that morning, he'd seen how nervous Shinjiro was, her delicate white hands trembling slightly as she filled out the form. He couldn't understand what had led this delicate girl to choose the badminton club. Could it really be out of love for the sport? Whoa! Shinjiro had been lost in thought, walking with her head down, only to suddenly collide with a wall of flesh and blood. At that, Duan Xiaoqian watched the scene unfold, feeling his boss's skills in hitting on girls had improved significantly.
He actually offered his body for the beauty to bump into?
TSK, the look on her face as her little face smacked into his chest, it looked so satisfying.
Damn, that's novel.
He'd have to study up on some flirting techniques himself, so he could charm Lin Kiki into his arms sooner.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Shinjiro panicked the moment she looked up and saw Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian looked curiously at her. So focused, what exactly were you thinking about?
Shinjiro froze, instinctively looking up only to meet Xu Jiānian's gaze. His teasing eyes held a hint of amusement, and her face instantly flushed crimson, burning hot. She couldn't bear such direct eye contact, especially his probing gaze. Those eyes seemed to pierce straight through her thoughts, making her every hidden feeling vanish into thin air. She bit her lip, but within 2 seconds, she resignedly lowered her head to stare at her own toes. Her heart pounded wildly, desperately hoping Xu Jiānian would let her go.
Shinjiro, why did you sign up for the badminton club? Xu Jiānian asked straight to the point.
He realized Shinjiro was even more easily flustered than Jiang Xiaoyu. Just a few words made her blush, and she dared not meet his gaze.
I like playing badminton. High school was too busy, so I stopped. Freshman year isn't as demanding, so I thought I'd give it a try. Shinjiro stammered out her explanation. Ha! Picking up an old hobby? Xu Jiānian laughed heartily, then added, great. Ever won any awards before?
Shinjiro froze, caught off guard by the question. She shook her head shyly.
No, I haven't.
Fearing Xu Jiānian might reject her application, she quickly added, I can work hard at it. Heaven knew how much courage it had taken her to decide to join the badminton club. Ever since Xu Jiānian was elected club president, she'd longed to play badminton with him. But it had remained just a dream.
Everyone at Jiangda knew Xu Jiānian was the boyfriend of the top student.
She could only watch him freely in her dreams or from behind, never able to walk beside him. She felt an inexplicable pull towards Xu Jiānian, an urge to draw near him.
Was it his commanding presence on the court? Or the mischievous charm of his deliberate, playful smiles? Whatever it was, this vague, indescribable feeling was undeniably real. She looked it up online. This feeling was defined as liking. But liking Xu Jiānian,
she had no right. She feared that if her budding feelings were exposed to the light, she would be reviled by everyone. The topic of being a mistress would have people spitting venom at her. So she could only secretly, surreptitiously adore this sunny boy. This unrequited love felt like a sharp clock hand implanted in her heart. Once it began to turn, it stirred the softest depths of her soul, turning everything upside down. It brought her endless torment and excruciating pain. Yet she couldn't tear herself away. Lifting her gaze to meet Xu Jiānian's confident face, she bit her lip silently, waiting for his reply.
Alright, then let's work hard together. Xu Jiānian replied without hesitation.
Shinjuro was overjoyed, suppressing her excitement as she gently bit her lip. The midday sun was at its peak, its warm rays filtering through the dense foliage of the poplar trees, casting delicate patterns across her face and making her rosy skin appear even more alluring. Xu Jiānian found himself unable to look away, tempted to pinch her delicate cheeks. They looked so soft they might be juicy. Truth be told, Shinjuro was truly a hidden gem.
Though unassuming in class, most boys regarded her as their ideal goddess.
Stunning looks, a great figure, a graceful lady who looked about 5 feet 9 inches, curvy in all the right places, slim where it counted. She fit every single criterion these young lads had for a girlfriend. If Xiaoyu weren't by his side, he'd seriously consider pursuing this treasure trove of a girl.
But alas. He couldn't help himself. Duan Xiaochan, Xu Jiānian, what are you two dawdling for?
Lin Kiki had already returned to call them, her booming voice startling both of them. Xu Jiānian quickly distanced himself from Shinjuro, as if they'd been caught doing something shameful, and hurried toward the dining hall.
Chapter 23. This can't go on.
The four of them got their food and naturally sat together. Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki sat in one row, while Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaocheng sat in the other.
Naturally, Xu Jiānian was seated across from his childhood sweetheart. Sitting so close, Xu Jiānian could catch the faint scent of roses wafting from Jiang Xiaoyu.
Glancing over, he saw her holding chopsticks, picking ribs from a small plate. Her arms stretched out white and tender, flawless from cuff to fingertips, smooth as the finest porcelain. In that moment, Xu Jiānian had a sudden thought. He wanted to wrap Jiang Xiaoyu's delicate, white arms tightly, shielding them from the hungry wolves. Xiaoyu, wear a jacket from now on to keep warm in rainy weather, he remarked abruptly while eating.
Jiang Xiaoyu froze. Is it going to rain?
I have a jacket in my backpack. Xu Jiānian replied casually, you should still put it on later.
There might be rain this afternoon.
Lin Kiki, her mouth full, glanced out the window.
Xu Jiānian, you're not just saying that, are you? The sun is scorching hot. Xu Jiānian countered, not necessarily.
September skies are like a child's face, they change in an instant.
Duan Xiaocheng chimed in, I thought it was June skies. Xu Jiānian's temper flared, who cares what month it is? You're putting on that jacket. Jiang Xiaoyu found him baffling, it's so hot outside, why would you wear a jacket? Xu Jiānian grumbled, after lunch, you two go to the library first. I'll go to the classroom to get my jacket. Faced with Xu Jiānian's bossy attitude, Jiang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words. In the past, she would have argued with him and gone against his wishes. But now that their relationship was in the process of healing, she didn't want to completely disregard his feelings. She'd heard from Sue's mother that in front of others, you absolutely had to give a man face. Even if you were unhappy, you could argue with him, scold him, or even hit him behind closed doors, but publicly, you had to let him save face. After all, she was doing it for his own good. Maybe it really would rain. Was he worried her white dress would look awful if it got wet? Come to think of it, that made sense. After all, wet white clothes looked dirty and disheveled. At this thought, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of secret delight. The first step toward making up? This guy finally knows how to care about her? All the way to the library where they took a break, Jiang Xiaoyu felt warm and fuzzy inside. She decided to send Xu Jiānian a WeChat message that night to praise him. Xu Jiānian sent the three of them to the library while he dashed back to the classroom to fetch Jiang Xiaoyu's jacket. He pulled the thin pink jacket from the compartment of her small backpack and hurried toward the library. For some reason, seeing men staring at Xiaoyu made him feel uneasy. He attributed this feeling to a brother's protective instinct toward his sister. Any brother would feel embarrassed and angry seeing another guy staring at his sister's body like that. Xiaoyu wore a white dress today, her bare arms and slender legs dazzlingly white. Her fair skin glowed like jade, and as she moved, the skirt swayed, those flawless legs sparking countless fantasies among the boys. Boys passing by would turn to look at her. Even while waiting in line for food, those hungry wolves wouldn't miss a chance bowing their heads to look proper, yet their eyes still couldn't help but glance at Xiaoyu's legs. Damn it, he wanted to gouge those bastards' eyes out. Looks like he'd better convince Jiang Xiaoyu to wear long pants and sleeves from now on. Arriving at the library, Jiang Xiaoyu was whispering with Lin Kiki, while Duan Xiaocheng, the lookout, idly played with his phone. Spotting him, he called out, "Wanna play a game?" Xu Jiānian had no interest in gaming with him. He handed his jacket to Jiang Xiaoyu, his tone commanding, "Put it on." Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, slightly unaccustomed to his firmness. Yet the feeling of being cared for was surprisingly warm. She took the jacket and slipped it on. "Aren't you going to sleep? I need to catch some sleep too. Otherwise, I won't have the energy to teach badminton after school this afternoon." Lin Kiki had originally planned to sleep next to Jiang Xiaoyu, but Duan Xiaocheng had talked her out of it. He understood his brother's intentions well enough. Bringing the jacket clearly meant he wanted to sleep together. Even if he, Master Duan, wasn't the most romantic guy around, he got the hint. Only Lin Kiki, the innocent tomboy, was oblivious. Xu Jiānian said nothing, sitting across from Jiang Xiaoyu and leaning on the desk to drift off.
Jiang Xiaoyu also leaned on the table, extending her legs beneath it toward Xu Jiānian only to have them clamp down on with pinpoint accuracy.
What are you doing? You reached over first. Jiang Xiaoyu, her legs caught. There was barely any space under the table. Xu Jiānian's long legs took up 70% of it. Where was she supposed to put her own legs? You're taking up my whole spot. Silly, crossing them like this maximizes the space, doesn't it? Jiang Xiaoyu. Is Xu Jiānian an idiot? What kind of talk is that?
Her legs were pinned between his, and with both of them wearing short tops today, she could feel the soft fuzz on his calves against hers. Seriously, gross. The worst part was how embarrassed she felt being held like this. Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to pull her leg free, but Xu Jiānian retorted, "We slept in the same bed when we were kids.
What's so awkward about it? Forgot you peed all over me?" Jiang Xiaoyu. Her face flushed so bright red it looked like it could bleed. "Xu Jiānian, you jerk." Xu Jiānian only mumbled a retort without looking up. God only knew how tense he was right now. Those slender legs were so smooth and soft, clamped tightly between his own. The sensation was damn pleasurable. His mind raced with wild fantasies. His heart raced, sending shivers through his entire body. He swallowed hard, feeling his cock already stirring. Damn it, this was going to lead to trouble. He immediately released Jiang Xiaoyu's legs and pretended to snore and fall asleep. This is utterly humiliating. He was actually getting aroused by his own sister? He was going to die. The pain in his shoulder snapped him back to his senses. He looked up to see Jiang Xiaoyu glaring at him, her fingers digging into the soft flesh of his shoulder. Ouch! Xu Jiānian grimaced in pain. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you trying to kill me? Who told you to bring up my embarrassing moments? I was just telling the truth. No way. Then I won't say it anymore, okay? No, you have to swallow this whole thing. You can't mention it to anyone. But you really did pee. The next moment, Jiang Xiaoyu yanked his ear, shut up. Xu Jiānian endured the pain, snarling, spare me. I've forgotten everything from before. It was me who wet the bed as a kid, not you. Oomph. Jiang Xiaoyu finally relented. She shot him a cold, warning glance. If you ever bring this up again, Xu Jiānian, your fate will be far worse than this. Xu Jiānian dared not provoke her further. He rubbed his ear, then his shoulder, and lay back down on the desk to sleep. Though asleep, his ears remained alert to any outside noise, fearing someone might disturb him. This secluded nook, 2 small square compartments, was a hidden spot he and Duan Xiaocheng had discovered. Library visitors rarely noticed it, making the cramped space perfect for their midday rest. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at Xu Jiānian, sprawled out like a dead pig, her anger still simmering. Xu Jiānian truly lived up to his reputation as a steel straight man. How could he blurt out such an embarrassing childhood story about her? He was hopeless. What girl would tolerate someone bringing up her childhood bedwetting? It was infuriating. She'd actually thought he'd behaved well today and planned to praise him properly, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. She muttered under her breath, Xu Jiānian, based on your behavior today, our reconciliation date is indefinitely postponed. I won't give you the time of day even when you're suffering from dementia. Chapter 24, Disciplining the Wife. After school. Xiaoyu, don't spend more than an hour at the literature club. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu slung her backpack over her shoulder, Xu Jiānian issued his order. And you can't stay at the badminton club for more than an hour either. Otherwise, you'll be walking home alone. Xu Jiānian pressed without mercy. It's already 5:30. In another hour, it'll be 6:30. Do you dare walk home alone after dark? Jiang Xiaoyu fell silent, snorting haughtily before striding toward the exit. Xu Jiānian was such a jerk. How dare he threaten her by exploiting her fear of walking alone at night? Damn you, you big oaf. Better not go over time. If you're even a second late, my little fists will flatten you. Duan Xiaocheng chimed in, boss, starting to discipline the wife already? Wife my ass. She's my sister. Ha! Just a few days ago you two were like oil and water, and now you're treating her like a sister? Aren't we making up? How much better could it be? As good as before. Duan Xiaocheng assumed Xu Jiānian was playing dumb. He leaned closer, smiling mischievously. Hey, boss, don't try to fool me. Everyone else might not know, but I sure do. Make up? When did you two ever actually break up? Back in senior year, when school let out late, you always waited for Jiang Xiaoyu to finish her work before heading home. Xu Jiānian looked confused, but he was certain his feelings for Jiang Xiaoyu were purely brotherly. We just happened to be going the same way. Having played the role of her knight in shining armor all these years has been no easy feat. Xu Jiānian remained stubbornly dense, leaving his brother Duan Xiaocheng speechless. Boss, have you really thought this through? Jiang Xiaoyu's smart, gorgeous, she'll have plenty of suitors. Even though everyone at Jiangda knows you two are dating, those upperclassmen aren't pushovers. Don't let them snatch your girl away. Duan Xiaocheng offered a well-meaning warning. Don't be slow on the uptake now and regret it later. Xu Jiānian sensed Duan Xiaocheng had misunderstood his relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu. No way. I wish someone would look out for her. But she's still young. As her older brother, I can't let her date yet. Here's the deal, join the web novel society and keep an eye on her for me. Duan Xiaoqian panicked, boss, you can't do this. First you made me get close to Lin Kiki to find out which school Jiang Xiaoyu applied to, and now you want me to join the online literature club to spy on her? So my only use is as a spy? Give me a break. With your IQ, you're no spy. Remember how you guaranteed Jiang Xiaoyu would apply to Nanjing University? Sigh, shame on me. My strategizing skills just aren't a match for Jiang Xiaoyu. Guess I'll stick to guarding my Kiki at the badminton club. Your brother here is loyal to the core. I'll keep an eye on Lin Kokoko for you. Go ahead and join the online literature club with peace of mind. No way. Then I'll tell Lin Kokoko your real motive for getting close to her. Duan Xiaoqian. A bit hurt, boss, are you threatening me? I'm just telling her the truth, you only got close to her to spy on her. Duan Xiaoqian relented, boss, I'll go. He muttered discontentedly, when it comes to scheming, you and Jiang Xiaoyu are two peas in a pod. No wonder you two are a couple. Watching Duan Xiaoqian head to the web novel club, Xu Jiānian felt a surge of satisfaction. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed for the badminton club. Su, heading to badminton club? Come with us. With a swish, over a dozen boys gathered around. Xu Jiānian glanced at Shinjiro and Xian Duo, the only two girls in their class who had signed up for badminton club. Sure, let's go together. Xu Jiānian had assumed the daunting task of recruiting 60 new members for the badminton club would take a while. To his surprise, when their group arrived at the badminton court, dozens of club members were already waiting there, mostly girls. Kiki, take a quick head count and record the numbers, Xu Jiānian ordered concisely. Lin Kiki, though also a girl from their class, had been selected as the club's vice president thanks to her outstanding athletic achievements. She was Xu Jiānian's right-hand woman. Got it. Come sign up. Lin Kokoko sat at the front desk chair with the sign-up sheet, beginning to tally the information. Shinjiro and Xian Duo also came over to assist. Xu Jiānian watched the long line of sign-ups with deep satisfaction. President Xu. Before the excitement had even subsided, Xiaoyu from Class 1 approached. Xu Jiānian chuckled. You actually came to sign up? So, what are you here to find out this time? This little girl was clearly playing dumb. All that nonsense about not knowing his height, abs, or being broke to buy classmates breakfast, it was all just an excuse to strike up a conversation. Still, he couldn't rule out the possibility that this little girl was also one of his little fangirls. Hee hee, President Xu, I'm not here to pry. I just love playing badminton, that's why I signed up. Will you teach me how to play later? Ask Lin to teach you. She handles the girls, I handle the guys. But I signed up specifically because of you. Does that conflict with who teaches you? Ha! 80% of the girls here signed up just for him. He'd love to personally coach them all, but with only 2 hands, how could he possibly manage? He'd rather focus on coaching the girls who genuinely loved the game. Like that gentle little girl, Shinjiro. Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer. Abandoning her usual timid demeanor around Xu Jiānian, she retorted indignantly, humph. President Xu, you're being irresponsible. Go warm up after signing up. You'll be paired with a girl for practice soon. Stop yelling at me here. Don't forget I have the authority to expel any members with ulterior motives. Xu Jiānian's patience had long since run dry. He bellowed at Xiaoyu. The little brat actually accused him of being irresponsible? Did teaching her to play tennis alone make him responsible? How childish. The court was packed with people. He was the club president for all of them, not just her. He had to prioritize the bigger picture, selecting talent for the fall sports meet, making Jiangda's badminton team famous overnight, and bringing glory to the school. Who had time or energy to indulge this little girl's romantic fantasies? President Xu, I'll play my best. You have no grounds to expel me. You're not a mind reader. How could you possibly know I joined the badminton club just because I like you? By the way, I invited over 30 girls to this event. I played a significant role in recruiting new members for the badminton club. Xu Jiānian, I'll become your right-hand man and replace Jiang Xiaoyu as your girlfriend. I know you won't accept me yet, but I won't give up. Xu Jiānian. Watching Xiaoyu's stubborn retreating figure, Xu Jiānian touched his chest, soothing his startled heart. What a sweetly naive little thing. Replace Jiang Xiaoyu as his girlfriend? How many times have they even met? Where did she get the confidence to say that? Could anyone just replace Jiang Xiaoyu? Chapter 25, I'll protect you forever. It's safe to say no one could ever replace Jiang Xiaoyu. You can have many girlfriends, but you only have one little sister. After registration, some students went home, while others stayed behind to familiarize themselves with the environment, spar with classmates, and practice their skills. Shinjiro sparred with Xian Duo, occasionally receiving guidance from Lin Kiki. Xiaoyu also stayed behind, sparring with a girl from their class while her girlfriends kept her company. Xu Jiānian thought to himself, this little girl sure is popular. Not only did she bring so many people, but she also had a group of girlfriends revolving around her. Xu Jiānian, having nothing else to do, sat in the rest area for a while.
Noticing a few imperfections in Shinjuro's movements, he got up to offer guidance.
Like this, Xu Jiānian instructed patiently, guiding Shinjuro's hand as she held the racket.
When gripping the racket, your hand should be like this, don't make the movement too stiff.
He took her hand and hit a ball to demonstrate.
The shuttlecock flew in a beautiful arc and her opponent, Chen Duo, couldn't return it.
President Xu is amazing. That form is so cool.
A single shot drew gasps from the female players on the court. Even the male players murmured their admiration.
Xu Jiānian instructed with unwavering focus, hitting it like this gives the shot extra power. You need to adjust your stance.
Shinjuro's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip and nodded.
Got it, President Xu. Xu Jiānian gave her an encouraging look, keep practicing hard.
Aim to bring glory to our school at the fall sports meet.
Xiaoyu, standing nearby, sneered dismissively, you have to be selected to bring glory to the school. With skills this terrible, I doubt it'll happen. Xu Jiānian shot her a glance. Mind your own game. You're the one who never shuts up.
Xiaoyu snorted in defiance, her expression shifting to one of aggrieved resentment and intensified loathing toward Shinjuro. It could be said that on her very first day joining the badminton club, she had single-handedly made an enemy of Shinjuro. Especially when she saw Xu Jiānian's gaze constantly fixed on Shinjuro, correcting her posture and teaching her techniques. Xiaoyu's glare rivaled Cyclops' laser eyes from X-Men poisonously fierce. Amidst this gloomy atmosphere, Xu Jiānian felt overwhelmed and decided to pass this mess on to Lin Kiki. He strode over to her with an air of authority and said in a commanding tone, Kiki, you supervise their practice. I'll go check on the other clubs. As head of the sports department, he oversaw more than just one club. Other clubs were waiting for him. Truth be told, the other clubs were already managed by senior students, rendering his presence unnecessary. He was merely using this excuse to show off before heading off to find Jiang Xiaoyu.
Lin Kokoko readily agreed, got it. I'll swing by the ping pong club later too. It's been ages since I last played, probably rusty by now.
Xu Jiānian reminded her, but you have to wait until everything here is wrapped up before you leave.
Got it. Xu Jiānian strode confidently out of the badminton court.
Another wave of heartbreak washed over the girls inside.
The academic affairs office was quite a distance away. It would take 7 or 8 minutes to walk there. As he walked, Xu Jiānian sent a message to Jiang Xiaoyu. Fahai, finished yet? Master Extinction, almost. You're moving fast? Fahai, I'll come find you. Tell me the classroom number. Master Extinction, room 12, 6th floor of the academic affairs building. Fahai, got it. What's Duan Xiaoqiang doing? Room 22.
Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Duan Xiaoshi, who looked utterly bored. She couldn't fathom why he joined the web novel club in the first place. Although he'd written passionate about web novels on his application form, during these precious 40 minutes while other members were either researching or writing, he'd been glued to his phone the entire time.
Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't understand where his passion was showing. Replied to Fahai, playing with his phone.
Then he grumbled, no idea what your buddy's even here for.
Loves web novels? Is that his idea of passion? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's complaint, Xu Jiānian grinned.
He thought to himself, my buddy's the spy I sent to keep tabs on you, no way you'll figure this one out.
Ha!
Jiang Xiaoyu had been fooled by him and it felt absolutely amazing.
Anything that could defeat Jiang Xiaoyu made him incredibly happy. In Xu Jiānian's view, women shouldn't be too strong, otherwise, they'd be impossible to tame after marriage. Damn it, he was getting carried away again. How could he possibly marry Jiang Xiaoyu? That's ridiculous. Soon arriving at the online literature club, Xu Jiānian knocked on the door. A senior student near the entrance opened it for him. Hello, senior. I'm here to sign up, Xu Jiānian stated directly. Oh, come in. The senior beckoned to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, take down his information.
The senior student could tell he was a freshman, falling under the jurisdiction of Jiang Xiaoyu, the freshman club president.
Xu Jiānian walked over to Jiang Xiaoyu with a serious expression and politely said, thank you for your help, President Jiang.
Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a withering glance, thinking, keep up the act. Fill out the form, please, Jiang Xiaoyu said in an official tone, tossing him the registration sheet before sitting across from him to wait.
Xu Jiānian finished quickly and handed it back. Does the application go through formal channels? President Jiang, don't pull any strings just because we're classmates. Jiang Xiaoyu. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Rest assured, Xu. Even if you were my boyfriend, I wouldn't pull strings for you.
The entire classroom turned to stare at Xu Jiānian, who felt utterly flustered under their collective gaze.
Damn it! How could Xiaoyu just blurt out his identity like that, regardless of the situation? Everyone must know who he was now.
Jiang Xiaoyu's bold confession at the opening ceremony had caused quite a stir. It was impossible for him to stay low-key. Then Xu Jiānian sadly realized the seniors were looking at him with disdain, as if through tinted glasses.
Did they really think he was a freeloader?
He couldn't keep up the act any longer, lowering his head in awkward embarrassment. But the seniors weren't giving him a chance.
Xu, don't be shy.
You should feel incredibly honored to be dating our club president.
Exactly.
With such an outstanding little sister, being her boyfriend is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes.
Xu, you better treat our little freshman well, or I might just swoop in and take advantage of the situation. Xu Jiānian no longer felt awkward. He retorted boldly to the senior, "No chance, senior. She's my own sister. I'll protect her for life." The senior gave an awkward chuckle and lowered his head to work. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Xu Jiānian with a complex expression, pondering the hidden meaning behind his words. He called her his little sister? The sister he'd protect for a lifetime? Did he truly see her only as a sister? But did a sister need his protection forever? What if his sister found a boyfriend? Jiang Xiaoyu said nothing, lowering her head to focus on her own tasks, yet for some reason, a sense of loss settled in her heart. Duan Xiaoqiang saw his best buddy arrive, realizing his task for the day was complete. He stood up and walked out without a second glance. Damn it, being a spy was nothing but misery. One day when the boss brings Jiang Xiaoyu home as his bride, he'd definitely eat a few extra pieces of wedding candy. At 6:30 p.m., the online literature club session ended. Everyone packed their bags and hurried home. Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu boarded the bus home. Avoiding the rush hour, the bus wasn't crowded. A pair of seats became available in the back, so Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu sat one in front of the other. Chapter 26, That Old Married Couple Feeling. Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu sat close together. The sensation of their arms touching made Jiang Xiaoyu blush slightly. Xu Jiānian's arm felt firm and muscular, exuding strength and providing a sense of security. She truly didn't want to separate from him, though inwardly she felt this contact was shameful. She pretended to observe the passengers inside the car, her pale, delicate arm still resting against his. "Shall we read the documents first?" Xu Jiānian suggested. "Yeah, 10 minutes. Every second counts." They each pulled out their phones, turned on their data, and started reading from where they'd left off last night. By the time the car reached the residential complex, Xu Jiānian had already read 5 chapters. They stepped out and walked toward the complex together. "Little fish, how many chapters have you read?" 2. "How about you?" 5 chapters. "You're just skimming through it. Can you really digest it reading that fast?" Xu Jiānian scratched his head. "I skim read and have a photographic memory." "Yeah, right. Who'd believe that? What's for dinner tonight?" "Jiang Xiaoyu, just whip something up. Aren't your parents home? So I'll crash at your place for dinner." "My cooking's terrible." Jiang Xiaoyu immediately refused. "No way. You have to learn how to cook." Xu Jiānian started playing the victim. "Last time I cooked noodles myself, they probably weren't done. I had diarrhea that night, ran to the bathroom so many times, and was completely drained." "You're so clueless, can't even cook noodles properly. I think you're hopeless. Going to your place would be perfect. I can learn to cook with you. After dinner, we can read together." "How nice." Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit worried he'd get sick from undercooked food, but reluctantly agreed with a grunt. Xu Jiānian felt a surge of secret delight. Though she disliked him, her heart was still soft. This tactic never failed to work. Arriving home, Jiang Xiaoyu dropped her backpack and headed straight for the fridge, checking what ingredients were left. With Xu Jiānian, that big eater, dining at her place, she'd have to prepare several dishes. Green peppers, meat, eggs, tomatoes, cooked beef. Jiang Xiaoyu counted the ingredients inside and frowned. "This probably won't be enough, right?" Oh well, if it wasn't enough, she'd just let Xu Jiānian, that big eater, have more beef. She was tired today and didn't feel like going back to the residential area to buy groceries. She washed her hands, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to cook. "Little fish, what are we having tonight?" Xu Jiānian watched Jiang Xiaoyu pull ingredients out of the fridge one by one and leaned in to ask. "Stir-fried green peppers with pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, beef salad, and some seaweed soup. 3 dishes and a soup that should be enough." Xu Jiānian smiled. "Sounds good. Let me help." He grabbed the peppers to wash them. "You haven't washed your hands yet." Jiang Xiaoyu snatched the peppers back and shooed him away. "Don't make things worse by trying to help. Go wait outside." Xu Jiānian grabbed a can of soda from the fridge and obediently left. He turned on the TV, sat on the sofa, and flipped through channels with the remote. Xu Jiānian wanted to see if there were any urban dramas he needed material for his writing. He found a campus drama and was engrossed in it when, after a while, waves of delicious smells drifted from the kitchen. Taking a deep sniff, Xu Jiānian suddenly found the plot on TV losing all appeal. He hurriedly stood up to help serve dinner. Jiang Xiaoyu had steamed several times more rice than usual today, enough to feed the family of 3 when her parents were home. Even so, she still worried it wouldn't be enough for Xu Jiānian, the big eater. Xu Jiānian carried 3 dishes to the table before returning for the soup. Jiang Xiaoyu brought out the rice in 2 bowls, one large and one small. Xu Jiānian noticed his rice bowl was actually a large soup bowl, and Jiang Xiaoyu had filled it to the brim. "Damn it, Xiaoyu, why so much? I was worried it wouldn't be enough." Xu Jiānian glanced at the 3 dishes piled high on the serving platter, along with 2 large plates of sliced beef, and smiled. "This is plenty." He handed Jiang Xiaoyu a pair of chopsticks, and the two began to eat. Xu Jiānian, you're on dish duty later.
Make sure you scrub them clean.
No worries. Xu Jiānian shoveled rice into his mouth stuffed full. Jiang Xiaoyu ate like a little chick pecking at food, taking tiny bites.
The young girl ate with grace, scooping a spoonful of rice and a pair of chopsticks full of tomato scrambled eggs. Her cheeks puffed out as she chewed slowly and deliberately. Her long ponytail had a natural wave, the curve of her hair beautiful.
The loose strands cascaded down her back like seaweed.
Xu Jiānian found the scene overwhelmingly warm, like a long married couple returning home to share dinner together.
Little fish, do you feel like we're starting to look like an old married couple? No way. Who wants to be married to you? Hee hee, I just think it feels like it. Isn't that how my parents act?
Look at us, we've been together all these years.
We know each other inside out. And we've got 4 more years together ahead.
Let's face it, you're the woman who's been with me the longest, besides my mom. Jiang Xiaoyu remained non-committal. Xu Jiānian was right, she had been by his side since the day she was born. Aside from Xu's mother, she truly was the woman who had spent the most time with him. Though true, Xu Jiānian's words felt slightly awkward. Pondering it carefully, she detected a hint of something else in his words. Her face flushed as she lowered her head to eat. Xu Jiānian also realized his words carried a double meaning. Jiang Xiaoyu was still just a girl, not yet a woman.
He wondered which outstanding man would eventually marry her.
The thought of another man spending his days by her side, doing all the tender things they had done together, made the food lose its appeal.
A moment of ambiguity and silence fermented in the air.
Xu Jiānian kept stealing glances at the girl across from him, a strong sense of loss welling up inside him.
Xiaoyu, what kind of boyfriend are you looking for? I'm not telling you. How about a trade?
I'll tell you my standards for a girlfriend, and then you tell me yours.
Jiang Xiaoyu genuinely wanted to know what kind of girlfriend Xu Jiānian would choose in the future. After 4 years of university, their paths would diverge.
If he found a girlfriend later and brought her back, proudly declaring, Xiaoyu, call her sister-in-law. The thought of that scene made her so sad she lost her appetite. If he had a girlfriend someday, he definitely wouldn't spend time with her like he did now.
Therefore, Xu Jiānian couldn't have a girlfriend.
Though selfish, she clung stubbornly to this notion.
You go first. Xu Jiānian glanced at her.
Petite figure, so I won't get tired when carrying you princess style. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of secret delight. She fit that description perfectly.
What else? Gentle, kind-hearted, and understanding. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered this. She could barely manage that one. She pressed on, what else? Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu again, fair skin and good looks. Alright, I'm done listing mine. Now it's your turn.
A faint smile touched Jiang Xiaoyu's lips. She fit almost every criterion he'd just listed. She automatically imagined herself in the role of his girlfriend, feeling a surge of excitement.
Was this guy hinting at something? Xu Jiānian urged, your turn. What are you thinking about? Chapter 27, Morning Run Embarrassment.
He has to be tall, handsome, and charming.
What else? He needs to be athletic and able to protect me. Xu Jiānian smirked smugly, aren't you describing me? Pfft, cut the crap. There's one more crucial thing. What? He needs to be romantic and always surprise me. Xu Jiānian scoffed, women just love that kind of ethereal nonsense. Can romance put food on the table? Exactly why you, with your straight-laced attitude, don't fit the bill at all. Truthfully, Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to say romance could be cultivated. No one was born knowing how to be romantic.
Little things like sending flowers or gifts on Valentine's Day, she could remind him beforehand. But she held back, afraid Xu Jiānian would get too cocky. If she did, Xu Jiānian would assume she'd chosen a boyfriend who matched his type, then ruin the mood with a line like, little fish, are you setting your sights on me? That's exactly why she didn't want this clueless guy to know what she was thinking. After dinner, Xu Jiānian gathered the dishes to wash them. Glancing at the neglected dishwasher sitting idle on the counter, he called out, Xiaoyu, why not use the dishwasher?
It'd be so much easier. Jiang Xiaoyu insisted, I can't use it.
I'm afraid it won't get them clean enough. Xu Jiānian had no choice but to wash them by hand.
Jiang Xiaoyu came over to instruct him again, don't use too much dishwashing liquid.
She demonstrated with a fingertip gesture, just this tiny bit.
Too much is harmful to your health. Xu Jiānian grumbled, you're being way too particular.
When it comes to food that goes into your mouth, you naturally have to be extra careful.
Illness enters through the mouth, so prevention is better than cure. That's what Mom Xu taught me. Xu Jiānian muttered while washing the dishes, it feels like you two are the real mother and daughter.
Jiang Xiaoyu headed toward the bedroom, hurry up and finish. I'm going to take a shower first, then read some literature later.
Xu Jiānian fell silent and focused on her task.
When he took off his apron and stepped out of the kitchen, Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't finished showering yet. He tidied up the dining table and headed back to his own place. Neither parent had returned yet, leaving the house cold and quiet. He decided to hurry over to Jiang Xiaoyu's place for company after his shower. He tossed his clothes into the washing machine, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed into the bathroom. Jiang Xiaoyu was admiring her delicate curves in the bathroom mirror.
A senior from the online literature club was quite the chatterbox.
They'd only known each other for a few days, but they'd already become good friends. She kindly shared a set of breast enhancement tips with her, such as massage techniques and eating foods that promote breast growth. She could eat the breast-enhancing foods, but as for the massages, who should she ask? She couldn't very well ask Xu Jiānian to massage her, could she? The thought of his big hands on her chest. Oh my god. How could she be so perverted? He's hopeless. But she really couldn't find anyone else. This was something she'd only allow Xu Jiānian to do to her. But even Xu Jiānian wasn't allowed. She'd wait until they were back together as before. When they were back to being as close as before, able to casually touch each other's bodies and even bathe together in the same tub. The image of them both naked, crouching in the bathtub, flashed through her mind, and Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed bright red again. No way. Even if they did reconcile, it wouldn't be like when they were kids, doing those things without a care in the world. Looks like she'd have to find another way to achieve her S-curve figure plan. After her bath, she picked up her phone to read web novels. If Xu Jiānian hadn't come over, she should have been updating her comic by now. Just because she had to guide Xu Jiānian with his writing, her comic updates got delayed by several hours. Sigh, this guy was really messing up her plans. Things were only going to get busier working out, writing, updating comics, plus all the student council duties. Her free time was completely packed, leaving her no spare moments. Thankfully, Xu Jiānian was there to keep her company. The door clicked open as Xu Jiānian walked in. Fresh from his shower, he wore a white t-shirt over a pair of baggy boxers a different color, clearly a change from before. Xu Jiānian plopped down on the sofa with a thud right next to Jiang Xiaoyu. Just 2 hours tonight, I need to sleep by 9. She had to save time for updating her comic. So early? He'd thought it would be midnight. Last night she'd insisted on working until the turning point, but tonight she'd changed her mind. Women really were fickle. Pulled out my phone to catch up on the manga, only to find the author hasn't updated yet. Little Moon is getting lazier and lazier, she can't even update her comics on time. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the familiar scene on Xu Jiānian's phone screen. It was the chapter she'd updated last night, finishing at 2 a.m. I didn't realize you like this comic so much. Of course. Reading this comic makes me feel like I'm living it, like the story is my own experience. Do you think that's possible? For a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu even suspected Xu Jiānian had discovered her secret. She blurted out, "What? Like, there's this girl who secretly likes me, always watching me from afar, but since she can't have me, she's recording my daily life in a comic?" Jiang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Don't get too full of yourself. Do you really think manga artists have that much free time? And secretly crushing on you? Besides me, there isn't even a female mosquito around you. You should know that better than anyone. Xu Jiānian thought about it and realized she was right. Besides Jiang Xiaoyu, he couldn't think of anyone else who knew him so intimately. But Jiang Xiaoyu clearly didn't have the habit of drawing comics. Xu Jiānian found the whole thing suspicious and puzzling. A mystery I can't solve. Hurry up and read the story. Don't waste time. The next morning, Xu Jiānian was roused by the alarm, quickly washed up, and went to find Jiang Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, are you running late today?" "Not too bad. At least you didn't make me wait 20 minutes. You've got dark circles under your eyes. Did you pull an all-nighter?" "No way. I slept great." Jiang Xiaoyu considered whether she should apply light makeup before school to hide the traces of her late night. After Xu Jiānian left last night, she spent 2 hours finishing her comic update, then couldn't sleep. Her mind wandered, replaying every memory since childhood. Then she sadly realized that besides Xu Jiānian, there was only Xu Jiānian in her life. Xu Jiānian had been present longer than even her parents. Her parents barely saw her a few times a year, yet Xu Jiānian was always there. Even during their 3 years of high school, when they were like oil and water, he was never absent. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Xu Jiānian noticed Jiang Xiaoyu was distracted and gave her shoulder a firm pat, earning himself a roll of the eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu began running behind him. Just as she gathered enough strength to catch up, an odd sensation suddenly shot through her back. It felt like all constraints vanished in an instant. Jiang Xiaoyu shuddered. Oh no, her bra strap had snapped. Jiang Xiaoyu froze abruptly, then felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She remembered how rushed she'd been that morning, and hadn't even checked when putting on the corset. Xu Jiānian, running ahead, hadn't heard the footsteps behind him. He turned and snapped, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively clasped her arms tightly, staring blankly at Xu Jiānian, too embarrassed to speak. Xu Jiānian sensed something was off and walked back a few steps. "What's wrong?" Chapter 28, Picture Description and Reading Comprehension. Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. In this mortifying situation, she simply couldn't maintain her usual composure. She now regretted not possessing the composure to remain unflappable even if a mountain collapsed on her head. Clutching her arms tightly, she looked at Xu Jiānian with immense difficulty. "Xu Jiānian, I..." Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar expression, Xu Jiānian suddenly realized something. "Could it be your period?" Jiang Xiaoyu shot back instantly, "You're the one on your period." Xu Jiānian was utterly baffled by her behavior, his confusion mounting.
Just tell me. Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated. If she told Xu Jiānian the truth, would he mock her for it?
So she hesitated, weighed down by worries. Xu Jiānian filled in the blanks himself. How come I see 3 parts nervousness, 2 parts sleaziness, and 5 parts lechery in your eyes?
What exactly are you trying to do to your big bro? Jiang Xiaoyu frowned.
Sure enough, Xu Jiānian was hopeless at reading between the lines and interpreting expressions.
Could he really misinterpret her flushed embarrassment like that? Xu Jiānian, I really need to use the restroom. You didn't just poop your pants, did you?
You're the one who did that.
You just have to pee? You can go to the bathroom. It's not that bad, is it? Jiang Xiaoyu started walking toward the restroom, with Xu Jiānian trailing behind.
He thought Jiang Xiaoyu looked a bit like a rice dumpling, her arms tightly pressed against her chest.
Jiang Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Nothing.
I just need to use the restroom.
You're clearly acting weird. If you don't explain, I'm assuming you peed your pants. You jerk. You're the one who wet your pants. This was so embarrassing. Jiang Xiaoyu knew that with Xu Jiānian's curiosity, if she didn't explain, he wouldn't just keep asking, he genuinely believed she'd wet herself. Weighing the pros and cons,
she decided to come clean. Having him think she wet herself was far more embarrassing and humiliating than having a bra strap snap.
Xu Jiānian, I'm not afraid to tell you my bra strap broke. The straight-laced Xu Jiānian let out an "oh" in realization, then shot Jiang Xiaoyu a slightly odd look. Should I go buy you a new bra?
The last time he saw her on the balcony, she was wearing a pretty pink bra. But the idea of him going to a lingerie store to buy this sort of thing for a girl made him feel a bit embarrassed.
What if the salesperson asked him, "Sir, what size bra should I get for your girlfriend?" How would he respond?
He couldn't exactly gesture with his hands. Well, not too big, pink, with lace trim.
The salesperson would definitely think he was some kind of pervert or voyeur. The salesperson would shoot him a disgusted look. You don't know your girlfriend's size but you're buying this? Do you have some kind of fetish? He'd turn bright red, neck bulging, utterly mortified. Xiaoyu, how do we solve this problem? He couldn't just go to the bathroom and expect it to be over, could he? Would he end up buying her lingerie himself? He was genuinely dreading it. I'll just go to the restroom and fix it myself. Fix it? How? Isn't it all torn? Jiang Xiaoyu thought Xu Jiānian was utterly clueless. Just snap it back together. Xu Jiānian genuinely didn't understand the construction of women's bras.
He had seen one that day, but hadn't looked that closely.
He'd only studied the area it covered, not its actual construction. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Xiaoyu said he didn't need to go buy it.
They soon reached the restroom, and Jiang Xiaoyu hurried inside. She pushed open a stall door, cautiously scanned the bathroom surroundings, and glanced uneasily at the overhead position. Only after confirming there were no cameras did she reach up to pull off her t-shirt. Her worries were unnecessary, really. How could there possibly be surveillance in a park restroom? That would be perverted behavior. After removing her bra, she noticed the strap had come loose from the clasp and quickly fastened it back. When she emerged, neatly dressed, Xu Jiānian was looking around nervously, seeming a bit tense. What are you doing? I was just trying to stop people from entering the restroom. Why stop them? Xu Jiānian's thought process was genuinely peculiar. They were all women. What was wrong with going to the bathroom? I don't want them to see you with your chest and stomach exposed. Jiang Xiaoyu. Just as expected. Straight men's thought processes are truly one of a kind. Alright, let's go for a run. They'd already wasted over 20 minutes precious morning exercise time neither of them wanted to squander. They kicked into high gear and started running. Xiaoyu, keep it up. Jiang Xiaoyu aimed to run 2 laps. Every time Xu Jiānian finished a lap and caught up to her, he'd offer a word of encouragement. But Jiang Xiaoyu thought he was just showing off. He must be feeling smug inside. He'd even say, "Little fish, did you see that? I finished 2 laps, and you haven't even completed one. You're such a weakling." Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Oomph. What's there to be proud of? Xu Jiānian slowed his pace to match hers. I don't feel proud at all. But you're showing it. You're projecting your own petty thoughts onto me. Come on, teacher, I'll run with you. And so, the ever-forward Xu Jiānian trotted along beside Jiang Xiaoyu in short, quick steps, his awkward gait making him look rather comical. Still, Jiang Xiaoyu felt genuinely happy inside. Xu Jiānian had the patience to run alongside her instead of blasting ahead like a rocket. That gesture alone gave her confidence. Xu Jiānian, you did very well this morning. Our reconciliation date can be moved up. Nothing could have made Xu Jiānian happier than hearing that. He smiled and asked, how much shorter? 10 days, maybe. Then what's the total deadline for reconciliation? We need a clear cutoff. Otherwise, if you just keep pushing it back, all my effort would be wasted. 6 months. Too long. I'm setting it at 2 months. Too short. 3 months. If you satisfy me within 3 months, we'll restore our previous relationship. Xu Jiānian agreed with satisfaction. Jiang Xiaoyu gave a sly smile. Idiot.
So what if it's 3 months? If your performance fails to meet my standards, one word from me will send you back to square one overnight. So the upper hand is still mine. I'll decide when we make up. After running for 30 minutes, Xu Jiānian acted as if nothing had happened, while Jiang Xiaoyu was panting heavily from exhaustion. Back home, they washed up and changed clothes before heading to the residential area for breakfast. After buying food at Uncle Zhang's restaurant, they sat down to eat together. Xiaoyu, what are you doing this Saturday? Jiang Xiaoyu took a sip of porridge. If nothing else comes up, we'll just read together. Xu Jiānian took a big bite out of a meat bun. Then we can't skip our morning workout. Health is the foundation of everything. If you don't take care of your body, you won't be able to accomplish anything. Then I can extend my workout time. After school, once I finish my duties at the academic affairs office, I'll head to the sports department to find you. You can teach me how to play badminton and tennis. Xu Jiānian's heart tightened. Chapter 29, Boss, you're in deep trouble. What? You don't want to teach me badminton? Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't miss the awkward look on Xu Jiānian's face. She snorted in displeasure. This is part of making up. If you refuse, our reconciliation date gets pushed back a month. I agree. The thought of Jiang Xiaoyu running into Shin Yuro and Xiaoyu was far more agonizing than the 1-month delay. Besides, he hadn't done anything with those two girls. Even if Jiang Xiaoyu joined the badminton club, it wouldn't matter much. After eating, the two headed to school. Duan Xiaoqiang approached to report. Boss, I saw Jiang Xiaoyu getting a lot of attention in the study hall yesterday afternoon. Xu Jiānian, how exactly was she popular? Those upperclassmen were really nice to her, all wanting to chat with her. Looks like they were trying to hit on her. Boss, you're in big trouble. Xu Jiānian shrugged indifferently. So what? That's normal. Duan Xiaoqiang froze. Aren't you worried those seniors will swarm around Jiang Xiaoyu like flies? Of course I'm scared, otherwise I wouldn't have sent you undercover. But here's the thing, if it were just 1 or 2 guys talking to Xiaoyu privately, we'd have reason to worry. He continued his analysis, but as you said, it's multiple seniors, openly chatting without hiding anything. That's nothing to worry about. I know Xiaoyu well, she's as slippery as an eel. Guys would have a hard time taking advantage of her. Duan Xiaoqiang looked pitifully at him. If you trust Xiaoyu that much, then let me come back. Xu Jiānian replied matter-of-factly, better safe than sorry. During class, a single glance from Jiang Xiaoyu was enough for Xu Jiānian to obediently sit beside her. Xu Jiānian didn't think it was because he feared Jiang Xiaoyu. Compared to Duan Xiaoqiang, he'd much rather be Jiang Xiaoyu's desk partner. Having a delicate girl beside him was far more pleasant than enduring Duan Xiaoqiang's coarse presence. Even though Duan Xiaoqiang had delicate, fair skin, Xu Jiānian wasn't interested in him either. Sitting in the back row, Duan Xiaoqiang shot Xu Jiānian a resentful look, his heart quietly aching. What a traitor to friendship! Glancing at Lin Kiki seated beside Jiang Xiaoyu, he mustered his courage and moved closer to her. Excuse me, I'm nearsighted and can't see the board from the back. Lin Kiki reluctantly shifted over a seat. Who knew you were such a studious one? Duan Xiaoqiang perked up, shooting a meaningful glance at Xu Jiānian. Of course. My grades never drop below 3rd place. Unlike certain people who are all brawn and no brains. Ha! Before he could finish, Lin Kokoko smacked him upside the head, her voice boiling with fury. Duan Xiaoqiang, did you come here just to mock me? So what if I'm simple-minded and all muscle? What business is it of yours? Faced with Lin Kiki's accusation, Duan Xiaoqiang looked utterly bewildered. I was talking about Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian, caught in the crossfire. Gloatingly watching Duan Xiaoqiang, he muttered under his breath, what goes around comes around. Damn it, using my buddy to impress your girlfriend backfired. So what if I'm simple-minded? I'm still better than you. The old professor lectured earnestly. After half the class, he decided to liven things up. The following problem, which student would like to solve it? A standard calculus problem. The classroom fell deathly silent. For these humanities students, a tough science problem was pure disaster. Duan Xiaoqiang studied it for a moment but couldn't solve it. Then the teacher called out, Jiang Xiaoyu, come up and solve it. Jiang Xiaoyu stood up and walked to the blackboard, calmly picking up a piece of chalk to begin her solution. Such problems were second nature to her, posing no real difficulty. Xu Jiānian, sitting below, felt tense. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu raise her arm and write furiously, his palms grew sweaty with anxiety. It wasn't that he feared she'd fail and embarrass herself, something else worried him far more. That thing, her bra strap, better not snap. He was on edge. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to sense something, glancing back over her shoulder while solving the problem. He happened to be nervously staring at her back, and their eyes met unexpectedly. Their gazes locked, and their thoughts subtly conveyed to each other. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a glare that made him flinch, yet somehow relaxed him at the same time. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Jiang Xiaoyu solved the problem effortlessly. The old professor nodded approvingly and praised her generously. Jiang Xiaoyu calmly returned to her seat. Xu Jiānian nervously asked, Xiaoyu, is your bra strap okay? Jiang Xiaoyu. I could tear his mouth off. Xu Jiānian, why aren't you rooting for me? When I was solving that problem, were you afraid I'd make a fool of myself? After what happened this morning, I was afraid it might happen again. Anyway, that's exactly what Xu Jiānian was thinking. Making a fool of himself in front of just him wouldn't be so bad, but if that thing snapped in front of the whole class and the teacher? That kind of major social death scene was something he couldn't handle. For a man, face is everything. You shouldn't wear that thing anymore. It's unreliable. Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed hot. Shut up, Xu Jiānian. Why are you so pervy? With that, she reached out and pinched the soft spot on his waist, squeezing with all her might. Ow. Xu Jiānian grimaced in pain, retorting indignantly, Jiang Xiaoyu, don't be ungrateful. I'm only worried about you. I don't need your concern. This just makes me think you're mocking me. Xu Jiānian felt his good intentions had been completely misunderstood. Jiang Xiaoyu warned him, don't ever bring this up again. Bury it deep inside you. Got it. Xu Jiānian thought Jiang Xiaoyu was overreacting. Besides, what was he supposed to do when his genuine concern was always misinterpreted? Perhaps it was because he and Jiang Xiaoyu had been together in name only for far too long, the entire 3 years of high school. So whatever once felt like a deep connection, that unspoken understanding, had been worn away by time. It's best to make up quickly and return to how things were before. Perhaps moved by Xu Jiānian's indignant glare, Jiang Xiaoyu finally relented. Your performance this time was acceptable. The reconciliation date remains unchanged. Xu Jiānian protested, unwilling to concede. Shouldn't it be moved up? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Merits and demerits cancel each other out. Business as usual. Soon, the second class began. Zhang Yunzhang's class. No one dared to sleep or play with their phones. Everyone sat upright and attentive. Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu sat together, and he wasn't worried about dozing off during class. Before his eyelids could even droop, her foot was already stomping on his. One evening when he went to shower, he noticed his instep had been bruised from her foot. That incident made him resolve to find Jiang Xiaoyu a boyfriend, hoping to finally be rid of this little shrew. Zhang Yunzhang watched his top student sitting next to Xu Jiānian with a meaningful look, his expression complex. Teenagers cling stubbornly to their emotions, dreaming of lifelong devotion and growing old together, ideas far too beautiful. Only at his age did he understand that those so-called heart-wrenching emotions were easily washed away by the passage of time. Jiang Xiaoyu was a promising student. He hoped romance wouldn't derail her studies. Chapter 30, 3 Rules. Afternoon dismissal. Jiang Xiaoyu and Duan Shoucheng headed to the study hall, while Xu Jiānian and Lin Kiki rushed to the badminton club. Shen Yuro and Xian Duoduo joined them too, and naturally, the boys from their class wouldn't be left behind. They swarmed around them like flies. Xu Jiānian? A crisp voice rang out as Xiaoyu ran over. Xu Jiānian's head nearly exploded when he saw her outfit. Her t-shirt bore the words, I love Xu Jiānian. Her shorts were so short they barely covered her thighs, revealing her long, fair legs. Her watery peach blossom eyes sparkled as she fluttered her eyelashes at him. Xu Jiānian's face twitched. He felt that if his self-control wasn't strong enough, he might be seduced to death by this irresistibly charming little vixen. But he was Xu Jiānian. Xiaoyu, with her quirky, clumsy, cute delinquent charm, wasn't his type. He preferred reserved, gentle types like Shen Yuro, who was right beside him. So after a 3-second freeze, Xu Jiānian straightened his face and declared, the badminton club requires members to maintain a dignified and proper appearance. Xiaoyu glanced down at her bare thighs. Am I not proper and dignified enough? Xu Jiānian noticed the boys staring intently at Xiaoyu's legs, their eyes gleaming. He thought to himself, you certainly are graceful enough to give these hungry wolves a feast for the eyes. Go change your clothes immediately, or you won't be participating in practice today. Xiaoyu pouted, why did you accept Jiang Xiaoyu's bold confession so readily, but not mine? What makes me worse than her? Xu Jiānian saw no problem answering this question and blurted out without hesitation, because you're not Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu felt hurt, tears welling up. Just because I'm not Jiang Xiaoyu? Feelings can be cultivated. Cut it out. Xu Jiānian made a stopping gesture, walked to the court's podium, and loudly announced the badminton club's recruitment rules. One stipulated that members must maintain a dignified and presentable appearance, while another explicitly forbade romantic relationships within the club. Xu Jiānian read these 2 rules aloud, then declared with righteous indignation, our badminton club isn't here for you to fool around. We're here to play, to train hard and bring glory to our school. If you're not joining with that purpose, then I ask you to voluntarily withdraw from the club. Xiaoyu stared at Xu Jiānian with tear-filled eyes before running out crying. Lin Kiki gathered the members to start practice. Xu Jiānian sat on the court bench, observing their form. When he spotted incorrect techniques, he stepped in to correct them. Occasionally, members invited him to join a game, but he flatly refused. What was there to learn from these rookies? When your club president was playing badminton, you greenhorns were probably still hanging out in internet cafes. He'd rather avoid breaking a sweat and risk Jiang Xiaoyu looking down on him later. With Lin Kiki as his capable assistant, Xu Jiānian felt at ease. As always, he made an excuse to leave. Kiki, I'm going to check out the other clubs. Keep an eye on things here. His buddy probably wanted him gone too. Lin Kokoko scanned the court. Xiaoyu doesn't seem to be here.
Linley, forget about her. She thinks we're playing house here.
Then go ahead. Xu Jiānian headed to the web novel club to find Jiang Xiaoyu. For some reason, Jiang Xiaoyu was giving him the cold shoulder, her gaze carrying a hint of irritation.
In this tense atmosphere, he found it hard to focus on reading. He gently nudged her soft little arm and asked, Xiaoyu, what's wrong?
Jiang Xiaoyu answered indirectly, was your badminton club pretty lively today? Lively? It was indeed lively.
It was okay, pretty crowded, Xu Jiānian replied, clearly giving a perfunctory answer. Jiang Xiaoyu's tone was laced with bitterness. Getting confessed to in front of all those people must feel pretty good, huh?
Xu Jiānian froze. How did you know? Jiang Xiaoyu showed him her phone.
Xu Jiānian saw the video clip of his conversation with Xiaoyu on the screen.
Ugh, those busybodies really have nothing better to do than post this on the school website?
It's caused a huge stir.
People are saying I got cheated on. Don't take it seriously. Xiaoyu and I really have nothing going on.
You can see clearly in the video after I announced the club rules, she ran off. That's a clear rejection.
Can't you tell?
Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips.
Who knows what you're really thinking? When a girl confesses to a guy, don't they usually be happy to accept it? And what's with her jealous, betrayed wife act? She and Xu Jiānian weren't even officially dating, why would she feel jealous over him? Xu Jiānian noticed the issue too, studying Jiang Xiaoyu with a questioning look. Xiaoyu, you're not actually jealous, are you?
He was a coward too. Seeing that video online, he couldn't help but explain himself to Jiang Xiaoyu.
What the hell was he explaining? They weren't even dating.
It was strange. When he saw that video earlier, he actually felt guilty toward Jiang Xiaoyu, along with a sense of guilt like he'd been caught cheating.
What the hell was that about?
Jiang Xiaoyu retorted stubbornly, stop bragging.
I don't even like you, why would I be jealous? You know perfectly well that someone as unromantic as you isn't my type.
Xu Jiānian recalled Jiang Xiaoyu saying last night that she wanted a boyfriend who understood romance, someone who could surprise her all the time.
He understood he wasn't romantic. But romance doesn't put food on the table. Is it really that important? The thought that he didn't meet Jiang Xiaoyu's standards for a partner made Xu Jiānian feel a bit down. Xu Jiānian asked reluctantly, then why are you overreacting like this? This is exactly how a girlfriend should react, right?
Because you're under my jurisdiction now, and I don't want you distracted by writing. You're in charge of my writing, but not everything in my life.
Yes, but I'm worried you'll get distracted. I'm not distracted, and I haven't even started writing this story yet. You're overreacting. Jiang Xiaoyu blinked her mischievous eyes. But this isn't just your business. She pouted, her voice filled with hurt, you have no idea. It's not a big deal that a girl confessed to you, but it's terrible that it got posted online. They're all pointing fingers at me, saying I got cheated on. This has gotten serious enough to mess with my life. I don't want to be bothered. If it were you, wouldn't you be furious too?
Xu Jiānian tried to put himself in her shoes and broke out in a cold sweat. Honestly, if people were pointing fingers at him, saying Jiang Xiaoyu got confessed to by a guy and he ended up wearing a giant green hat, where would his dignity be? He wouldn't just feel wronged, he'd beat the person up and tell them to get lost. Whether he liked Jiang Xiaoyu or not, he wouldn't tolerate anyone cuckolding him. As a man, he had zero tolerance for such betrayal. It wasn't just about saving face, he couldn't hold his head up in front of his brothers. At this very moment, he truly understood the agony Jiang Xiaoyu had endured. That's why when Jiang Xiaoyu proposed the 3 rules, he agreed without hesitation. To write without distraction, we'll establish 3 rules, no flirting with girls. No dating girls. Reject any girl's confession without hesitation. Xu Jiānian seized the moment, and you too. Seeing Xu Jiānian agree so readily, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly felt all the restlessness and suffocation from earlier dissipate. A faint smile touched his lips as he replied, of course. For all 4 years of college, I'll remain pure for you. Xu Jiānian. This line? Why does it sound so comforting? Xu Jiānian couldn't help but crack a smile, the corners of his lips spreading wider. They were seated near the door today. A gust of wind swept in, causing the strands of hair by Jiang Xiaoyu's ear to flutter suddenly. A few strands brushed against his ear, and that familiar scent made Xu Jiānian's mind wander. He recalled the words she had just spoken, for 4 years of college, I kept myself pure for you. Xu Jiānian suddenly jerked back like a startled rabbit, the hidden meaning behind those words? A moment later, he turned his head away with feigned disdain though his ears flushed slightly. Chapter 31, Feasting and Drinking with Jiang Xiaoyu. 6:30. Jiang Xiaoyu packed up her things to head home. Duan Xiaoqian had already slipped away. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder, what do you think Duan Xiaoqian was doing at the web novel club? Xu Jiānian froze, then hurriedly replied, of course he came to learn how to write web novels. I guess he wants to make a living from writing too. Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't see it. He just plays on his phone every day, drags seniors into gaming sessions, and got scolded by a senior for it. Xu Jiānian felt a pang of sorrow for having such a useless teammate. He should at least pretend to be reading web novels to cover his tracks, but he couldn't even fake it. At this rate, he'd be exposed soon. Jiang Xiaoyu was sharp enough to see right through any pretense, let alone his lack thereof. No way. He'd have to find time to coach this dim-witted advisor. The two walked together toward the school gates. Xu Jiānian couldn't help asking again, Xiaoyu, what should we have for dinner tonight? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Eat your own food. Xu Jiānian feigned distress, but I don't have any ingredients at home. You could buy some. Even if I buy them, I still can't cook. He looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with a pleading expression. Xiaoyu, let me learn to cook with you. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted haughtily, learning to cook is just an excuse to freeload. Hee, same thing. I'll learn from you and grab a bite while I'm at it. Jiang Xiaoyu fell silent. That pig-headed fool only knows how to freeload. At least she could still afford to feed him. It was a 3-minute walk to the bus stop. The 126 hadn't arrived yet, so the two squeezed into the crowd waiting for the bus. The 126 went straight to the school gate, and most of the people waiting at the bus stop were Jiangda students. A few upperclassmen stood chattering beside them. Olju, I'm telling you, the anime club seniors are gorgeous. That Xu Weiling, especially the club president, wow, she's absolutely stunning. A senior beside them chimed in enthusiastically, yeah, she's gorgeous. She's a junior. Got your eye on her? The guy called Olju got excited, yeah. If I could date a senior from the anime club, I'd make her wear her uniform, stick on a foxtail, and put up cat ears whenever I felt like it. I'd be in heaven. Hee. The group erupted in a lecherous chuckle only men could truly appreciate. Jiang Xiaoyu found these seniors utterly sleazy and tugged Xu Jiānian away to the other side. She muttered, what kind of manners are these? Xu Jiānian rolled his eyes, thoroughly disgusted by these guys. Damn it, all you guys can do is shoot your mouths off. If you're so tough, go find her yourselves. All they do is fantasize, daydreaming in broad daylight. But, is there really a beautiful senior in the anime club? Xiaoyu, does the anime club fall under your academic affairs department? Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him, Xu Jiānian, what are you trying to pull? Haha, I just wanted to ride your coattails and meet some of the senior sisters. Whoa! Jiang Xiaoyu pinched Xu Jiānian's soft waist, gritting her teeth. Xu Jiānian, you better keep your mind straight. Xu Jiānian scrambled backward. Haha, just kidding. All men are scoundrels. I'm not even a man yet. How about you find me a senior so I can become a real man? Whoa! Jiang Xiaoyu, why are you stomping on my foot again? Jiang Xiaoyu's hands and feet were busy all at once pinching and stomping until Xu Jiānian was grimacing in pain and dared not say another word. The bus is here, hurry. As soon as the number 126 bus pulled up, Xu Jiānian shielded Jiang Xiaoyu as they boarded. With so many students crowding in, he always used his height advantage to shield Jiang Xiaoyu, fearing the petite girl might get crushed by the tall, burly boys. After they boarded, several seats remained free at the back. Xu Jiānian strode over and claimed two, over here. Jiang Xiaoyu walked over with her backpack. Sitting together, they pulled out their phones to read. Xiaoyu, I've decided to start writing tonight. You have material now? Xu Jiānian replied with conviction, yes, I've actually had material for a while. I just worry my writing might be too raw for my first attempt. What kind of material? Top secret. Xu Jiānian had no intention of letting Jiang Xiaoyu know he planned to imitate that manga novel. She'd definitely laugh at him if she found out. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu glaring at him, he added, glaring won't help. Unless you let me see what you've written. I haven't even started writing yet. Then let's do it together. No way. I need to read more books first. Soon they arrived at the residential complex. Xu Jiānian was still concerned about dinner. For a student, spending the whole day at school and then enjoying a hearty meal in the evening was simply the best thing ever. Xiaoyu, you still haven't said what we're having for dinner tonight? Jiang Xiaoyu pointed across the park. Tonight we're having dumplings. There's a handmade dumpling shop on the commercial street by the park, it's delicious. We went there last time my parents came back. Xu Jiānian was a bit surprised. You're not making them yourself? Making them ourselves takes too much time. Plus, we're out of ingredients at home. Going to the residential area to buy them would take even more time. By the time dinner's ready, it'll be really late. We still have to read our literature and get some rest early. Oh, alright then. Then, as if remembering something, Xu Jiānian asked, did you used to eat out at restaurants often? Yeah, sometimes when I didn't feel like cooking, we'd go out to eat. So how much is your monthly allowance? A little over 1,000 a month. Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu's petite frame. That little? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the tall, sturdy man beside her. That big eater of yours definitely can't make it last. I have 2,000. Little fish, you're treating me. How much do you have on your phone? Are you worried I won't have enough? It's just that I feel awkward if I couldn't pay the bill after eating. Jiang Xiaoyu beamed with pride, stop being so petty. I've got money. Then show big bro how much you've got. No way.
Xu Jiānian insisted on seeing it and reached for her phone. Jiang Xiaoyu dashed toward the park and the boy immediately gave chase. They chased each other playfully all the way to the commercial street. The sun sank lower in the west. The park, nestled against hills and beside water, saw occasional pairs of wild ducks take flight from the reeds, startled by the laughter of the chasing teens. To test how much savings Jiang Xiaoyu had, Xu Jiānian deliberately ordered several extra dishes: dumplings, shrimp and cucumber salad, chicken feet, and pork rib soup. Little fish, you won't go bankrupt eating all this, will you? Pfft, no big deal. To put Xu Jiānian at ease, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to pay the bill first. Xu Jiānian followed discreetly behind. The moment he saw the balance in Jiang Xiaoyu's WeChat wallet, Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure suddenly seemed like a glittering gold mine, radiating an irresistibly tempting glow. Haha, little fish, you actually have over 38,000 on WeChat? Well, that's great, now Big Brother can live the high life with you. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him. You've got some nerve saying that. I'm treating you now, but you owe me a meal later. Don't forget to return the favor. Xu Jiānian swallowed a dumpling whole. You're loaded now, why even care about this? It's just common courtesy. Though he acted nonchalant, Xu Jiānian felt it wasn't right for a grown man to always let a woman pick up the tab. He mentally calculated how to earn more money through writing. Ideally, he'd buy a car and a house before graduation. He had to make the most of these 4 years at university. Jiang Xiaoyu took 3 bites to finish one dumpling, which Xu Jiānian found a bit embarrassing. His plate was already empty, while only 4 dumplings had disappeared from hers. They'd ordered 3 plates of dumplings, and he estimated Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't even finish half a plate. Chapter 32, Visual Impact. As for the spare ribs and chicken feet, he couldn't count on Jiang Xiaoyu to finish them either, he'd have to tackle them himself. Xu Jiānian picked up a piece of spare rib, chewing it with relish, his mouth filled with savory flavor. Watching Xu Jiānian eat so heartily, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her own appetite stir. She wolfed down 2 dumplings, scooped a spoonful of spare rib soup, and stuffed her mouth full. Just as she was about to show off to Xu Jiānian that she could eat heartily too, she choked. Talking with her mouth full? She just couldn't manage it. She coughed and spluttered for a long while, her eyes reddening, until Xu Jiānian patted her back for quite some time before she finally recovered. Xiaoyu, you're such a mess. It's just the 2 of us, why fight over food? If you could eat more, I'd save it for you. Jiang Xiaoyu took a sip of water to rinse her mouth, spitting it into the trash can. Stop gloating. My throat is a bit narrow. I just slipped up, I wasn't grabbing food. But I clearly saw you bite off a whole dumpling, stuffing it in your mouth, and still managed to take a sip of pork rib soup. Jiang Xiaoyu, is your mouth that big? Just eat your food. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. She'd just be more careful in the future. She really didn't have the talent to chat and laugh with her mouth full of food. But it wasn't a big deal. Isn't that how girls are? If she were like Xu Jiānian, her S-curve body sculpting plan would probably go down the drain, turning her slender waist into a barrel. This is so delicious. I'll definitely come back here often. This home-style restaurant truly served delicious food, and the chef's skills were exceptional. The spare rib soup was a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Jiang Xiaoyu was tempted to apprentice under the chef to learn the recipe. But she wondered if the chef would be willing to teach her. She'd heard that signature dishes at these secret recipe family-run restaurants were never shared outside the family. She began scheming to dine here more often, befriend the owner, and perhaps learn the culinary secrets. When it came to winning people over, Jiang Xiaoyu might be young, but she was a master at it. Bring my brother along. Sure thing. I'll treat you until you start earning, then you treat me. Xu Jiānian was naturally delighted. With no money of his own, he could only tag along with Jiang Xiaoyu, the little rich girl, to enjoy the good life, no problem. As they ate, their legs naturally brushed together beneath the table. Jiang Xiaoyu resented Xu Jiānian for taking up so much space and occasionally nudged his leg with her knee. Those 2 long legs took up far too much space, occupying 2/3 of the area under the table. Jiang Xiaoyu ate another dumpling, feeling completely stuffed, and set down her chopsticks. Watching the person across from her still devouring her food, she couldn't help but feel envious. She wiped her mouth with a wet wipe and placed one within Xu Jiānian's reach. Xu Jiānian chewed noisily, his lips glistening with oil. It was clear he loved this dish too. Jiang Xiaoyu thought to herself that from now on, she'd be the one freeloading off his meals. As long as Xu Jiānian earned money, she'd have him support her. A man supporting a woman, wasn't that only natural? But if it were the other way around, people would mock him for being a freeloader. Oh dear, why was she thinking along those lines again? They weren't even married, where did this notion of supporting come from? It must be because that big dummy Xu Jiānian ate her meals, and she felt bad about it, that's why she had this idea. It definitely wasn't because she wanted him to support her. That's for sure. Still, it was kind of touching. In just a few days, their relationship had warmed up considerably. It wasn't like before, where they'd bicker the moment they saw each other. So whenever there's friction, just spend more time together.
If Xu Jiānian and she could have spent those 3 high school years getting along peacefully like this, 2 people who were meant to be together wouldn't have been awkward with each other for so long. For lovers, companionship is the most enduring declaration of affection. Friendship is no different without companionship, it's hard to sustain. After dinner, they each headed home. Jiang Xiaoyu dropped her backpack and headed for the bathroom to shower. Warm water cascading over her head felt like it washed away all the day's fatigue. After rinsing for a while, she cleaned her body thoroughly. Once done, she lathered her skin evenly with the fragrant shower gel before lifting the shower head to wash away the foam. Gazing at her graceful reflection in the mirror, Jiang Xiaoyu felt utterly content. Jiang Xiaoyu skipped applying body lotion in the bathroom tonight, certain that Xu Jiānian wouldn't arrive so soon. After his shower, he'd still need to wash clothes, hang them out to dry, and scrub his shoes. It would take him at least an hour. The small bathroom in her bedroom, like Xu Jiānian's, was a later addition. Its cramped space made bending over or stooping uncomfortable. Holding the lotion, she sat on the sofa and applied it evenly from her feet to her calves and thighs, then began gently patting it in with her small hands. All to ensure her skin absorbed it well. In truth, the lotions she bought were all high-end. This bottle alone cost over 400 yuan. Fortunately, her manga series had become wildly popular, earning her a decent chunk of change. Jiang Xiaoyu understood the importance of self-reliance from a young age. With her parents rarely home, she had no one to depend on and had to handle many things on her own. That included earning her own living. She hadn't asked her parents for living expenses in years, even though a substantial sum arrived in her account every month. She saved every penny of their allowance, accumulating a solid 100,000 yuan. She had also saved 50,000 yuan from her own scholarships, while her WeChat wallet was filled entirely with income from her comics. She decided to save all this money carefully, setting it aside as her own dowry. So whoever was lucky enough to marry her would be getting a real bargain. If Xu Jiānian married her someday, he could skip years of struggling to get ahead. Oh dear, her thoughts were wandering again. How could she possibly marry Xu Jiānian? This super-duper beauty would only marry the best man in the world. But aside from Xu Jiānian, there's no one better around. Was it just that love makes everything beautiful? Why did she think Xu Jiānian was the best? Her small hand brushed over the pale, delicate instep and continued upward. The door clicked open, and Xu Jiānian barged in without a care. Jiang Xiaoyu, startled, she was still wrapped in a towel. Before she could cover her thighs, she saw that bastard Xu Jiānian had frozen in place, his eyes already gleaming. Frustrated and embarrassed, she snapped, "Xu Jiānian, you pervert! Wait, Xiaoyu, aren't you usually naked? Why are you so careless? Damn it! Trying to make me get a nosebleed?" He watched Jiang Xiaoyu flustered and disoriented, utterly at a loss. The towel barely covered her chest and hips, leaving her snow-white arms exposed. Her shoulders glowed with a tempting sheen. Her long, beautiful legs hadn't been covered yet, and traces of unevenly applied lotion still clung to her thighs. The scorching image hit him like a thunderclap, and Xu Jiānian felt a surge of blood rushing straight to his head. His lips twitched uncontrollably with embarrassment. Was it too late to cover his eyes? But his eyes betrayed him, fixated on the exposed areas of the girl's body as he swallowed nervously. "Xu Jiānian, just you wait, I'll deal with you later." Jiang Xiaoyu's face burned fiercely, red enough to bleed. She spat out the warning, then dashed toward the bedroom as if her life depended on it. "Xu Jiānian." He quickly covered his eyes. "I didn't see anything." The bedroom door slammed shut with a bang, sending a jolt through Xu Jiānian's heart. He scrambled to find something to protect his waist, otherwise she'd bruise it purple in a minute. Jiang Xiaoyu emerged wearing a homey pajama set. The sleeve style, with a skirt hem falling past her knees, looked decidedly conservative save for the vivid pink hue that made it visually jarring. "Xiaoyu, it's getting late. Let's get to work." Xu Jiānian didn't want to be caught off guard, so he urged her to shift her focus. Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't about to fall for that so easily. She glared at him fiercely and demanded, "How did you get here so fast?" "It didn't take me that long to shower." Chapter 33, Starting to Earn Money. "Didn't you say you needed to wash clothes and scrub shoes? It'll only take a few minutes. I'll be done in no time. Can you even get them clean in that little time?" "Xu Jiānian, you're not just going through the motions, are you? Why would I cut corners? I'm not washing someone else's clothes. If you're slow at it, next time I'll wash yours too, just throw them in with mine." "No way. You never get them clean." All right. Back to business. Let's get to work." Xu Jiānian had actually brought his laptop over, planning to write the opening today. With the comic story already sketched out, all he needed to do was translate it into words. Xu Jiānian referred to his first attempt at writing as describing pictures. Still, he needed to tweak those everyday snippets. He couldn't let readers see his writing was just a comic adaptation. Jiang Xiaoyu snorted. "I'll settle this with you later. If you look at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out." "No, without eyes, my world would be dark and lifeless." "Then what do you want to see with your eyes?" Xu Jiānian readily agreed, "Beautiful women and gorgeous legs." "Whoa!" Xu Jiānian clutched his waist. "Jiang Xiaoyu, why are you hitting me again?"
Jiang Xiaoyu commanded imperiously, what good are eyes for? This time, Xu Jiānian was honest, his expression serious, to read books, write essays, and to eat, dress, and sleep. Now that's more like it. Jiang Xiaoyu gave him a look that said she'd let him off for now. Then get writing. Jiang Xiaoyu had always known Xu Jiānian was a lecher. Earlier, the way he'd stared at her was lecherous and hungry. She'd even caught him swallowing hard. As a beautiful girl, having boys drool over her proved her charm. Not only was she not annoyed, she felt rather pleased with herself. That's why she didn't hold it against Xu Jiānian. But if it had been any other guy, that would have been unacceptable. She would have been so embarrassed and angry she might have jumped off a building. Xu Jiānian was the only one allowed to look at her. Jiang Xiaoyu sat beside Xu Jiānian, watching his slender fingers dance across the keyboard as he typed out lines of text. She wondered, could this guy really be so inspired, writing as if guided by divine intervention? Could it be that she'd been too careless to notice before that Xu Jiānian was actually a masterful online writer? She pretended to read the text, stealing glances at the boy beside her. She had to admit, Xu Jiānian's looks were undeniably striking. Even his profile alone was flawless. His sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, paired with a perfectly sculpted jawline, were breathtaking from the side. Below that, a long, slender neck and a sensual Adam's apple. The image of him swallowing hard, his Adam's apple rolling deeply, made Jiang Xiaoyu's ears flush bright red for some reason. Just as she tried to avert her gaze to steady her nerves, Xu Jiānian suddenly looked over at her. Jiang Xiaoyu panicked. If this guy caught her staring, he'd definitely gloat about it. No way she couldn't let him get cocky. A quick idea struck her. She grabbed 2 candies from the dish and handed them to him. Xu Jiānian, have a mint to clear your head. Xu Jiānian didn't take them, looking slightly bewildered. Were you watching me type just now? Jiang Xiaoyu quickly denied it, don't get cocky. Do you think you're some big star who can attract this beauty's attention anytime, anywhere? But I totally felt you peeking at me. How about it? Am I not absolutely gorgeous when I'm typing? Xu Jiānian, not only is your eyesight bad, but your senses are off too. Did you grow eyes on your arm? You think I was looking at you? I was reading the story the whole time, okay? Xu Jiānian fell silent. Maybe it was just his imagination. Earlier, he'd been certain Jiang Xiaoyu was peeking at him. He glanced at the mint candy in her small hand and remarked disapprovingly, Jiang Xiaoyu, aren't you afraid of getting cavities? I haven't brushed my teeth yet. It's fine to eat before brushing. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks puff up and deflate with each bite, shaped like the candy itself, suddenly made him crave some. I don't want mint. The flavor's too strong. Jiang Xiaoyu set the candy down and pointed to the other colors. Strawberry or orange. Those are the only 2 left. Orange, then. Jiang Xiaoyu handed him the orange one. Orange is good. It cools you down. Cools you down? Xu Jiānian's eyes narrowed strangely. Recalling the fiery scene Jiang Xiaoyu had just exposed, he asked slyly, cools down where? If only that particular heat could be cooled down. The memory alone made him feel unbearably hot. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, missing the double meaning. It cools down any kind of heat, she hastily clarified. Xu Jiānian stared at Jiang Xiaoyu with complete candor, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. After all, she couldn't understand the innuendo. Alright then, I'll have one first. With the candy in his mouth, Xu Jiānian hurriedly typed away on the keyboard. He needed to earn money fast. That little rich girl Jiang Xiaoyu was still waiting for him to treat her. Seeing Xu Jiānian so earnest and diligent, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of satisfaction. It had to be said, Xu Jiānian possessed some literary talent. His first attempt at writing flowed smoothly, without a single stumble. Little did she know, Xu Jiānian was merely describing pictures. Recalling the comic's plot points, he just needed to jot them down. Xu Jiānian's job was that of a faithful recorder. After working for 2 hours, Xu Jiānian stood up and grabbed a can of Red Bull from the fridge to perk himself up. Not wanting to drink too much at night, he poured a third of it into a glass for Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't drink this stuff at night and pushed the glass back to him. I'm afraid it'll keep me up. Then Big Brother will have to finish it all by himself. His expression unchanged, he lifted the glass and downed it in one gulp. The empty glass left a faint brown watermark on the glass surface. His lips tinged with a deeper hue, his smile carrying a hint of seduction. Little fish, don't you think Big Brother looks pretty charming when he's working? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced up at him and delivered a merciless blow. Stop being so full of yourself. You're not Xiaoshan. How captivating could you possibly be? Don't women always say a man looks most captivating when he's working? That's other men. Jiang Xiaoyu, you're really hurting my feelings. I'm just telling it like it is. Xu Jiānian fell silent and obediently sat down to type. When it came to sharp tongues, he couldn't hold a candle to Jiang Xiaoyu. He'd already typed 6,000 words tonight and decided to send it to his editor once he hit 10,000. Jiang Xiaoyu had given him the editor's contact information. After a few exchanges, he'd informed the editor he intended to write a romance novel. The editor simply said to send it over for review, and if approved, a contract could be signed immediately. The thought of earning money through a contract instantly fueled his motivation.
By 9 o'clock, Jiang Xiaoyu was shooing him off again.
Xu Jiānian, that's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow night. Damn it, I was just getting into the groove.
Why are you going to bed so early, Jiang Xiaoyu?
Early to bed, early to rise. I've got morning exercises tomorrow.
Xu Jiānian had no choice but to pack up his things.
Alright, I'll go back and write. Jiang Xiaoyu gave him a rare compliment. Good job. Keep up this creative drive and you'll get signed soon.
Xu Jiānian closed the door behind her and headed back to his own place.
Chapter 34, My stomach's sensitive soft rice suits me.
Xu Jiānian was determined to secure that contract, so he needed to work twice as hard. Back home, he opened the familiar website and saw that the comic hadn't been updated yet.
Why is the update delayed by 2 hours?
He recalled it had also updated at 11:30 the previous day. He decided to write until 11:30 himself. He flipped back through the previous chapters, rereading the earlier panels to find those little everyday moments and spark some inspiration.
He wrote as he read, continuing until the comic updated at 11 p.m.
Only then did he review the sprawling 10,000 words he'd written, satisfied, before turning in for the night. That sleepyhead across the room must have dozed off by 9:30 sharp, like a lazy little pig, sticking to his bedtime routine every single night. Seems little fishy has a pretty regular schedule. But that was actually good, it gave others a chance to catch up. Jiang Xiaoyu was already so outstanding it was infuriating, she was simply not like ordinary people. If she worked that hard too, how could anyone else possibly compete? He gloated inwardly, little fish, while you're snoring away, your big brother is running hard. Across the way. The person Xu Jiānian thought was fast asleep was diligently updating her comic. Actually, drawing comics is quite time consuming, it might even take longer than writing. Creating comics involves not only conceptualizing the visuals but also the actual drawing process, rough sketches, final drafts, coloring, and more.
So by the time I finished updating the latest panel, it was already 10:40 p.m. I rushed to publish it.
Updates have been delayed by 2 hours these past few days, and fans have been leaving comments urging me to post sooner. She glanced at a few of the comments urging her to update and replied to several longtime readers. Xu Jiānian, a longtime fan she'd chatted with extensively, messaged her on QQ.
Xu Jiānian, Little Moon, why have the updates been 2 hours late lately? Xu Jiānian, did something happen?
Xu Jiānian, no worries, I'll wait for you even if you're 3 hours late.
Xu Jiānian, I'll wait for you forever. Jiang Xiaoyu.
This is the reader who interacts with her the most. Sometimes she wanted to pinch him right through the screen. If it weren't for the fact that his way of speaking and tone kinda remind her of Xu Jiānian, she wouldn't give him the time of day.
Oh well, he is a die-hard fan after all. No need to hold a grudge.
Lying on the bed, her two slender white legs dangled outside the summer quilt, swaying back and forth as if swimming. The young girl was lost in thought. Her brows furrowed slightly. Her relationship with Xu Jiānian seemed to be getting better and better. But he still treated her like a little sister. Today, when she embarrassed herself and he saw 2/3 of her beautiful body, his reaction was pathetic enough, yet he didn't take things further. In TV dramas, at this point, the male lead would pounce on the female lead without hesitation. That was the proper direction for the plot to take. But Xu Jiānian showed no reaction beyond a hint of envy. After she changed and came out, he acted perfectly serious, as if nothing had happened, and started writing again. As she fantasized about Xu Jiānian tackling her in an intimate scene, Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed red again. Oh no! This innocent young beauty was already harboring impure thoughts. She actually hoped Xu Jiānian would do that to her? How vulgar. Thankfully, Xu Jiānian hadn't actually done anything to her. If he'd really pinned her down, she would have beaten him to a pulp. But then again, if Xu Jiānian could maintain such self-restraint around her, would he be the same with others? If he truly lived up to the nickname she'd given him, she'd actually feel relieved. Bye-hi? Devoid of all human desires. She hoped he treated other girls the same way. Things were manageable in class, he was under her watchful eye and had no chance to interact with other girls. But she feared trouble might arise in the badminton club. Xu Jiānian's romantic prospects had always been quite promising. In just a few short days, there was even the incident with Xiaoyu confessing his feelings. Seems she can't guard against it all. She couldn't just hang out in the web novel club anymore. She'd have to drop by the badminton club too, make her presence known, and stake her claim. Even if Xu Jiānian was only her boyfriend in name, she wouldn't tolerate anyone else laying claim to him. Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't about to let him wear a green hat. The next day, Xu Jiānian woke up to his alarm as usual, quickly washed up, and went to find Jiang Xiaoyu. Little fish, guess how many words Big Brother wrote yesterday? Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't stand Xu Jiānian's habit of bragging about every little achievement. Facing his expectant gaze, she replied with little enthusiasm, not interested. Early in the morning, this guy's face was all, little fish, come ask me. Ask me how many words I wrote. How could you be like this? You're supposed to be teaching me, yet you don't care about your own student at all. Jiang Xiaoyu readily obliged. Oh, Mr. Xu, how many words did you write last night? How late did you work? 10,000 words. Worked until midnight.
Not bad, pretty hard-working. Keep it up. You're being way too dismissive.
Seeing Xu Jiānian's disappointed expression after failing to get praise, Jiang Xiaoyu sighed helplessly, then just bow your head.
Xu Jiānian froze. What for? Jiang Xiaoyu, you wanted praise, right? Let me pat your head and smooth your fur. Damn it, you think I'm a golden lion king?
Jiang Xiaoyu pictured Xu Jiānian as a golden retriever, crouching beside her with his tongue hanging out, begging for praise from his owner. The scene was rather comical.
She couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter shook her like a blossoming branch, sending strands of dark hair dancing across her forehead, a sight that filled the heart with joy. Imagine such a radiant smile on a beautiful girl. How could any young man not be captivated? Xu Jiānian's heart skipped a beat. This morning's run went smoothly. After exercising for 40 minutes, the two returned to wash up. Then they arrived at school. Little fish, let's grab pot roasted pork for lunch? Before Jiang Xiaoyu could even set down her backpack, the tomboy Lin Kiki was already making plans. Sure, why the sudden craving for pork with sweet and sour sauce?
Jiang Xiaoyu, not particularly picky about food, pulled out her textbooks from her backpack and asked.
I watched a food show last night and got cravings. Gotta try it today.
Lin Kikoko wasn't just a tomboy, she was also a seasoned foodie. Xu Jiānian, equally powerless against delicious food, chimed in, let's go together.
Little fish is treating. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him. Why not you? Xu Jiānian replied matter-of-factly, didn't we agree you're supporting me now? Everyone. Duan Xiaoqiang activated his gossip detector mode, his gaze lingering on the pair. Boss, living off someone? Xu Jiānian declared with righteous indignation, my stomach's weak, I'm suited for freeloading. Everyone. Duan Xiaoqiang felt his boss was embarrassing him and quietly moved away. He's not ashamed, he's proud of it. How could someone be so brazen about living off someone else?
Jiang Xiaoyu was furious. At first she certainly didn't want to support Xu Jiānian. The guy had a bottomless pit for an appetite, she couldn't afford to support him. But when she recalled his words, my stomach's weak, so freeloading suits me best, a flicker of pride stirred within her.
See? He still can't do without me. Looks like she'd have to keep Xu Jiānian as her kept man from now on.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt elated, her petite lips curving into a faint smile, her red mouth slightly parted, inviting imagination.
Chapter 35, Sweet and Crispy Pork. Jiangcheng University was vast, with numerous colleges and faculties, so naturally, its dining halls were comprehensive.
The two main dining halls in the north and south encompassed cuisines from all corners of the world. The dishes were diverse and the flavors rich. Consequently, the surrounding snack shops struggled to attract many students.
Most students still ate all 3 meals on campus.
Fortunately, the cafeterias are spacious and well lit, with affordable prices offering excellent value for money.
The signature dish, sweet and sour pork, always sells out quickly. So as soon as the last class ended, Lin Kikoko dragged Jiang Xiaoyu to the cafeteria. Hurry up, little fish. If we're late, it'll be sold out. Lin Kikoko shouted impatiently as they ran.
Jiang Xiaoyu kept pace with her, inwardly marveling at how this tomboy could outrun a rabbit. She was particularly envious of Lin Kiki, who was more pleasing to the eye than her in both height and figure. Standing at 5 feet 10 inches, Lin Kikoko naturally had long legs. She was curvy in all the right places, full where it mattered, slim where it counted, with a figure she considered ideal. Plus, her bestie had a serious weakness for food. She got more excited seeing delicious treats than she did seeing hot guys. Whenever she spotted something delicious, she couldn't wait to dive in. So all the way to the cafeteria, she'd been dragged along by Lin Kikoko. It was dinner time, and though they'd sprinted over at full speed, they weren't the only ones hungry. The cafeteria was already packed. Little fish, wait here. I'll push my way through.
You're cutting in line? I spotted someone I know. I'll have her get my food.
The line for food was so long that Jiang Xiaoyu, petite as she was, feared being knocked over by the massive crowd of diners. She wisely decided to go hold a seat instead.
The acquaintance Lin Kiki mentioned was Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu was a member of the badminton club and served as its vice president.
The innocent Lin Kiki believed this connection was strong enough.
Xiaoyu, grab me 2 servings of sweet and sour pork.
Lin Kikoko called out to her. Hearing her name, Xiaoyu turned to see Lin Kikoko. President, you want sweet and sour pork?
Yep, grab me 2 portions.
Who are you with? Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu had initially considered getting it for Lin Kiki too, but upon hearing it was for Jiang Xiaoyu, her willingness vanished instantly.
Her most hated rival, why would she bring her food? Though Xiaoyu would follow her best friend's advice to act weak and pitiful to get close to Xu Jiānian, she wasn't naturally calculating.
Her straightforward nature came through. President, if it were just for you, fine.
But Jiang Xiaoyu is my rival. I can't bring myself to bring her food. Lin Kiki grew impatient. Rival my foot. Do you think Xu Jiānian even likes you? Cut the nonsense, just say yes or no. Xiaoyu stood firm, I won't deliver. This tomboy Lin Kiki wasn't about to let it go.
Without another word, she pushed past Xiaoyu. If you won't deliver, I'll get it myself.
Xiaoyu snapped, how dare you cut in line?
Lin Kokoko glanced at the long line behind them, her expression fierce. I'll cut in front of you.
Behave yourself. If you keep talking back, I'll have Xu Jiānian fire you. Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu felt utterly wronged. Not only could she not stand up to Jiang Xiaoyu, but now she had to endure bullying from her own best friend. She watched helplessly as Lin Kiki walked away satisfied, carrying 2 portions of sweet and sour pork.
With so many students, maintaining order was essential.
During peak mealtimes, cutting in line was practically unheard of.
Lin Kiki's blatant queue jumping was downright infuriating. If it were anyone else, they might have been called out. But not Lin Kiki.
Her tomboyish demeanor made girls afraid to provoke her, while boys turned a blind eye.
Sweet and crispy pork. Sweet and crispy pork.
Lin Kiki excitedly placed 2 portions in front of Jiang Xiaoyu, boasting, General Lin to the rescue, 1 person does the work of 2.
Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the serpentine queue, surprised. That fast? You really cut in line?
Lin Kokoko shrugged indifferently, plopping down beside Jiang Xiaoyu.
No big deal. If I see someone I don't like, I just cut in front of her. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. Who was it? Lin Kokoko, Xu Jiānian's mistress. Jiang Xiaoyu.
As she ate the sweet and sour pork Lin Kokoko had bought by cutting in line, Jiang Xiaoyu found it especially delicious. Comparing the meat in the lunchbox to Xiaoyu, she savored every bite, chewing every bone.
Afternoon dismissal. Xu Jiānian paced the badminton court once, finding the players' skills utterly abysmal. He gathered them to teach a few basic moves. Watch my grip. It must be like this is the correct way. Xu Jiānian demonstrated with his racket.
Also, pay attention to your serve stance. Don't try to smash the ball, you're not at that level yet.
Don't rush things. The players gathered around Xu Jiānian, watching his guidance and listening to his advice.
The boys mostly watched with admiration and awe.
The girls, meanwhile, were practically seeing pink bubbles in their eyes, utterly mesmerized by Xu Jiānian's dashing movements.
The boys in the class, seeing the girls around them acting like lovesick fools, felt their emotions shift from admiration to jealousy. Xu Jiānian was getting all the perks. Not only was he an academic superstar, but he was even winning over the girls in the volleyball club.
Xu Jiānian, are you even human?
They seethed inwardly, disdaining the girls' superficial behavior.
All they care about is looks. Why don't they dig deeper to understand someone's character? Maybe Xu Jiānian is all show and no substance. How could he compare to us, with our inner beauty?
The boys seethed inwardly, their glances at Xu Jiānian now filled with venom, their eyes practically turning into machine guns, ready to riddle him like a target.
After a brief demonstration, Xu Jiānian let them practice freely.
The players were all pretty mediocre, so just managing to select 2 teams for the fall sports meet was already quite an achievement.
Sports like badminton don't yield results just because you love them.
It requires innate talent and years of grueling training before one can build up strength and soar to new heights. He was a prime example. Ever since elementary school, he had loved all kinds of sports. His height advantage allowed him to excel effortlessly in every sport he tried. While Jiang Xiaoyu represented the school in academic competitions, he was also racing across different sports fields. Jiang Xiaoyu racked up scholarships by the handful, and his collection of trophies and medals was countless. So they really are a perfect match. If finding a partner meant seeking someone equally matched in strength and ability, he and Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't be more perfect for each other. The moment the thought surfaced, Xu Jiānian was startled. How could he even think that? This is ridiculous. While he and Jiang Xiaoyu were indeed well matched in strength, they were sworn enemies. Even though they were on the path to reconciliation, it couldn't be denied that at the end of the day, they were still brother and sister.
President, Xiaoyu fainted. An anxious shout snapped Xu Jiānian back to reality. This is bad.
He slapped his forehead and sprinted over.
Chapter 36, A Quick Visit. Xu Jiānian's first thought was that Xiaoyu had a heart condition.
Seeing the unconscious girl lying on the ground, he immediately ordered someone to call the infirmary.
Shouldn't we carry her to the infirmary? A boy urged. Xu Jiānian quickly stopped him. No, what if it is a heart attack? Who knows CPR?
One hand checked Xiaoyu's breath, detecting a faint, warm breath.
Xu Jiānian breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as she wasn't dead.
For some reason, he noticed Xiaoyu's eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. What was going on?
President, I'm Xiaoyu's best friend.
You should carry her to the infirmary.
The floor is too cold, I'm worried her body can't handle it. Xu Jiānian shot her a sideways glance.
You'll take responsibility if she dies? Everyone.
Before the infirmary staff arrived, Xiaoyu opened her eyes. She looked at Xu Jiānian, grabbed his clothes, and stared at him with tear-filled eyes, looking pitifully vulnerable.
Xu Jiānian seriously wondered if she was faking it. President, I'm not feeling well. I've had this happen before, but it's nothing serious. Just drink some water and rest for a bit and I'll be fine. Xu Jiānian's mouth twitched. Well then, hurry up and drink some water.
Xiaoyu still clung to his sleeve.
Xu Jiānian couldn't very well do anything to her, she'd only just woken up.
Touch her again and she'd probably roll her eyes back and pass out again. He patiently helped her to the rest area and had someone fetch a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Xiaoyu waited at the web novel club for half an hour but didn't see Xu Jiānian.
Could the badminton club be too busy today? Why hadn't he shown up yet? She decided to drop by the club anyway.
She packed her bag and headed toward the badminton club.
Duan Xiaochang, seeing his surveillance target about to leave, naturally followed. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Jiang Xiaoyu gave him a puzzled look. Why are you leaving too? Duan Xiaochang chuckled. I'm just tired from studying. Need to relax. Where are you headed? I'm heading to the badminton club. It's on my way too. Let's go together. Are you here to study or to keep tabs on me? What kind of talk is that?
I'm here to learn because I love web novels so much.
Can't you feel my passion for them? Jiang Xiaoyu snorted. I'm slow on the uptake. Duan Xiaoqian.
The two walked together toward the badminton club. Spotting Xu Jiānian chatting with a girl from afar looking rather intimate, in fact her mood instantly soured.
Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Sometimes what you see isn't what it seems. Duan Xiaoqian wanted to grind Xu Jiānian into dust right then and there. Damn it, what the hell is the boss doing? He tells me to tail Jiang Xiaoyu and he's out here fooling around with women?
This is like the thief crying stop thief. At least Jiang Xiaoyu was minding her own business, not messing with men.
You can go rest now. Xu Jiānian trailed off mid-sentence.
His heart skipped a beat when he met Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze fixed on him. Then he blurted out a disjointed remark. Damn it, caught red-handed.
Feeling a twinge of guilt, Xu Jiānian cleared his throat. Xiaoyu, you're here? Why did this feel like a girlfriend checking up on him? Xiaoyu spotted Jiang Xiaoyu now, practically clinging to Xu Jiānian.
One hand gripped his shirt tightly, the strength hardly resembling someone just waking from unconsciousness, more like a lovesick teenager. Jiang Xiaoyu saw through it but didn't call him out, knowing Xu Jiānian had gotten himself into another romantic entanglement. She walked over with an air of nonchalance, glancing at Xiaoyu's hand clutching Xu Jiānian's. Her smile held a hint of mystery.
What's going on here? Xu Jiānian instinctively tried to push Xiaoyu away. She passed out and just woke up. Jiang Xiaoyu asked calmly, what caused her to faint? Probably.
Xu Jiānian ventured a guess, probably a heart condition. Jiang Xiaoyu gave a sly smile, her tone turning serious.
Heart problems? You can't play badminton with that. Xu Jiānian, do you recruit members without regard for age, weakness, illness, or disability? Everyone.
It must be said, Jiang Xiaoyu really had a sharp tongue.
Xiaoyu grew impatient, glaring at Jiang Xiaoyu. This is our badminton club's business. What's it to you?
Jiang Xiaoyu replied matter-of-factly, you joined the club while hiding your condition.
If something happens, my boyfriend will be held responsible. Of course I have to look out for him.
She kept calling him my boyfriend with such ease and fluency that Xu Jiānian felt dizzy from it, almost believing it himself.
Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly, stung by Jiang Xiaoyu's words. But she couldn't think of a rebuttal, only glaring at Jiang Xiaoyu with hostility. The atmosphere grew tense, as if dark currents were stirring beneath the surface.
Jiang Xiaoyu pressed her advantage. Xu Jiānian, I trust you'll handle this properly.
Having been with Jiang Xiaoyu for so many years, how could Xu Jiānian not understand her meaning? He immediately demanded that Xiaoyu withdraw from the club. Xu Jiānian was firm and unyielding.
Xiaoyu, my girlfriend is right.
Hiding your illness is serious.
If this gets reported up the chain, I'll face consequences.
You should resign immediately. Xiaoyu panicked. She had feigned illness to get close to Xu Jiānian. If she got kicked out now, wouldn't that be like shooting herself in the foot? Without a second thought, she blurted out, I'm not sick. I just fainted on purpose.
Everyone stared at her with disbelief.
Faking illness when she wasn't sick? How bored could Xiaoyu possibly be? Xiaoyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced awkwardly at Xu Jiānian.
Her cheeks grew redder by the second, yet she still hoped he wouldn't expel her from the club.
Jiang Xiaoyu, with her keen teenage intuition, understood Xiaoyu's motive.
It was simply to get closer to Xu Jiānian. She couldn't help but feel a bit dismissive of Xiaoyu's tactic of feigning illness to strike up a conversation. If it were her, she'd handle it far more elegantly. And she wouldn't get caught.
Xu Jiānian finally reached his limit and demanded Xiaoyu quit the club. Damn it, I don't have time to play games with you here. Don't bother coming to practice tomorrow. I'll have your withdrawal notice printed out for you. Xu Jiānian, you're so indecisive. She pointed at Jiang Xiaoyu, gritting her teeth.
You listen to her, an outsider, about club matters.
Don't forget you're our president. Xu Jiānian waved his hand impatiently. It doesn't matter whose advice I take. I won't be taking yours. You can go now.
Xiaoyu glared at him, but her fierceness faded as she spoke, a hint of disappointment in her voice.
Xu Jiānian, you're cutting the bridge behind you. Don't forget half the members here were recruited by me. Xu Jiānian hated being threatened.
His response was sharp and decisive. Take your people with you. Even if our badminton club can't recruit a single new member, I won't owe you any favors.
Xu Jiānian, you've gone too far. The worst is yet to come. If you stay here, the consequences will be even worse. Xiaoyu stomped his foot in fury. Seeing Xu Jiānian's anger, he stormed off in a rage. Duan Xiaochun watched the scene unfold, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in shock. His mind was in turmoil as he silently cursed under his breath. What the hell was this? Is he cutting off romantic entanglements and pledging loyalty to his girlfriend? Chapter 37, United as one, they cut through gold. Xu Jiānian, are you a pig? How could you not figure out Xiaoyu's purpose for joining the badminton club? Jiang Xiaoyu scolded him impatiently while waiting for the bus at the platform. It wasn't that she was petty, today's scene had simply infuriated her. If she hadn't stepped in, would Xu Jiānian have been swept off his feet by Xiaoyu without a second thought? She wasn't jealous of Xu Jiānian. As his childhood sweetheart, she was genuinely worried he'd be deceived by a shady woman. Xu Jiānian felt a bit wronged by the scolding. She just joined the badminton club. Am I supposed to send someone to infiltrate her circle, spy on her, and figure out her motives? At the very least, new members should have clean backgrounds. Fine. From now on, when recruiting members, I'll set up a 5-person vetting committee to thoroughly investigate their entire family tree. Xu Jiānian, that's just going through the motions. You're not taking this seriously at all. Or do you know full well that Xiaoyu has feelings for you and are deliberately keeping her around? Xu Jiānian froze. This question felt a bit tricky. He did have personal motives regarding Xiaoyu. Not for any other reason, but for the recruitment drive. The 30 members Xiaoyu recruited had allowed him to breeze through his task. So when it came to Xiaoyu, he chose to turn a blind eye. He knew full well that Xiaoyu had ulterior motives toward him, yet he still kept her in the club. But the club rules didn't explicitly state that girls who fancied him had to be turned away. So no matter how he handled this, it wouldn't be right. Refusing Xiaoyu's membership felt wrong. Keeping her around seemed equally inappropriate. There was no right answer. That's why things dragged on until now, until the conflict finally erupted. Xu Jiānian wouldn't dare tell the truth. What's that got to do with anything? How am I supposed to know what she really meant? What about that confession last time? She was so blatant about it, yet you acted like nothing happened. What did you expect me to do? Beat her up and throw her out? Jiang Xiaoyu snorted coldly in anger. You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unappreciative of kindness. She pleaded earnestly, feigning complete concern for Xu Jiānian. I'm only doing this for your own good. We need to prevent this from happening again. We made a 3-point agreement, you can't break it. Jiang Xiaoyu pressed on relentlessly. Have you forgotten the 3 rules we agreed on? Xu Jiānian quickly denied it. Of course not. I'll recite them for you. No flirting with girls, no dating girls, and rejecting girls' confessions. So which one did you break? I haven't broken any of them. Nothing happened between me and Xiaoyu. She insisted she liked me, and after I rejected her, she kept pestering me. It's driving me crazy. Jiang Xiaoyu knew the whole story of how he met Xiaoyu. If it were any other girl pursuing him like Shinjuro, Xu Jiānian might have bragged a little. But Xiaoyu? Forget it. Xiaoyu wasn't his type. Besides, that girl was crazy and unpredictable, like a chameleon. He couldn't even tell which face was the real her anymore. One moment she was fragile and pitiful, the next bold and direct, and then she'd play dumb and act crazy. It was all baffling. I don't care. From now on, I'll nip any hint of it in the bud. Xu Jiānian remained noncommittal, thinking Jiang Xiaoyu was overreacting. If you keep dragging your feet and don't reject girls' advances promptly, I'll do the same. I might as well flirt with guys too, we're not even officially dating anyway. Xu Jiānian panicked. No, please, I'm begging you. I can't afford that kind of embarrassment. Xu Jiānian dared not imagine it. If Jiang Xiaoyu were to get involved with other guys, could he still hold his head up in school? Though he and Jiang Xiaoyu were only nominal boyfriend and girlfriend, if he were truly branded a cuckold, he'd have no face to show the world. He couldn't bear that kind of humiliation, he'd probably end up killing himself to atone for it. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the moment to ask, so what will you do if you encounter this kind of situation in the future? What else could Xu Jiānian say? He solemnly declared, I'll refuse decisively. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. The number 126 bus arrived, and the two boarded one after the other. They'd left a bit late today, so the bus wasn't crowded, with several rows of seats still empty. Xu Jiānian sat right next to Jiang Xiaoyu, and they each pulled out their phones to read stories. Compared to usual, their interaction wasn't particularly lively. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyu would normally be chattering non-stop, but now she was quietly engrossed in her reading, as if all her energy was focused on it. Xu Jiānian, being a straight guy, didn't notice this, assuming Jiang Xiaoyu was simply captivated by the story. In truth, though Jiang Xiaoyu appeared fully absorbed in her reading, only she knew what was truly on her mind. Today's incident still bothered her deeply. Walking into a scene only to find her boyfriend being clung to by his mistress was an unpleasant experience for her. So while she appeared to be reading, she was actually plotting ways to prevent such incidents from recurring. She reasoned that whether it was Xiaoyu or future rivals like Wang Yu, Li Yu, or Qin Yu, once they realized her bond with Xu Jiānian was unbreakable, they would gradually give up on him. It was like when a third party appeared between a married couple. As long as the couple's emotional foundation was deep enough, neither would be tempted by outsiders. Then, no matter how hard the mistress tried to destroy their relationship, she would only hit brick walls everywhere and eventually give up. This strategy boils down to making others realize that her bond with Xu Jiānian is so profoundly deep that no one could ever come between them. This tactic is also known as securing the home front before repelling external threats. As the saying goes, a united couple can cut through gold. Before confronting external threats, internal unity must be secured. This requires some strategic maneuvering. For instance, she needed to subtly reveal her intimate interactions with Xu Jiānian to the other woman. Of course, this information must be conveyed casually, so they don't sense any deliberate intent. This calls for daily displays of affection. The young woman's cunning eyes fluttered twice as the plan took shape in her mind. Xu Jiānian, I'm afraid I'll be troubling you tonight. We're at the stop. In the past, Xu Jiānian would always shield Jiang Xiaoyu as she stepped off the bus, waiting until she was safely down before getting off himself. It was an unspoken habit they developed over the years. But today, Jiang Xiaoyu strolled leisurely behind Xu Jiānian, looking perfectly unhurried. Xiaoyu, get off the bus, Xu Jiānian urged, seeing her dawdle. You can go ahead without me. Xu Jiānian stepped out first, pausing by the door to glance back at her with lingering concern. Then he saw Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly step down and then, without warning, she stumbled and fell. Ah! The girl was dazed from the fall. That hurt. Xu Jiānian jumped in alarm and rushed over to pull her up. Are you okay? Jiang Xiaoyu scowled, her little face twisted in pain. Xu Jiānian, I fell. It hurts. Xu Jiānian thought, I'm not blind, I saw it perfectly well. He helped her up, his tone tinged with reproach. Are you ancient or something? You can't even get off a car without falling? Chapter 38, Spreading the Love. Jiang Xiaoyu wore an expression of pain, yet beneath her long lashes lurked a hint of cunning. She silently admired her own acting skills, thinking that if she ever entered the entertainment industry, she might just win an Oscar or something. Xu Jiānian, I'm in this state and you're still complaining? Do you think I enjoy falling? Xu Jiānian was actually frustrated with her. Just how terrible were Jiang Xiaoyu's motor skills that she could fall off a car? Watching her fall hurt him too, you know? I'm not blaming you. When you fall, it hurts me too. I'm just worried about you. Pfft, like that's true. More like you're gloating over my misfortune. Who says I wouldn't? Don't assume the worst of me. Can you walk? My foot hurts, my butt hurts, my back hurts, my chest hurts, my head hurts, probably a concussion. Xu Jiānian. The foot and butt hurting makes sense, those hit the ground. But chest and head? A concussion? Concussion my ass. You think a fall could give you a concussion? Are you made of porcelain? Need me to carry you? A mischievous glint of triumph flashed in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, but she said aloud, you wouldn't try to take advantage of me, would you? Xu Jiānian seriously wanted to dump this brat right here. But remembering he needed her for dinner tonight, as the saying goes, a debt of gratitude is a debt of servitude, he swallowed his anger and snapped, if you want me to carry you, hurry up. He crouched down in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. She took his backpack and nimbly climbed onto his back. Xu Jiānian's broad, sturdy back made her feel safe. Even with Jiang Xiaoyu on his back, Xu Jiānian moved with remarkable agility. Jiang Xiaoyu's slender frame probably weighed less than 70 pounds. Combined with Xu Jiānian's exceptional athletic talent, innate strength, remarkable physique, and daily fitness routine, carrying his childhood friend felt as effortless as a sparrow gliding through the air. But at this moment, Xu Jiānian's mind wandered. His large hands cradled Jiang Xiaoyu's thighs. Though she wore black leggings that reached her ankles, it was summer after all, and the thin fabric offered little insulation. His palms could feel the smoothness of her skin, and conversely, his hands felt slightly warm, as if touched by her heat. Jiang Xiaoyu was actually quite conscious about not touching Xu Jiānian. But with a backpack in each hand, her arms were spread apart. This left her no choice but to press firmly against Xu Jiānian's back to maintain her balance. Yet their clothes were both too thin. She could feel the firmness of Xu Jiānian's back muscles, a bit hard, a bit sharp. Especially when that hardness pressed against her softness, causing her soft flesh to shift and deform under the pressure. The sensation was intensely pronounced. Jiang Xiaoyu instantly felt awkward. She tried to hold both backpacks with one hand and use the other to separate the hardness from the softness. But this required her to fidget back and forth. Xu Jiānian's initial focus was entirely on her legs after all, his large hands cradling her thighs provided a more direct sensory experience. But as they walked, he began to feel a bit embarrassed about his back. Two soft mounds were rubbing against it, stirring up his heat. The hand supporting Jiang Xiaoyu's thigh felt as if it were on fire too. The delicate form against his back was exquisitely curved. Even through 2 layers of thin fabric, he could discern the soft contours of her breasts. Though he and Jiang Xiaoyu often shared physical intimacy, those minor touches had always been on inconsequential areas: calves, knees, small hands. They never sparked anything. But now it was different. He felt his heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably. Moreover, he felt Jiang Xiaoyu's breath, sweet as orchids, warm and moist, directly upon his neck.
Thus, his hands, back, and neck, three vital points, endured her triple assault of slippery, soft, and warm sensations.
Ultimately, he could only abandon his defenses and flee in disarray.
Beads of sweat as large as beans formed on his forehead, rolling down in droplets. Indescribable emotions surged through his body, passing from him to her and back again.
To break the awkward tension, Xu Jiānian forced a calm tone. "Little fish, are you a little piggy? How come you're so heavy?"
Jiang Xiaoyu froze, her racing heart suddenly losing its momentum.
Shame and anger surged in its place. "Xu Jiānian, you're the pig. You're a fat pig, a stupid pig. How dare he call her fat? Didn't he know a girl's weight and age were taboo topics? Ha! Now you're angry. So tell me, how much do you weigh? Don't you dare ask. What's the big deal? I'm not asking for your bra size. Why get so worked up? Xu Jiānian, you bastard. Heh, how about you tell me your height, weight, and bust size? Don't worry, I'll keep it confidential." When dealing with Xu Jiānian, Jiang Xiaoyu never let herself be pushed around.
And now that he was getting completely out of hand, he'd finally pushed her over the edge.
How dare he shamelessly ask such personal questions? She wouldn't hold back anymore. "Then tell me your measurements first. We'll trade." Xu Jiānian froze. "Ha? What measurements?"
Jiang Xiaoyu blurted out without a hint of embarrassment, "The size of your little dick."
Xu Jiānian. How had he never noticed how vulgar Jiang Xiaoyu was? How dare she ask about the size of his dick? Damn it, what a female hooligan. Seeing Xu Jiānian's silence, Jiang Xiaoyu grew bolder. "Just tell me. I'll keep it a secret."
"I'll trade 3 secrets for yours. You're definitely getting the better deal. You'd be better off confessing."
"No, this is my only good point."
"Then tell me your good point and I'll tell you my height, weight, and bust size.
Otherwise, I'll wait until you're asleep and peek under the covers." Xu Jiānian stumbled and nearly fell.
Jiang Xiaoyu also seemed to be slipping down, so he quickly pushed her up with all his strength.
"Damn it! Jiang Xiaoyu, you're so pervy. And you're not being pervy?" Xu Jiānian thought he was even sleazier. He was so perverted he wanted to take her right then and there.
The moment that thought surfaced, his face felt like it was on fire. He silently chanted a few calming mantras before feeling slightly better. Xu Jiānian carried Jiang Xiaoyu into the residential compound, drawing curious stares from passers-by. Young men who witnessed the scene could only feel envy.
They couldn't help but mutter under their breath. "Damn it! Like you even have a girlfriend? And you're carrying her on your back? How scandalous. If I had a girlfriend, I'd carry her princess style."
Jiang Xiaoyu finally managed to juggle her backpack into one hand, freeing the other to grab her phone. She opened the camera app and snapped a few selfies, all of Xu Jiānian carrying her on his back. She planned to post these photos on the school website later to show off their love. She'd make all those mistresses and other women eyeing her boyfriend green with envy. From now on, she'd shower everyone with love every single day, forcing those despicable third parties to back off.
Chapter 39, Daily Affection. Once inside the elevator, Xu Jiānian pressed Jiang Xiaoyu against the wall, his back pressed against hers.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of discomfort in her little, but the elevator wall was cool, and her bottom was pressed right against it. And their current posture felt rather awkward. She straddled his back while he stood rigidly leaning against her. "Xu Jiānian, are you doing this on purpose?" Xu Jiānian wiped away a bead of sweat. He wasn't exactly exhausted, but his mouth felt dry and parched. Feeling the softness against his back, he licked his lips and swallowed hard. "On purpose? My ass. Try it yourself." By the time he finished speaking, the elevator reached the 12th floor. Carrying Jiang Xiaoyu out, he approached the door, pressed the keypad, and the door clicked open. He tossed Jiang Xiaoyu onto the sofa and hurried into the bathroom. He was so damn horny, his sword was drawn. "Xu Jiānian, you hurt me." Xu Jiānian didn't even turn his head as he darted into the bathroom. The door slammed shut behind him as he gasped for breath. Damn it, what's going on? He actually had a reaction? Was his resistance just too weak now? How could even the slightest contact with Jiang Xiaoyu spark something? He remembered they'd done far more intimate things before, sleeping in the same bed as kids, bathing together in the same tub. They'd been completely open with each other back then, and it never felt awkward. They didn't even feel anything. But now, it was definitely different. He'd always thought of Jiang Xiaoyu as his little sister, or a buddy so familiar he couldn't be any closer. Even if she wore a skimpy bikini in front of him, he'd stay perfectly composed. But this situation was spiraling toward the most uncontrollable direction. Xu Jiānian decided to cool off in the bathroom before emerging, at the very least, until his sword retreated. Jiang Xiaoyu peered furtively at the bathroom door, craning her neck until it ached, but Xu Jiānian still hadn't emerged. She wondered aloud, did this guy fall into the toilet? Enough. She couldn't pretend anymore. She stood up and headed to the kitchen, opening the fridge to find it nearly empty. She decided to call Xu Jiānian to go grocery shopping together. After all, she'd achieved her goal, no need to keep pretending. If she kept pretending, she'd probably go hungry for dinner. Counting on Xu Jiānian meant she'd be going hungry tonight. The video of her boyfriend behind her back was already filmed.
Once they returned from shopping, she'd cook dinner and post photos of them eating together. Mission accomplished for today's public display of affection. She couldn't wait for those mistresses to see it. And even a fool could guess how bitter and sour they'd feel inside. They might even cry in secret. As a top student, I could kindly calculate the square footage of that sourness in your hearts. Don't blame me, okay? If you just behave yourselves and stop coveting my boyfriend, I probably wouldn't bother dealing with you. You're all such delicate little things, I really can't bring myself to hurt you, you know? Arriving at the bathroom door, she knocked and urged, Xu Jiānian, hurry up and come out. We're going to the market to buy groceries. Damn it, your leg doesn't hurt anymore? Xu Jiānian opened the door, his gaze sweeping over her leg. It stopped hurting ages ago. Come on, let's go buy groceries. Xu Jiānian trailed behind, watching Jiang Xiaoyu walk without the slightest limp. Suddenly realizing something, he snapped, Jiang Xiaoyu, you lied to me? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, giving him a look that said, are you just figuring this out now? No, how could you do this to me? You have no idea how agonizing this whole walk was. Xu Jiānian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. If he told Jiang Xiaoyu how he truly felt, would she cut ties with him? I didn't see you looking that tired. It's not about being tired, it's... What is it? Why are you still stuttering? The two entered the elevator and rode down together. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at Xu Jiānian, pressing him for answers. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but Xu Jiānian seemed off somehow. Xu Jiānian snorted coldly. What else could it be? It's sheer exhaustion. Think about it, I carried you all the way from the bus stop to your place. That's a long distance, you know. Well, to thank you for carrying me, I'll cook you a feast tonight. Heh, now that's more like it. The two headed straight for the market with practiced ease. Having accompanied Xu's mother here many times before, Jiang Xiaoyu knew exactly which stalls offered the freshest produce and which had the most complete selection. After buying greens from several familiar stalls, they headed to the small poultry and seafood market in the south. Xu Jiānian carried the groceries, walking behind Jiang Xiaoyu like a model boyfriend, not daring to step out of line. The handsome man and beautiful woman made quite the eye-catching pair. Though passers-by couldn't help but think this young couple looked a bit too youthful. Jiang Xiaoyu picked up a carp and a few pounds of pork knuckles. This way, dinner would feature a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, both nutritious and satisfying. Back home, Jiang Xiaoyu headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, instructing Xu Jiānian to clean up. She picked through the greens, washed them, and sliced them for later use. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Xu Jiānian mopped the floor for a while, then glanced toward the kitchen. The young girl, wearing an apron, moved with nimble efficiency. Watching that petite figure bustling about the kitchen, Xu Jiānian felt a sudden surge of warmth. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu bustle about preparing dinner for the two of them brought him a peculiar sense of fulfillment. A sudden thought surfaced in his mind, perhaps marrying Jiang Xiaoyu would be a good choice after all. At the very least, she was an excellent cook, he could enjoy 3 delicious meals a day without lifting a finger. But the moment the thought took root, he promptly nipped it in the bud. A strong-willed woman like Jiang Xiaoyu would never settle for being a homemaker, washing dishes and serving meals for her partner. He'd be the one serving her, if anything. He'd either remain unmarried or, if he did marry, it would be to a devoted wife and mother, someone like Shinjiro. Gentle, virtuous, understanding, and willing to obey his every word. Jiang Xiaoyu was actually the least suitable match for him. He's strong-willed, but she's even stronger. If they ended up together, wouldn't he be under her thumb for the rest of his life? Absolutely not. Better to steer clear of dangerous people. They just get through these 4 years of college together, then go their separate ways. Who knows what kind of man would end up with a powerhouse like Jiang Xiaoyu when she grows up? But whoever gets her, he'd secretly wipe away a tear of pity. Then he'd gloat, saying, I'm leaving my little sister in your hands. Treat her well, preferably so badly she'd take it like a grandchild without a peep. Ha! Xu Jiānian worked while letting his vivid imagination run wild, conjuring up all sorts of wild fantasies. Jiang Xiaoyu remained completely unaware of this. She deftly peeled the loofah, sliced it into sections, and placed them in a white porcelain dish. Then she scooped out the cooked pork knuckles to cool. While the pork knuckles simmered, she had already stir-fried several greens and used the time it took to stew the fish to prepare the loofah soup. She felt that cooking also required mathematical coordination skills. For instance, you could prepare 2 dishes simultaneously. While stewing the pork knuckles, she could stir-fry vegetables on one burner. When stewing the fish, she could use the idle burner to make soup, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Soon, both the fish and loofah soup were simmering in their pots. She mixed the prepped garlic paste and chopped green peppers with waidami seasoning, adding a pinch of chicken powder. This would serve as a dipping sauce for the pork knuckle, helping cut through the richness. She ladled the fish soup into a large bowl, rinsed the pot clean, and turned around to find Xu Jiānian standing by the door. She hadn't noticed when he'd slipped in or how long he'd been watching. He leaned against the wall, his right hand clutching a can of soda as he gulped it down. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the living room floor. Did you mop it clean? You can count on it. Cleaner than my own face. He muttered under his breath, is dinner ready yet? I'm starving.
Jiang Xiaoyu was ladling soup when she looked up at him. He was staring at the dishes on the cutting board with such delight, practically drooling. Alright. Bring the dishes to the table. I'll take a photo, then we can eat. Xu Jiānian was puzzled. You need to take a picture? Jiang Xiaoyu carried the fish dish out. Yeah, show off our love. Xu Jiānian froze. You and me? Who else would it be with? No, but isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, if those girls with ulterior motives see our affectionate daily life, won't they give up on you completely? Well, you do have a point. Xu Jiānian, don't force yourself. If you're willing, I'll take the photo and post it on campus. If not, we'll just finish this last dinner together and then go our separate ways. Then forget it. You post it. Compared to the food, he couldn't care less about what other women thought. Chapter 40. The sweeter the dog food, the more anticipated. He didn't have a girlfriend anyway. Even if Jiang Xiaoyu posted their affection online, only girls with Xiaoyu's mindset would care. As for others, they'd have to be bored out of their minds to care about him. So letting Jiang Xiaoyu take a photo, sacrificing his stunning looks for a delicious meal, it was the perfect trade. Xu Jiānian picked up his chopsticks, speared a piece of braised pork knuckle, and devoured it with relish, his mouth watering with every bite. Xiaoyu, if you're going to spread this lovey-dovey stuff, you've got to keep it up long term. If you only do it for a day or two, people won't get their fill. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered thoughtfully. That's exactly what I had in mind. I'll sprinkle some love every day from now on. Then I'll come support you every night. I don't expect you to cook like a 5-star chef. Tonight's meal is perfect. Are you sure you're not just here to freeload? Not at all. I'm here to support you, to help you keep the love show going strong. Jiang Xiaoyu sipped her loofah soup, studying Xu Jiānian intently, trying to read his expression. Truthfully, she didn't need to scrutinize him to know his intentions. He was just using the excuse of taking photos to spread their love around as a cover to come over for free meals. Lately, they'd spent so much time together that being apart actually felt empty, lonely, and cold. Having him over for a free meal, watching him wolf down his food, made her eat more too. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu show no sign of agreeing, Xu Jiānian eagerly ladled her a small bowl of fish soup. Feeling indebted to her generosity, he felt compelled to offer something in return. Don't worry, you just focus on cooking. Washing dishes and such, that's all on me. Jiang Xiaoyu thought it over and finally agreed. Just pay the monthly living expenses on time. Of course. I'll give you all the living expenses. I won't take that much from you. You can't support yourself yet. Give me 20 yuan every night. Once your royalties come in, you can make up the difference. That seems a bit low? Xu Jiānian glanced at the table laden with delicacies. This spread easily cost over 100 yuan. Let me treat you for now. You can make it up to me later when you earn your royalties. Xu Jiānian found this hard to swallow. At least charge me 20 yuan. That's 600 a month, hardly freeloading. It's more like sharing meals. Fine then, let's share meals. From now on, I'll make you a packet of instant noodles every night. Oh, and add 2 eggs. That's not nutritious. Your 20 bucks is plenty for that kind of meal. Forget it. If it's freeloading, so be it. At least it's not off someone else. You're my sister, freeloading off you is only fair. Jiang Xiaoyu. She accepted the fish soup he handed her. This was already her second bowl. The guy was surprisingly considerate tonight. She scooped up a spoonful and took a sip, glancing at him. Xu Jiānian was bent over, completely absorbed in eating the large chunks of fish head. Watching him eat made her appetite grow, but she doubted she could stomach that overly fragrant fish head. She took a spoonful of soup, but then heard Xu Jiānian ask, "What are we having tomorrow night?" What? You haven't even finished tonight's meal and you're already thinking about tomorrow's? You're such a glutton. I just wanted to make sure. Why don't we plan the menu later? Forget it. Let's change it for tomorrow night. We'll make braised chicken with mushrooms, stir-fry 2 kinds of greens, and simmer a soup. Xu Jiānian quickly replied, then I'll eat less at lunch and save room for dinner. Xu Jiānian, are you a pig? All you think about is eating. We're ordinary mortals. Food and sex are basic human needs. If I don't think about eating, what else am I supposed to think about cultivating immortality? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Xu Jiānian seized the moment to remind her, we're almost done eating. You should take the photo now. Oh no, I forgot to take it earlier. We're already halfway through the meal. Why didn't you remind me sooner? Jiang Xiaoyu quickly pulled out her phone, but seeing the table strewn with dishes and cups, she felt a bit annoyed. Xu Jiānian smiled. This way looks more authentic. Taking pictures before touching the food would seem a bit fake. Jiang Xiaoyu realized he was right. After all, she was primarily photographing herself and Xu Jiānian, not the food itself. Taking pictures halfway through the meal would feel more authentic. Sitting beside Xu Jiānian, she decided to capture a close-up of their cozy meal together. Move closer, heads touching. Wait, Xiaoyu, are you filming a food video or a lovey-dovey video? A video of us eating and being affectionate.
Xu Jiānian had already followed Jiang Xiaoyu's suggestion and pressed his head against hers, but he discovered a serious problem: he couldn't eat like this. Only when her head touched Xu Jiānian's did Jiang Xiaoyu realize what she was doing. She'd been so focused on showing off their affection despite the other woman that she hadn't considered there was a limit to how far they could take it. Their little head-to-head game seemed a bit excessive. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush slightly. She had actually initiated the head-to-head contact with Xu Jiānian. This level of intimacy was unprecedented since they'd reconciled. She chided herself inwardly as a pretty girl, she really lacked restraint. But Xu Jiānian's head was hard and large, and the sensation of it bumping against her own small head was strangely addictive. Xu Jiānian's warm breath brushed against her. "Xiaoyu, how long do you plan to stay glued to me?" Only then did Jiang Xiaoyu quickly pull away from Xu Jiānian, muttering dismissively, "Xu Jiānian, I'm only doing this for the video. I don't have any other intentions toward you, okay?" Trying to cover up the lingering intimacy, Jiang Xiaoyu added, "I was just looking for the best shot." Xu Jiānian picked up his chopsticks again and asked, "Did you find it?" "Nope. I've decided the snuggling while eating scene feels too staged. If we're filming, it needs to look natural and casual." "Right, Xu Jiānian, just eat like that. I'll film it." Jiang Xiaoyu found the perfect angle, capturing Xu Jiānian's hearty eating in the video. She then handed her phone to Xu Jiānian, asking him to take a shot of her. After that, the two sat together for a selfie, naturally including the delicious food on the table in the frame. And just like that, their home-cooked meal video was complete. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to post the video, so she took a few screenshots, edited them into photos, and combined them with pictures of Xu Jiānian with her back turned. Jiang Xiaoyu counted them 6 photos in total. And in all 6, she looked absolutely stunning, far more beautiful than Xu Jiānian's wolfishly devouring appearance. Jiang Xiaoyu selected a photo, edited a short caption, and clicked send without hesitation. Within 10 minutes, the school network was abuzz. "Oh my gosh, the top student and her boyfriend are feeding us some serious love. It's actually a photo of them eating at home. Could they already be living together? Can the person above use their brain? If they're eating together, don't you think they're sleeping together too? Upvote. The person above is right, they're definitely living together." Guys' thoughts, Xu Jiānian hit the jackpot. Girls' thoughts, that nerd's only good at studying. Probably his boyfriend does everything for him. Look at that feast on the table, obviously cooked by his boyfriend. Boring classes never win student approval. Amidst intense studies, restless students crave a sweeping, undying love story to lift their spirits. The sweeter the love story, the more anticipated it becomes. Chapter 41, Why Lu Shelby remained unmoved. The school network erupted in commotion. Jiang Xiaoyu, the culprit behind the lovey-dovey posts, remained unfazed, but Xu Jiānian suffered greatly. He couldn't even eat in peace, bombarded by messages from the boys in the class group chat. Buddy A, hey Sue, how far have you and your childhood sweetheart gotten? Buddy B, spill the beans, or we're all ganging up on you tomorrow. Xu Jiānian thought these two were way too nosy. Playing dumb, he asked, "What do you mean, how far have you gone?" Buddy A immediately explained, "First base is holding hands, second base is kissing, and home run is sex." Damn it, what a bunch of perverts. Xu Jiānian instinctively glanced up at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was gulping down juice. Thank goodness those perverts were posting this nonsense in the guys' group chat. If it had been in the class group chat, Jiang Xiaoyu would have seen it. She'd probably come after him with a knife. Damn it, why are you guys so dirty? Xiao, you and I are completely innocent. Buddy C, Sue, you've been living under the same roof with her. Who do you think you're fooling? Buddy D chimed in, exactly. Like we're some cute little couple or something. Buddy C chimed in, or maybe old Sue just can't get it up. That's why the nerd feels safe living with him. Xu Jiānian really wanted to beat the crap out of this guy. Damn it, if I can't do it, who can? Soft? He could get hard behind Jiang Xiaoyu's back, let alone hit a home run. That old hunting rifle he'd kept for 19 years would still. Glancing at the petite frame of the girl across from him, wouldn't it leave little fish covered in bruises? Damn it, how could he have such filthy thoughts? He'd never do it with Jiang Xiaoyu, he wasn't into being dominated. If he really hit Jiang Xiaoyu, he'd have to take responsibility for her, marry her, and worship her like a goddess. His life would be over, he'd never hold his head up again, oppressed for the rest of his days. After dinner, Xu Jiānian obediently went to wash the dishes. Jiang Xiaoyu checked the school network on her phone. Her post still sat at the top of the feed, flooded with comments from people who'd eaten their fill of lovey-dovey posts and were now dripping with envy. The men were jealous of Xu Jiānian, the women jealous of her. Jiang Xiaoyu paid little heed to these. Scrolling further, she stumbled upon 2 comments that stood out from the rest. They stood out because they were downright vicious. Cunning. Just because you're smart, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? She's just using her looks to hit on our sports god. You think she's some pure white lotus on top of the Himalayas, but she's really just a shameless scheming. Instead of getting angry, Jiang Xiaoyu found herself reading those 2 comments over and over with a strange fascination. After a moment, she murmured to herself, TSK, looks like we've really stirred up the frogs in the pond. Even a fool could tell these were Xiaoyu and her friends attacking her. Looks like she'd achieved her goal, those toads had taken the bait. But they must be feeling pretty miserable inside, right? Well then, she'd keep flaunting her love tomorrow night to drive them crazy. After tidying up, Xu Jiānian headed home to shower and change. During this time, Jiang Xiaoyu also entered the bathroom. As warm water cascaded over her head, Jiang Xiaoyu let out a sigh of pure bliss. Her graceful figure, snow-white skin, slender waist, plump and rounded bottom, and the soft buds waiting to bloom on her chest. Wow, she truly lived up to being a super-duper beauty. Gazing at the stunning beauty reflected in the mirror, Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly captivated. For some reason, she recalled the scene of Xu Jiānian carrying her on his back, and suddenly felt her face flush fiercely. That sensation seemed to linger on her skin, his warm body heat, his solid back, the thrilling contrast of softness and firmness. And the thrilling pleasure when he pressed her against the elevator wall, his entire solid back crushing into her. It all made her feel so ashamed she wanted to disappear. How utterly embarrassing. Had they really shared such an intimate moment? It had only been a few days since they made up. Wasn't this moving way too fast? Would Xu Jiānian think she wasn't reserved enough? But his back felt so solid and safe, it made her feel strangely attached. Oh no, Xu Jiānian is toxic. She's poisoned. The girl flicked her delicate tongue across her lips, trying to shake off the vivid images swirling in her mind as she focused on bathing. Having learned her lesson last time, Jiang Xiaoyu dutifully applied her moisturizer in her bedroom before emerging. The poisoner was far more efficient than her, already typing away on the computer. Xu Jiānian glanced up at her. Jiang Xiaoyu, I've been waiting half an hour. Why are you so slow? Jiang Xiaoyu sat beside him, habitually swinging her two beautiful legs. Her posture was casual. Her hair wasn't completely dry yet, water still dripping from the ends. He grabbed a towel and rubbed vigorously, trying to squeeze out every last drop. Xu Jiānian glanced over and found his attention drawn to those two slender white legs, causing him to mistype his words. Then there was the faint rose scent lingering in the air, subtle yet tantalizing, constantly teasing his senses. Damn! Snow-white legs, the scent of a maiden. A double assault on his senses. For a mature man, this attraction was deadly. Xu Jiānian, the mature man, could no longer focus on his writing. He swallowed hard, his voice growing husky. Xiaoyu, could you please stay away from me? How could he possibly write like this? He was counting on this manga adaptation to achieve financial freedom. At the very least, he could support himself. That's why you shouldn't get too close to women. Get too close, and you won't even know how you died. Women were like deadly poppies, they'd bewitch you, ensnare you, and before you knew it, you'd be utterly powerless, dying in their embrace. Xu Jiānian, get this straight, this is my house. What business is it of yours if I sit on my own couch? He glanced at her swaying white legs. Don't distract me. How am I distracting you? Xu Jiānian pointed at her swaying calves, poked her soft arm, and tugged at her long hair. Little fish, all these things can distract a man. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a little proud. That's because you lack self-control. Even Lu Xiaoyu remained unmoved when a woman sat in his lap. Why don't you learn from him? Do you know who the woman sitting in Lu Xiaoyu's lap was? Who? The ugliest woman in ancient times. Her face resembled Zhang Fei's, her body resembled Wu Dalong's. No wonder Lu Xiaoyu could remain unmoved. You're making this up. True story. Try putting Shishir in his lap and see if he stays calm. Of course, maybe brother Lu Xiaoyu was and just not into women. Jiang Xiaoyu snatched a cushion in anger, her fists clenched pink. Then she stood up and smacked the cushion onto Xu Jiānian's head. I'll show you talking nonsense. Haha, I'm just telling it like it is. You're practically naked, and you haven't even sat in my lap yet, but I'm already tempted. Tell me, if that Lu Xiaoyu guy wasn't mentally challenged, how could he possibly remain unmoved? Anyway, my analysis boils down to two reasons. Either that woman was hideous, or he was. Jiang Xiaoyu's tiny fists pounded relentlessly on Xu Jiānian's back. He dodged, but she pursued relentlessly, and soon they were playfully wrestling together. Chapter 42, Better the Three Swordsmen of Peach Garden than Coward and Weaver Girl. Xu Jiānian, I'll show you nonsense. Jiang Xiaoyu angrily pinned Xu Jiānian down on the sofa, raising her fists to strike. Xu Jiānian found the ticklish little fists pounding on his body strangely soothing, which was why he let himself be pushed down. If he had resisted, even 5 Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't have been his match. When Jiang Xiaoyu had her fill of hitting him, he gently gathered her small hand into his palm, a gesture tinged with a hint of intimacy. Jiang Xiaoyu felt her hand burning hot in Xu Jiānian's grasp, every inch of skin he touched igniting like fire. Her voice trembled with nervousness, sounding almost unrecognizable, nasal and quivering. What are you doing? Xu Jiānian hadn't released her hand yet, finding the soft, small palm pleasantly comfortable to hold. Why are you blushing? I'm just checking if your hand is hurt. My body is hard, don't let it hurt your hand. Jiang Xiaoyu suspected Xu Jiānian's concern was as insincere as a weasel paying respects to a hen. She'd hit him, and now he was worried about her hand? More like he was trying to take advantage of this pretty girl. But his large hand holding hers felt surprisingly warm.
Perhaps it was because her parents had been gone too long, leaving her alone in the cold, empty house for so long that she genuinely needed some warmth.
Surprisingly, she didn't rush to pull away. Alright, stop pretending. Get back to writing. Otherwise, you're not coming over for dinner next month. Xu Jiānian feigned heartbreak, clutching his chest dramatically.
Xiaoyu, after all these years together, you're being so heartless.
Friendship?
Jiang Xiaoyu thought Xu Jiānian was the last person qualified to bring this up.
Pfft, don't even start. Remember when you ignored me for no reason? Did you even remember the bond we shared growing up together? Xu Jiānian.
Sighing, he knew he was in the wrong. It won't happen again.
Things will only get better between us just like they used to be. Xiaoyu, would you say we're mending a broken mirror? What reunion? At best, it's just making up. It's the same thing making up. And now we're acting like boyfriend and girlfriend. Our relationship can only get better, even better than before.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt something tugging at her heart, pulling her in deeply, unable to break free.
Like boyfriend and girlfriend? Could he be taking this charade too far, actually treating her like a girlfriend? No way.
Xu Jiānian was just trying to charm her, aiming to freeload off her.
She wasn't falling for his tricks. Oomph. Enough with the sentimentality, get back to work.
Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out her laptop to read, and Xu Jiānian lost interest in teasing her. His long fingers danced across the keyboard once more. By 9 o'clock sharp, Xu Jiānian had already typed out 3,000 words. After a quick review, he satisfiedly slung his laptop over his shoulder and headed home. You're surprisingly self-disciplined this time, leaving right on schedule.
What's this? The way you're clinging to me, you don't want your big brother to leave? Xu Jiānian leaned in with a mischievous grin. Could it be, you truly love your big brother? Xu Jiānian could sense Jiang Xiaoyu's dependence on him, otherwise, she wouldn't have so readily agreed to come over for dinner. So, could he detect a hint of affection hidden within that dependence?
But then he dismissed the thought. Jiang Xiaoyu was so proud and stubborn, how could she possibly fancy a freeloader like him?
He was just imagining things.
Sure enough, the next moment he heard Jiang Xiaoyu say, "Stop bragging.
I just wanted to remind you not to skip your morning run. I won't forget. Hope you don't oversleep either." Xu Jiānian waved and walked away. Jiang Xiaoyu opened the website and began updating her comic.
A month into the semester, the freshmen were still riding a wave of excitement. Freed from the pressures of their senior year, they were like wild horses unleashed, shedding their restraints and unleashing their passion. Judging by the situation, it would take at least half a month before they could settle into a study routine. So Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian's lovey-dovey moments became the talk of the town among these energetic freshmen. The next day, as Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu walked into the classroom, the boys in the back rows let out a wave of suggestive murmurs. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian successfully caught the gossipy glances of the crowd, but with thick enough skin, neither of them cared.
Jiang Xiaoyu was unimpressed. Xu Jiānian was speechless. What the hell is wrong with these idiots? Couldn't they think about something else besides such filthy things? The boys' expressions were clearly mocking. Even Duan Xiaoqian couldn't help whispering, "They're really living together?" Xu Jiānian glared at him. "Living together, my ass. Ha, look at you sulking, you're clearly frustrated. Put away your filthy thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyu and I would rather swear brotherhood than be anyone's girlfriend or niece." Duan Xiaoqian's goofy grin faded slightly, his expression turning more serious. "I knew it. Someone as outstanding as Xiaoyu wouldn't fall so easily. At most, you're just crashing at her place for free meals." Xu Jiānian. You know what? He actually hit the nail on the head. Seems you've got some brains after all. But when you apply that brain to flirting, it's downright frustrating. You've liked Lin Kiki for so long, have you won her over yet? Duan Xiaoqian felt a pang of heartache as he watched Lin Kiki and Jiang Xiaoyu walk off together. You don't understand. That tomboy Kiki's romantic sense is inversely proportional to her athletic ability. She's completely clueless when it comes to romance. Xu Jiānian sensed his buddy was getting a bit discouraged. You can be a strategist, you can be a spy, but you can't win over a girlfriend? That's pretty lame. Duan Xiaoqian was even more anxious than Xu Jiānian, practically tearing his hair out. You don't get it. She's like a stone, you can't warm her up. The guy behind them had been eavesdropping the whole time and chimed in with a suggestion, then go for something direct. Wall dunk her, give her love nerves a jolt. Duan Xiaoqian covered his mouth and turned to signal silence, for Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki had just returned. The third row, the focus of the entire class, now sat like this: Xu Jiānian, Jiang Xiaoyu, Lin Kiki, Duan Xiaoqian. The two girls sat inside, the boys outside. Xu Jiānian had deliberately rearranged the seating to help his buddy flirt with girls. But even with such a golden opportunity, Duan Xiaoqian couldn't capitalize on it, as Lin Kiki showed little reaction to his numerous hints. Duan Xiaoqian could only fret helplessly. Xu Jiānian, on the other hand, was much more proactive. Noticing Jiang Xiaoyu writing something in her notebook, he deliberately leaned in closer. Unfortunately, the writing was too small to make out anything useful.
To avoid giving Jiang Xiaoyu the wrong idea that he was peeking, he sat up straighter, radiating an aura of upright propriety. Jiang Xiaoyu caught Xu Jiānian's movement out of the corner of her eye, but she chose to overlook it, pretending nothing was amiss as she continued writing her copy. The online literature club was organizing a team-building event for Saturday. She was solely responsible for the detailed plan and related tasks, and she needed to finish the proposal. After school that afternoon, Xu Jiānian led the class badminton team to the club. He saw the seniors from the upperclassmen already training, the tiny shuttlecock dancing through the air in intricate patterns beneath their rackets. Xu Jiānian promptly organized his own team for practice. Standing with hands on hips, posture straight, he wore a black tracksuit, short sleeves and long pants. His exposed arms had a darker complexion, with well-defined muscles and clearly visible veins. His long legs were encased in black athletic pants paired with black sneakers. His movements were light as he walked, leaving a trail of intense, rolling heat and testosterone in his wake whenever he passed someone. This aura lingered only briefly, however, because when Xu Jiānian instructed his team, he was always concise and to the point, never wasting a single word on idle chatter. Chapter 43, Money Talks. Yet this fleeting moment was like a flash in the pan, releasing an immense magnetism that captivated many. Even the upperclassmen on the court found themselves drawn to Coach Xu. The freshman players had grown more subdued since Xiaoyu's departure, yet many girls' eyes still drifted toward Coach Xu. Shinjiro practiced with Qian Duo absent-mindedly, her gaze drifting toward Xu Jiānian from time to time. Qian Duo, an avid badminton enthusiast, frowned at her partner. They'd already dropped 5 points balls she could have easily retrieved, but lost because of Shinjiro's distraction. Yuruwa, is something on your mind? She asked. Is that why you can't focus on practice? Shinjiro immediately averted her gaze and stammered, I stayed up a bit late last night. Sorry, Duo. I'll focus on the game now. Qian Duo didn't think much of it and offered concern, why don't you take a break? I can find someone else to play with? No, I'm fine. How could Shinjiro dare to rest? Xu Jiānian was sitting in the rest area. If she went over, people might get the wrong idea. She already felt ashamed enough about her feelings for Xu Jiānian she couldn't let anyone find out. Xu Jiānian was the sorrow buried deep within her heart, a tangled knot impossible to untie. First love for so many young girls, it always arrived so inexplicably. Perhaps he was a star athlete on the field, and you'd silently watch him soar across the playground, admiration welling up without reason. Or perhaps he was the tall boy in your class who nodded and smiled at you as he passed your desk, his radiant smile lighting up your eyes. Perhaps he deliberately struck up a conversation, and with a few witty opening lines, you found yourself unable to stop thinking about him. In short, first love is inexplicably wonderful, almost too good to be true. But her first love was crushed before it even had a chance to bloom. The academic star flaunted their affectionate daily life, warm and sweet, capturing countless gazes and shattering countless hearts. She envied them deeply. But all she could do was envy. She'd never be able to express her feelings to Xu Jiānian as boldly and directly as Xiaoyu did, not even if her life depended on it. It wasn't just because being the other woman was shameful, she also feared that doing so would destroy even their friendship. Xu Jiānian's feelings for Jiang Xiaoyu were plain for all to see, they weren't something easily broken. Xiaoyu was proof of that. She buried that affection deep within her heart, transforming her first love into a secret crush. All she could do was silently watch the object of her affection. Her crush was chatting with his childhood sweetheart about dinner plans, both of them chatting away happily. Abyss of extinction, Xu Jiānian, are you a pig? All you ever think about is eating. Fahai, for a food connoisseur like me, nothing excites me more than a visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dinner. Abyss, humph. You call yourself a food connoisseur? Have you ever seen one who can't cook? Watching Xia Qingni event, Xu Jiānian smiled and replied, it's enough that one of us can cook. With you around, I'll never go hungry for good food. Spoiled Abyss, I'm not staying with you forever. Fahai, don't think so far ahead. For these 4 years of college, I just need to enjoy delicious food every night. Plus, before graduation, I'm determined to find a girlfriend, one who's a great cook. That way, when I leave you, I can seamlessly continue enjoying great meals. The Abyss of Extinction hurled a blood-stained knife. Go to hell, Su Pighead. Fahai, already upset? Don't you miss me? Want to keep cooking for your big bro? Fahai, that's fine too. You're my little sister, my girlfriend probably won't get jealous. By the way, besides chicken stewed with mushrooms tonight, what else is on the menu? At least 3 dishes and a soup, right? That's the bare minimum. Fahai? No matter how much Xu Jiānian harassed Jiang Xiaoyu, she ignored him completely. Xu Jiānian could practically feel her fury through the screen. Imagining her flustered, angry expression, he felt inexplicably pleased. Ha, Jiang Xiaoyu, you look adorable when you're angry too. Finally, he pulled out his ultimate move, forcing Jiang Xiaoyu to respond, if you ignore me, I'll expose our fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship to everyone. Just imagine how many beautiful girls will come after you then. True to form, Jiang Xiaoyu shot back instantly. Xu Jiānian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Fahai, sigh, no, but since I've already annoyed you, I might as well go all out. If I don't bother you now, will you ever let me be?
Manhwa, no way. Fahai, then it's settled. My waist is already ruined. I'll get a good chokehold from you anyway, so I might as well just get it over with. Abbas Mose, at least you know your place. Let me tell you, the other two dishes tonight are cucumber salad and stir-fried pickled vegetables. Fahai, wait, that's way too half-hearted. You've got to whip up at least 2 gourmet dishes like lotus leaf steamed pork, crushing carp soup, and some stir-fried prawns and soy sauce. Abbas Destroyer, drop it. With your measly 20 yuan monthly allowance, I'm doing you a solid by not feeding you noodles. Want something fancy? Fork over more cash, and I'll whip up gourmet dishes using every trick in my culinary book. Xu Jiānian certainly didn't want to pay more. With only 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses, shelling out extra for Jiang Xiaoyu would probably leave him broke by month's end. Fahai, sis, don't bring up money, it ruins the mood. Besides, we're as close as one person. I am you, you are me. Would you ask yourself for money? Jiang Xiaoyu read this passage and nearly got caught up in it. What did he mean by as close as one person? Just moments ago, he'd been talking about finding a girlfriend before graduation, hoping for a seamless transition? This pig-headed Sue must be dreaming. What does he take me for? Does that mean I'm just a backup option? You'll dump this lady the moment you find a girlfriend? She sneered inwardly. Well then, this lady's going to stick to you for life. Your dream of finding a girlfriend and getting off the market will probably never come true. Jiang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, secretly contemplating storming the badminton club to beat Xu Jiānian to a pulp. But remembering she had a mission to complete, she couldn't afford to waste time and forced herself to suppress the urge. I'll deal with you when we meet. Just as he was about to continue reading, a message popped up from his best friend, Lin Kiki. It was a photo of Xu Jiānian sitting in the lounge area, staring at his phone. Judging by his expression, the jerk seemed to be enjoying himself. Below was her friend's complaint: our dedicated president Xu ditched the whole team to hang out in the lounge chatting with someone. Lin Kiki, spill it, was Xu Jiānian texting you? Jiang Xiaoyu smiled, not planning to deceive her bestie. Yep, he just texted me asking what I'm having for dinner tonight. Lin Kiki, so neither of you adulterous lovers feels responsible? Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless. What kind of talk was that? But Jiang Xiaoyu was used to Lin Kiki's blunt style and didn't take offense. She replied, it's your dear editor-in-chief Xu who's harassing me. Maybe you, as deputy editor-in-chief, should rein in your colleague. Lin Kokoko, I can't beat him. Jiang Xiaoyu. Chapter 44, Distracted by Playthings. How could she have forgotten that a tomboy handles matters with brute force? Meanwhile, her good buddy Duan Shouchang was also seeking advice from Xu Jiānian on how to flirt with girls. Duan Shouchang, boss, do you think Xu Qinghua's method will work? Xu Qinghua was the girl sitting behind Duan Shouchang, the one who suggested he corner Lin Kiki against the wall. Xu Jiānian didn't understand what his buddy was talking about and asked, what method? Duan Shouchang, you know how Xu Qinghua suggested I corner Lin Kiki against the wall today? What do you think, will it work or not? Xu Jiānian glanced over at the training field. Lin Kiki, that tomboy, was sparring with a guy, her moves fierce and powerful. Then he thought about his buddy's slight frame and replied, are you sure you should be the one wall banging her? Duan Shouchang was speechless. Bro, what kind of talk is that? Are you suggesting she should wall dunk me instead? You really underestimate your buddy. This kind of thing should be initiated by guys. How embarrassing would it be to have a girl come chasing after me? Duan Shouchang, do you realize how insulting that is to women? This time it was Xu Jiānian who was speechless, thinking to himself, you'd need the strength to wall slam Lin Kiki in the first place. Making a rash move would only get you a shoulder throw from her. But this guy wasn't convinced. I'm worried you'll get beaten up, and you say I don't respect women? It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin not recognizing a kind heart. Forget it. Looks like you need a taste of your own medicine before you'll see the light. Xu Jiānian replied helplessly, how am I supposed to know which line was insulting to women? Duan Shouchang, you had Lin Kiki wall dunk me, that's practically asking her to throw herself at me. How could she possibly do that? She could have just enjoyed her boyfriend's aggressive advances and played the submissive role. Xu Jiānian offered his best friend one final piece of advice: not everyone deserves to carry around that kind of macho attitude. The next day, the morning class was a general education course held in the main lecture hall. Besides their language department class 1, several other classes were mixed together in the lecture hall. This was a common sight on campus. The language department suffered from a severe gender imbalance. Glancing around the vast lecture hall, it was a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors and competing charms. One might think that being surrounded by so many beauties would be a man's dream come true, but the reality was quite the opposite. In a society where women held the upper hand, the men walked on eggshells, too nervous to pluck even a single flower from the bouquet surrounding them. Xu Jiānian noticed this situation the moment he walked in. The girls gathered in groups of 3 or 5, occupying 2/3 of the seats, all prime spots. The boys, without exception, had retreated to the far corners. Xu Jiānian found these men utterly pathetic, a disgrace to their masculine dignity. So Xu Jiānian and Duan Shouchang decided to take the opposite approach.
Just as he was thinking of claiming a prominent spot amidst the sea of girls, a group of them called out to him.
President Xu, come sit with us. Yeah, President Xu. We're all friends here, come sit with us.
President Xu, our spot has a much better view than those cramped corners around us.
If you want to get the most out of the lecture, you should hurry over. Xu Jiānian recognized them, of course they were members of his badminton club.
They were all from class 1, numbering over 20, and had taken the front rows. Xu Jiānian wasn't interested in this spot, mainly because he felt out of place sitting among these 20-odd girls. A lone speck of green amidst a sea of flowers, they were all the vibrant blooms, while he and Duan Xiaochang were merely the supporting foliage. He declined politely, it's you girls, and I'd love to sit with you. But my buddy wants to sit in the back, so I can't just leave him behind.
Behind him, Duan Xiaochang looked utterly bewildered. Who said he wanted to sit in the back? That time, didn't I just sit wherever you sat? Did I have a choice? Oh, I see.
The girls looked slightly disappointed. Their class had only a dozen or so boys. Not only were they short on numbers, but the quality was lacking too. They were all a bunch of misfits and oddballs. No wonder Xiaoyu fell head over heels for Xu Jiānian at first sight. Unfortunately, the heartthrob was already taken, snatched up by the top student. All that was left for them was regret. The moment Xu Jiānian entered the lecture hall, he drew the admiring stares of the female students. The girls, hearts aflutter, gaped in astonishment at the sight of such a ruggedly handsome guy.
They gushed, so handsome. So handsome. That's our school's sports prince. Right. How could you not know Xu Jiānian? He's so famous.
Well, this is my first time seeing him.
So what's your first impression? Love at first sight. Totally smitten. Xu Jiānian walked past the chattering group of girls, radiating a wave of heat.
His gaze swept over Xin Yuro and Xin Duoduo, and he decided to sit with his classmates instead. At least he knew them, so it wouldn't feel awkward. Just as he was about to sit next to Xin Yuro, his peripheral vision caught Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki entering the room. His feet instinctively halted.
Duan Xiaochang, why haven't you two found seats yet? Did you expect us girls to come find you?
Lin Kiki complained the moment she saw him.
Duan Xiaochang shot Xu Jiānian a reproachful look. Oh, just a sec.
We'll sit right here. In the end, Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu sat together, just like their seating arrangement in class 2. The four of them occupied a row in the middle section. This added two outsiders to the girls' group. They stared at the oddballs Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaochang, sending ripples of excitement through the entire group. Voices swirled with jealousy, spreading in all directions and of course, reaching Jiang Xiaoyu's ears.
The sports prince is with us now. So exciting.
He's the sports prince of the nerds, not yours.
Hee, I just admire the sports prince purely. I don't demand anything from him. Haven't you seen the studious girl's fierce glare? At Jiangda University, countless girls harbored secret crushes on Xu Jiānian. The incident where the top student boldly confessed to the sports prince during the opening ceremony was known throughout the entire university. But even knowing that, they still adored Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian was an idol, rumored to have won countless athletic awards. At Jiangda, Xu Jiānian was like a celebrity, adored by countless girls. Yet no one worried. Everyone knew the top student was keeping him in check. They contentedly fangirled from afar. Academic superstar Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Xu Jiānian and caught him staring intently at a pretty girl. She pinched his waist sharply. Xu Jiānian, we didn't come to this public lecture for you to ogle pretty girls. Xu Jiānian dodged Jiang Xiaoyu's iron clamp grip. He discovered women really knew how to pinch. Even the tiniest bit of flesh felt like a piercing pain under her nails. Jiang Xiaoyu, you're way too strict. What are my eyes for? Can't I even have the right to look at a pretty girl? Jiang Xiaoyu warned Xu Jiānian, don't forget our 3 ground rules. Xu Jiānian argued, I haven't broken any of them. I haven't flirted with any girls, nor have I dated any of them. Jiang Xiaoyu asserted firmly, I said no means no. Distracting yourself with pretty girls is a waste of time. If all you see are beautiful women, how can you possibly focus on writing? Xu Jiānian. Chapter 45, External Enemy Invasion. Is it really that serious? She's making a mountain out of a molehill. Xu Jiānian had noticed this issue long ago. Jiang Xiaoyu intensely disliked him interacting with other girls, to the point of being overly suspicious. If he acted this way, it would at least be understandable. After all, it's understandable for a grown man to protect his beloved younger sister and restrict her interactions with other men. But why does Xiaoyu care so much about him interacting with girls? Xu Jiānian couldn't fathom it. Jiang Xiaoyu shot a glance at the girl Xu Jiānian was staring at, silently rolling her eyes. Not pretty enough, not slim enough, no curves to speak of, nowhere near an hourglass figure. What was he seeing? Was Xu Jiānian blind? The supposedly blind Xu Jiānian glanced at the girl he deemed a beauty who could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky, then looked back at Shinjiro with a hint of regret. Then the teacher walked in, and he had no time left to spare for the pretty girls. Under Jiang Xiaoyu's warning glare, he focused on the lesson. Xiaoyu arrived only after class ended, panting from running.
Whether she was going through a rebellious phase or what, the girl was dressed exceptionally short and revealing. Her crop top exposed her midriff, paired with ultra-short shorts and sneakers, the very picture of a delinquent girl. "Xiaoyu, what took you so long?" a classmate asked. Xiaoyu answered her classmates, but her eyes never left Xu Jiānian.
"Something came up." The girl asked, "Then why are you here now that class is over?" Xiaoyu didn't answer. She walked straight over to Xu Jiānian.
Being this close to her crush, a flicker of nervousness flashed across her face before being swept away by a surge of overwhelming joy. She completely ignored Jiang Xiaoyu. Only when speaking to Xu Jiānian did she point at Jiang Xiaoyu with disdain. "Xu Jiānian, is she blackmailing you?" Xu Jiānian felt like he had two headaches in one. With so many people around, why was this girl acting crazy again? "What do you mean, blackmailed? You could have been selected for the sports school back in high school, but you didn't go. Wasn't it because she forced you? I knew Jiang Xiaoyu was domineering and wouldn't let you go. If she hadn't clung to you, you'd have been a provincial team athlete by now, maybe even made it to the national team." Xiaoyu pointed her finger accusingly, clutching at straws as she glared at Jiang Xiaoyu. "You ruined his bright future. And now you're still clinging to him like a leech. What the hell is your problem?" The girls present shot Xiaoyu contemptuous glances. Her confession post to the sports prince was still circulating online, drawing a flood of criticism. The pairing of the top student and the sports prince was already set in stone. Anyone who disrupted it would be seen as a third wheel. Xiaoyu had dared to defy the world's expectations. The guys, however, were thoroughly enjoying this good fortune of a woman coming after him, even envying Xu Jiānian. "Damn, if I ever meet a girl this uninhibited, I'd marry her on the spot." A buddy kicked him. "Bet you'll never find one in your lifetime." Old Su's got it made dominating the top student while hooking up with hot chicks from other classes. He's living the dream. Let's keep Su hidden away. If he keeps showing off like this, none of us will ever get a girlfriend. If you had Old Su's thick skin, you wouldn't be single either. Look, he and his buddy are the only guys sitting among all those girls. Ha, shameless as ever. The guys lingered, reluctant to leave, eager to see how Xu Jiānian would handle the situation. The mistress showed up. A major showdown. Today's drama was clearly far more entertaining than when Xiaoyu confessed alone. Back then, the main wife wasn't present, but now Jiang Xiaoyu was right under Old Su's nose. I bet the mistress can outmaneuver the wife. Me too. In these kinds of scenarios, the dramas always make it seem like the main wife gets furious while the mistress smoothly takes her place. Not necessarily. The straightest student isn't the type to tolerate any nonsense. Come on, put your money down. $10 if you win, $10 if you lose. Got no cash on me. WeChat works too. In an instant, the lecture hall turned into a gambling den. The boys who bet on Xiaoyu winning had clearly underestimated Jiang Xiaoyu's standing in Xu Jiānian's heart. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could even open her mouth to confront the other woman, Xu Jiānian had already taken the lead. Now he wasn't just feeling overwhelmed, he had a headache. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't make things up." During their senior year, he did have a chance to join the provincial team. But after weighing the pros and cons, he voluntarily gave it up. It had nothing to do with Jiang Xiaoyu. Back then, she had advised him to choose carefully, to pick the path most beneficial for himself without any hint of interference. His childhood sweetheart always had his best interests at heart, that much was undeniable. Xu Jiānian, stop defending her. What do you mean I'm talking nonsense? I already checked with your high school, what I said is the truth. Xu Jiānian finally snapped, cursing under his breath, "You got nothing better to do?" Xiaoyu. Rarely showing a shy side, she stammered back, "I don't have balls." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. The girls covered their mouths in embarrassment. The boys bellowed like pigs. Duan Xiaoqian choked on his laughter, nearly gagging. Xu Jiānian felt utterly humiliated. She never expected Xiaoyu to be so blunt. Just as he was at a loss, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu had already gathered her notes, stowed both their textbooks into her small backpack, and casually slung the bag over his arm. She urged, "Let's go. Don't make fools of ourselves here." Xu Jiānian naturally followed Jiang Xiaoyu. With a formidable foe at hand, they needed to present a united front. Xiaoyu wouldn't let it go, trailing behind them. Lin Kiki thought Xiaoyu was shameless and shoved her, scolding, "How thick-skinned can you be? You've embarrassed the entire badminton club." Xiaoyu retorted, "I'm not a member of the badminton club anymore. If you say I'm shameless, then isn't Jiang Xiaoyu even more shameless for deliberately flaunting their affection?" Xiaoyu was completely unmoved. Lin Kiki wasn't one to take this lying down, especially when it involved her best friend. She shot back without mercy, "They're in love and showing affection, what's wrong with that? Who's the clingy dog here?" Just as Xiaoyu was thinking of how to counter Lin Kiki, Xu Jiānian silently slipped closer to Jiang Xiaoyu. The two walked out of the classroom almost side by side. She chose to ignore Xu Jiānian's subtle maneuver and stubbornly followed behind them. Jiang Xiaoyu saw Xiaoyu wasn't going to drop the chase, so naturally she wouldn't let her tag along. It wasn't that 3 heads are better than 1, it was that 3 heads meant one of them was the enemy.
But an external threat made things easier. They'd unite against the common foe. On this point, she and Xu Jiānian were perfectly in sync. With that thought, she silently took Xu Jiānian's large hand. He responded naturally, clasping his hands together with hers, their fingers intertwining effortlessly. Chapter 46, That was my first kiss too. Xiaoyu could no longer maintain her outward composure. She was furious beyond words. She knew perfectly well about Jiang Xiaoyu's photo-sharing love display that night, but she refused to accept it. Compared to Jiang Xiaoyu, she wasn't any worse. Because I'm not your childhood sweetheart? Xiaoyu muttered to herself, staring at Xu Jiānian's retreating figure. She refused to give up. Even if it was impossible, she would bravely take responsibility for her feelings. Jiang Xiaoyu's post had garnered so much attention it completely overshadowed Xiaoyu's earlier confession to Xu Jiānian. She'd read many of the comments. The overwhelming majority were baseless, shameless insults and mockery directed at her. They called her shameless. They accused her of meddling in the relationship between the top student and the sports prince. Some even branded her a mistress. This scandal even dragged Xu Jiānian into the mess. Those unaware of the truth hurled insults at him, calling him a scumbag. She could be cursed, subjected to malicious attention, and criticized, but Xu Jiānian couldn't. The group now walked in a line of 5, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian holding hands, Duan Shouchan and Lin Kiki flanking them, with Xiaoyu bringing up the rear. Lin Kiki grew impatient and snapped at Xiaoyu, "Are you ever going to stop? Do you just want to be a tag-along?" Xiaoyu retorted just as fiercely, "This road isn't your private property. Can't I walk back to my classroom this way?" Lin Kiki fell silent. True enough, their Class 1 classroom was in the same direction as their Class 2. Noticing Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu still holding hands, Xiaoyu remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Holding hands in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?" Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly turned around. "Who says you can only hold hands at night?" Xiaoyu choked on her words, then retorted stubbornly. "Don't get too cocky, Jiang Xiaoyu. You're just riding high on being Xu Jiānian's childhood sweetheart. Besides that, what else do you have that makes him like you?" Jiang Xiaoyu thought carefully for a moment before adding, "You're wrong. Besides being childhood sweethearts, there are countless things about me that Xu Jiānian finds appealing, too many to count. Like how beautiful I am." Lin Kiki couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Xiaoyu hadn't expected Jiang Xiaoyu to be so thick-skinned. She flushed red with anger, but she couldn't deny it. Jiang Xiaoyu really was pretty. Stammering, she said, "Are you proud of being pretty?" "Not at all." Jiang Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and leaned closer to Xu Jiānian. "But Xu Jiānian just happens to like my looks. What can I do about that? Stop being so self-absorbed. Xu Jiānian isn't someone who judges by looks." Jiang Xiaoyu replied calmly, "On that point, I should know best. I'm the one who sleeps with him every night." Xiaoyu. How shameless. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged indifferently, looking up at Xu Jiānian. "Am I right?" Xu Jiānian stiffened, sensing a trap ahead. If he admitted liking pretty girls, Jiang Xiaoyu would surely call him a womanizer. But denying it would feel utterly disingenuous, and Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't buy it anyway. But given the current situation, he naturally had to go along with Jiang Xiaoyu. When facing a common enemy, unity was paramount. It was a matter of principle. Little Fish had sacrificed her reputation by saying she slept with him as a man. He couldn't show weakness. "I just like you the way you are." Everyone. Jiang Xiaoyu readily agreed. "Then why don't you show them? Let them see how lovingly we get along." Xu Jiānian felt his head spinning even more. Was he really going to have to fake it until he made it? Still, he didn't refuse the perks Jiang Xiaoyu offered him. After all, it was all about nipping Xiaoyu's romantic interest in the bud. Playing along with Xiaoyu for the sake of appearances was no big deal. Besides, holding hands, hugging, kissing, these things were, well, worth looking forward to. With that thought, he pulled Jiang Xiaoyu into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. The others? Duan Shouchan, fretting over how to handle being the third wheel, caught Lin Kiki's icy glare and quickly averted his eyes. Xiaoyu was finally disgusted by Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu. She ran off crying. Then Xu Jiānian noticed Jiang Xiaoyu's attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree shift. When it was just the two of them, her gaze toward him was icy cold, giving Xu Jiānian a bad feeling. "Are you going to settle the score later?" Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely. "That was my first kiss." Xu Jiānian. "But it was my first kiss too. Besides, you didn't even kiss me, just sacrificed a tiny bit of my cheek, and only a small area at that." Xu Jiānian's face flushed as he stared at the spot on Jiang Xiaoyu's cheek where he'd kissed her. Though it had been a fleeting touch, the smooth, supple sensation had been utterly delightful. He was still savoring the memory. Honestly, he felt unsatisfied. If no one else had been around, he could have naturally kissed her cherry red lips. Damn it, what was he thinking? Xu Jiānian shook his head violently, banishing the shameful thought. He tapped his own cheek. "It was just a kiss. You can kiss me back." "Whoa! Why are you pinching me again?" Jiang Xiaoyu was still fuming, and her pinch was hard enough to leave a purple mark the size of a thumbnail. "That'll teach you to flirt around." Xu Jiānian grimaced in pain. "Is it my fault? I strictly follow the 3 disciplines and 8 points of attention. If they like me, it just proves my charm. Stop being so full of yourself. We'll settle this when we get home. Sometimes I feel like we're an old married couple. So you think I'm old and past my prime? Ha, it's just that we've been together too long, we've grown tired of each other's looks. Ouch. You pinched me again? After 2 violent attacks, Xu Jiānian stared pitifully at the bruises on his arm and complained, I'm not happy about your violence. My arms and waist are covered in marks you left. Well, you kissed my face. Didn't you tell me to show some affection? Well, you can hold hands and hug me, but you can't kiss my face. Xu Jiānian stared at that spot on Jiang Xiaoyu's face, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily once more. The sensation from that moment played vividly in his mind. The instant his lips touched her cheek, every hair on his body stood on end. That heart-pounding feeling was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. His ears must have turned crimson then, for he could feel the blood boiling in his veins, his body burning hot. But he hid it well, so well that even Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't noticed. He must be crazy. How could he feel this way about Xiaoyu? Didn't he see her as a sister? Damn it, now he wasn't even sure himself. At noon, the 4 of them headed to the cafeteria for lunch. They were stopped by a group of students handing out recruitment flyers. The slogan rolled off their tongues like butter, hey, classmate. Want to develop a silver tongue and become a smooth talker? Join our eloquence club. We've got a balanced gender ratio, no solo battles here. We pair you up, so the work's never lonely. 4 people. A speech club recruiting? Or a matchmaking service? Or join our anime club. No need for long explanations, just one line, beautiful girls galore. Guaranteed to get you off the singles market. The 4 of them froze in unison once more. Is this the comic club recruiting new members or a matchmaking club? And to make matters worse, their leader, Academic Affairs Minister Jiang Xiaoyu, was right there. Both clubs fell under the Academic Affairs Department, and Jiang Xiaoyu was the freshman division director. At first, the students didn't recognize Jiang Xiaoyu, but once they did, the 2 of them immediately came over warmly. Minister Jiang, heading out for lunch? Minister Jiang, how'd our manga club's recruitment posters turn out? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. Summoning her ministerial authority, she gave the pair a stealthy, appraising look. Whose idea was this? Had she neglected these clubs while pouring all her energy into the online literature club, causing them to become so desperate for talent? Chapter 47, Don't dare have any impure thoughts about me. Hee, I came up with the tagline. Our president approved it. Our anime club's slogan was the president's idea too, her masterpiece. Jiang Xiaoyu analyzed both slogans from an academic's perspective, finding them somewhat cunning yet well written. Still, she was puzzled, but the anime club has plenty of members, dozens of them. The girl chuckled, the president says the more the merrier. The larger the membership, the more funding we get from above, and the more team-building events we can organize. The online literature club's team-building event was scheduled for Saturday tomorrow. The manga club clearly wasn't about to be outdone. But Jiang Xiaoyu believed the academic affairs department urgently needed reform. Otherwise, the purpose of joining clubs would be distorted. They couldn't just recruit new members and request more funding just to eat, drink, and have fun. What's the point of recruiting a mixed bag of people? The school established numerous small groups to enhance students' well-rounded development, cultivate teamwork spirit, and help them integrate into society after graduation. Students are free to choose based on their interests. The primary mission of the Academic Affairs Department is to study diligently and strive for continuous improvement. It's not about recruiting members just to inflate numbers, secure funding, and indulge in leisure activities. After dismissing 2 members, they continued toward the cafeteria. Looks like our badminton club needs a team-building event too. Comrade Kiki, you draft a proposal and apply for funding. Tough as nails, Lin Coco found the task daunting, fearing her poor writing skills might botch it. She turned to Jiang Xiaoyu for help. Xiaoyu, please help me out. Write up the proposal for me tonight. Jiang Xiaoyu refused. Why me? I'm not even part of your badminton club. Lin Coco replied matter-of-factly, you're the president's spouse. It's only right you help out. Jiang Xiaoyu. She certainly didn't want to be Xu Jiānian's family member. Just then, Lin Coco added, next week during our team-building event, we're allowed to bring family members. Duan Shuqiang perked up, his face full of anticipation. Kiki, take me along. Whose family member are you? I guess I could be yours. What do you mean count me in? I don't have a family member like you. Duan Shuqiang was rendered speechless by Lin Keek's retort. His face flushed as he turned to Xu Jiānian for help. Xu Jiānian sighed in exasperation, isn't it obvious? For the online literature club team building, Kiki can be your family member. For the badminton club team building, you can be Keek's family member. Fair and impartial, no favoritism. Lin Coco fell silent. It was indeed a fair solution. Xu Jiānian planned to switch to the web novel club after the fall sports meet, mainly because he urgently needed to earn money by writing web novels. And for the future he was already 19. It was time to start planning for his life ahead. Talking about anything else was nonsense. Earning money was paramount.
Therefore, he resolved to first make his mark at the university games before carving out a niche for himself in the online literature club. The university games offered generous prizes, not just medals, but cash rewards too. He planned to enter multiple events to win as much cash as possible, hoping to prove himself in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. At the cafeteria, Xu Jiānian was still forced to separate from his childhood sweetheart. That girl Lin Kiki insisted on dragging Jiang Xiaoyu to sit at a separate table for some reason. Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaochang, the two bachelors, had no choice but to squeeze onto one table. Xu Jiānian was genuinely a bit put off. Duan Xiaochang might not be fat, but he was tall with those long legs. Sitting across from him, he couldn't even stretch his legs out straight. If he had to cross his legs with Duan Xiaochang, he'd be so disgusted he'd throw up his dinner. So whether eating or attending lectures, if he absolutely needed a companion, Xia Qingnai was the best choice. Feeling a pang of disappointment, he glanced over at Jiang Xiaoyu. He noticed she and Lin Kiki weren't crossing their legs either. They were both sitting properly in their own spaces, not encroaching on each other, though they were chatting animatedly across the table. In that moment, Xu Jiānian wondered inwardly, had Jiang Xiaoyu grown accustomed to him accompanying her during meals? Sigh. Too bad those two oblivious third wheels didn't get the hint. After finishing lunch in a foul mood, the four headed to the library to rest. Xu Jiānian deliberately called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, I need to talk to you." Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to leave Lin Kiki behind, waving to her, "You and Duan Xiaochang go grab a spot first. I'll be right over." What's this about? Why are you always glued to Lin Kiki? Then why are you always glued to Duan Xiaochang? That's because you monopolize Lin Kiki, so Duan Xiaochang has no choice but to stick with me. Xu Jiānian lectured earnestly, "You should have some self-awareness about being the third wheel. If this keeps up, how will Duan Xiaochang ever get together with Lin Kiki?" Jiang Xiaoyu, so she was the one sabotaging their perfect match? Just as she was about to retort, Xu Jiānian added, "You should sleep with me instead. Give those two some space." Jiang Xiaoyu could only tell the truth, but Kiki isn't into Duan Xiaochang. During lunch, her bestie had told her straight up she liked tall, muscular guys. Duan Xiaochang's weakling type just wasn't her thing. Xu Jiānian had a solid argument, whether she's into him or not, we should give them a chance. Maybe time will make them fall for each other. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't insist. After all, she really didn't want to be the third wheel. So where should we go to rest? Didn't I say you're sleeping with me? Just follow your big brother. Who said I'd sleep with you? You. Xu Jiānian said before bolting away, Jiang Xiaoyu hot on his heels. The two ended up climbing into a small cubicle on the third floor of the library. Huh? Why is it empty? This used to be a storage room for discarded cleaning supplies. Duan Xiaochang and I discovered it during an exploration. Hardly anyone ever comes here. But we're going to sleep in here? Jiang Xiaoyu scanned the room. It was about 20 square meters, with piles of discarded brooms and mops stacked in the corner. It was surprisingly clean, though all this junk was an eyesore. Let's just stay here. Before I met you, Duan Xiaochang and I used to rest here. Xu Jiānian walked over to an abandoned cabinet, pulled out a green foam mat, and spread it on the floor. I thought someone had taken it. Guess it's still here. Did you guys hide it? Duan Xiaochang hid it. He took it from the gym equipment room and never returned it. So it's public property, then. Forget about property for now. Let's rest a bit first. With that, Xu Jiānian kicked off his shoes and flopped down on the mat. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, then where am I supposed to sit? Xu Jiānian patted the spot beside him. Here. Pfft, no way am I sleeping with you. Damn it, you think I'd have any improper thoughts about you? Let me tell you, little fish, even if you were wearing a bikini, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Jiang Xiaoyu kicked Xu Jiānian's leg and declared haughtily, I'd never wear that thing, and I certainly wouldn't let you see it. Then you can sleep easy. The mat was large enough, and Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't about to make herself uncomfortable. She kicked off her white sneakers, sat as far away from Xu Jiānian as possible, and glared at him fiercely. Turn your head that way. Don't watch me sleep. Pfft, like I'd want to look anyway. He glanced at her pitifully flat chest. Not even a hint of a curve. What? Jiang Xiaoyu, you're trying to murder your own husband? Jiang Xiaoyu punched him in the stomach again, warning him fiercely, know your place. You're just my fake boyfriend. Don't you dare have any impure thoughts about me. Chapter 48, it's not like we haven't slept together before. Put. What's so great about Su Pighead anyway? He's lecherous, full of himself, and always chasing after women. Jiang Xiaoyu had made up her mind, from now on, if she was going to date a man, he had to be loyal to her, his eyes and heart could only be for her. Xu Jiānian clutched his stomach, wailing pitifully, damn it, Xiaoyu. If you'd aimed just a little lower, your little fists would have wrecked my manhood. Women are truly vicious when they strike, they aim to cut off your line forever. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced guiltily at his lower body. She de-struck his chest earlier far from that area. Why did Xu Jiānian look so agonized?
Or perhaps that area was connected to the chest's meridians, causing a ripple effect throughout his entire body? If that were the case, then it truly was as Xu Jiānian had said, she de-struck his vital organ. Jiang Xiaoyu's face burned hot. Wanting to comfort Xu Jiānian but not knowing how, she sulkily flopped back onto her seat, propped her small backpack under her head, and pretended to sleep. Xu Jiānian clutched his stomach, watching the petite figure a meter away, torn between laughter and tears. You don't have to stay so far away. We've slept together before, what's with the sudden fuss? Who would have impure thoughts about you? Flat-chested, little butt. His gaze swept over that round little butt, and he swallowed involuntarily. Jiang Xiaoyu's fists itched again. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and punch him again. What did he mean by slept together? How old was she back then? They were just kids back then, with no concept of gender. His chest was flat, and hers was even flatter than his. Xu Jiānian was almost identical to her except for being taller. But things were different now. Walking side by side felt awkward enough, let alone sharing a bed. Given that she just hurt Xu Jiānian in a rather sensitive area, Jiang Xiaoyu felt just a tiny bit guilty. So no matter what Xu Jiānian said, she decided not to hold it against him. A magnanimous person doesn't dwell on petty offenses. Jiang Xiaoyu, was the most generous soul around. With her back turned to Xu Jiānian, she reminisced about childhood memories. Amused by the funny parts, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. After a while, drowsiness finally overtook her, and she drifted off into a hazy sleep. Xu Jiānian had been exhausted, but with this oddball sleeping beside him, sleep now eluded him completely. When resting with Duan Shouchang, he'd never lie down on the same mat even though it was large enough. It always felt odd. Every time, Duan Shouchang would snore away while he'd find a spot to doze off. Boys and girls are different. Two guys slinging their arms around each other might be tolerated by society. But if they held hands like girls do, they'd be criticized. Two grown men walking hand in hand would just make people call them a pair of lunatics. Unless it's something like picking up soap, guys probably wouldn't even want to shower together. But sleeping on the same mat with Xiaoyu, he cherished that feeling. It felt warm and cozy. Just imagine a soft, sweet-smelling girl lying beside you. What man wouldn't welcome such a blessing? His large hand covered the spot where Xiaoyu had just pounded him. It still felt ticklish there. Her little fists didn't actually hurt, each punch felt more like a tickle. He only pretended to be in agony to see how his childhood sweetheart would react. Instead, he saw something called worry and guilt in her eyes. Even though she refused to apologize or offer a single comforting word, he could still see the pain in her heart. That look in her eyes was exactly the same as when they were kids. He remembered one PE class when the teacher had the boys compete in high jump. When it was his turn, something went wrong. The two thick mats meant to catch the jumpers hadn't been properly aligned. He cleared the bar but landed flat on his butt, nearly breaking his tailbone. Little Fish was the first to rush over, hugging him tightly as she screamed at the top of her lungs for the teacher to help. The pain nearly made him pass out, but seeing her sobbing uncontrollably, strangely enough, the pain seemed to fade. He even bravely followed the teacher to the infirmary for a checkup. Recalling the past, a faint smile touched Xu Jiānian's lips. Sometimes, his childhood sweetheart could be quite adorable. If only she weren't so clingy. But now he didn't mind her clinginess. He was the one who initiated making up, after all. Drowsiness washed over him. Xu Jiānian rubbed his eyes dazedly, feeling his thoughts drifting apart. Before he knew it, he drifted off into sleep. In his dream, a sweet smile drew closer and closer. The girl had fair skin and a round face, adorned with the most familiar dimples as she smiled. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as they gazed at him, and her upturned lips revealed a row of tiny, pearly teeth. Damn it, when did Xiaoyu become so gentle? The male protagonist in the dream felt a bit bewildered. Yet her sweet smile was like aged wine, intoxicating him completely. In a daze, Xu Jiānian murmured, "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" It wasn't surprising he asked, for he noticed something off about Jiang Xiaoyu's current position. He was lying down, while she was sitting on top of him, and the fit was particularly snug. Xu Jiānian unconsciously reached out his large hand, his fingers encountering a smooth, soft surface. Startled, he looked down to find Jiang Xiaoyu's long, beautiful legs encased in black stockings, a complete stocking temptation. Wait, what exactly are you trying to do? Xu Jiānian wondered aloud. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly winked at him, flashing a seductive smile. Don't you want me to tease you? Before she could finish, Xu Jiānian saw those long legs shift. The pink skirt traced youthful curves, yet couldn't conceal the alluring sight beneath, prompting an immediate reaction in him, clad only in athletic shorts. Damn it, Jiang Xiaoyu, don't tease me like this. Xu Jiānian was flustered by such an unexpected advance. Her sweet face, bathed in shifting light and shadow, radiated adorable beauty. But only he knew that this Jiang Xiaoyu felt unreal, utterly unreal. Even in his dreamlike state, he still had enough clarity to suspect Jiang Xiaoyu was sleepwalking. Because the real Jiang Xiaoyu would never show him such a gentle side. She was a sweet-looking girl with a devilish heart, seemingly gentle and charming, but actually incredibly strong-willed, independent, and stubbornly proud. She was cunning and calculating, fiercely dependent on those she liked while dismissing those she disliked with utter contempt. She would even resort to subtle schemes to deal with her enemies.
She feigned such gentleness precisely because it accentuated her beauty and made her more likable.
So what exactly was this sleepwalking Jiang Xiaoyu up to with him? Brother, aren't you nervous? But you said we've slept together before, so now I just think you're playing hard to get. Since that's the case, why don't we?
Her two long, slender legs pressed against him relentlessly, leaving nowhere to rest. Xu Jiānian struggled against his physical reaction. At 192 centimeters tall, his arousal stood like a rigid blade.
Even if Jiang Xiaoyu were fully conscious, she couldn't bear it, let alone in her dazed state. Chapter 49, Sparks Fly.
Jiang Xiaoyu leaned down, her face almost brushing his, lips red and teeth white, her breath fragrant.
Let's begin, brother. Begin what?
Xu Jiānian maintained a sliver of composure in his dreamlike state.
Jiang Xiaoyu's unusual initiative today felt oddly unsettling.
Jiao Xiaoyu bit her lip, her voice pitifully sweet.
Brother, I've liked you for so long. I want to sleep with you.
Her large, watery eyes gazed at him.
Brother, shall we get married?
I'll cook delicious meals for you every day and give birth to a big, chubby baby boy for you.
Ha! Xu Jiānian was startled, as if struck by lightning. Marriage? Have a big, chubby baby boy?
He dared not imagine it. Especially with Jiang Xiaoyu.
Hadn't they just reconciled? And he hadn't even passed the probation period yet. Was she already rushing straight to the main event?
That's way too fast. Xu Jiānian shook his head like a rattle. No, Xiaoyu, we're siblings. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with tears, a look of heartbreaking vulnerability washing over her.
But I don't want to be your sibling. I want to be your spouse. Xu Jiānian's pupils flinched. Are you serious or not? Please don't let this be a trap.
She smiled, her eyes sparkling. Her jade-like fingers brushed his lips. With a gentle curve of her lotus-like arm, she wrapped it around his neck.
Of course it's real. If you don't believe me, watch my actions.
With that, she leaned in and kissed him deeply, her gaze filled with passion.
Then,
the scene abruptly shifted. Before him appeared the face of another beautiful woman, seemingly an older version of Jiang Xiaoyu. Her eyes narrowed seductively as she drew near. He caught a glimpse of her breathtaking curves, two majestic peaks, snow-capped and pristine. But what truly stunned him was that this alluring woman spoke the exact same words as Jiang Xiaoyu.
And after finishing her sentence, she leaned in to kiss him. Xu Jiānian broke out in a cold sweat.
He snapped his eyes open.
Seeing his surroundings, he instantly sobered up. It had all been an unforgettable dream. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to sit up to stretch when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu clinging to him like an octopus. Her small hand was over his mouth, her thigh straddling his sensitive area, and his stiffened sword was being mercilessly crushed by her thigh. This position? Heaven and earth colliding in a fiery explosion. Xu Jiānian broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Xiaoyu was still wearing that miniskirt. If he hadn't woken up just then, they would have gone straight for the grand slam. What a close call. Xu Jiānian feared Jiang Xiaoyu would strangle him if she woke up to this scene. Even though she'd been the one tossing and turning in her sleep and practically throwing herself at him, he knew he'd have no way to defend himself if she accused him. When they first lay down, they'd kept their distance, practically drawing a line between them. Yet in their sleep, they'd ended up embracing. It proved their bodies were still honest. Even in their sleep, they understood the principle that opposites attract. He quickly pushed away Xiaoyu's small hand, tugged her skirt back into place, and covered her exposed little bottom completely. Only then did he crawl to the other side, silently chanting a mantra to clear his mind. No desires, no attachments, emptiness in all things. Emptiness is form is emptiness. Damn it, why isn't it going away? Xu Jiānian sighed in exasperation, propping his legs upright to shield the bulge in his crotch. Men have this flaw: whatever's on their minds shows through their bodies. Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and the image of that woman from his dream flickered before his eyes. Could it be that when Xiaoyu grew up, she'd become a woman of irresistible charm? Pfft, look at those skinny arms and legs, no way. But then again, maybe girls change a lot as they grow up, becoming more and more beautiful. Objectively speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu was indeed a budding beauty. The lingering scent of Xiaoyu's hands still clung to his lips. Just moments ago, her soft, delicate little white hands had pressed against his mouth. The tender touch was truly something he'd cherish. Xu Jiāmu stared intently at the girl sleeping soundly. She lay sprawled on the mat, arms and legs splayed wide, as if clutching something or more like claiming a territory, her posture commanding. Her hair cascaded like scattered dark clouds, her lashes long and curled, beautiful as butterfly wings. Her small, round face bore skin as flawless and white as the finest porcelain. The exposed sections of her delicate arms and snow-white legs glowed with a translucent radiance, soft and supple. Her warm, cherry lips resembled two peach blossoms, vibrant and alluring. Xu Jiānian's heart suddenly began pounding wildly, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. From now on, they should sleep together. If other men saw her sleeping like this, who knows what trouble they might cause. After school that afternoon, Xu Jiānian arrived early at the badminton club. The senior and sophomore sisters had already begun intense training.
The fall sports meet would be held a few days before National Day, followed by the holiday break. With generous rewards on the line, all participants were giving their all, eager to win the substantial prize money. For a college student, tens of thousands of yuan was indeed a substantial sum. Xu Jiānian quickly got his team members involved in practice, urging them to train hard so they could perform well at the games and bring glory to the school.
Just then, a sophomore senior approached Xu Jiānian for advice. Xu Jiānian glanced at the sophomore club president nearby, who was coaching other members. Unable to think of a reason to refuse, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right then, we'll coach you on the spot." Xu Jiānian led her away from the rest area. "Like this," he demonstrated, "grip the racket like this. Your serve must be steady, accurate, and powerful, that's how you win in one shot." When a pretty girl asked him for advice, old Xu naturally imparted his experience wholeheartedly. Truthfully, his own team members, especially the female players, also wanted his guidance. But the moment any female player approached, Lin Kiki would immediately scamper over and butt in. As the vice president, she exercised her coaching authority. Over time, none of the female players came to him anymore. No matter how they tried to get close to Xu Jiānian, it was always Vice President Lin Kiki who ended up coaching them. Xu Jiānian, on the other hand, became a hands-off manager. At this moment, his female teammates couldn't help but feel envious seeing Xu Jiānian patiently coaching a sophomore senior. They couldn't get close to the president because the vice president was always watching. Xu Jiānian sometimes couldn't help but wonder if Lin Kiki was some kind of rescue force sent by Jiang Xiaoyu's cunning monkey. A reinforcement sent to disrupt his attempts at flirting. Is that so? The senior, named Xu Qing, brushed her body against Xu Jiānian's arm with a barely perceptible touch, distracting him slightly. Yes, exactly. Try hitting it out. Xu Qing swung her racket, sending the shuttlecock soaring in a perfect arc before landing at her opponent's feet before she could even react. The speed was simply too fast to react to. Her opponent exclaimed excitedly, "Whoa, amazing. One shot to win." Xu Qing shared the glory with Rong Yuyan as she said, "All thanks to my junior. I'll have to arrange some private lessons with him later." Xu Jiānian remained non-committal. Glancing at his senior's radiant smile, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Her opponent couldn't help but envy her. "Your skills have improved so much, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you anymore." "Ha, we'll all improve together." Xu Qing monopolized Xu Jiānian, refusing to let him return to the rest area. Xu Jiānian had no choice but to stand on the court and teach her how to play. "Like this, grip the racket like this when you smash." "I can't get the grip right. Teach me step by step." "Ha?" Before Xu Jiānian could react, Xu Qing had already placed his large hand over hers. Xu Jiānian instantly felt the softness in his palm. This slender, soft hand was surprisingly comparable to Xiaoyu's delicate little hands. Xu Jiānian didn't mind when girls took the initiative to hold hands. He occasionally took Xu Qing's hand to offer guidance. By the end, the gesture felt increasingly natural. When Jiang Xiaoyu arrived, this was the scene she witnessed. Xu Jiānian was holding hands with a pretty girl, patiently offering guidance. Jiang Xiaoyu's smile faded slightly, a fleeting shadow of unease crossing her face. But she quickly regained her composure, flashing a bright smile as she greeted Lin Kiki as if nothing had happened. Xu Jiānian noticed Jiang Xiaoyu at that moment and instinctively tried to distance himself from Xu Qing, laying down the law, "My girlfriend's here, so I'll be heading out." "Senior Xu, you can practice on your own." Xu Qing couldn't think of a reason to call Xu Jiānian back. He wasn't her club president, so there was no obligation for him to stay and practice with her. Xu Jiānian walked toward Jiang Xiaoyu. When he reached her, she naturally slipped her arm through his. To an outsider, the man was handsome, the woman beautiful. They were a perfect match. In truth, Jiang Xiaoyu had noticed it too. Xu Qing's affection for Xu Jiānian was all too obvious. Women are always sharp when it comes to rivals in love. While Xu Jiānian couldn't see through Xu Qing's subtle intentions, she saw them clearly. But quickly, she asked in a voice that betrayed no hint of her thoughts, "Is my senior learning badminton from you?" Xu Jiānian looked into her wide, almond-shaped eyes, clear and pure. Chapter 50, Having Your Cake and Eating It Too. Yes, she's seeking my guidance. Does seeking guidance require holding hands? Jiang Xiaoyu's face instantly turned as cold as ice, her entire body radiating a murderous aura. Xu Jiānian felt it. His body stiffened. Was she going to pinch him again? Xu Jiānian didn't move. If she wanted to strangle him, let her. As long as she was happy. After all, he had indeed held Xu Qing's hand earlier, albeit under duress. "Xu Jiānian, do you always act like this?" No. She just couldn't get the motion right, so she put my hand on hers. Xu Jiānian hurriedly explained, "I haven't forgotten our 3 ground rules." "Oof. Your reconciliation period is extended by 1 month. No, don't be unreasonable." Damn it, he was practically becoming a henpecked husband. She forbids this, forbids that. The moment he fails to satisfy her, she threatens to withhold reconciliation. "Xu Jiānian, are you being reasonable? You eat my food, yet flirt with other women. You can't even finish what's on your plate before eyeing the next bowl. You're a total scumbag." Xu Jiānian. Damn it! He was actually speechless. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyu had a point. Xu Jiānian felt his entire college life was about to go down the drain. Living every moment under Jiang Xiaoyu's iron grip. Not even allowed to touch a woman's hand. What was the point of these 4 years then? But he was indebted to her. He had no choice. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu beside him. Her cheeks were puffed out in anger, clearly still upset with him. Her white t-shirt, black miniskirt, and white sneakers gave her an innocent, adorable look, radiating a sweet charm. Xiaoyu, you're showing. Xu Jiānian quickly grabbed her skirt hem and pulled it down. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, seeing Xu Jiānian bending down to tug at her skirt while so many people watched from the platform below. She felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Xu Jiānian, what are you doing? The wind blew your skirt up just now, and everything underneath was on full display. He had seen it clearly. A gust of wind had lifted Jiang Xiaoyu's skirt. Though she wore leggings underneath, the view beneath her skirt was still exposed. Behind them, several boys simultaneously cast their eyes towards Xiaoyu's skirt, their stares blatantly repulsive. A young girl, no matter what, was beautiful. Even if it was just her skirt being blown up by the wind, the sight was intoxicatingly lovely. A real man would try to resist the urge to look, but these jerks were all students at Jiangda University. They had no such scruples. Xu Jiānian shot them a fierce warning glance. Seeing the boys sheepishly lower their heads, he yanked Jiang Xiaoyu across to the opposite side of the bus stop. Jiang Xiaoyu was thus pulled out of the crowd, the embarrassment still lingering on her face. I'm wearing leggings. So you wear leggings just to show them off? Jiang Xiaoyu, you're an idiot? I didn't see anything just now. Watch yourself from now on. You'd better not wear such short skirts. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and turned away, ignoring him. Thinking about how her boyfriend defended her image like this, the pent-up frustration she'd been holding finally began to dissipate. Xu Jiānian, you're not allowed to touch any other women from now on. Then you're not allowed to wear skirts this short either. Deal. Xu Jiānian. The number 126 bus arrived quickly. Xu Jiānian escorted Jiang Xiaoyu onto the bus. Spotting an empty seat, he pulled her toward the back. Get off at the vegetable market. We'll buy groceries before heading home, Xu Jiānian instructed. You're quite thoughtful. Hee, saves us time. We still have to write after dinner. Jiang Xiaoyu had also started writing her female emperor story. Last night, he secretly glanced at it, catching only the title, not the content. He was quite curious. What on earth could Jiang Xiaoyu possibly write? He decided to sneak another peek tonight. The two got off at the vegetable market. Xu Jiānian carried both their backpacks, following behind Jiang Xiaoyu as she picked and chose at the vegetable stalls. The young girl patiently chatted with the uncles and aunts, asking about vegetable prices and how to cook them best. Living life, talking about life. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed genuinely enthusiastic about these everyday details. Watching her act like a little homemaker, it was hard to imagine she was an academic superstar. In Xu Jiānian's experience, academic stars were often high-scoring but low-functioning brilliant minds who couldn't manage daily life. But Xiaoyu was different. She excelled academically and was highly capable in managing her daily affairs. After buying groceries, Xu Jiānian found himself holding several large plastic bags. He simply tied the two backpacks together and slung them over his shoulder, freeing both hands to carry the groceries. Jiang Xiaoyu had it much easier, strolling along as if taking a leisurely walk while carrying a small basket of eggs. Soon they reached the elevator. Both set their groceries on the floor and glanced at the red marks on their hands, sharing a smile. Jiang Xiaoyu's were the worst. The red tear marks stood out starkly on her pale, delicate hands. Xu Jiānian, with his thicker skin, had only faint marks. The skin at the points where the handles dug in was barely darker than the rest of his hands. Ha! Little fish, you only carried this little bit and your hands are all red. Your hands are so delicate, he said, grabbing Jiang Xiaoyu's hand to examine it, even touching the red mark with his index and middle fingers. Her small hand was soft and felt comfortable in his grasp. Jiang Xiaoyu went with the flow, pulling her hand back and grabbing Xu Jiānian's instead. She felt the distinct bones of his 4 fingers, slightly hard to the touch, and traced the marks left by the straps. Your hands are really tough. Their hands remained clasped together like that. By the time they realized what was happening, they both awkwardly let go. Both silently wondered, how did such an intimate gesture happen so suddenly? Weren't they still in the process of making up? This was moving way too fast. Besides, men and women shouldn't touch each other. This was clearly something only boyfriends and girlfriends would do. Had they unknowingly gotten so deep into character that their acting had turned real? Back home, Xu Jiānian carried the groceries into the kitchen. Jiang Xiaoyu washed her hands and began preparing the ingredients. Tonight's main course was chicken stewed with mushrooms, accompanied by 2 side dishes, shrimp and mustard green stir-fry, and cold cucumber salad. No soup was made. The rich, flavorful chicken broth would suffice. 3 dishes. Heat oil in a wok. Once hot, add seasonings and stir with a spatula until fragrant. Then add the washed chicken pieces. Toss the chicken pieces back and forth with the spatula until they appear glistening and slightly golden.
Pour in the seasoning, stir once more, then add enough water to just cover the chicken.
Simmer gently over low heat.
With the main dish underway, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to use this time to steam the rice and prepare 2 vegetable dishes. She scooped a bowl of rice into a large bowl, rinsed it with water, and placed it in the rice cooker to steam. Xu Jiānian had a big appetite, so when he ate here, she used a large bowl to measure rice. If she were alone, she'd use a small measuring cup. After chopping the mustard greens, Jiang Xiaoyu glanced toward the living room and saw Xu Jiānian diligently mopping the floor. A satisfied smile curved her lips.
Now that's more like it.
Chapter 51. The mother-in-law grows increasingly impressed with her son-in-law.
After finishing the mopping, Xu Jiānian caught the distinctive aroma of chicken wafting through the air, making his mouth water. He placed the mop on the balcony and walked into the kitchen to watch Jiang Xiaoyu bustling about. Dinner preparations were nearing completion, and he saw Jiang Xiaoyu washing the cutting board. "Xiaoyu, is dinner ready?"
Jiang Xiaoyu set the cutting board to dry on the windowsill and glanced at the eager freeloader.
"The chicken needs a bit more time. Bring the vegetables and rice to the table first." "Got it." Xu Jiānian obediently made 2 trips back and forth, then returned to lean against the doorframe, watching Jiang Xiaoyu wipe down the counter. "I think I need to give you more chores. Are you that bored?" "Sure thing. Sweeping, mopping, laundry, folding blankets, I can handle all that." Jiang Xiaoyu pictured Xu Jiānian doing her laundry, dresses and t-shirts tossed into the washing machine, bras and panties thrown in too, then pressing the start button. And then, the image of his large hands gripping her underwear. Blindingly embarrassing. "Better not. I wouldn't dare wear clothes washed by you." "Pfft, like yours or any cleaner?" Xu Jiānian retorted, sounding unconvinced. Determined to prove he was a capable homemaker, he resolved to handle all these chores himself tomorrow night. "Of course. I definitely wouldn't wash underwear and socks with regular clothes. Why all that fuss?" Xu Jiānian washed his own clothes, underwear and outerwear together, only hand washing his stinky socks. He thought this method got everything perfectly clean. Jiang Xiaoyu's meticulous sorting seemed completely unnecessary to him. Jiang Xiaoyu resolved to patiently explain it to him. After all, if they ended up living together someday, she'd want to feel confident wearing clothes washed by him. Ugh, what was she thinking? She'd never live with him. Jiang Xiaoyu would only marry a man who was loyal and faithful. She'd never let that lecherous bastard Xu Jiānian get away with it. But even if she wasn't marrying him, she felt compelled to offer a well-meaning warning. Outer clothes easily pick up bacteria. Washing them together with underwear can spread germs to your undergarments, making you more prone to illness. So please, don't make that mistake again. Xu Jiānian felt a chill of dread. He truly hadn't considered these things. It seemed he really needed to change his flawed laundry habits. But he replied, "I know. I wash my underwear and outer clothes separately. But Sue's mom said you always wash your outer clothes and underwear together." Xu Jiānian didn't want to admit it. "My mom has poor eyesight. She must have misread it." Jiang Xiaoyu. Stubborn as ever. "Just don't let me catch you doing it." As the two debated laundry, the main dish finally finished stewing. Jiang Xiaoyu lifted the lid with a trivet, revealing a pot of fragrant chicken stewed with mushrooms. The aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Xu Jiānian took a deep sniff, his mouth watering so much he could practically taste it. "Hurry up, Xiaoyu. You've got writing to do after dinner. Let it cool a bit. Serving it hot will burn your hands. Move aside, it's my turn." Xu Jiānian, with his thick skin and tough constitution, wasn't bothered by the steam. He quickly ladled a large bowlful and carried it to the dining table. Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated to eat immediately, as the bowl was still steaming hot. She feared it would scald her tongue raw. Xu Jiānian couldn't care less. He eagerly picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed a couple of times, then, finding it too hot, stuck out his tongue and sucked in a sharp breath of air. Though the air wasn't cool either, it couldn't be hotter than the chicken in his mouth. Taking a breath like that to buffer the heat in his mouth didn't slow him down at all. He ate with such dedication. While others shied away from the heat, he had his tricks and feared no scald. "Little fish, eat up." Xu Jiānian had already devoured 5 or 6 pieces, while Jiang Xiaoyu still hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Her hesitation made Xu Jiānian feel awkward, so he divided the chicken legs and wings, placing half in her bowl. "Don't worry, I'll save the best parts for you." Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the few chicken legs and wings left, feeling a bit speechless. As a seasoned foodie, you're this particular about sharing? Of course. Big brother spoils you. Jiang Xiaoyu. Why does that sound a bit off? Big brother cares about you? Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed uncontrollably. All the way up to her ears. The atmosphere grew slightly ambiguous. Xu Jiānian realized the double meaning and hurried to explain. "What I meant was, I spoil you when it comes to food." No, that didn't sound right either. He cherished her in bed? Hurt her eating? The meaning was muddled. "What I meant was that as your older brother, I should cherish you." "Hey, stop kicking me." Before Xu Jiānian could finish, he felt a kick land on his leg.
Thankfully, Xiaoyu had slipped on slippers and kicked him with her tiny feet, otherwise, his calf would have suffered again.
Who asked you to be tender?
Jiang Xiaoyu kicked him, only to find her own feet stinging from his calf. She rubbed her two white, delicate feet together to ease the pain.
Xu Jiānian glanced under the table, grinning with a hint of schadenfreude. Ha! I'm being affectionate with you, and you kick me?
Serves you right. Jiang Xiaoyu, flustered and angry, stomped her slippered foot right on his. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Ha ha, eat, eat.
No more talk. No talking during meals, no chatting in bed.
If you can't manage that, you're never allowed to come over for free meals again.
Xu Jiānian really did fall silent. Hurry up and eat.
Jiang Xiaoyu picked up her chopsticks to eat, but just as she was about to take a bite, her phone on the sofa rang. She jumped up to answer it, saw a video call invitation from her mom, and happily tapped to accept.
Little fish, have you eaten yet?
Jiang Xiaoyu smiled at the familiar face on the screen.
Just eating. Mom, where are you and Dad? We're eating too. Look at your dad.
On the other end, Yang Yun turned the phone slightly, revealing Jiang Minghui's smiling face on the screen. His sharp eyes immediately spotted the background behind his daughter. There was that stinker Xu Jiānian.
That brat was actually eating at their family table? While this wasn't unusual, he and his wife often invited the Xu family over for meals whenever they visited this brat dining alone with his daughter. What did this mean?
His gaze locked onto Xu Jiānian, his eyes practically burning through the screen.
After a long moment, his expression darkened as he asked his daughter, Jiānian is at our house? Ha!
Jiang Xiaoyu slapped her forehead in frustration, quickly shifting the camera angle away from Xu Jiānian. She stammered, he came to fix my toilet, so I invited him to stay for dinner.
Xu Jiānian. Jiang Xiaoyu actually lied to her parents? No way. He wouldn't stand for it.
He walked behind Jiang Xiaoyu and, catching her off guard, appeared in the frame. Hello, Dad and Mom.
Jiang Xiaoyu.
Her heart skipped a beat. She tried to push Xu Jiānian away, but her mom immediately demanded to speak with him.
Reluctantly, she handed over the phone, winking and warning him not to say anything out of line. Jiānian, National Day is coming up soon. Why don't you and Xiaoyu come visit Yaocheng? Your father and I are here.
She and her husband were well-known geologists specializing in stratigraphic structures, rocks, and soils. Having spent their youth immersed in fieldwork, the nature of their jobs meant they couldn't be home with their child. So, rarely returning home, they entrusted their daughter to the Xu couple. Not only were the Zus their neighbors, but they had also been classmates for 4 years in college. Their bond was as close as family, indistinguishable from one another. Therefore, the couple felt at ease leaving their precious daughter in their care. She treated the Xu couple's son as her own, so seeing Xu Jiānian naturally felt like seeing family.
Unlike old Jiang, she wasn't afraid that some big bad wolf would snatch away her precious daughter.
She believed that if Xu Jiānian and her precious daughter were together, it would actually be a blessing they knew each other inside out, and she wouldn't have to worry about mother-in-law conflicts. So now, Yang Yun found Xu Jiānian more and more agreeable. Take your time to think it over.
Give me a call when you come over. Oh, your parents are often away anyway. It'd be great for you two siblings to live together. I support you doing that. Xu Jiānian was naturally delighted to hear this.
These words were his golden ticket to the Jiang household. From now on, even Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to stop him from coming over for meals. Jiang Ma, about the National Day holiday trip to Yaocheng, I need to check with Xiaoyu. If she says yes, I'll accompany her. Mrs. Yang's gaze toward Xu Jiānian grew even more approving, like a mother-in-law eyeing her future son-in-law, finding him more and more to her liking with every glance.
Very well. Discuss it together and give us a call ahead of time when you plan to come. Sure, Jiang Ma. We'll call you once we decide. Also, Xiaoyu's in good hands with us.
You and Jiang Ba can focus on work without worry. Stay safe out there, both of you.
Chat with Xiaoyu a bit longer.
Xu Jiānian sensibly handed the phone to Jiang Xiaoyu, who glared at him, annoyed by his chattiness.
Across the line, Mrs. Yang was utterly moved. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed her stunningly beautiful mother actually had tears welling up in her eyes. Wait, is she moved by Xu Jiānian? Mom, why are you like this? It's because Jiānian is so considerate.
His words are so heartwarming. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the sensible person in question, who was stuffing his face with food, wolfing it down without a shred of dignity.
Ugh, Mom always falls for Xu Jiānian's sweet talk. He's not sensible at all, just a childish fool.
After chatting with her parents for a while longer, Jiang Xiaoyu hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the Jiang couple launched into a heated debate about potential future sons-in-law.
Mom favored Xu Jiānian, and Dad objectively didn't dislike him either.
But subjectively, he believed no one was worthy of his daughter. So even if Xu Jiānian became his son-in-law, he'd still find fault.
Jiānian is the best choice.
If you stop them from being together, once Jiānian finds a girlfriend, your daughter won't stand a chance. Then she'll marry someone else, someone with unknown roots and a shady past. Don't expect us to feel sorry for her if she gets bullied by her in-laws.
Jiang's father slammed his hand on the table.
If old Xu dares let his son marry someone else's daughter, I'll never let him off the hook.
Chapter 52, Willingly Playing the Flower Guardian. After hanging up, Jiang Xiaoyu returned to the table to eat. Xiaoyu, wanna go to Yaocheng for National Day? Jiang Xiaoyu stuffed a mouthful of rice and looked up at him. You like traveling that much? Not really. Your parents miss you terribly and want you to come home for the reunion. As for me, I'm more than happy to be your escort and make sure you get there safely. Jiang Xiaoyu paused, realizing Xu Jiānian knew her parents better than she did. She had assumed her parents had discovered a scenic spot and invited them to visit, but to her surprise, Xu Jiānian accurately interpreted her mother's true intentions. In this regard, she couldn't hold a candle to him. Then let's go, she said hesitantly. You don't have plans for National Day, do you? Nothing planned. Mom and Dad might be heading back to Grandma's place in the countryside. If I tell them I'm taking you to Yaocheng, they'll definitely agree. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a little touched. Then let's go. We can see the beautiful scenery there too. All right. With that settled, they ate in peace. The reason Mrs. Yang Yun and Jiang Minghui felt so comfortable leaving their daughter home alone wasn't just because of the Xu family's support, it was also because their daughter had been independent since childhood. Laundry, cooking, housework, the child could handle it all. Due to the nature of their work, the couple had always prioritized cultivating her ability to live independently. Now, even if they were away for months at a time, they wouldn't worry about her going hungry or cold. Mothers always worry about their children. Thinking her daughter might feel lonely at home alone, she hoped to find her a companion. The son of her old classmate next door, Xu Jiānian, was the perfect candidate. Regardless of whether it works out in the future, Xu Jiānian is the ideal choice for a son-in-law. He was warm-hearted and responsible, and she knew him well. When he came home for the new year, she could see that although the two children weren't as close as they had been when they were little, and even bickered like little adversaries, their feelings for each other hadn't changed. She decided to call her old classmate to sound them out and see what they were thinking. After dinner, Xu Jiānian went home to shower and change. The moment he opened the door, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa, looking around nervously. Sliding into his slippers, he asked curiously, Mom and Dad, why are you home from work so early? Su's mother spoke first, why haven't we touched the food in the fridge these past few days? Xu Jiānian froze. So that's why they'd been acting so anxious, they were worried he wasn't eating properly? He smiled. Didn't you want me to eat with Xiaoyu? I've been having dinner at her place these past few nights. And honestly, her cooking is pretty impressive. You won't need to stock up on groceries anymore. We'll buy what we need as we go, it'll be fresher that way. Xu Dad and Xu Mom exchanged glances. How could they not know their son was eating next door? The Jiang couple had just called home to tell them. Xu Mom probed further, aren't you and Xiaoyu still at odds? Have you two made up already? Xu Jiānian didn't notice his mother's probing gaze. Feeling thirsty after eating too much chicken, he took a sip from his teacup before answering, we're on the mend. Xu Dad felt his wife's question was too roundabout. It would be better to just ask directly, so, are you and Xiaoyu dating? Cough. Xu Jiānian nearly choked on his tea, clearing his throat twice before recovering. Dad, don't scare me like that. We're siblings. Dating? What kind of nonsense is that? The couple exchanged another look. It turned out not to be what the Jiang couple had assumed. They weren't going anywhere in that direction. Seeing the disappointment in his parents' eyes, Xu Jiānian sighed helplessly and said solemnly, Mom and Dad, you really need to give up on this idea. I know exactly what you're thinking. You want me to marry Xiaoyu so you can find a suitable daughter-in-law, but I genuinely have no romantic feelings for her. Besides, Xiaoyu doesn't like tall, handsome guys like me. The type Jiang Xiaoyu preferred was someone smooth-talking, capable of creating daily romance to make her happy, something he couldn't do. Even if he could, he wouldn't. A man as tall, handsome, and in high demand as him wouldn't willingly give up the entire forest for Jiang Xiaoyu. He'd rather tease the gentle, quiet treasure that is Shinyuro. Or go wild with that wild child Xiaoyu. Or maybe play a fierce badminton match with his senior, Xu Qing. TSK. With so many beautiful girls waiting for him, why would he willingly submit to Jiang Xiaoyu's oppression? Now Dad and Mom Xu felt even more dejected. Watching their son head to the bathroom, the two of them returned to their bedroom in a sour mood. Dad tried to console her, don't worry. Love grows over time. Maybe they'll gradually warm up to each other. Xu Mom fretted, the problem is we can't discuss this with Yang Yun. Given our relationship, we can't just refuse outright. Yang Yun didn't say they had to be together right now. She just meant to observe things for now. Alright, stop looking so gloomy. Let's sleep first. We have work tomorrow morning. After showering, Xu Jiānian retrieved his clothes from the small washing machine. This time, he hadn't thrown his underwear in. He hung his outer clothes on the balcony, then returned to wash his socks and underwear. He never imagined that after all these years of doing laundry, his method had been wrong. His mom had corrected him about it before, but he hadn't taken it seriously. But hearing Xiaoyu mention it this time, he took it to heart. It wasn't that he'd married and stopped listening to his mother, he genuinely feared bacterial transmission. Just imagine if he touched someone carrying pathogens on the bus and then washed his outer clothes and underwear together when he got home, wouldn't his private parts get contaminated with those pathogens? If those pathogens were potent enough, he might not even keep his manhood. Damn it. That's actually pretty terrifying. When he carried his laptop over to the opposite side, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu already typing away. He looked slightly surprised. Little fish, you're moving pretty fast this time. You're the one who dawdled. I've been typing for half an hour already. Xu Jiānian sat down beside her, set his laptop down, and explained, my parents came back. We had a few words, and it took a bit of time. He couldn't tell Jiang Xiaoyu that washing his underwear alone had taken over 10 minutes. He'd scrubbed it over and over, using laundry detergent, then body wash, and even some disinfectant, terrified any bacteria might remain. His manhood was precious now. He wasn't married, had no children, not a single major life milestone accomplished. He couldn't afford to mess up his second one. Oh, I see. So did you tell Dad and Mom about going to Yaocheng for National Day? Not yet. I'll send them a WeChat later. Don't worry, they'll definitely give us the green light. Oh, what are your plans for tomorrow? Same as usual. Run, eat, then come back to write. Nap in the afternoon, then meet up with the web novel club members to hang out. Where'd you guys book? The Four Seasons Hotel's large private room. How many people? 20 new members, plus family members, around 27 or 28 people total. Whoa, that's a lot of people. How much funding did you get approved? 2,000 yuan. Chapter 53, family member or club member? So am I considered a family member or a club member? I've already registered you with the online literature club. You're a full-time member, so you can use the funds openly. Then I might as well be a family member. Why? Because if we both get to use your funding, wouldn't that be more efficient? Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, you're always looking for a free ride. Why pass up a free ride? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu about to start writing, he asked, how far have you gotten? As fellow online literature society members, we could discuss the plot together. Jiang Xiaoyu firmly objected, we're not even writing the same genre. But there's always a male and female lead. When you're writing the male lead's inner thoughts, you can ask me. And when I'm writing the female lead's inner thoughts, I can ask you. That depends on the kind of psychological activity. Like when the male lead spies on the Empress bathing, you could ask me about that scene. Ow. Xiaoyu, you hit me again? Who asked you to say stuff like that? Jiang Xiaoyu dug her nails into Xu Jiānian's waist, making him wince and grimace. Even if I ever write a scene like the Empress bathing, I'd rather figure it out myself than ask you, you pervert. That's not right. As fellow members of the Web Novel Society, we should help each other out. Xu Jiānian lectured earnestly, Empress stories belong to the male-oriented genre. In the world you've built for your novel, you naturally need to view things from a man's perspective. Men and women see things fundamentally differently. If you just keep trying to guess what men think, honestly, it'll come off as unrealistic. Why not just ask me? After reading your work, I can step into the character's shoes and offer sharp insights. Damn it, to justify reading Jiang Xiaoyu's Empress stories openly, he was going all out, even spouting such convincing reasons off the cuff. He really had a knack for improvising and lying without batting an eye. Jiang Xiaoyu looked thoughtful. She had to admit, Xu Jiānian's suggestion was actually viable. Viewing the world through a man's eyes versus a woman's eyes yielded entirely different conclusions. As the saying goes, different people see things differently. Naturally, perspectives vary between genders. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's interest piqued, Xu Jiānian pressed his advantage. Of course, when I write about a girl's inner thoughts, I'll ask you too. Jiang Xiaoyu blinked her big, dark eyes like black grapes, her dimples faintly visible at the corners of her cheeks. So, do you have anything you want to ask me right now? Ha! She took the bait. Of course I do. Look at this chapter. Xu Jiānian slid the laptop toward her. The female lead accidentally sees the male lead showering. How would you react? Thud. Jiang Xiaoyu punched Xu Jiānian's shoulder. Xu Jiānian, you pervert. How could you write something like this? Xu Jiānian quickly shielded his waist. Anywhere else was fine, but the flesh around his waist was the softest spot on his body, it couldn't be attacked. He shielded his waist and argued, how am I perverted? I'm just discussing the plot. You can set reality aside and immerse yourself in it, tell me how you feel. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly imagined Xu Jiānian showering in the bathroom. She was truly lost in the fantasy, her gaze fixed on Xu Jiānian, lingering for an eternity. She imagined what this body would look like during a bath. So engrossed in your thoughts? That eager? How about I let you see my body? Xu Jiānian teased, his voice dripping with temptation. It felt as though he might actually strip before her eyes in the next second. Jiang Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, her beautiful face instantly flushing crimson, as if blood had rushed to her cheeks. Who wants to see you? You're just polluting my eyes late at night. Jiang Xiaoyu, why are you pretending to be shy? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Xu Jiānian calmly mocked her. We even bathed together when we were kids. Forgotten? Shut up. Jiang Xiaoyu, flustered and angry, planted her tiny foot squarely on Xu Jiānian's.
His large foot was habitually resting on the surface of his slipper, so her kick delivered a genuine, intimate contact.
Instead of feeling pain, Xu Jiānian sensed something soft and pleasantly cushiony against his foot.
Haha, go ahead, stomp away, he declared, placing both large feet onto Jiang Xiaoyu's slippers, making it easier for her bare feet to stomp on him.
Get off! Don't dirty my slippers.
Jiang Xiaoyu watched her pretty little slippers being trampled under Xu Jiānian's feet and pushed him away with a look of disgust.
I just showered. Want to smell them? Pfft, stinky as hell. Not pleasant at all.
Xu Jiānian lifted his arm to sniff himself, then pressed his nose deep into his armpit for a few sharp breaths.
No sweat smell. Just the scent of body wash. Stop being so conceited, Xu Jiānian. How clean could you possibly be after a 5-minute shower? 5 minutes is plenty. Who takes an hour like you do? That's because I wash thoroughly and apply all sorts of stuff. Naturally, it takes time. What do you put on? Let me smell it. Xu Jiānian leaned in close to Jiang Xiaoyu, actually sniffing the scent on her body. Afterward, he wore an expression of pure delight, a fragrance so exquisite it wafts 10 miles, its renown spreading across 1,000 villages. Xu Jiānian's voice was exceptionally pleasant, especially when he recited poetry like this. Though tinged with mischief, it resonated like aged fine wine. Jiang Xiaoyu could actually detect a hint of mature masculinity in his voice. It reminded her of the domineering CEOs in those romance novels. Get off me. Stop being so pretentious. Although Jiang Xiaoyu was pleased by the poem complimenting her since she hadn't expected Pighead Xu to improvise such flowery verse on the spot, she was thoroughly disgusted by him trampling her shoes. Her pretty little slippers were now squashed flat under Xu Pighead's feet. Xu Jiānian dramatically flopped back onto the sofa after Jiang Xiaoyu shoved him hard. Xiaoyu, you're murdering your own husband again. Enough chatter. Time to get to work. Fine. Anyway, I saw your earlier performance. Now get writing. Capture the look on a girl's face when she sees a man bathing. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a glare. You dare write that? Hee hee, when you write about the Empress bathing, you can ask me for help too. We should do a live performance. You play the Empress, I'll be the eunuch, and then the eunuch peeks at the Empress bathing. Ah. Your Majesty, spare my life. This servant will never dare to watch you bathe again. Xu Jiānian took a hard punch, but luckily he'd braced his waist, so Jiang Xiaoyu hit his chest instead. Seeing it was getting late, the two stopped fooling around. They took their places and began typing. Jiang Xiaoyu lasted half an hour before stealing a glance. She caught Xu Jiānian's profile, utterly absorbed in his work. A wicked thought suddenly surged through her little head, to take a picture of this man's excessively handsome profile and save it on her phone, to secretly look at it later in bed. The thought made her cheeks flush crimson again. How could she even have such thoughts? She was so lecherous. When had she developed such intense interest in Xu Pighead's disgustingly handsome looks? It must be because Xu Pighead deliberately guided her earlier, sparking her curiosity about the male physique. Chapter 54, That Slender Waist. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtain slits. A bedroom painted in girlish pink. On the princess bed, the summer quilt was clutched tightly in the girl's arms, tangled closely with her. Two slender legs, white as jade, lay exposed. Her toes bore healthy, glossy nails with a delicate pink sheen. The arches of her feet curved beautifully, the soles soft and smooth, without a hint of roughness. The alarm clock rang at an inopportune moment. The sleeping girl seemed startled awake, letting out a faint whimper. Time to get up again. Even though she had set the alarm back an hour last night. Stretching lazily, she remembered her daily morning training routine and quickly got out of bed to wash up. Ha! How strange. Last night, they'd agreed to sleep in an extra hour as a treat for themselves. Little did she know they'd actually slept that extra hour. If the alarm hadn't gone off, she probably wouldn't have gotten up. The girl marveled at her deep sleep while busily washing up. Xu Jiānian hadn't gotten up either, otherwise he would have barged in by now. After finishing her routine, she reviewed the comic chapter she'd updated last night. Though it was already published, she'd make adjustments if any details needed tweaking. After a thorough review and finding no issues, she closed her computer with satisfaction. Stepping out of the bedroom, Xu Jiānian was still nowhere to be seen. Fuming, she changed into her workout clothes, ready to go next door and shake that pig awake. After ringing the doorbell twice with no answer, Jiang Xiaoyu knew Xu Dad and Xu Mom weren't home. She entered the code with practiced ease, and the door clicked open. The living room was eerily quiet, radiating a familiar sense of emptiness. She glanced toward Xu Jiānian's bedroom, hesitating whether to go in and call out to him. It was already 7 o'clock. If she didn't go running soon, her morning exercise would turn into a midday workout. But the thought of barging into a guy's bedroom felt a bit inappropriate, so she stopped herself. Before she and Xu Jiānian had a falling out, this bedroom had been completely open to her. She'd come and go as she pleased, more freely than she ever did in her own living room. But since their relationship had grown distant, she hadn't set foot in it once. Jiang Xiaoyu had her pride. She wouldn't go out of her way to make amends. But now that they were reconciling, could she return to her former freedom of coming and going in his bedroom? Better not. What if she walked in and he was only wearing boxers? That would be awkward. She pulled out her phone, intending to send Xu Jiānian a message. She meant to tap voice chat but accidentally opened the video call instead. Jiang Xiaoyu panicked. Just as she was about to hang up, Xu Jiānian's sleepy face appeared on the screen. Little fish, disturbing my sleep this early? Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to burst in and beat him senseless. Xu Jiānian, do you have any concept of time? We agreed to go jogging in the park at 7 a.m. and it's almost 8 now. Damn it, I overslept. Then Jiang Xiaoyu watched Xu Jiānian frantically search for clothes and sure enough, he was wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. Xu Pighead had actually forgotten to turn off the video, broadcasting a live dressing show. Jiang Xiaoyu found the scene a bit painful to watch and wanted to shut off the video immediately. But curiosity got the better of her after all. This was her chance to spy on Pighead Xu. From this angle, it looked like he tossed his phone onto the bed, completely unaware it was still recording. But wasn't it kinda creepy to watch a guy get dressed like this? But what could she do when she couldn't control her eyes? Xu Jiānian was putting on a tank top, his posture straight and upright. The exposed skin on his arms was slightly darker, with evenly defined muscles and clearly visible veins. As the tank top pulled over, only that short, sexy stretch of waist was visible, and Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed bright red. After a few seconds of mental preparation, she continued watching. Long legs slid into jeans, the belt was swiftly tightened, and then he strode purposefully toward the bathroom. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly felt an intense surge of testosterone emanating from the screen, overwhelming her to the point of distraction. She quickly shut off the video, covered her eyes, and took deep breaths. Little fish, you're up early. Did you actually come over to wait for me? Xu Jiānian emerged after a quick face wash. Water still dripping from his face, a hint of toothpaste foam lingering on his lips. He looked surprised to see Jiang Xiaoyu in his home. Jiang Xiaoyu felt incredibly guilty. After a moment, she lifted her head, feigning composure. You're over half an hour late, Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian slipped on his sneakers and urged, then hurry up. Stop dawdling. Jiang Xiaoyu stormed after him, her gaze briefly catching his waist before she quickly looked away. Only in the elevator did Xu Jiānian glance at Jiang Xiaoyu in puzzlement. Ha? Why aren't you getting mad this time? After saying this, Xu Jiānian quickly shielded his waist. Jiang Xiaoyu dodged the question. Since you're my fitness coach, I'll overlook this tardiness but don't make it a habit. Ha! Xu Jiānian laughed heartily. That's more like it. Xu Jiānian felt Jiang Xiaoyu was just a tiny bit adorable. At the very least, her temper had improved. Back in the day, if he was even 10 minutes late, she'd give him a good thrashing. But now he was 20 minutes late, and she was still speaking to him in a soft, gentle voice. Xu Jiānian had no idea Jiang Xiaoyu was too guilty about peeking at his body to care about his tardiness. It was Saturday, and the park was a bit crowded. Even more young couples were out on dates. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of miniskirts and hot shorts. The bolder ones wore tight tank tops and black stockings while working out. Xu Jiānian stared unblinkingly at the stocking-clad beauty, his pace gradually slowing. When she bent backward, the movement was so pronounced it revealed a sliver of her slender, snow-white waist as pristine as the first snowfall. His gaze lingered there, and he swallowed hard, feeling unexpectedly parched for the early morning. He shifted his gaze away nonchalantly and remarked to Jiang Xiaoyu beside him, that girl in stockings has such a slim waist. It looks like you could wrap your fingers around it. I feel like my hands could fit right over it. Jiang Xiaoyu was too focused on running to notice any lady at all. Following Xu Jiānian's gaze, she suddenly felt both annoyed and embarrassed. No wonder Pighead Xu was running so slow. She thought he was matching her pace, but it turned out his attention was completely absorbed by the stocking-clad lady. He had no mind for running at all. No wonder how could he see the girl's waist if he was running so far ahead. The girl clearly trained in dance, currently performing a backbend. That exposed half of her waist, her fair skin dazzlingly bright. Xu Jiānian, did you come here to run or to ogle the pretty girls? Xu Jiānian's alarm bells went off immediately. He took a step away from Jiang Xiaoyu. Hee, I'm doing both. You worthless pervert. Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to gouge his eyes out. She'd guarded against everything, yet how could she possibly guard against Xu Jiānian's lecherous, fickle nature? Xu Jiānian. Jiang Xiaoyu fumed, leaving the track and charging toward him. Stop staring. Focus on running. Catching Xu Jiānian off guard, she lunged at him, clawing wildly. Xu Jiānian quickly shielded his face. This time, he abandoned protecting his waist because Jiang Xiaoyu was acting like a little shrew, clawing and biting at him. He feared she might disfigure him. Haha, mind your image. Acting like this makes you a little shrew. Even a little shrew has to stop you from ogling pretty girls. Like you could stop me? Then I won't take you to the club activity tonight. Threatening me again? Xu Jiānian sighed helplessly, grabbing her small hands and promising, all right. No more looking at pretty girls. I'll just focus on running with you. Now we're talking. Chapter 55, A Gathering of Beauties. After their run, they headed to the residential area for dinner. walking side by side. Xu Jiānian nudged Jiang Xiaoyu's soft shoulder. What are you having for lunch? 2 eggs and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. Oh my, little fish, can't you mix up your breakfast choices a bit? You want me to accompany you eating pork buns first thing in the morning? Buns are delicious. If you think they're too greasy, you can eat some garlic. Jiang Xiaoyu looked disgusted. No way. Garlic gives you bad breath. Xu Jiānian deliberately leaned close, opening his mouth wide to breathe on her. Smell this. I just ate garlic. Does it stink? Get away. Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian's warm breath on her nose. Strangely, it didn't smell bad, it had a uniquely masculine, virile scent. Haha, does this garlic eater have bad breath? Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately fanned her small hand over her mouth. It's a really strong stench, okay? Can't you smell it? Xu Jiānian faltered, no way? He blew a couple of breaths toward himself but detected no unusual odor. Where's the smell? I don't smell anything. It wasn't the first time Jiang Xiaoyu had complained about his smell, but today, Xu Jiānian's last shred of shame trembled to the surface. But he maintained his composure. I brushed my teeth this morning. Brushing your teeth won't help. You have bad breath. Xu Jiānian resolved to brush his teeth again at home. If he ended up at the club activity tonight and some drunk girl threw herself at him, what was he supposed to do? Kiss her or not? It would be so embarrassing if a beauty caught his bad breath. Uncle Zhang, the usual 3 items. Xu Jiānian greeted old Zhang as he stepped into the restaurant. 2 more eggs and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. Uncle Zhang was always cheerful. Seeing the young couple walk in, he motioned for the owner to serve them, then asked Xu Jiānian, "Hey, Xiao Su, enjoying your daily runs with your girlfriend?" It's fun. Xu Jiānian was used to it by now. He'd explained to Uncle Zhang that Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't his girlfriend, but Uncle Zhang still said the same thing whenever they met. He didn't mind. Anyway, Jiang Xiaoyu was pretty, and bringing her along made him look good. This free boyfriend status? Might as well take advantage of it. After dinner, the two headed home to write. Xu Jiānian brought over his laptop, and they sat side by side on the sofa. Since the coffee table was too low, each propped their laptop on a thick square wooden board. Both had showered after sweating through their run earlier. Now sitting close, Xu Jiānian caught the rose scent lingering in the air, Jiang Xiaoyu's familiar, delightful fragrance. He couldn't resist taking a few extra sniffs. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu noticed he couldn't sit still, fidgeting constantly. Recognizing a woman by her scent. What does that mean? It means that by smelling this rose fragrance, I recognize your scent. Xu Jiānian, you pervert. She swung her little fist at him. Xu Jiānian quickly backed down. Alright, let's not fight. We've got a party to attend this afternoon. I need to finish writing and rest up. Actually, Xu Jiānian had already submitted his work. The editor, Octopus, was recommended by Jiang Xiaoyu. It had already passed review. Now he was stockpiling drafts, planning to publish once he reached 100,000 words. Jiang Xiaoyu supported his approach. New web novelists needed perfect attendance records, and stockpiling drafts ensured he'd hit that mark. How many 10,000 words do you have now? 60,000. How about you? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at his computer screen. I'll hit 40,000 words once I finish today. Xu Jiānian froze. That fast? Jiang Xiaoyu was truly unmatched. When he started writing, she was still reading books. She began 5 or 6 days later than him, yet she was only 20,000 words behind. Xu Jiānian felt a pang of defeat, knowing he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He immediately got back to typing. If Jiang Xiaoyu surpassed him again, where would he hide his face? He sat up straight, focusing intently on his writing. Jiang Xiaoyu was equally focused, her 2 slender white fingers dancing across the keyboard. They worked like this until midnight. How many did you get? Xu Jiānian stretched his arms and stood up to move around. 6,000 words. How about you? Jiang Xiaoyu tidied up her laptop, ready to put it away in the bedroom. Xu Jiānian felt a hint of pride. A bit more than you, 8,000. Not bad, Xu Jiānian. 8,000 words in 4 hours? Pretty impressive. Xu Jiānian caught the look of envy in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, which only fueled his smugness. 8,000 in 4 hours? That's only 2,000 an hour. I still think I'm too slow. Cut it out, don't brag. The more you talk about it, the more you'll choke on your own words. Alright, tidy up and get ready to make lunch. What are we having for lunch? Jiang Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Something simple, let's make oil splash noodles. We're having a big meal tonight anyway, so we should save some room. Heh, you're quite the savvy one. You'd make a great homemaker. So whoever gets to marry a beauty like me, tough as nails inside and out, should count themselves lucky. Pfft, you're so full of yourself. After quickly whipping up 2 bowls of oil splash noodles, the two ate and then took a nap. Xu Jiānian tried to linger, wanting to sleep in his designated bedroom, but Jiang Xiaoyu eventually shooed him out. Although there was a room for Xu Jiānian in her house, he was only allowed to stay there during thunderstorms. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely forbidden. Waking up at 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaoyu got dressed. Her role as president demanded it, so she decided to dress more maturely. She chose a light blue dress with a slightly ladylike vibe. She applied light eyeshadow and lipstick subtle shades that, at a glance, barely distinguished her from her bare face. She puckered her lips and blew 2 kisses at the mirror, her lips glowing with a tempting pink. She stood up and twirled, the skirt swirling around her, revealing her delicate and charming figure. Feeling absolutely fabulous, she stepped out the door just as Xu Jiānian opened his own. It was their agreed-upon meeting time of 3:30 p.m., and for once, neither of them was late. "Xiaoyu, did you put on makeup?" Xu Jiānian couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. He stared at her for a full 2 seconds before finally letting his excitement spill out. Jiang Xiaoyu denied it, striding toward the elevator and tossing Xu Jiānian a haughty back view. "Of course not. I'm naturally beautiful as a flower, no need for embellishment." Xu Jiānian followed into the elevator, scrutinizing the girl before teasing, "Beautiful as a flower? More like a flower itself." After saying that, I felt a little fist thump against my chest. "Xu Jiānian, you can't spit out pearls from your filthy mouth. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. What's with this Ruhua nonsense? She's just a gorgeous little flower, plain and simple." "Heh, Ruhua is pretty too." "Shut up." The young girl wore a light blue dress today, chatting and laughing with the tall boy beside her as they walked. The setting sun shone brilliantly, casting a luminous jade glow over her fair skin. With each step, her skirt rippled like lake water, tracing the graceful curves of her slender figure. Men passing by turned to look at her. Women passing by glanced sideways at her. Even little children brushing past would tilt their heads to gaze at this pretty young lady in the long dress. They arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel to reserve a private room. The club members had arrived early. Their attention was instantly drawn when the president and her boyfriend walked in. Xu Jiānian noticed that the male members of the online literature club were now deliberately or unintentionally gathering around Jiang Xiaoyu. "Wow, my goddess Saya Kinjiu looks absolutely stunning today." Amidst the dazzling array of flowers, Little Fish stands like a snow lotus atop a mountain, a sight to admire from afar, not to be trifled with. The private room echoed with flattering remarks directed at Jiang Xiaoyu. The guys naturally spotted Xu Jiānian too, sighing regretfully, "Too bad she's already taken." One male countered defiantly, "She's not married yet. Who knows whose household register she'll end up on?" "Exactly. That means we all still have a chance. Then let's compete fairly." Xu Jiānian was seething inside. He wanted to slap those sycophants shut. "What the hell? I'm right here. Are you guys blind?" Jiang Xiaoyu, as always, was a master of disguise. She maintained her sweet, innocent image, greeting everyone with gentle smiles. She blended in seamlessly, leaving her boyfriend out in the cold. This left Xu Jiānian utterly helpless, desperate to expose her publicly. He was about to approach Jiang Xiaoyu when he spotted Duan Xiaoqian walking toward him. "Boss, what took you so long? Where's your family? Hurry up and get your girl to drag Xiaoyu over here for me." "Jealous?" Duan Xiaoqian knew full well that the guys in the web novel club all liked Jiang Xiaoyu, some had even joined the literary club just for her. But there was absolutely no reason for the boss to feel jealous. Because Xiaoyu didn't give those guys the time of day. It wasn't like no seniors had confessed to her before. Handsome guys, rich second-generation types, all rejected with a single sentence from Jiang Xiaoyu, "I already have a boyfriend." As an undercover member, he knew all about it. "Boss, Xiaoyu is loyal to you. Don't worry about it." Xu Jiānian glanced over at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was discussing something with a few girls, and his mood lifted slightly. Just then, a girl approached Xu Jiānian. "Sports Prince, let me introduce myself." She extended her delicate hand with confidence. "Chenghuan, Language Department, Class 3. Xu Jiānian looked up. She wore a black casual shirt paired with tight leggings, her voluptuous figure and curves alluring. Since she had already extended her hand, Xu Jiānian naturally wouldn't refuse. He promptly grasped her delicate hand and replied politely, "Just call me Xu Jiānian." She smiled softly, glancing toward Jiang Xiaoyu. "With the top student here, I thought Prince Charming might be too scared to shake my hand." "Of course not. I'm not some henpecked husband." The words slipped out, and he immediately felt embarrassed. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Just as he was feeling awkward, another girl approached to strike up a conversation. She had willow-shaped eyebrows, a delicate oval face, skin as smooth as jade, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth. Her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a flowing strappy floral dress. The thin straps revealed 2 pairs of white, tender, and alluring shoulders. As she drew closer, Xu Jiānian could even catch a faint whiff of her natural fragrance. She was utterly captivating. The web novel society truly had an abundance of beauties. This team-building event should definitely be held more often. Team building fosters communication among members, builds trust, and encourages openness. They also enhance teamwork, cohesion, execution, and competitiveness. And of course, they're great for bonding. Xu Jiānian planned to bond with the girls. After all, they'd be colleagues from now on. It wouldn't do to meet and not recognize each other. Of course, while bonding, the top priority is protecting his girlfriend. Essentially, men are all the same.
They hate others taking liberties with their girlfriends, yet they want to take liberties with others' girlfriends. So the smart man is the one who keeps a tight leash on his own girlfriend first, then has his hands free to flirt with others.
Xu Jiānian desperately wanted to be that smart man.
The moment Xu Jiānian entered, he was met with the adoring stares of the girls in the private room. His reputation as the sports prince, combined with his sudden fame on the basketball court during military training, naturally drew the attention of many girls. Seeing Xu Jiānian chatting animatedly with two stunning beauties, the other girls simply gathered around him.
Sports prince, I love watching you play. Can we exchange WeChat? Sports prince, will you walk me home tonight? Sports prince, when are you breaking up with that nerd?
I'll be your girlfriend.
Xu Jiānian choked.
These beauties were bold and direct. The online literature club was full of beauties, but even more full of weirdos.
Duan Xiaoqiang nudged Xu Jiānian and whispered, "Boss, these female tyrannosaurs could eat you alive."
Xu Jiānian smiled at the girls.
Don't be like that. We're just co-workers.
Just then, he spotted Jiang Xiaoyu approaching.
Alarm bells rang in his head.
He quickly moved away from the girls and deliberately announced loudly, "Sorry, I'm already taken." Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu approach, the girls who had been surrounding Xu Jiānian all reluctantly stepped aside,
gritting their teeth. Envy, jealousy, and resentment.
Childhood sweethearts can't compete with fate's gifts, just you wait.
Jiang Xiaoyu glared at Xu Jiānian under her breath. Stupid pig head. Just a moment ago, he was enjoying himself chatting with those girls, but now he's backing down? You think I'm fickle? Pfft, just wait till I get my hands on you.
Her mischievous eyes darted around before she put on a dramatic act, her gaze already sparking with affection. She nonchalantly walked up to Xu Jiānian and said softly, "Jiānian, since we're at this team building event, I have some good news to share with you."
Xu Jiānian met Jiang Xiaoyu's tender gaze and felt a bad premonition. What good news?
Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips into a smile, her words guaranteed to shock, "You're going to be a dad."
Whoa! The private room erupted in chaos.
The word struck like a thunderclap, sending the members of the private room reeling in shock.
Xiaoyu, what did you say?
Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed Xu Jiānian's large hand and placed it directly on her lower abdomen. "I said I'm pregnant and you're going to be a dad."
How about it surprised? Unexpected? Xu Jiānian.
His vision went black and he nearly fainted.
Boss, hang in there. Chapter 56, Not marrying Xiaoyu will be hard to recover from. Xu Jiānian realized this wasn't about holding on, it was about survival.
If word got out, he'd be in deep trouble unless he married Jiang Xiaoyu.
No way. If he didn't explain himself, his entire future would be ruined.
Just as he was about to explain in front of everyone, his peripheral vision caught the stunned expressions on the boys' faces. Suddenly, he felt a surge of satisfaction.
Damn it, you wanted to put my girlfriend on your household register, huh? Now we've got our own kid, your grandchildren can only drool with envy. Ha!
Seeing these guys get humiliated felt incredibly satisfying. Anyway, it was all fake. Might as well play along with Xiaoyu to the end and let these jerks taste the sting of heartbreak.
Xiaoyu, I'm so happy.
I never imagined we'd have a child so soon.
With that, Xu Jiānian grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's hand, kissed it, and earned a death glare from her. He chuckled. You tricked me into getting you pregnant, and now you won't even let me kiss you? How could I let you get away without a little reward? You can't just make the ox plow the field and not let it eat any grass, can you? Then who's going to play along with you?
At that moment, the boys all wore expressions of fury. What a beast! Our perfect goddess was stolen by that animal. Xu Jiānian is no human being. What a waste of fine cabbage going to a pig. No matter what, my devotion to the goddess is unwavering. If that bastard Xu Jiānian ever mistreats her, You'll be the fall guy? Getting to marry the goddess? Being the fall guy isn't shameful at all. Great minds think alike.
Xu Jiānian.
Those guys still haven't given up?
The girls, however, had a completely opposite reaction.
Their hearts shattered into pieces as they watched Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu sit together, hand in hand. Staring at the table laden with delicious dishes, they lost all appetite.
That nerd is so reckless, she actually got pregnant. Isn't that normal?
First love, no experience, no birth control, of course she got pregnant.
They're not actually going to have the baby, are they? If they do, we're completely out of luck. I think abortion is more likely. How could the top student's parents allow her to have a baby at such a young age? Xu Jiānian ate while listening to the girls whispering.
A large hand jabbed Jiang Xiaoyu. Little fish, you're hurting both yourself and others.
You were playing along perfectly, weren't you? I had no choice. Xu Jiānian, you should thank me.
This move of mine has eliminated so many romantic entanglements for you.
And eliminated quite a few rivals for me.
So Jiang Xiaoyu was truly ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to herself.
Suits me just fine. I never wanted to date during college anyway.
Jiang Xiaoyu pecked at her food like a chick.
Xu Jiānian suddenly worried aloud, what if you find a boyfriend someday? Would he mind our past?
After all, we had a child together even if it was fake.
Rumors like that tend to snowball into reality. He felt a sudden wave of gloom wash over him. The same logic applied to him if he got a girlfriend later and she found out he and Jiang Xiaoyu had once had a child, wouldn't she dump him? Jiang Xiaoyu was playing a bit too hard to get this time. Seeing Xu Jiānian's gloomy expression, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling. What's there to fear? If it comes down to it, we'll just stay single forever. Xu Jiānian froze. No way. I've got the responsibility of carrying on the Xu family line. Well, I'm no different. Put. You have a super duper gorgeous girlfriend like me and you still complain? Talk about not knowing a good thing when you see it. Xu Jiānian sighed. Sigh, that's why this time we've gone too far. It's hard to back out now. But what if your wife cares? No choice. I'll just have to find one who doesn't care about my past. Xu Jiānian felt utterly ruined by Jiang Xiaoyu. Thanks to her, he'd probably never find a decent wife in his lifetime. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. If he really couldn't find a wife in the future, he'd just have to make Little Moon his. Once he got back, he'd definitely message Little Moon to vent his frustrations. As expected, Little Moon must be a gentle, quiet girl, otherwise she wouldn't draw such amazing comics. Girls who enjoy drawing and calligraphy tend to be the quiet, composed types. Xu Jiānian spent the entire meal thinking about Little Moon, looking completely distracted. Jiang Xiaoyu had achieved her goal. No other girls were actively trying to get close to Xu Jiānian. After dinner, there were other activities planned. They headed out for some entertainment to find a place to sing karaoke. This was part of the team-building activities. The entertainment venue at the Four Seasons Hotel was on the 3rd floor. They had reserved a private room in advance. When the group of over 20 people arrived in full force, the spacious room felt a bit crowded. Slow down, people. Can't you see Xiaoyu's pregnant? Lin Kiki, the toughest of the group, was fiercely protective of her best friend. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu get jostled, she glared at the girl responsible. I'm fine. Cheng Huan accidentally bumped into me. Lin Kiki didn't know Cheng Huan, so Jiang Xiaoyu quickly came to her defense. Cheng Huan looked awkward. Sorry, Xiaoyu, I really didn't mean to. I know, it's fine. Kiki, you and Duan Xiaoqian sit together. Pick a song to sing later. Who wants to sing with him? Xu Jiānian, keep an eye on your wife. If she miscarries, it'll be too late for regrets. Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaoqian were selecting songs when Lin Kikoko's loud cry drew their attention and they hurried over. Little fish, what's wrong? Nothing. What do you mean nothing? You almost got crushed. Lin Kikoko blared at Cheng Huan, refusing to let it go. I really didn't mean to. Cheng Huan looked nervous now, glancing at Jiang Xiaoyu's belly before turning to Xu Jiānian with a sincere expression. It was crowded earlier. Someone pushed me, and I bumped into Xiaoyu. Xu Jiānian felt awkward. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu acting perfectly normal, he hurriedly said, Xiaoyu, come with me over here. Jiang Xiaoyu followed Xu Jiānian to sit on the sofa in the corner. Lin Kiki shot Cheng Huan a vicious glare and warned, watch where you're walking. Cheng Huan looked a bit aggrieved. Just then, her good friends came over to pull her away, finally freeing her from the awkwardness of the pregnant woman incident. After this incident, the girls dared not approach Jiang Xiaoyu, fearing they might accidentally be accused of bumping into a pregnant woman. For the rest of the evening, the classmates sang their hearts out, unleashing the fervor of youth. Xu Jiānian sat with Jiang Xiaoyu in the corner, watching the revelry with a touch of envy. What do you want to sing? Nothing. I'll just keep you company, pregnant lady. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled at Xu Jiānian's earnest expression, pretend it's real? The next second, her eyes widened in shock as a slice of orange was stuffed into her mouth and it was Xu Jiānian who had picked it up with his teeth and fed it to her. Chapter 57, You want to go home and kneel on a scrub board. Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian must have lost his mind. Give me a kiss. Give me one. The sports prince is so awesome. Jiang Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed at Xu Jiānian, utterly incredulous. Seeing the terrified look on Jiang Xiaoyu's face, Xu Jiānian felt a secret thrill. After all the times you've plagued me like a fool, I'm not about to let you win every round. Staring at the orange in his hand, a wicked thought shot through his mind. After all, he was officially Xiaoyu's boyfriend, might as well exercise his boyfriend privileges and bully the bratty girl a little. He knew the consequences. Jiang Xiaoyu would probably beat him senseless. When the beating came, he'd just protect his waist. Her little fists landing on him would be a kind of pleasure. Jiang Xiaoyu was terrified and struggled fiercely. He suddenly straightened her little head and thrust his tongue forward, feeding the orange segment into her mouth. Furious and humiliated, Jiang Xiaoyu shot Xu Jiānian a vicious glare, her warning plain in her eyes. But now she could only swallow her pride and obediently swallow the orange segment. Her face flushed crimson. That orange segment was surely covered in his saliva. Xu Jiānian was completely mad. How dare he deliberately humiliate her in such a public setting? If she had spat out the orange segment just now, their charade as a married couple would have been exposed for good. With everyone watching, it would have stirred up another storm. The guys would assume their relationship was rocky and pester her relentlessly. The girls would see an opening and throw themselves at Xu Jiānian. All her careful planning for this pregnancy charade would have been for nothing. Though this was just a small circle, human nature was complex indeed. Unwilling to let her carefully crafted scheme fall apart, Jiang Xiaoyu continued to play along with Xu Jiānian. The crowd had enjoyed the show but wanted more, egging them on. One more round. Yeah, no intermediary, just kiss. Yeah, just kiss. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu flustered, Xu Jiānian suddenly felt a pang of dread. No way, Xiaoyu's pregnant. She can't handle all this fuss. Jiang Xiaoyu had already reached out and twisted his thigh. He endured the pain and grabbed her mischievous little hand. Just a kiss, it's not like I'm asking you two to do anything strenuous. One boy refused to let it go without seeing the show. His suggestive remark drew uproarious laughter from the crowd. The boys let out lecherous chuckles only they could understand. Xu Jiānian couldn't care less, he was actually looking forward to kissing his childhood sweetheart. Her little face was as soft as tofu, kissing it would feel amazing, right? He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, only to receive a chilling glare from his sweetheart. He shuddered in fright. My girlfriend won't let me. Pfft, you coward. Xu Jiānian, can't you be a little tougher? Yeah, show us guys some backbone. The guys had already forgotten their resentment over Xu Jiānian stealing their goddess Xu Jiānian. Now they were practically begging for the two to share a passionate kiss to ease the restlessness in their hearts. Boss, just give in to them. Otherwise, this is gonna get messy. You think I don't want to? Then go ahead and kiss her. Xu Jiānian turned to ask Jiang Xiaoyu, honey, is that okay? Jiang Xiaoyu blinked, hiding the turmoil in her eyes. That pig-headed jerk never stops taking advantage. Like I don't know you're abusing your power? But that orange segment she just tasted was tangy and refreshing. Even now, her tongue felt warm. He used his teeth to nibble it off and feed it to her. Their tongues must have touched. His saliva, his taste, she swallowed it all. Being fed by mouth in front of everyone was utterly humiliating, okay? If she didn't have such a strong psyche, she might have wanted to sink through the floor. The humiliation she endured today, she would repay Xu Pighead tenfold. Xu Jiānian seemed oblivious to her embarrassment, appearing quite pleased with the male classmates jeering. His lips curved upward, the pale shade of his mouth seductive and bewitching. Little fish, how about we? Shut up. Jiang Xiaoyu twisted his waist, her voice dripping with hidden threat. You wanna go home and kneel on a scrubbing board? Xu Jiānian choked on his words, suddenly too afraid to make a move. Abusing your wife feels good for a moment, but chasing her back is a funeral pyre. What if little fish tortured him mercilessly once they got home? He wasn't falling for these jerks' tricks. Seeing their taunts fall flat, the boys didn't dare push Xu Jiānian too hard. After all, the goddess was their club president. If they angered her, Xu Jiānian might end up kneeling on a washboard, but they'd be the ones paying the price. If the president decided to make trouble or cause a scene, they'd be in for a world of hurt. In the private room, a few karaoke hogs were belting out songs not very well, sounding like ghostly wails. The entire room was filled with freshmen who had just endured the Gaokao gauntlet. Now that they'd entered university and their nerves had finally relaxed, this kind of setting was like water to a fish for them. They let their enthusiasm run wild. By the time they finished, it was already 11 p.m. After saying goodbye to Duan Xiaoqiang and Lin Kiki, Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu decided to take a taxi home. Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit tired from all the excitement, and the scenery outside the window seemed almost unreal. The petite girl sat side by side with Xu Jiānian. Her eyes shone brightly and glistened in the night. Xu Jiānian tenderly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his gesture filled with warmth. Jiang Xiaoyu looked utterly flustered. You pig-headed jerk, always touching me? You've gotten away with enough today. If you don't behave, I'll beat you senseless. Oomph. I'll deal with you when we get home. She shot him a warning glare, the intent clear. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression perfectly fueled Xu Jiānian's dark desires. He desperately wanted to pull her into his arms and take advantage of her. The atmosphere inside the car grew eerily quiet. Xu Jiānian's gaze toward Jiang Xiaoyu held a hint of flustered urgency. He even hesitated to meet her gaze. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what he felt for Jiang Xiaoyu now, only that he didn't resent her tonight when she playfully claimed she was pregnant and insisted on being tied to him. He even found a certain pleasure in this pairing dynamic. As her boyfriend, not only did he not dislike it, but he felt a little thrill. Could it be that deep down, he never truly saw Xiaoyu as just a little sister? Then, what exactly was she to him? Not a sister. Just a childhood sweetheart? Or had he become so deeply immersed in the role that he genuinely saw her as his girlfriend? This thought kept circling in his mind, like a silent interrogation. But what could he do? He was terrified he couldn't keep her. He wasn't so sure she'd fall for him. After all, he was the complete opposite of the Prince Charming she envisioned. Neither spoke for the rest of the ride, each lost in their own thoughts, unable to voice them, unable to clarify them. Soon they arrived at the residential complex. Xu Jiānian paid the fare, and then the two walked side by side toward home. Chapter 58, She Must Be Head Over Heels for You. At first, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't make a scene.
Xu Jiānian decided to savor the calm before the storm. Still, he guarded his waist carefully, remaining constantly vigilant against Jiang Xiaoyu. Seeing his posture, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but sneer, "You're all talk and no action. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. Kill me or skin me, whatever you want. Pfft, then why are you protecting your waist? This is just how I walk." Xu Jiānian nonchalantly moved his large hand away from his waist. A triumphant smile flashed across Jiang Xiaoyu's face. She swiftly reached out, pinched a soft spot on his flesh, and twisted it hard. The pain made Xu Jiānian grimace and hiss, "Jiang Xiaoyu, you're trying to murder your own husband? Stop talking nonsense. You're not my husband at all." Xu Jiānian quickly tapped Jiang Xiaoyu's lower abdomen. "You're carrying my child here. If I'm not your husband, then what am I?" When it was just the two of them, Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't indulge Xu Jiānian. Hearing him say that, she was mortified. She grabbed his arm and bit down hard. "Ah!" Xu Jiānian let out a wail. "Jiang Xiaoyu, are you a dog?" Jiang Xiaoyu flung his arm away. "Ugh, gross." Xu Jiānian was both amused and exasperated, staring at the dense rows of tiny teeth marks. The spot in the middle was still damp. He wondered if Jiang Xiaoyu had licked it. "You've vented your anger, so no more violence, okay? This is just punishment for feeding me oranges. It's nowhere near enough. I'm going to pinch your waist until it's swollen and bite your arm raw." Xu Jiānian took a dramatic step back. "Are you really a dog? You're the one born in the year of the dog." He grinned cheekily again. "Fine, punishment it is. After all, I am your boyfriend, the father of your child. So, how many months along are we? When can I become a dad?" Jiang Xiaoyu fumed. "Xu Jiānian, you're never allowed to bring this up again. If I hadn't dropped that bombshell about being pregnant, those girls would have eaten you alive." "Haha, I'd love that. You scoundrel. Forgot our 3 rules? I wouldn't dare. It's just that I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick. A girl throwing herself at me? Why wouldn't I take advantage of that?" Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu reach out again, he flinched in fright. "Gentlemen use their mouths, not their hands. The reconciliation deadline is extended indefinitely." "Wait, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Based on your performance tonight, extending it for a year would be more than enough." "Damn it. The probation period is only 3 months, and you extend it by a year? You're ruthless. You started it by picking on me." Soon they reached the 12th floor, each heading home through their own door. Xu Jiānian couldn't wait to slip into his slippers and dash into the bedroom. After a quick shower, he sat down at his computer and logged into his QQ. At the top of his list was a contact named Little Moon. He clicked on her profile picture and sent a message, "Are you asleep yet?" After waiting 5 minutes with no reply, Xu Jiānian assumed Little Moon had already gone to bed at this hour and felt a pang of disappointment. He logged into the website to check for new manga updates, only to find tonight's chapter hadn't been posted either. Weird. Is Little Moon busy tonight too? I remember she asked for time off in the fan group. Wonder what she's up to. Oh well, I'll just check the updates tomorrow. Just as he was about to lie down, a QQ message popped up. He hurriedly sat back up. Little Moon, not yet, just got home. Xu Jiānian, a bit surprised, me too. Hey, what's up with that girl announcing she's pregnant with my kid in public? What's that all about? Xiaoyu, so you're a jerk. Xu Jiānian, no, you've got it all wrong. I never touched her. We're childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Xiaoyu, then she must have cheated on you. Xu Jiānian, not really. She's a conservative girl, sharp as a tack. She wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Little Moon, so the baby is an unsolved mystery? Xu Jiānian, total fabrication. She made it up out of thin air just to sabotage my romantic prospects. She hates it when other girls interact with me. Xiaoyu, then she must be head over heels for you. Xu Jiānian, but I'm not her type at all. Xiaoya, women always say one thing and mean another. They say they don't want it, but their bodies tell the truth. Xu Jiānian. Does little fish really like him? Pfft, is he just daydreaming? He'd pondered this on the way back and dismissed it outright. If she liked him, she could just say so. With their relationship, there'd be no need for beating around the bush. But Xiaoyu seems to understand women well. She'd never be wrong about this. Xu Jiānian, pardon me for asking, but how old are you this year? Xiaoyu, 26. Xu Jiānian froze. That age? Isn't that a bit old? He wouldn't turn 20 until late September. Xiaoyu was actually 6 years older than him? This was a bit tricky. Honestly, he really didn't want to marry someone older than him. Dealing with little fish all day was already bad enough, adding an older sister to the mix. But if she's ridiculously beautiful, maybe it's not so bad. Across the hall, Jiang Xiaoyu stared at Xu Jiānian's profile picture and shook her head. This netizen was truly peculiar. Asking her age? Doesn't he know you just don't ask a woman her age? If he weren't such a die-hard fan, she'd have blocked him already. But his situation today was pretty strange. His girlfriend actually faked a pregnancy to scare off a rival. Using the exact same tactic she did. Talk about a coincidence.
But how does he feel about his girlfriend cutting off his romantic prospects like this? Would he feel just as frustrated as Xu Jiānian? She decided to test the waters. Xiaoyu, does it bother you that your girlfriend faked a pregnancy to stop you from seeing other girls? Xu Jiānian, nothing to be annoyed about. I'm used to it. Xiaoye? Xu Jiānian, after being put through the ringer so many times, it just becomes routine. You wouldn't believe how clingy my childhood sweetheart is. She keeps surprising me with huge surprises, scaring me out of my wits. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at the exaggerated description. When Xu Jiānian was caught off guard by her unexpected move, he was also stunned speechless. When she boldly confessed her feelings at the start of the semester, he foolishly sought her out to confirm it. That time she declared they were just physical, not emotional. He panicked and begged for reconciliation. This time, to be honest, he wasn't as shocked as the previous 2 times. He even started fighting back, feeding her orange segments. Just imagining that scene made Jiang Xiaoyu's face flush. Damn that pig-headed Xu. How could he do that? She was completely taken aback. If he'd been even a little more mischievous, would they have ended up kissing? How embarrassing. Jiang Xiaoyu felt like she couldn't take it anymore. She quickly pulled herself together and focused on updating the comic. Today's update was definitely cancelled. It was already midnight, and finishing it would probably take until past 1 a.m. Even after posting, it wouldn't get approved until tomorrow. But it didn't matter. She'd already asked her fans for a break, and they'd even teased her about going on a date. She only replied that she was attending an event. What date? It wasn't like she was going out alone with Xu Jiānian. Speaking of which, the 7-day National Day holiday would be perfect for fulfilling that wish. They'll head to Yaocheng to visit her parents and tour all the scenic spots there. Her parents won't have time to accompany them, so it'll be just the 2 of them alone together. Could their relationship return to how it was before? Holding hands. Arm in arm. Chasing and playing. As close as 2 halves of one person. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 59, making Xu Jiānian completely enchanted. Xu Jiānian had a dream. In the dream, Jiang Xiaoyu stood before him, looking absolutely stunning. Not only was she curvaceous with fair skin, but she also wore black stockings and high heels. Her ample bust of full 36D made her the epitome of a seductive older woman. Curves in all the right places. Little fish, what are you up to? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly embraced him, burying her face in his chest. Brother, I like you. Don't you want me too? Xu Jiānian's face twitched. Want what? Hugging, kissing, and making love, of course. Want? He wanted it so badly it made his heart ache, even in his dreams. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu's innocent, flirtatious expression as she rolled her eyes, he felt his heart racing out of control. He abruptly lifted her up and carried her toward his large bed. Waking up in the morning, he suddenly found himself pressed against something soft and yielding. Coming to his senses, he realized his summer blanket was clutched tightly in his arms, while his body was in an awkward prone position. Damn it, I thought I'd been holding that little fish all night, but it was just another wet dream. Damn it, why am I dreaming about making love with Xiaoyu over and over? This is bloody hell. Lost in thought, he heard the door click open. Startled, he slipped on his slippers and stepped out of the bedroom. Xu Jiānian, are you a pig? Why are you still? Jiang Xiaoyu burst in and screamed in shock the moment she saw him. What the hell? What's that under you? Xu Jiānian looked down, covered himself awkwardly with his hands, then dashed back into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Damn it! The machine gun was still standing at attention. How could he have gone out like that? And he'd only been wearing his underwear just now. This was so embarrassing. The worst part was that Jiang Xiaoyu had no idea this was a perfectly normal physiological reaction for guys. Xu Jiānian, you pervert. Exhibitionist. I'm telling mom so you bullied me. Oomph. Jiang Xiaoyu yelled from the living room as Xu Jiānian heard the door slam shut. Looks like that girl went home. Xu Jiānian's tense heart relaxed. Exhibitionist? As if that made him sound perverted. Who knew she'd come over? He thought his dad had come home from the night shift. He glanced at the alarm clock. It was already past 7:30. Jiang Xiaoyu must have come to wake him up for their morning run. He sat quietly for a moment, waiting for the machine gun to slowly retract before rushing to wash up. Across the street, Jiang Xiaoyu ran back to her place, hugging the sofa cushion to her chest as she lay on the couch, swinging her long, slender legs. Her heart swelled with embarrassment, mixed with an inexplicable tinge of emotion. Xu Jiānian would actually. Could he be doing something naughty in his room right now? But he's the only one at home. Who exactly is he doing those naughty things with? That girl Lin Kiki said guys are all perverts, jerking off to their computers when they're alone. Damn pig-headed Xu. He must have been venting his animal urges on some girl just now. Jiang Xiaoyu imagined the scene in her mind, growing flushed and furious with each passing thought. Furious and embarrassed, she flung the sofa cushion in her hand, wishing she could storm over and beat Xu Jiānian senseless. That pig-headed jerk. He just chases after lowbrow pleasures. You've got some nerve.
When Xu Jiānian approached, he found the girl sitting on the sofa, seething in silent anger, with both cushions tossed far away. He walked over, picked them up, and placed them back where they belonged.
What's gotten into you? Although it was a bit awkward that Jiang Xiaoyu had seen his secret, Xu Jiānian didn't feel particularly embarrassed.
Men, after all, can't be without desire. But the thought that the protagonist in his dreams was the girl beside him made him feel a bit uneasy.
Xu Jiānian, you're perverted. You're lewd. You're a total creep. Look how worked up you are. It's your first time seeing something like that, isn't it? Next time, Big Bro will let you experience it a few more times. That way, you won't be so shocked and surprised.
Jiang Xiaoyu swung her tiny fist and smacked Xu Jiānian's shoulder.
You think I'm a pervert like you? I'm not going to watch you make a fool of yourself. What's so pathetic about it?
That's a normal physiological reaction.
Who asked you to show up in my dreams? If you hadn't seduced me in my sleep, I wouldn't have been such a loser. You're lying. What does this have to do with me? Wasn't he watching adult movies? Why was he dragging her into this? Xu Jiānian realized he'd said too much. If he found out she'd been picking on him in his dreams, would he take it out on her? Forget it. Time to change the subject. Are we still going for a run? Xu Jiānian noticed Jiang Xiaoyu wore black tight-fitting leggings.
That thin layer gave off a similar vibe to black stockings, perfectly outlining the girl's long, shapely legs. Seeing those beautiful legs, his mind wandered. He couldn't help but recall a detail from his dream, how he'd grasped her slender, lovely legs, unable to let go.
Let's go. We're already an hour late. Xu Jiānian, your performance this weekend has been subpar. You overslept both days. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a reproachful glare before slipping on her shoes and heading out. Neither spoke in the elevator. After what had happened, the atmosphere felt awkward.
By the time they reached the park, most of the exercisers had already left. Every day, many people came to this park to exercise, but they all rushed to get there early. Arriving late defeated the whole purpose of morning exercise. Xu Jiānian hoped to catch a glimpse of that slender-waisted beauty again, but after scanning the area, he couldn't spot her. Satisfied, he settled into keeping pace with Jiang Xiaoyu as they jogged. The tracks circled the entire park, covering tens of thousands of meters. Xu Jiānian was fine. He could run several laps as if it were nothing. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, was out of breath after just one lap. Xiaoyu, can you pick up the pace? You're slower than a turtle. Xu Jiānian, show me how fast you can run. Let me see what level this rabbit is at. Then, Jiang Xiaoyu watched Xu Jiānian shoot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Whoa, is that guy an athlete? He runs so fast. Definitely. I see him jogging every morning. He was just a bit late today. Ha, bumping into a handsome athlete during my morning workout. I'll add him on WeChat later. A few girls chattered away on the nearby lounge chairs. Jiang Xiaoyu shot them a disapproving glare. How blind could these three pairs of eyes be? Didn't they see his girlfriend right there? Adding WeChat? Not a chance I'd give you that opportunity. Xu Jiānian already had enough romantic entanglements. She needed to guard him fiercely. 40 minutes of exercise ended. As usual, the two headed to the dining area. As they passed the three young beauties, Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately hooked her arm through Xu Jiānian's, drawing looks of envy and resentment from the trio. Xiaoyu, what should we have for lunch? There's still plenty of ingredients in the fridge. Let's stir-fry a few dishes for lunch. No meat? I can't handle eating only veggies. Didn't we just have a feast last night? Our team-building event was pretty lavish. Sure, no sea cucumbers or abalone, but there was plenty of meat and fish. And you didn't eat much either. Don't even go there. You never stop shocking me. I was so stunned. How could I possibly have any appetite for rich food? Pfft, that's all the courage you've got? Try putting yourself in my shoes. If a close buddy suddenly showed up claiming to be carrying your child, how would you feel? I'm a woman. I don't see you as a woman. Then, Xu Jiānian took 2 more punches on the shoulder. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't see me as a woman, what do you see me as? Xu Jiānian grabbed her small hand with a wicked grin. Like a buddy, that's what. Even in that skimpy bikini, I'm not interested. You're such a hypocrite. Just a moment ago, you were saying I seduced you in my dreams. Xu Jiānian. So the brat remembered that. He scrambled to cover his tracks. Don't get the wrong idea. The person in the dream wasn't you, just someone who looked a bit like you. Pfft, stubborn as a dead duck. Xu Jiānian, have you been secretly crushing on me this whole time? How else could he explain dreaming about her? Daydreams become nightmares. If Xu Jiānian didn't have her on his mind, he probably wouldn't have dreamed about her even if forced. Could it be that she'd already won over that pig-headed Xu during this time? The main thing was that even after hearing about the lewd things he'd done to her in his dream, she didn't seem angry. She even seemed a bit pleased with herself. This proves she was incredibly charming, having completely bewitched Xu Jiānian. Chapter 60, The Enchanting Little Devil. Even in his dreams, he was scheming to claim her beauty. She called Xu Jiānian a lecher, but deep down, beyond a flicker of embarrassment, there was little genuine disgust.
Was her possessiveness so strong that she couldn't even tolerate him dreaming of others? Thinking about it, it was actually a bit terrifying. She couldn't be that utterly boring, could she? But if another woman appeared in Xu Jiānian's dreams, she couldn't bear it. Jiang Xiaoyu's explanation for this was that their childhood friendship was too pure, so pure that it couldn't tolerate any intrusion. To restore their bond to its former strength, it had to be as strong as it was with just one person. And if that person was already perfect, how could anyone else possibly fit in? Therefore, no one could appear either in Xu Jiānian's life or hers. Only then could they mend their relationship. They were now striving toward this goal, and neither could fall behind. Xu Jiānian stared at the dainty girl eating across from him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Earlier at the door, when Jiang Xiaoyu asked if he secretly liked her, he dodged the question and brushed it off. Under normal circumstances, he would have denied it outright and teased her a bit. He'd probably say something like, "Xiaoyu, you're daydreaming, aren't you?" Or, "Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? Are you so full of yourself you don't even recognize yourself anymore?" Then he'd pour cold water on her hopes. "Someone like you, wearing a two-piece swimsuit, wouldn't even get a second glance from me." Though he often used this line, even teasing Jiang Xiaoyu with it that morning, he admitted he was truly saying one thing and meaning another. Forget about Jiang Xiaoyu in a bikini. Even in this tracksuit, she stirred his heart. And her every gesture and movement made it impossible for him to look away. When someone is beautiful, everything they do looks beautiful. That was exactly what they meant when they said Xiaoyu. The girl held a spoon, slowly scooping up a spoonful of treasure porridge, bringing it to her rosy lips. Her lips parted slightly as she swallowed. Then she took a bite of egg, her cheeks puffing out adorably like a little hamster. Xu Jiānian stared at her intently. When the girl lifted her watery eyes to meet his gaze, he deliberately took a big bite of his bun. He dared not look too long, it would be bad if she caught him. Unfortunately, Xu Jiānian's gaze was too intense. Jiang Xiaoyu had already noticed him watching her eat. "Xu Jiānian, can't you even focus on eating?" Under the table, Jiang Xiaoyu nudged him with her calf as a warning. "Aren't I concentrating on eating? Little fish, were you secretly watching me?" Xu Jiānian played the victim, turning the tables. "Ouch, you're stepping on my foot. And you're pinching my thigh." The battle beneath the table was deadlocked, neither side gaining an advantage. Jiang Xiaoyu's white sneakers were still pressed against Xu Jiānian's foot, while Xu Jiānian's long legs tightly clamped around Jiang Xiaoyu's calves, a rather suggestive posture. "Let go of Xu Jiānian, you asking for a beating?" "Haha, we'll both let go. You lift your foot and I'll release your leg. You let go first." Both at once. How could Xu Jiānian let go first? Wearing shorts, her slender calves felt wonderfully comfortable sandwiched between his thighs. Even through the thin layer of tight pants, he could sense their soft, smooth, and delicate texture. He was truly savoring this sensation. "Xu Jiānian, you bastard." Unlike him, Jiang Xiaoyu was flushed and flustered, her heart racing. That pig head was pinching her calves. His thigh was rock hard, digging into her until it hurt. Worse, his coarse body hair was poking through her leggings, tickling the skin on her calves until goosebumps rose. "Then why don't you pull your foot away? Let go of my leg first." Xu Jiānian took another big bite of his meat bun, wiped his hands with a napkin, and chuckled. "Why not just leave it like this? We're almost done eating anyway." "No way." The girl was mortified, nervously glancing around. There were so many people here. If anyone saw them flirting while eating, it would be so embarrassing. "Xu Jiānian, are you letting go or not? If not, you're skipping lunch. And as punishment, you're banned from appearing in front of me all day." Before Jiang Xiaoyu could finish, she felt her legs release. Xu Jiānian's long legs had already retracted. She smirked triumphantly. "Now we're talking." Xu Jiānian paid little attention to her triumphant expression, his entire focus drawn to her radiant smile. When she smiled, dimples flashed on her youthful, fresh face, carrying the essence of early spring. They resembled two small flowers blooming vibrantly in a field, refreshing and heartwarming. But the smile lasted less than 2 seconds before Jiang Xiaoyu's face turned puffed up with indignation. "Xu Jiānian, what are you staring at? You have rice on your face." Xu Jiānian reached out his large hand and gently rubbed the spot where the dimple lay on her cheek, its smooth texture against his skin. "Really?" Jiang Xiaoyu touched the spot where Xu Jiānian's hand had brushed. Xu Jiānian nearly laughed out loud at his own cheeky gesture. It seemed that girls being overly conscious of their appearance wasn't always a good thing. It made it easy for men to take liberties. If he ever had a daughter, he'd make sure to tell her this. "Of course it's true." Xu Jiānian lied without batting an eye. They continued eating, but beneath the table, his long legs dangled restlessly, feeling a bit forlorn. It was more fun pinching her calf. After dinner, the two walked back side by side. "Gonna take a shower and get some writing done. I just want to sleep like a baby." "Lazy pig, don't you want to earn your living expenses anymore?" "No way. I want to live off you." "Pfft, like I'd support you. You eat so much, you'd bankrupt me in no time." "Ha, once I bankrupt you, I'll earn money to support you." "How are you gonna support me?" "The fall sports meet is coming up. I'll win medals and bring home the prize money." Jiang Xiaoyu never doubted Xu Jiānian's ability to win medals at the fall sports meet. Countless proofs had already demonstrated it. Don't be fooled by his lack of regular exercise. Once he steps onto the field, he's like a fish in water, scooping up medals effortlessly. How much is the prize money? Tens of thousands. So what are you planning to do with the money? Haven't decided yet. Jiang Xiaoyu's bright, spirited eyes fluttered twice. Her exquisite, doll-like face wore a sly expression, and her delicate cherry lips curved into a faint smile. She looked just like a little fox plotting something. Hand it over to me. I'll keep it safe for you. Xu Jiānian panicked. No way. We're not even married yet, and you want to hand over the financial reins? That's a huge loss for me. The words had barely left his mouth when both of them froze. Jiang Xiaoyu blinked her large eyes, looking slightly bewildered. Marriage? Was Xu Jiānian actually here to propose marriage? He'd said it so naturally, yet somehow it felt like the truest thought in his heart. Could reconciling really lead to marriage? How could she marry Xu Jiānian? She just wanted to keep him locked up by her side forever. Xu Jiānian gazed at the girl whose cheeks were flushed like apples, his own ears growing warm. How had he blurted out the truth? Though they bickered playfully daily, Xu Jiānian feared that once romantic feelings entered the picture, their relationship would become precarious. Yet those words had slipped out without a second thought, almost as if they'd been on the tip of his tongue. Perhaps that was his true inner thought after all. It seemed that even if they returned to their original relationship, it probably wouldn't be as simple as before. He could no longer see her as a sister. He just didn't know how she felt about it. They walked back in silence. Xu Jiānian stole occasional glances at the girl beside him. Her ponytail swayed with her steps, adding a playful touch. Her flawless profile and seductively alluring pink lips were utterly captivating. Her body was gradually developing, the shapewear outlining a seductive curve that bent into an S shape. Though she still looked a bit immature, it was certain that this budding beauty would blossom into a devilishly charming little vixen. Chapter 61, Fragile and Delicate, Easy to Seduce. Fresh from her bath, the girl exuded a sweet fragrance, radiating the alluring charm of a beauty emerging from the water impossible to look away from. Jiang Xiaoyu, drying her hair, glanced at Xu Jiānian, who had already bathed and changed. She couldn't help but ask, "You're that short?" Xu Jiānian's mouth twitched. "Please be clear when you speak, Xiaoyu. What exactly did you mean by short?" Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "I meant your shower time is short. Where did you get that idea?" Xu Jiānian. She really left out a lot. Opened the computer. Started typing. Seeing Xu Jiānian so enthusiastic, Jiang Xiaoyu brought her laptop over to type alongside him. She didn't want to fall behind. If he lost, he'd be stuck doing all the housework. Xu Jiānian's long fingers danced across the keyboard, determined to power through and hit 10,000 words. But sitting so close, he couldn't help glancing back at her. Jiang Xiaoyu wore a homey pajama set, the kind with shorts and a short-sleeved top, and the curves beneath her chest were still budding, not yet pronounced. Was she not wearing a bra? Xu Jiānian glanced curiously toward the balcony, where Jiang Xiaoyu's freshly laundered clothes hung tight, workout gear she'd just worn, and a small bra and panties. As his gaze returned, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu's tiny feet slip out of her slippers, her little toes curling as she picked at the floor. That gesture was a bit unseemly. But those little feet were truly lovely. Pale and tender, with a hint of pink at the edges. "Xu Jiānian, how many have you typed?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked. Hearing no reply, she turned to find him staring at her feet. Her face flushed, and she quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. But the shame welled up inside her, making her ears burn involuntarily. Ugh, you dirty old man. How dare he sneak a peek at a girl's feet? She quickly slipped her feet back into her slippers, sitting up straight. She just liked letting her bare feet touch the floor, feeling the coolness under her soles as they rubbed against the tiles. It felt refreshingly fun. But she'd have to be more careful from now on. There's a pervert in the house. I'm almost at 1,000 words. How about you? Xu Jiānian snapped back to reality and pretended to be calm as he typed rapidly, acting as if nothing had happened. But his still reddened ears betrayed his inner turmoil. What was wrong with him? Ever since they made up, he couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Xiaoyu's every move. He couldn't control it. He felt pathetic himself. No wonder Xiaoyu called him a pervert. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a glare. I'm already over 1,000. Xu Jiānian leaned in to check. Over 1,000? No way, you have more than me. I started 10 minutes before you. Jiang Xiaoyu replied pointedly. Could you focus as well as I do? Why not? I've been typing away too, Xu Jiānian retorted defiantly. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to call him out, so she kept typing away. Xu Jiānian also began to focus intently. It was clear Jiang Xiaoyu was determined to outdo him. Who knows what mischief she's cooking up? But a girl being too competitive wasn't ideal either. Men always felt like they were being overshadowed. Xiaoyu? Xu Jiānian didn't pause his typing as he asked, with this competitive streak of yours, do you think your future husband will be able to handle you? Pfft, none of your business. I'm just giving you a friendly heads up. Women who are too competitive usually don't find happiness in love or marriage. Jiang Xiaoyu shot back, then what about you? With your lazy attitude, will your future wife put up with you? Stop worrying about big brother. I've got looks to spare. Jiang Xiaoyu cut him off, taking over the line, but you have no money. So you'll probably end up a lifelong bachelor. Little fish, why can't you wish me well? But you just cursed my marriage to be unhappy. Xu Jiānian pursed his lips. Truthfully, he wasn't cursing her marriage, he simply didn't want her to marry anyone else. Jiang Xiaoyu was Jiangcheng University's top scholar and its most beautiful campus queen. Countless admirers and secret crushes pursued her, but her aloof, tsundere personality combined with her coupled status with Xu left suitors with no chance. Yet these admirers persisted tirelessly. In the online literature club, she received subtle hints, intentional or otherwise, from male members nearly every day. Duan Xiaoqiang had reported all of this to him. That depends on who you marry. Marrying me won't just bring you a happy marriage, it'll elevate your relationship to a whole new level. Jiang Xiaoyu leaned close to Xu Jiānian, her expression searching. Are you serious? Xu Jiānian watched Jiang Xiaoyu's dimpled smile and felt all the blood rush to his head. His heart pounded like a drum, his mind going completely blank. Damn it, he'd said it again. But he didn't have the confidence or composure to admit it now. Xiaoyu liked romantic guys who could surprise her. Could he be that kind of guy? Fearing a harsh rejection, Xu Jiānian forced a vague smile. Just kidding. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression was complicated as she pounded his chest with her tiny fists. This joke isn't funny at all, okay? Xu Jiānian, you big dummy. You ruined my writing mood. You owe me. Come on then. Big bro here is delicate and easily toppled. Just knock me down as your compensation. Ha? Jiang Xiaoyu, you're trying to murder your own husband? I'll teach you to shoot your mouth off. Didn't I tell you to get revenge? In my dream, I pinned you down. You can take your revenge in real life. Xu Jiānian, you shameless pig. You actually fantasized about me? The two chased each other playfully, long since leaving the sofa and running wildly around the room. Xu Jiānian ran ahead, Jiang Xiaoyu chased behind. Eventually, they tangled together in a fierce struggle. Jiang Xiaoyu threw herself into it, grabbing his waist, stomping his feet, clawing and biting. Xu Jiānian countered with his secret weapon, his large hand darted under her armpit, tickling her relentlessly. The battle raged on, neither gaining the upper hand. Xu Jiānian, you're shameless. How dare you touch a girl there? Jiang Xiaoyu, you're ruthless, kicking your brother's vital spot? Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. You. What? Xu Jiānian grabbed her small hand. What? Can you afford to pay for the damage if you hurt me? Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to grind him into dust. What was he talking about? How could she possibly pay for that? Xu Jiānian, if you don't let go, you're not getting any lunch. You can just watch this lady eat. Jiang Xiaoyu was truly furious. That pig-headed jerk was holding her captive in his arms, and he'd touched places he shouldn't have, okay? What else could you possibly threaten me with? His words were tough, but his hands obediently released Jiang Xiaoyu. It wasn't that he feared missing out on her cooking, it was that he'd just touched something he shouldn't have. Then he watched as the girl, who had been giggling moments ago, instantly darkened her expression. Her cheeks flushed so bright they looked like they could bleed. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. An ambiguous tension rolled between them. Xu Jiānian felt his hand burning hot. His heart raced, leaving him momentarily flustered and at a loss. I didn't mean to. Jiang Xiaoyu, hearing this, flushed with embarrassment and anger. So you did it on purpose? Xu Jiānian hastily denied it. I'm innocent, Xiaoyu. He knew it was hopeless to explain himself now. Jiang Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed with indignation, declared in a tone brooking no argument. Xu Jiānian, our reconciliation period is extended by 3 months. Xu Jiānian. Great. Back to square one. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't quite as furious anymore, he thickened his skin and leaned in again. Little fish, don't worry. Worst case, What would I do? He couldn't quite articulate it. Anyway, he just wanted to take responsibility. When they were kids, he'd sneak kisses while she slept, mimicking the expressions of boys on TV. He'd declare his love to the sleeping Jiang Xiaoyu with all seriousness. He'd marry her, take responsibility for her. This time, he genuinely felt a strong sense of responsibility. Before this, what he feared most was Jiang Xiaoyu clinging to him. But now, he actually hoped Jiang Xiaoyu would cling to him forever. What was going on? Had he suddenly come to his senses? But he had to admit, his feelings toward Jiang Xiaoyu had changed. Before, it felt like treating a younger sister, but now he wanted nothing more than to stop seeing her that way. Xu Jiānian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and tidy the room, then mop the floor. Lost in thought, he heard Jiang Xiaoyu calling him from the kitchen. He grunted in response and shuffled slowly to the balcony to fetch the mop. Truthfully, with Jiang Xiaoyu's financial means, she could easily afford a robotic vacuum. But the little girl was a neat freak and always felt that a robot couldn't get the floors clean enough. That's why he was stuck doing all this hard work. Once they were married, he'd turn the tables and sing his own tune. He'd definitely fix that stubborn habit of hers. No dishwasher, no robot vacuum, this house isn't just your domain. If he couldn't even make decisions about such trivial matters, where would his pride as a grown man be? After mopping the floor, he headed to the kitchen to help. The young woman wore an apron that curved inward at her waist, making her slender waist look even more delicate as if it could be grasped in one hand. Her slender legs beneath the shorts were toned and beautiful. Though not exceptionally tall, her perfect waist-to-leg ratio left nothing to criticize. As Jiang Xiaoyu sliced vegetables, her ponytail bounced playfully behind her head, accentuating her adorable, mischievous charm. Her pure and sweet charm was laid bare before Xu Jiānian's eyes. After lunch, you'd better get serious about writing, Jiang Xiaoyu said while cooking. You've been goofing off all morning and haven't written much. Don't worry. I'll work hard this afternoon and make up for everything we missed this morning. From the moment he started writing, Xu Jiānian had prepared himself for a long haul. If he couldn't even endure this, he'd have no chance of making a name for himself in the online literature world, and what face would he have to ask her to reconcile? The little girl who used to cling to him constantly as a child would trail behind him, her eyes always filled with admiration and awe whenever she looked at him. Back then, he was brimming with confidence and pride. Because in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, he could do anything. He was her hero. Now, he would strive to excel at everything, work tirelessly to regain his former strength, and make Xiaoyu rely on him so completely she could never leave him again. After eating the simple home-cooked meal Jiang Xiaoyu prepared, the two of them returned to their room for an afternoon nap with perfect understanding. Xu Jiānian didn't return to his own home but rested in the room next to Jiang Xiaoyu's. Afternoon rest was crucial. Even just half an hour or 15 minutes could allow nerves and body to fully relax, restoring physical strength and mental clarity. Therefore, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't object to Xu Jiānian sleeping there. His room in her home was always kept tidy, cleaned every other day just like her parents' room, maintaining its neatness year-round. Lying in bed, Jiang Xiaoyu tossed and turned, her mind filled with scenes of her and Xu Jiānian roughhousing in the living room. Like a movie reel, every detail played back in infinite magnification. His tickling her, his touching her forbidden zones. Xu Jiānian really was a little out of control. Her thoughts were a chaotic jumble when suddenly she remembered the sensation of lying on Xu Jiānian's chest. His muscles were seriously rock hard. It seemed athletes all had great physiques, and Xu Jiānian was no exception. Take his build, for instance. Standing at 192 centimeters tall, he was tall and slender with a perfectly proportioned figure. Among guys, he was considered top tier. Because he loved playing basketball, he had no excess fat, just smooth, defined muscles that weren't intimidatingly bulky like a bodybuilder's. With that physique and handsome looks, just as Xu Jiānian said, he had it all. A guy like that was undoubtedly the girl's favorite. No wonder Xu Jiānian always attracts so much attention. Chapter 62, Deepening Bonds. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gauze window, softening into a gentle glow that dusted the girl's cheeks with an apple blush flush. The thought of Xu Jiānian's words, "Marrying your brother won't just bring marital happiness, it will elevate your relationship to a whole new level," made her heart flutter with excitement, yet also stirred a flicker of shy annoyance. Seriously, Xu Jiānian, are you kidding me? Whether you're joking or not, saying that means you've proposed to me. You initiated everything. I didn't say a word, you were the one who asked me. But jumping straight to the proposal without any build-up? That's pretty abrupt, you know. As for whether I accept or not, that depends entirely on how you behave. But an irresistibly adorable beauty like me is quite reserved. I won't just say yes easily. Better prepare for a long battle. Thinking of the afternoon's mission, Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head, pushing aside these messy thoughts. She silently repeated Xu Judo's name in her mind and drifted into a deep sleep. Next door. Xu Jiānian stared at the ceiling, feeling utterly exhausted yet unable to sleep. The thought that his subtle hint to Jiang Xiaoyu had gone unanswered left him feeling a bit down. Marrying my brother wouldn't just bring marital happiness, it would elevate our bond. Truthfully, there was no fault in those words. He believed it was quite accurate. A strong-willed woman like Xiaoyu would never find happiness if she married another man and started a family. What man could endure her temper, her domineering ways, her insistence on having her way, and her overwhelming competitiveness? It truly puts immense pressure on any man. But he's different. As they say, practice makes perfect. Over the years, he's grown accustomed to Jiang Xiaoyu's temperament. Therefore, if he and Jiang Xiaoyu were to marry, their married life would naturally be filled with happiness. Then there's the matter of affection. Transforming from siblings into lovers, isn't that the very essence of love's evolution? Ha! Xu Jiānian realized that the words he'd spoken offhand were surprisingly accurate. It felt almost philosophical. Hearing Duan Xiaoqiang's little report about him, learning that so many clueless guys were eyeing Jiang Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. Not just panic, but overwhelming pressure. Though he acted nonchalant in front of Duan Xiaoqiang, only he knew what was churning inside. When Duan Xiaoqiang mentioned that some senior had asked Jiang Xiaoyu out again, his heart skipped a beat and a bitter ache filled him. Only after hearing that Jiang Xiaoyu had refused did his mood ease slightly. He felt he could no longer calmly play the role of the lazy fish protecting her. It was time to change his status as her big brother. Sigh, he just didn't know what Xiaoyu was thinking.
The moment he thought about the type of guy she liked, he felt utterly screwed.
Romantic gestures? Surprising her every day.
All that stuff is just empty nonsense, completely useless. Guys like that are usually smooth-talking playboys who never truly commit to a girl. If a girl likes that kind of guy, it just shows how immature she is.
Xiaoyu's thoughts were pure and naive enough.
That's precisely why he must stop her from falling for such a guy. Only now did he realize how wise and perfectly aligned with his own feelings Jiang Xiaoyu's three-nose principle truly was. Mutual supervision, no dating during college, no flirting with the opposite sex. Haha,
Jiang Xiaoyu, looks like you're trapped by these three principles.
Xu Jiānian pondered deeply, recalling yesterday's events and the benefits of pairing up with Jiang Xiaoyu. This only strengthened his resolve to strive harder and narrow the gap between them.
By the end of their 4 years at university, who knows? They might just become a real couple.
The real deal, not just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend like now. After 10 minutes of drowsiness, Xu Jiānian got up, washed his face in the living room bathroom, and sat down on the sofa to start typing.
Jiang Xiaoyu's bedroom door was tightly shut. She must still be asleep.
Little fish, while you were sleeping, your big brother started working hard.
I will catch up to your pace and walk side by side with you.
Jiang Xiaoyu woke up at 1:30 p.m., having slept for a full hour. She quickly washed her face and came out to find Xu Jiānian already sitting there typing, looking very focused. They say a man working hard is the most handsome sight, and Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't deny that. Not wanting to disturb Xu Jiānian, she sat down at her own desk and began her own work.
Xu Jiānian had actually noticed Jiang Xiaoyu the moment she opened the door.
He recognized her familiar footsteps. Light and gentle, they approached him slowly.
He just hadn't looked up at her.
Having spent too much time fooling around that morning and failing to complete his task, he had to make up for it in the afternoon. He planned to finish the 10,000 words before speaking to her. It seemed perfectly fine to sit in the quiet living room like this, neither speaking, each racing their fingers across a computer keyboard. What mattered was that they were together. If he were alone at home, this state of intense focus wouldn't last long. But with Jiang Xiaoyu by his side, his competitive drive was being pushed to the limit. Jiang Xiaoyu was strong, so he wanted to be stronger than her. The thrill of always having a rival to conquer truly made his blood boil. Plus, he had a touch of machismo. If he kept getting outplayed by a woman, he'd feel utterly humiliated. So he dared not let his focus waver for even a moment. Thinking about the manga's plot, sketching it out in his mind, and weaving his own little stories into it made his pen fly much faster, never once hitting a writer's block. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and 10,000 words were already typed.
He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu. She was still writing with unwavering focus. Xu Jiānian realized Jiang Xiaoyu was truly remarkable.
Even with unfamiliar themes, her writing flowed effortlessly without hesitation. Her slender, pale fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. Her speed was off the charts. But moments later, she shot up from her seat. Before Xu Jiānian could react, she was already darting into the bedroom.
Xu Jiānian. Pee break?
He chuckled to himself, shaking his head. He tried to sneak a peek at what Jiang Xiaoyu was writing, but before he could get a good look, the sound of a text message interrupted him. He glanced at it. It was from Jiang Xiaoyu. Curiosity piqued, he wondered who would text her at this hour.
Could it be that senior with ulterior motives?
So, he rather unkindly tapped the phone open, only to find it wasn't a WeChat message but a bank notification.
The notification showed a bank transfer of 8,260 yuan. Comics. Xu Jiānian, what are you doing with my phone?
Before Xu Jiānian could figure out where this windfall came from, Jiang Xiaoyu returned and caught him red-handed.
Wait, did you get paid? Xu Jiānian didn't feel awkward at all. He hadn't spied on any secrets, just glanced at a notification.
If she was upset, she could look at his phone instead. Right now, he was more curious about the source of this income. So Jiang Xiaoyu, this little rich girl, had been earning extra cash all along. No wonder she had so much money in her WeChat wallet.
Chapter 63, Getting Closer. Xiaoyu, what's this money from? Jiang Xiaoyu held her phone, avoiding the question. None of your business. Snooping through someone's phone is shameful. Xu Jiānian felt no shame whatsoever. This income is of dubious origin. I'm reporting you. Go ahead then, you're annoying.
Jiang Xiaoyu tucked her phone away and resumed typing.
Xu Jiānian was dying of curiosity. What exactly did you do to earn this money? None of your business. Just stick with me and enjoy the good life. Then I won't give you my 20 yuan nightly allowance anymore. You've got money anyway. No way, Xu Jiānian. This is a matter of principle. You can't just freeload.
Then tell me where this money comes from.
For Jiang Xiaoyu, even if Xu Jiānian did freeload off her, she wouldn't reveal the secret. It was her secret, and a reserved young woman naturally couldn't satisfy Xu Jiānian's insatiable curiosity. Even if, someday they ended up together, she'd keep this secret locked away. Xiaoyu, we're so close, shouldn't we be honest with each other? Xu Jiānian refused to give up. How good is it? Well, we kissed. Xu Jiānian glanced at the space in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. And touched. How could that not be good? Jiang Xiaoyu punched his chest in anger. Xu Jiānian, you shameless jerk. I'm telling mom so you bullied me. If he hadn't fed her in public, how would they have ended up kissing?
Even though their lips had only touched lightly, it was still her first kiss.
If he de-exercised a little restraint during their earlier roughhousing, how could he have ended up touching her there? Xu Jiānian did it on purpose, deliberately taking advantage of her. Go ahead and tattle.
While you're at it, tell my mom you're carrying my child. Ask her if this future mother-in-law is ready to welcome her grandson.
You jerk.
Her tiny fists pounded relentlessly against Xu Jiānian's chest, but he remained unfazed, feeling as if Jiang Xiaoyu were just tickling him.
Xu Jiānian, you better not spread rumors about this. Or else, I won't let you off the hook.
Jiang Xiaoyu threatened under her breath, I'm not afraid if you tell Xu dad and Xu mom either. When that happens, I'll just say you bullied me, got me pregnant, and then I had no choice but to terminate the pregnancy.
Damn it. That was a damn vicious move. He'd probably get beaten to death by his parents. And Jiang's parents wouldn't let him off either.
Jiang Xiaoyu was someone he truly couldn't afford to provoke. No wonder he used to avoid her like the plague. That feeling of being dominated by her was utterly humiliating. It wasn't without reason. But now that he's distanced himself, he feels empty and lost.
He muttered under his breath, men are just masochists.
Unable to pry the source of that money out of her, Xu Jiānian gave up asking, though he could guess the truth with near certainty. Perhaps she'd been drawing comics behind his back.
Could she be secretly drawing comics behind his back to earn royalties?
Xu Jiānian suddenly perked up, as if discovering a new continent, eager to explore further.
But when he turned around and saw Jiang Xiaoyu quietly typing away, his enthusiasm cooled considerably. The task at hand took priority, writing the story first.
Yet the seed of suspicion had taken root in his heart, sprouting and growing, leaving him unable to remain indifferent. Like a puppy desperate to get its paws on a juicy bone, he followed the scent of the meat to its source. And then there was that wildly popular webcomic. Its storyline mirrored his daily interactions with Xiaoyu so closely that he refused to believe such a coincidence could exist. And the author's sharp tongue was every bit as biting as Xiaoyu's. All these signs pointed to the comic likely being Xiaoyu's masterpiece. But then again, it seemed unlikely. Given how wildly popular the comic was, it couldn't possibly have earned only 8,000 yuan, right? Could it be that Xiaoyu didn't draw that particular one? Xu Jiānian's mind was now filled with 1,000 questions, sensing this matter was riddled with inconsistencies. Well, since Xiaoyu was being so secretive, he'd find the answers himself. After all, with more interactions down the line, he was sure the truth would eventually come out.
With that thought, Xu Jiānian felt his anxiety ease. He settled his mind and focused on writing. Though Jiang Xiaoyu appeared calm on the surface, a storm was brewing within. Could he have discovered my secret? Probably not, right? If he had, wouldn't Xu Jiānian's personality have made him ask her directly? But Xu Pighead seemed so calm, showing little interest at all. Could it be he hadn't noticed at all? Was she just overthinking it? Jiang Xiaoyu's mind was anything but calm.
Her restless mind slowed her typing speed, increasing her typos and making her words flow uncontrollably slower.
She glanced back at Xu Jiānian.
His slender fingers danced across the keyboard, completely absorbed in his work.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of jealousy. Here she was, distracted and restless, while he could type away so calmly? And the very reason she couldn't focus was Xu Jiānian himself. If he hadn't peeked at her phone, why would she be so worried?
Worried he'd uncover her secret, worried he'd mock her for it.
Xu Jiānian was such a troublemaker.
Now that they were so close, she suddenly wanted to peek at what Xu Jiānian was writing. It wasn't that she wasn't honoring their gentleman's agreement, he was the one who broke it first. Peeking at her phone was far worse than peeking at her writing. When they agreed to write together, they had set 3 rules. They couldn't pry into each other's writing. They could know the themes, but couldn't ask about specific details. When setting that rule, Jiang Xiaoyu actually had a selfish motive. She feared Xu Jiānian would laugh at her if he saw the embarrassing stuff she wrote. After all, she was a super innocent and adorable young lady. Writing suggestive scenes made her seem a bit, well, naughty. Even though those scenes were all copied and reworked from other books.
Xu Jiānian really couldn't see them.
However, if she encountered difficulties while writing, she could still seek help.
They could analyze the plot and offer unique insights from each other's perspectives.
Seeing the world through a man's eyes versus a woman's eyes was different, so they needed to discuss things together. Another thing, after the book was published, she could share metrics like popularity, bookmarks, and comments with him.
This would help gauge his level of understanding.
These ground rules were beneficial to her anyway.
The girl couldn't focus on writing anymore.
She tilted her head slightly toward Xu Jiānian, her peripheral vision fixed on him like a puppy hooked on a bone.
They were sitting close enough that Jiang Xiaoyu could hear Xu Jiānian's steady breathing.
And his familiar scent. It was a pleasant scent, dry, sharp, and distinctly masculine. Peering at him like this, Jiang Xiaoyu found Xu Jiānian wasn't so repulsive anymore. Especially when he was focused on work. Not only was he not unpleasant, but he was even somewhat captivating. The young man was completely absorbed, his focus entirely on the computer screen. His slender fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving a trail of afterimages.
That speed. Wow. Even Jiang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of envy.
Now, looking at his profile, long lashes, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, a high, straight nose, thin lips, and flawless facial contours. Seeing Xu Jiānian like this, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly recalled the handsome men from period dramas. Refined and scholarly, dashing and charming, combined with that hint of mischievous roguishness about him, he was a complete heartthrob, attracting admirers like bees to honey. Jiang Xiaoyu observed meticulously, noticing signs of stubble forming on Xu Jiānian's face, a layer of fine, fuzzy hair beneath his nose, tinged with a slight bluish hue.
Yet it didn't detract from his flawless complexion. Xu Jiānian possessed a healthy, sun-kissed tan, unlike other boys whose faces were pitted with acne scars. It wasn't that Xu Jiānian never had acne, it was just that even his pimples seemed reluctant to ruin that handsome face, choosing instead to erupt on his back. Back in high school, as his deskmate, she had witnessed the shocking sight of those large pimples on his back. The worst time, she even saw bloodstains on his white t-shirt. The pimples had been rubbed raw by his clothes. But now his back was perfectly clear. Once, when he'd gone shirtless, she stole in a glance. His skin was smooth and fine, neither oily nor dry, just clean and fresh, glowing with health. Glancing at his back instinctively, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her heartbeat quicken and her breathing grow uneven. Her mind was unusually excited, filled with the satisfaction of a successful peek. After sitting for a while, Jiang Xiaoyu shifted her legs slightly. Their legs were pressed together under the table, and as she moved, Xu Jiānian's thigh instinctively pressed against hers. Jiang Xiaoyu felt her heart racing wildly. This situation made her feel flustered and tense, her whole body boiling with excitement. Yet she craved this sensation, pretending not to notice his leg pressed against hers. Instead of pulling away, she subtly shifted, rubbing against him. His long, strong leg pressed firmly against her slender one, and inexplicably, she felt conquered, possessed, as if they were merging into one. She truly felt the little deer in her chest about to burst through her ribcage and leap out. Tilting her head slightly, their breaths mingled. The air she drew into her lungs must have been entirely his, for nothing else could explain why she felt so bewitched, her senses utterly clouded. Seeing Xu Jiānian remained utterly absorbed in his typing, she grew bolder. The thrill of their legs brushing beneath the desk no longer satisfied her curiosity. Her arm on the desk joined the dance. Her arm pressed against the tabletop, inch by inch touching his, feeling the warmth radiating from his body, relishing the small friction created by the constant movement of his typing fingers. His arm felt slightly firm beneath the short sleeves, covered in a dense, lush growth of fine hair that looked almost lush. Yet she didn't mind these hairs brushing against her own smooth, pale arm. The moment of contact sent a tingle through her, like feathers lightly skimming her skin, stirring ripples of sensation within her heart. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a hint of mischief stirring deep within her. Was she actually trying to seduce Xu Jiānian? Yet, the thrill from this sly contact, much like Xu Jiānian's feeding that night, had her utterly captivated. That night had been in full view of others, leaving her deeply embarrassed. Yet now, the psychological burden felt lighter, and she reveled in the fleeting thrill. Chapter 64, A woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. Xu Jiānian remained completely absorbed in his writing, oblivious to Jiang Xiaoyu's constant fidgeting. He was completely immersed in the warm, everyday scenes depicted in the comic. Moreover, those tender little storylines felt like his own lived experiences, making the writing flow effortlessly without any hiccups. Absolutely focused. Completely absorbed. So much so that he didn't even notice when Jiang Xiaoyu went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Only when the clinking sounds of knives and cutting boards reached his ears did he realize night had fallen. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the afternoon's writing progress on the screen before closing the software with satisfaction. Walking into the kitchen and seeing Jiang Xiaoyu bustling about, he said apologetically, "Xiaoyu, you've really worked hard." Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at him, slightly puzzled. "Since when did you become so polite? If you know I'm working hard, then do what you can to help." "Within my capabilities?" Xu Jiānian hesitated. "The only thing I can manage is boiling noodles. It doesn't require much skill." Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "Who asked you to do anything fancy?" She grabbed 2 garlic bulbs from the pantry and handed them to him. "Peel these." "Heh, I can handle this." He grabbed a trash can to catch the peels, squatted down, and started peeling. Jiang Xiaoyu actually enjoyed cooking quite a bit, finding creative joy in the process. Honestly, if she were alone, she wouldn't bother spending so much time meticulously preparing dinner. But with Xu Jiānian around, it felt different. There's a saying, if he's just discovering love, you undress him. If he's seen it all, you cook for him. She couldn't bring herself to undress for Xu Jiānian. Besides, in her eyes, Xu Jiānian was already a seasoned player. She wouldn't abandon her dignity to humiliate herself by undressing for him. Her only choice was the kitchen counter. Her actions carried a hint of the saying, a woman adorns herself for the one who delights in her. Considering how focused he'd been on writing this afternoon, she decided to prepare him a lavish dinner. First, she put rice on to cook, then began preparing the ingredients. She set the rice cooker to the slow cook mode. 40 minutes would yield a better texture than the quick cook setting. She cut the pork belly into chunks and tossed them into a plate.
Taking out a small bundle of glass noodles, she placed them in a small bowl and poured hot water over them to blanch. The first dish was braised pork with glass noodles. Su Mama had taught her how to make it back when she was at Xu Jiānian's house. She remembered watching Xu Jiānian devour it with such satisfaction. But she tweaked the recipe. Pork cut too thick can be greasy, so adding minced garlic and a splash of vinegar lightens it up, making it refreshing and delicious. The second dish was pan-fried knifefish.
Cut the knifefish into sections, marinate them briefly, coat them in starch, then pan-fry until cooked through.
Then add a cold cauliflower salad and a soup, and dinner's 4 dishes in 1 soup are complete.
Home cooking is all about texture.
As for presentation, aroma, and color, no need to fuss over those too much. With the ingredients prepped, she glanced at the rice cooker. Just 20 minutes left until the rice was done, so she could start stir-frying. Jiang Xiaoyu's kitchen featured a non-stick pan and silicone spatula, a combination she particularly favored. While many seasoned chefs preferred heavy oil and salt in their cooking, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned toward healthier options, resulting in dishes with a clean, light flavor profile. In this regard, she was the exact opposite of Xu Jiānian. Her approach to cooking was a compromise, neither overly greasy nor overly bland, to satisfy both their tastes.
Heat oil in a wok, stir-fry seasonings until fragrant, add sliced pork and cook until some fat renders out.
Toss in chopped bok choy, then add cooking wine, light soy sauce, sugar, and salt. Finally, pour in water, bring to a boil, add glass noodles, and simmer until tender.
Braised pork with vermicelli was a dish so simple it couldn't get any simpler, requiring little culinary skill, yet Xu Jiānian loved it dearly.
The rich aroma filled the kitchen, making Xu Jiānian's mouth water as he peeled garlic. He forced himself to hide his excitement. But the faint rumbling from his stomach betrayed his predicament. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been watching the rice cooker, heard the sound and glanced at Xu Jiānian.
Hungry? Xu Jiānian felt a tiny bit embarrassed. A little. I didn't eat much at lunch.
Jiang Xiaoyu recalled what Xu Jiānian had eaten at lunch: 2 large bowls of rice, 2 big chicken drumsticks, a plate of chili fried pork, a plate of tomato fried eggs, meatball soup, plus a plate of braised beef and sauce.
She couldn't help but tease him. Xu Jiānian, your appetite is going to bankrupt me. Well, what can I say? My grandma always said a hearty appetite means you can work hard. Otherwise, how else would I be so good at sports? Jiang Xiaoyu agreed on this point. Grandma's absolutely right.
He ladled the dishes into large soup bowls and set the pot to soak in the sink.
Is the rice ready?
Xu Jiānian had already peeled 5 or 6 cloves of garlic and handed them to Jiang Xiaoyu, asking, "Is this enough?" Jiang Xiaoyu saw his large hands clutching several cloves of garlic. She had also noticed how clumsy he looked peeling them earlier.
She smiled and took them. That's plenty.
She first smashed the garlic cloves with the knife, flattening them before mincing them finely. By the time Jiang Xiaoyu finished mixing the minced garlic into a small bowl, the knifefish in the skillet had already fried to perfection, filling the air with its distinctive aroma. He brought out 2 porcelain bowls, 1 large and 1 small, began serving the rice, and arranged the prepared dishes on the dining table.
The atmosphere at their table for 2 was warm and harmonious. Jiang Xiaoyu watched Xu Jiānian wolf down his food and felt deeply satisfied.
Xu Jiānian's hearty appetite was the ultimate compliment to her cooking skills, evident in the spotless bowls and plates he left behind. After the meal, Xu Jiānian tidied up the dishes as usual, carrying them to the kitchen to wash.
Jiang Xiaoyu always couldn't help but remind him, "Xu Jiānian, make sure you wash them thoroughly." Got it. Don't overload the dishwasher. And make sure to drain them after washing. Why are you so fussy? Why don't you wash them yourself? No way, Xu Jiānian. Don't forget I cooked the meal. Well, I didn't boss you around while you were cooking. Look who's talking. You can't even cook, how dare you tell me what to do? Yeah, right. Someday when I master cooking, I'll challenge you to a showdown. Fine, I'll be waiting for you to come back and challenge me. Alright, you wash up. I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead, go ahead. I've got this.
Jiang Xiaoyu retreated to her bedroom, finally granting Xu Jiānian some peace and quiet. He tidied up the kitchen and prepared to mop the floor. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped into the bathroom, smiling contentedly at the graceful young woman reflected in the mirror. She slipped off her clothes and let the shower head cascade over her fair skin, her graceful figure shrouded in mist. She closed her eyes, letting the warm water cascade over her skin, as if it could wash away the fatigue of the day. She lathered the bath towel with shower gel, scrubbing every inch of her skin. Instantly, foam enveloped her body. Watching her delicate form wrapped in adorable bubbles, Jiang Xiaoyu thought mischievously, would walking out like this give that jerk Xu Jiānian a fright? Pfft, this lady is gorgeous as a flower. I wouldn't scare him, I'd have him head over heels for me instead. Gazing at her reflection, she saw delicate features, clear and luminous eyes, and a rosy complexion like spring peach blossoms, vibrant and alive. Though Jiang Xiaoyu was only 16, this age marked the peak of collagen abundance in young women. Her figure had fully developed, curvaceous and exquisitely proportioned. Feeling utterly delighted, she murmured, "Looks like I'm getting closer to that S-curve figure." Guess wearing those shapewear garments wasn't a waste after all. Beyond that, she felt her recent workouts had paid off. She'd finally sculpted that slender waist, now delicate enough to grasp in one hand, with not an ounce of excess fat.
No slacking tomorrow, gotta get up on time for my run. Hope that pig-headed Xu doesn't oversleep again. Thinking of Xu Jiānian's embarrassing exhibitionist antics made her feel a bit flustered. A physical reaction? Why not just admit he's a lecher? And then he actually told her outright that she was the one he fantasized about in his dreams? The thought of him possibly fantasizing about doing intimate things with her in his dreams made Jiang Xiaoyu's face flush visibly. She was so embarrassed she wanted to beat Xu Jiānian senseless. How shameless. She wouldn't let him off the hook. Jiang Xiaoyu wrapped herself in a towel after showering and stepped out. The clothes she washed that morning were still hanging on the balcony, and she'd forgotten to bring her pajamas. Now that she was sure Xu Jiānian had returned home, she hurried toward the balcony. Little did she expect that the moment she reached the balcony, Xu Jiānian was just stepping out. Neither noticed the other, and in a clumsy collision, they bumped right into each other. This time, Xu Jiānian wasn't startled. She became the victim as Jiang Xiaoyu collided with her sturdy chest. The pain made her eyes well up with tears. She wasn't usually the delicate type, but in that moment, she hadn't controlled her momentum. The collision felt almost brutal, and it really hurt. Her eyes reddened involuntarily. Clumsy as ever. After all these years, you still haven't outgrown that habit. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's reddened eyes and nose, her tear-glistening gaze radiating a pitiable charm, Xu Jiānian felt a pang of panic and a tinge of exasperation. Chapter 65. A beauty emerges from the bath, a feast for the eyes. He shouldn't have said anything, because the moment he did, he instantly infuriated Jiang Xiaoyu. She argued with him with righteous indignation, completely forgetting that she was not safe at that moment. To Xu Jiānian, her figure wrapped in a towel resembled a white lotus blossoming amidst icy snow exuding an alluring fragrance, waiting for him to pluck it. His breathing grew uneven. Jiang Xiaoyu's jet-black hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, which curved in a graceful arc, smooth and alluring. Though the areas covered by the towel still held traces of youthful innocence, her age meant she was still developing. Promising things lay ahead. A pair of long, slender, fair legs were fully exposed. Her wet, jade-like feet were petite, well-proportioned, and full. As she stepped onto the floor, the pink nails gleamed with a healthy sheen. Xu Jiānian felt his heart skip a beat. It felt as though the entire world had vanished in an instant, all light converging upon the girl before him. Surprise flushed from his ears, swiftly spreading through his body before spilling onto his face. Was she lowering her guard for him? Why was she suddenly granting him this favor? He hadn't done anything to make her happy. Cooking for him, letting him savor delicious meals. A beauty emerging from her bath, offering him a feast for the eyes. What a barrage of perks. Was she next going to embrace him, lift him high, and then snuggle up together in bed? Wow, just thinking about it made her blood boil. Xu Jiānian, you shameless man. Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed his waist and squeezed hard. Jiang Xiaoyu's flustered, angry expression was almost terrifying, yet strangely alluring. It was impossible to ignore. Fortunately, that intense yet friendly gaze was interrupted by the blow to Xu Jiānian's waist. Ouch! Xu Jiānian had been staring at Jiang Xiaoyu, completely oblivious to his own waist. Now, pinched hard, he grimaced in pain. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you trying to murder your own husband? I'll make you pay for talking nonsense. Are you sure you want to fight me like this? What if the towel falls off? Shut your mouth. I'm just warning you. If it slips off, I'll get a real glimpse of a beauty bathing. Then I'll gouge your eyes out. Little fish, you're terrifying. Xu Jiānian wasn't about to take this lying down. Instead of waiting to be beaten, he grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and pleaded desperately, little fish, it's going to rain tonight. If you beat me up, who's going to protect your house? Stop lying to me. I'm telling the truth. If it doesn't rain, you'll make me run 10 laps around the park tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoyu relented this time, because she checked her phone too. The forecast predicted heavy rain tonight. I'll let you off for now. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly pulled her pajamas off the clothesline. Xu Jiānian kindly gathered her underwear and sweats and handed them to her. Holding the lingerie set, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her hands grow slightly warm and her face even hotter. Xu Jiānian was getting more and more out of line. How dare he just touch her clothes? I'll go back to shower and change first, then come over to sleep with you later. Jiang Xiaoyu. That statement was ambiguous. He meant to guard her home, not sleep with her. Watching Xu Jiānian walk out her door, she stomped her foot in anger. I'll settle this with you later. Recalling the intense gaze he'd fixed on her moments ago, Jiang Xiaoyu felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. But why did being looked at like that make her feel less angry and more strangely proud? Could it be that Xu Jiānian had been seduced by her, revealing his lust for her body, and deep down, she actually craved this? Was that a bit pathetic? Was she actually willing for a guy to lust after her body? What a dirty little. Jiang Xiaoyu changed clothes and returned to typing on the sofa. She'd been too distracted that afternoon and fallen far behind Xu Jiānian, so she resolved to catch up. Glancing at the rain icon in the upper right corner of her computer screen, she felt a pang of worry. Rain didn't scare her, it was the thunder and lightning she dreaded. If Xu Jiānian was sleeping in the next room while she was alone in hers, and then outside it started thundering and lightning, the thought alone made her shiver.
When Xu Jiānian entered, he witnessed this exact scene, Jiang Xiaoyu staring fearfully out the window, looking lonely and helpless.
Little fish, what are you thinking about?
He plopped down beside her, bringing with him the scent of shower gel. Jiang Xiaoyu shifted her gaze to Xu Jiānian. In that moment, her fear felt somewhat unnecessary.
With this troublemaker around, what was there to fear?
Worst case, she could sleep in his room and have him stand guard for her.
Nothing much. Did you put on perfume today? Jiang Xiaoyu sniffed the air, detecting a faint scent of fragrance.
She hadn't sprayed any, so it must be Xu Jiānian.
Surprisingly, it smelled quite nice.
It reminded her a bit of women's perfume.
But why would a grown man wear perfume at night? She couldn't figure it out.
Xu Jiānian felt a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head as he said, "Yeah, I put on a little. I'm going to sleep with you tonight, didn't want you to think I smelled bad." It wasn't really that he feared Jiang Xiaoyu would find him repulsive, but rather, he shot Jiang Xiaoyu a sly glance. It was because if anything happened while they slept together tonight, he wanted to give Xiaoyu a pleasant experience. He didn't want her to smell his body odor, even though he'd just showered and smelled quite nice. He used to hate men wearing perfume, thinking it made them seem effeminate. But tonight, as if possessed, he'd used his mom's perfume.
Maybe he really was hoping for something to happen with Xiaoyu? Jiang Xiaoyu frowned slightly. What do you mean sleep with me? Xu Jiānian, watch your language, okay? Xu Jiānian smiled, his gaze sweeping over her like a March breeze, isn't it? This is the first time we've slept together since we made up.
Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes.
Who said I'm sleeping with you? Hee, puppy. You're the puppy. Alright, back to writing. Once it rains, we'll go to bed, we have school tomorrow.
Jiang Xiaoyu fell silent, her eyes drifting toward the window from time to time.
It might just be rain. Sometimes it rains without thunder. Not necessarily. Weather like this usually comes with thunder and lightning.
Xu Jiānian hoped for a couple of thunderclaps tonight, preferably loud enough to scare Xiaoyu into his arms.
Just plain rain would be pointless.
And so it went, one longing for thunder.
One hoping for rain without thunder.
At 9 o'clock, the sound of wind and rain reached the ears of the two who had been quietly typing away. Xu Jiānian paused his typing and invited Jiang Xiaoyu to the balcony to check it out.
Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated. Are you that bored? Just looking at the rain? How is that boring? Or are you afraid to go? Pfft, like I'd be scared of anything. Jiang Xiaoyu was drawn to the balcony by Xu Jiānian's goading. As sharp as Jiang Xiaoyu was, Xu Jiānian's little provocation didn't faze her.
Her sense of security came from the rock-solid presence beside her.
With Xu Jiānian there, what was there to fear?
Outside the window, strong winds howled and heavy rain poured down, pelting the glass with a steady patter.
Guess there won't be any thunder after all.
Xu Jiānian gazed at the pitch-black night sky, seeing only the curtain of torrential rain falling. He silently prayed for a bolt of lightning to strike.
It's still early.
With this downpour, it can't stay this calm.
Thunder and lightning always make their entrance later. Chapter 66, The Girlfriend Stamp Collection Dream. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, like you know anything. Ha! I'm quite the expert on this.
Mythology says thunder is the thunder god beating his drum, and lightning is the flash god holding a mirror up to the earth.
Xu Jiānian almost clasped his hands together in prayer, hoping tonight's thunder god and flash god wouldn't take a break.
If they did, that was fine, just send a bolt of lightning to deliver Jiang Xiaoyu straight into his arms first. The two watched the late-night rain, feeling a slight chill.
Little fish, let's get some rest early.
The rain poured heavily, but there was no thunder. It seemed the thunder god and lightning god weren't planning to help him tonight.
He'd have to rely on himself. Fine, sleep on your own then.
Jiang Xiaoyu said before heading toward her bedroom.
But what if it thunders in the night? I'll worry about you.
Think about it, if I can't sleep worrying about you, I won't have the energy to study tomorrow, Xu Jiānian pleaded pitifully.
Go to your room. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could finish, a flash of lightning pierced the room. Immediately after, a muffled thunderclap shook the earth, followed by a torrential downpour. Xu Jiānian. Heaven's on my side.
Jiang Xiaoyu clutched his sleeve in panic, her little face filled with disbelief.
Why is it thundering again?
No sooner had the words left her mouth than another flash of lightning split the sky, followed by rolling thunder. Watching the little girl clinging to his chest, Xu Jiānian nearly laughed out loud, suppressing his excitement. Shall we go back to your room to sleep?
Jiang Xiaoyu no longer insisted on sleeping alone. She nodded, let's go to your room.
He'd been planning to head back to his own bedroom to update his comic, but now it seemed he'd actually be sharing a room with Xu Jiānian after all.
Why not go to your room? Xu Jiānian hadn't set foot in Jiang Xiaoyu's bedroom for years.
Before they reconciled, he'd disdained going in. Now, he found himself curious about her space. After all these years, he wondered if it still looked the same.
No way. We're going to your room. Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't budge on this. Her room held so many secrets, all connected to Xu Jiānian.
Like that photo album, and the gifts he'd given her, all displayed in her bedroom. She couldn't let the man himself see them.
Ugh, you're so petty. Xu Jiānian pushed open his own door, glancing at Jiang Xiaoyu's room before closing it. He considered sneaking in to peek once she was asleep. But girls' rooms seemed to hold so many secrets unlike theirs, where they could come and go as they pleased. That's why they call it a maiden's chamber. Jiang Xiaoyu climbed into bed, kicked off her slippers, and buried herself under the covers, leaving only a pair of sparkling eyes peeking out at Xu Jiānian. Hey, Xiaoyu, aren't you hot? I'm actually a bit cold. Xu Jiānian, you can sleep on the couch tonight. Xu Jiānian glanced at the two-seater sofa, guessing it wouldn't even fit his long legs. Forget it. Spare me. Xu Jiānian wasn't about to make himself suffer. He kicked off his shoes and climbed right into bed. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu watched him warily. Sleep, of course. Xu Jiānian tugged at the blanket, trying to pull it closer, but Jiang Xiaoyu clung to it stubbornly, refusing to let go. Xu Jiānian sighed helplessly. Little fish, how am I supposed to sleep with you like this? Like before you sit on the edge of the bed, doze off for a bit, and keep watch over me. No way. Xu Jiānian's tone was firm. Then we'll sleep separately. Jiang Xiaoyu tossed him a pillow. You sleep over there, I'll sleep over here. But what if there's thunder? Don't be scared. Xu Jiānian never imagined that after anticipating sharing the bed all night, his wish would be rejected in such a way. Well, at least they were still sharing the same bed. Still, he felt a pang of disappointment. Staring at Xiaoyu's tiny feet just wasn't as comforting as holding her in his arms. Xu Jiānian tugged at the blanket and settled at the far end. Jiang Xiaoyu turned off the main light, leaving only a small nightlight on, plunging the room into dimness. Jiang Xiaoyu still felt a bit nervous. After all, this was their first time sharing a bed since reconciling, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar. But listening to the thunder and lightning outside, feeling as if the flashes could pierce right through the drawn curtains, she let go of her reserve and moved closer to Xu Jiānian's big feet. How embarrassing. Who would have thought she'd end up sleeping facing his stinky feet? The feeling was truly indescribable. Xu Jiānian, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward sleeping next to a pair of feet, but he had nothing to be nervous about. In the glow of the nightlight, Jiang Xiaoyu's delicate feet lay before him, pink and tender, fair and smooth, utterly lovely. He leaned closer to sniff them. They carried a faint fragrance, the same rose scent that lingered on Jiang Xiaoyu's body. Xu Jiānian wanted to cup those tiny feet in his hands and play with them. He realized he was a bit perverted. How could he have such a peculiar fondness for a beautiful woman's feet? The moment his large hand touched her toes, the tiny feet suddenly retreated beneath the covers, leaving Xu Jiānian grasping at thin air. How stingy! He'd even condescended to sleep with her, and she wouldn't even let him touch her feet. He'd never bother with her again. Afraid of thunder and lightning? Fine, let her be scared to death. In a fit of pique, he slid his big foot closer to Jiang Xiaoyu's head. Infuriated, she shoved him away. Xu Jiānian, don't put your foot on my head. Well, I can't help it. I move around a lot in my sleep. If I doze off, my toes might end up in your mouth. You'd better watch out. You jerk. Haha, I'm just giving you a heads up. This is like sleepwalking, it happens unconsciously. If my toes do end up in your mouth, you'll get a taste of my feet. Ha! Right in the middle of his rant, Jiang Xiaoyu pinched his calf. The pain made him yank his big foot away instantly. Xiaoyu, no sneak attacks. Who told you to pick on me? That's not how bullying works. Xu Jiānian glanced down at the sight of her bare bottom and thighs peeking out from under the blanket, his mind wandering. If you keep picking on me, I'll tell Mom Xu. Jiang Xiaoyu threatened fiercely. She grabbed a pillow to wedge between her head and Xu Jiānian's big foot, wishing she could draw a demarcation line to separate their territories. If it was really like Xu Jiānian said that she was restless in her sleep and her feet ended up in her mouth, how would she ever eat properly again? But glancing at the pillow, she shook her head. If he really did toss and turn, this thing wouldn't stop his big feet. She was just fooling herself. But her biggest worry wasn't even that. She was wearing a knee-length nightgown tonight. Standing up was fine, lying down was fine too, it all depended on the angle. From Xu Jiānian's angle, he'd probably see even more. So she dared not move. Covering herself with the quilt was too hot, she was already sweating. She could only hug the quilt, exposing her little bottom and long legs. But even like this, she feared the view beneath her skirt might be revealed, along with the little panties hidden under the hem. Jiang Xiaoyu shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her pretty face flushing as she bit her lip slightly. Xu Jiānian, could you please turn back around? Having her little butt facing Xu Pighead made her extremely uneasy, okay? Ha! Xu Jiānian had been staring at her little butt. He noticed her fidgeting, wanting to move but afraid to shift too much, hesitating for ages. Her skirt had ridden up, and he'd even caught a glimpse of that hint of pink. Finally understanding her embarrassment, he said, I'll turn away. Relax now. He turned his head to look out the window. Jiang Xiaoyu relaxed slightly, hugging the quilt to her chest. Xu Jiānian couldn't sleep, so he pulled out his phone to message his best buddy. In this situation, he needed someone to confide in, to ease the tension and heat in his chest. Sleeping? Duan Xiaochong, it's way too early, it's only 10. Boss, what are you doing up at this hour? Xu Jiānian, sleeping with a woman. Duan Xiaoqiang. Duan, Xiaoyu's pregnant. Take it easy. Xu Jiānian smirked, she's lying to you. I'm not that beastly. We haven't even reached the holding hands stage yet. Duan Xiaoqiang sent a surprised emoji with text. Wait, did Xiaoyu really get you? Duan, how did it happen? Were you passive, or did you willingly give in?
Then Xu Jiānian watched as his trusted strategist bombarded him with messages. Those two things are fundamentally different. The latter is genuine heartfelt attraction, while the former is merely a display of vanity. Duan, Xiaoyu's gorgeous and a straight-A student. You'd feel proud having her as your girlfriend, so you passively accepted. That's exactly how you're acting, neither accepting nor rejecting her advances, staying vague and ambiguous. It shows you're still undecided, yet unwilling to give up the status of being a straight-A boyfriend. That's why you're acting this way. Paragraph, it could also be that you're going through a hormonal phase right now, suddenly feeling attracted to the opposite sex and intensely curious about intimacy. You're seeking excitement, so you're using Xiaoyu as an experiment, wanting to dive into a passionate romance with her. Suggestion, if this is the case, keep your hands off Xiaoyu. Don't wait until the novelty wears off and you try to back out. Xiaoyu'll beat the crap out of you. Bro, I'm telling you, stay away from danger and cherish your life. Xu Jiānian. Xu, you're a lifelong virgin who's never even held a girl's hand. What gives you the right to lecture me? Duan, I'm just looking out for you. Or are you serious this time? I remember you had this dream of collecting girlfriends starting in college. Are you giving up that dream for Xiaoyu, that crooked tree? Xu Jiānian remained non-committal. Duan Xiaoqiang was right. On their first day of college, seeing the campus teeming with beautiful girls, they'd been so excited they didn't know what to do with themselves, boasting about wanting to embrace the whole forest. Surrounded by beauties on all sides, the more the merrier. He even spouted beggar-like nonsense. Every girlfriend I get, I'll turn her photo into a stamp. Then when I'm old, I'll look at two thick albums filled with over 2,000 faces and sigh, ha. My life wasn't wasted after all. But this dream of collecting girlfriend stamps was cut short before it even began by Jiang Xiaoyu's forceful declaration of love. It wasn't even a proper halt, at least then he could have had one or two flings. The reality was he hadn't even had time to flirt with any girls before Jiang Xiaoyu shackled him with the chains of marriage. Xu Jiānian sadly realized he was truly wearing shackles, the kind you can't even break free from. The key was in Jiang Xiaoyu's pocket. Duan Xiaoqiang, that guy, was thrilled and sent another message. Scientifically speaking, the odds of you and Xiaoyu ending up together are pretty slim. You know the Westmark effect? Two children who grow up together in their early years usually don't find each other attractive as adults. Because they're too familiar, so familiar they become one person. Seeing her is like seeing yourself. How could you fall in love with yourself? It's like having a relationship with yourself. Xu Jiānian. Forget it, I'm done talking to this guy. Just as he was about to shut down his phone, Duan Xiaoqiang sent another message, but it's actually pretty great that you and Xiaoyu are together. That means I can retire successfully and go find my Coco. This undercover mission has run its course, time for me to retire. Xu Jiānian replied, hypocrite. Jiang Xiaoyu slept soundly, seemingly lost in an interesting dream. Clutching her blanket, her little body wriggled like a caterpillar, her face radiating contentment. But her sleeping posture was a bit, well, revealing. Her skirt had ridden up, exposing the view beneath a rather alluring sight. He swallowed hard, then pulled the silk blanket over her. He shifted as close to the edge of the bed as possible, leaving more space for Jiang Xiaoyu, mainly to avoid accidentally kicking her little head in his sleep. After tucking Jiang Xiaoyu in, Xu Jiānian felt drowsy himself. After a brief internal struggle, he drifted into a deep sleep. Thunder and lightning roared through the night, startling Jiang Xiaoyu awake. Dazed and disoriented, she instinctively sought out a safe harbor and drifted back to sleep. Xu Jiānian, fast asleep, felt a ticklish sensation as something brushed against him. The soft warmth nestled in his arms felt so comforting that he craved more. He simply wrapped his arm around her, effortlessly drawing her petite frame into his embrace. Chapter 67, Rainy Night, Ambiguity. Thunder suddenly cracked across the sky, its rumbling echoing through the heavens. When Jiang Xiaoyu was startled awake once more, she suddenly felt an urgent need to pee. But she dared not move. She was terrified a bolt of lightning would strike her down. But why were her legs so numb and stiff she couldn't move them? It felt like 1,000 pounds were crushing them. She reached down to touch them and screamed in terror, lying on her pillow. Xu Jiānian had been dreaming sweetly when he was suddenly jolted awake. Damn it, Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? Jiang Xiaoyu's furious voice nearly deafened him. Xu Jiānian, you pervert. Pervert my ass. The moment he flipped on the light, he realized his legs weren't just draped over Jiang Xiaoyu's delicate little legs, his hand was also wandering. Wait, weren't we supposed to sleep apart? So what the hell was this cuddling business? He was utterly baffled. Xu Jiānian, you shameless jerk. Seeing Xu Jiānian's hand still there, Jiang Xiaoyu lunged forward and dug her nails in. What? Xu Jiānian yanked his hand back, only to see the skin on his knuckles already scraped raw. Little fish's nails were seriously sharp, he'd have to trim them for her sometime. I don't know what happened either. Xu Jiānian protested, looking utterly innocent and wronged.
Had he sleepwalked and molested Xiaoyu in the night?
At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu, proud and aloof, convinced she'd been wronged, grabbed the blanket and pulled it over herself.
Xu Jiānian was left completely exposed.
The instant she saw the tent in his pants, her mind went blank. She kicked him hard in the butt. "Xu Jiānian, you're shameless, you're a scoundrel, you took advantage of me, you bastard." He glanced down at his own tent. Now he really was beyond redemption.
It's a normal physiological reaction. Try to understand. Xu Jiānian, I hate you to death. Jiang Xiaoyu hid under the covers, running her hands over her body. Finding no signs of discomfort, she concluded they'd only experienced static electricity from friction, no actual, deep connection.
Thank goodness she hadn't lost her virtue to Xu Jiānian. It wasn't that she was being overly sensitive, this was a matter of principle.
She wouldn't give herself to Xu Jiānian until the very last moment. Put.
She'd never give herself to him.
Let him starve.
But last night, they had clearly slept apart. She near the headboard, Xu Jiānian at the foot of the bed.
Xu Jiānian noticed the situation too.
Though initially flustered and unsure how to handle it, he suddenly adopted a righteous tone. "Xiaoyu, you threw yourself at me."
"You're lying." Jiang Xiaoyu naturally refused to admit it.
"Then why did you crawl into my arms when I was sleeping perfectly fine at the foot of the bed?"
"You should be the one answering that. Maybe you were craving my body and carried me over while I was fast asleep." Xu Jiānian. "Well, that could be possible too. But was he really that beastly? Why can't I remember any of this? This whole thing feels a bit off."
Analyzing it with his professional detective's eye, maybe, perhaps, possibly, he was feeling lonely and cold, so he casually brought Jiang Xiaoyu over to sleep with him. But his character doesn't seem that low.
"Xu Jiānian, come with me to the bathroom."
Just as he was wrestling with his thoughts and had no clue, he heard Jiang Xiaoyu bossily command him.
"Accompany her to the bathroom? Seriously, I don't have some weird fetish for watching girls pee." Xu Jiānian was baffled.
Just moments ago, she'd been acting like she'd lost her virginity and wanted to die, and now that she was fine, she wanted a man to accompany her to the bathroom?
Does she care or not?
Jiang Xiaoyu saw him staring blankly and yanked him alone.
"Hurry up! My pants are about to get wet." Xu Jiānian. She waited until she was this desperate to finally decide to go?
"If you had to pee, why didn't you say so earlier?" Dragged by Jiang Xiaoyu to the bathroom in the living room, Xu Jiānian tried to step inside, only to be slammed shut outside by Jiang Xiaoyu.
"Damn it, just let me do my job as your bodyguard properly. Wouldn't it be better if I turned my back while you peed?" "Xu Jiānian, you're not leaving. I'm waiting. Don't worry."
Listening to the steady trickle of water inside, Xu Jiānian felt his mind wandering. Holding Xiaoyu earlier had felt surprisingly good. Her body was soft, her calves smooth. And then there was that unexpected skin-to-skin contact. No wonder he'd gotten aroused. Even asleep, a man could still feel things.
TSK, that was close to a dream come true. If little fish hadn't been woken up by needing to pee, then with such dry kindling and raging fire, might they have sparked up in their dreams and muddled through to consummation? If little fish ever pressed charges, how many years would he get? Holy crap, that was close. So be careful when you sleep. Otherwise, you might accidentally sleep your way into trouble without even needing a special raid.
Jiang Xiaoyu walked over, saw Xu Jiānian still standing dumbstruck at the doorway, and smirked with satisfaction. "Now that's more like it."
Xu Jiānian.
Slightly speechless. "If I'd left, and you hadn't seen me come out, who knows how scared you'd have been."
Jiang Xiaoyu was always timid, not about much else, but she absolutely dreaded thunder and lightning.
That's why she hated rainy days so much.
"I'm not scared at all. You're just putting on a brave face. Move it." "What for?"
"You finished peeing, so shouldn't you let your brother take care of his business?"
Jiang Xiaoyu.
She quickly stepped aside, and Xu Jiānian eagerly slipped inside. Listening to the rushing water inside, Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson.
Who knew boys peed so urgently? She recalled his broad shoulders, thick arms, and the high, defined pecs when he held her. It all looked so damn sexy.
No wonder she felt so secure sleeping in his arms at night.
Who knew she could find such a precise, safe haven for herself even in her sleep? But she couldn't admit this. If she did, Xu Jiānian would surely laugh at her for throwing herself at him.
It would make her seem so lacking in restraint. So from now on, whenever she woke up in Xu Jiānian's arms, she'd boldly accuse him of being a pervert.
"Humph, I'll make you feel guilty toward me, then you'll obediently listen to my every word." 2 minutes passed, but Xu Jiānian still hadn't emerged.
Jiang Xiaoyu was puzzled.
Did guys really take this long to pee? "Xiaoyu, if you can't wait, go ahead. I'm showering." Jiang Xiaoyu. What kind of shower takes forever in the middle of the night? Is he crazy? Xu Jiānian, what are you doing?
"I told you I'm taking a shower."
"What kind of bath are you taking in the middle of the night?"
"Just taking a cold shower to cool off."
Jiang Xiaoyu. Using cold water to cool down? Don't freeze yourself to death.
The sound of rushing water came from inside, and Jiang Xiaoyu grew impatient waiting. But the thought of returning to her own room alone made her feel a little afraid. Thinking about the scene inside, her mouth went dry, her heartbeat quickened, and she stared intently at the slender silhouette on the frosted glass, swallowing nervously. Amidst the thunder and lightning of the stormy night, an ambiguous atmosphere quietly rose. Chapter 68, Role Play. Xu Jiānian was being too much. He knew full well she wouldn't dare leave, yet he was showering right in front of her. Standing at the doorway, separated only by frosted glass, didn't he fear she might peek? Or did he simply not care about being exposed? What an exhibitionist. But that body. It really is quite nice. Through the frosted glass, watching that blurry figure, Jiang Xiaoyu secretly reached out her little hand. Those legs were so long, and the waistline was nice too, the kind of figure that looked slim in clothes but had curves when undressed. Her little hand gestured at the flesh-toned silhouette on the frosted glass until Xu Jiānian's voice came from inside, startling her so much she quickly withdrew her mischievous little hand. "Xiaoyu, go get Dad's pajamas for me. Oh, preferably ones he hasn't worn yet." Jiang Xiaoyu protested reluctantly, "It's thundering outside. I'm scared to go to the bedroom." "Then close your eyes. I'll cover myself with the clothes I took off." "Jiang Xiaoyu. Xu Jiānian, can't you just put your own clothes on? My pajamas are soaked through with sweat. I can't wear them. Hurry up and close your eyes. I'm coming out now." "Don't come out." Xu Jiānian didn't give her time to think. Before she could finish, the door swung open. Xu Jiānian was clad only in a short-sleeved tank top covering his private parts, the rest exposed to the air. Jiang Xiaoyu was so shocked her stunned expression froze on her face. Her mind went blank as she stared at Xu Jiānian, utterly dumbfounded. Her facial expression went completely haywire, her lips trembling. "Xu Jiānian, you bastard!" Xu Jiānian grinned mischievously. "I told you to close your eyes. Why won't you listen?" Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed bright red, her ears burning hot. She shut her eyes tightly, never daring to open them again. "Be careful, Xiaoyu. I'll walk you back." As Xu Jiānian held her hand and led her back, the faint scent of his shower gel wafting up made Jiang Xiaoyu feel her face and ears burn hotter than boiling water. With her eyes shut, being led by the nearly naked Xu Pighead, she was so embarrassed she wished she could sink into a crack in the ground. But her world was pitch black. She could only rely on Xu Jiānian to walk, not daring to open her eyes for fear of seeing something unbearably embarrassing. Now she truly regretted not fetching her dad's pajamas for him. But with the thunder and lightning raging outside, she truly hadn't dared to move an inch. Xu Jiānian watched Jiang Xiaoyu's tightly shut eyes and her flushed cheeks, red as if they might bleed, and felt a surge of amusement. Girls really were different from boys. If their roles were reversed, his eyes would be like searchlights right now, feasting on the sight. Even with her eyes shut, he couldn't resist stealing glances. TSK, it was just a pity that little fishy wouldn't so easily expose her body like this. "Alright, you can open your eyes now." Xu Jiānian gently guided Jiang Xiaoyu to sit on the bed before heading to the master bedroom to fetch Jiang Xiaoyu's father's pajamas. "I'll open my eyes once you put your clothes on." "Then wait a moment." Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's cautious, guarded expression, Xu Jiānian suddenly felt like teasing her. His foot paused just as it was about to step out. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he grinned, "Hey, sweetheart, hand over your most precious treasure." Jiang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. How could this pig-headed jerk still have the nerve to joke around? What kind of situation was this? She was embarrassed and furious, yet he still had the nerve to joke around? Was Xu Pighead trying to get himself killed? Anyway, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't dare open her eyes, so Xu Jiānian grew bolder. "Since you're being so uncooperative, beauty, I'll have to take matters into my own hands, ha." "Xu Jiānian, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Jiang Xiaoyu swung her leg out and kicked him in the shin. Unfortunately, her kick lacked any real force. Xu Jiānian didn't feel a thing, but she recoiled in pain, quickly planting her foot back on the bed and rubbing her toes. "Is your leg made of stone?" "Head, this little beauty's got some spunk. I love a feisty one like you." "Xu Jiānian, are you ever going to stop?" "Not done. You won't be able to avoid me later anyway, so I might as well just piss you off now." Watching Jiang Xiaoyu flush with anger and embarrassment, a mischievous grin spread across his lips. Little fishy looked so adorable like this. Furious beyond words, yet utterly powerless against him. Ha! Somehow, it felt strangely satisfying. Probably because she'd been bullied so badly, she just wanted to get back at him in a twisted way. Xu Jiānian found himself an excuse. "Little fish, I just want to see you look at me with disdain yet be powerless to do anything about it." Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian was practically rebelling. He actually intended to tease her? She was going to beat him senseless if only she could open her eyes. In this situation, Xu Jiānian's tan skin was exposed, with only a t-shirt covering his private parts, and he was actually scheming to mess with her. It felt childish and amusing, but the strange, ambiguous tension between them dissipated considerably thanks to his antics. At that moment, she felt like a virtuous maiden under threat, while he was the villainous bandit. Jiang Xiaoyu knew she couldn't keep letting him manipulate her like this. She had to find a chance to get revenge. Role-playing, huh? Fine, this lady will play along. With that thought, she crossed her arms tightly in front of her, feigning fear. "Big brother, don't kill me.
You want my most precious thing, right? I can give it to you. Xu Jiānian. She got into character this fast? Wasn't she supposed to be gnashing her teeth at him? How come she's playing along with his roleplay now? But Jiang Xiaoyu's words had genuinely shattered Xu Jiānian's defenses. I can give it to you? For real? Knowing Jiang Xiaoyu, this felt like a massive trap. Her most precious thing. Xu Jiānian glanced over her body and swallowed hard. What would happen if he just went for it with Xiaoyu? He finally understood how rapists felt facing such temptation. He simply couldn't control himself. Bandit boss? What's all the noise? Xu Jiānian snapped. Since you're being so cooperative, hand over your most precious thing. Well then, what does the robber think is my most precious thing? Take it if you want. The girl kept her eyes closed, a calculating smile playing on her lips. A bold idea flashed through her mind. She wanted to test whether Xu Jiānian still saw her as a sister. This mattered deeply to her. If he continued, it meant he no longer saw her as a sister. If he stopped, it meant he still saw her as his little sister. Xu Jiānian, don't let me down. Jiang Xiaoyu felt incredibly excited now, rediscovering that childhood feeling of playing house together. That pure, childlike joy and beauty. It felt like ages since she'd last experienced it. Then lie down flat. Big brother is about to pounce. Xu Jiānian was certain Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't dare take the risk. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu obediently flop onto the bed, spreading her legs wide in a welcoming pose. In that instant, Xu Jiānian felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His fire was ignited. The flames leapt upward, scorching his body until sweat beaded on his skin. He stared at that alluring posture, tinged with an invitation. His Adam's apple rolled deeply as his voice grew hoarse. Xiaoyu, are you serious? Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, her neck straining as her heart pounded wildly. Yet she refused to back down, determined to test Xu Jiānian further. She deliberately lowered her voice, her tone sweet and seductive. Come to me, big brother. I can't wait any longer. Xu Jiānian. I can't take this anymore. Seeing Xiaoyu like this, Xu Jiānian's heart stirred. He even felt that if he leaned forward now, little fish wouldn't be able to refuse. What should he do? Should he just be a beast? No way. That would bind him to Xiaoyu for the rest of his life. He had to take responsibility. Truthfully, he wanted to take responsibility for her. He'd already decided to make things right with her, to return to their former closeness. Besides, he no longer saw her as a sister. He wanted to treat her like a real girlfriend. It seemed like boyfriends and girlfriends could do things like this. Then let's truly become boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian's eyelashes fluttering incessantly as he leaned over her, betraying his current nervousness. She'd been so focused on testing him that she'd forgotten his current state. The moment his firm abdomen brushed against her calf, she suddenly remembered he wasn't wearing any clothes. Oh no, oh no. What on earth did she go and do that's so incredibly dangerous? It's like walking a tightrope at high altitude without a safety harness. She couldn't even be sure if Xu Jiānian would lose control. If she'd been fully clothed, the fabric would have slowed him down. Even if he did try something, she could have escaped while he was undressing her. But now. Jiang Xiaoyu desperately wanted to scramble up and flee, but her fiercely strong will held her back. Just then, Xu Jiānian moved. He slowly pushed himself up, calming his emotions and suppressing the turmoil churning within him. His gaze was clear as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I'm going to put on my pajamas. Jiang Xiaoyu opened her mouth, struggling to speak, but then her expression shifted to one of relief. Seeing her reaction, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xu Jiānian's eyes. Why couldn't she just boldly invite him? Just a hint, and he would have continued what he'd wanted to do but dared not. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyu was only playing along with his role-playing game for fun. Not because she truly wanted to give him her most precious thing. Though slightly disappointed, he believed there was plenty of time ahead. She would give it to him sooner or later. Xu Jiānian went to Jiang Xiaoyu's parents' bedroom and found a set of men's pajamas. They belonged to John's father and had never been worn. He decided to put them on, wash them afterward, and return them to their place. He thought to himself that since he'd be staying here more often now, it would be wise to bring over a couple more sets of pajamas. When he returned, he sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at him intently, her expression complex. Xu Jiānian felt a bit awkward too. He'd almost crossed the line earlier. It's already midnight. Let's go to sleep. Sensing Jiang Xiaoyu's guardedness toward him, he obediently lay down on his own side of the bed, hugging the edge and leaving as much space as possible for her. Chapter 69, Fierce Battle. Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent. The tension in the air was palpable, tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Both silently avoided mentioning their earlier role play. Jiang Xiaoyu tugged at the quilt, wanting to wrap herself up tightly. But as she pulled, Xu Jiānian's side was left exposed. The temperature in late September wasn't particularly warm to begin with. Sleeping at night required a light summer quilt, and with the rain that night, the temperature had dropped sharply. Sleeping uncovered would surely lead to a cold. Xiaoyu, could you please not be so bossy? Xu Jiānian watched helplessly as Jiang Xiaoyu claimed the entire silk quilt for herself. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged it off. How am I being bossy?
No, but you've pulled the entire blanket away.
What am I supposed to cover myself with? I don't care. I'm not sharing a blanket with you. You think I want to share a bed with you? Pfft, you'd be begging for it. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. You practically threw yourself at those robbers.
Little fish, you've really made your big brother look at you in a whole new light. That's because the bandit was so desperate he stripped naked to rob me of my virtue.
Ha! How'd you know they were after sex? They go after the victim's most precious possession, don't they? Xu Jiānian smirked wickedly. So what's your most precious thing?
Jiang Xiaoyu knew Xu Jiānian was a lecherous bastard with too many dirty tricks up his sleeve, trying to lure her into a trap. With a sly smile, she replied meaningfully, the same as yours.
Xu Jiānian rubbed his crotch. Mine isn't that precious. Little fish, if you want it, you can take it any time. Jiang Xiaoyu realized Xu Jiānian truly lived up to his reputation as a scoundrel. His lewd remarks were unbearably crude, shamelessly trying to take advantage of her. She wasn't about to back down. If it came down to who was more shameless, she'd go all out. Besides, she couldn't be bothered to beat him up anyway. A verbal attack would suffice. Then you're a real bastard. How am I cheap? You're not expensive. Isn't that just another way of saying cheap? You don't even know the difference between opposites. How did you even get into Jiangda, Xu Jiānian?
After saying that, she suddenly realized, oh, I get it.
Maybe you're not cheap, maybe you're just useless. If you can't even afford stuff, why come out robbing people? Looking for a beating? Xu Jiānian. That damn brat. She actually called him useless?
If he hadn't been holding back earlier, he would have shown her exactly what he was capable of.
Oomph, you brat. One day I'll make you taste my firepower. See if you dare call me useless then. Don't come crying to me then. Xu Jiānian, mocked by Jiang Xiaoyu for being inadequate, was utterly dejected.
He couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was already 12:30 a.m. He pulled a blanket from the closet, wrapped it around himself, and prepared for bed.
Jiang Xiaoyu sensed Xu Jiānian's foul mood and felt a twinge of schadenfreude.
When she saw Xu Jiānian grabbing the blanket from the closet, she had no intention of sharing a single one with him. She feared something might happen if they shared a blanket. After all, she wasn't some clueless kid anymore. Sharing a bed, she wasn't sure Xu Jiānian could keep his composure. She still had her guard up.
Xu Jiānian felt a bit warm wrapped in the blanket. The pajamas were also ill-fitting, too baggy.
Lying down, they bunched up beneath him, creating too many wrinkles that felt uncomfortable. He pulled back the blanket and sat up, grabbing the hem of his pajama top and pulling it up. His wheat-colored skin, defined by 8-pack abs, was exposed to the air.
Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, she even thought Xu Jiānian was about to retaliate against her.
She'd read in books that men dread being called inadequate. It could be devastating to their self-esteem. Xu Jiānian had been sulking ever since she called him inadequate earlier, clearly upset by her words. But now he was stripping in front of her.
Embarrassed and annoyed, she snapped, Xu Jiānian, what are you doing? Taking off my clothes. I like sleeping naked. Jiang Xiaoyu. Can you at least have some decency? Alright, go to sleep. I'll wrap myself in the blanket, won't give you a free show. As if I'd bother looking. Xu Jiānian shed his clothes, feeling much more comfortable. Sleepiness washed over him, and soon he drifted off into dreamland. Listening to his snores, Jiang Xiaoyu felt utterly at ease, relishing this sense of security and warmth.
Outside, the rain continued to fall. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would streak across the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. Whenever this happened, Jiang Xiaoyu would quickly cover her head and instinctively shift closer to Xu Jiānian, reaching for the edge of his blanket. By the dim glow of the nightlight, she saw Xu Jiānian lying flat. Judging by the outline beneath the covers, he was sprawled out in an awkward position, his legs splayed wide in an unattractive V shape. The blanket only reached his chest, exposing most of his torso. His arms stretched out, pinning the quilt under his armpits, his long limbs stretched out on either side. Jiang Xiaoyu turned sideways, peeking out with half her head, her large eyes fixed intently on Xu Jiānian. To get a closer look, she shifted her body downward, moving to rest her head on Xu Jiānian's thigh. Satisfied she could see his face clearly, she finally moved her pillow over and prepared to sleep. She absolutely wasn't fond of sleeping next to Xu Jiānian, she was purely seeking shelter from the thunderstorm. But the closer she got to Xu Jiānian, the harder it became to sleep. Images of tonight kept involuntarily flooding her mind. Recalling the role play earlier, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy and happiness. Ever since her relationship with Xu Jiānian had grown distant, she hadn't felt this way in ages. Jiang Xiaoyu wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, reliving every detail of what had just happened. As she thought, her cheeks grew hot. Hadn't she been incredibly bold just now? She had actually flopped onto the bed and made such indecent gestures. That scene must have scared Xu Jiānian to death. She felt so ashamed. To test him, she'd actually gone that far? Like burning her boats.
Where did she find the courage back then? I'm going to die. Would Xu Jiānian think she was too forward, that she was a bit loose?
Jiang Xiaoyu grew more and more frustrated the more she thought about it, tossing and turning under the covers like a caterpillar, wriggling incessantly. Her mind was already in shambles, utterly devastated. She desperately wished some system would come to her rescue, transporting her and Xu Jiānian back to before the roleplay. If that happened, she would definitely reenact what just happened.
She absolutely wouldn't make such a fool of herself.
After stewing in frustration for a while, Jiang Xiaoyu calmed down a bit and stopped agonizing over it so much.
Recalling Xu Jiānian's pathetic display brought her a sense of psychological balance.
Xu Jiānian had made a complete fool of himself in front of her, yet she hadn't seen him regret his actions in the slightest. He'd always done as he pleased, so why should she feel any remorse? When it came to the image each held of the other, they were two peas in a pod, neither was any better off. After the self-comforting, Jiang Xiaoyu felt drowsiness wash over her. Her eyelids began to droop, and as she closed them, her head felt heavy and hazy, drifting toward sleep. But before she completely lost consciousness, she still managed to find herself a warm little nest with remarkable precision. It felt exceptionally safe and warm, filled with that familiar, rich masculine scent. On that early autumn morning, the sky hung heavy and gray, a hint of chill in the air as the entire city lay shrouded in a hazy mist. The vast riverside city, refreshed by a night of rain, appeared renewed. Crystal-clear dewdrops clung to the greenery and rose garden community, swaying precariously in the autumn breeze, creating a unique sight.
Xu Jiānian was awakened by the cold. His sleep had been fitful, and it wasn't until the chill intensified that he sneezed and jolted awake. The city morning was far quieter than the countryside.
A hazy light gradually dispelled the gloom in the room.
Then, in the dim light, Xu Jiānian didn't find his blanket.
Instead, he touched something soft and squishy. He sat up abruptly, only to find Jiang Xiaoyu wrapped around him like an octopus. He felt a bit dazed, shaking his head vigorously until his mind cleared. Only then did he recall that he had once again served as Jiang Xiaoyu's bodyguard the previous night. But just being a bodyguard, was that really worth Xiaoyu offering herself to him? A slender arm, bare and exposed, clung tightly to his waist. Her nightgown had ridden up to her thighs, and her pale legs were unapologetically draped over his. This intimate scene, he wouldn't believe nothing had happened between them. Plus, both their blankets lay scattered on the floor, pillows piled haphazardly nearby. His face twitched.
How intense could it have been? Chapter 70, You're Crushing My Hair. Jiang Xiaoyu remained buried deep in Xu Jiānian's embrace.
Watching her sleep soundly, he found her adorable and dazed. Her jet-black hair spread across the bed, some strands pressed beneath him. Perhaps sensing the emptiness in his arms, her little head shifted slightly. She yawned, and a crystal-clear, pink little tongue poked out. Xu Jiānian felt a surge of heat in his heart. Thinking she was about to wake up, Xu Jiānian tried to shift his body.
Being wrapped up like this first thing in the morning was a bit much for him to handle.
But then, like a little caterpillar, Jiang Xiaoyu wriggled and shifted closer to him. She reached out her soft little arm and wrapped it around his waist before drifting back into a contented sleep.
No way. What am I supposed to do with you like this first thing in the morning? What a fiery little minx.
Xu Jiānian felt like he was about to explode from her teasing. While he genuinely loved her initiative and relished the feeling of being relied upon by his childhood sweetheart, in this situation, he feared he might lose control and turn into a beast. Morning hormones were already raging, and now with this girl's physical assault, his blood was boiling.
Xu Jiānian felt feverish all over, his heart itching unbearably, the agony unbearable.
Jiang Xiaoyu clung to him like this, her little dress utterly useless now. Her calves and arms wrapped around him like octopus tentacles, clinging to his legs and waist, exposing vast swaths of smooth, pale skin to the air.
This enchanting scene
made his blood surge. He swallowed hard, wiping sweat from his forehead.
Damn it!
He felt like he might get a nosebleed if he didn't break free from her embrace.
Xu Jiānian suppressed the urge, gently lifting the small arm draped around his waist.
Her skin was milky white and smooth as fine porcelain. Naturally, he didn't pass up this opportunity to claim a little perk. He carefully planted a kiss on her delicate arm before pushing her small limb away with a satisfied look. He saw Jiang Xiaoyu frown in displeasure, a hint of reluctance in her expression. That little arm swung back around, wrapping itself tightly around his waist once more.
Wait, is this never going to end? If this keeps up, the consequences are on her.
Xu Jiānian shook his head with a wry smile and pulled her lotus root arm down again. This time, however, he dared not overstep, for he saw signs that Jiang Xiaoyu was stirring. Her tiny hand clenched into a tight fist, and she grumbled in apparent displeasure. Just as she tried to wrap her arms around him again, Xu Jiānian quickly shifted away. He picked up a pillow from the floor and placed it in her arms, mainly to prevent her from waking up if she missed her target. Xu Jiānian wasn't particularly afraid she'd wake up, he just wanted to tidy up this suggestive scene before she did. He couldn't have her waking up to this suggestive scene and falsely accusing him of lustful intentions of carrying her over in the dead of night just to sleep beside her.
Where would he even go to plead his innocence then? Truthfully, he slept soundly, always staying at the foot of the bed. He genuinely couldn't fathom how Jiang Xiaoyu had ended up nestled in his arms twice in a row. Could it really be that daydreams manifest in nightmares? Had he fallen asleep and his lingering consciousness acted out through sleepwalking, pulling Jiang Xiaoyu into his arms? Xu Jiānian held his breath, watching her reaction. He expected her to wake up, but instead she stuck out her little tongue, yawned, and fell back asleep hugging her pillow. He exhaled in relief, calming his nerves. He considered lifting her leg again. He couldn't let her keep it wrapped around him like this. Otherwise, the tent in his pants would be crushed, cutting off blood flow. For a guy, that was dangerous, like bending a fully cocked machine gun. For a man, it was like torture. He gently grasped her ankle, only for her to instinctively clamp her legs tighter around him. Xu Jiānian startled, his body involuntarily trembling. He swallowed hard, trying to ease his tension and restlessness. Grasping her ankle once more, the soft, slippery sensation against his palm made his heart race even faster. Xu Jiānian was tense as hell, holding his breath as he finally managed to move her calf away. He gently rubbed it once before reluctantly letting go of her ankle. That was close. Just as the liberated Xu Jiānian was about to get out of bed, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Xiaoyu's eyelashes fluttering slightly. Her breathing wasn't as steady as before. He knew this was the sign that the young girl was about to wake up. Damn it, she's waking up? What about the plan he had in mind? He'd been planning to wait until he disentangled this octopus like Jiang Xiaoyu before demanding some perks. Now that she was awake, what was he supposed to do? The little minx had set him on fire with desire. First thing in the morning, he couldn't let her off scot-free. Since he wasn't willing to give up, he'd take action. Otherwise, once she fully woke up, there'd truly be no chance left. Xu Jiānian leaned closer, gazing at Jiang Xiaoyu's face, pink and pale, tempting like a ripe peach. He could no longer contain his desire. He lowered his head further, inhaling her sweet scent. Before his eyes were her slightly parted pink lips, as if inviting him, her delicate little nose, her fair neck and rosy ears, and her smooth, milky shoulders. A faint milky scent drifted into his nostrils, sending Xu Jiānian's heart racing. Every pore in his body seemed to open, and the surging emotions threatening to burst from his chest nearly overwhelmed him. He swallowed hard, his lips drawn irresistibly toward hers. But in the next instant, the sleeping girl suddenly snapped awake, her eyes fluttering open to see Xu Jiānian's face looming large before her. She instinctively recoiled, but her hair was pinned down by something, leaving her head immobilized. Confused and flustered, she pushed Xu Jiānian's head away, demanding, "Xu Jiānian, what the hell are you doing?" The light in Xu Jiānian's eyes dimmed instantly. He withdrew his guilty, wide-open mouth and feigned nonchalance, tilting his head to one side. "I was trying to wake you up. Damn it! What a pity! So close to kissing." Jiang Xiaoyu half believed him and tried to sit up, but her hair was pinned under Xu Jiānian's body. She shifted her head, attempting to free it, but Xu Jiānian didn't move, so she couldn't. And why was her head pressed against Xu Jiānian's chest? "Xu Jiānian, you're crushing my hair." "Huh?" Xu Jiānian froze, realizing his upper body was crushing a bunch of hair. This was getting awkward. Moreover, he was now lying sideways, facing Jiang Xiaoyu. It looked like he was half lying, half sitting, but it was actually to make it easier to kiss her. He quickly shifted his body. Jiang Xiaoyu sat up abruptly, realizing she'd ended up sleeping on Xu Jiānian's side again. Stunned, she instinctively snapped, "Xu Jiānian, why did you pull me over again?" Recalling the intimate scene he'd witnessed upon waking, Xu Jiānian felt a pang of guilt. "I wasn't sleepwalking last night." "Then how did I end up sleeping next to you? You better give me an explanation." Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him angrily, her fury intensifying when her gaze swept over the blanket sprawled on the floor. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she snapped, "Xu Jiānian, you actually kicked off my blanket. What the hell were you thinking?" Xu Jiānian. Seeing the untidy scene, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. He knew Jiang Xiaoyu would settle the score with him once she woke up. Earlier, there had been plenty of time. He could have tidied up the scene of the crime first, leaving no trace of their intimacy for Jiang Xiaoyu to see. But he'd been distracted by lust and wasted that time. When he woke up and saw this scene, he was shocked too. But seeing that both their clothes were intact, he was certain nothing had happened. "But how do you explain all this?" "Since I couldn't explain why I pulled back the covers and held him in my arms, I decided to turn the tables. I'm the one who wants an explanation. Why do you always end up on my side when I'm sleeping perfectly still over here?" Xu Jiānian, afraid Jiang Xiaoyu would pin something on him, feigned innocence. "I sleep perfectly still. It's you who's always been restless since childhood. So if we end up in each other's arms, you're definitely the one to blame. I just happened not to push you away." Jiang Xiaoyu. What kind of talk is that? It couldn't be more suggestive. He didn't refuse her? It sounded like she was the one who initiated it. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely, unwilling to argue further. Even if they fought tooth and nail, they'd probably never figure it out. Since both had been asleep, the incident occurred while neither was conscious. Therefore, determining who was truly at fault proved difficult. At least nothing irreparable had happened. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced out the window, stretched lazily, and asked, "Is it still raining outside?" Xu Jiānian picked up the quilt, caught a glimpse of her pale, delicate feet, and licked his lips before replying. It stopped. So, are we still going for a run? Probably not. It's getting late. We should hurry up and get ready for school. Jiang Xiaoyu checked her watch. It was already past 7. There was truly no time left for a run. They ate breakfast and hurried off to school. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't going to pursue it, Xu Jiānian tidied the bed and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Jiang Xiaoyu went to her own bedroom. Her bedroom had its own bathroom, and she refused to share the living room bathroom with Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian made his way to the bathroom with practiced ease. He pulled down his pants to relieve himself, then began his routine. He pulled out a new toothbrush from the bathroom cabinet and retrieved an unopened cup, preparing to brush his teeth. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he puffed out his chest proudly, convinced his looks could outshine any celebrity. So was Jiang Xiaoyu clinging to him even in her sleep because he was just too handsome? It had to be said, Jiang Xiaoyu was a clingy little thing. She'd been glued to him since childhood, and after only a few days of reconciliation, she was already sleeping with him so intimately, too. Still, on this morning after the storm had passed, waking up to see her maid Xu Jiānian feel deeply satisfied and happy. When he returned after changing clothes at his place, he found Jiang Xiaoyu bustling about in the kitchen. He wondered aloud, aren't we going to Uncle Zhang's restaurant for breakfast? Nah, I made beef noodle soup. Grab some bowls and chopsticks quick, we're eating before school, Jiang Xiaoyu called from the kitchen. Xu Jiānian hurried over. Jiang Xiaoyu was a quick cook. The noodles were already done, and the kitchen was filled with steam. He took a deep breath, his stomach growling loudly. He handed her his bowl as she carefully scooped out the noodles, ladled on the broth, and scooped a spoonful of beef sauce from the glass jar beside it. She instructed, stir it well with your chopsticks before eating. Got it. He quickly took the bowl and handed her his smaller one. As they sat at the table eating, Xu Jiānian praised Jiang Xiaoyu's beef noodles with every bite. Though it was her own unique recipe, the flavor was truly excellent. Jiang Xiaoyu beamed, clearly in high spirits. Her smile was exceptionally lovely, her eyes sparkling with a captivating glow that lit up when she looked at him, lifting his mood as well. Xu Jiānian polished off the entire bowl, soup and noodles alike. Jiang Xiaoyu ate slowly, her movements graceful and refined, a sight that was pleasing to Xu Jiānian's eyes. By the time Jiang Xiaoyu set down her chopsticks, Xu Jiānian had already devoured a second bowl of noodles and soup in a flash. Chapter 71, Rushing Things. After breakfast, the two headed out for school. The weather had turned a bit chilly, so they both put on jackets. As they stepped out the building entrance, they discovered a light drizzle was still falling outside. I thought the rain had stopped completely, Xu Jiānian muttered. He wasn't in the habit of carrying an umbrella, and this light drizzle didn't faze him. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled a small floral umbrella from her bag and handed it to him. Use this. It's still a ways to the bus stop. You don't want to get your clothes wet. Xu Jiānian obediently opened the small umbrella, then shifted it over Jiang Xiaoyu's head, worried she might get wet. But sharing one small umbrella meant bumping into each other, and the inevitable friction as they moved made Xu Jiānian feel his mind wander. The distance from home to the bus stop was several hundred meters just outside the residential compound, yet today their walk felt unusually long. Xu Jiānian had to match Jiang Xiaoyu's tiny steps, so he couldn't walk too fast. Walking side by side, their bodies occasionally bumped against each other. Jiang Xiaoyu's soft shoulder brushed against his arm, sending a flutter through him. Xu Jiānian suddenly switched the umbrella to his other hand, freeing his arm to wrap around Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder and gently pull her closer. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaoyu let out a small gasp as she fell into his embrace. Caught off guard by the embrace, Jiang Xiaoyu felt flustered, especially as she was enveloped by his masculine aura. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she hurriedly tried to slip away. Xu Jiānian's embrace was warm, just like when she'd snuggled into his arms at night. Jiang Xiaoyu found herself craving that feeling. Though the young girl craved this feeling, Xu Jiānian had acted without her consent, and she couldn't help but feel a bit coy. She looked up and glared at him, only to find that Xu Pighead's stunningly handsome face was actually quite tempting. His jawline was sharply defined, the corners of his lips curved upward in a faint, triumphant smirk. Xu Jiānian's gaze rested on Jiang Xiaoyu, gentle and focused, little fish, this saves space. The moment he spoke, he felt Jiang Xiaoyu's small hands pinch his waist again, this time with a bit of pain. Startled, he quickly let go of Jiang Xiaoyu. Damn it! He'd been a bit too hasty. Haste makes waste. When they reached the bus stop, Xu Jiānian checked the time. They were 3 minutes behind schedule. The 1:26 bus arrived shortly after, and the two boarded one after the other. It was rush hour, and despite the overnight rain, the bus was packed as usual. They found a corner and stood facing each other. Xu Jiānian still gripped the handrail with both hands, creating a safe space for Jiang Xiaoyu. Xu Jiānian lowered his head, noticing a small swirl at the back of the girl's crown. The rose fragrance from her body wafted to his nose, and he inhaled deeply, feeling somewhat intoxicated. Her skin was excessively delicate and fair, resembling a baby's cheek, with faint capillaries visible beneath. Her features were exquisitely refined, radiating the sweet innocence and purity characteristic of a model student.
Little fish, I had a dream last night, Xu Jiānian said, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's listless mood and wanting to tease her. The girl blinked her large eyes, curiosity written across her face.
Did you fall into the river and drown? Can't you wish me something good?
Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a playful glare.
What kind of dream? Xu Jiānian's eyes sparkled with amusement, which to Jiang Xiaoyu seemed tinged with mischief.
Xu Jiānian deliberately leaned closer, his warm breath tickling her ear, sending a shiver through her body. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly realized my hand was resting on something soft and squishy. When I came to my senses, a gorgeous woman in black stockings was lying beside me. I was startled, but just as I was about to leave, she suddenly hugged me, buried her face in my chest, and cooed in a spoiled tone, "Husband, husband, don't leave me.
I love you so much. You have to stay with me."
Then,
Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Then what did you do? Xu Jiānian was actually teasing her? And seriously, had he sunk so low as to have a wet dream? And he actually told her about it? She really has no shame. Xu Jiānian grinned mischievously. Do you want your brother to agree or refuse? What does it matter to me? Haha, I'm asking for your opinion. Xu Jiānian, you're such an idiot. It's just a dream. You actually took it seriously?
Haha, because the person in the dream was you. Jiang Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, reaching out to pinch him again. Xu Jiānian quickly grabbed her small hand. We can't flirt in public.
Jiang Xiaoyu ignored him. Who was flirting with you? But, was she really the person in his dream?
As they walked into the classroom together, Duan Xiaochang gave Xu Jiānian a knowing wink, acting like he had some earth-shattering news to share.
Xu Jiānian placed his backpack on the desk next to Jiang Xiaoyu's and stood up, heading to the back. What's up? Duan Xiaochang looked mysterious. Boss, what were you doing yesterday? You didn't reply to my messages. Did you know the senior from the Web Novel Society wants to challenge you? Challenge what? Badminton, of course. Who told you that? You forgot my status? I'm a member of the online literature club.
After the team building event ended Saturday night, I overheard some seniors talking about you while hiding in the shadows. Duan Xiaochang shot Jiang Xiaoyu a glance. They're mostly pissed you've monopolized their little freshman.
Xu Jiānian scoffed coldly, as if they have any right to be upset. What a joke. Anyway, be prepared.
I meant to tell you the night before last, but you said you were sleeping with Xiaoyu, so I got caught up analyzing your relationship and forgot about it.
Xu Jiānian stood up and walked away. Don't act like some love guru.
You'd be better off focusing your energy on figuring out how to win Lin Kiki over. Duan Xiaochang watched his retreating figure with a look of deep injustice, then glanced back at Lin Kiki. She was still sitting with Jiang Xiaoyu. He gathered his things and walked straight over to them. If the boss could shamelessly cling to Xiaoyu, he could be a little shameless with Lin Kiki too.
Offense is the key to defense. He had to strike first. Move over, Duan Xiaochang declared imperiously as he approached Lin Kiki's seat.
Lin Kiki looked at him, puzzled. I'm sitting with Xiaoyu.
Squeeze in one more seat and you'll still be with Jiang Xiaoyu.
This row is prime seating. You can't just hog it all for the three of you. Currently, the third row of class 2 had 4 seats, Lin Kokoko, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Xu Jiānian, with one still empty.
Duan Xiaochang refused to move to Xu Jiānian's side, insisting Lin Kiki squeeze in.
Xu Jiānian understood his buddy's meaning and voluntarily moved to the outermost seat, calling out to Jiang Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, slide over a bit. Jiang Xiaoyu obediently shifted over.
With so many classmates watching, she couldn't risk making a fool of herself over a seat.
Lin Koko had no choice but to reluctantly shift her hips.
Duan Xiaochang eagerly plopped down into her seat. And so it was settled. Xu Jiānian's desk partner became Jiang Xiaoyu, while Lin Kiki's desk partner became Duan Xiaochang. This class was held in their own classroom for class 2, surrounded by familiar classmates.
University classrooms were arranged slightly differently from high school ones.
Students didn't have assigned seats during lectures. They could sit wherever they wanted, enjoying considerable freedom.
However, ever since Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian claimed the third row, the rest of the class tacitly avoided sitting there. Everyone knew the top student and the sports prince were a couple, so naturally no one was bored enough to volunteer to be the third wheel. Except for tomboy Lin Kiki. She continued to be the third wheel, thoroughly enjoying it.
Duan Xiaochang thought Lin Kiki was a bit dim-witted. Why not sit with him and enjoy her boyfriend's affection? Instead, she insisted on staying here eating dog food and seeking punishment.
Now he had no choice but to tag along too. There were only 2 classes in the morning, with the remaining period being free time.
Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu used that final period to write quite a bit.
They aimed to save as many drafts as possible.
Having a buffer made them feel more at ease.
At noon, the 4 of them headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaochang took charge of lining up for food, while Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki secured seats. The 2 girls secured seats by the window, waiting for Xu Jiānian and Duan Xiaochang to return with their meals.
Lin Koko glanced at the long queue and grew anxious. I should have told them not to go. I'll cut in line instead. Cutting in line isn't civilized. With so many students around, people will gossip about us. Who cares about that?
Getting hot, freshly cooked food is what matters.
Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't agree.
You might gain, but others lose out. This cafeteria is a bit shady. By the end, only the less desirable food remains, all the meat's gone, yet it's still the same price.
Then we'll come earlier next time. As they chatted, Xu Jiānian and Duan Shouchang approached, each carrying a large tray.
The two hurriedly reached out to help carry the food. Xu Jiānian served Jiang Xiaoyu a plate of pickled cabbage and pork dumplings specifically requested by her. She'd been craving the handmade dumplings from that home-style restaurant and planned to visit with Xu Jiānian when they had the chance. She picked up a dumpling and popped it into her mouth. The tangy, refreshing flavor was appetizing, and she nodded approvingly. Not bad, but still not quite as good as the dumplings at the home-style restaurant.
If you're craving dumplings, we can go tonight. Xu Jiānian glanced at the 20 dumplings in the takeout box, figuring Jiang Xiaoyu could probably manage half.
The remaining 10 would be up to him to finish. He ordered a bowl of donkey meat soup for himself, plus 3 large steamed buns.
He'd eaten here a few times with Duan Shouchang recently and found the taste decent.
The steaming bowl of donkey meat soup wasn't gamey or overly rich. With one dip of his chopsticks, he scooped up a few thin slices of donkey meat. The soup was dotted with celery and onion pieces, mostly filler, since celery and onions were far cheaper than donkey meat.
Over here, Lin Kokoko and Duan Shouchang ate their meals without initiating conversation. Seeing Lin Kokoko buried in her food, wolfing it down with no intention of acknowledging him, Duan Shouchang could only focus on eating in silence. The atmosphere was stiflingly heavy.
Xu Jiānian felt a pang of frustration.
Such a golden opportunity, and all she could think about was eating? And he calls himself a love strategist? All talk and no action. Xu Jiānian kicked him under the table.
Duan Shouchang glanced at him, understood the message, and shot an innocent look at Lin Kiki. Food matters more than me. Then he pulled out his phone and texted Xu Jiānian, a tomboy only has eyes for food.
I know what you're thinking.
When a guy eats with a girl, he should take the initiative to chat. But look at her, she's more excited about the food than she would be about a handsome guy. If I tried to strike up a conversation now, I'd just get shot down. Xu Jiānian glanced at Lin Kiki, who was buried in her food, and smiled helplessly. He typed, during lunch break, find a chance to lure her away.
Duan Shouchang, why? Xu Jiānian, dumbass, with the 4 of us together, how are you supposed to build a connection with her? Duan Shouchang, where are you guys going? Xu Jiānian, never mind.
The 4 of them at the table looked rather comical as they ate. Jiang Xiaoyu chewed slowly, eating like a chick pecking at food.
Chapter 72, The Academic Goddess Offers a Kiss.
Lin Kiki, the tomboy, wolfed down her food without a care for her appearance, eating even faster than the guy across from her.
Duan Shouchang didn't eat much, nor did he devour his food as voraciously as Xu Jiānian.
Seeing the girl across from him wolfing down her meal now felt a bit jarring. After Xu Jiānian finished his donkey meat pancake, Jiang Xiaoyu pushed her pickled cabbage dumplings across the table. Xu Jiānian, no wasting food. Xu Jiānian instinctively counted the remaining 12 dumplings. Glancing at Lin Kokoko diagonally across from him, he grimaced slightly.
Why don't you learn from Kokoko? Look how much she can eat. Alright, just eat. With her appetite, finishing 8 dumplings was already impressive. At a home-style restaurant, she could easily finish 12.
After school that afternoon, Xu Jiānian called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, who was heading to the online literature club. Little fish, skip the literature club for a bit and come with me to the tennis club.
Watch your big brother battle it out for you. Fight for me? Your beloved senior wants to challenge me. Probably thinks I'm all talk and no action, unworthy of being your boyfriend. You're crazy. It's true. Xu Jiānian looked dead serious.
If you don't believe me, come with me later and see what happens today.
Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the classroom half believingly, half doubting.
She spotted Duan Shouchang acting like a madam, enthusiastically recruiting a bunch of boys to join the badminton club.
Little fish, come on, come on.
Let's go check out the action at our badminton club today.
Lin Kiki burst in, grabbing Jiang Xiaoyu and pulling her along.
Jiang Xiaoyu was puzzled.
Is it really Xu Jiānian playing against that senior? I heard some upperclassmen aren't convinced by Xu Jiānian and want to challenge him.
You don't know, but the sophomores and juniors have been grumbling about Xu Jiānian. They've never seen him play badminton and think he's all talk, unworthy of being our club president.
Because of this?
Of course. The seniors also want to see what Xu Jiānian's really made of.
Come on, come on. Let's cheer on your husband. Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she pouted. Whose husband? He's not mine.
Lin Kiki glanced at her small belly.
Hee hee, you're almost showing. That's just to fool people. You actually believe it? I believe everything you say.
The 2 girls detoured to the supermarket to grab a few bottles of soda. When they arrived at the badminton club, they found the court already packed with people.
Even the tough as nails Lin Kokok could sense the tension in the air.
Supporters from both sides glared at each other's camp, practically itching to tear each other apart.
President Xu, let's have a friendly match today. Approaching them was a sophomore club member. Xu Jiānian recognized Louis. But Xu Jiānian had no beef with Louis. Why was he the one challenging him? Senior Lu, what suddenly made you want to spar with me? Louis glanced over at his buddy, only to see the guy cowardly huddling close to Jiang Xiaoyu. And where they stood? Right in the enemy camp. Ugh, what a creep. I'm taking down your love rival for you, and all you can think about is sucking up to women? At least pretend to be a little dignified. On Saturday night, that bastard Li Jian came crying to him, saying he'd fallen for a top student freshman girl, but Xu Jiānian had swooped in and stolen her away, leaving him completely outmaneuvered. He naturally didn't believe a word of it. The academic prodigy freshman was famous across Jiangda. At the freshman orientation, she had boldly confessed to Xu Jiānian, and the couple frequently flaunted their affection in campus media, a story known to all and celebrated as a romantic legend. How dare that bastard Li Jian accuse them of stealing someone's love? But he couldn't stand Xu Jiānian either. That kid had been the badminton club president forever, always slacking off. He'd come here to coach the members, but Li Jian had never once seen him step onto the court himself. He figured the kid had no real skills. He was just here to show off. Or maybe he's here to pick up girls. Since he was so ungrateful, this senior student might as well teach him a lesson. He'd show him that only someone with real skill deserved to be club president, not some flashy show-off like him. I just noticed you haven't played a match yet. Your skills seem so mysterious, I thought I'd challenge the president to a friendly match. Xu Jiānian sneered. What a noble excuse. He'd been in the badminton club for over half a month, why did it take him this long to ask for a match? He glanced unobtrusively toward Jiang Xiaoyu and noticed Li Jian, the senior who chatted most with Xiaoyu during the web novel club's team building event, standing beside her. Suddenly, it all clicked. So Louis was just acting as someone's lackey. But seeing Li Jian cozying up to Jiang Xiaoyu made him feel a bit annoyed. Xiaoyu, bring your brother the water bottle. Competition was competition, but first he had to get the little girl settled. That jerk Li Jian loved hanging around Xiaoyu, so he'd play a little diversion tactic. Jiang Xiaoyu thought to herself, thank goodness I listened to Coco and bought a few bottles of mineral water earlier. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble now. But before the match even started, she was already thirsty. This kid was like a lazy donkey on a millstone full of nonsense. She quickly grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water and ran over, handing one to Xu Jiānian. Here, drink up and play well. Xu Jiānian wore a faint smile on his lips, complimenting his handsome, resolute features. Standing beside the petite academic star, he seemed tall and imposing. He took the water, gulped down several mouthfuls, then handed it back to her. Just stand right here and watch your big brother show off. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at their position at the edge of the badminton court and sighed helplessly, I'll go cheer for you with the others. Their class and the freshman badminton team members were all gathered around Xu Jiānian's side. Xu Jiānian was adamant, no way. You stay right here. I won't be able to see you, and I'll lose the match. Jiang Xiaoyu dared not move. So she stood obediently on the sidelines, like a little chick separated from its flock, lonely and helpless. But this spot was close to the court, close to Xu Jiānian. Cheering for her boyfriend from here was actually pretty nice. As for loneliness? She didn't care. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. How many times had she stood alone on the podium during her moments of glory? Xu Jiānian, are you done yet? Louis snapped impatiently from across the way. Damn it. Even now he couldn't stop flirting. What else was on his mind besides that? He was clearly a master at flirting. And he was still competing? His body must be completely drained. Just wait until I knock you flat with a few moves. Little fish, promise me one last thing, Xu Jiānian called back calmly, his voice carrying across the room. What's the rush? Just wait till you see me knock you flat. Louis. Arrogant bastard. If you were really that skilled, why haven't you stepped onto the court once? You're just full of hot air. What? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at him in confusion. Kiss me. Xu Jiānian's handsome brows and eyes seemed to hold the allure of peach blossoms, making Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been about to refuse, swallow her words. Seeing no objection, Xu Jiānian leaned in, lowering his head. Jiang Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and pressed 2 peach blossom petals onto his cheek. Lightly. Softly. Like feathers brushing against his cheek. A wave of sweetness washed over him. Xu Jiānian suddenly grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's head and planted a wet kiss firmly on her cheek. Then, taking the badminton racket handed to him by Lin Kiki, he strode onto the court with a confident swagger. The scene erupted into chaos. Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. So many people were watching. Turning to see their own side, she found laughter and whistles already filling the air. And Senior Zhang Jian's face was ashen. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't spare a thought for any of this. She quickly averted her gaze and looked toward Xu Jiānian. Fortunately, Lin Kiki stood by her side, along with Duan Shouchang. The 3 of them cheered for Xu Jiānian from close range. Xu Jiānian weighed the racket in his hand light as a feather. He pressed the net rock hard. It was time for him to take the stage. He would not disappoint Jiang Xiaoyu's expectations. He would make these people understand that he and only he was worthy of standing beside her. The crowd continued to cheer. All eyes were fixed on Xu Jiānian.
Even a passing PE teacher stopped to watch, a testament to the sheer scale of the spectacle. Standing in the center of the court, a familiar sensation washed over him. Xu Jiānian glanced at the small shuttlecock, pride swelling within him as he declared, in badminton matches, he had never tasted defeat.
The match began. Louis served a high, deep backcourt shot. Xu Jiānian calmly returned it. Then, backcourt shot. Net shot. Left side attack. Right side attack. Though Louis played aggressively, he couldn't break through Xu Jiānian's defense. He could tell. This kid's got some skills. Xu Jiānian's agile form darted across the court, the shuttlecock seemingly glued to his racket, refusing to fall. The freshman team members watched in stunned silence. Was this really their notoriously lazy club president? Who would have thought the club president, who'd never once stepped onto the court before, was actually a true master? He wasn't afraid to play because he couldn't, he clearly just didn't bother playing with them. Louis unleashed another powerful smash, but it was still useless. Xu Jiānian flicked the shuttlecock lightly, sending it just over the net and landing on the other side. With ease, he defeated Louis. At this point in the match, Xu Jiānian had won without a hint of surprise. But his opponent seemed unwilling to let him off the hook, deliberately setting him up for trouble. Xu Jiānian, how about a smash? Didn't you tell your club members to avoid smashing? Could it be you don't know how to smash either? That's right, President Xu. Show us how it's done. Xu Jiānian, smash him. Xu Jiānian froze. He shot a half smile, half glare at Louis. Louis was exhausted from the match, panting heavily, but he was thoroughly convinced. He finally understood why Xu Jiānian never played on the court. Put nicely, Xu Jiānian didn't want to embarrass the old-timers too badly. Put bluntly, he simply couldn't be bothered to play with them. Their level of play simply didn't impress Xu Jiānian. He bowed deeply in admiration, clasping his hands together. I'd be honored to witness President Xu's skill. With such a request, Xu Jiānian knew it would be rude to refuse. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was excitedly hugging Lin Kiki and cheering. A faint smile touched his lips, a curve of pleasure spreading across his face. So excited? It wasn't like she hadn't seen him crush his opponents before. She hadn't watched that particular match, but hadn't she been the one watching him climb onto the podium that time? Back in high school, whenever he'd show off his medals in front of her, she'd sarcastically call him a muscle-bound dimwit. It seemed like she was jealous out of her mind, but you could tell deep down she was genuinely happy for him. Xu Jiānian's recollection was interrupted. The shuttlecock plummeted from high above. He swiftly shifted to the backcourt. Timing was crucial. He leapt, bent his knees, drew back his arm like a bow, and slammed down with his right hand a smash. The shuttlecock, like a tiny dagger, landed with unstoppable force at Louis's feet. The crowd erupted in cheers. The venue erupted in chaos. Chapter 73, Big Brother Can't Take It Anymore. As Xu Jiānian walked off the court, his club members practically formed a cheering corridor. Captain, you're amazing. Yeah, Captain. You never play with us. Do you think we're too weak? No need to ask. Our level isn't even close to yours. Ha! Seeing those seniors with their tails between their legs? That felt so damn satisfying. Damn it, they should have known better than to show off in front of the pros. Enough. Surrounded by the chattering crowd, Xu Jiānian felt annoyed. Get back to practice. The sports meet is coming up. Don't end up not even placing. The club members dispersed in a flurry, grabbing their rackets and heading to the courts for practice. The club president is so strong we can't embarrass him. Louis wanted to ask for tips but saw Xu Jiānian heading straight for the top-performing freshman girl. He shook his head dejectedly. TSK. With skills like that, I might as well skip the sports meet altogether. Don't boost others' morale while crushing your own. Li Jian walked over, shooting a reluctant glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. Stop stirring the pot. I'm already a defeated opponent, like I could possibly turn this around. Come on, stop sulking. The freshman has someone else in mind. If you keep obsessing over her, you're just being unreasonable. You saw it yourself. Xu Jiānian's skills are no joke. He's nothing but a muscle-bound dimwit. Who the hell does he think he's talking about? My bad. Xu Jiānian eyed the wet wipe in Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and leaned in, pushing his advantage. Little fish, my arm's all sore from playing ball. Wipe the sweat off for me, will ya? Wipe it yourself. Jiang Xiaoyu shoved the towel into his hand and turned to walk away. Haha, you were practically offering me a kiss just now, and now you're all coy? Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a flushed, annoyed glare. If that rascal hadn't tricked her, she never would have kissed him first. All that nonsense about him not being able to play well without seeing her, or demanding kisses before matches, it was all Xu Pighead's scheme. All for the seniors to see. The goal was to nip any romantic interest in the bud. To make the seniors who admired her give up on her completely. Now she realized just how scheming Xu Jiānian could be. Pfft, what a schemer, she spat contemptuously at Xu Jiānian before turning and walking away. Hee, I learned it from you. Xu Jiānian knew Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't be fooled. You really didn't need to go this far. That team building night, I already went all out, even risking my reputation by lying about being pregnant. Surely that should have been enough to make them back off? Understanding Xu Jiānian's motives, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of disappointment. So everything had been calculated all along. He never genuinely wanted to get close to her. It's because you're so irresistible. Those flies just won't give up. Then you're a rotten egg. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely. Angry? Xu Jiānian bent down to study her fierce expression. Not at all. Then why do you look like this? Who asked you to kiss me in front of all those people? You kissed me first. Shouldn't I return the favor? Xu Jiānian, you're so mean. You're the one who tempted me. The means don't matter as long as the goal is achieved. What goal? The goal of claiming you. Jiang Xiaoyu. This guy, being so blunt? But why wasn't she angry? Earlier, she assumed Xu Jiānian's goal was merely to make the senior back down, which is why she'd been upset. But now, hearing him state so bluntly that he intended to monopolize her like some tyrannical landlord, she found herself not angry at all. Instead, she felt a tinge of secret delight. So his ultimate goal was to win her over. What's wrong? Xu Jiānian watched Jiang Xiaoyu's expression shift from anger to a hint of delight, puzzled. Do you want me to marry you right now? Xu Jiānian, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Xiaoyu swung her tiny fist and pounded his chest. Who said I want you to marry me? Stop being so cocky. I'd never marry you anyway. You didn't refuse what I said. Then I refuse now. Too late. Xu Jiānian, don't push your luck. Don't forget we're both just playing a part. You don't actually want to turn this fake act into the real thing, do you? The words left her mouth and both of them froze. Then, Xu Jiānian felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be she still saw him as a brother? He certainly didn't see her as a little sister anymore. At dusk, the number 126 bus pulled slowly to a stop at the school station. Fresh rain had just fallen, and droplets still clung to the leaves of the large trees by the bus stop. The day had been misty and damp, enveloping pedestrians in a haze. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed sullen, not exchanging a word with Xu Jiānian even after boarding the bus. Xu Jiānian didn't dare to initiate conversation. He sensed something was off with Jiang Xiaoyu. Xu Jiānian tugged at his collar, finding the bus stuffy and hot. Jiang Xiaoyu had a light sheen of sweat on her forehead and a hint of dampness on her neck. She watched Xu Jiānian tug at his collar, revealing a large expanse of skin, and felt a pang of envy. Women were such a hassle. They couldn't just be as carefree as men in any situation. She should probably take off her sun protective jacket. Jiang Xiaoyu handed her backpack to Xu Jiānian. Hold this for me. What are you doing? Taking off my clothes. Xu Jiānian panicked. Xiaoyu, no. I get it, you're bowled over by my victory and want to pledge yourself to me, but let's wait until we get home. This isn't the place. Ow. Shut up, you pig-headed Xu. Jiang Xiaoyu pinched him hard, making Xu Jiānian wince and grimace. Murdering your own husband. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly stripped off her sun protective suit, folded it neatly, and stuffed it into her backpack. She pulled out a wet wipe from her bag, first wiping her own sweat, then handing one to Xu Jiānian. Wipe your sweat. It's getting stuffy. I'm holding 2 backpacks. You do it. He leaned his face close to hers, waiting for Jiang Xiaoyu to attend to him. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the people in the car. Some were glued to their phones, others had their eyes closed as if drifting through the void. No one seemed to notice them. She reached out to wipe his sweat, muttering as she did so, "You stink." The more she complained about the smell, the closer he pressed against her, making Jiang Xiaoyu flush. Xu Jiānian, watch yourself. Big brother may have sweated buckets just now, but I don't smell bad at all. Don't believe me? Smell for yourself. Get lost. I'm not sniffing you. If you don't, I won't give you another chance. The masculine energy radiating from me is incredibly soothing. It can bring comfort to young girls going through puberty. Jiang Xiaoyu thought Xu Jiānian was utterly shameless. She shot him a glare, as if he were some streetwalker flirting with customers, and felt a wave of disgust wash over her. His collar gaped wide as he loosened his sash. Little fish, just nestle into my embrace and breathe in my masculine energy. You'll feel so comfortable. You're crazy. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the chance to twist him, slipping her hand inside his clothes to grip his waist. The feel of a boy's skin was nothing special. It was all on his arms and legs, but the skin on his waist was surprisingly smooth. Then she distinctly felt Xu Jiānian's body stiffen. After that, the incessantly chattering Xu pighead finally fell silent. Standing completely still, Jiang Xiaoyu found it odd. She withdrew her small hand, blinking her big eyes as she studied him up close. They were already pressed close together, but now they were even nearer. Facing each other, Jiang Xiaoyu tilted her little head back and could see the flush at Xu Jiānian's ears. Then there was the contour of his jawline, smooth yet resolute. Just as he'd said, he truly possessed a manly, masculine aura. And his eyelashes, how could a guy have such long lashes? They looked like a row of neatly trimmed little brushes. His eyebrows were also striking, beautifully arched sword brows that curved upward ever so slightly. Sword-like brows and starry eyes, the standard look for handsome male leads in TV dramas. His nose was equally striking, a high, straight bridge radiating an air of sharp intelligence.
Her lips were full and well-defined, a healthy pale pink that begged to be kissed.
Jiang Xiaoyu sensed Xu Jiānian's breathing growing uneven.
They were close enough for her to feel the heat of his breath intensify. But it smelled so good. Exchanging breaths like this made Jiang Xiaoyu's heart race and her breathing grow shallow. This situation sent an inexplicable thrill through her nerves, an exhilarating sensation.
The main thing was that Xu Jiānian hadn't noticed her yet.
His gaze was fixed elsewhere, completely unaware of her peeking. Just as the girl was thinking of taking advantage of the moment to further admire this breathtaking beauty, she looked up to find Xu Jiānian's large face staring directly at her, unblinking. The warmth of his breath rushed into her ear, causing her body to tremble. "Little fish, don't tempt me.
I can't take it anymore." Jiang Xiaoyu's pupils dilated sharply.
Her face burned fiercely, and her heart pounded so hard it felt like a deer was about to burst from her chest.
Jiang Xiaoyu shifted her gaze nervously, taking a step back. "I wasn't seducing you at all.
Little fish, why are you so two-faced?
I saw everything just now. You stared at me endlessly, not even blinking once." Xu Jiānian's expression was half smiling, half mocking.
"I never imagined Big Brother's charm could be so powerful it's got our studious goddess completely spellbound."
"Stop bragging," Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, refusing to be outdone. She realized Xu Jiānian had deliberately set a trap for her.
He'd been pretending to look elsewhere, but his eyes were glued to her the whole time.
Ugh, such a sly fox. "Xu Jiānian, why did you turn red and get all flustered just now?" Xu Jiānian swallowed hard and blurted out, "Because you twisted my waist just now, and I reacted." Jiang Xiaoyu. Chapter 74. Does this feel like a date? Xiaoyu, I won the match today. Let's celebrate at a home-style restaurant.
After getting off the bus, Jiang Xiaoyu sprinted toward the residential complex as fast as she could, desperate to distance herself from Xu Jiānian.
Xu Jiānian followed her every step. So embarrassing. Earlier on the bus, Xu Jiānian had spoken so loudly that all the passengers had heard.
It drew stares from everyone on board.
Jiang Xiaoyu was mortified, unable to meet their gazes.
But she knew without looking that they were watching with gleeful curiosity, their eyes filled with suggestive glances. She even heard a lecherous whistle from one man.
Her face flushed bright red then.
Stomping her foot in frustration, she scolded Xu Jiānian, "Xu Jiānian, you're beyond help."
Xu Jiānian felt awkward too, having spoken without realizing they were on a bus.
But at that moment, he was genuinely struggling to hold back.
Jiang Xiaoyu's soft little hands had twisted around his waist and he couldn't quite resist. "Xiaoyu, why are you running? We haven't even decided what to eat tonight."
Jiang Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks, furious, and proceeded to punch him repeatedly.
"Xu Jiānian, are you even human?"
Instead of dodging her tiny fists, Xu Jiānian took every punch, letting her little pink fists pound his chest.
It actually felt quite pleasant.
"Of course I'm human, a real, flesh and blood man.
You're not still embarrassed about what happened earlier, are you?" "I'm mortified. I'm never walking to school with you again."
Xu Jiānian grabbed her tiny fist.
"That's perfectly normal." "Shut up."
Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely.
"Xu Jiānian, I'm genuinely shocked by your shamelessness. You're making a complete fool of yourself. What exactly do you have? What exactly? How shameless you are." Xu Jiānian thought to himself, "Look how flustered this naive little girl is. This is perfectly normal for men, okay? Xiaoyu, there are some things you'll understand later. For now, let's just think about what to have for dinner." "What's there to think about?
I'll just serve you a plate of pickled radish strips," Jiang Xiaoyu retorted petulantly.
Heh, mistreating your own husband. You ungrateful little thing. Your brother is about to go to war, can't you at least treat him to something nice? What battlefield? The sports meet is coming up and I've signed up for several events. Which ones? Do I even need to tell you? Don't you know how good I am?
Jiang Xiaoyu froze, her cheeks flushing slightly. The question itself was perfectly ordinary, yet she detected a hint of innuendo in his tone. Xu Jiānian meant that she should know exactly which sports he'd signed up for, since she knew him so well. She was fully aware of his athletic strengths. Long-distance running, sprinting, badminton, long jump, throwing events, tennis, the classic 6 events. Jiang Xiaoyu rattled off his entries like she was listing her own prized possessions.
"Ah, the old 6 events.
I aim to win 6 medals. Little fish, cheer for your big brother when the time comes." Jiang Xiaoyu recalled how Xu Jiānian would be drenched in sweat after competing in these events throughout middle and high school, yet he'd proudly brag about his medals for days afterward.
TSK, just thinking about it sounds exhausting." Xu Jiānian readily agreed, "That's exactly why we need to treat ourselves to something delicious." This time, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't object.
Thinking about him about to sweat it out on the field soon, she felt a pang of sympathy. "Then let's go home, take a shower, change clothes, and head to that home-style restaurant for dinner."
"Sure, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you want to eat, I'll eat. That's what they call marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog."
Jiang Xiaoyu raised her little fist threateningly.
"Say anything else like that? I'll tell you the truth. Hurry up, let's go home to shower and change.
Then I'll shower at your place."
Bring over a few of my clothes. No way.
As they approached the residential complex, a stunning woman in black stockings walked toward them. Xu Jiānian caught a glimpse of her beautiful legs before quickly turning his head away, afraid Jiang Xiaoyu would notice his gaze.
They each went home. Xu Jiānian dropped his backpack and headed straight for the bathroom.
He'd sweated a lot playing badminton today, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He wanted to shower quickly. After drying off, he walked to the wardrobe, pulled a clean white t-shirt over his head, slipped on boxer briefs, and pulled up a pair of black sweatpants. He dashed back to the bathroom, checked himself in the mirror, and carefully inspected everything from his hair to his clothes, cuffs, collar, and socks. Then he took his mom's perfume and lightly sprayed it on his shirt. Only then did he smile with satisfaction.
I wonder what Xiaoyu is wearing. A miniskirt? A spaghetti strap dress? Or a big t-shirt with black tights? Couldn't guess. Better get myself all dressed up. Feeling a bit excited, like I'm going on a date with my girlfriend. Glancing at the underwear he'd tossed on the sink, Xu Jiānian decided to wash it later. The moment he opened his door, the door across the hall swung open in response. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and both saw a flash of astonishment in each other's gaze. Yes, astonishment. Xu Jiānian clearly caught the spark of delight in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes.
The girl wore a floral skirt that fell below her knees, paired with a pair of white sneakers. Her top was a white t-shirt, and her hair was still tied up at the back, exposing her fair neck, making her look even more captivating. Xu Jiānian felt as though a vibrant little flower had blossomed before him, breathtakingly beautiful, making his breath catch in his throat.
Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed.
She was used to the boys at the web novel club stealing glances at her, but she'd never encountered a gaze as direct as Xu Pighead's. For a moment, this proud and spoiled girl found herself at a loss.
Xu Jiānian didn't look away either.
He just kept staring and grinned. Little fish, you look absolutely stunning today.
Especially in this ladylike outfit, it makes us look like a perfect match.
We have such strong chemistry together, I couldn't help but stare a little longer. Jiang Xiaoyu locked the door and rolled her eyes.
Stop being so conceited.
No one could possibly match up to this super-duper, unbeatable beauty.
Hee, you're absolutely right.
Besides your brother, no one could possibly match our youthful, unbeatable beauty. As they stepped into the elevator one after the other, he nudged Jiang Xiaoyu with his elbow.
Don't we look like a couple on a date? Who said we're a couple? Watch your mouth, Xu Jiānian.
Though she felt flattered inside, she'd never admit it. She, Jiang Xiaoyu, the super-duper, unbeatable beauty, would never stoop so low as to admit she was dating that pig-headed Xu.
No way.
This was just the first step of a long journey.
It was only the beginning.
She'd see how things went when she reached the end. But she noticed Xu Pighead had been getting increasingly flirtatious lately. He'd tease her every now and then, not with her decisive ruthlessness, but with a subtle, insidious charm.
She was either all in or not at all.
When she went for it, she went all out, even considering something as extreme as pregnancy.
But he?
He was always so gentle and subtle, teasing her with kisses before competitions or taking liberties with her on the bus.
Last night's downpour had washed away much of the lingering heat.
As they walked through the park, a group of beautifully dressed young women approached them. From afar, strappy tops, black stockings, petite girls, and mature women every type imaginable.
Xu Jiānian was utterly dazzled. Damn it, it's already September. What the hell are they thinking, parading around in such skimpy outfits?
As they passed by, his eyes locked onto one strappy dress girl for a long, hard stare.
Xu Jiānian, what are you doing?
Jiang Xiaoyu asked, noticing he was lagging a step behind her.
Just a moment ago, he was complaining that I was walking too slowly, but now he's lagging behind me?
Oh, I was just thinking about what filling to have in my dumplings later. Xu Jiānian hurried to catch up.
Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't so easily fooled. She shot a glance at the group of girls and suddenly realized, Xu Jiānian, are you a pervert? So blatantly peeping like that, aren't you afraid the girls will call the cops on you? Heh, you're exaggerating.
I just caught a quick glance as we passed by.
She didn't even notice. Xu Jiānian chuckled, looking every bit the satisfied pervert. Jiang Xiaoyu was so angry she grabbed his waist. Pervert.
Xu Jiānian grabbed her hand.
You're being a bit too strict here. Even if we were married, you couldn't exactly cover my eyes, could you?
Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in disgust.
Who wants to marry you? You're such a lecher, no girl would ever like you. Pfft, don't underestimate me. You've got plenty of rivals, you know that, right?
Oh, you should feel threatened.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the pregnancy to scare them off. That was to scare off your rivals for you. So you're really admitting I'm your girlfriend? Dream on. We're just playing along. We promised not to date anyone during our 4 years of college. We have to keep our word. Xu Jiānian wore a bitter smile.
That 3-point agreement was such a trap.
How had he ever agreed to it back then? But honestly, he wasn't in the mood for dating anyone else right now. He couldn't even handle the one right in front of him. At the homestyle restaurant, Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed the menu, slid it toward Xu Jiānian, and declared generously, since your competition is coming up, I'm treating you. Order whatever you want. Xu Jiānian took the menu and muttered, feels like being kept by a rich girl. Chapter 75, Match Made in Heaven. Stop flattering yourself. Once you win the competition, you can treat me back. Otherwise, I'm confiscating your prize money.
Jiang Xiaoyu wore a calculating expression, her eyes darting around.
You're competing in so many events, the prize money must be substantial, right? Xu Jiānian's guard went up. We're not even married yet, and you're already trying to take my nest egg? No way.
He had to stash the prize money away first. Otherwise, with Jiang Xiaoyu's temper, he might end up having to ask her for money even to buy a pack of cigarettes after they got married.
Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks puffed out indignantly as she glared at him fiercely. Who said I'm marrying you? Dream on.
Xu Jiānian retorted with righteous indignation, for 4 years of college, you wouldn't let me date anyone, and I wouldn't let you date anyone either.
Our prime youth just slipped away. By the time we graduate, we'll be old. Finding a partner then will be tough. Might as well pair us up, at least you won't be corrupting anyone else.
Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a defiant look. You're the one causing trouble, Xu Jiānian. I'll only be 20 when I graduate prime time. By then, I'll have plenty of great guys to choose from.
Xu Jiānian looked utterly dejected. True enough, there was a 3-year age gap between them.
By the time Jiang Xiaoyu graduated, she'd be in the prime of her youth, while he'd be old.
What market would a 23-year-old man have? Unless he went after older, wealthy women.
The thought of those wealthy women, their bulky figures and mouths full of the stench of money, sent a wave of disgust through Xu Jiānian.
TSK, this was just too unfair to him.
He had to stick with Jiang Xiaoyu.
Little fish, don't be ungrateful.
I've stuck with you through 4 years of singledom, you can't leave your big brother alone forever. If you really insist, then Big Bro will break our 3 rules and find a girlfriend sooner. Our classmate Shinyuro is pretty great, she's got the looks and the figure, and she'd be a perfect match for Big Bro.
Don't you dare. Jiang Xiaoyu snapped, snatching the menu away. No girlfriend? Xu Jiānian, you eat my food, drink my drinks, and now you want to flirt with other women? How despicable can you be? She absolutely would not allow Xu Jiānian to find a girlfriend. Absolutely not. If he dared to pursue Shinyuro, she'd cut him off completely.
Then she'd tell his parents he'd had multiple girlfriends at school, all of whom had suffered miscarriages because of him. She'd make sure his parents beat him to death.
Xu Jiānian yanked the menu toward him. So bossy? The bottom line is no way.
If you go messing with Shinyuro, you're breaking the 3-nose principle.
I won't make up with you, and I'll cut ties with you. Xu Jiānian feigned fear, his expression slightly exaggerated. That's serious? Of course it is. Then forget it. If you ignore me, who else will spoil me rotten? Jiang Xiaoyu finally smiled with satisfaction. Good for you for knowing your place. Hurry up and order, I'm starving.
Xu Jiānian scanned the menu, ordering pork dumplings for himself and shepherd's purse dumplings for Jiang Xiaoyu. He figured that would cover the main dishes. After all, 1 serving of dumplings came with 20 pieces, and Xiaoyu couldn't finish them all, he'd have to polish them off himself. He also ordered a fish hot pot, selecting the broth base, striped fish slices, and some side dishes. Then he handed the menu to Jiang Xiaoyu. See if there's anything else you fancy. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced over and added a wild mushroom platter, plus a fruit platter. It must be said, this home-style restaurant had quite a comprehensive menu. Everything you could imagine, things that fly in the sky, swim in the sea, run on land, or grow in the fields, was available. Xu Jiānian decided that was enough, any more would be wasteful. Even though Jiang Xiaoyu, the little rich girl, was treating, Xu Jiānian felt it was the same as if he were paying himself. If they ended up together someday, her money would be his money, and he had to save for himself. Jiang Xiaoyu was an only child, and her parents were quite accomplished, renowned geologists. His parents were doctors, so by that measure, he and Jiang Xiaoyu were quite well matched. As they say online, marriages between equally matched partners tend to be happier and more enduring. Jiang Xiaoyu ordered 2 more drinks. Xu Jiānian got a Coke, and she chose orange soda. She inserted a straw and took a sip. Plump fruit pulp particles were sucked into her mouth. A light bite released an incredibly refreshing tartness. Looking up, she saw Xu Jiānian gulping down his drink. She cautioned, you should cut back on soda and fizzy drinks. Haven't you heard? They corrode your stomach. I know. I rarely drink them anyway. They can kill sperm too. The owner's wife arrived carrying the suitcase and side dishes. Xu Jiānian hurried to assist her, and upon seeing the thin slices of fish in the 2 plates, he couldn't help but be surprised. The slices were as thin as cicada wings, translucent and delicate, a true test of the chef's knife skills. He'd had this kind of fish hot pot before, always at specialty hot pot restaurants like Spotted Fish House, or Seasoned Seafood City, or Pickled Fish Restaurant. But eating it with dumplings like today was a first. This chef truly had quite a repertoire of signature dishes, no wonder the place was so popular. Xu Jiānian, try the broth first, it's incredibly flavorful, Jiang Xiaoyu said, ladling herself a bowl before handing the spoon to Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian poured himself a bowl too. He lifted it, took a sip, and immediately praised it enthusiastically. It really is delicious. This chef's soup is incredibly tasty.
Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her voice, this chef has so many secret recipes. I'd love to apprentice under him. You want to be a chef? No, I just want to learn the skills. After I get married, I'll cook for my husband and kids. Well, your husband will be one lucky man.
Xu Jiānian felt a pang of unease in his chest, but he couldn't resist adding a bit of sarcasm. But even if your cooking is amazing, if you can't change your temper, no one will want you.
You're the one nobody would want. Then take pity on me and take me in.
Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes.
Pfft, like anyone would take you. Xu Jiānian watched the pot bubbling away.
He scooped up 2 slices of fish and dropped them in.
Just 2 or 3 seconds of cooking would make them perfectly fresh.
He placed the slices into Jiang Xiaoyu's bowl and said, let our little rich girl have the first bite. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the steaming fish slices in her bowl, looking disgusted.
Xu Jiānian, your spit's all over this fish. I'm not eating it. What spit? This is my first pair of chopsticks.
Besides, even if there was any, it'd be boiled away in this scalding hot broth.
Then your saliva's in the broth? And yours too. Stop fussing. Tonight we're eating each other's saliva. That's disgusting.
Jiang Xiaoyu regretted ordering the fish hot pot.
Xu Jiānian had ordered 2 plates of dumplings, and considering his appetite, she'd chosen the fish hot pot.
The thought of spending the entire evening eating each other's saliva, this indirect form of kissing, made her blush and her heart race. But the allure of delicious food won out. Though she complained outwardly, she still picked up the fish slice Xu Jiānian had cooked for her, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it. Chewing the fish, she mumbled her praise, this is absolutely delicious.
Xu Jiānian stirred the broth and replied, then let's come here often.
Jiang Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, you can treat me when you win the bonus.
No problem.
After a few bites, Xu Jiānian picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to Jiang Xiaoyu with a mischievous grin.
Here, accept your big brother's feeding. Jiang Xiaoyu flushed, glancing around at the other diners and huffed, Xu Jiānian, what are you doing?
Xu Jiānian held his chopsticks aloft, maintaining the gesture with a shameless expression that said, eat up or you'll make me hold this all night. As diners at neighboring tables began to stare, Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly accepted his offering.
Xu Jiānian nodded with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Fuming, Jiang Xiaoyu kicked him under the table. You're going to get me killed. Xu Jiānian seized the opportunity to clamp her calf between his chopsticks and chuckled, that suits me just fine.
These smooth calves, you could feel their silky texture even through the fabric.
I should have worn boxers today so my skin could have some intimate contact. Jiang Xiaoyu snapped, flushed with embarrassment and anger, Xu Jiānian, let go of me. No way.
The landlady witnessed the entire scene. She thought young people these days sure knew how to have fun, but honestly, it was a bit embarrassing.
Her face flushed crimson.
Under Jiang Xiaoyu's fierce glare, Xu Jiānian finally released her leg, picked up a piece of spotted fish fillet, and began chewing it. The fish was tender yet pleasantly chewy. Dipped in sauce, it delivered a rich, complex flavor that delighted his taste buds.
Xu Jiānian couldn't help but close his eyes, it was simply delicious. After swallowing, Xu Jiānian opened his eyes to find Jiang Xiaoyu still glaring at him. He teased, brother looks so good when he eats that you can't take your eyes off me? Xu Jiānian, we'll settle this when we get home. I'll gladly oblige. Torture me however you like, even if it's downright perverse.
Like transforming into Her Majesty the Queen and whipping me, her servant, with a whip.
Jiang Xiaoyu actually fancied tormenting Xu Jiānian that way. Those are your words.
When we get home, I really will become the queen and whip you, my male servant, 10 times.
Xu Jiānian grinned mischievously. Do you know the prerequisite for a queen tormenting her servant? Jiang Xiaoyu was intrigued. What? Xu Jiānian looked mysterious, but his expression was undeniably lecherous. It's that both of us have to be naked. Jiang Xiaoyu flushed instantly and began kicking him under the table. Xu Jiānian, you pervert. Hee, your majesty, I'm looking forward to your torture. Are you crazy?
Jiang Xiaoyu fought back with her legs under the table while reaching out to pinch his arm. This time Xu Jiānian got his punishment watching his skin break open from the pinch. He grimaced in pain. Jiang Xiaoyu, you're trying to murder your own husband. That'll teach you to be such a creep.
Xu Jiānian examined his bruise. You wanted to torture me, right? I'm giving you a way to do it. Who asked for your method?
But Big Brother only accepts this method.
Xu Jiānian picked up her chopsticks and scooped up a generous portion of fish slices. Eat more.
Otherwise, you won't have the strength to torment me. The two chatted and laughed, and the meal stretched on for nearly 2 hours.
After finishing the last dumpling, Xu Jiānian rubbed his round, full belly with a satisfied look. I'm stuffed. Let's take a walk to digest before heading back.
Jiang Xiaoyu was also stuffed. 10 dumplings plus a generous serving of fish slices had far exceeded her usual appetite. But unlike Xu Jiānian, she wouldn't stoop to rubbing her belly ungracefully. Instead, she stood up to walk it off.
Let's go. We'll walk in the park to help with digestion. Chapter 76, Not getting married would be hard to end. The two left the home-style restaurant and headed to the park for a stroll.
The park was still bustling with people dancing to square dance music, mostly middle-aged men and women.
Young people were scarce, likely occupied with other forms of entertainment.
Some were online gaming, others holed up at home scrolling through videos, and a few more were out on dates like them. But those were perks reserved for couples. The bachelors could only sigh with envy. Walking along the track, Xu Jiānian slowed his pace, matching Jiang Xiaoyu's quick steps as they walked shoulder to shoulder, occasionally brushing against each other. After the sports meet comes National Day. We'll visit your parents in Yaocheng and take a little trip while we're there. The thought of exploring Yaocheng filled Xu Jiānian with anticipation. Jiang Xiaoyu responded pragmatically, traveling costs a lot. Xu Jiānian declared generously, what's there to fear? If I win the competition, I'll get tens of thousands in prize money. Jiang Xiaoyu had been waiting for that exact line. She immediately chimed in, alright then, you're covering every single expense for the trip. Xu Jiānian. He shouldn't have bragged in front of Jiang Xiaoyu. The competition hasn't even started yet. Who knows if I'll actually win the prize money? We'll see. Is it that you don't believe in yourself, or you just don't want to pay? Of course I'm willing to pay. Xu Jiānian thought to himself that the prize money from this sports competition was probably out of reach. He'd better save up some personal funds quickly, or else Jiang Xiaoyu would keep eyeing his writing royalties. I've got it all planned out. We'll head over on the first day of the holiday, spend 5 days there, then rush back on the last day. That's how we'll spend the National Day Golden Week. 5 whole days? Xu Jiānian was a bit surprised. Who knew the top student was such a fun-loving person? Of course. Isn't that what you planned? I thought it was 3 days. He had intended to set aside 1 day to visit his grandparents in his hometown. We can change plans if you have something important. I just want to visit my grandparents back home. How about this, we spend 3 days in Yaocheng, then head straight to my grandmother's place on the 4th day. You know, her house is in the mountains, beautiful scenery and lots of fun stuff to do. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, feeling it might be a bit awkward for her to tag along. Wouldn't it be a bit strange for me to go to grandma's house? What's awkward about it? It's not like you've never been there. When you were little, you even went fishing naked in the river south of our village. Shut up, you pig-headed fool. The girl stopped abruptly, glaring at him in embarrassed anger. I was wearing a flowery dress. You mud monkeys got it all dirty, so I took it off. I was wearing my little panties underneath. Recalling that incident, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her anger welling up again. Her hands itched to dig her nails into Xu Jiānian's waist. When she was little, her parents weren't home, so she went with Xu Jiānian's family to their hometown. There were a few neighborhood boys who played well with Xu Jiānian. They teamed up to go fish catching by the river. Those boys were wild, they plunged straight into the water, splashing around and even doing the breaststroke. She was only 5 back then, completely overwhelmed by such a scene. But Xu Jiānian dragged her into the water anyway, and her flowery dress got ruined by those muddy little rascals. She was utterly heartbroken, crying so hard she couldn't stop. Xu Jiānian was quite alarmed and came up with a solution. He took off her dress, washed it clean in the water, and hung it on a small tree by the riverbank to dry. And so, she stood there bare-bottomed by the riverbank for a full hour. By the time her flowery dress was dry, her fair little body had turned bright red from the sun. When Xu's mother found out, she scolded Xu Jiānian and forbade him from taking her to the riverbank ever again. Thinking back to that time, it was really embarrassing. Xu Jiānian glanced at her, recalling how adorable she looked with her bare bottom back then, and found himself smiling. Back then, the little girl had a chest flatter than any of the boys. Aside from having longer hair, fairer skin, and a hint of baby fat, she was practically indistinguishable from them. Who would have thought that little girl would grow up to be this graceful and slender? Even her chest had long since surpassed his by a wide margin. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't object too much to going to Xu Jiānian's grandmother's house. Xu Jiānian had monopolized her entire 7-day National Day holiday, leaving no time to visit his grandmother in the countryside. Naturally, she felt a pang of guilt. Besides, she missed Grandma Su's stewed crucian carp soup. Back when she and Xu Jiānian were close, she'd tag along every time he visited. Grandma Su would always stew a pot of crucian carp soup for them. That soup was truly exquisite, a milky white broth with palm-sized crucian carp. The aroma alone was intoxicating, and each bite delivered tender, savory flavor. Jiang Xiaoyu even thought Grandma Su's soup surpassed the fish hot pot they'd eaten that evening. Unfortunately, after growing apart from Xu Jiānian, she hadn't returned with him during her 3 years of high school. With their National Day plans happily settled, the two focused on enjoying their stroll. After walking for over half an hour, the feeling of being stuffed had faded from their stomachs, and they finally returned home. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, leaving them just 1 hour to write. Fortunately, they had both already showered, saving them some time. Xu Jiānian set up his laptop on the sofa, ready to enter his password and start writing. He glanced at the girl already engrossed in her typing, then shifted closer to her side. Now, their bodies were pressed together. Jiang Xiaoyu, unable to stretch her arms out, glared at him awkwardly. "What are you doing?" Xu Jiānian looked utterly innocent. "Nothing." "Why? Then how am I supposed to type with you so close?" Xu Jiānian's long fingers danced across the keyboard, completely unfazed. "Maybe it's just your imagination."
Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless. Glancing down, she saw their backsides had become seamlessly connected. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Then there was that overwhelming masculine scent enveloping her, making it impossible for her to focus on typing. Xu Jiānian, move away. If you keep distracting me, I'll really kick you out. She pushed against him with her little butt, but his weight was too much to budge. Reluctantly, she slid her laptop outward and leaned back slightly. This created a small gap between them. Xu Jiānian felt a bit unsettled. Isn't it better to huddle together for warmth? Please, it's summer. Xu Jiānian, your behavior makes me seriously suspect you're being a creep. Heh, that's not a bad way to look at it. Warmth breeds lust, right? Xu Jiānian, you pervert. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore and swung her little fist at him. Xu Jiānian couldn't type anymore. He flopped onto the sofa, enduring Jiang Xiaoyu's assault with apparent relish. Hit me harder with those little fists. It's been ages since I felt this good, way better than a professional massage. Enjoy that. Jiang Xiaoyu increased her force, landing a hard punch on his chest. Xu Jiānian grunted, grabbed her hand, and pulled her down. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu found herself perched atop Xu Jiānian, their bodies pressed together in a woman on top position, their breaths mingling. Both froze, momentarily at a loss. Time seemed to freeze. In the quiet home, an overwhelming wave of intimacy rolled between them. Feeling each other's warmth, their heartbeats quickened involuntarily, their gazes growing fiery. Of course, the girl's gaze held little warmth, more shyness and irritation. Xu Jiānian stared at her intently, his eyes bloodshot. After sensing her softness, his mind was completely consumed by that intense flutter. The girl snapped back to her senses first, scrambling off him with a haughty snort. Xu Jiānian, interrupting my writing means our reconciliation date is postponed indefinitely. Xu Jiānian, here we go again. At least find another reason to punish him. Well, it wasn't just interrupting your writing. I also teased you. Why didn't you tell the truth? Jiang Xiaoyu looked furious, her eyes wide as she kicked him hard in the butt. Go to hell. Xu Jiānian's ears flushed slightly. That intimate contact earlier nearly killed him. Thank goodness for his self-control, otherwise, he might have actually laid hands on Jiang Xiaoyu. Oh no, oh no. This relationship was completely tainted now. It'd be hard to resolve without marriage. Xu Jiānian rolled over on the sofa, burying his head in the cushions as he thought sadly, this time, Jiang Xiaoyu has completely won me over. His dream of collecting girlfriends. His treasure girl, Shun Yuro. And all those senior girls from the badminton club and web novel club who adored him. All defeated by this crooked tree named Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu watched Xu Jiānian, blushing like a shy young girl, and thought to herself, what weak mental fortitude. How could he be this shy? She wasn't even that shy herself, just her ears felt hot and her heart was racing. Xu Jiānian, hurry up. Stop dawdling. If you keep this up, you'll waste tonight's golden opportunity. Xu Jiānian sighed, Xiaoyu, I'm completely captivated by you. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at him puzzled, not understanding why Xu Pighead would say such a thing. To focus on writing, she even considered moving her laptop to the dining table anywhere farther from Pighead Xu. But then she realized that would make her look guilty, like she was afraid of Xu Pighead. Xu Pighead had definitely done it on purpose earlier. He deliberately pulled her into his embrace, just like last night when they slept together. He'd sneakily pull her into his arms in the middle of the night, utterly captivated by her beautiful body, unable to resist. His words said no, but his body told a different story. Seemed she really did have charm enough to make Xu Jiānian completely smitten. If she kept this up, their relationship would surely return to how it was before. He and she, as inseparable as one person. Ah, if it came to that, would they truly be like they were as children, sharing everything from meals to clothes to sleep? That seemed a bit inappropriate. They weren't naive children anymore. They knew full well that excessive intimacy between men and women was inappropriate except between husband and wife. Like her parents, or Mr. and Mrs. Xu, they could be inseparable, living together every day. Did reconciliation inevitably lead to marriage? Jiang Xiaoyu stole a glance at Xu Zhu too and saw he was already engrossed in typing. Even though he always teased her with his words, that didn't necessarily mean he liked her. Not a single confession. Did Zuzutu not know how to pursue girls? He's such a clueless fool. Still, it was probably for the best. Being such a hopeless romantic, at least he wouldn't go chasing after other girls. Take Shinjiro, who all the boys in class liked, or Xiaoyu from class 1 who was chasing after Xu Jiānian, or the many senior girls who admired Xu Jiānian. He never seemed particularly interested in any of them. Though he would occasionally give lecherous glances to girls dressed provocatively when he saw them. But he'd never actively pursued any of them. Now she felt she'd been wise to establish the three-nose rule on their first day back together. With that constraint in place, Xu Jiānian had no excuse to approach those flirty girls. But this blockhead was just too dense. She was different from those girls. She was his childhood sweetheart, the girl he'd grown up with since they were kids. She wasn't like them. He should just wake up to it and pursue her fiercely. Who knows? If she got carried away, she might actually agree to be his girlfriend.
While Jiang Xiaoyu fretted over her childhood friend's emotional intelligence, Xu Jiānian had already finished writing 1,000 words.
Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu still sitting there with a worried frown, deep in thought, he couldn't help but ask, "Writer's block?"
Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. That smug look on Su Pighead's face practically had gleeful schadenfreude written all over it.
Not at all. I'm freaking out over your love-struck brain, and you're mocking me for writer's block? Who's the cute one here?
This self-righteous attitude is truly unmatched.
Haha, writer's block is totally normal. Too bad I've never experienced it myself. Xu Jiānian stole a peek at Jiang Xiaoyu's computer screen. Aside from the chapter title, not a single word had been written? Ha! So even the academic god worshipped by classmates had his off days. Right now, he couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Xu Jiānian, stop gloating, okay? It's so childish. You're always so self-righteous. When are you going to fix that awful habit of yours? Xiaoyu, you should work on that stubborn streak of yours too. Girls are cutest when they're gentle. Like, if you hit a writer's block and can't get any words out, just lean on my shoulder and cry. Seek some comfort. I'd lend you my shoulder without hesitation. Who needs your shoulder?
Jiang Xiaoyu felt utterly unable to communicate with Su Pighead.
Gentle girls are cute? Did he actually prefer those weak, helpless types? The kind who cries at the slightest hardship, then burrows into a man's arms to whine and sob? TSK.
That kind of girl is way too delicate.
She couldn't pull that off.
Su Pighead was just like most guys in class. He couldn't escape the norm and preferred delicate, fragile girls. Pfft, so childish. Jiang Xiaoyu was a super-duper beauty. She wouldn't be defeated by ordinary hardships, nor would she just randomly burrow into a guy's arms to cry and act cute. She had a strong inner core, nothing like those fragile girls.
Ah, forget it then. I was actually going to comfort you, but now I saved myself the time and effort. Xu Jiānian, how fragile must your inner self be, seeking validation by comforting girls? Chapter 77, Going on a date with my boyfriend. How is that seeking validation? I'm genuinely concerned about you, okay? I don't feel it.
Jiang Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks, her lips turned up so high Xu Jiānian thought he could tie a donkey to them.
Heh, since you don't need my concern, big bro will just get back to his own business. You better get back to writing too. Xu Jiānian continued gloating.
Jiang Xiaoyu clenched her tiny pink fists in fury, wishing she could smack a huge bump on his pig-headed skull.
That despicable Su Pighead.
He took advantage of her, drank her words, and then mocked her.
How despicable.
Xu Jiānian had already settled down to write, and Jiang Xiaoyu stopped dwelling on trivial matters, focusing her energy on her own story. She reviewed the previous chapter, sketched out the plot in her mind, and began typing. Surprisingly, her energy returned, and the writing flowed effortlessly. Jiang Xiaoyu always understood that when she was fully immersed in a task without distraction, her efficiency was surprisingly high. After finishing a small plot segment, Jiang Xiaoyu paused. It was already past 10 o'clock.
Glancing at the clock, she gasped, "Oh no, my comic update." Xu Jiānian had just stretched lazily when he heard her exclamation.
He looked at her curiously.
Comic update? Jiang Xiaoyu froze, realizing she'd misspoken. You know, that really good comic? I wanted to see if it was updated yet. Nope, I just checked, Xu Jiānian replied, sounding a bit disappointed. The author is usually pretty punctual. Updates usually come after 11. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled.
Of course she knew it updated after 11. Because they'd been writing together until 9, and she only had time to update the manga after 9.
Tonight was already past the deadline. Today's update was probably going to be a bust.
She'd better quickly let her fans know she'd be taking a break. She'd tell them she'd been delayed by a date with her boyfriend.
Alright, that's all for today.
Jiang Xiaoyu packed up her computer, ready to send her guest on their way.
Already kicking me out? Xu Jiānian felt a bit reluctant. He'd thought it was late enough to just stay over and rest. Then get up early tomorrow morning to go jogging in the park.
I'll help you carry your things inside,
Xu Jiānian said, about to help Jiang Xiaoyu pack up.
Her laptop and phone both needed to be taken to the bedroom, and she couldn't carry everything at once. Of course, he also wanted to use this chance to peek into her bedroom. He felt like it held some kind of magnetic pull, like it was hiding a secret. Jiang Xiaoyu saw right through his intentions and naturally wouldn't let him into her room. She shot him a disgusted look. No good deed goes unpunished.
What are you up to now, Xu Jiānian? Don't be so ungrateful, okay? I just saw you couldn't carry everything in one trip and wanted to help. Go back to bed already. Nobody asked for your help.
Jiang Xiaoyu snatched her phone from his hand, looking fierce.
Xu Jiānian sighed helplessly and picked up his laptop, ready to head home.
Jiang Xiaoyu heard the door slam shut. Knowing Xu Jiānian was sulking again, she muttered under her breath, "Is it really worth it, you cheapskate?" After getting home, Xu Jiānian played games for a while longer. Boys always seem to have boundless energy at night. Of course, his gaming was also a way to kill time, as he had to wait until 11 to check for new manga updates. But today brought bad luck. He logged out just in time, rushing to check the comic update only to find the author hadn't posted.
They'd already taken leave in the fan group. He muttered, on a date with her boyfriend? Could Little Moon have a boyfriend now? But it wasn't surprising. Little Moon was already 26. It was perfectly normal for her to have a boyfriend. It was a bit disappointing. He'd been thinking about flirting with the lady, but now she was taken. He decided to DM Little Moon to hear about her dating experiences. Xiaoyu was a girl, maybe she could understand what Xiaoyu was thinking. Xu Jiānian, there? Xiaoyu? Xu Jiānian chuckled. So Little Moon had returned from her date. Xu Jiānian, are you really dating? Xiaoyu, none of your damn business. Xu Jiānian. Little Moon is perfect in every way, except for that sharp tongue of hers. He decided to play the role of a devoted admirer, hoping to have a proper conversation with Little Moon. To gain some dating experience, playing the role of a devoted admirer was worth it. Xu Jiānian, I'm your biggest fan, Little Moon. Watch your tone. I just wanted to ask, what's it like dating a guy? After a full 2 minutes, she finally replied, it feels awful. Xu Jiānian was baffled. Dating was supposed to be sweet, right? Why would it be hateful? Looks like Little Moon had bad luck with men and really disliked her boyfriend. Xu Jiānian, well, your boyfriend must not be very good, otherwise you wouldn't dislike him. Xiao Yang, exactly. He's a womanizer, a freeloader, useless at everything, eats everything clean, and is such a clueless straight guy, no romantic sense whatsoever, no idea how to make a girl happy. Xu Jiānian watched as Xiaoyu listed her boyfriend's 10 sins, grinding her teeth in frustration. How could such a boyfriend deserve someone as adorable and talented as Xiaoyu? She should ditch him ASAP. He'd better give Little Moon some advice fast, get her away from that scumbag. Xu Jiānian, Little Moon, hurry up and leave that jerk. Otherwise, you won't be able to live like this. The other end sent back a string of question marks. Xu Jiānian thought Little Moon seemed a bit naive. Wasn't it obvious? Her boyfriend was a total jerk. Flirtatious and lecherous. A freeloader. What the hell kind of person is he? How dare he even date such an adorable manga goddess? He felt a burning hatred for evil, utterly disgusted by Little Moon's boyfriend. At the same time, his sense of justice was skyrocketing. He wanted to punch Little Moon's boyfriend flat. That's right, he should become a warrior of justice and force that scumbag to back off our adorable manga goddess. Xu Jiānian, Little Moon, you should understand that this guy isn't worthy of you. You should break up with him ASAP. Otherwise, the longer you stay together, the more miserable you'll become. Xiaoyu, you seem pretty concerned about my personal life. Xu Jiānian, I'm doing this for your own good. Xiaoyu, thanks, but even though my boyfriend is worthless, I've always loved him deeply. Why do you think that is? Xu Jiānian. What else could it be? You're just a fool. Xu Jiānian felt Xiaoyu's IQ was seriously lacking. He was trying to protect her, wanting her to stay away from that jerk, but she just kept going back for more. What else could it be but foolishness? Could it be that the genius comic artist is actually emotionally clueless? He was utterly speechless. If the child won't listen to reason, then there's nothing this father can do. Sigh, disobeying elders' advice only brings immediate regret. Little Moon, you'll regret this. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the chat window with Xu Jiānian, feeling a headache coming on. This fan is way too concerned about me, isn't she? Could it be he has feelings for her? That's out of the question. Jiang Xiaoyu would never casually accept just any man, she was far too picky. Average guys just didn't cut it for her. Second-rate or third-rate men? She wouldn't give them the time of day either. But if it were Xu Jiānian, she might just make an exception. Chapter 78, Jiang Xiaoyu, be my girlfriend. Morning light filtered through the floral curtains, casting dappled shadows across the floor. In the center of the room, a young girl lay on a pink, plush bed. Her small face peeked out from beneath the covers, still carrying a hint of baby fat. Her long, curled lashes fluttered slightly, delicate as a doll's. Whatever amusing dream she was having made her giggle softly twice, a blush of coyness spreading across her cheeks. It was tempting to peek into her dreams and see what was so amusing. He leaned over naturally, his bangs falling forward to partially conceal his striking eyes. His skin bore a healthy, sun-kissed glow, and his sharp jawline was clearly defined beneath the soft hair. His features were exquisitely carved, his contours deep and sculpted. Xiaoyu, will you marry me? Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily lost in thought, tilting her head with undisguised delight in her eyes. Xu Jiānian, you finally confessed to me. Xu Jiānian embraced her, his voice filled with deep affection. Of course I do, because I love you. Happiness arrived too swiftly, and Jiang Xiaoyu felt as if a feather had gently brushed against her heart, that sweet, blissful sensation. A voice screamed in her ear, say yes. This is what you've always wanted. You've liked Xu Jiānian for ages, stop fooling yourself. Jiang Xiaoyu thought she absolutely had to say yes, but as a super-duper beauty, she still needed to maintain a tiny bit of reserve. Well. Before she could finish, Xu Jiānian's face loomed close, and then, her lips met a warm, moist touch. The girl on the small bed breathed noticeably faster than before, slowly coming to her senses. She furrowed her brow, rubbing her eyes sleepily with her small hand. Her voice was soft. Xu Jiānian, you're so bad. I haven't said yes yet.
Suddenly opening her eyes, she took in her surroundings and sighed regretfully. It was just a dream.
The scenes from the dream. Stop thinking about it. It really was embarrassing. Xu Jiānian actually pushed her down like a weakling, and then that frog-like leap was utterly mortifying. So dirty. As a super-duper beautiful girl, she shouldn't be thinking about such filthy things. Glancing at the clock, it was already 6 o'clock. She hurried to the bathroom to wash up. She clenched her toothbrush between her teeth while hurriedly squeezing face wash into her palm, her movements smooth and practiced. Xu Jiānian woke up to find the weather was absolutely perfect today. After 2 days of rain, the skies had finally cleared. She pulled back the curtains and began getting dressed. He had agreed to meet at the park for a run at 6:30 and couldn't be late. After finishing his morning routine, he headed over to the apartment across the hall as usual. The living room was quiet. Jiang Xiaoyu was probably still asleep. Xu Jiānian stared at her bedroom door, secretly wondering what would happen if he just barged in. Or perhaps sneak in while she was asleep and peek at her secrets. His intuition told him Jiang Xiaoyu's room must hide some secret, otherwise, why would she repeatedly stop him from entering? Now Xu Jiānian felt an urgent restlessness. The more he didn't know about Jiang Xiaoyu's secrets, the more he craved to uncover them. Curiosity killed the cat. Once that curiosity was piqued, he couldn't wait to uncover the answer. After an internal struggle, Xu Jiānian finally settled himself obediently on the sofa. He'd better keep his cool for now. Once their relationship returned to normal, Jiang Xiaoyu would surely tell him on her own. Then he could walk into her bedroom as casually as before. Just as he was lost in thought, the bedroom door swung open. Jiang Xiaoyu casually closed it behind her, glancing his way as she did so. Xu Jiānian, you're surprisingly punctual today. Of course. If the coach isn't punctual, the students won't take it seriously either. He stretched lazily, a hint of smugness in his voice. As your coach, I bear the important responsibility of strengthening your bodies and minds. Naturally, I can't slack off. Oh, you were 10 minutes late this morning. Your punishment is 5 laps around the track. Well, you wasted a lot of my time last night too. If you hadn't been messing around with me, I wouldn't have missed my comic update deadline. And the way he yanked her into his arms, utterly infuriating. And you took advantage of me. I'm telling Mom Sue. And last night's dinner you ate 300 yuan worth of my food. Xu Jiānian. To avoid getting punished with laps, this little brat is digging up old grudges. And what nonsense she was digging up. Wasting her time? Taking advantage of her? Even ate her $300? Aren't these things both of us did? Why does it sound like I'm the only one at fault when she talks about it? Unfair. You just can't reason with women. Forget it. Cancel the punishment. Run with me. Jiang Xiaoyu finally smiled in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. You'll do anything to avoid punishment. Or is it just that you're such a stingy coach? 10 minutes late and you make someone run laps. When you were late, I didn't make you write 10,000 extra words, did I? Fine. We'll keep each other in check from now on. Let's aim for zero tardiness. The two stepped out of the elevator together and headed toward the park. The neighborhood was filled with morning exercisers. Xu Jiānian noticed many elderly men and women still wearing their practice outfits, swords in hand, heading toward the park just like them. A few young couples, likely married, walked hand in hand, looking very affectionate. He felt a pang of envy. He tentatively took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. She felt a bit awkward at first, but Xu Jiānian pointed to a couple ahead and said, "See how all the couples do it?" Her hand was soft, small, and had a tender, smooth feel to it. It felt amazing to hold. He couldn't bear to let go. So no matter how much Jiang Xiaoyu tried to pull away, he wouldn't let go. But they're holding hands legitimately. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Xu Jiānian. How could they compare to them? Those couples might be dating or even married. They weren't that kind of relationship yet. At most, they were childhood sweethearts. Xu Jiānian thought she meant marriage when she said legitimate, so he shook her hand a few times. Once you're old enough, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get our marriage certificate. Jiang Xiaoyu. Straight men's logic is truly incomprehensible. What does "when you're old enough" mean? How fast is that supposed to be? It's practically rocket speed. They hadn't even confirmed their relationship yet. Su Zhu hasn't even confessed to her yet. You have to take things step by step. Like this kind of progression. Xu Jiānian confesses first. Jiang Xiaoyu, be my girlfriend. Then comes the phase of dating. On holidays and such, Xu Jiānian would always give gifts. Especially on Valentine's Day, he'd present a grand gift. After dating for several years, when they reached marriageable age, Xu Jiānian proposed again. Holding a bouquet of roses, he knelt on one knee. Jiang Xiaoyu, marry me. Chapter 79, Big Brother lies down for you to bully. Of course, even if Xu Jiānian did all that, she wouldn't accept him right away. At the very least, she wouldn't say yes immediately. She'd pretend to be coy and hesitate for 2 seconds, then, seeing how sincere he was, take his roses and reluctantly agree. This process would take a long time, probably 5 or 6 years, and she'd have to wait until she reached marriageable age. Unlike Xu Jiānian, who just blurted out, "Let's go get married." Put. This super-duper beauty would never agree to such a clueless guy. By late September, the weather had turned cooler, especially in the mornings when it felt a bit chilly. Both wore thin, form-fitting tracksuits. Xu Jiānian felt awkward with just the tight top, so he threw on a pair of loose shorts over it mainly to cover up. Knowing they'd sweat buckets once they started running, they couldn't wear anything too thick. But right after waking up, it was still a bit chilly, so they both threw on light jackets over their tops. Since starting the morning workouts, Jiang Xiaoyu felt like the days had grown longer and more fulfilling. Getting up at 6 in the morning, an hour earlier than usual, meant nearly an extra hour of exercise. Each day felt like it had gained something incredibly important. On rainy days when they couldn't do morning exercises, it felt like something was missing. However, after nearly a month of training, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her physical fitness had genuinely improved. Before, if she went to bed with wet hair after washing it at night, she'd inevitably catch a cold the next day. Now, even if she sleeps with damp hair, she wakes up feeling as energetic as ever. Moreover, morning workouts offered many other benefits like witnessing the rising sun and taking in the park's serene beauty at dawn. Because of these reasons, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her life had become much more vibrant and fulfilling. No longer was her life confined to the monotonous cycle of school home. The crimson sunrise dyed the nearby clouds red, painting the sky with magnificent hues that were truly beautiful to behold. As the two ran along the track, they passed a grove of willow trees. The willow branches, seemingly restless, reached out, occasionally brushing against the runners. Each time they did, droplets of dew clung to the runners' clothes, instantly leaving patches of dampness visible. After 2 laps, Jiang Xiaoyu was already panting heavily, gasping for breath. Her face flushed red, she pulled off her jacket and tied it around her waist. The thin tracksuit clung to her body, revealing her graceful curves. "Only 2 laps, Xiaoyu? Why do you look like a drowned rat?" Xu Jiānian had already completed 6 laps, appearing quite relaxed. The only similarity between him and Jiang Xiaoyu was that he too had worked up a considerable sweat. Boys naturally felt the heat more, sweating even more during exercise. As if on purpose, he slowed down whenever he reached her side to exchange a few words. "You're the one who looks like a drowned rat," Jiang Xiaoyu replied, slowing down to a stop. 2 laps were her absolute limit. Any more and she'd be sore all day. She knew when to call it quits. The two decided to end their morning workout, doing a few stretches to ease their tight muscles and prevent soreness. They washed their hands at a sink. Xu Jiānian, with a mischievous grin, flicked water from his hands onto Jiang Xiaoyu's face. "Ugh, now I'm all wet." Jiang Xiaoyu shielded her face with her arm. Though the cool droplets felt refreshing on her skin, they were from Xu Jiānian's hands and his hands were dirty. Xu Jiānian rinsed his hands under the faucet again, then flicked water onto his own face. So refreshing, like a little rain shower. Then he rubbed the back of his hand against Jiang Xiaoyu's face. "Cool, huh? Xu Jiānian, your hands are filthy." Jiang Xiaoyu slapped his hand away with disgust. "No way, I just washed them. Even after washing, they're still dirty. They smell like sweat." Xu Jiānian raised his hand to sniff it. "No way." Jiang Xiaoyu leaned in close and sniffed his body. "Ugh, you stink. That smell on you. Then let me smell you." With that, Xu Jiānian grabbed the girl beside him, ignoring her protests, and sniffed her body intensely. "You smell sweaty too." "You're talking nonsense." Jiang Xiaoyu angrily raised her hand to hit him. "Xu Jiānian, you're such a jerk. Sniffing a girl's body in public like that. You sniffed me first." In truth, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't smell of sweat at all. He even caught a familiar milky scent mixed with floral notes, whether from her body wash or facial cleanser, he couldn't tell, but it smelled lovely. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him. "How is that the same? Girls can smell boys, but boys can't smell girls. Besides, girls can do anything to boys without consequence. Even if they rape a boy, they won't face legal punishment." Xu Jiānian froze, picturing himself being assaulted by Jiang Xiaoyu, his face lighting up with longing. His expression brimmed with anticipation. "If that's the case, then lay down, little brother, and let me rape you." Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, puffing out her cheeks indignantly. "Who said I'd rape you? You pervert. Hee, didn't you say girls have all these privileges? I was just using an analogy, okay? Alright. Let's go eat first." A sly grin flashed across Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. As Xu Jiānian turned away, she twisted open the faucet, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it right onto his lower abdomen. "Damn it, Xiaoyu, you're taking advantage of me." Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed seeing where he got wet. Her aim was spot on. "Who told you to pick on me? I'll keep picking on you." Xu Jiānian lifted the hem of his shirt and leaned close to Jiang Xiaoyu. "Let big brother dry you off." Jiang Xiaoyu beamed with mischievous triumph, his eyes crinkling as he stood there giggling. "Haha, Xu Jiānian, you're so embarrassing." This reminded her of childhood days spent together at their grandmother's house in the countryside, when the two of them would splash around in the small river. Back then, they'd splash water at each other until their clothes clung wet to their bodies. Completely soaked, they'd lie on the sandy riverbank to dry in the sun. The summer sun was fierce, and before long, they were dry. Only then did they dare to go home. Thinking back on those days, they were truly happy, carefree, with nothing but daily fun as their greatest joy. It could be said that Xu Jiānian accompanied her throughout her entire childhood. The two were inseparable. She was his little shadow, his constant companion. Wherever he went, she followed. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and wipe me clean. Xu Jiānian chased after Jiang Xiaoyu. Beneath the lifted hem of his shirt, wheat-colored skin was revealed, along with the outline of his abs, smooth lines, firm and dangerously muscular. It made you want to reach out and touch it. And Jiang Xiaoyu did just that. Seemed like a good excuse to touch those abs while wiping him down. She slowly extended her small hand. His scent washed over her, a refreshing, faintly sweaty aroma that wasn't unpleasant at all. Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, as if she'd done something shameful. The moment her hand touched his abs, she quickly averted her gaze from the damp patch below and looked up at his upper body. Perhaps he really was getting hot. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on the back of his neck, shimmering in the sunlight. Are you done yet? Jiang Xiaoyu's small hand swiped twice across his abs, wiping away the barely noticeable dampness, her tone tinged with slight disdain. Xu Jiānian was savoring the sensation of her soft hands gliding across his lower abdomen. A shiver ran through his body, goosebumps rising, and his heart stirred with a whirlwind of emotions, rippling like vast waves. Early in the morning, this was killing him. Though he was utterly reluctant to let go of those delicate hands, continuing would surely lead to trouble. I'll let you off this time. He grabbed the tempting little hand and pulled his shirt hem back down. When they arrived at the restaurant to eat, their legs started playing games under the table again. Jiang Xiaoyu was force-fed a wonton by Xu Jiānian. She swallowed it reluctantly and choked, glaring at him in annoyance. Of course, under the table, her foot had already delivered a swift kick. Xu Jiānian's long leg easily trapped her shorter one, then mischievously rubbed against her calf. Jiang Xiaoyu felt the hardness of his thigh, that slightly abrasive friction that inexplicably made her heart flutter. For some reason, her eyelashes fluttered. She cleared her throat lightly, speaking as if to cover it up. Xu Jiānian, could you please stop being so childish? Both wore thin, tight-fitting sweatpants. Their legs pressed together intimately through the 2 layers of fabric. Xu Jiānian could even feel the soft, smooth texture of her calf, a sensation so pleasant he wished he could rub against it forever. His Adam's apple bobbed as he relaxed his legs, releasing her calf and quietly shifting his posture. If he kept squeezing, his lower half might start thinking for itself. Chapter 80, A Kiss Will Make It Better. After breakfast, they returned home as usual to shower and change. When Xu Jiānian saw Jiang Xiaoyu wearing a floral mini-skirt, he voiced his displeasure. Xiaoyu, it's not that hot. You don't need to dress so revealingly. Damn it, those 2 slender white legs were dazzling. With so many hungry wolves at school, wouldn't they swarm around her like flies? How many rivals was this little minx going to attract for him? Xu Jiānian, you're so annoying. It really is hot today, okay? That's only because we just finished jogging. Plus, we have PE class today. How are you supposed to do the long jump dressed like that? I heard Duan Xiaochang say they're practicing long jump in PE today. Jiang Xiaoyu wavered. She remembered there was PE this morning. But turning back to change felt humiliating, like she was doing exactly what Xu Jiānian wanted. She waited for him to speak. Then I'm not going. I can ask the teacher for permission to skip it. Don't even think about it. Hurry up, I'll walk you back to change into pants. They hadn't even entered the elevator yet. How lazy could Xiaoyu be? Without another word, Xu Jiānian grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu and dragged her back home. After Jiang Xiaoyu changed into long sleeves and pants, they rushed straight to school. For some reason, Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian was acting strangely, as if he were secretly laughing at her. Was it just her imagination? They arrived at school soon. The moment they entered the gates, Xu Jiānian insisted on holding her hand, but Jiang Xiaoyu naturally refused. Xiaoyu, we have to act like we're dating. This cold, distant behavior will make our classmates suspicious. Suspect what? They'll suspect our relationship is fake. Jiang Xiaoyu promptly retorted, it is fake. Xu Jiānian. It feels like the tables have turned. Before, it was Xiaoyu asserting her dominance, but now he's the one chasing after her. Well, if that's the case, many classmates will think our relationship isn't that strong and might try to take advantage of the situation. Xu Jiānian, stop flattering yourself. What girl would like you? It was the peak school hour. She glanced at the groups of girls milling about and noticed many of them were indeed staring at Xu Jiānian. Were these girls blind? How could they possibly like Xu Jiānian? She thought that aside from her, who didn't mind Xu Jiānian, no other girl would even give him a second glance. Well, except for delinquents like Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit down. It seemed like this old guy Xu Jiānian was actually pretty popular. This just wouldn't do. She had to nip these romantic entanglements in the bud. Of course, it wasn't because she was jealous of him, it was because she needed to help him stick to his three-nose principle. She stole a glance at Xu Jiānian and stretched out her small hand, but the movement wasn't very noticeable. Xu Jiānian, being such a straight guy, didn't even see it. His eyes were glued to those pretty senior female students, completely oblivious to Jiang Xiaoyu's gesture.
Jiang Xiaoyu stomped her foot in frustration. Xu Jiānian was so useless, completely ignoring her. As a supremely proud and unbeatable beauty, she couldn't exactly reach out and place her hand in his, could she? Xu Jiānian, what are you looking at? Seeing Xu Jiānian's lecherous gaze fixed on the female students, Jiang Xiaoyu was genuinely worried. And nothing, Xu Jiānian quickly turned his head away, stealing glances at the beauties only with his peripheral vision. Wow, those senior girls had amazing figures, curvy in all the right places, so hot. Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze swept over Xu Jiānian's face, knowing exactly where his eyes were wandering. She straightened her back slightly, curled her lips, and said, Xu Jiānian, look at what's on my hand. It feels so itchy. Huh? Xu Jiānian's big head finally turned back, his expression tinged with concern. Where? Let me see. Xu Jiānian examined her hand but saw nothing unusual. Where exactly does it itch? I can scratch it for you. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't object. She handed him her hand without hesitation. Hurry up. It's killing me. Xu Jiānian quickly took her small hand, rubbing it gently and squeezing her 5 delicate fingers. Does it still itch? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in slight annoyance. Your hands are so rough. You're hurting me. I really wasn't using any force. Xu Jiānian gave her a puzzled look. So it wasn't itchy after all? Seems the itch was just an excuse. What she really wanted was for him to hold her hand. Women really are so contradictory. Her words were tough, but her body was honest. Since she didn't object to holding hands, he might as well take it a step further. Xu Jiānian tapped her knuckles. Does it itch here? With that, he lifted her small hand to his lips and kissed it. One kiss and the itch is gone. Jiang Xiaoyu flushed instantly, her other hand digging into his waist without mercy. Xu Jiānian, you shameless pig. Recalling the warm, moist sensation on her hand earlier, her face flushed so brightly it seemed it could bleed. It appeared that pig-headed Xu had even licked her hand. How utterly shameful. With so many people watching, was Xu Judo trying to get himself killed? Spare me. I was just playing along with your PDA. Who's showing off affection with you? Who else could it be? You're my girlfriend, I can't kiss anyone else, can I? That's called harassment. Who else would let you get away with such a big advantage? Xu Jiānian pouted in defiance, thinking to herself, no one else is as sly as you little fox. If it were any other girl like Xiaoyu, who was madly in love with him, he could take her to a hotel room anytime he wanted. Xu Jiānian's mind began to wander. He dress up looking bright and handsome, while she put on her best, wearing a pretty floral dress. They meet at the hotel, then sparks would fly, passionate embraces, her offering her blossoming youth, him giving his treasure. The blazing fire would burn out, leaving them to sleep side by side, lingering together until late into the night before parting. TSK, what a tantalizing date that would be. If only the female lead were Jiang Xiaoyu, then the date would have been so much more meaningful. Unfortunately, a crafty girl like Xiaoyu couldn't be fooled. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed Xu Jiānian staring blankly, seemingly lost in thoughts of something delicious. He was practically drooling. What are you drooling over? Xu Jiānian, don't tell me you're not thinking about tonight's feast. Xiaoyu was still a bit naive. Men don't just drool when thinking about food. Take, for instance, a beauty so stunning she could be eaten up. The drool flowed even more freely than at the sight of delicious food. But that is not something you say in front of little fish. I'm thinking about that fish hot pot we had that night. Look at you, such a little thing. I just can't resist cravings. The two entered the classroom holding hands. Jiang Xiaoyu clearly saw the surprised expressions on her classmates' faces. They all turned on their gossip mode, practically scanning them with radar to figure out what was going on between the two. Duan Shouqiang even acted like an intelligence operative, beckoning Xu Jiānian outside to gather intel. Boss, have you and Xiaoyu taken things to the next level? Xu Jiānian deliberately teased him. What real progress? Nothing like that. You two were holding hands. This can't be fake, right? Xu Jiānian smirked triumphantly. If you can't even hold hands while dating, what the hell's the point? But you two were kissing at the team building event that night. You said it was just for show. This time it's real. So what stage are you at? First base, second base, full base? Which one? Or should I say, holding hands, hugging, having sex, which step? Chapter 81, Defining the Relationship. Xu Jiānian looked pensive. When it came to describing the stage of his relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu, it felt rather difficult to pinpoint. If you said they were just at the holding hands stage, the truth was they'd already slept together long ago. On countless stormy nights, they'd wake up clinging to each other. It seemed they'd skip the second step entirely and leaped straight to the third. Yet if you said they were nearing the third step, today was actually the first time they'd held hands and Xiaoyu hadn't been entirely willing. So this whole dating stage thing feels kinda unreasonable. What's up, boss? Spill it, where are you guys at? Duan Shouqiang acted like a matchmaker, all eager and nosy. Can't really answer that. Truth is, we've been sleeping together for a while now. Duan Shouqiang. You beast. Duan Shouqiang wanted to grab a brick and knock his beastly boss unconscious to snap him out of it.
Xiaoyu's only 16. How could you lay your hands on her? Stop playing innocent.
If that Lin Coco girl showed up in a spaghetti strap nightgown and crawled into your arms, I bet your ass you wouldn't be able to play the saint.
Duan Xiaoqian. Is little fish really that forward? She actually snuggled into your arms?
He was jealous. If Lin Coco had snuggled into his arms, he'd definitely have done that thing, hugging and cuddling, getting all lovey-dovey, enjoying the fleeting night until the sun rose high.
From then on, he'd skip court altogether.
He sighed regretfully. Keek's nothing like Xiaoyu when it comes to romance.
She's like a clueless little girl, never takes the initiative even once. You never make the first move?
I'm afraid she'll throw me over her shoulder.
Pathetic. Alright, back to class. There were 2 classes in the morning, with PE scheduled for the 3rd period. Given the sweltering heat, the PE teacher made an arrangement. He let them have free time and then headed back to the office to drink tea. Jiang Xiaoyu shot Xu Jiānian a fierce look. Xu Jiānian, didn't you say we'd be practicing long jump in PE today?
Xu Pighead was infuriating. How dare he lie to her. All the other girls in class wore short skirts and shorts, looking cool and breezy. Only she was bundled up in long sleeves and pants. No wonder she was sweltering.
Xu Jiānian glanced at the sweat beading on Jiang Xiaoyu's forehead and felt a pang of guilt for 2 seconds.
You heard the teacher too.
He said it's hot today and gave us free time.
After saying this, he shot a glance at Duan Xiaoqiang. Duan Xiaoqiang immediately caught on and explained to Jiang Xiaoyu, "That's right, Xiaoyu.
The teacher did say we were going to practice long jump. Isn't it for selecting athletes for the sports meet?
But today's special, so he changed his mind.
You should blame the PE teacher for this."
Lin Kiki watched the 2 of them deceive her best friend and fumed, "Stop colluding against me.
If the teacher said we were doing long jump, how come I didn't know about it?" Duan Xiaoqiang gave a nervous chuckle. "Just hearsay, just hearsay."
Lin Coco blared at him, then tugged Jiang Xiaoyu toward the track.
"Ignore them.
Let's run 2 laps around the field." Watching the 2 girls run off, the pair of misfits finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"Hey, boss, pass me one." Xu Jiānian caught the ball Duan Xiaoqiang tossed him, took a smooth jump shot, and sank it cleanly.
Cheers erupted from the field. All the girls from their class. Shinyuro, that gentle girl, was among them, gazing at him with admiration. Xu Jiānian glanced toward Jiang Xiaoyu again, realizing he'd timed that shot poorly. It seemed a shame if Xiaoyu missed this spectacular moment.
One more. Duan Xiaoqiang tossed the ball back. Xu Jiānian didn't catch it. Too hot.
Later. As soon as Xiaoyu ran over, he'd shoot one to show her how good he was. Besides, with so many girls admiring him, she'd surely get jealous. Then she'd come looking for him. If she was gentle enough, he might just follow her.
Lin Kiki dragged Jiang Xiaoyu along as they jogged.
She ran fast and had great stamina. If she weren't holding on to her best friend, she'd probably have finished the whole lap by now.
"Ha? Didn't you train with Xu Jiānian for a while? Why are you still so weak?"
Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to admit her weakness, especially not to her best friend. "Maybe I ran too much this morning.
It drained my energy, so I'm feeling a bit out of breath." Lin Kiki glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu's body.
Her white shirt was soaked through, clinging tightly and revealing her graceful curves. If any guys were around, they'd definitely stop to sneak a peek. Noticing Lin Coco's admiring gaze, Jiang Xiaoyu knew exactly what her best friend was looking at. She puffed out her chest proudly.
Lately, she'd noticed changes in herself too.
A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps her recent reconciliation with Xu Jiānian was the reason for this transformation.
Didn't the book say that romance could stimulate female estrogen secretion, thereby promoting better development in young women? Though she and Xu Jiānian weren't officially dating, they hadn't skipped a single step.
This morning at the school gate, he'd even taken her hand without hesitation. So, in this kind of atmosphere, her development would naturally accelerate.
"Quick, tell me your weight gain secret." Lin Kiki was impatient.
Her best friend clearly knew what she was envious of, yet hesitated to speak, leaving her feeling anxious.
"Maybe it's just your growth spurt kicking in." "Really? You bet it is. Let's get out of here fast."
Jiang Xiaoyu glanced toward the basketball court. Xu Jiānian happened to be looking this way, so she nudged Lin Kiki. "Let's just turn back.
My clothes are soaked through with sweat."
"Borrow a change of clothes from the girls in our class who live on campus."
"No need. It'll dry soon."
"Then let's run 2 more laps." "Fine, but I bet your boyfriend won't be able to stand the loneliness and come looking for you before you even turn back."
"Stop talking nonsense. Go find Xu Jiānian. I'll run a couple more laps. Bye."
Lin Kiki started running forward again.
Jiang Xiaoyu turned around and sure enough spotted Xu Jiānian.
She stubbornly ignored him.
Who asked him to trick her into wearing long sleeves and pants? Now she was sweating buckets. "Xiaoyu, PE class is boring anyway. Let's go to the library and write. Aren't you playing ball with the boys? Are you going to watch?" Jiang Xiaoyu froze. "What does that have to do with me?"
Xu Jiānian leaned close to her, his face all puppy dog eyes. "If you want to watch, I'll play.
If not, then forget it."
Jiang Xiaoyu carefully savored the meaning behind his words.
Why did it taste like a woman adorns herself for the one who delights her? Jiang Xiaoyu finally let her guard down, glaring at Xu Jiānian with a pout. Look at my clothes, they're soaked. All thanks to you. Xu Jiānian looked at her. Her small face was flushed with sweat, soft strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. The dewy sheen made her resemble a perfectly ripe apple glistening with dewdrops, radiating an alluring glow. Her slender neck was damp too, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks, crossing her collarbone, and falling onto the skin beneath her collar. The white shirt clung to her body, soaked through, hinting at her graceful curves. This look was pure wet look temptation. He swallowed hard before asking, then why did you come running? Isn't it just going to make you hotter? PE class? Am I supposed to just sit around doing nothing? Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, her lips turned down in a sulky rebuttal. Heh, you could watch me play ball. Stop flattering yourself. I'm not like those love-struck girls who don't exercise themselves but just obsess over men. Are you jealous? Jiang Xiaoyu pounded his shoulder with her tiny fist. Who's jealous of you? Xu Jiānian, get real, will you? Heh heh, stop hitting me. If you keep it up, I'll see your little shirt even more clearly. Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian took off running. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could explode, he dashed to the basketball court, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and ignored his friend's pleas to stay. Under the girl's regretful gazes, he headed straight back toward Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu couldn't just take her straight to the library like this, he had to put his coat on her. Here, put on my jacket. Let's go to the library. Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit speechless, I'm already hot enough. But if people see you like this, something bad will happen. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Mind your own business. Even as she said this, she didn't want boys to see her like this, especially someone as prominent as her, who had to be extra careful about her image. Pulling on Xu Jiānian's light jacket, the two headed straight for the library. The library had air conditioning, their usual hangout spot, and it was nice and cool. They made their way to the storage room on the third floor. Xu Jiānian dragged out the mat, while Jiang Xiaoyu set down her backpack, slipped off Xu Jiānian's jacket, and collapsed onto the mat, exhausted. I'm dead tired. Xu Jiānian sat down beside her, his expression serious. Xiaoyu, take off your wet clothes. I'll go wash them in the bathroom. You can put them back on once they're dry. No way. Wearing wet clothes feels awful. Jiang Xiaoyu knew it felt awful, her skin felt sticky and her undergarments were soaked through. But in this situation, she couldn't very well take off her outer layer and be left wearing just her undershirt. Xu Jiānian suggested, you can wear my jacket. Jiang Xiaoyu thought about it. She had class that afternoon, and wearing this sweaty, stinky jacket to class would feel awful. With that thought, she stopped fussing and took Xu Jiānian's jacket, urging him to step outside. You wait out there for a moment while I change. Xu Jiānian shot her a dismissive glance. I'll just turn my back. Trust me, I won't peek. Jiang Xiaoyu snapped back fiercely, her tone firm, no way. Get out. Xu Jiānian turned away with a playful grin. I promise I won't peek. Besides, there's another layer underneath. Jiang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in fury, staring at his retreating back and wishing she could kick him out. Deal. No peeking. Hurry up, I won't take advantage of you. Xu Jiānian felt a pang of resentment, this little minx didn't trust him. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly shed her outer garment. Just as she was about to slip into Xu Jiānian's jacket, footsteps echoed outside. Startled, she trembled violently. Forgetting to dress properly, she flung herself onto Xu Jiānian, her voice trembling with panic. Xu Jiānian, someone's coming. Xu Jiānian froze. This little girl was actually hugging him? Don't be afraid, I'll shield you. Xu Jiānian turned around and saw that Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't even managed to put on her top yet, her beautiful curves fully exposed. Holding Jiang Xiaoyu, Xu Jiānian felt his gaze wander helplessly, unable to control his eyes as they instinctively drifted to her graceful curves. Jiang Xiaoyu, completely defenseless against him, clung tightly to his hands, as if she wanted to burrow into his body to hide. Xu Jiānian now felt a wave of heat wash over him. A fire raged within his body, growing fiercer with every passing moment. Feeling the heat within his heart, Xu Jiānian forced himself to look away, focusing only on the top of Jiang Xiaoyu's head. Amidst the tension, Xu Jiānian heard the door open. This made Jiang Xiaoyu even more nervous. She pressed tightly against his chest, her small arms greedily wrapping around his waist. Xu Jiānian stiffened, his hands finding hers. So close, their breaths mingled, each could hear the other's pounding heartbeat. Student, reading here? Xu Jiānian stood with his back to the door, Jiang Xiaoyu hidden in his embrace. Her small hand had slipped beneath his shirt hem, so the cleaning lady only saw Xu Jiānian. His posture made it look as though he were bent over reading. Yes, auntie, are you cleaning? Xu Jiānian nervously swallowed, praying the cleaning lady wouldn't come closer. If she saw them like this, she'd definitely report them to the dean, who would come and catch them, this adulterous couple. Right, since you're here reading and studying, I won't clean just yet. Your classmate sure knows how to pick a spot. Alright, go ahead and read. Auntie won't disturb you. The door slammed shut with a bang. Both of them breathed a huge sigh of relief. Jiang Xiaoyu had been holding her breath the entire time.
Now, her taut nerves relaxed and she gasped for air, her whole body slumping in exhaustion. But then, she felt Xu Jiānian's large hand pressed against her arm. The intense heat radiating through the sensitive skin sent waves of warmth through her. Her heart skipped a beat, then began pounding relentlessly like a runaway train. The accelerated heartbeat sent heat coursing through her entire body, her ears flushing crimson. How could that pig-headed Xu do this? Xu Jiānian's large hand resting on her arm felt soft and slightly damp, likely from perspiration. And her slender arm was so smooth it didn't even have sweat pores. Xu Jiānian felt like he'd uncovered a major secret. Girls really were different from boys. His fingers instinctively curled, giving her arm a gentle scratch. The next thing he knew, a sharp pain shot through his waist as Jiang Xiaoyu exploded. Xu Jiānian. He finally pulled his hand back. Jiang Xiaoyu's face was flushed bright red, as if it might bleed. How dare that pig-headed Xu scratch her? No, Xiaoyu, you should just put your jacket on quickly. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly pulled Xu Jiānian's coat over her shoulders, then angrily ordered him to wash her shirt. Xu Jiānian dared not delay. Grabbing the shirt, he headed straight for the bathroom next door, ducking around the corner and disappearing inside. This was his first time washing clothes for Jiang Xiaoyu, but given the circumstances, he could only squeeze out some hand soap. At the sink, he slowly scrubbed the white shirt. After washing for a while, he squeezed on some hand soap and began scrubbing again until a good amount of foam formed. Feeling it was mostly clean, he rinsed it thoroughly with water. A buddy washing his hands nearby glanced at the clothes in his hands and gave him a knowing look. Washing your girlfriend's clothes? Xu Jiānian replied, she sweated through it, so I'm washing it. Heh, you're pretty considerate. Jiang Xiaoyu sat on a mat in the storage room waiting for Xu Jiānian. Thinking back to the earlier scene, she felt so embarrassed and annoyed she wanted to crawl into a hole. She'd thought it was a guy who'd walked in, and fearing he'd see her, she'd frantically sought Xu Jiānian to cover herself. But in her panic, she hadn't thought things through. She hadn't even put her jacket back on. Xu Jiānian had even taken advantage of the moment to grope her arm. Luckily, unlike him, her arms weren't covered in sweat-induced hair, otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. As a beautiful young woman, she simply couldn't afford to have any flaws. Her arms and calves were smooth and delicate, with no visible pores, let alone body hair. This likely had to do with individual constitution and gender. She observed those around her. Her best friend, Lin Kakoko, had a sparse layer of fine hair on her arms, but it looked soft and limp, nothing like the stiff, dark hairs on Xu Jiānian's arms. It seemed girls and boys truly were different. When she was younger, she always assumed she and Xu Jiānian were alike. It wasn't until adolescence that she discovered such vast differences between them. These physical distinctions fostered a certain mystery between them. The more she sensed their bodily differences, the more she craved to explore them, her desire growing inexplicably intense. First was height. Xu Jiānian's growth spurt in middle school was like he'd been injected with adrenaline. He shot up like crazy. Her own height, however, had plateaued at 5 feet 3 inches after middle school, remaining steady for years without another spurt. A moment later, Xu Jiānian walked in, holding her shirt by the collar. Little fish, your clothes actually smell like sweat. You're lying. Jiang Xiaoyu shot to her feet. Sure, she'd sweated through her shirt, but it didn't smell like sweat. But Xu Jiānian's words made her shame creep up inside, and she asked uncertainly, could it really be? Xu Jiānian casually sniffed her shirt and chuckled, it did earlier, but I washed it clean now. Jiang Xiaoyu smacked his arm hard. Xu Pighead's arm was rock hard, stinging her hand. Her small hand was now sticky with his sweat, so she wiped it off on his shirt with a look of disgust. Hee, just kidding. It actually smells pretty nice like roses. Pervert. Xu Jiānian hung the shirt on the windowsill to dry. He pulled a thin string from the window frame to use as a clothesline, stretched the shirt out, and draped it over it. Little fish, I have a question for you. What? Well. Xu Jiānian glanced at her armpit. You don't have any body hair, so where does all that sweat come from? How should I know? Please stop asking these pointless questions, okay? I'm just curious. Chapter 82, Foot Fetish. Curiosity killed the cat. Xu Jiānian had indeed become curious about Jiang Xiaoyu. For instance, those smooth, delicate arms showed not a single fine hair. Where did the sweat even come from? But Jiang Xiaoyu remained tight-lipped, so he didn't press further. Time to write. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out her phone, sat down on the mat, and prepared to type. It was late September, and midday temperatures were still scorching. A heavy rain a few days prior had brought a brief respite from the heat, but the cooler spell didn't last long. Within just a few days, the weather had returned to its usual sweltering intensity. Xiaoyu, how many drafts have you saved? Xu Jiānian pulled out his phone too. Glancing at the time, he figured he could squeeze out another 1,000 words if things went smoothly, since lunchtime was approaching. About the same as you, less than 100,000 words. We need to hurry, or we won't have time to write during the sports meet and National Day holiday. Then let's publish after National Day. Let's have our fill of fun. No way. Most experienced authors publish at the beginning of the month. Alright then, let's do it together. After agreeing to issue a unified statement, the two typed away for a while longer before heading to the cafeteria for lunch. During their lunch break, they returned to their usual spot. Jiang Xiaoyu had an extra precaution. She tied her hair tie to the door latch. If anyone came by and saw the hair tie, they'd know someone was inside and wouldn't bother coming in to disturb them. Mission accomplished, she clapped her hands triumphantly. All set. Xu Jiānian glanced at the pink hair accessory and felt it was a pity. Why not use my shoelace instead? Your hair tie is pretty, don't get it dirty. I've got more. Jiang Xiaoyu stopped Xu Jiānian from untying his shoelace, waving her wrist where 3 or 4 more hair ties dangled. Then she pulled another 5 or 6 hair ties from her pants pocket. Well, girls never run short on these things, you find a whole bunch whenever you look. Sitting down on the mat to rest, the two now shared an unspoken understanding. During their afternoon break, they would each lie down on the mat, but one would be at the northern edge and the other at the southern edge, separated by a wide, unspoken boundary. Jiang Xiaoyu had gradually grown accustomed to their new dynamic. She no longer felt the need to deliberately avoid him or need to nitpick or deliberately oppose him. It hadn't always been like this. Before, whatever he liked, she would deliberately sabotage it. Though she still hit him daily, they hadn't truly quarreled in ages. As far as she could recall, this was the first time since their freshman year estrangement that they'd coexisted peacefully for so long that Jiang Xiaoyu began to believe this harmony was their natural state. They felt like a little married couple working out together every morning, sharing breakfast, then heading to school side by side. After school, she dutifully cooked dinner while he diligently cleaned the house. They were inseparable every day. Except for sleeping in their own beds at night, they spent all their time together. Day after day, Jiang Xiaoyu felt she had grown accustomed to this life. She couldn't deny that having Xu Jiānian by her side gave her a sense of security, a feeling of belonging and peace of mind. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced back at the guy and saw Xu Pighead taking off his shoes, having already unbuttoned his shirt. Xu Jiānian, what are you doing? Xu Jiānian replied matter-of-factly, sleeping, of course. Getting a good night's rest. Then why are you taking off your shoes and shirt? I sleep naked at home. Xu Pighead, you're going to get yourself killed. Jiang Xiaoyu scrambled over to stop him, even going so far as to press her little hands against his shoes without caring about the dirt. Xu Jiānian. He hadn't actually planned to sleep naked, this wasn't his own home. He just wanted to take off his shoes to wear his feet, then use his shirt as a blanket. He still had an undershirt on underneath, so he wouldn't be bare-chested. But seeing Jiang Xiaoyu so flustered, he suddenly felt like teasing the little girl. Wait, didn't you lock the door? Even if it is, you can't take off your shoes and clothes. I think you stink. You're 2 meters away from me. How could you possibly smell me? No way. Put your shoes back on right now. Su Zhutu really was treating this storage room like his own home, even wanting to take off his clothes to sleep. What if someone came by and saw him like that through the door crack? The two of them would never be able to clear their names. I'm taking them off. Xu Jiānian ignored Jiang Xiaoyu's protests and kicked off his shoes. His feet felt liberated and surprisingly comfortable. As for the smell? He didn't detect any stench. Little fish, smell it. With a twisted sense of humor, he held his foot up to Jiang Xiaoyu's face. She fiercely shoved his foot away. Xu Pighead, you're asking for a beating. Jiang Xiaoyu decided to settle this with force. Xu Jiānian was openly defying her orders. Now she wouldn't feel satisfied until she taught him a lesson. She twisted his arm and lunged forward, sinking her teeth into it with all her might. Damn it, ah. Xu Jiānian grimaced in pain, watching helplessly as the girl clamped onto his arm like a vampire. Gritting his teeth against the stinging agony, he protested, Xiaoyu, are you a dog or something? Jiang Xiaoyu released his arm, saw the tiny teeth marks, and grinned triumphantly. Xu Jiānian, this is what happens when you disobey. Xu Jiānian quickly touched the bitten spot. 2 neat rows of tiny teeth marks were imprinted there, leaving a slightly rough texture on his skin. Xiaoyu, you're ruthless. Trying to murder your own husband? Serves you right. Who told you to go barefoot? You could do the same. Freeing your feet is good for your health. With that, he grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's foot and, ignoring her struggles, pulled off her shoe. The girl wore white lace-trimmed socks that looked quite pretty. Xu Pighead. Stop it, stop it. A gentleman uses his hands, not his mouth. I'm just taking off your shoes, not molesting you. Feel how comfortable it is without them. Besides, I don't mind your feet smelling. Your feet stink. My feet stink, yours smell sweet. Alright, go to sleep now. With that, he rolled over and flopped onto the mat. Jiang Xiaoyu thought Xu Jiānian was nothing but a scoundrel. Back in the day, he'd be the kind of scoundrel who steals chickens and dogs from landlords' homes and harasses decent women. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at her own little feet. The afternoon sunlight spilled over them, creating a rather pleasant feeling. Her feet relaxed, and her whole body felt much more comfortable. No wonder Xu Pighead always wanted to take off his shoes before sleeping. He'd already experienced this feeling before. Xu Jiānian lay there pretending to sleep, and Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't stand it. She deliberately placed her feet near his head. Unexpectedly, it was exactly what Xu Pighead wanted.
He grabbed her feet with a grab, chuckled, and looked a bit mischievous. Since you're offering yourself up, Big Brother's going to have a little fun with you. Xu Jiānian, let go. Xu Jiānian held her feet firmly. No way. Who told you to disturb my sleep? You thought I was asleep, so you made me smell your stinky feet. My feet don't stink. Then I'll just take a whiff. Xu Jiānian leaned down and sniffed them. Many men had a foot fetish, he knew. Now he knew even more he had a bit of one himself. He'd seen Xiaoyu's delicate little feet countless times, smooth, white, and beautifully shaped. Now he held them in his hands. They struggled occasionally, as if trying to break free from this lecher's grasp. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, he yanked off Jiang Xiaoyu's socks. The tiny, white feet were exposed before his eyes, but there was no stench. The little girl's feet didn't smell at all. Her feet looked delicate, the big toe slightly curled upward, appearing adorable. Her toenails were neatly trimmed, each one crystal clear and pink, resembling fine pearls glowing and charming. Xu Jiānian gazed at them with rapt attention, his eyes drifting from the toes to the arch of her foot. Jiang Xiaoyu was already flushed with embarrassment and anger. Though she remained silent, her little face bore a look of indignation, her rosy cheeks growing even brighter. Chapter 83, The Selection Tournament. Xu Jiānian, you pervert! Let go of me! Jiang Xiaoyu's furious shout made Xu Jiānian flinch. Reluctantly, he finally released her feet, feeling a bit guilty. I just wanted to help you relax. Jiang Xiaoyu kicked him square in the chest. Pervert! Stop making excuses. That annoying guy had actually pulled off her socks and was holding her feet. Was he trying to rebel? No, I was just trying to help you relax. Don't forget you ran during PE class. Your feet are all sweaty. Airing them out feels great. He waved his own big foot around, looking thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Xiaoyu had been about to pinch his waist, but seeing his big foot blocking her, she gritted her teeth in anger. In the end, she didn't go through with it because having both her little feet bare really did feel quite nice. The storage room was quiet during lunch break, with no classmates disturbing them. Everyone was outside reading, and it was unlikely anyone would notice the small storage room next to the restroom. It had to be said, Xu Jiānian really knew how to pick a spot. Otherwise, she'd have to nap on the library tables like Lin Kiki during lunch break instead of lying here so comfortably. Jiang Xiaoyu rested her head on her small bag, gazing out the window at the scenery. Blue skies, white clouds, and bright sunshine made for a very pleasant view. Barefoot and curled up, she was drifting off to sleep. Xu Jiānian lay at the southernmost edge of the mat. Given her earlier embarrassing display, she dared not move closer to Jiang Xiaoyu, but her eyes were half closed, allowing her to see her. Her long, silky hair spread smoothly across the mat, partially covering her delicate collarbone, making it appear tantalizingly hidden. The unique warmth of youth radiated from her. Though her front appeared slightly immature, her figure was flawless. Her curves were pronounced, forming an S-shaped silhouette. Xu Jiānian watched her for a while until the sound of her steady breathing reached his ears, making him realize he'd been staring at her for too long. He stretched his numb arms and boldly moved closer to Jiang Xiaoyu. Observing her sleeping face up close, he realized his childhood sweetheart was truly beautiful. Like a lotus blossoming from clear water, naturally unadorned, her features were exquisitely close to perfection. Her small face was so tender it seemed like it could drip water if pinched, like a perfectly boiled soft-boiled egg. With her eyes closed in sleep, the usual slyness and fierceness faded from her face, leaving an exceptionally gentle expression. Since reconciling, their bond had grown significantly closer. Those sharp confrontations were rare now. Though they still playfully fought, these interactions carried an intimacy distinct from their former cold, sarcastic exchanges. Now they shared intimate gestures, holding hands, huddling together during thunderstorms. Though the latter might be subconscious warmth-seeking and sleep, these moments signaled their growing closeness. These seemed like things only couples did. Like napping together on a mat during the afternoon break, something ordinary friends wouldn't do. Though they weren't quite back to being best friends yet, Xu Jiānian felt it wasn't far off. Little fish, after the sports meet, promise me you'll be my girlfriend, Xu Jiānian murmured softly. The sports meet was scheduled for September 26th, with tryouts held 2 days prior. On the morning of the 24th, several classes from the language department would hold their tryouts. On the afternoon of the 23rd, as classes ended, Counselor Zhang Yunzhong entered the classroom. Seeing the eager students, he encouraged them. It's not just the athletically gifted students from the sports department who can participate in the autumn games, he said with a smile. You can do it too. True talent lies among the people. I hope you'll give it your all and compete fiercely at the games. Alright, take some time now to think about which events you'll sign up for. With that, Zhang Yunzhong left, and the students immediately began buzzing with discussion. Shinyuro, are you entering women's singles and also partnering with Huang Duo for women's doubles? Xu Jiānian held the registration sheet, preparing to record the competition events signed up for by his classmates, a duty of his role as sports committee member. Shinyuro nodded shyly. Yes, I've decided to enter both singles and doubles. Xu Jiānian smiled. Great. Hope you bring glory to our club. Shinyuro's beautiful willow leaf brows remained tightly furrowed, as if something was troubling her.
Xu Jiānian then asked Shin Duo, who quickly replied, President, Shin Yuro wants to play mixed doubles with you.
Should I sign you both up? Xu Jiānian's gaze swept over Shin Yuro's graceful figure before shifting back to Jiang Xiaoyu. He offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, I'm already paired with Lin Kiki for mixed doubles. If it weren't for the prize money, Xu Jiānian would have gladly teamed up with this gentle girl. But he had a mission. Securing the mixed doubles prize required a partner who could help him accomplish his grand task. Without a doubt, Lin Kiki was the one. She could lend him a helping hand. They had already submitted their names. Shin Yuro felt a pang of disappointment and awkwardness. She bit her lip and forced a smile. It's okay, President. My skills aren't up to par. I wish you and Coco the best of luck. Thanks for the good luck. Jiang Xiaoyu watched Xu Jiānian stop at Shin Yuro's table. The two were chatting animatedly, Shin Yuro blushing and smiling coyly, Xu Jiānian looking radiant. Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyu felt uneasy. Had Xu Jiānian forgotten their agreement? Was he actually using his position to flirt with girls? Oomph. He eats my food, drinks my drinks, and now he's fooling around outside? Does he think I'm blind? A pang of jealousy shot through Jiang Xiaoyu. She glanced at Xu Jiānian and deliberately called out loudly, President Xu, I want to sign up too. Could you come over and add my name to the list? Ha? Xu Jiānian stared at her in astonishment, his expression disbelieving. You want to sign up for the competition? Jiang Xiaoyu declared with full conviction, yes. I'm also a member of Class 1. I want to bring honor to our class. Brave of you, bookworm. Right, we should all learn from the top student. President Xu, hurry up and sign up the top student. Several classmates sincerely praised Jiang Xiaoyu. Xu Jiānian sensed these guys weren't entirely sincere. Did they even know Xiaoyu's level? Yet they were egging her on to join the selection? He sat down beside Jiang Xiaoyu with a resigned sigh, his tone gentle but firm. Xiaoyu, stop messing around. Who's messing around with you? Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, a hint of petulance in her voice. Xu Jiānian looked at the young girl before him, her beautiful eyes full of spirit, her petite, charming nose, her baby-faced cheeks with a hint of chubby roundness, all so adorable. Yet, there was a certain distance in her gaze. This version of her left Xu Jiānian momentarily at a loss. What's going on? You're the sports committee member, don't you support this? Jiang Xiaoyu pressed, her cheeks puffed out in a pout. Her delicate cherry lips curved slightly in displeasure as she shot Xu Jiānian a look tinged with resentment. Xu Jiānian looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? Nothing. I just want the club president to do his job and put my name on the list. I'm entering the long jump trials. Long jump? Xu Jiānian grimaced wryly. Please, don't push it. Don't torture me. Those little stubby legs of yours. What's wrong with short legs? Are you insulting me? Not at all. Xu Jiānian felt Jiang Xiaoyu was being unreasonable and inexplicably upset. He had no idea what he'd done to upset her. He'd planned to win the prize money, be overjoyed, and then, well, confess to her. But now this lady was deliberately being contrary. Long jump? More like jumping into a pit. Watching her stubborn little expression, Xu Jiānian felt a bit dazed. This scene was so reminiscent of high school. Unable to stand seeing him, the sports prince, bask in glory, she always tried to outdo him. Jiang Xiaoyu had overestimated herself by signing up for both the long-distance and short-distance races, only to finish dead last in both. Judging by her attitude, the stubborn little mule was about to pull the same stunt again. Then please sign me up, President Xu. Tomorrow's tryouts, who knows, maybe I'll make it. Hold on, Xiaoyu. Confidence is good, but blind confidence is just overestimating your abilities. If you pass the tryouts, I'll take your last name. Does this little brat even realize how brutal the tryouts are? Sure, Zhang Yunzhong said the whole class could participate, but that was just polite talk to keep everyone motivated. Anyone who takes it seriously is a fool. The sports department is packed with elite athletes. Pick any one of them at random, and they could wipe the floor with this bunch of quick-witted but physically underdeveloped rookies. Jiang Xiaoyu entering the long jump trials was pure masochism. As her boyfriend, he certainly didn't want her to get beaten like a dog. He pleaded earnestly, Xiaoyu, just cheer me on. There's no need for you to compete yourself. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes inwardly. Cheer for you? More like watch you flirt with other girls. Su Pighead was hopelessly fickle, falling for every girl he met. Didn't he fear being labeled a scumbag? Why should I? My life isn't about cheering for others, it's about receiving their applause. Xu Jiānian. No use trying to talk sense into him. This girl won't budge until she hits a brick wall. Fine, go ahead and try tomorrow. Disregarding elders' advice will only bring you immediate regret. Little fish, you'll regret this. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't think she'd have anything to regret. So what if she failed? She'd been through it before. Truthfully, she didn't care. She'd impulsively joined the long jump tryouts just to catch his eye. She didn't want him to give all his attention to other girls. She'd been prepared to be cut from the start. Many sports weren't suited for her. After a moment of rapid mental calculation, she decided on the long jump.
No wonder people called Jiang Xiaoyu sly and manipulative. Jealousy gnawed at her, and she schemed behind the scenes, going to great lengths to keep Xu Jiānian away from other girls. Yet in front of her classmates, she always wore the innocent face of a little white rabbit. That was precisely why she was so beloved by her classmates. Of course, this time she had even fooled Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian assumed she'd been brainwashed by Zhang Yunzhong and was just stubborn, never imagining she'd entered the long jump for his sake. Little fish, I believe in you, you'll definitely succeed. Lin Kiki encouraged her, seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's resolve. Look at your petite frame, light as a sparrow. You might just blow those professional athletes out of the water tomorrow. Xu Jiānian. Duan Xiaochan glanced at the silly girl Lin Kiki, feeling a bit speechless. It was bad enough to be overconfident, but pairing that with an arrogant best friend meant she was practically jumping into a pit of fire and might just get burned to a crisp. Xiaoyu, think this through carefully, he advised. Don't worry, I never fight unprepared. Her real goal wasn't to win the selection and compete, it was to attract Xu Jiānian. With that mindset, what did she have to fear? She was certain that if she didn't find a way to draw Su Pighead's attention by tomorrow, that lecherous pig would definitely go watch other girls' tryouts like Shinjuro's badminton tryouts. She wouldn't stand for that. He had to keep his eyes fixed solely on her. Whatever she did, he had to stay glued to her side. The sun gradually sank lower, its rays tinged with a faint red, becoming vibrant yet gentle. The two waited for the bus under the shelter. Xu Jiānian glanced at the girl beside him, feeling she seemed off today. Xiaoyu, is there some reason you're entering the selection competition? You're overthinking it. I just want to prove something. Prove what? That I'm not just smart, I've got athletic talent too. Xu Jiānian. Chapter 84, Follow the husband wherever he goes. After returning home, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to go grocery shopping first. The sports meet was the day after tomorrow. She needed to feed Su Pighead well so he could win more gold medals and earn more prize money. I'll cook a feast tonight. Hope you bring home lots of medals the day after tomorrow. Haha, that's exactly what I had in mind. So what do you want to eat? Sea cucumber and abalone, bluefin tuna, deer blood for virility. Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed his waist, get lost. Xu Jiānian quickly grabbed her small hand, coaxing, you won't even let me indulge my cravings? Fine, let's get a few pounds of spare ribs, some fish and shrimp, and stir-fry a few greens. Yeah, right. You nag. Your man's heading off to war, and you won't even let him eat something decent? Out of the blue, Xu Jiānian blurted out those words. Who the hell are you calling my wife? Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly, and she twisted his waist in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Haha, would you be okay if I called someone else that? Call whoever you want. I couldn't care less. Then I'll make Shinjuro my wife. Get lost. A rich woman over 40 is fine, but no one else is allowed. Wait, are you trying to kill me? A 40-year-old rich woman, is she supposed to be my wife or my mom? Your wife. Xu Jiānian. Fine, you just want to keep your brother trapped by your side. I get it. With no one else in the elevator, Xu Jiānian started getting frisky. He leaned against Jiang Xiaoyu, feigning exhaustion, and pinned her against the elevator wall. Jiang Xiaoyu pushed him hard, but her strength was too weak to budge him an inch. Xu Jiānian, what are you doing? It's so obvious, and you're still pretending not to know? What? Wall dunking. Get off me. You're going to kill me. Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed his waist this time, startling Xu Jiānian into taking a step back. You're trying to murder your own husband. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely. If you don't behave, you won't get dinner tonight. Xu Jiānian promptly fell into line. Jiang Xiaoyu watched him smugly, thinking, I'll show you. Everyone has weaknesses. Once you know what his is, you can target it and control him, then he'll obey your every word. Xu Jiānian's weaknesses were gluttony and lust, so Jiang Xiaoyu only needed two tactics to keep him perfectly under control. First, she tempted him with delicious food. Second, she cut off all his romantic prospects. She cooked for him, controlling his stomach. She laid down 3 rules, forbidding him from dating or flirting with girls. This way, Xu Jiānian was firmly under her control. Jiang Xiaoyu leaned against the elevator wall, her gaze fixed on him. Honestly, since they'd reconciled, Su Pighead had become increasingly tolerable. He wasn't like before when their relationship was strained, constantly going against her and making her dislike him. Jiang Xiaoyu attributed this shift entirely to her own high IQ. If she hadn't been clever enough, she'd never have been able to rein in this wild horse. Xu Jiānian stared back at her intently, feeling that this little girl was growing more and more beautiful. Petite and delicate, with fair skin and a baby face, though still a bit chubby, it was undeniably cute. Truly, girls blossom into beauty as they grow, and she was blossoming into something special. Why hadn't he noticed how adorable she was before? Was this what they meant by beauty in the eye of the beholder? Before, he disliked her, so the more he looked, the more irritated he became. Now that he had just a tiny bit of affection for her, did this little girl seem more and more beautiful? The two walked through the park, heading straight for the market. The evening market was bustling with activity. Many uncles and aunts came here to buy groceries after work. The older folks, retired grandpas and grandmas, preferred coming in the morning. Since they didn't have to work, the morning market offered the freshest vegetables, fish, and meat. As a seasoned foodie, Jiang Xiaoyu knew the shopping patterns of different age groups like the back of her hand. Jiang Xiaoyu headed straight for the fish stall with practiced ease. She'd already decided on tonight's main course, fish head and tofu soup. Xu Jiānian nudged Jiang Xiaoyu's back, puzzled. Xiaoyu, are you craving fish hot pot? No, we're just making fish head and tofu tonight. Xu Jiānian, who had never tried fish head and tofu soup, couldn't help asking, is it good? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Of course it is. Don't you trust my cooking? No, I'm just saying marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Whatever you cook, I'll eat. He trusted Jiang Xiaoyu's cooking skills implicitly, and fish head and tofu seemed like it would be a delicious dish. In the large fish pond, dozens of fish lazily swam about, their tails swaying gently. Jiang Xiaoyu observed for a moment, then selected 2 lively fish swimming swiftly. She pointed them out to the vendor. Uncle Son, pick out these 2 for me. The fish stall owner, who was quite familiar with Jiang Xiaoyu, smiled warmly at her selection. You've got a good eye for picking fish, little miss. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and deftly scooped out the 2 fish. He placed them on the nearby sink and proceeded to scale and gut them with fluid, seamless movements. Xu Jiānian watched in awe at the vendor's skilled hands and couldn't help but ask, how many years of practice does it take to get that good? The vendor chuckled, well, practice makes perfect. You get the hang of it after doing it enough. He then looked at Xu Jiānian with a searching gaze and asked, I haven't seen you around before. Are you the little fish girl's boyfriend? Xu Jiānian answered with absolute certainty, yes. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly waved her hands. Uncle Son, you've got it all wrong. He's my brother. The 2 completely opposite answers amused Uncle Sunday. He looked at Jiang Xiaoyu and chuckled, blushing already? You're a college student now. What's there to be shy about having a boyfriend? My daughter had a boyfriend before she even went to college. Only that kid wasn't nearly as handsome as your boyfriend. Look how spirited this young man is. Xu Jiānian leaned forward slightly, his back straight as an arrow. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's disapproving expression, his eyes darkened with a hint of resentment. Am I really that embarrassing that you can't even admit I'm your boyfriend? Xu Jiānian felt their roles had completely reversed. Before, she'd been the one asserting her claim with domineering confidence. Now it was his turn to rush to declare his identity. How did that saying go? Oh, tormenting your wife feels good for a moment, but chasing her back is a funeral pyre. It seemed he'd have to put in some real effort to get Xiaoyu to acknowledge his relationship status. Before long, both fish were cleaned and prepped. Uncle Son chopped the whole fish into chunks, cutting the head extra large at Jiang Xiaoyu's request. The vendors at this market were exceptionally attentive. When you bought seafood or meat, they would prepare it for you. Fish would be cleaned and cut into pieces, while chicken or pork could be chopped into chunks or ground into mince according to your preference. Jiang Xiaoyu handed the fish to Xu Jiānian to carry and headed to another stall to buy tofu. This shop made its tofu by hand, with meticulous craftsmanship, resulting in soft, glutinous, and delicious tofu. Fresh fish, handmade tofu, top-quality ingredients, and exceptional cooking skills. The 2 couldn't help but feel excited about the fish head and tofu soup they were about to make. Back home, they divided tasks as usual. Jiang Xiaoyu took charge of cooking while Xu Jiānian began cleaning. Fish head and tofu soup was actually a rather challenging home-style dish, demanding precise control over the heat. However, with Jiang Xiaoyu's culinary skills, she naturally mastered the heat control with great finesse. After mopping the floor and wiping down the coffee table and dining table, Xu Jiānian sat on the sofa, waiting for Jiang Xiaoyu's culinary creation. 40 minutes passed before Jiang Xiaoyu called out from the kitchen. Xu Jiānian scurried over, clutching a large soup bowl. Little fish, is the fish head and tofu soup ready? Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh at his drooling expression, teasing him for being such a glutton. Lift the lid. You serve the soup, I'll serve the rice. Got it. Xu Jiānian eagerly lifted the lid. The rich aroma, carrying the delicate scent of fish, hit him like a wave, rushing through his nostrils and into every fiber of his being. He couldn't help but inhale sharply, his stomach growling in response. Holy crap, this is heavenly. Xu Jiānian slurped a mouthful, utterly delighted. The milky white fish broth, the plump and tender fish head, and the translucent tofu, as delicate as jade and emerald. No scallions, no ginger, no seasonings whatsoever. Just the primal pairing of fish head and tofu. Of course, the smaller fish bodies had been stewed as well. Gazing at this visually stunning, aromatic, and utterly delicious dish, Xu Jiānian was utterly captivated by Jiang Xiaoyu's culinary skills. The fragrant fish head and tofu soup sat on the table, instantly whetting everyone's appetite. Xiaoyu, eat up, Xu Jiānian said attentively, placing a piece of fish into her bowl. Jiang Xiaoyu looked slightly disgusted. Your saliva's on those chopsticks. What's there to be afraid of? We've been eating each other's saliva for ages. Xu Jiānian gazed at the fish head and tofu dish before digging in heartily. It was absolutely delicious. The fish meat, the tofu, the broth, utterly irresistible. The broth was a milky white, utterly clear and pure. The fish was plump and tender, while the tofu was translucent like jade, fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch, yet soft and satisfyingly creamy on the tongue, thoroughly delighting their taste buds.
Jiang Xiaoyu was even more of a connoisseur than Xu Jiānian.
Instead of taking the piece of fish Xu had offered, she ladled half a bowl of the broth.
The rich, milky soup slid down her lips, a faint viscosity as smooth as silk.
The intense aroma exploded in her mouth, the warm fragrance completely conquering her taste buds. Then, she picked up the piece of fish Xu Jiānian had offered her with her chopsticks, scooped a couple of jade-like cubes of tofu into her bowl, and savored each bite slowly.
Chapter 85, Selection. The next morning.
Since the selection competition was today, Xu Jiānian decided to teach Jiang Xiaoyu a few tricks for the long jump, so she wouldn't embarrass herself during the actual event.
Xiaoyu, here's what you do: sprint over there, then leap into the air. Xu Jiānian demonstrated as he spoke, effortlessly jumping several meters away. Jiang Xiaoyu watched in utter amazement. She was so envious.
If she had Xu Jiānian's skills, she wouldn't have to worry about placing at the sports meet. Look at his long legs, then look at her own stubby little legs.
It really made her feel inadequate.
She hesitated. I'm afraid I can't jump that far.
Xu Jiānian encouraged her. It's okay, you don't need to jump that far. Just get the basics down. Come on, give it a try. Under Xu Jiānian's encouragement, Jiang Xiaoyu took a few short strides forward.
After reaching the takeoff line, she hesitated, paused again, then finally gathered all her strength and leaped forward.
Then, she landed less than a meter away. Xu Jiānian watched, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of move was that? Jiang Xiaoyu turned back to look at the short distance, clearly dissatisfied. I feel like I could have jumped farther. What happened?
Xu Jiānian thought to himself, you're lucky you even made it out this far. Don't sweat the small stuff.
No worries. Just channel the same determination you use when making fish head in tofu soup. Try again, you'll definitely improve each time.
Jiang Xiaoyu did as instructed, but this time, her jump was nearly identical to the last. She felt a bit discouraged.
Xu Jiānian didn't expect much either. As long as she mastered the technique for the selection trials, that was enough. As for how far she'd jump, he really wasn't holding his breath. The two practiced long jump in the park all morning.
After returning home to shower and change, they ate at a small restaurant before heading to school.
Xu Jiānian breezed through the selection trials for several track and field events, sometimes completely outclassing his opponents. His extraordinary athletic talent drew praise even from the physical education teacher. Xu Jiānian, it's a shame you're not joining the provincial team. Coach, I'm a bit lazy. I'm afraid I couldn't handle the grind. The coach sighed, truly, each generation is worse than the last.
Well, you have no choice but to bring glory to our school at this sports meet.
Xu Jiānian smiled. Don't worry, coach. I'll bring back a few medals for you. Then get training.
Xu Jiānian felt a bit troubled. Jiang Xiaoyu's long jump event was about to start, and he needed to hurry over to watch.
He really couldn't trust that little girl. Coach, I'll definitely get you those medals.
But training isn't necessary, I already worked out earlier.
I have an urgent matter to attend to now. The PE teacher glared at him. What could be more important than training? We're right at the critical moment, put it off for now.
Heh, coach, I gotta pee.
The PE teacher waved him off. Hurry up. I'll wait 5 minutes.
Xu Jiānian bolted off like a shot, thinking 5 minutes was no time at all. He needed to watch Xiaoyu finish her tryouts. Seeing Xu Jiānian sprint toward the girls' athletic field, the PE teacher glared, fuming, useless piece of trash. Jiang Xiaoyu's long jump selection had already begun.
She glanced around anxiously, hoping Xu Jiānian would hurry over.
Now, a hint of worry crept into her heart.
At this very moment, Xingyuro and the others were holding their badminton tryouts nearby.
She was genuinely afraid Xu Jiānian might get intercepted. Only when she spotted his figure running toward her from afar did she finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Xu Jiānian, over here, she waved her hands to signal him. Xu Jiānian arrived panting heavily. Duan Xiaoqiang quickly handed him a bottle of mineral water. Boss, what's the rush? You came all this way for what? Xu Jiānian twisted off the cap and gulped down most of the bottle. I was worried about little fish. What's there to worry about? She won't place anyway. The ranking is secondary. It's all about participating. Pfft, now you're defending her. Xu Jiānian ignored Duan Xiaoqiang and walked toward Jiang Xiaoyu with a water bottle. Xiaoyu, don't be nervous. Just do your best when it's time. I'm not nervous. I'm just worried I won't get picked.
Seeing Xu Jiānian more nervous than herself, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a little sweetness well up inside.
See? That's how much he cares he's nervous like this. Could it be that all along, Xingyuro had been her imaginary rival? Xu Jiānian didn't feel anything for her at all.
Sigh, then signing up for the long jump was a bit of a waste. Late September, the weather was still scorching hot, the ground radiating warmth. Especially the long jump pit, packed full of sand. The sand glistened under the sun, radiating heat that made Jiang Xiaoyu worry her little but might get burned raw if she sat on it.
Xu Jiānian thought Jiang Xiaoyu was biting off more than she could chew. With her level of skill, she was actually hoping to be selected? Why didn't she just hope to represent the provincial team in competitions? He simply said, it's all about participating.
Jiang Xiaoyu had 5 girls ahead of her. Xu Jiānian observed that they all performed well, one even achieved an impressive 2.04 meters, earning full marks. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt even less hopeful. Soon it was Jiang Xiaoyu's turn. Xu Jiānian quickly gave her some last-minute advice: charge forward with all your might, then use that momentum to leap off the starting line. Clear 2 meters, and you're the champion. He knew it was pointless advice, but since Jiang Xiaoyu was so determined to make the team despite her limitations, he encouraged her anyway. Remember, don't stop at the starting line. Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't held out much hope, but seeing how much Xu Jiānian cared about the rankings made her feel a bit nervous too. After all, those girls earlier had all performed well. He probably wanted her to place too. To avoid embarrassing this prince of sports, she resolved to give it her all. Standing on the approach runway, Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the takeoff line and silently calculated how many steps it would take to reach it. The referee gave the signal. Jiang Xiaoyu began her run up. About a meter from the starting line, she hesitated again, afraid of stepping on the takeoff line. She cautiously took a small step back, then stood at attention for the long jump. Her petite body shot forward in a swift leap. The world seemed to freeze, with only the whoosh of wind in her ears. The crowd burst into laughter. Who the hell stops right on the starting line before jumping? This isn't a long jump, it's slow motion replay. TSK, bookworms really do have clumsy motor skills. Xu Jiānian had been nervous when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu standing at the starting line. Now, watching her repeat the same move with a touch of comical awkwardness, he laughed until his shoulders shook. But the moment Jiang Xiaoyu glanced his way, he instantly reined in his laughter until it vanished without a trace. Don't accuse him of gloating. Jiang Xiaoyu radiated such unwavering composure. She clearly knew the surrounding students were mocking her, yet she didn't seem to care at all. She calmly watched the referee measure the distance of her jump with a ruler. 0.55, the referee called out. Just over half a meter. Suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd. The feeling of wanting to laugh but not daring to was unbearably uncomfortable. Duan Xiaochun couldn't take it anymore. He nudged Xu Jiānian's arm and whispered, "Why did Xiaoyu even sign up with that level of skill?" Xu Jiānian dared not laugh either, warning Duan Xiaochun not to either. Probably afraid of getting hurt if she falls. With that, he gave Jiang Xiaoyu a thumbs up, encouraging her to keep going. Jiang Xiaoyu flashed a bright smile and turned back to ask the referee, "Coach, did I complete my task?" Chapter 86, Injury. You're clearly just going through the motions. Jump twice more. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's indifferent attitude, the judge grew annoyed and ordered her to jump again. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to jump again, but she couldn't disobey her teacher's instructions or break the competition rules. Duan Xiaochun had already recorded the entire scene on his phone and was now bragging to Xu Jiānian, "My filming skills are top-notch, I captured the whole thing of Xiaoyu doing the standing long jump." Xu Jiānian snatched his phone, saved the video to her own device, then ruthlessly deleted Duan Xiaochun's copy. "Hey, what are you doing? I was going to show it to Cuckoo. You'd dare show Xiaoyu's embarrassing video to her best friend? Aren't you afraid Lin Cuckoo will kill you?" Duan Xiaochun. Had he made a fundamental mistake? Was it taboo to mock his girlfriend's best friend? Jiang Xiaoyu copied the same move for the second time. She did show some improvement, jumping 0.66 meters this time. As she passed Xu Jiānian, she heard him clap his hands lightly, offering heartfelt encouragement. "You jumped farther this time, keep up the good work." Considering the scores of the previous competitors, Jiang Xiaoyu felt this remark sounded more like mockery. But his expression didn't seem like it at all. Earlier, during her first jump, he had been even more nervous than she was. So there must be some sincerity in his encouragement. It seemed Xu Jiānian genuinely wanted her to do well, just as she hoped he would study hard and write better web novels. She understood that feeling of frustration at someone not living up to their potential all too well. Therefore, for her final jump, she would give it her all, she wouldn't let him down. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, determined to achieve a great result this time and show Xu Jiānian what she could do. She adjusted her breathing and slowly began running forward. She began to accelerate halfway through. Her movements remained consistent. She warned herself not to falter. She charged forward with all her might. She took off just centimeters from the starting line, leaping into the sandpit. But then, having exerted too much force, she lost her balance. Jiang Xiaoyu twisted her ankle, her body tilted forward, and she crashed face first into the sand pile. She instinctively reached out to brace herself, trying to get up, but her hands scraped against the sand, causing a sharp pain. The referee teacher was the first to rush over, trying to help her up. "Are you okay?" Tears streamed down Jiang Xiaoyu's face uncontrollably. Her expression twisted in pain, yet she held back her cries, managing only, "Teacher, I sprained my ankle." The excruciating pain in her ankle left her unable to stand for a long while. This turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. Xu Jiānian's scalp tightened, and he hurried over. He reached her first, crouching down to grasp her arm.
Xiaoyu, are you alright?
Jiang Xiaoyu began regretting her stubbornness. More than the pain, she dreaded missing the competition with Xu Jiānian the day after tomorrow. She shook her head in frustration and stubbornly declared, "I'm fine." Xu Jiānian examined her ankle, which was slightly red and swollen. Naturally concerned, he addressed the referee, "Coach, please continue the competition. I'll take her to the medical room."
Go ahead. First check if it's bone deep. If it's serious, you absolutely must take her to the hospital. Got it.
Without another word, Xu Jiānian grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's arms and hoisted her onto his back. Jiang Xiaoyu lay across Xu Jiānian's back, tears welling in her eyes. She fought back her sobs, stubbornly insisting she was fine.
Xu Jiānian grew irritated. Are you stupid? You can't even stand up and you say you're fine? Jiang Xiaoyu, is it that hard to admit defeat? Seeing her like this made Xu Jiānian feel incredibly guilty.
Maybe he should have stopped her from signing up back then.
Xu Jiānian grumbled incessantly, I shouldn't have let her show off and sign up for this. Jiang Xiaoyu, already feeling wronged, grew irritated at his seemingly endless nagging. Xu Jiānian, if you don't want to help me, just put me down. I'll go to the infirmary myself.
She signed up for the selection process because of him, only to get injured and now endure his taunts. She wouldn't even be able to accompany him to the competition the day after tomorrow.
She was more frustrated and regretful than anyone.
His complaints were like rubbing salt into her wounds.
Anger transformed Jiang Xiaoyu back into her original, unruly self. Xu Jiānian, you just think I'm a burden, right? You want to ditch me and go have fun on your own? Then get lost already. Xu Jiānian impatiently scratched his ear. You ungrateful little brat, don't you have any conscience?
Jiang Xiaoyu scowled, my conscience got eaten by the dog.
Xu Jiānian. Forget it. Xiaoyu's hurt and upset. I won't argue with her. Truthfully, he was worried about her. That ankle was swollen, what if it was fractured? Couldn't this little girl see he was genuinely worried?
Thinking this, he took the initiative to lighten the mood. Sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you earlier. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu felt childish. Xu Jiānian was worried about her, she understood that. Yet she still couldn't help taking her frustration out on him. A wave of inexpressible hurt washed over her. That familiar helplessness washed over her, making the physical pain seem insignificant. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, burning hot, and a stinging sensation spread around her eyes. Back in 9th grade, when Xu Jiānian had deliberately distanced himself from her, she felt exactly like this, utterly hopeless, completely helpless, as if the whole world had abandoned her. Now that same bewildered helplessness returned, her nose stinging as hot air rose. She fought back for all she was worth, but a choked sob still escaped her throat.
Xu Jiānian abruptly stopped in his tracks. Xiaoyu, you're not crying, are you?
In that moment, he felt a bit flustered and at a loss. As far as he could recall, Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't cried in front of him since she grew up.
She had always been proud and strong.
In her world, she seemed capable of anything.
Why was she so vulnerable now? Was it the pain? Xu Jiānian quickened his pace, not forgetting to comfort her. It's okay. I don't think your ankle is badly hurt. Just apply some ointment and you'll be fine.
His heart ached terribly, wishing the injury had been his instead.
Also, I'll carry you home after school. I'll cook dinner for you tonight and carry you back to school in the morning. Don't worry, you won't miss any classes. Hearing Xu Jiānian's words, Jiang Xiaoyu's tears broke free from their restraint and streamed down her cheeks.
Her stifled sobs grew louder in Xu Jiānian's ears as she sniffled, but what if I want to watch your game?
Xu Jiānian froze in place. What was she thinking, wanting to watch his matches at a time like this? Then I'll have Duan Xiuqian record it for you. No. Xu Jiānian hadn't hit the mark.
Pain and resentment fueled Jiang Xiaoyu's tears, which fell in a steady stream, soaking Xu Jiānian's shoulder. Sniffling, she insisted firmly, I want to be there in person to watch your match.
Don't be stubborn. I'm going no matter what.
If you won't let me, I'll crawl my way to the stadium.
Xu Jiānian. This persistent? Do you want to see your brother's glory on the court?
I want to witness your journey to victory.
She silently added in her heart, Xu Jiānian, it's not just that. I want to be with you.
I hope you won't abandon me again.
Chapter 87, Financial Authority. The infirmary was quite a distance away. Xu Jiānian carried Jiang Xiaoyu forward. Students from other courts noticed the scene and looked over curiously. What's gotten into the top student? No idea. Maybe she's just being clingy and making the sports prince carry her on purpose. TSK, the sports prince is so easygoing.
Wish he was my boyfriend.
Xu Jiānian is so ungrateful, carrying the top student in public like that. Who's he trying to impress?
Ugh, what a jerk. The boys were jealous of Xu Jiānian, while the girls were jealous of Jiang Xiaoyu.
Xu Jiānian lifted her up slightly and said, the infirmary is just ahead.
Jiang Xiaoyu was still putting on a brave face, I feel fine now. Mainly, she felt embarrassed lying like this on his back with so many classmates watching. She squirmed, rubbing back and forth against his back, but her reaction made it seem like being carried by Xu Jiānian was utterly unbearable. Xu Jiānian felt even more uncomfortable. The soft sensation rubbing against his back sent waves of heat through him. The fabric was too thin, he could feel every curve of her body. He exhaled sharply, suppressing the flutter in his chest.
Nothing's fine, my ass.
It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. It seemed that over these 100 days, he could use the pretext of caring for her to enter her home freely. Best to explore her bedroom and see what secrets it held. And besides, caring for her for 100 days, might their feelings heat up quickly? He planned to confess after the sports meet when he got his bonus, but he wasn't sure how Jiang Xiaoyu felt about him. Did she see him as a brother or a boyfriend? Either way, he wouldn't take no for an answer. If Jiang Xiaoyu rejected him, he'd spill all her embarrassing childhood stories, making her too ashamed to show her face at school until she finally begged to be his girlfriend. Spending so much time with Jiang Xiaoyu had made him feel a bit scheming himself. Passing by the competition grounds, he turned onto a small path, deciding to take a shortcut to the infirmary. This stretch was practically deserted, making Xu Jiānian's footsteps sound especially loud. Are you tired? Jiang Xiaoyu rested comfortably on his back, noticing the sweat on his neck and asking with genuine concern. The sun shone from another direction, casting light on his profile. His hair glistened with scattered highlights, his features sharp and defined. His thin lips were pressed together, his straight nose carrying his unique, handsome aura. Xu Jiānian pursed his lips. Carrying a little chick? Tired, my ass. You're the little chick. Then carry me. Jiang Xiaoyu realized their roles had reversed. He was the injured one, and she was the one carrying him. She was sure he'd crush her flat. Xu Jiānian's body felt like a mountain far too heavy for her petite frame to carry. She conceded, even 10 girls probably couldn't carry you. Xu Jiānian's mind immediately conjured the scene of 10 girls carrying him, leaning on one, resting against another, and if all else failed, deliberately using his injury as an excuse to rub against them. Oh my god. That image was seriously thrilling. I felt like I was about to get a nosebleed. Xu Jiānian remained silent. Jiang Xiaoyu asked curiously, what are you thinking about? Thinking about being carried by 10 girls. Ah. Jiang Xiaoyu, why are you pulling my ear? Who asked you to think such filthy thoughts? Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't let go of his ear, pulling it until it turned red. But you said 10 girls would carry me. I was just saying it as an example. Well, I can't help it. I just can't stop thinking about it. Stop. I won't think about anything anymore. Don't murder your own husband. They soon reached the infirmary. Xu Jiānian silently set Jiang Xiaoyu down. After she sat on the examination bed, he quickly explained the situation to the doctor. She sprained her ankle during the long jump. Check how serious it is. The school doctor examined Jiang Xiaoyu's ankle, fetched an ice pack and some medicated spray, and said, nothing serious. Just ice it and spray some medicine. Avoid physical activity for a few days. Xu Jiānian remained concerned. It looks swollen. Could it be ligament damage? The school doctor glanced at Xu Jiānian and smiled. I know you care about your girlfriend, but it's really nothing serious. Don't worry. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed, especially when the doctor mentioned they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Seeing Xu Jiānian didn't react, she tried to explain, Doctor, we. Before she could finish, Xu Jiānian cut in, we won't bother you any longer. I'll carry her back. Jiang Xiaoyu. The school nurse handed the medicated lotion to Xu Jiānian again. Don't rush back. Apply this to her ankle first. Xu Jiānian carefully applied the ointment to her ankle, then asked, anywhere else hurt? Jiang Xiaoyu's face twisted slightly. Could Pighead Xu be gentler? He was hurting her. My knee hurts a bit too. Could you be more careful? Yeah, just bear with it. Xu Jiānian said, rolling up her pant leg to her knee. A section of her pale, delicate calf was exposed. Xu Jiānian desperately wanted to use the opportunity to rub against that slender leg while applying the ointment, but remembering Jiang Xiaoyu's current state, he decided it wasn't right to take advantage of her. He focused on applying the medicine. Her calf had a small scrape where the skin was broken, but no bruising. Xu Jiānian gently dabbed the medicated cotton over her knee, covering as much area as possible. Bear with it. I'll take you home soon. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded silently. After finishing the application, Xu Jiānian carefully pulled her pant leg back down. Though he stared at that slender calf, his mind remained surprisingly calm until physical contact proved too much for his unguarded heart. When his large hand accidentally brushed the soft, smooth skin on the inner side of her calf, a powerful surge of sensation flooded him. The walk out of school carrying Jiang Xiaoyu felt like an agonizingly long ordeal. He had to grip her thigh tightly, his hand pressed against the thin fabric of her stocking-like pants, still able to feel her warm, smooth skin. His entire body burned with heat, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his ears flushing crimson. Such skin-to-skin contact was unavoidable, yet intensely stimulating. Jiang Xiaoyu had been delighted to learn her injuries weren't serious and was about to tell Xu Jiānian she'd come cheer him on at the competition. But she noticed he'd been silent the entire walk, his body radiating an unusual warmth. It felt like she was lying on top of a blazing furnace. They say men run hotter than women, and it was certainly true. I can come cheer you on at the venue.
No, the doctor said you shouldn't exercise. I can be careful. I'll just sit in the stands and watch you compete. Why won't you listen? Is my brother's competition really that exciting? Mainly, I want to see you win the championship. Xu Jiānian couldn't quite grasp Jiang Xiaoyu's persistence. Are you eyeing my prize money?
Jiang Xiaoyu felt a flicker of disdain.
As if she were some money-grubbing fool.
The prize money was just over 30,000 yuan. She could earn that much in a few months herself.
Why would she covet his measly sum?
Still, she needed some excuse to go to the venue, so she didn't deny it. Yeah, I am eyeing your prize money.
Xu Jiānian's tone carried a hint of amusement. We're not even married yet, and you're already eyeing control of the finances? Chapter 88, Money Corrupts Men. Jiang Xiaoyu wore an expression of utter entitlement. Of course. You promised the tournament prize money would cover our travel expenses. Why would we need to pay for travel expenses? Mom and Dad will cover it. No way. We absolutely have to use our own money.
Jiang Xiaoyu, overcome with excitement, tightened her grip around Xu Jiānian's neck and kicked her legs downwards. Xu Jiānian, caught off guard, nearly stumbled, nearly taking both of them down.
He lifted the person on his back slightly, speechless. You want to learn frog jumps? What the hell are you so excited about? I get it now, you just don't want me to have any money. Jiang Xiaoyu felt awkward. What are you talking about? Calling her a frog, especially on his back, wasn't that insulting her?
Xu Pighead was truly rotten to the core, saying such things to a girl.
Hee, fine. I'll just say it about myself then. I'm frog jumping on you. Ah. You're twisting my ear again? Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't just twisting it, she was pinching it now. The pain made Xu Jiānian grimace. Are you trying to learn from Pan Jinlian and murder your own husband? You're the one who's Pan Jinlian. Alright, stop pinching. Keep this up and I won't have ears left.
Jiang Xiaoyu looked fierce, but when she saw his ear turning red from her pinch, she finally let go.
I'll tell you the truth. I just don't want you to have money. Men go bad when they have money. I'm doing this to stop you from going bad. Ha! I'm under your watch all day. How could I go bad? Unless I go bad on you. But Jiang Xiaoyu really was stingy, she wouldn't even let him have money? Xu Jiānian suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He needed to build up his own little nest egg before marriage. Otherwise, once they were married, he wouldn't even have money to handle things when he went out. How embarrassing would that be? He was a flesh and blood man too. When he felt pressure, he wanted to seek thrills and relax, like hooking up with a girl and getting a room. All that required money. Jiang Xiaoyu slapped him on the back. Unless what? Unless, ha. Xu Jiānian didn't want to get hit, so he stopped himself. He wanted to hail a cab home immediately. As for their backpacks, he decided to call Duan Shoucheng and have him deliver them home. Seeing Xu Jiānian not heading toward the bus stop, Jiang Xiaoyu frowned. Aren't we taking the 126 home? You want me to carry you on a packed bus? Xu Jiānian threatened. If someone squishes your leg in the crowd and you start crying in pain, don't come crying to me. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately backed down. Then, let's just take a cab. Xu Jiānian hailed a cab, shoved Jiang Xiaoyu inside first, then squeezed in beside her. Driver, Rose Garden Residential Complex. Got it. In the cab, Xu Jiānian re-examined Jiang Xiaoyu's injury. The bruise on her ankle had become more pronounced, though the swelling had slightly subsided. Xu Jiānian reached out and touched her ankle, gently squeezing it. Does it still hurt? Jiang Xiaoyu tried to brush his hand away. They were still in the car, could he please not act so creepy? Besides, touching a girl's foot in front of the driver, didn't he realize it might embarrass her? Her cheeks flushed as she replied, it stopped hurting ages ago. Stop pretending. I'll apply some ointment when we get home. Xu Jiānian felt the tube of ointment in his pocket prescribed by the school nurse earlier, along with a packet of anti-inflammatory pills he planned to give Jiang Xiaoyu after dinner. But what should they eat tonight? He was genuinely stumped. His cooking skills only extended to 2 bowls of noodles. He couldn't very well make the injured girl slurp noodles with him, could he? Xiaoyu, what would you like to eat? Jiang Xiaoyu gave him a puzzled look. What can you cook? Xu Jiānian felt a bit embarrassed. I can cook noodles. What else? Jiang Xiaoyu pressed, not giving up. And I can steam rice. Put. The driver, who had just unscrewed the lid to take a sip of water, spit it all out. Coughing a few times, he chuckled, looks like your cooking skills need some work, young man. Men face greater survival pressures nowadays. They have to earn money to support their families while also sharing household chores. Not having decent cooking skills puts you at a disadvantage. Xu Jiānian immediately perked up. Are you a good cook, uncle? Not great, but I can handle everyday meals. Xu Jiānian said with a hint of pride, I won't have to work as hard as you. My girlfriend is an excellent cook, so I'll be able to reap the benefits. The driver chuckled, you won't get to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. Once you're married, are you going to leave all the housework and childcare to your wife? Xu Jiānian, Jiang Xiaoyu was furious. What was that pig-headed Xu up to? Sitting back and reaping the rewards? Who said he could reap the rewards? If he dared to dump all the childcare and housework on her later, she'd beat him to death. Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu with a guilty look, only to find her face set in a tight frown, clearly displeased. No need to ask, she must have overheard his conversation with the driver and gotten angry. This was unacceptable. He hadn't even managed to win her over yet, and already his true colors were showing. He quickly declared, "The driver's right. Of course you can't dump all the housework and childcare on your wife. That'd be exhausting for her. I've decided. As a man, I should take on most of the housework. And I can't dump the kids on my wife either. She's already amazing for giving me a child, I can't make her suffer any more hardship." "Who knew you were such a considerate husband, young man?" Xu Jiānian looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with a meaningful expression. "Of course I am." Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. What a flip-flopper. Just moments ago he was reaping the benefits without lifting a finger, and now he's suddenly proclaiming himself a model husband. What a hypocrite. She should have recorded what he just said. When he fails to live up to it, she'll make him listen to it. Still, she was somewhat relieved that pighead Xu had this level of self-awareness. She lifted the corners of her mouth slightly, calming her emotions and feigning indifference. "That girl will be so lucky to marry you." Little did she know Xu Jiānian would take the bait. "You're the one who's lucky. Jiang Xiaoyu. I never intended to marry you." Xu Pighead was taking advantage of her. Fine. Considering he carried her all the way, she'd reluctantly let him take advantage. Her gaze swept over, catching her reflection in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met, her face flushed, lips curving into a pleased smile. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression instantly fell. Was that look of secret delight really that obvious? Could she really be this eager to marry Xu Pighead? How pathetic. So embarrassing. She shifted her gaze awkwardly out the window, feeling her cheeks grow hotter by the second, then listened to the sound of her heartbeat growing louder and louder. Back home. Xu Jiānian set Jiang Xiaoyu down on the sofa and headed to the kitchen to get busy. He opened his phone, found a cooking app, downloaded it, and planned to learn a few home-style dishes from it. But when she opened it, the overwhelming array of dishes left her completely unsure what to make. Jiang Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. A small, uncontrollable hope was fermenting in her heart, mixed with a touch of inexplicable nervousness. Could Xu Jiānian possibly be making just 2 bowls of noodles for her? Chapter 89, Culinary Skills Need Improvement. Xu Jiānian opened the refrigerator again and found it well stocked with ingredients they'd prepared together after school a few days prior. Tofu, pork, baby bok choy, chili peppers, cauliflower, and other ingredients. "Xiaoyu, wanna try some stir-fried pork with chili peppers?" After asking, Xu Jiānian slapped his forehead. "I forgot you're taking medicine and can't eat spicy food." With both parents being doctors, he knew this basic medical fact. Jiang Xiaoyu had been hoping Xu Jiānian would whip up a decent dinner for her. Seeing him now, leaning against the fridge and hesitating, she found it rather amusing. The sports prince had been the center of attention all day, yet now he was stumped by a simple dinner at home. Stop agonizing over it. You won't get dinner ready in 2 hours at this rate. Jiang Xiaoyu pushed herself up from the sofa and skipped over to the kitchen doorway. She intended to offer hands-on guidance. Relying on Xu Jiānian meant she'd likely go hungry tonight. Xu Jiānian quickly steadied her. "Why did you come over?" Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "If I didn't come, would I just wait around while you agonized in the kitchen?" "Heh, alright then. Sit here and watch me cook. You can give me some pointers." Xu Jiānian brought a chair from the dining room and had Jiang Xiaoyu sit by the kitchen doorway. Jiang Xiaoyu made a quick decision: just make something you're good at. As long as it fills our stomachs. Her expectations were surprisingly low, making Xu Jiānian feel a pang of guilt. Usually, Jiang Xiaoyu cooked for him, but now that she was injured, he couldn't even whip up a delicious meal to help her recover. It seemed his culinary skills needed serious improvement. "So what should we have?" "Shredded pork noodles. Simple and nutritious." Xu Jiānian scratched his head. He'd never made shredded pork noodles before. He could boil noodles. But that really wasn't nutritious. Jiang Xiaoyu saw his hesitation and didn't tease him. She hurriedly said, "Just do as I say. Cut the meat, wash the baby bok choy, and set them aside." Xu Jiānian followed her instructions. The meat was cut a bit too thick, and the water hadn't been thoroughly drained from the baby bok choy. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to nitpick over these details. She instructed him to place the baby bok choy in a colander to drain. Heat oil in the wok. Once hot, add the pork and stir-fry briefly. Then toss in the chopped scallions, doubanjiang, and wadamai seasoning. Xu Jiānian followed Jiang Xiaoyu's instructions perfectly. When he saw the sauce change color, he couldn't help but praise, "Xiaoyu, your cooking skills are really impressive. You can turn an ordinary bowl of noodles into something delicious." Jiang Xiaoyu replied proudly, "You should learn from this." Xu Jiānian was determined to learn diligently. This was the first gourmet dish he'd ever mastered, something he could make for his parents and his girlfriend someday. Before, he'd just boil noodles in plain water, toss in a ham stick, and serve. Not only did it look terrible, but it was downright inedible.
Watching the broth come to a rolling boil, Xu Jiānian added the noodles. After stirring it a few times, Jiang Xiaoyu had him crack in 2 eggs, add 2 eggs for extra nutrition. And just like that, a pot of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious noodles was cooked, filling the kitchen with a mouth-watering fragrance. Xu Jiānian gazed at the glistening baby bok choy, poached eggs, and layer of meat topping the dish, swallowing hard with hunger.
Wow, just looking at it makes me hungry. I only want lean meat. Put all the fatty bits in your bowl. Got it.
Seeing Xu Jiānian serve himself a bowl, Jiang Xiaoyu hopped onto the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and waited for dinner.
Just as Xu Jiānian set down his bowl, a knock sounded at the door. Both froze in unison. Who is it? Xu Jiānian took off his apron and walked toward the door. I'll go see. Mom and Dad had texted that they were working late tonight, so it couldn't be them. Peering through the peephole, he spotted Duan Xiaochang's enlarged head and cursed in frustration, greedy glutton with legs as long as a horse, showing up right at dinner time. He opened the door, about to grab his backpack and shoo them away, when he saw Duan Xiaochang and Lin Kiki standing outside, both carrying several bags. Boss, we heard little fish got hurt and can't cook, so we brought some groceries over. Duan Xiaochang handed 2 backpacks to Xu Jiānian, raised the roast duck in his hand, and slipped into the living room. Lin Kiki followed in with a bag of fruit. Xu Jiānian. These two. Still, it was pretty touching. Roast duck for dinner. Little fish, feeling any better? Duan Xiaochang first inquired about Jiang Xiaoyu's injury, then turned to see Lin Kiki already seated at the dining table. You guys are eating too, perfect. Let's join you. Lin Kikoko unceremoniously pulled Xu Jiānian's noodles toward her, exchanged a quick greeting with Jiang Xiaoyu, and picked up her chopsticks to dig in. Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless. She then asked Xu Jiānian to cook 2 more bowls of noodles, make 2 more bowls just like I said, and add extra meat. Xu Jiānian sighed inwardly. His first attempt at cooking hadn't even reached his mouth yet. Got it. Duan Xiaochang grabbed 2 plates and began shredding the roast duck. He thought to himself, thank goodness we bought 2 ducks. Otherwise, with Keek's appetite, she'd have polished off one by herself, leaving us all staring at empty plates. The roast duck paired with pancakes was surprisingly delicious. He grabbed a small pancake, wrapped a few pieces of duck meat inside, and headed to the kitchen to watch Xu Jiānian cook. Hey, boss, gotta say, you're actually doing pretty well. Sigh, my cooking skills need work. Otherwise, if little fish got hurt, I wouldn't just be making noodles. I can't even make noodles. Then you're in even worse shape. At the dining table, the 2 girls started chatting. How did you even get hurt? You didn't jump that far. This remark undoubtedly rubbed salt into Jiang Xiaoyu's wound. She picked up a few strands of noodles, chewing slowly. Did you come to see me or to annoy me? Haha, I was just being honest. Why are you still mad? In your athlete's eyes, does only jumping far make you worthy of getting hurt? Are us noobs not worthy of injuries? Lin Kiki slurped a mouthful of noodles and chuckled, pretty much. Jiang Xiaoyu. What a best friend. Right now, she just wanted to kick her out. The noodles were ready in no time. This time, Xu Jiānian made enough for 3 people. Since he couldn't predict how many bowls this tomboy Lin Kiki could polish off, he figured it was better to make extra. The 4 of them sat down at the table to eat. Tonight's simple dinner was made more substantial by the roast duck Duan Xiaochang had bought. At least it wasn't just 2 bowls of noodles. Xu Jiānian remembered to look out for Jiang Xiaoyu this time, offering her a duck leg. The patient needs some meat to get better. Jiang Xiaoyu accepted it, then glanced at the 2 lovey-dovey couples across the table, her lips curving into a faint smile. Being cared for by her boyfriend felt surprisingly blissful. Sigh, how had she unconsciously started thinking of herself as Su Pighead's girlfriend again? He hadn't even confessed yet. This super-duper beauty wasn't about to throw herself at him like that. That would be way too forward. TSK, we shouldn't have come to be these third wheels. Duan Xiaochang glanced at the tomboy stuffing her face and felt a pang of envy at the lovey-dovey scene. Was this what they called sour grapes? He mimicked her actions, placing another chicken drumstick into Lin Kikoko's bowl. Kokoko, have a drumstick too. Eat up so you can perform well and win a medal in the competition the day after tomorrow. Lin Kiki grabbed the drumstick and started munching. What does winning a medal have to do with eating chicken legs? Duan Xiaoqiang. Chapter 90, Seeing Objects, Thinking of People. After dinner, once the 2 big light bulbs had been sent packing, Xu Jiānian headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Jiang Xiaoyu watched him bustling about in the kitchen, feeling utterly content. A good man should be in the kitchen. When she married someday, she would definitely marry a man with excellent cooking skills. Too bad Xu Jiānian wasn't much of a cook. The thought of being with another man simply because Xu Jiānian's cooking didn't meet her standards sent a sharp pang of pain through her chest. No, she couldn't marry someone else just because his cooking wasn't up to par. Xu Jiānian was the only one she'd allow by her side. Then starting now, she'd teach him to cook properly. 1 dish a week, and in 6 months he'd be ready to take on the role. After tidying the kitchen, Xu Jiānian came over to apply ointment to her wound. Jiang Xiaoyu, having sweated profusely during today's workout, decided to take a shower first. Shower first, then apply the ointment. How are you supposed to bathe like this? It's not like I injured my hands, how could that stop me from washing? With that, she headed toward the bedroom. Xu Jiānian came over to support her. Let me help you in. At the bedroom door, Jiang Xiaoyu refused to let him enter. Just wait for me outside. Let me come in. You'll fall over on your own. He was dying to peek inside and discover the secrets of Jiang Xiaoyu's bedroom. No way. You can't just walk into a girl's room. We're so close now, why not? When we were kids, you never stopped me from entering your room. You know that was when we were kids, not now. Jiang Xiaoyu shut the door without another word. Xu Jiānian's eyes met nothing but emptiness. He silently resolved that during this trip he would win her over. Once he had her, he'd enter her room openly and rightfully. Speaking of which, what secret was Jiang Xiaoyu hiding? Jiang Xiaoyu returned to her bedroom, limping over to the wardrobe. She bent down and pulled open a drawer filled with 2 neatly stacked rows of underwear, mostly pink. She grabbed a set and headed for the bathroom to shower. Her gaze drifted to the toy monkey on the windowsill, and she couldn't help but grin. The reason she never let Xu Jin lie into her room wasn't just the manga on her computer, it was also all the secrets scattered throughout her space. The clay monkey figurine and the plush monkey were birthday gifts from him, given every year since she could remember, all the way until she graduated from middle school. Strangely enough, Xu Jiānian loved giving her little monkeys, claiming that since she was born in the year of the monkey, nothing suited her better. She copied him by giving him toy snakes. Once, on his birthday, when he asked for a present, she mysteriously said she'd give it to him that night. When Xu Jiānian opened his bedding, he found a lifelike segmented snake. He screamed in fright and ignored her for the rest of the day. Later, he even called her stingy, since a toy snake cost barely a few yuan. She shot back, and your little monkey was so precious? At least my plush monkey was big and definitely cost more than yours. Then next time I'll give you something big and long. Xu Jiānian's face flushed instantly. He shot her a strange look and ignored her for the rest of the afternoon. The following year on her birthday, he broke tradition by not giving her a monkey. Instead, he presented her with a pink backpack. She didn't give him a bamboo-jointed snake either, but instead thoughtfully presented him with a silver medallion engraved with his name. She didn't know if Xu Jiānian kept all the gifts she gave him, but she had always treasured hers carefully. That was precisely why she refused to let Xu Jiānian enter her room. If he saw these things, he'd surely say with shameless ease, "Little fish, I never imagined you held such deep feelings for your big brother. You've treasured every gift I gave you, displaying them on your windowsill. Are you reminiscing over them?" Put. She wasn't reminiscing at all. She just liked keeping gifts people gave her. Besides, as a girl's room, it was full of traces of her daily life underwear, sanitary pads sometimes left on the nightstand. It really wasn't appropriate for him to come in. When Jiang Xiaoyu emerged from the shower, Xu Jiānian was already waiting for her on the sofa. He had clearly showered too, now dressed in loungewear. Xu Jiānian was reading the instructions on the bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine when he saw her emerge from the bedroom door. He hurried over to offer her an arm. A girl fresh from the shower was like a lotus blossom emerging from the water, tall and graceful, pure as ice and jade, naturally beautiful. Xu Jiānian swallowed silently. Wow, what a captivating little thing, so tempting. This little cabbage was destined for trouble. Sooner or later, some pig would come along and take advantage of her. And he was bound to be that pig. Sitting on the sofa, Xu Jiānian poured a glass of water and began applying ointment to Jiang Xiaoyu's leg. He plopped down on the couch with a thud, hoisted her injured leg, and propped it on his thigh. Jiang Xiaoyu stared in utter shock. How could pighead Xu do this? Doesn't he know girls get embarrassed? Feeling the warmth radiating from his thigh, Jiang Xiaoyu felt her face flush fiercely. Xu Jiānian, stop it. She tried to pull her leg off his lap, her face flushed, but he grabbed her calf firmly. She had no strength to break free. Let go. Why let go? I'm applying medicine for you. Then I'll put my leg on the sofa. You can still apply it. It's not as comfortable this way. Without waiting for her response, Xu Jiānian squeezed ointment onto his hand and began rubbing it onto Jiang Xiaoyu's ankle. Jiang Xiaoyu. She was uncomfortable, okay. Xu Pighead always takes advantage when she's vulnerable. Sigh, she couldn't really say anything now that she needed his help. He gripped her ankle, carefully coating it with ointment before gently massaging it with his fingers. Under normal circumstances, kneading those delicate, smooth calves and gazing at her pale, dainty feet would surely stir improper thoughts in Xu Jiānian, filling his mind with fantasies. But right now, those thoughts were nowhere to be found. His hands pressed against her ankle, kneading the skin around the bruise with each careful motion. He looked at her anxiously, asking, "Feeling any better?" Jiang Xiaoyu had assumed Xu Pighead had deliberately placed her leg on his thigh to take advantage of her. Seeing his earnest expression now, she felt a pang of guilt for her petty suspicions. She had to admit, his kneading felt incredibly soothing. The burning pain in her ankle had eased considerably. She lifted her head at his question and met his eyes, filled with worry and tenderness. As his gentle kneading continued on her ankle, a wave of warmth flooded her heart. She nodded softly. Much better. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Xu Jiānian's tense nerves finally relaxed, though his hands never stopped moving. Then I'll massage it a little longer. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't object, nodding obediently as she savored the soothing massage on her ankle. A few minutes later, Xu Jiānian saw the ointment had been fully absorbed and asked her, "How do you feel now?" Jiang Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to end the moment, showing no intention of taking her leg down. Apparently, she found his massage so soothing that she didn't want his large hands to move away. "It hurts, Xu Jiānian. It really hurts." Xu Jiānian frowned. "Still hurting? Did you bump it while showering earlier?" Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt, her heart skipping a beat. She quickly looked down at her ankle, trying to hide the fluttering in her chest. "I think so." Chapter 91, Obsessed with Money. Xu Jiānian grew anxious. "Are you sure? If she'd bumped it again, the injury could worsen." He considered applying a warm compress. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't bear to see Xu Jiānian so worried and hurriedly said, "It's not that bad, just..." She pinched a spot the size of a fingernail to demonstrate. "It just hurts a tiny bit." Xu Jiānian thought, "Well, that still hurts." But seeing she seemed fine otherwise, he relaxed. "Then massage it some more. Take some anti-inflammatory medicine later, and you'll be fine after a night's sleep. What about the competition the day after tomorrow? You still want to go?" "Of course I do." Xu Jiānian was a bit speechless. "Why are you so determined?" "I told you it's for the prize money." Xu Jiānian felt Jiang Xiaoyu had truly become obsessed with money, ignoring his injuries for the prize. "I'll bring it back to you. I want to be there in person to see you get the bonus." "What, you don't trust me or something?" Jiang Xiaoyu looked up at Xu Jiānian, who now seemed slightly exasperated. He probably couldn't persuade her, which was a bit of a headache. "But you know what, you pighead? I'm coming to cheer you on too. Anyway, her injury isn't serious. She'll be mostly fine after resting overnight. I can definitely be there the day after tomorrow. I'm definitely going anyway." Xu Jiānian was still massaging her ankle. Faced with Jiang Xiaoyu's stubbornness, he was utterly helpless. He sighed, tacitly agreeing to her almost unreasonable demand. If she insisted on being there in person, so be it. At worst, he'd have to put in a little extra effort and arrange for Duan Shouchang and the others to look after her. Xu Jiānian's large hands massaged the bruised area of Jiang Xiaoyu's ankle for a long time. The warmth felt incredibly soothing. She leaned down to take a closer look. As she lowered her head, Xu Jiānian caught a whiff of a rich, fresh fragrance, probably from her shampoo that smelled wonderful. Her hair was long, and since she'd just showered, she hadn't tied it up in a bun or ponytail. Instead, it fell loosely around her shoulders. As she lowered her head, a few strands fell onto Xu Jiānian's arm. He wore short-sleeved loungewear, his skin mostly exposed. The cool, silky strands slid across his arm. Xu Jiānian suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Gazing at Jiang Xiaoyu's exquisite, sweet profile and her rosy cherry lips, a wave of heat washed over him. His mind went blank, and instinctively, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. Jiang Xiaoyu startled and struggled immediately. "Xu Jiānian, what are you doing? You're hurting me." Realizing his lapse, Xu Jiānian quickly released her arm and feigned composure as he tucked her hair behind her ear. I was just moving your hair back." "Then why did you pinch my arm?" Xu Jiānian felt a pang of guilt, halting his massage motions. A certain part of him had grown restless, and with his current cultivation level, he simply couldn't suppress his urges in the presence of such a vibrant young beauty. He improvised, placing a sofa cushion over his lap to conceal his embarrassment. Damn it! That was close. He nearly exposed his true nature. His conscience pricked him. "Oops, I meant to tug your hair but accidentally pinched your arm instead." Jiang Xiaoyu didn't notice anything unusual and assumed he was genuinely tired. "Then give me the medicine. I'll take it and go rest." Xu Jiānian dared not move, but reached out with his large hand to hand her the pills. "You need to drink some water first before taking medicine." Jiang Xiaoyu pointed to the glass of plain water. "Xu Jiānian. This is such a hassle. Don't you see how awkward this is for me? Keep bugging me, and I'll whip out my sword and scare you to death." Xu Jiānian gritted his teeth inwardly, but his actions didn't falter. He brought the water back to Jiang Xiaoyu's side. "Hurry up, take your medicine and go to sleep." Jiang Xiaoyu finally noticed something was off. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm just..." "Forget it, you wouldn't understand." Watching Jiang Xiaoyu swallow the anti-inflammatory pills, he hurriedly added, "You shouldn't be typing with that injury. Get some rest. I'll sleep here tonight." After coaxing and cajoling Jiang Xiaoyu into the bedroom, Xu Jiānian finally exhaled in relief. Suppressing the surging currents within his body, he removed the sofa cushion from his lap. No pain, no gain. A sword's edge is forged through grinding. If that little minx hadn't been so tempting, he wouldn't be in such an awkward predicament. That night, Xu Jiānian tossed and turned for a long time before finally drifting off. He had a strange dream. It was back in high school, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. He walked home with a girl, neither speaking nor looking at each other, just holding hands gently as they made their way slowly. Only at the very moment they parted did he realize the hand he'd been holding belonged to Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to part like this, tugging his hand and pulling him into her house. He panicked instantly. But the little minx only intensified her actions, pinning him down on the sofa. Her slender body wriggled against his in a way that felt like deliberate teasing. He felt an indescribable wave of pleasure wash over him. Before he could react, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned in without hesitation and pressed her lips against his. Xu Jiānian felt a surge of secret delight. Could he really be that irresistible to this little minx? That she'd take the initiative like this. In his dream, he gloated inwardly. As the prince of sports, he certainly possessed alluring qualities: tall, imposing, handsome, and wealthy. Though the prize money hadn't arrived yet, the sum was indeed substantial. Jiang Xiaoyu grew more passionate. His struggles were futile. So he half resisted, half yielded, playing hard to get. Sated and satisfied, Jiang Xiaoyu smacked her lips and murmured, "Tastes pretty good." Xu Jiānian felt both humiliated and embarrassed. His first kiss, treasured like a precious gem for 19 years, had been forcibly taken by this little minx. No way. He had to get revenge. And so, he turned the tables, swiftly taking control. The hand resting on her lower back slid swiftly down to her small buttocks. The next day, Xu Jiānian skipped class, taking a day off to stay home and care for the patient. The two spent the entire day diligently typing away, preparing for their national day trip. For breakfast, Xu Jiānian bought steamed buns and fried dough sticks from the residential area. He planned to go out again for lunch. "What do you want to eat?" It was already noon. They needed to eat before getting back to work. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up from her computer, a hint of surprise in her voice. "You're going out to buy food again? Store-bought tastes better than what I make. I can't have you eating noodles every single meal." "Whatever," Jiang Xiaoyu stretched lazily, flexing her small hands. After typing for so long, the joints in her hands felt stiff and sore. "Whatever is the hardest to buy? At least name one or two things you love most." Xu Jiānian grabbed his phone and headed out, stopping at the entryway to change his shoes. "How about this? I'll order a few of your favorite dishes from the local restaurant." He knew her taste preferences well enough: light flavors, slightly sweet. He figured ordering a few dishes suited to her taste would suffice. At worst, she could just adapt to his tastes. When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. She should have that much self-awareness. Chapter 92, Sports Day. On the day of the sports meet, Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu took a taxi to the city stadium. The venue bustled with staff preparing for the imminent start of the games. The two waited in the spectator area for their school's athletes to arrive. After about half an hour, the athletes' procession gradually entered the stadium, filling the venue with excitement. They found their team and sat down with them. The opening ceremony preceded the start of the competitions. Boss Xiaoyu and the girls even organized a cheer squad for you athletes, all the pretty girls from our school. "We're in for a treat," Duan Xiaoqiang whispered over. "Are you here to watch the competition or to check out the girls?" "Both," Duan Xiaoqiang replied, glancing over at Lin Kiki and Jiang Xiaoyu. The two girls were deep in conversation, chattering away, though he couldn't make out what they were saying. "During the competition, find a few girls to look after Jiang Xiaoyu. Don't worry, I'll get it done." Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyu was actually fine, Duan Xiaoqiang couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do I need to do?" "Help her get to the bathroom and stuff. Basically, just find a girl in the class to look after her." Duan Xiaoqiang thought to himself that this kind of thing definitely needed a girl's help. If he tried to escort Jiang Xiaoyu to the bathroom, he'd probably get punched. "Put your mind at ease. Coco only has the short distance race today. Once it's over, she'll definitely come find Xiaoyu." "Oh, but what about you? You've got several events today, right?" Xu Jiānian counted. "Long distance, sprint, and long jump are all today." The opening ceremony concluded quickly. The athletes headed to their respective competition venues. Jiang Xiaoyu and her classmates followed suit. She sat quietly in the spectator area, her gaze following Xu Jiānian's movements. The first event was the sprint. Xu Jiānian and his teammates stood outside the starting line. At the referee's signal, they shot forward like arrows released from a bow. After just a dozen meters, Xu Jiānian's strength became apparent as he surged ahead like a lead sheep. He steadily widened the gap, leaving the others far behind. The spectator area erupted in excitement. Xiaoyu's cheerleading squad cheered enthusiastically, rallying support for Xu Jiānian. Jiang Xiaoyu watched the crazed little fangirls and felt a pang of discomfort. She both wanted Xu Jiānian's fans to cheer him on and didn't want them staring at her boyfriend. Seeing their fervent enthusiasm made her feel sour inside. It felt like they were openly coveting her boyfriend. "These people are crazy enough to deafen me," Duan Xiaoqiang muttered beside Jiang Xiaoyu, watching the girls in the front row go wild with envy. Why didn't girls act like this toward him? He wasn't bad looking either. Jiang Xiaoyu shot back, "That just proves our sports prince is irresistible." Lin Kiki nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Xu Jiānian is the most popular guy in the badminton club with these girls. When they see him, they swarm him like flies to a rotten egg. Jiang Xiaoyu. Kiki, when you play later, I'll get the boys from our class to cheer you on too. Lin Kiki shot him a fierce look. Duan Xiaoqiang, are you bored out of your mind? Duan Xiaoqiang, do you even know what it means to keep a low profile? Duan Xiaoqiang grumbled back, got it. Our Koku doesn't like showing off. Truthfully, Duan Xiaoqiang really didn't want to drag the boys in to cheer for his girlfriend. Just imagine those guys like starving wolves, staring at his girlfriend and screaming their heads off. The thought alone was enough to give him the creeps. On the track, Xu Jiānian quickly reached the finish line. Unsurprisingly, he claimed the boys' sprint championship. The girls in the stands went wild. Xiaoyu and her friends even ran over to congratulate Xu Jiānian at the finish line. Faced with this enthusiastic crowd of fangirls, Xu Jiānian felt a bit helpless. Sports Prince, here's some water. Xu Jiānian, drink mine. Mine's delicious. Are you crazy? Don't push me. The Sports Prince is mine. Xiaoyu quickly pushed through the crowd, grabbing Xu Jiānian's arm and pulling him out. Make way. Xu Jiānian is my boyfriend. Xu Jiānian. The track team watched Xu Jiānian surrounded by girls, filled with envy and resentment. Damn it. Not only is he fast, but he's also popular with the girls. Several PE teachers from Xu Jiānian's school, thrilled to see their student win the championship, enthusiastically struck up conversations with teachers from other schools. Unfortunately, the visiting teachers couldn't be bothered to engage. Put. That kind of attitude? They deserve to lose the championship. Xu Jiānian was being pulled away by Xiaoyu, breaking free from the crowd. He quietly slipped his hand out of Xiaoyu's grasp. That girl sure had the nerve. Her boyfriend? His real girlfriend was watching from the stands. Better not cause trouble for him. What are you doing? Xiaoyu glared at him, clearly annoyed. Seriously, can you watch what you say? What did I do? You can't just go around saying I'm your boyfriend, can you? I was just joking. Stop it. You can mess around with food, but not with words. While the two were talking, the other girls gathered around again. Ignoring Xiaoyu's murderous glare, they handed Xu Jiānian water. Xu Jiānian, the next event is the long-distance run. Drink this energy drink to replenish your stamina. Drink mine, drink mine. My Red Bull will recharge you fastest. Xiaoyu twisted open the cap of her mineral water and held it to Xu Jiānian's lips. Drink mine. You sweated earlier, only mineral water can quench that kind of thirst. Xu Jiānian looked at the girls, whose enthusiasm burned like fire, and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Yet he also felt a bit troubled. These beautiful girls all admired him deeply and had long harbored affection for him. Choosing whose drink to accept was a dilemma. It was like an emperor with 3,000 beauties in his harem. Which one to choose for the night? Each choice required careful deliberation. Sleeping with one concubine would make the others jealous and resentful, making it not worth the trouble. He couldn't do such a thing. So he wouldn't drink from any of them. If he drank, it would be Xiaoyu's. The little girl must have prepared water for him. With that thought, Xu Jiānian apologetically addressed Xiaoyu and the others. Thank you all for your kindness, but my girlfriend brought water. The implication was crystal clear. Xu Jiānian walked toward Jiang Xiaoyu under the envious, jealous, and resentful stares of Xiaoyu and the other fangirls. Jiang Xiaoyu, waiting in the audience, was already burning with impatience. She hadn't expected Xiaoyu and the others to be so clingy and stubborn, refusing to let go of Xu Jiānian. Seeing the girls practically trying to force drinks into Xu Jiānian's mouth made her so furious she could barely contain herself. To covet her man right under her nose? How dare they? Did they think she was invisible? Just as the sourness was rising in her stomach, she saw Xu Jiānian decline their kind offers and walk straight toward her. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness Pighead Xu was steadfast enough not to be swayed by beauty. Otherwise, he'd have brought trouble upon himself. Little fish, big brother's thirsty. Where's our water? Xu Jiānian plopped down on the seat next to Jiang Xiaoyu, waiting to be fed like a spoiled child. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly pulled a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and handed it to him. Didn't someone bring you water? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Xu Jiānian immediately tightened his guard. Was this little minx jealous? Xu Jiānian's survival instincts kicked in instantly. Heh, I didn't drink theirs. Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips. You could have. Xu Jiānian took the water and gulped down most of the bottle before saying, why would I drink someone else's when my girlfriend is right here? Hearing Xu Jiānian say this, Jiang Xiaoyu kept her expression neutral, but inside she was delighted. Good thing you didn't drink theirs. Otherwise, you'd be in for a world of trouble. The reconciliation date would be indefinitely postponed. Then I'd give you the cold shoulder. Ignore him for a whole month. Let's see if he dares mess with girls again. Chapter 93, The King of the Stadium. How long's the break? Xu Jiānian had remained unfazed by the crowd of beauties earlier, which had pleased Jiang Xiaoyu immensely. Now, seeing him drenched in sweat, she handed him a few wet wipes. Xu Jiānian took them, wiped his brow, and replied, over half an hour. Don't worry, long-distance running is my specialty too. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned. I wasn't worried. I came here with the goal of winning the entire prize pool. Xu Jiānian, all the other girls were here to cheer him on, but she was here for the money? Heh, this little minx was way too blunt. Always telling it like it is. But maybe being a bit of a money grubber is good, at least she won't be a burden after marriage. Xu Jiānian wiped the sweat from his face, stealing glances at the girl beside him. She sat on the spectator chair, wearing a pair of sandals. Due to an injury on her left foot, a plaster was still stuck to her instep. Yet the exposed skin was dazzlingly white, and her tiny feet were so delicate and adorable that one couldn't tear their eyes away. Her two slender, white legs were long and graceful. Looking up, the perfect curve from her hips to her waist was accentuated by the fitted dress, highlighting her delicate figure. The skin on her small arms was as smooth and creamy as butter, tempting one to grab and take a bite. Truly a feast for the eyes. The thought of having to hand over his match prize money left him feeling resentful. He'd have to collect some perks later, or else he'd be getting the short end of the stick. After a half-hour break, Xu Jiānian would head to her next match. Xiaoyu and the others gathered around again, eager to cheer Xu Jiānian on. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xu Jiānian felt genuinely touched. But with Jiang Xiaoyu present, he dared not make any rash moves. Actually, giving each of these girls a hug before the match would be pretty nice. Interacting with fans was part of an idol's duty. Unfortunately, he couldn't. But if he couldn't interact with these sweet girls, he could interact with Jiang Xiaoyu. Everyone knew Jiang Xiaoyu was his girlfriend, so it wouldn't be out of line for him, as her boyfriend, to do this. With that thought, Xu Jiānian acted on it. He stood up, wrapped his arm around Jiang Xiaoyu's waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace. With her soft, fragrant body nestled against him, Xu Jiānian felt a wave of intoxication wash over him. He hesitated, mindful of Jiang Xiaoyu's feelings, and didn't hold her for too long. Though reluctant and unsatisfied, he only embraced her lightly before preparing to let go. But Jiang Xiaoyu's cooperation and initiative left him momentarily stunned. The little minx wrapped her arms around his waist, tightening them steadily as she pressed her body against his. Feeling her softness and the exceptionally clear contours of her figure, his mind went blank for a moment. He was utterly bewildered now. He even felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. Right now, Jiang Xiaoyu's little heart was pounding wildly because of her bold move. With so many people watching, she was naturally a bit nervous. Earlier, when Xu Jiānian had hugged her, she'd felt some resistance. With so many people around, embracing in public felt a bit silly. On certain websites, this kind of content was paid material. Though she was a pure young woman, in this internet-saturated era, she couldn't resist temptation. Of course, she had a perfectly good excuse for her curiosity. She was planning to write online fiction, which inevitably required descriptions of ambiguous scenes. Gathering material from those small websites was, in a way, a very professional endeavor. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to show off their affection in public. But seeing Xiaoyu and the others gather around made her change her mind. With so many people coveting her boyfriend, her sense of crisis skyrocketed. She figured it was better to publicly display their affection to deter any rivals. See? We're head over heels in love. You've got no chance of coming between us. Driven by this thought, the young girl naturally grew bolder. A pair of soft arms wrapped tightly around Xu Jiānian's waist, as if afraid someone might snatch him away. Xu Jiānian didn't understand Jiang Xiaoyu's subtle intentions. Thinking his childhood sweetheart was madly in love with him, he tightened his arms around her, wishing he could squeeze her into his very being. Xu Jiānian desperately wanted to confess his feelings then and there, but with so many people around, the words simply wouldn't come out. Instead, he seized the moment to hold her fiercely, to hold her tight, hoping she would understand his heart. He inhaled the sweet scent of her hair without restraint, savoring the softness in his arms. Xu Jiānian felt like the luckiest man alive. What could be happier than holding his little childhood sweetheart? Their seemingly unrestrained display of affection drove the cheerleaders green with envy. Witnessing this scene, they felt all their good moods for the day shattered. They longed to drag Jiang Xiaoyu out of Xu Jiānian's arms and take her place, even beginning to fantasize excitedly about what it would feel like to be held by Xu Jiānian like that. After ending the long embrace, Xu Jiānian pressed another kiss to Jiang Xiaoyu's forehead before striding energetically toward the competition arena. Watching his dashing retreat, Jiang Xiaoyu's lips curved into a proud smile. Xu Jiānian, don't let me down. Lin Keek's event was up next. Duan Shouchun decided to cheer on his girlfriend, but to avoid accusations of neglecting his friends, he entrusted Xu Jiānian to the boys in his class. Our sports prince is in your hands. I'm off to another competition. His classmates teased him, hey, Xu Jiānian is your best buddy. You're just abandoning him like that? Aren't you going to give him a hug after his race and offer him a nice cold drink? Leave the ice-cold drink to you. Hurry up and buy it. I gotta go cool off my girlfriend. You bastard, prioritizing romance over friendship. Ha, I get it, you're jealous. After all, single guys never get chances like this. Get lost. Xiaoyu, your man won the championship. Don't forget to treat us to a meal. He waved at Jiang Xiaoyu and quickly slipped away. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed, when your Coco wins the championship, you're buying. Duan Xiaoqiang turned back to her and asked, "Why should I treat? Want to be her boyfriend?" "Of course I do. Want me, your bestie, to help you out?" "I'd love that." "Alright then, you're buying dinner after the game." "Deal." He'd agree to anything, even a full Manchuhan imperial feast, let alone a simple meal. Lin Kiki was such a tomboy, he'd been trying to win her over for ages. With Jiang Xiaoyu's divine assist, he might finally get her soon. On the track, a group of long-distance runners were sweating buckets, pushing themselves forward. Xu Jiānian was among them, though he wasn't standing out. He deliberately kept his pace steady, conserving his strength. As a seasoned veteran of long-distance races, he understood the need for sustained effort. He kept his pace steady, cruising along without rushing, saving his energy for the final sprint. When the time came, he'd accelerate and cross the finish line. Employing his signature strategy of biding his time before surging ahead, Xu Jiānian effortlessly claimed the championship. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Xu Jiānian crossed the finish line. His rivals seethed with envy. Damn it! What kind of opponent is this? Sprint champion. And he won the long-distance race too? He's the absolute king of the track. Strangely, he didn't seem particularly outstanding earlier. He was running at about the same pace as them. But when it came to the final sprint, he truly outpaced them. Then, catching them completely off guard, he crossed the finish line at lightning speed. Xu Jiānian, you're the best. Xu Jiānian, you're the best. Sports Prince, I love you. The cheerleading girls erupted once more. Chapter 94, Did you drink? Facing the enthusiastic girls, Xu Jiānian merely smiled. He didn't slow his pace. He kept walking forward. After that sudden burst of speed, his body wasn't ready to stop so abruptly. So he took long strides to ease into it. His direction, naturally, was toward Jiang Xiaoyu's location. The morning's competition had concluded. The afternoon session would continue. At noon, the team members and their school students would take a bus back to campus. Considering Jiang Xiaoyu's special circumstances, Xu Jiānian planned to take her home. The city gymnasium wasn't far from their home, less than 10 minutes by taxi. Taking the bus back to campus would be much more troublesome. The long journey meant she wouldn't get adequate rest during the afternoon. After finding Jiang Xiaoyu and discussing it with her, they both agreed instantly. Xu Jiānian helped Jiang Xiaoyu walk outside, muttering with a hint of frustration, "Seriously, why didn't you ask me about my long-distance race ranking?" Jiang Xiaoyu shot back, "Do I even need to ask? With legs that long, how could you show your face to me if someone else took the championship?" Xu Jiānian. She had that much confidence in him? Sigh, she really is a mind reader. She understood him too well. Those girls go crazy over every little achievement of his, blindly idolizing him. She's different. Though she doesn't care much about his accomplishments, she's so utterly confident. As if victory is already hers. Nothing about it is surprising. It was precisely this calmness that often won him over. "Driver, pull over at the home-style restaurant on Commercial Street," Jiang Xiaoyu instructed the driver. Xu Jiānian was puzzled. "Why there for dinner? You've burned so much energy in today's competition. I want to help you replenish your nutrients." Xu Jiānian felt a little touched. Hee, my girlfriend really cares about me. Cut the crap. I'm not being considerate, I'm doing this for that funding. Xu Jiānian. Fine, whatever the reason, as long as it means good food. They got out of the car at the entrance of a home-style restaurant and went inside. Due to the sweltering heat, only a few tables were occupied in the dining area. The owner, recognizing the familiar faces, greeted them warmly. "Xiao Su and you are here." She hurried out from behind the bar to escort them to a table by the window. Noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's awkward gait, she took a closer look and spotted the injury on her foot. Her heart sank. "Fishy, what happened?" "I twisted my ankle," Jiang Xiaoyu replied casually, not wanting to share her embarrassing story with the owner. "How careless of you." "I slipped and fell." The owner handed her the menu. "Pick whatever you like. I'll have your uncle bring you a cold appetizer later." Jiang Xiaoyu obediently replied, "Thank you, auntie. No need to thank me, we're family." Jiang Xiaoyu selected several dishes, mostly meat-based, all favorites of Xu Jiānian. The owner exchanged a few more polite words before taking the menu into the kitchen. Xu Jiānian poured Jiang Xiaoyu a cup of plum juice and remarked, "They even send complimentary dishes. This owner is really nice. She's a regular customer. She saw my injury and wanted to show some kindness. It's perfectly normal." Jiang Xiaoyu was long accustomed to such gestures. She was quite independent. With her parents away, she handled everything on her own, mastering the art of social etiquette to perfection. Xu Jiānian admitted he couldn't hold a candle to her in that regard. "What sports events are scheduled for this afternoon?" "Long jump and throwing events." "Oh." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, saying nothing more. Xu Jiānian had competed in both events many times before and felt confident about them. She just needed to give it her all. As for rankings, she wasn't fixated on them. To be honest, she didn't place much importance on the prize money of over 30,000 yuan. "We'll rest the day after tomorrow, then head to Yaochang. Xu Jiānian was a bit worried about her foot injury and hurriedly suggested, "Why don't we cancel our national day trip?" "No way," Jiang Xiaoyu insisted. "If we cancel the Yao City trip last minute, my parents will get suspicious. I never told them about my injury in the first place. If we don't go, they'll definitely start wondering what's up. I don't want them worrying." Xu Jiānian felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl before him. She chose to swallow her grievances and pain alone, refusing to burden her parents. Such an early taste of independence had forged her character. From now on, it would be his turn to cherish her. The owner brought over a plate of boiled green beans. Xu Jiānian began shelling them. The beans were tender. He lifted them from the thin, broth-drenched plate and gently squeezed the skins open in his fingers. Xu Jiānian set the husks aside, wiped his hands with a handkerchief, and said earnestly, "Little fish, have some beans shelled by your boyfriend." "Who says I'm your girlfriend?" "You. Stop flattering yourself. Our boyfriend-girlfriend relationship is fake." Jiang Xiaoyu gave him a lukewarm glance. "We agreed on that before." Xu Jiānian chuckled. "Maybe someday it'll become real." "No way." Xu Jiānian thought to himself, "Don't be so stubborn. Once things get serious, it'll be too late for you to back out of being my girlfriend." The food arrived quickly. Xu Jiānian ladled a bowl of soup for Jiang Xiaoyu and said gently, "Let the patient try it first to see if it suits her taste." Jiang Xiaoyu took a sip as instructed. The rich, savory flavor was fish soup. "It's delicious." Xu Jiānian tasted it too, smacking his lips. "It really is delicious. After we finish eating, go home and rest. Wait for me at home this afternoon." Jiang Xiaoyu merely sipped her plum juice. The meat in her mouth was a bit salty, so she needed a sip of the sour plum juice after every bite. "All right then. Don't forget the 3 no's." Xu Jiānian chuckled. The little girl was surprisingly persistent about this. "Let me recite them for you. First, no contact with girls. Second, no flirting with girls. Third, no dating during college." He chuckled again. "Don't you think these 3 no rules are a bit excessive? It feels like a girlfriend's restrictions on her boyfriend." "What girlfriend's rules for her boyfriend? You accepted these 3 no's willingly when we made them." Xu Jiānian thought to himself, if he hadn't been cornered back then, he'd never have agreed to such nonsense. Would he willingly become a monk? After lunch, the two took a taxi home. Jiang Xiaoyu felt inexplicably drowsy, leaning softly against Xu Jiānian's chest as she said goodbye to the landlady in a submissive tone. Seeing her like this, Xu Jiānian felt uneasy about leaving her alone at home for the afternoon. "You didn't drink, so why do you look like you're drunk?" Before the car even started moving, the owner heard his question and quickly explained with a smile, "The plum juice you drank contained a trace amount of sweet wine. The alcohol content is negligible." No sooner had the landlady finished speaking than Jiang Xiaoyu scrambled onto him, using both hands and feet. Her body temperature felt slightly elevated, and a familiar, sweet fragrance emanated from her. She lay obediently and softly against him, her chin resting on his shoulder. "Xu Jiānian. Damn it. There's no way I can go to the competition this afternoon." He shoved her into the car, patting her back with affectionate force. "Little fish, stop tormenting your big brother. I've got a match this afternoon." Chapter 95, The Secret is Out. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned widely. "I know, you're competing for the prize money. I'm not putting you in a tough spot, I'm just a little hot. Forget it." Trying to reason with a drunk was like talking to a wall. "Promise me you won't flirt with other girls, won't drink water they offer, won't hug them, won't accept their congratulations." All the way there, Jiang Xiaoyu was restless, chattering incessantly and even getting handsy. Xu Jiānian agreed to each demand. "Got it. Don't worry." How could he refuse? With the driver steering up front, he feared the little minx might suddenly pounce on him. The journey home was pure torture. Xu Jiānian helped Jiang Xiaoyu to the sofa. But the little girl clung to him like an octopus. "Brother, pick me up like you did when I was little." "Stop it. I want it." Xu Jiānian had no choice but to comply. Carrying her horizontally as he moved forward, the soft, yielding body in his arms teased his senses, making him tingle with desire. If only she'd been this passionate when sober. How much more satisfying that would be. Too bad the little minx wouldn't even let him hold her hand when she was sober. Jiang Xiaoyu's clothes had been pulled down significantly at the neckline from his embrace, revealing glimpses of her treasures teasingly hidden yet tantalizingly visible. In this position, at this angle, gazing at the vibrant young beauty in his arms, Xu Jiānian felt like he was about to explode. Physical contact between a man and a woman truly could spark electricity. If not for the afternoon competition, he wouldn't have let such a golden opportunity slip away. He would have pinned her to the sofa and thoroughly taken advantage of her. He'd initially planned to place Jiang Xiaoyu on the sofa, but then realized she might fall asleep after he left. She was never still when sleeping, and if she rolled off, it wouldn't be good. Better to take her to the bedroom bed. Of course, he was thinking of her safety, absolutely not taking advantage of the situation to peek into her bedroom secrets. After a few seconds of hesitation, Xu Jiānian carried Jiang Xiaoyu to her bedroom. The door opened. A familiar, refreshing fragrance wafted toward him. Xu Jiānian looked at the girlish pink bedroom and felt as if he had stepped into another world. He never imagined that after all these years, this little girl's room would remain exactly the same. Pink bedding, pink curtains, and over a dozen little monkeys on the windowsill, some porcelain, some plush, all birthday gifts he had given her. Could it be that the little girl had kept them all this time? And there was the backpack that had witnessed the breakdown of their friendship. Ever since he'd given her that backpack, their relationship had become complicated. They weren't as close as before, but instead kept a reserved distance, neither fully connected nor completely apart. The pink backpack hung on the wall above her desk, clearly treasured like a precious keepsake. It was the birthday gift he gave her that year in 9th grade. That same year, Jiang Xiaoyu gave him a silver medallion engraved with his name. He had kept it all this time, locked away in a drawer of his bedroom desk. At that moment, Xu Jiānian was suddenly overcome by a powerful feeling. Had Xiaoyu liked him all along? Once the thought took hold, he began frantically searching for evidence. After laying her on the bed, he pulled the blanket over her. Jiang Xiaoyu was already fast asleep. If there were no surveillance cameras in her room, whatever he did probably wouldn't be discovered. Of course, there couldn't possibly be any surveillance in her room. Xu Jiānian scrutinized the bedroom carefully, his gaze suddenly drawn to the computer on the desk. An open web page displayed the familiar comic. He hurried over. Though he knew it was unethical, curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked the mouse to open the page. When the page's contents filled his screen, Xu Jiānian froze solid, as if struck by lightning. So this wildly popular webcomic, Secretly Loving You, was drawn by Xiaoyu? In that instant, everything clicked into place for Xu Jiānian. Xiaoyu was the author. All those lingering questions that had troubled him for so long were suddenly resolved. Xu Jiānian was him. Xiaoyu was Xiaoyu. The Xu Jiānian in the comic was handsome and dashing, his demeanor strikingly similar to Xu Jiānian's, while Little Moon was Jiang Xiaoyu. No wonder those heartwarming scenes felt so familiar. This comic was Xiaoyu's creation. Everything made perfect sense now. So, does this comic chronicling their tender daily moments carry another layer of meaning? Could it be a way to document their moments together through comics as a form of solace for an unrequited love in reality? Absolutely. Xiaoyu had always secretly loved him. Otherwise, the comic wouldn't be titled Secretly Loving You. At this thought, a powerful wave of happiness swelled within him, mingled with a tinge of inexplicable excitement. His heart overflowed with sweetness, leaving him momentarily flustered. As the details of his daily interactions with Jiang Xiaoyu replayed in his mind, he became even more certain of his feelings. Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't let him interact with other girls. She wouldn't let him flirt with other girls, much less date them. At first, he had thought her behavior was simply capricious and domineering, but now he realized it was nothing of the sort. It was her possessiveness toward him. The kind of restrictions only a girlfriend would impose on her boyfriend. Ha! How foolish he'd been before. How careless of me not to notice. That little minx hid it well. Ha, now that your secret's out, I'll never worry about getting rejected if I confess to you. But I won't blow your cover, I'll play along with your cat and mouse game. I'll be the big cat lurking in the shadows, watching your little mouse dance about. Xu Jiānian walked cheerfully to the bedside, leaned down, and planted a kiss on her fair little cheek before striding away with a flourish. He gave his all in the 2 afternoon sports events, securing the prize money for Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu remained unaware that her deeply hidden secret had been uncovered, for Xu Jiānian had acted as if nothing had happened these past 2 days, behaving exactly as he always did. Even when she suspected he'd entered her bedroom, he declared flatly, "Xiaoyu, you shouldn't doubt me. I clearly put you on the sofa that afternoon. You were the one who moved to the bedroom halfway through your nap." He'd never admit it. Sneaking into a girl's bedroom? That was a huge transgression. If he got labeled a peeping Tom or a creep, his reputation would be ruined. He was just like most men. Fresh off the bed with another woman, he'd wipe his ass clean and head home to face his wife's accusations, denying everything to the bitter end. Unless you catch him red-handed, you couldn't pry a word out of him. He'd play the brave warrior, facing the enemy's brutal interrogation without flinching. I was drunk that afternoon. I don't even know what happened. Jiang Xiaoyu remained skeptical. She knew Xu Jiānian's character, he couldn't possibly be that upright. Sneaking into her bedroom while she slept to investigate? That wasn't like him at all. What? Xiaoyu, what do you take me for? Xu Jiānian feigned hurt. I had a competition that afternoon. How could I have stayed home? Besides, if I'd done anything to you, wouldn't you have felt it? You can't just assume I did something because you passed out. It's like some naive girl who gets drunk at a nightclub, sleeps it off somewhere, then accuses the owner of taking her virginity the next day. The poor guy would be terrified. Chapter 96. Do you want a dowry? Jiang Xiaoyu. What kind of analogy is that? But judging by his expression, he seemed genuinely sincere. Could he really not have explored the secrets of her bedroom? Sigh, it was all her fault. She'd been craving something cool and drank too much plum tea, never expecting it to contain red wine. Now she'd made a fool of herself.
She couldn't help imagining Xu Jiānian holding her unconscious body nestled in his arms, and blatantly staring at her disheveled state.
How embarrassing. She dared not think about it anymore.
So drinking and losing your composure, especially for delicate girls like them, just leads to trouble.
Xiaoyu?
Xu Jiānian pulled out his phone and reluctantly transferred 6,000 yuan to her. It's the competition prize money. More than enough for our travel fund. In truth, he'd won 5 medals this time, netting him 36,000 yuan in cash prizes. He simply couldn't bring himself to part with that 30,000. He planned to save it for his personal stash. Jiang Xiaoyu was so stingy. She earned a fortune from her comics, holding a small gold mine in her hands, yet she still wanted to pinch his money. If she cleaned him out, he'd be in a tough spot later. They weren't even married yet, and she was already trying to seize control of the finances. If they did get married, wouldn't he end up unable to even afford a pack of cigarettes? He could already picture the scene. For instance, if he needed money for something and reached out to Jiang Xiaoyu, she'd say, "Why do you need so much? You don't earn much, but you sure spend a lot." At that moment, clutching the paltry 2 yuan she'd reluctantly handed over, he'd feel utterly wronged. Living under her thumb must be no picnic. So while they weren't married yet, he had to save money fast. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced up at him, her expression slightly displeased.
Is that all?
She hadn't accompanied him these past 2 days, staying home to pack their travel clothes. Even without going, she knew Xu Jiānian had won more than 1 medal. With several championships under his belt, it should be no less than 30,000 yuan.
Xu Jiānian had once mentioned it wouldn't be less than that amount. He was bringing money home, yet he was being stingy? Are you afraid I'll spend all your money and don't trust me with it? Heh, no way.
We're so close now, how could I not trust you?
It's just, I only won this much. Xu Jiānian said without a hint of guilt, then added, besides, it's enough for the trip. If it's not, you can chip in a little more.
Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless. You're contradicting yourself. You say we're close, yet you don't trust me to hold on to your money. She pleaded earnestly, if you give me the money, I won't spend it recklessly.
I promise to save it for you. When you get married, I'll hand it all over at once. That'll solve your immediate problem, won't it? Xu Jiānian. Wait, solve what urgent need? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at him like he was a little cutie. Don't you give a dowry when you get married? Xu Jiānian knew all about dowries for weddings.
But it felt like a distant dream to him. Besides, he was marrying Jiang Xiaoyu.
Would her parents really have the nerve to ask for an exorbitant dowry from their son-in-law?
She was their only daughter, a true only child, showered with endless affection. Who knows, maybe the dowry would be even more generous.
Xu Jiānian mentally calculated the benefits. Marrying Jiang Xiaoyu would be incredibly advantageous.
Hee, with a hunk like me, that girl would be lucky to marry me, let alone ask for a dowry.
Don't get cocky. Dowry is essential, it shows respect for the bride's family. So do you want a dowry?
Jiang Xiaoyu fluttered her big eyes, her smile sparkling with mischief.
Of course. Otherwise, people might think I'm desperate to marry a super-duper beauty like me.
Guys should be lining up to chase me, spoiling me rotten every day before I'd even consider tying the knot.
Isn't this just looking for a suck-up? But if marrying Jiang Xiaoyu meant being a suck-up, so be it. After all, as a man, if you want a wife, you have to figure out how to please women. And the one he was trying to please wasn't just anyone, it was his childhood sweetheart. But this little minx has a crush on him. Even if he didn't try to please her, she'd still marry him. Well, your standards are pretty high, expecting men to revolve around you all day and cater to your every whim. I can't do that. My girlfriend has to please me first before I'd even consider marrying her. Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, acting all high and mighty. What girl would ever try to please you? Su Zhutu really didn't know how good he had it. He actually expects her to please him? Oomph. No way. Heh, how about this, try pleasing me, and then I'll marry you. No way, oomph. How could you possibly be worthy of me? Su Jiaqing chuckled. Had he not uncovered her secret, he might have believed her words and perhaps even felt a twinge of sadness. But now he didn't buy a word from this two-faced little minx. He was stubborn as a mule. Alright, get some rest early. We have to rush to Yaocheng tomorrow. Xu Jiānian thought the bonus matter had been brushed off, but Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't so easily fooled. She glared at him fiercely and made a gesture demanding money. I'll hold on to your bonus for you. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu crossed one slender leg over the other, dangling her delicate feet as she waited leisurely for his response. Xu Jiānian glanced at her delicate, adorable little feet, suppressing the urge to play with them. I really don't have any left. Damn it, the way those slender legs swayed felt more like some kind of seductive invitation. Xu Jiānian genuinely felt reluctant to leave. He sat back down on the sofa, pressing close to Jiang Xiaoyu. Hey, weren't you going to rest? I'll stay and keep you company. Just in case it rains tonight. Xu Jiānian, the weather forecast says it'll be perfect for the next few days. Otherwise, no one would go traveling during Golden Week. It's just in case. The weather's perfect. What's the chance of rain? Jiang Xiaoyu even went out to the balcony to check. The sky was dotted with stars, not a hint of rain in sight. Xu Jiānian felt he couldn't linger any longer and tried another enticement. Then I'll give you all my bonus if you let me sleep with you. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp twist around his waist. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him, her cheeks puffed out with anger. Su Pighead, you're such a jerk. Xu Jiānian defended himself while explaining, haha, I just meant to sleep beside you, nothing else. I was worried you might get scared in the night. Xu Jiānian shielded his head, letting Jiang Xiaoyu pummel the rest of his body. Honestly, her little fists felt surprisingly pleasant against his skin. He genuinely loved the sensation of being bullied by Jiang Xiaoyu. Fine, fine. I won't sleep with you. Just let me kiss you, and I'll still keep your bonus safe for you. Another punch landed squarely on his chest. You think I'm bargaining with you? What do you take this lady for? Hee hee, you said you're a lady yourself. What do you think I am? Xu Jiānian. Spare me. Chapter 97. Xu Jiānian is acting different today. Xu Jiānian lay sprawled on the sofa like a beaten dog, feigning agony as he moaned, little fish, you're murdering your own husband. You've crippled your man. Jiang Xiaoyu stood towering over him from the sofa. Who's my man? You are. Jiang Xiaoyu lifted her delicate white foot and stomped on his back. That'll teach you to take advantage of me. That feels so good, give me another kick. Jiang Xiaoyu increased her force, stomping hard on his back. That'll teach you to enjoy it. Xu Jiānian grunted, don't stomp your husband to death, or you'll be stuck with a living widow. Xu Jiānian, say one more word. Jiang Xiaoyu placed her foot under his mouth, threatening him. Faced with such a threat, Xu Jiānian only felt it was a blessing in disguise. This little move of hers was exactly what he'd been hoping for. He was also certain that Jiang Xiaoyu used rose-scented shower gel. Otherwise, her body wouldn't always carry that delicate rose fragrance. Fresh from her shower, the scent lingering in the air was slightly potent, yet familiar and utterly delightful. Xu Jiānian felt a stir of desire. Could he push things a bit further? The image. Just imagining it made his blood boil. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Xu Jiānian wondered if he should take the initiative actively pursue his childhood sweetheart? Their relationship was so intimate now they commuted to school together, were inseparable once there, sat side by side in class, clung to each other during breaks, ate meals together, and even slept in each other's arms during thunderstorms. Even Xiaoyu's suggestive comics hinted at her secret crush. Even his future in-laws had voluntarily entrusted him with the daunting task of protecting their daughter. Things had reached this point. If he still doesn't make a move, wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? Just like in the movies, if the male lead was too slow on the uptake, the female lead would give him a playful scold, you fool. He certainly didn't want to be a fool. After all, he and Xiaoyu were mutually attracted. Mutual affection means doing what lovers should do. With that thought, Xu Jiānian grew bolder and reached out to make his move. Jiang Xiaoyu panicked, Xu Jiānian, what are you doing? Hee hee, collecting my benefits. Jiang Xiaoyu's face suddenly flushed red. She glared at him fiercely, bristling with hostility just like always, trying to intimidate Xu Jiānian. Unfortunately, today, her tactic didn't work. Xu Jiānian carried on regardless. He even pushed his advantage further. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow during the trip, Jiang Xiaoyu would even chase after him demanding a bonus. Then he wouldn't be able to build up his little stash. Not taking some perks would be a huge loss. He wasn't about to take a loss. For a split second, Jiang Xiaoyu felt like she was prey about to be swallowed whole by Xu Jiānian. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Xu Pighead, you pervert! Get off me! Jiang Xiaoyu glared at the boy sprawled on the sofa like a puppy. After a brief flicker of embarrassment, her fiery temper flared back and she snapped angrily. Xu Jiānian wasn't about to listen. The warmth of his large hand pressed directly against hers. Jiang Xiaoyu instantly felt a wave of shame wash over her. Xu Jiānian, however, didn't think it was a big deal. After all, they'd known each other for so long. They'd done far worse things together, shared scents, exchanged kisses, even bathed in the same tub as children. But back then, it really meant nothing. Unlike now, even Jiang Xiaoyu's little feet felt like a tremendous treat to him. Does it smell? Jiang Xiaoyu clenched her tiny fists and glared fiercely at Xu Jiānian. For some reason, Xu Jiānian seemed different today. He actually ignored her intimidating glare. His nerve was truly growing. But deep down, she didn't feel repelled by his audacity. In fact, she felt a flutter of excitement and secret delight. Has Pighead Xu finally wised up? But if he dared say her feet smelled, she'd beat him to a pulp. Since she couldn't break free, she might as well compromise. Xu Zhu was holding her feet, she wasn't losing anything. The important thing was that she only allowed Xu Jiānian to treat her this way. If any other guy tried that, she'd call the cops and have him arrested. No odor at all. Just the rose scent from your body, Xu Jiānian replied honestly. So you plan to sleep holding my feet tonight? Jiang Xiaoyu was reasonably satisfied with Xu Jiānian's answer. If you're willing, then tonight we'll sleep in the same bed, and then... Shut up. Then how about you smell mine? Xu Jiānian blurted out an even more shameless suggestion. Who's as perverted as you? It's only fair to return the favor.
Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Xu Jiānian's big feet and immediately recoiled in disgust.
Who said anything about reciprocating? Let go of me right now. I'm sitting down. Xu Jiānian actually let go.
Mainly, he was tired of lying on top of her.
A single foot wasn't enough to keep him occupied all night.
If she were generous and opened herself completely to him, then he'd endure it holding her soft, fragrant body as he drifted off to sleep. He wouldn't feel sleepy at all that night. But Jiang Xiaoyu was too stingy, keeping her body locked away, refusing to open it to him.
Sigh. Seeing but not getting it left him feeling rather down. Alright, you've had your foot fix. Now go back to sleep. Xu Jiānian lingered reluctantly. How about this, open yourself up to me? I promise not to do anything illegal. I'll operate within the law on your body. Xu Jiānian. Jiang Xiaoyu was thoroughly enraged. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hee hee, you're so stingy. Xu Jiānian chuckled as he walked out.
Jiang Xiaoyu actually didn't want Su Pighead to leave either, but as a demure young lady, she'd never let him stay the night. She pretended to close the door, then followed behind him, sneaking up close to his back. She took a deep breath and sniffed carefully.
Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Oh no! She'd let Xu Jiānian infect her. She'd become a pervert too. She was actually sniffing a man's scent.
Surprisingly, he didn't smell bad. A faint, refreshing scent of shower gel lingered on him.
But that scent mingled with his masculine aura, making it a bit sharp. Jiang Xiaoyu, why are you sneaking around like that? Xu Jiānian suddenly turned around, startling Jiang Xiaoyu into taking a step back. Unfortunately, her left foot hadn't fully healed yet and wasn't quite cooperating.
She stumbled backward with a jolt.
Ah! Damn it! Xu Jiānian reacted swiftly, grabbing her arm and pulling her into his embrace.
Jiang Xiaoyu fell completely into his arms. You tell me to leave with your words, but your body can't bear to part with me.
Little fish, you're quite the hypocrite. He continued teasing her. Is it really that hard for you to say, stay with me, big brother? Fine, big brother won't leave. I'll sleep with you tonight. Jiang Xiaoyu was still reeling from the shock. Held in Xu Jiānian's arms now, she forgot all about propriety.
Hearing Xu Jiānian's words, she gritted her teeth in fury. Xu Jiānian, you're the root of all this trouble.
If he hadn't suddenly turned around, how could she have nearly stumbled? Chapter 98, Departure. Xu Jiānian was so cruel. It's all your fault. Who asked you to follow me around without making a sound? That's because I'm as light as a sparrow. My footsteps make no sound at all. Xu Jiānian glanced at Xiaoyu's petite frame and thought she truly was as light as a sparrow.
That little body probably didn't weigh more than 80 pounds, while he was already 160. The weight difference was too great. He could easily carry both of them.
Suddenly, Xu Jiānian felt a pang of worry. Would this frail little body get crushed under the weight of a deck of cards? He pictured the scene in his mind and let out a few ambiguous chuckles. Jiang Xiaoyu sensed his unease and abruptly wriggled free from his embrace. She'd completely forgotten he was still holding her. What a waste of his advantage. What are you laughing at? Xu Jiānian smacked his lips, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. Just thinking about something nice.
Jiang Xiaoyu assumed he was picturing scenic views and grew hopeful herself. Yao City is an ancient town. There must be plenty of tourist spots.
You won't be disappointed. Xu Jiānian. He shot her an awkward glance and chuckled. Won't disappoint me? How could this petite figure ever disappoint him?
Though she might seem a bit green compared to those fiery girls, she'd still grow into it.
Girls change a lot as they grow up. Jiang Xiaoyu was only 16. The real changes were yet to come. She was bound to blossom into a graceful beauty. What are you thinking about?
Jiang Xiaoyu noticed he was still distracted and gave him a light slap.
Snap out of it. Go back to sleep. We've got a 2-hour bus ride tomorrow.
Xu Jiānian glanced at the girl before him, suddenly pulled her close, planted a hard kiss on her cheek, then spun around and fled in a panic.
Xu Jiānian.
Jiang Xiaoyu stomped her foot in frustration as the door slammed shut. Su Pighead, just you wait. When Xu Jiānian got home, he saw his parents' room was dark too. Knowing they were working overtime at the hospital again tonight, he went straight to his own bedroom. Lying in bed, he tried to force himself to sleep, but he tossed and turned restlessly.
Images of being with Jiang Xiaoyu kept flooding his mind. Intimate. Sensual. Even the smallest gestures were etched into his memory.
They were imprinted in his mind, appearing the moment he closed his eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu's body, every inch of her skin radiating youthful vitality, brimming with collagen. Curves in all the right places, a slender waist.
A slender waist, long legs, skin as white as snow. If only I had X-ray vision.
He could feast his eyes to his heart's content. Xu Jiānian felt he possessed an instinctive memory for such things so powerful that even the slightest trace of a young girl's form would etch itself into his mind. If he applied this ability to his studies, surpassing Jiang Xiaoyu would be no problem at all. He simply couldn't sleep. Xu Jiānian got up and turned on his computer. At this hour, he wasn't in the mood for gaming. With his desire in full bloom, he might as well pull out his saved videos for a look. to soothe his lonely heart and satisfy his powerful physical needs. Though it was a distant solution to an immediate problem. But he was skilled enough to entertain himself. Xu Jiānian didn't collapse into bed until well past midnight. It must be said, a 20-year-old virgin's energy was truly boundless. The next day, Xu Jiānian was roused by chattering voices outside. Opening his eyes, he saw it was already 6 o'clock, just 1 hour before catching his ride. He scrambled out of bed and quickly finished his morning routine. Just as he set down his towel, he heard a knock on the door. Assuming it was his mother, he called out, "Coming right up." Stepping out of the bathroom, he found Jiang Xiaoyu standing at the door, curiously examining the furnishings in his room. Xu Jiānian's heart skipped a beat. He dashed to the trash can faster than lightning, swiftly grabbing the garbage bag. He'd used way too much toilet paper last night, he couldn't let her see anything. Though he knew Jiang Xiaoyu well enough to suspect she wouldn't question the contents of the trash can, better safe than sorry. It would be too embarrassing if she found out. Just as he'd expected, Jiang Xiaoyu stared at him blankly, showing no interest in the trash bag in his hands. Instead, she urged him, "Hurry up and tidy the room. Come out for dinner." "Did you cook?" "No, Aunt Sue came back. She specially took the shift to see us off. It's like we're heading off to war. Hurry up, or we'll miss the bus." Xu Jiānian hurriedly took the trash bag he was holding outside, stuffed it into the large household trash bag, and carried it to the door. The cleaning lady would come by to collect it. Mom had prepared a hearty breakfast. Xu Jiānian grabbed a meat bun, bit off half in one go, his mouth stuffed full, speaking with a muffled voice, "Mom, did you get these buns and fried dough sticks from Uncle Zhang's? They tasted just like his family's." Sue's mom watched her son wolfing down his food, completely lacking any sense of decorum. She glanced over at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was chewing slowly and elegantly, and felt a pang of regret about why she seemed to have given birth to a son instead of a daughter. "Slow down, no one's going to take your food. These are from Uncle Zhang's place. I heard you too often go there for breakfast, so I bought them from him." Jiang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt. So Mrs. Su knew everything she and Xu Jiānian had done together. Could she be suspicious? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu devour 2 eggs, Suma pushed the fried dumplings and egg pancake toward her again. "Eat more. Don't go hungry on the road." "Hee, no worries, Mrs. Su. It's only 2 hours, we'll be there in no time." Jiang Xiaoyu had called her mom that morning. Her parents had specially taken the day off and were waiting for them at the guest house. They'd probably already booked a big feast to welcome them home. Looking at the girl she'd cherished like a daughter since childhood, Aunt Sue's face softened with satisfaction. "Once you get there, ask your parents when they'll be back for the new year. That way we can come over early for a big spring cleaning." "Mom, no need to go to all that trouble. Xiaoyu can handle cleaning the house herself," Xu Jiānian interjected. He figured if he didn't say something, this mother-daughter duo wouldn't acknowledge him all morning. "Look at you, lazy as ever. You just dread doing any work." "Mom Su, just have my brother help me clean at year's end. You and Dad Su are both busy, then don't distract yourselves." Su Mom agreed, "Right, your brother's strong. Leave all the heavy lifting to him." Xu Jiānian. Treating him like a laborer? After dinner, Suma drove them to the station, gave them a few parting words, and hurried off to the hospital. "My mom really is swamped." He and Jiang Xiaoyu had originally planned to take a taxi, but he hadn't expected his mom to take it so seriously that she actually drove them. This was his first trip out of town with Jiang Xiaoyu, so she probably wouldn't feel at ease either. "Sue's mom doesn't trust us. We're not kids anymore." "We're still kids." Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly turned to look at Xu Jiānian, her voice soft and sweet as honey. "Big brother, you have to take good care of your little sister, okay?" Xu Jiānian. Goosebumps. His eyes crinkled with amusement, though his gaze held no good intentions. "Don't worry, big brother will make sure you're taken care of comfortably." He added, "Xiaoyu, we won't stay at the guest house with your parents anymore. We'll move out. Then we'll get a room and sleep in one bed." "What are you thinking?" "Hee, thinking about taking care of you." Chapter 99, Putting on a show of affection will kill you. Jiang Xiaoyu eyed him warily. That look on Su Zhudo's face probably didn't bode well. "What are you thinking?" Xu Jiānian thought, "Of course I'm thinking about taking care of you. Aren't you supposed to be thinking about taking care of me? How exactly would you take care of me? Doing it at the guest house won't work. Like drying her hair at night or squeezing toothpaste for her in the morning." Receiving such care from him was already more than she could ask for. Xu Jiānian chuckled, "Of course I want to take care of you alone. At the guest house, with your parents watching, how could I possibly take care of you in bed?" Xu Jiānian. Jiang Xiaoyu reached out and twisted his waist. He dodged quickly, so she twisted his ear instead. "Stop being so improper. Spare me, Xiaoyu. You're murdering your own husband. You deserve it. Then what about your widowhood? Then I'll go find my little brother." Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately provoked Xu Jiānian. "And do naughty things with him. I'll turn into a vengeful ghost and haunt you two lovebirds." Xu Jiānian froze in shock after saying that. Had he gotten too deep into character? Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, he was so furious he nearly exploded. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression also turned slightly strange.
Had she genuinely mistaken Xu Jiānian for her husband?
Both of them stood there dumbfounded, staring at each other wide-eyed, feeling a bit awkward.
The bus is coming soon.
The awkward silence prompted Xu Jiānian to speak up quickly. Jiang Xiaoyu sat there, her face flushed, feeling a bit at a loss.
Sigh, you can lean on my shoulder and sleep on the way. No way.
You're not even grateful for a free shoulder to lean on.
Oomph. Then I'll let some other girl lean on it. Xu Jiānian, you're dead meat. He. The awkwardness lasted only a few seconds before they slipped back into their usual easygoing dynamic.
The bus arrived shortly. They checked their tickets and boarded. The tickets had been booked on their phones long ago, 2 connected seats, so they naturally sat together. It was a holiday, so the train was quite crowded. A young couple sat in the seat in front of them.
But no sooner had they sat down than they eagerly embraced each other. The girl leaned against the boy's shoulder, looking very intimate. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of envy.
She glanced at Xu Jiānian and noticed he was staring intently at the couple in front, his eyes brimming with envy. Recalling how decisively she'd refused his earlier advances, she realized leaning on him now would seem unrestrained.
So Jiang Xiaoyu shot back with a sour tone, "What are you looking at? Putting on a show of affection will get you killed." Xu Jiānian. Classic case of sour grapes.
You can lean on me too, Xu Jiānian shrugged, gesturing invitingly. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a flicker of temptation. It took 2 hours just to get to mom and dad's place. Sitting like this for so long is bound to leave my back aching. If I leaned on him, shifting my weight onto him, I'd feel so much lighter. But she had already spoken so harshly to him earlier.
Wouldn't leaning on him now be hypocritical?
Besides, she genuinely feared that curse might come true.
Putting on a show of affection leads to a quick demise. It proves that love between men and women dies in the light.
She dared not take that risk. Oh dear, she'd really shot herself in the foot. If only she hadn't envied those young couples earlier.
Truthfully, she hadn't meant to do it. Sigh.
Jiang Xiaoyu sighed to herself.
Forget it. I take back what I said.
I wish the young ladies and gentlemen eternal togetherness, forever loving and happy.
And I hope that same for me and Su Pighead.
Xu Jiānian was just inviting Jiang Xiaoyu to lean on his shoulder when he saw her sighing and completely out of sync with him.
What's wrong? I'm just wishing for lovers to be united.
Xu Jiānian held his hand up in front of her eyes.
Seriously? You're already out of it after just stepping out the door? Your words don't even make sense.
You're the one who's out of it, Jiang Xiaoyu sighed again.
How could a clueless oaf like Su understand her sensitive heart? By the time they neared their destination, Jiang Xiaoyu's mood had lifted considerably.
Having not seen her parents in over half a year, she truly missed them now. With every step the car took toward them, her excitement grew stronger.
Xu Jiānian felt much the same. But he was mostly worried that after reuniting with her parents, Jiang Xiaoyu would leave him out in the cold.
They hadn't seen each other in half a year. Once reunited, they'd surely pour out their longing for each other, talking for days on end. He'd just have to listen, without showing the slightest hint of impatience. Otherwise, his future in-laws might harbor resentment toward him. This was a crucial moment in his reconciliation with Jiang Xiaoyu. One step forward could make him part of her family, one step back would plunge him into an abyss. He realized he had no room to retreat. While Xiaoyu could keep her feelings hidden, he couldn't do the same. As the saying goes, when you like someone, even if you keep your mouth shut, it still shows in your eyes. He couldn't fathom how Xiaoyu managed to act so nonchalant and composed.
He certainly couldn't. They were almost at their destination.
Xu Jiānian felt an uncontrollable anticipation bubbling up inside him, mixed with a touch of inexplicable nervousness.
Should he do something before little fish plunged into her parents' embrace? Kisses, hugs, or lifting her high were out of the question. They were in the car. Then, holding hands. Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, looking extremely hesitant. Or so it seemed. The little girl wasn't thinking that way at all.
Look at her eyes, practically begging to be filled.
She clearly wants nothing more than to throw herself into her parents' arms. Xiaoyu, are you eager to see your parents right away?
Seeing her such eagerness, Xu Jiānian felt a pang of pity mixed with guilt.
What time is it now? Stop thinking about things you shouldn't. Jiang Xiaoyu had no idea how turbulent and complex Xu Jiānian's inner thoughts had been just now.
Right now, she wished she could sprout wings and fly straight to her parents, then give them a big hug.
Yes, Jiang Xiaoyu admitted without hesitation. I haven't seen them in over half a year. Of course I miss them. Who do you sleep with at night? That was the question he was more concerned about.
Jiang Xiaoyu paused, not reading into it, and replied casually, with my mom, of course.
I'll also be staying up late talking with my dad.
Xu Jiānian felt as if a piece had been torn from his heart, draining him of all emotion.
So,
he was merely a bodyguard. Once he delivered the princess to her destination, his mission would be complete.
Ugh, how depressing.
Perhaps Xu Jiānian's sourpuss expression, so thick with melancholy it was impossible to ignore, finally caught Jiang Xiaoyu's attention.
Hey, what's wrong? And nothing. Put. We've been together since the day I was born. Do you really think I can't tell when you're hiding something, Xu Jiānian? It's just, well, Xu Jiānian felt a bit melodramatic. And a bit selfish. Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't seen her parents in half a year. What was wrong with giving them these 3 or 4 days? Even married women still visit their parents regularly. Why were you acting like you'd lost your soul? Truthfully, during their time together, he could sense it. Xiaoyu depended on him like a flower needs water or a tree needs sunlight and air. Thinking of this, Xu Jiānian's heart felt warm and tender. He laughed heartily. I was just worried your parents would find out about your foot injury and blame me for not taking better care of you. Chapter 100, Marriage was only natural. Oh, is that all? Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged indifferently. Don't worry, I won't tell them about the injury. That's a huge relief. Xu Jiānian seized the moment, pulling Jiang Xiaoyu close and planting a smack on her cheek. I was worried your parents wouldn't approve of me. Since when did you start caring so much about my parents' opinion? Jiang Xiaoyu wiped the saliva off her face with a look of reproach. Hee, I wasn't before, but things are different now. What's different? Are you stupid? Before, they treated me like a son. Now, they're starting to treat me like a half-son. Jiang Xiaoyu, ? So what's missing? Hee, now they treat me like a son-in-law. And a son-in-law is half a son, right? Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Who said you're their son-in-law? Isn't it obvious? You like me, I like you, we're mutually attracted. Both families know each other inside out. Marriage is just the natural next step. You wish. I don't like you, and I'm certainly not marrying you. Fine, I'll marry you. Xu Jiānian, when did you become so shameless? Just picking a wife like that? If your wife ever finds out, she'll break your legs. Heh, you're my wife now. Would you really dare? Shut up. There are people watching. The two bickered all the way to the station. Stepping out of the waiting hall, Jiang Xiaoyu spotted her parents coming to pick her up. Overjoyed, her eyes lit up as she sprinted toward them like a little bird. Her parents opened their arms wide to welcome her. Watching the scene of the family of 3 embracing, Xu Jiānian stood there dragging his suitcase. Well, he was definitely left out. Xu Dad's skin was tanned from years of outdoor work, but his features were refined and handsome. Xu Jiānian thought Jiang Xiaoyu's face resembled his father's perfectly, except for her skin being several shades fairer. Xu Mom was also beautiful. In her 40s, she maintained a great figure, wearing a flowing dress with waist-length hair and exceptionally fair skin. Jiang Xiaoyu's pallor clearly came from her. Xu Jiānian realized that if he met them outside without knowing their family ties, he would call Jiang Xiaoyu's mother-sister. The couple spent most of the year traveling for work. As they grew older, they found themselves increasingly preoccupied with thoughts of their precious daughter left behind at home. They had considered keeping Jiang Xiaoyu with them, but as geologists, their nomadic lifestyle meant schooling would be problematic for the child. Because of their close relationship with the Xu family, they felt comfortable entrusting their daughter to the care of Xu Jiānian and his wife. This year, their longing for their daughter grew so strong that they planned to visit during the National Day holiday. But then the institute assigned them a new task, and their dream of seeing their daughter during the holiday vanished. So John's mother encouraged her daughter to visit alone, but they couldn't bear the thought of her traveling unaccompanied. They enlisted the neighborhood boy to escort her as her chaperone. The couple embraced their daughter, a wave of warmth and joy welling up inside them. After their affectionate moment, they remembered the neighbor's boy. Jiānian, come on over. I'll take you to the guest house, John's mother called out warmly. Xu Jiānian hadn't dared to interrupt earlier, but now that the 3 of them had finished their affectionate exchange, he politely approached to greet them. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. Ha, you little rascal, Jiang Dad said, playfully punching him in the chest. Xu Jiānian chuckled back. Mr. Jiang's greeting was quite unique. Just like when he was a kid. Let's go to the guest house, Jiang Dad waved his large hand. Seeing his daughter in such high spirits, his joy was written all over his face. Dad, did you prepare something delicious for us? Jiang Xiaoyu lifted her head from her mother's embrace. Xu Jiānian noticed the redness in her eyes. His heart instantly ached for her. My little princess is hungry. Don't worry, your mom and I have prepared a feast for lunch today to welcome you home. Xu Jiānian dragged the suitcase forward, its wheels rolling across the floor with a soft rumbling sound. He stayed close to Jiang Xiaoyu's side, watching her chatter away with her parents about all the amusing stories from the past half year. Of course, he could tell the little minx was only sharing the good news. Xu Jiānian placed the suitcase in the trunk. Only then did Jiang's mother notice they had brought one suitcase. Glancing at the bag slung over Xu Jiānian's shoulder, she wondered, did you pack everything together? Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu with a hint of guilt. How to explain this? It was rather difficult to bring up. Their clothes were indeed packed together. His underwear, Jiang Xiaoyu's underwear, and of course, her delicate lingerie had been placed in separate plastic bags before being mixed with his belongings. There was no skin-to-skin contact. But now that his mother-in-law brought it up, he couldn't shake the guilt of having freeloaded off her daughter. Xiaoyu hadn't wanted to do this.
He'd used the excuse that her foot injury made it inconvenient for her to carry the suitcase, pretending it was for her own good, and persuaded her to put her clothes in his luggage. His suitcase was large enough to comfortably hold both their belongings. Plus, Jiang Xiaoyu's charger and various small items had also been packed into his backpack. She came with nothing but herself. Now, Jiang Xiaoyu merely gave him a wink, showing no intention of saving him from the awkwardness. Xu Jiānian had to fend for himself. It's like this, Jiang's mom. Xiaoyu's been feeling lazy these past few days and didn't want to carry anything, so she put her clothes and stuff in my suitcase. It's fine, I'm strong, I can handle it. Jiang Xiaoyu. I see. Jiang's mom gave Jiang Xiaoyu a reproachful glare before turning to Xu Jiānian. As her big brother, you shouldn't spoil her like this. Heh, it's only right. Who asked me to be her brother? Taking care of little fish is my responsibility this lifetime. This lifetime? Jiang's mom sensed a deeper meaning in those words, but seeing Xu Jiānian casually load the suitcase into the trunk, she didn't have time to dwell on it. The four of them got into the car quickly. Jiang Dad took the wheel. He asked Xu Jiānian, "Did you get your driver's license yet?" "Not yet. I plan to get it when I turn 21. Why wait until 21? You can take it at 18. Xu Jiānian glanced back at Jiang Xiaoyu and declared with unabashed confidence, "Xiaoyu insists I wait for her. She wants to take the test with me." Jiang Xiaoyu, caught in the crossfire. When did she ever say that? She realized that ever since Xu Jiānian met her parents, he'd been going out of his way to make himself look good in front of them. In front of her parents, he went out of his way to portray himself as incredibly attentive and caring toward her. Recalling how she'd bustled about in the kitchen preparing gourmet meals for this big shot, she couldn't help but inwardly marvel, Xu Pighead really knows how to play the game. She was truly impressed. Ah, my girl's still as bossy as ever. Taking the exam together is fine, at least you'll have company. Xu Dad, being absent-minded, didn't think much of it. But Xu Mom couldn't help but think otherwise at this moment. The two kids had been getting along quite well lately. She recalled how, after the new year when they came out, their relationship had been lukewarm at best. In front of their parents, they kept their distance. They certainly weren't roughhousing like they used to. She even wondered if they might have had a falling out. Chapter 101, feeling as happy as if she were pregnant. But now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. The two children were getting along just fine. Especially Jiānian, he was taking such meticulous care of Xiaoyu. This was fine too. With the couple away, she could rest easy. They soon arrived at the guest house. Jiang Dad suggested they rest for a while since it wasn't lunchtime yet. Jiang's mother, ever the romantic, instructed them to enjoy some fruit while handing 2 bouquets of roses to Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian. "Welcome to your vacation. I hope you have a wonderful time these few days." Xu Jiānian stared at the vibrant red roses in his hands, feeling a bit strange. His mother-in-law was welcoming him with roses? Did she already accept him as her son-in-law in her heart? For a moment, he felt as light-hearted as if he were pregnant. But before he could even admire them, his hand felt empty. Jiang Xiaoyu had snatched the bouquet meant for him. "Perfect for my rose bath tonight. Xu Jiānian." He thought to himself, "Well then, I'll just watch you take your rose bath." Jiang's mother chuckled, "Jiānian, have some fruit first." Xu Jiānian picked up the grapes on the table and began eating them. "Mom, where are we staying these days?" Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to confirm before putting the roses in her bedroom. Sleeping at night surrounded by the fragrance of roses would surely put her in a wonderful mood. Jiang's mother pointed to the 2 adjoining rooms and said, "I've already prepared them for you, one for each of you. Then I'll go take a look." Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't wait and rushed off to the bedroom with both bouquets. Xu Jiānian felt it wasn't appropriate to go check his room right away. He believed he should act more composed, at the very least, behave like a proper fiancé. Sigh, really, they had no reason to be dissatisfied. They'd watched the child grow up from childhood. They knew him inside and out. He was good to their daughter. Why wouldn't they welcome him as a son-in-law? "Mr. Jiang, you and Mrs. Jiang must have been pretty busy these past 6 months or so?" "Ah, same as always. We're the only core staff at the institute, each handling 3 people's workload. There's barely any free time." Xu Jiānian felt a pang of sympathy. That must be exhausting. "Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, you really need to take care of yourselves." Jiang Dad was pleased with Xu Jiānian. He chuckled and said to Jiang Mom, "Ha, Jiānian really understands. Look at your daughter, she doesn't even bother to show us any concern." Though he said this, his eyes overflowed with doting affection. His eyes kept drifting toward his daughter's door. They'd only been together for a short while, and clearly, he hadn't gotten enough time with his girl. Xu Jiānian read the situation and realized Jiang Dad wanted to spend more time talking with his daughter. To grant Jiang Dad's wish to spend more time with his daughter, Xu Jiānian pulled out her phone and sent Jiang Xiaoyu a message. What on earth was Jiang Xiaoyu doing in her room? In front of his future in-laws, he couldn't exactly barge into their daughter's room to investigate. "What are you doing?" "I'm putting the roses in a vase so they can release their fragrance." "Didn't you say you wanted to take a rose bath?" "Making the most of them. These roses cost a fortune, so I'm squeezing every last drop of value out of them." First, I'll let them release all their fragrance, then I'll use them for my bath. You're quite the penny pincher.
Of course. I've always been good at managing my finances. You're getting more flustered the more I tease you. Come out and keep your parents company. Aren't you keeping them company? That's true, but can a son-in-law ever replace a real daughter? Why can't this little girl understand me? Yeah, right. Like anyone wants you as a son-in-law. Hurry up and get out. I need to check my bedroom.
Jiang Xiaoyu had already scouted the place out. She'd already taken a good look at Xu Jiānian's room. Because the balconies of these two bedrooms connected. She'd scouted both rooms inside and out, even the bathroom. No issues. Everything was clean and tidy. Just like a hotel room. A large bed, bathroom, small balcony, and decor leaning toward cool tones. But once she placed the roses in a vase on the small coffee table and arranged her shoes, luggage, and cosmetics, her bedroom instantly took on a girlish hue. Feeling delighted with her beautifully arranged little room, Jiang Xiaoyu stepped out in high spirits.
Mom Jiang went to prepare lunch.
She just needed to go to the guesthouse kitchen and bring the food over.
Xu Jiānian wanted to help, but Jiang's mother feared he'd tire himself out. No need, she hurriedly said. It's just a few food containers. I'll have the chef bring them over. You and Jiang's father stay here and enjoy your tea. Xu Jiānian thought that wouldn't do.
He couldn't pass up this chance to impress his mother-in-law. I'm not tired, Mom Jiang.
I'll go with you. No need to trouble the chef, Xu Jiānian quickly replied. Jiang's mother felt Xu Jiānian had become much more considerate.
The more he insisted, the more reluctant she was to let him exert himself.
After such a long drive, how could I possibly let you tire yourself out? Xu Jiānian insisted repeatedly. It's fine. I do this kind of thing all the time at home. It won't tire me out. Let him go with you. Why be so formal with Jiānian? Jiang Dad chimed in.
Jiang Xiaoyu watched Xu Pighead being so attentive and felt like she was looking at a different person. She chimed in, Mom, let him go with you.
Let him handle the heavy lifting. No need to be polite.
Xu Jiānian smiled meaningfully. Exactly.
Heavy lifting is my job anyway. We're family, no need for formalities. Jiang's mother didn't argue further.
She sensed vaguely that Xu Jiānian had changed.
He'd changed a lot.
Even when he was living at home, he hadn't been this considerate. How had the Xu couple managed to raise their son to be so considerate in just over half a year?
Though Jiang's mother now sensed Xu Jiānian had changed considerably, she never imagined he was coveting her precious daughter. The two headed toward the guesthouse kitchen. Xu Jiānian took the opportunity to observe the courtyard.
It was a traditional Sahyuan compound, enclosed by 5 or 6-story buildings. The grounds were quite spacious, featuring weeping willows, a sizable lawn, and various sports facilities quite well equipped.
Your father and I have made arrangements. Tomorrow we'll accompany you to Udai Lake.
The day after tomorrow we won't be able to join you, but I've already purchased tickets for several tourist attractions.
You can just go directly when the time comes. That's incredibly thoughtful, thank you, Jiang Mom. Xu Jiānian was quite satisfied that Jiang Xiaoyu's parents could only accompany them for one day.
Staying here for 4 days, he wished he could spend every single one alone with Jiang Xiaoyu.
How did that saying go? When couples are madly in love, they only have eyes for each other. They can't see anyone else, not even their parents. No wonder they say women in love have 0 IQ. Men are no different, really.
Take him, for instance. When he was head over heels, whatever Jiang Xiaoyu asked him to do, he'd scramble to do it. If she acted coy, he'd climb mountains and cross seas for her.
He hoped Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't hold back around him.
When it was time to be sweet, be sweet. When it was time to cling, cling. Even if she stuck to him like glue all day long, dragging him straight to bed, he wouldn't mind a bit. Soon they arrived at the kitchen. Jiang's mother exchanged greetings with the chef, who then brought out the prepared food containers. He respectfully offered, Director Yu, allow me to carry these over for you. They're a bit heavy.
Chapter 102, Unusual Relationship. No need, Xiao Zhao. We have extra hands today. Let him carry it.
Xiao Zhao glanced at Xu Jiānian, puzzled. He'd only heard that Director Jiang and Director Yu's daughter were coming. Who was this young man? I don't want to trouble our guest, Xiao Zhao said politely. In this station, serving the chief and director was an honor he certainly didn't want anyone else to take credit.
Jiang's mother smiled. He's no stranger, he's family. I watched him grow up. He's like my own son. He came with my daughter to visit me for a couple days. Xiao Zhao immediately filled in the blanks about Xu Jiānian's identity. I see. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony.
I'll trouble your son-in-law to bring the meal over.
Jiang Ma. Xu Jiānian was taken aback.
He hadn't expected Xiao Zhao to be so sharp guessing his identity right away.
He gladly took the food box and headed out. Jiang Ma's expression turned peculiar.
This kid Zhao had actually called Jiānian her son-in-law, and Jiānian hadn't denied it or offered any explanation.
No.
She couldn't shake the feeling that Xiaoyu and Jiānian shared an unusual bond.
Tonight, she absolutely had to ask Xiaoyu about it. Xu Jiānian carried a food box in each hand, striding ahead with ease. Following behind, Jiangma noticed his stamina and couldn't help but praise him. Jiānian, you must exercise regularly. Still as passionate about sports as when you were a kid? Yes, I entered several events at the fall sports meet this time. I won a few medals and got tens of thousands in prize money. Oh, I plan to have Xiaoyu hold on to the prize money for me. I also gave her 6,000 as funding for this trip. What? Jiang's mother exclaimed in surprise. Why give it to Xiaoyu to hold? Because Xiaoyu really wanted to keep it for me. That won't do. With your dad and me away, Xiaoyu's already under your parents' care. How could she possibly take money from you too? Besides, this trip isn't your responsibility. Your dad and I have it all covered. I'll transfer the funds to you later. Mom, no need. We're family, no need to be so formal. Whether Xiaoyu or I manage the money makes no difference. It's just money passing from one hand to the other. Since she wants to hold it, it saves me from overspending. Jiang's mom. She watched Xu Jiānian's retreating figure with a complex expression, trying to decipher the meaning behind his words. It doesn't matter who manages it? Money just passes through? Wasn't that something only family members or spouses would say? Are Jiānian and Xiaoyu really that close? That's not right. Way too weird. The subtext in Jiānian's words just doesn't sit right. Could it be that her precious daughter really has feelings for the neighbor's boy? While she did think Xu Jiānian was a decent young man, someone her precious daughter could entrust her life to, both kids were still so young. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. Young people lack restraint, they mustn't ruin things. No, she absolutely had to give little fish a stern talking to tonight. It didn't matter if she liked Xu Jiānian, they weren't opposed to it. Quite the opposite, they actually approved of Xu Jiānian. But if they lose their sense of boundaries in their relationship and rush into forbidden fruit too soon, that would spell big trouble. It could ruin both of them. Especially the girl, she'd be deeply hurt. They soon arrived at his place. Xu Jiānian promptly took the food out of the lunchbox and arranged it on the dining table. The spread was generous, clearly prepared with care by Jiang's mother. 8 dishes and a soup, all favorites of both Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu. The four of them ate lunch together, chatting and laughing. Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu shared amusing stories about home and school, while Jiang Xiaoyu's parents listened attentively, occasionally offering comments. Upon learning that both were writing novels, they offered words of encouragement. After lunch, Xu Jiānian volunteered to clear the dishes, carrying them alone to the kitchen. Jiang's mother had planned to have a proper talk with her daughter that evening, but seeing the seamless rapport between her daughter and the neighbor boy during lunch, she couldn't wait a moment longer. Xiaoyu, are you dating Jiānian? Mom Jiang asked bluntly as soon as she entered the room. Jiang Xiaoyu froze. Had they been that obvious? How had her mom noticed? Her cheeks flushed as she denied it. Mom, of course not. Why would you think that? Though she and Xu Jiānian did act like a couple now, neither had ever brought up dating. There hadn't even been a confession. This couldn't count as dating, right? Mom Jiang tapped her daughter's forehead playfully. You're not dating, yet you manage his finances? You're not dating, yet you share a suitcase? You're not dating, yet you serve each other food at meals? Jiang Xiaoyu froze. That big mouth Xu Jiānian actually told her mom about handing over the purse strings? That stinky pig-headed Xu. Just wait until she gets her hands on him. Also, sharing one suitcase was Xu Jiānian's idea. Her foot injury hadn't fully healed yet, and she genuinely worried that lugging a suitcase around would wear her out. But she couldn't tell her mom the truth about this, or else the injury would be exposed. As for serving food, siblings can serve each other. Sigh, she had no idea how to explain this to her mom. Well, we've always been like brother and sister, so doing these things is perfectly normal. Jiang's mother fumed. What siblings are that close? If Xu Jiānian marries someday, and you two act like this, won't his wife get jealous? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu blurted out, I want him to stay with me forever, and I'll stay with him forever. I won't let him marry anyone else. Jiang's mom. Looks like it's confirmed. Her little girl's words said it all. They might not realize yet where this relationship is headed, but at the very least, that stinker Jiānian has a special place in her heart. It's clear Jiānian has feelings for her too. They probably haven't crossed that line yet. She lectured earnestly, you little stinker, keeping this from us. This dynamic between you two isn't how brothers and sisters should act. Jiang Xiaoyu stubbornly refused to admit she was dating Xu Jiānian, her teenage pride refusing to concede. But we've always been like this since we were kids. This is perfectly normal for us. You won't even let him marry someone else, insisting he stay with you forever, and you still deny it. Jiang's mother spoke earnestly, sweetheart, we've been through it all. How could we not see that your relationship with Jiānian is special? Let me tell you this, dear. Your father and I don't oppose you dating Jiānian. On the contrary, we support you because he's a young man worthy of your trust. But I still need to remind you, maintain boundaries in your relationship. You're both still young. Prioritize your studies above all else. Only after you graduate from university, mature a bit more, and truly understand what responsibility means should you consider certain things. With mom laying it out like this, Jiang Xiaoyu would have to be dumb not to get it.
Mom was laying it on thick like this because she was afraid they'd sneak a bite of the forbidden fruit. But she wouldn't do that. Even though she knew that pig-headed Xu was lusting after her body, she wouldn't let him get the upper hand.
Mom, don't worry.
Your daughter knows what she's doing.
I won't give myself to him until our wedding day. But you said you weren't dating anyone. How come you're already thinking about something as big as marriage? Hee, it's all because Mom tricked me.
Mother and daughter chatted happily in the bedroom while Xu Jiānian, having returned home, kept Jiangda company in the living room, sipping tea and chatting.
Chapter 103, Truly in Perfect Harmony.
Seeing that it was nearly 1 o'clock, Jiangda urged Xu Jiānian to take a nap.
Go rest first. We'll take a stroll nearby this afternoon and go out for dinner tonight. Alright, Dad, you should rest too. Xu Jiānian entered his room and discovered the 2 bedrooms were connected, a delightful surprise.
He'd thought he'd have to live like a monk during this trip, but now he could sneak into little Fish's room at night and hold her while they slept. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang really knew how to arrange things, giving him such a perk. It seemed they truly regarded him as their son-in-law. The thought of spending the night with Jiang Xiaoyu made him impatient. He wished he could open the balcony door right now and snuggle up with her for an afternoon nap. But he knew Jiang's mother was having a private chat with her daughter. Though curious about their conversation, he was moral enough not to eavesdrop. He stood on the balcony for a while, hearing the cheerful laughter from next door as mother and daughter chatted happily. Then he retreated back inside, lying down on the bed to prepare for his nap. He lay there for ages, but sleep wouldn't come. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he was just about to head to the balcony to look at the view outside when he heard the sound of a text message on his phone. It was Jiang Xiaoyu.
Asleep? Xu Jiānian couldn't hide the delight on her face. What was this? Just as I was thinking of you, you were thinking of me too. What a telepathic connection. Not at all. I was just thinking about you. Jiang Xiaoyu.
Her words were as sweet as honey.
Even though I knew Xu Jiānian was just saying it offhand, it still made me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
What did Jiang's mom talk to you about earlier?
Xu Jiānian probed. Why are you being so nosy?
You pighead was so boring, prying into her conversation with her mom.
No way was she telling him. I just want to know what Mom thinks of me.
You wish.
My mom won't let me date anyone. Huh? Xu Jiānian was momentarily stunned. Was he imagining things? Could it be that Jiang's mom actually didn't like him and didn't want him as her son-in-law?
His heart sank.
He felt a little disappointed. So, what exactly does Mom mean? Is she just forbidding you from dating, or specifically forbidding you from dating me? He had to get this question straight.
The first possibility was understandable. Parents forbidding their daughter to date was often because she was young, fearing she might get hurt. But the second scenario meant the exact opposite. Clearly, she didn't approve of him and didn't want little fish to marry him. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the message Xu Jiānian sent, her lips curling slightly.
Stupid pig, he actually cared so much about his parents' opinion? Was he already thinking about committing to her? But she wasn't ready yet.
Knowing how anxiously Xu Jiānian was waiting, she didn't want to make things too difficult for him. If she flatly refused, saying her parents wouldn't allow them to date, she genuinely feared Xu Jiānian might storm off in a huff. Then the 2-person travel group would become just her. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to see him go, but rather that she was kind-hearted and soft-hearted, unwilling to see him struggle. My mom said I should wait until after college to be with you. After sending the message, Jiang Xiaoyu shyly buried her head in the covers.
She was so reserved.
She actually confessed to Xu Pighead herself. Oh my gosh, she really has no shame left.
Xu Zhutu would probably die laughing when he saw this. So embarrassing. To prove she hadn't confessed to Xu Jiānian first,
Jiang Xiaoyu tried to fool herself by scrolling through their chat history. She finally concluded it wasn't her confessing to him, he confessed first, and she responded afterward. It seemed Xu Jiānian had first asked her about her mom's opinion of him, which led to the subsequent conversation.
Why did this trip feel less like a vacation and more like bringing a boyfriend to meet the parents? And Xu Jiānian's behavior in front of her parents was different too. Gone was his usual casual, laid-back self.
Now he was rushing to do this and that, trying to win them over.
Yes, it was Xu Jiānian who took the initiative.
These actions spoke louder than words.
More meaningful than 10,000 declarations of love.
This proved Xu Jiānian had long been madly in love with her, so utterly devoted that he couldn't live without her.
If he couldn't marry her, he'd become a monk. Over here.
Xu Jiānian saw the message, and a wave of wild joy exploded in his heart.
False alarm. It turned out Jiang's parents did approve of him, they wanted him as their son-in-law.
His excitement was palpable. My parents are truly wonderful. Little fish, I've decided I'll let you hold on to that 30,000 yuan bonus.
From now on, I'll eat what you eat, drink what you drink. I'm yours in life and yours in death. Who needs you? You. I don't want you either. Then I want you. Jiang Xiaoyu. This scoundrel. How dare he take advantage of her?
The girl was still fuming with embarrassment when Xu Jiānian messaged again, "Sigh, you're still 4 years away from turning 20.
I'm waiting so impatiently.
Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm getting totally ripped off."
Jiang Xiaoyu snorted, her anger flaring up instantly. Xu Jiānian, don't push your luck. You pig-headed jerk. Agreeing to be with him was already giving him a break, and he still thinks he's getting the short end of the stick? Oomph. Shinyuro in our class is already 20. If you can't wait, go find her. You can start dating her right now. Xu Jiānian's guard shot up instantly. Was she testing him?
Haha, I told you in life I'm yours, in death I'm your ghost.
How could I be fickle? That'd get me struck by lightning. Unless, of course, you allow me a female confidant, and after marriage, I can spend the night elsewhere seeking excitement.
Pfft, pledging loyalty won't cut it. You say no with your mouth, but who knows what you're thinking about that beauty in your heart.
Xu Jiānian.
Jiang Xiaoyu really was like a worm in his gut. She knew exactly what was going on in his mind.
Oh no. If she knows him this well, what if after marriage he loses control, messes around outside, sleeps with his mistress, and lies about working overtime? She'd see right through him in no time. Sigh. Marrying your childhood sweetheart sometimes comes with a price. You have to commit wholeheartedly to the marriage and never stray. Come to think of it, it really was a huge loss. Just as Xu Jiānian was brooding over this, Jiang Xiaoyu sent another message. I've waited this long, why hasn't the 30,000 yuan been transferred yet? Xu Jiānian, a gentleman's word is his bond. You're a man of honor, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Do I need to send you screenshots of our chat? It's only been 2 minutes. Xu Jiānian.
He smacked his forehead hard. All because of my big mouth.
Got carried away and actually volunteered to hand over a huge sum. Does that mean my little slush fund is ruined?
Sigh, Jiang Xiaoyu was always the level-headed one. At all times, she executed everything flawlessly. She kept the purse strings firmly in her hands, controlling him completely.
Give me a few days. I'll transfer it back to you.
She hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the money before handing it over. It was hard to let go.
Xu Jiānian, unless you admit you're no gentleman, just a man of your word, transfer it to me immediately. Xu Jiānian.
You shot yourself in the foot all because you couldn't keep your mouth shut.
Chapter 104, Playing Both Sides. Reluctantly, he transferred the money to Jiang Xiaoyu.
Then he made his demand.
I'm completely broke now. If I need money, I'll have to ask you for it.
Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling much better after receiving the money. Don't worry, reasonable expenses, I can approve them.
Xu Jiānian. He felt like he'd become Jiang Xiaoyu's subordinate. Even spending money required approval. Having just lost 30,000 yuan, Xu Jiānian felt a surge of resentment.
He stood up and headed toward the next room. Of course, he came through the balcony. He wouldn't dare walk in through the front door of Jiang Xiaoyu's room.
Xiaoyu, open the door. What do you want?
Jiang Xiaoyu heard the voice from the balcony next door and asked with some annoyance.
I can't sleep. Just open the door. Xu Jiānian persisted.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit helpless. She'd just promised her mom to be reserved and keep things professional, but now Xu Zhutu was about to make her break her promise. Still, she couldn't bear to leave him out there. He claimed he couldn't sleep, so he came over to see her during her afternoon nap. The problem was, with him here, she couldn't sleep either.
Jiang Xiaoyu opened the balcony door and glared fiercely at Xu Jiānian. You seem to have so many things on your mind out there. Aren't you the one who snores the moment your head hits the pillow? Xu Jiānian looked sheepish. Different surroundings. I'm not quite used to it yet. You're just being dramatic. I mainly came to check your room. I'm worried about you living here alone.
He needed an excuse for keeping her company. He couldn't just barge in and get straight to the point.
Jiang Xiaoyu glared. What's there to worry about at my parents' place? Xu Jiānian continued his tall tale. I was worried about cockroaches and mice. You've always been timid, and I didn't want to scare you. This is the 5th floor. How could there be rats? Cockroaches couldn't even climb up here.
Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a look that screamed, you're just making this up.
Like I'd believe you.
Xu Jiānian suddenly wished for a downpour, preferably thunder and lightning, a torrential rain, so Jiang Xiaoyu would abandon her disdain and cling to him desperately. But the sky was clear and bright, with not a hint of rain in sight. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu lying on the bed ready to rest, he plopped down beside her, looking for an opportunity to lie down and sleep.
Xu Jiānian, what are you doing? Just barging into a girl's room and plopping down on her bed like that? Are you trying to be a creep? Xu Jiānian was speechless.
When you snuck into my room in the middle of the night and crawled into my bed, I didn't call you a pervert.
No way.
Oh, that's called throwing yourself at me.
Xu Jiānian flopped down regardless.
After all, he just handed over 30,000 yuan. He had every right to lie there. As they say, a man with money to support his family has confidence.
That saying was spot on. He just handed over 30 grand. His confidence was sky high. After they got married, he'd work hard to earn money and make Jiang Xiaoyu submit to him. Preferably, she'd find all sorts of ways to please him. Jiang Xiaoyu kicked him in the thigh. Who said I'd throw myself at you? Little doggy, hee hee, little fishy, you just gave me money, don't you owe your big brother a little something? Put. You handed it over willingly, I didn't ask for it. Xu Jiānian felt a twinge of hurt at her words. Well, since mom and dad already agreed to let you be my girlfriend, and your boyfriend is being so good to you, even handing over the financial reins before marriage, shouldn't you show some appreciation? At the very least, you could offer some compensation. Like letting your boyfriend cuddle you for an afternoon nap? Jiang Xiaoyu extended her delicate white foot and kicked him hard twice. Xu Jiānian, you're shameless. You're just too wicked. Xu Jiānian grabbed her foot and tickled her soul with his index finger. Hee hee, if a man isn't a little bad, women won't love him. Let go. No. Stop it. You really want to wake your parents? Fine, I'm just taking a nap on your bed. I'm not doing anything to you. Why are you being so petty? Jiang Xiaoyu genuinely feared her parents might hear. After all, she had promised to be sensible. How could she bring her boyfriend to bed to sleep right after they left? With no other choice, she reluctantly agreed to Xu Jiānian's request. To be safe, she ran downstairs barefoot and locked the door from the inside. Lying back down, she reminded him, when you wake up, hurry to your bedroom. What are you afraid of? What do you mean, what am I afraid of? Our relationship isn't approved yet. I'm not even 20, and my parents won't let me date. Jiang Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, filled with hope. Besides, in my heart, there has to be a grand confession and not just one before I'll even consider being his girlfriend. Well, that depends. Xu Jiānian turned to face Jiang Xiaoyu and began his own declaration. Xiaoyu, be my girlfriend. I promise I'll treat you well, just like when we were kids. Jiang Xiaoyu. That's way too half-hearted. That doesn't count. I want you to properly confess once. Otherwise, I'll go be someone else's girlfriend. Jiang Xiaoyu declared petulantly. Damn it, you want to play both sides? Then don't blame me for being blunt. With that, Xu Jiānian stretched out his long arm, pulled Jiang Xiaoyu close, and planted a kiss on her forehead. Don't worry. I'll make a proper confession on your birthday. That'll be more formal. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of secret delight. Now that's more like it. She, the super-duper beautiful girl, wouldn't just casually become someone's girlfriend. Boys had to chase after her relentlessly first. Jiang Xiaoyu nestled contentedly in his embrace. The afternoon sunlight bathed them both in a lazy glow, enveloping them in pure bliss. After a long while, the two, still murmuring softly, drifted off to sleep one after the other. After falling asleep, Xu Jiānian took up most of the bed. Perhaps subconsciously aware of the girl he liked beside him, he kept shifting backward. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyu gained the upper hand. Restless in her sleep, she became the aggressor. Under her relentless advances, Xu Jiānian even faced the danger of rolling off the bed. The air conditioner hummed in the room. Covered only by a summer quilt, the pair naturally huddled together for warmth as sleep brought a slight chill. Her slender, pale arm wrapped tightly around his neck, while a snow-white, long leg coiled around him, draping over his body like an octopus, clinging tightly. Her small head nestled against his chest, warm breath tickling his skin. Still seemingly unsatisfied, she instinctively reached out to touch and rub against him. Only by confirming Xu Jiānian was still sleeping beside her could she drift into a comfortable, peaceful slumber. 2 hours later, Xu Jiānian woke up from the cold. He reached out to tug the blanket for more sleep, but felt something heavy on him. Realizing someone was in his arms, he instantly sobered up. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu wrapped around him like an octopus, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She says no, but her body tells the truth. It was simply that she loved her brother so intensely she couldn't resist. Since you're so reserved when you're awake that you won't let your brother touch you, don't blame him for taking advantage of the situation. Xu Jiānian's hand reached out without restraint, his fingers lightly grazing the soft curve of her lips. His broad palm gently traced the warm, supple curve of her arm. Having tasted the sweetness, he naturally wasn't satisfied with just that. He intended to demand more payment, but when Jiang Xiaoyu let out a soft whimper and shifted her small body, Xu Jiānian swiftly withdrew his hand, no longer daring to touch her. If Jiang Xiaoyu caught on, she'd skin him alive. But the little minx was anything but still. Not only did she keep whimpering, her legs were restless too, kicking him repeatedly as if repelling him. Damn it, this was just asking for trouble. Xu Jiānian felt his blood boil. Tormented by this ambiguous atmosphere. Stop rubbing, you little rascal. This is going to end badly. Xu Jiānian felt like he was about to get a nosebleed. His body seemed to have a mind of its own, instinctively grinding against the friction. The flames of ambiguity and attraction burned brighter and brighter, making him unable to stop. Lost in the sensation, Xu Jiānian failed to notice the footsteps outside. Little fish, wake up. Chapter 105, Stealing a Kiss. Oh no. Xu Jiānian jolted awake, snatching his mischievous hand away. What to do? Caught stealing a kiss by his mother-in-law. And it was her own daughter he was trying to steal. This is bad. Xiaoyu, wake up. Xu Jiānian panicked for a few seconds before regaining his composure. He remembered the door was locked from the inside. Zhang's mother couldn't get in. This provided him with an escape route. At the very least, he wouldn't be trapped in bed.
But before escaping, he had to wake Xiaoyu up. Otherwise, if he dragged his feet too long without opening the door, Jiang Ma would still suspect something.
Wake up, you little dumpling, or I won't be polite. Seeing no sign of Jiang Xiaoyu stirring, Xu Jiānian, desperate, pressed his lips to hers.
Jiang Xiaoyu was half asleep, feeling someone nibbling at her.
She grumbled, I'm not a lollipop, why are you nibbling on me? Xu Jiānian didn't stop his actions, feeling both annoyed and amused. Did this brat actually think she was a lollipop? But this taste was indeed sweet and soft, even better than a lollipop. Xiaoyu? A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Jiang's mother's slightly anxious voice. Xu Jiānian felt incredibly excited. Outside was his mother-in-law. Inside were he and her daughter. Though this tantalizingly suggestive scene was intoxicating, Xu Jiānian had little mind to savor it. Savoring such beauty.
Until he bit down hard enough to wake Jiang Xiaoyu.
What?
Jiang Xiaoyu opened her sleepy eyes and glared at him with a pout.
Your mom's knocking on the door. I gotta get back to my place. Huh? Jiang Xiaoyu looked dazed for a moment before snapping back to reality. Hurry up then. What are you dawdling for? I was worried you wouldn't handle it. What if you opened the door half asleep and started looking for me everywhere? That would give us away. Right. I definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. Well, that's settled then, you better get going. All right.
Xu Jiānian scrambled out of bed, grabbed his shoes, and ran barefoot back to his room. Jiang Xiaoyu, still burying her head in the sand, locked the balcony door before going to open it. Pretending to be exhausted, she even yawned. Mom, why did you sleep for such a short time? Jiang's mother entered the room, looked around suspiciously, and asked, why is the door still locked? Jiang Xiaoyu's quick thinking was no joke. She hurriedly explained, Mom, I'm home alone sometimes and feel a bit insecure. Changing my environment makes me habitually lock the door. Jiang's mother didn't doubt her daughter's words and immediately felt a pang of guilt. It's all my fault and your father's. We left you at home alone so often when you were little. Seeing her mother's self-reproach, Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly reassured her, Mom, it actually made me stronger. Look how independent I am now. She smiled as she invited her mother to sit on the bed, discreetly glancing at the spot where Xu Jiānian had lain before. Also, Mr. and Mrs. Su have been very kind to me. I haven't felt lonely at all. I've even learned quite a few delicious recipes from Mrs. Su. I'll make them for you and Dad sometime. John's mother smiled warmly at her thoughtful daughter. Alright, we'll definitely try your cooking when we get the chance. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled back. Truthfully, these past years had been thanks to Xu Jiānian. If not for him, she might not have made it through. Your dad and I will head to the office shortly. You and Jiānian can explore the neighborhood. This is the suburbs, with several villages nearby. You can visit one to learn about their customs and traditions. Sounds good. Jiang Xiaoyu urged her mother to leave quickly. Mom, you and Dad should get to work. Don't be late. It's just a small meeting. After it's over, we'll go out for dinner tonight. Jiang's mom stood up and started walking out, but then remembered something and turned back. Don't take any more money from Jiānian. I'll transfer the money to you later. Jiang Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively. Mom, it's okay. I have money, lots of it. Jiang's mom looked at her daughter and gently tapped her forehead affectionately. You little money grubber, you have money in your pocket and still beg Jiānian for it. Hee, I'm just holding it for him. Jiang Ma stepped out of the bedroom, pulled out her phone, found Xu Jiānian's WeChat, and transferred 10,000 yuan directly to him. Xu Jiānian was lying in bed anxiously waiting for a message, thinking it was a reassurance from Jiang Xiaoyu. He quickly grabbed his phone to check. When he saw the 10,000 yuan transfer from Jiang's mom, he was momentarily stunned. What kind of blessing is this? Getting a daughter for free, and then throwing in money too? What a steal. But after careful consideration, he still couldn't accept it. He dared not take the money. If he did, Jiang Xiaoyu would surely pry it back from him. Besides, he had no reason to accept money from his future mother-in-law. After they got married, it would be more fitting for him, as her son-in-law, to show filial piety to her. So he replied, Mom Jiang, I have money. I can't take yours. Jiang's mom, silly boy, don't you think I know Xiaoyu's already taken every penny from you? Keep this money for yourself, don't tell her. Xu Jiānian. He wasn't even married yet, and his future mother-in-law was already taking his side. Life was going to be so easy from now on. Xu Jiānian felt happiness beckoning once more. Though grateful, he hesitated and declined a couple more times. But Jiang Ma was adamant, saying she'd keep sending it until he accepted. Reluctantly, he finally took it. Looking at the 10,000 yuan, his heart instantly felt warm. His mother-in-law was truly wonderful. He vowed to treat her with utmost respect and care from now on. Of course, his own parents were even better, and he would honor them even more. Xu Jiānian suddenly felt the weight of his responsibilities. From now on, these two families would become one. There would be 4 elderly parents. Then he and Jiang Xiaoyu would have a child. No, with his formidable fertility, they might have 3 or 5. After all, birth control wasn't an issue anymore.
By then, they'd be a large family. A dozen or so people.
He would have elders above him and children below.
The responsibility was immense. Xu Jiānian envisioned his future, feeling his life growing increasingly promising.
Lost in joy, he hummed softly, "Sweet as honey, your smile as sweet as honey, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze." The memory of kissing Jiang Xiaoyu earlier sent ripples of excitement through his heart.
He licked his lips, savoring the lingering sensation. Xu Jiānian, open the door.
Lost in pleasant memories, he heard Jiang Xiaoyu calling him from the balcony.
The ripples in his heart vanished almost entirely.
He hurriedly saved the money from his phone and transferred it to his card before going to open the door.
"What took you so long?"
Jiang Xiaoyu asked as she stepped inside. I was just in the bathroom. Heard you calling, so I came to open the door first."
Xu Jiānian headed back toward the bathroom. For some reason, he felt inexplicably uneasy.
Jiang's mother didn't want Jiang Xiaoyu to know about the money, naturally fearing he'd leave it was his money after all.
Yet when facing Jiang Xiaoyu, he still couldn't help but feel uneasy.
This girl was sharp as a tack, he couldn't let her catch on. So he hurried to the bathroom to calm his nerves before facing this little devil.
"Xu Jiānian, are you hiding something from me?"
To his surprise, Jiang Xiaoyu had followed him in.
Xu Jiānian was just taking off his pants. Chapter 106, Ancient Town of Yaocheng. Jiang Xiaoyu sensed Xu Jiānian acting suspiciously, his expression unnatural, so she followed him into the bathroom. Xu Jiānian was washing his face when Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely. "Hurry up, you're taking forever." "Give me a break," Xu Jiānian sighed, speechless.
"It takes you 20 minutes just to wash your face."
"I've only been at it a minute. But honestly, I'm curious, why are you so interested in guys?
You're willing to watch a man wash his face.
Aren't you afraid I might do something else?" "What else would I do? In the bathroom? What else do you think I could be doing?"
Jiang Xiaoyu genuinely feared he might do something, so she quickly covered her eyes.
"Covering your eyes like that? What a drama queen. Speaking of which, why didn't she just step out?" Xu Jiānian washed his hands, then mischievously flicked water droplets onto Jiang Xiaoyu's face. "You're just dying to see, aren't you? Who's curious? I've got my eyes covered." Xu Jiānian chuckled. He was just washing his face, why cover her eyes? "Get out already. What are you still doing here?"
Xu Jiānian saw Jiang Xiaoyu's face flush bright red and knew the little girl was embarrassed.
"Like I want to hang out in the bathroom with you,"
Jiang Xiaoyu added, trying to prove she wasn't peeking out of curiosity. "I'm not interested in watching you wash your face."
"You're not even handsome." Xu Jiānian. Damn it. His little girl was turning into a brat. She actually thinks he's ugly. You have no self-awareness.
Behind his back, they'd discussed it before Jiang Xiaoyu was telling the truth. At this age, curiosity runs wild. Boys are curious about girls, and girls are curious about boys. Whenever she and Lin Kiki got together, they mostly talked about which boy in their class was the most handsome.
Lin Kakoko mentioned the badminton club girls even held a vote about it.
Xu Jiānian received the most votes, becoming the club's most handsome guy. She was jealous about that for quite a while.
So Xu Jiānian was this popular with girls?
She suddenly felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. Thinking about it made Jiang Xiaoyu feel irritable. She wished she could hide Xu Jiānian away so those girls wouldn't see him.
"Alright, ugly duckling, let's go out and have some fun." Seeing Xu Jiānian get the short end of the stick lifted her spirits considerably. Xu Jiānian sat sulking on the bed. With his looks, he couldn't possibly be considered ugly, so why did that brat call him ugly?
They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but that saying clearly didn't apply to her.
Seemed like this little minx was deliberately trying to get under his skin. He wasn't falling for that. "Come on, let's go explore the village. Maybe we'll bump into the village beauty, and then I'll charm her silly with my stunning looks." Xu Jiānian deliberately provoked Jiang Xiaoyu with his words. "You're not embarrassed?"
Jiang Xiaoyu rummaged through her suitcase, trying to find her sun protective jacket. Xu Jiānian must have stuffed her clothes inside, making it tricky to find. As she rummaged, she accidentally pulled out his boxer briefs. She hastily tossed it onto his bed, flustered and annoyed. "Don't just leave your underwear lying around."
"I didn't throw it anywhere. It's in the suitcase."
"Perfect, I'll change into a fresh pair tonight."
"You jerk, Xu Jiānian. Don't you know underwear can't be tossed into a suitcase like regular clothes? It needs to go in a sealed bag. That's such a hassle." "But it's hygienic."
"I am being hygienic, I even put my socks in separate plastic bags."
"And that's hygienic? Who would have thought Xu Jiānian, who looks pretty clean on the outside, is such a domestic disaster? He washes his socks and clothes together."
Boys really aren't as clean as girls. That's right, you have to separate them to prevent bacteria from spreading.
"My place is elevated, bacteria can't reach me." "Huh?" She looked at Xu Jiānian blankly. "What do you mean?" Xu Jiānian. Didn't get it? "Ha! Poverty really does limit one's imagination. You don't even get this?" It's just that Xu Jiānian found it hard to bring up. She wouldn't understand the code. If he said it plainly, he'd definitely get scolded. So he chose to be vague. It's just that I'm tough as nails. Germs don't stand a chance against me. Do bacteria discriminate? Of course they do. People with delicate skin are more vulnerable to attacks. Xu Jiānian, are you talking about me? Xu Jiānian smiled. I never said that. Jiang Xiaoyu knew exactly who he meant. She chased after Xu Jiānian, playfully hitting him. That'll teach you for wishing me ill. Spare me, Xiaoyu. Let's stop this and go play outside. No way. I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Spare me. Xu Jiānian shielded his head, letting Jiang Xiaoyu hit everywhere else. It didn't hurt anyway, might as well treat it like a free massage. Until Jiang Xiaoyu's small hands twisted around his waist. Startled, he stumbled backward, assuming a defensive stance. Still talking nonsense? No more. Poof. I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and change clothes, you're coming out with me. Jiang Xiaoyu felt like she was Xu Jiānian's queen right now. Controlling his money meant controlling him. If he disobeyed, he wouldn't get a single penny from her. Jiang Xiaoyu finally found her sunscreen buried in a pile of clothes. Still wearing her slippers, she shuffled over to Xu Jiānian's bathroom to rinse her feet before returning to her own room to change. Pfft, just keep pretending. You're clearly so attached to my scent that you'd even wash your feet in my bathroom. After changing clothes, the two left the guest house together. Yao City was an ancient town, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with picturesque scenery and a pleasant climate. They walked along the road they had taken earlier, heading toward the small villages. They had observed on their way in that these villages were clustered together, very close to the guest house. The courtyards of the mountain dwellers were also unique. The courtyard of this house served as the roof of the one below, creating a layered, tiered effect that was quite peculiar. You know, this gives us plenty of material for our scenery descriptions, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked excitedly. Heh, I can use this as material for my daily writing too. Like, I've been writing scenes about going on outings with my beloved girl in these chapters, and now I've got tons of beautiful scenery to draw from effortlessly. He added with a knowing smile, wonder if Little Moon's comic will include any of this. Who knows? She probably won't be updating her comics for a few days anyway. I saw her leave a notice about taking time off. Ha? How come I didn't know about that? Jiang Xiaoyu, of course you wouldn't know. She even put her comic on hiatus so they could take this vacation together. If she'd been clutching her laptop and updating the comic at night, she would have been found out for sure. So she'd rather go on hiatus than let Xu Jiānian discover her secret. On the highway, cars came and went. Along the roadside, villagers set up stalls. The two walked in and saw that most of the vendors were elderly folks selling things they'd grown or raised themselves. Golden millet, green corn, farm fresh eggs, and some smooth, round pebbles lay scattered among the wares. Chapter 107, Lucky Stones. Xu Jiānian's gaze lingered on the pile of stones. He picked up two brown, goose-egg-shaped stones and asked the villager, "Friend, how much are these stones?" The vendor, an elderly man, smiled faintly through his weathered features at the interest in his stones. "Young man, you've chosen well. These are called lucky stones. I found them on a distant riverbank, you won't find them nearby." Lucky stones? Yes. Make them into pendants and wear them around your neck. They'll bring you endless good fortune and make your wishes come true. The old man was quite the salesman, he must have been in this business for ages. Do they really work? No kidding, young man. Every lad in our village wears these stones. Many have found lovely girls to marry. Xu Jiānian. So this stone's luck manifests in finding a wife. Then I definitely need to buy one. He was looking for a wife himself. He glanced back at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was lingering at a woven shoe stall, occasionally asking the old vendor questions. "Xiaoyu, come here. What is it?" Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't understand why Xu Jiānian would be interested in a pile of stones, just as Xu Jiānian couldn't grasp why she loved those woven shoes. Boys and girls really did have vastly different tastes. "Take the money and buy 2 stones. Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled as she walked over. "What's so special about buying rocks? There are plenty in the mountains." Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian was hopeless with money, always wasting it recklessly. She was glad she'd taken his money to manage, or he'd blow it all in days. "Lucky stones," Jiang Xiaoyu explained. "The old man said buying lucky stones would help you marry the girl you love." Jiang Xiaoyu. How childish. Wearing some crappy stone would win her over? The old man was just pulling people's legs, wasn't he? But, since he's so eager to marry her, she shouldn't discourage his enthusiasm. "How much?" 20 yuan each, young man. "How many do you want?" 2, then. Xu Jiānian held the 2 nearly identical stones he'd picked out, cradling them like precious treasures. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled out 2 20 yuan notes to give to the old man. Fortunately, she'd done her homework before coming to Yaochang and knew that villagers deep in these mountains weren't quite used to mobile payments yet. She prepared plenty of small change in advance. She had noticed that neither the old man nor the shoe-selling grandmother had WeChat QR codes at their stalls. Are they really lucky stones? After buying the stones, the two continued on their way. Absolutely. I'll have it made into a pendant to wear around my neck. It'll bless me so I can marry you sooner. Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed bright red. Ever since Xu Jiānian emerged, his bluntness had become unbearable. Who said I'd marry you? You, of course. I'll make one for you too, to bless you with marrying me sooner. Stop bragging. The legal marriage age in our country is 24 for men and 22 for women. That's still 6 years away. In those 6 years, we might have already gone our separate ways. As if afraid she hadn't heard Xu Jiānian enough, Jiang Xiaoyu delivered another blow. Besides, a career-driven beauty like me has no intention of marrying early. I won't even consider it until I'm 28. Stop being such a downer, okay? Xu Jiānian shot her a displeased look. Why did she always have to say such gloomy things? And she actually expected him to wait until she was 28? That was downright cruel. Marrying at 28 was one thing, but expecting him to wait until then? He might as well become a monk on a mountain. He couldn't wait that long. At 20, he'd let her stay pure until then he'd claim her. But thinking he'd have to wait 12 more years to truly possess this little minx, well, that really does make him anxious. Ah, my heart aches. 3 years left. 3 years to the right. Waiting left and right for another 3 years. I'm just stating the facts. Think about it, we still have all these years ahead of us. Who can predict what might happen during that time? Jiang Xiaoyu was perhaps a bit pessimistic. While she wouldn't tolerate certain things happening, she needed to maintain a clear-eyed understanding of the challenges that could arise in their relationship. Only then could she prevent potential problems before they arose, nipping any obstacles to their relationship in the bud, like falling for someone else, a third party interfering, growing tired of each other, mutual weariness. These things are inevitable. Xu Jiānian chuckled. You're allowing me to fall for someone else? She sounded so pessimistic, as if it were bound to happen. Jiang Xiaoyu was such a possessive little minx, would she ever let him spend even a minute alone with another woman? She'd probably storm over with a kitchen knife to catch him cheating before he even had a chance to take off his pants. Ha! Looks like cheating is out of the question from now on. Though he did crave that kind of thrill. Of course I won't allow it. If I catch you flirting with a girl and getting intimate, I'll turn you into a eunuch while you're asleep. Xu Jiānian felt a chill run down his spine, a bone-deep coldness making him swallow nervously. Damn it! What a freak! He actually wanted to cripple him. Relax, I'm a clean freak and extremely loyal. I don't feel any attraction to any other girls besides you. What about Shinjuro? Even less so. She's just a classmate. A classmate with a special relationship? Haha, just average, world's third best. Jokes aside, even if he did have feelings for her, he'd never admit it. If he were to say, I only like her, but I love you, Jiang Xiaoyu would probably shove him off a cliff to cover up the evidence. That's more like it. Jiang Xiaoyu was satisfied with his answer. She didn't object to Xu Jiānian making her a stone necklace anymore and even asked how it was made. Of course. I'll carve your name into my stone, and you carve mine into yours. Then we'll have a jade artisan polish them into heart shapes. That's a pretty cool idea. Of course. Big brother here has tons of brilliant ideas. I'll start my own jewelry design company someday. Yeah, right. You're just blowing smoke. Jiang Xiaoyu thought about the birthday gift she had prepared for Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian's birthday fell on September 29th, coinciding with the final day of the sports meet. Instead of celebrating his birthday, she took advantage of his competition to order him a birthday gift. 2 ceramic mugs custom made at a pottery shop. One cup featured her own image, playful and adorable, while the other depicted Xu Jiānian, sunny and handsome. One glance at the pair of cups, and it was clear their owners were a deeply in love couple. What are you thinking about? I was thinking about celebrating your birthday privately once we get home. My birthday has already passed. Right, then we'll make up for it. I've had your gift ready for ages, just waiting to celebrate your birthday with you alone. Xu Jiānian felt a surge of delight. I thought this little girl had forgotten his birthday, but it turns out she was planning a surprise for him. When did you prepare the gift? How come I didn't know about it? The last day of your competition. But you were recovering at home then, your foot wasn't even healed yet. I ordered it by taxi. When the shop staff heard about her foot injury, they asked her to add them on WeChat so she could send photos digitally. Worried the photos wouldn't turn out well, she made the trip in person. Xu Jiānian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The feeling of being thought of by his girlfriend was amazing. Chapter 108, clinging to him, crowned by him. The two shopped until evening. Jiang Xiaoyu even bought Xu Jiānian and his parents a pair of woven shoes each, intending for them to wear them during the new year. Xu Jiānian thought Jiang Xiaoyu was being stingy. A pair of slippers cost only $12, why wait for the new year? They could wear them as slippers in the fall. No way. Open-toed shoes can be worn into autumn. Wearing new shoes now would be a waste. Isn't it better to wear them new during the new year? Xu Jiānian. Fine, he wouldn't wear them then. He'd pass them down to future generations that would save even more money. Back home. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom had been waiting for them, ready to drive them out for dinner. Where are we eating? Jiang Xiaoyu asked her dad as they got in the car. A restaurant in town. The food's really good. Yes, your father and I have been there before.
Jiang Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled faintly.
Mom and Dad, are you living the good life? Well, it's okay. Your mom and I have been so focused on our careers that we haven't been able to give you the attention you deserve. I'm just looking forward to retiring in a few years so I can focus on taking care of my grandchild. Jiang Xiaoyu. She's still just a child. Dad's already thinking about holding his grandchild. That's a bit too eager, isn't it? And besides, in front of Xu Jiānian. Could Dad please watch his words? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's bitter expression lifted Xu Jiānian's spirits. Still dreaming of getting married at 28? Dream on. Your old man won't stand for it. Exactly, Jiang Dad. Once you retire, you should enjoy family life, grandkids running around your feet. That's true happiness. Xu Jiānian eagerly stoked the fire. Jiānian's right. After working your whole life, this is what you look forward to in your old age. Jiang's mother read the room, noticing the neighbor's son was genuinely enthusiastic about marriage, while little fish pouted, clearly reluctant. 24 or 25 is fine for marriage, no need to rush. Too young, and they won't know responsibility yet, she interjected with a smile. Xu Jiānian quickly agreed, that's exactly what I think too. Jiang Xiaoyu felt his face burning like a sunset sky. Why were they so eager whenever marriage came up? She wasn't getting married that early. They soon arrived at their destination. Xu Jiānian noticed the city was far more bustling than the small town where the guesthouse was located, with its neon lights, towering buildings, and constant stream of traffic. The four of them got out and walked inside. The restaurant was quite luxurious. The antique-style private room featured golden thread Manhwa wood tables and chairs, along with classical decor, all highlighting the extravagance of the place and the hefty price tag on the meal. Looks like Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were really splurging. He was determined to eat his fill at this meal, to eat heartily and get his money's worth. He glanced back at Jiang Xiaoyu and noticed she was still chatting on her phone. Xu Jiānian frowned. That little minx Jiang Xiaoyu had been glued to her phone the entire journey. Who was she chatting with? Even after they entered the private room and sat down, Jiang Xiaoyu still hadn't put her phone down. So focused? Could she be exchanging flirty texts with some senior? Dad, Mom, have some tea. Xu Jiānian respectfully poured tea for both of them, thoughtfully rinsed Jiang Xiaoyu's cup, and served her as well. Take a sip to moisten your throat. Xu Jiānian leaned closer, eager to peek at who this little minx was chatting with so animatedly. But her hand blocked his view. It's so hot. Just a sec, Jiang Xiaoyu replied without looking up, swiftly typing away on WeChat. Dad, there was a car accident in the city before we arrived. Xu Jiānian knew he couldn't just sit idly by. He planned to hint around, letting Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom deal with Jiang Xiaoyu. His woman must be docile, obedient, and loyal. She must cling to him, with him as her king. What was she doing chatting with another man? He felt green-eyed jealousy flaring up inside him. Good heavens, what kind of accident was it? Jiang's mother asked first. Xu Jiānian sighed, his voice filled with profound regret. She was riding her electric bike while playing with her phone and got rear-ended. The injuries were too severe. She didn't make it. Sigh, phones are dangerous, Jiang's father said, his expression heavy with sorrow. He looked up to see his daughter still chatting away on her phone. Not only did he feel a sense of impending doom, but he also worried, little fish, why are you still so addicted to chatting? Huh? Jiang Xiaoyu looked up in confusion, not understanding. Mom Jiang grew annoyed and reached out to grab her daughter's phone. Didn't you hear Jiānian say it was a car accident? All because of that phone. You need to be more careful from now on. I didn't. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly tucked her phone away, thwarting her mother's attempt. With both parents disapproving of her chatting, she had no choice but to join them for dinner. Xu Jiānian felt a bit of schadenfreude. Pfft, you think you're so tough? I'll show you. Speaking of which, who was that senior? No way. He'd send a WeChat to his undercover buddy Duan Shouchun tonight to confirm. If some senior was really harassing Jiang Xiaoyu, damn it, he'd beat the crap out of him when he got back. The food arrived quickly. Appetizing in color, aroma, and taste. Just looking at it made your mouth water. Jiang's dad proposed a toast. Xu Jiānian felt a bit hesitant. He'd never touched baijiu in his life. His parents forbade it at home. He didn't enjoy it either. But having a drink with his father-in-law was the courtesy expected of a son-in-law he couldn't refuse. Alright, I'll have a drink with Dad Jiang. Dad, who's driving back? Jiang Xiaoyu really didn't want his father to drink. Your mom will drive. It'll be pitch dark tonight and Mom's eyesight isn't great. Xu Jiānian doesn't drink baijiu either. Let's just stick to dinner. It's fine. I can drive. Let your dad have a drink. He hasn't been this happy in ages. With Jiang's mother having spoken, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't insist. Seeing his precious daughter didn't object to his drinking, Jiang Dad's mood lifted considerably. He said to Xu Jiānian, pour us some liquor. Xu Jiānian poured a glass for Jiangda and one for herself. The blue and white porcelain bottle held aged fine liquor. As the liquor flowed into the crystal clear glasses, bubbles danced within, and the rich aroma filled the air. The two clinked glasses and drained them in one gulp. The fiery liquor burned its way down his throat, a spicy heat rising from his stomach straight to his head. Xu Jiānian felt a bit tipsy after just one glass. This stuff packs a punch. Zhang's father smacked his lips, clearly savoring it. Xu Jiānian.
Drinkers and non-drinkers really are worlds apart. Jiānian, eat some food first, Zhang's mother urged him gently. She could tell this kid wouldn't get drunk, he was just putting on a brave front in front of his father. Xu Jiānian quickly grabbed a few bites of food, swallowing them down to settle his stomach before feeling slightly better. If you can't hold your liquor, don't try to prove yourself, Jiang Xiaoyu mercilessly called him out. Hey, men drinking girls shouldn't butt in, Jiang Dad scolded his daughter. This girl really sticks her nose in everywhere. Xu Jiānian seized the opportunity to back down. It's fine, Jiang Dad. Xiaoyu is right. I really can't hold my liquor. It was clear his father-in-law could hold his liquor. If he tried to keep up, he'd end up completely wasted. That would be embarrassing. Ha ha. A real man can't avoid drinking. Just practice a bit. I started with sips too, from repulsion to addiction, it happens fast. Now, Mr. Jiang felt life lacked flavor without a daily drink, even his work seemed dull. But he only drank in the evenings, afraid daytime drinking would interfere with work. Xu Jiānian immediately backed down. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Chapter 109, the young couple seems quite affectionate. With Jiang Xiaoyu's intervention, Jiang Dad didn't press Xu Jiānian to drink more. Meanwhile, Xu Jiānian busily served Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're too thin. Eat more. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the plate piled high with food in front of her, feeling overwhelmed. There was no way she could eat all that. Plus, Xu Jiānian didn't even use communal chopsticks. He just kept serving her food with his own chopsticks without a second thought. What would her parents think? Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a glare. I can't eat that much. You're so thin. Please eat more, Xu Jiānian urged her gently. Jiang's mom and dad exchanged knowing smiles, each seeing a hint of satisfaction in the other's eyes. The young couple seemed quite affectionate. Jiānian's a good kid. He knows how to care for others. That's what Xu Jiānian was thinking, really. Little Qingmei is too thin. He was genuinely worried her body couldn't handle it. Once she turned 20, he'd start eating her meat. He couldn't bear to bite into her if she was as skinny as a kitten by then. He had to fatten up his little plum first before he could savor her. Jiang Xiaoyu felt her stomach was about to burst. As they left, she rubbed her round belly and grumbled at Xu Jiānian. If I get fat, I'll have to spend money on weight loss treatments. What weight loss? You're not fat. Eating like this will make me fat. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him in displeasure. Don't you dare make me eat so much again. The food's so expensive, it'd be a waste not to eat our fill. Compared to Jiang Xiaoyu, Xu Jiānian ate even more. He had a big appetite to begin with, and this time he broke his own record. Jiang Dad had drunk quite a bit, and when they got out of the car, it was Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu who helped him back to his room. You two should go rest too. We've got plans tomorrow. Jiang's mother looked at her husband, who was dead drunk, and felt a bit annoyed. She'd been thrilled when her daughter arrived and Han Ti stopped him from having a few extra drinks. Little did she know he'd be so inconsiderate getting this drunk all by himself. I'll get Dad a glass of water. Jiang Xiaoyu fetched a cup, filled it with plain water, and placed it on the nightstand. She then reminded her mother to take good care of her father before heading back to her room with Xu Jiānian. Xiaoyu? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu enter the bedroom, Xu Jiānian hurried after her. What are you doing? My mom might see us. Jiang Xiaoyu nervously closed the door. Why so nervous? I checked, she's still in her bedroom. But what if she does come out? There's no what if. Xu Jiānian pointed toward the balcony. Anyway, I'm not coming over now. I'll come through the balcony later. I won't open the door for you. I'm just making sure you don't lock the balcony door later. Better safe than sorry. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. So you're trying to crash at my place? Having your boyfriend sleep over, you'd be thrilled, right? Dream on. Jiang Xiaoyu pushed him away, but Xu Jiānian stubbornly plopped down on the bed. Keep kicking me out, and I'll just sleep without showering. With that, he reached to pull off his shirt. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly stopped him. Shower first. I'll shower here. No way. Then I won't shower. You're such a jerk. Just deal with it. I showered yesterday. With that, Xu Jiānian blew a breath at Jiang Xiaoyu. Can you smell the booze? Get away. Jiang Xiaoyu recoiled in disgust. Hurry up and go wash first. Xu Pighead really knows how to threaten people. Does he think she can't do anything to him outside? Just you wait till we get home. And just like that, the shameless Xu Jiānian secured the perk of sleeping together. He quickly finished showering and crawled into bed. You used my shower gel? I used your toothpaste too. Oh, and your toothbrush. Just deal with it.
You. Jiang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in anger. Xu Jiānian, don't push it too far. But the toothbrush is brand new. You can use mine.
Haha, she was the one who made him shower first, so he might as well claim the resources first.
Jiang Xiaoyu stormed off to Xu Jiānian's bedroom and grabbed his toothbrush. They were both new and usable. Except his was blue and hers was pink. She wondered if Xu Jiānian would feel weird brushing his teeth with her pink one.
It was so late and she didn't want to disturb her mom, so she just brushed her teeth with his toothbrush. The young girl took a bit longer than usual to shower, especially with someone else in the room. The thought of having to sleep next to Xu Pighead after her bath made her feel a bit embarrassed.
Wasn't this progress a bit too fast?
Their first trip together, and they were already sharing a bed.
This kind of thing was addictive. Once they got back, would it just be natural to move in together? Wouldn't that put her in danger?
No, she had to keep her distance from Xu Pighead.
She couldn't let him get too close. Though, she did crave Xu Zhuto's embrace.
The girl deliberately wore long-sleeved pajamas with long pants. When she came out, she saw Xu Jiānian lying on the bed pretending to sleep.
Xu Jiānian, get up and blow dry my hair.
Xu Jiānian opened his eyes and saw the girl bundled up in layers. I only blow dry my wife's hair.
Hurry up.
Xu Jiānian chuckled as he climbed out of bed, grabbing the hairdryer to help her.
Hee hee, this makes us look like an old married couple.
The warm air from the dryer blew over her head, and Jiang Xiaoyu felt very comfortable.
She retorted, Xu Jiānian, your imagination is too vivid. We're just ordinary friends right now. Don't forget we only reconciled not long ago.
Don't push your luck, or I'll send you back to your hometown.
I'm so scared. Xu Jiānian ran his fingers through her hair, lifting strands to ensure the dryer's warmth reached every part evenly. Soon, her hair was completely dry.
The room was filled with the fresh scent of shower gel, mingled with the familiar rose fragrance emanating from Jiang Xiaoyu's body. Xu Jiānian realized Jiang's mother was truly thoughtful. The shower gel and shampoo she prepared for her daughter were both her favorite brands.
Didn't you say you'd take a rose bath? Why didn't you? Xu Jiānian asked, glancing at the two perfectly intact bouquets of roses on the coffee table. Tomorrow night. It's too late now. A rose bath required soaking, which took considerable time. Oh, then let's sleep. We have to get up early in the morning.
Jiang Xiaoyu pulled another quilt from the wardrobe and tossed it to Xu Jiānian.
Cover yourself. Yours is big enough for both of us. Let's share it. No way, Xu Jiānian. We absolutely have to keep our distance. Xu Jiānian. Fine, do whatever you want.
Anyway, once we fall asleep, you'll end up burrowing into my arms anyway. Burying your head in the sand only deceives yourself. Soon both were lying on the bed.
At first they behaved themselves, each sleeping on their own side.
But as drowsiness washed over them and consciousness grew hazy, just as Xu Jiānian had predicted, the restless Jiang Xiaoyu began burrowing into his arms. First, she nestled beside him. Later, simply leaning wasn't enough, and she boldly wrapped her arms around his. In her sleep, Jiang Xiaoyu felt as if she were adrift in a vast ocean, clutching a piece of driftwood with all her might. A lifeline she held onto desperately. She sensed this log was sturdy and thick, holding onto it would keep her from sinking to the bottom. After all, she couldn't swim. Holding onto a piece of driftwood will keep you safe. Driven by this mindset, he wanted to hold on tighter, almost wanting to straddle the log.
Xu Jiānian hadn't actually fallen asleep.
He felt the softness at his arm inch closer and closer until it pressed tightly against his body. He swallowed hard, then felt a small hand slip around his neck and wrap itself tightly.
Xu Jiānian. What happened to keeping our distance?
He gently grasped the mischievous little hand, and immediately felt the girl's light body cling even tighter to his arm. Her small head slowly leaned toward him, resting lightly on his shoulder. Her silky hair scattered across his neck and chest, tickling him with the familiar scent of shower gel.
Xu Jiānian dared not move. But the troublemaker wasn't satisfied.
She grew bolder, continuing to seek a safe harbor. Xu Jiānian felt a wave of heat wash over him. This provocative little minx was truly beyond control. This little minx only showed such intimacy and dependence toward him when she was asleep. Once awake, she was a different person entirely. She was fierce and unapproachable. Xu Jiānian knew that if he asked her what she'd done to him while asleep once she woke up, she'd never admit it. Not only would she deny it, she'd turn it around and blame him. With such soft warmth in his arms, Xu Jiānian found himself growing increasingly restless.
Especially after drinking tonight.
Though it was just one glass, that glass held at least 2 ounces. The more he tossed and turned, the more he craved mischief.
Especially when gazing at Xia Qingmi's exquisite, sweet profile, his heart couldn't help but flutter, his pulse quickening. Lust surged through him, fueled by the alcohol.
Instinctively, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Jiang Xiaoyu's waist. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against the young girl's cherry-red mouth. Chapter 110, Begging the Matchmaker God to Bestow Jiang Xiaoyu Upon Me.
The next morning,
Jiang's mother brought breakfast early. After they sat down at the table, she apologetically explained, Xiaoyu, Jiānian, we can't accompany you out today. There's something at the office that requires our presence.
Xu Jiānian's heart leapt at the news. Without parents around, he could do whatever he wanted. Being alone together was best. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit disappointed. She hadn't seen her parents in a long time and had hoped to go out with them. But work came first, and she couldn't ask her dad to abandon his job just to spend time with her. Mom, just focus on your work. My brother is here with me. Alright then, I'll get the tickets for you. Jiang's mother returned to the bedroom and brought out 2 tour tickets for Fawasi Temple, a famous tourist attraction in Yaocheng. I'll have Xiao Zhao drive you there later. Call me when you're ready to come back and I'll send someone to pick you up. Thank you, Mom Jiang. Xu Jiānian took the tickets and slipped them into his pocket. You're welcome. Be careful on the way, Jiang's mother said before heading out. Her husband had to attend an urgent meeting at the office early that morning, leaving her to explain the situation to their 2 children. Both parents felt deeply guilty about not being able to accompany their daughter today. After eating, Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu didn't rush to leave. Jiang Xiaoyu first went to her mother's room, fetched the makeup box, and decided to touch up her delicate features. What's going on? Why do my lips feel a little sore? Looking closely, they seem a bit swollen? She recalled that Xu Jiānian had been sound asleep when she woke up this morning, so he definitely hadn't snuck up on her during the night. Then how did her lips end up like this? Could it be from eating too much last night? Nah, that can't be it. Maybe I got bitten by a mosquito? After applying a delicate, light makeup, she slipped into the long dress her mom had bought, threw on a sun protective cover-up, and went to knock on Xu Jiānian's door next door. What took you so long? Coming. Xu Jiānian answered from inside. Judging by the sound, he must be in the bathroom. Was he taking a shower? No wonder he closed the door. What's with showering this early in the morning? Jiang Xiaoyu muttered under her breath before returning to her own bedroom. She slipped through the balcony and entered Xu Jiānian's bedroom. Xu Pighead still hadn't emerged from the bathroom. She tiptoed closer and saw the door was ajar. He was actually washing his underwear? Jiang Xiaoyu froze as if she'd stumbled upon some vital secret, feeling awkwardly stuck, neither advancing nor retreating. Why are you washing now? Feeling it was rude to eavesdrop, Jiang Xiaoyu asked. Xu Jiānian jumped as if startled, quickly hiding his underwear behind his back. Damn it, how did you get in here? Seeing his reaction, Jiang Xiaoyu knew he was hiding something. She eyed him suspiciously. Why are you so scared? Xu Jiānian, feeling guilty, urged her to wait outside. Nothing. It's just that when Big Brother washes his clothes, he can't have just anyone seeing him. Ha, whatever. Keep making excuses. Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't buying it. Xu Jiānian was too carefree to care about such things. Wait, maybe the secret was in the clothes he was washing. Could it be that after sleeping with her, the super-duper beautiful girl Xu Jiānian was such a loser. How embarrassing. Alright, hurry up. I'll wait for you in the living room. Jiang Xiaoyu walked away, her face flushed. Xu Jiānian breathed a sigh of relief. Last night got a bit out of hand, he'd wasted quite a few seeds. Xu Jiānian quickly washed his underwear clean and hung them on the balcony. After washing his hands, he stepped out of the bedroom. Xiao Zhao was already waiting. Jiang Xiaoyu handed him her bag and the 2 headed downstairs together. I'll be driving you today. First stop is Manhwa Temple. Uncle Zhao greeted them warmly from downstairs. Thanks, Uncle Xiao Zhao. You're welcome. The 3 got into the car. Xiao Zhao started the engine and drove toward the tourist area. Xiao Zhao was quite talkative. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's sweet and adorable appearance and Xu Jiānian's handsome, sunny demeanor, he felt this golden boy and jade girl made a perfect match. Jiang, Xu, you 2 are such a perfect match. Ever since you arrived, all the young folks at the office have been envious. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Xu Jiānian, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, come on, Uncle Zhao. I'm quite talented too. Ah, exactly. Xiao Jiang is the more talented one. Xu Jiānian was already flustered by Uncle Zhao's classic compliments, perfect match, made in heaven, and now hearing Jiang Xiaoyu tooting her own horn, he was over the moon. Ha! Let her praise herself to the sky, she was his wife after all. The more outstanding she was, the better his judgment looked. Finding such an extraordinary wife meant he couldn't possibly lose out. Uncle Zhao, is Manhwa Temple fun to visit? Jiang Xiaoyu asked curiously. Xiao Zhao enthusiastically explained, it's wonderful. You'll definitely have a great time today. Manhwa Temple is the most famous temple in Yaocheng. In recent years, it's attracted quite a few tourists. Visitors come specifically for Manhwa Temple and Manhwa Temple. Xiao Zhao added, Manhwa Temple sits atop the highest peak of Manhwa Mountain, but the only way to reach it passes through Manhwa Temple. Both temples share the same mountain, each with its own unique charm. Most visitors who come to Manhwa Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha do so for academic success, career advancement, business prosperity, or political fortune. The temple is always bustling with devotees. Tourists who climb to the summit mostly go to Manhwa Temple to pray for love and marriage, as it's renowned for its efficacy in this regard. Plus, the architectural setting is perfect for taking photos. Most visitors to Manhwa Temple are young people like you. Xu Jiānian felt her heart stir. He would definitely take Xiaoyu to Fahuwei Temple to pray for marital bliss. He would ask the matchmaker god to grant him Jiang Xiaoyu as his wife. Soon they reached their destination. The two bid farewell to Xiao Zhao and stepped into the grounds of Fahua Mountain. It was around 10 in the morning, the sunlight perfect. After passing through the ticket gate, they walked side by side up the mountain. The sun was a bit harsh at this hour, but fortunately, both were wearing sun-protective clothing. Xu Jiānian glanced at the girl beside him and noticed she looked especially beautiful today. Her flowing dress swayed gently, her delicate features radiating a youthful charm. "How many bottles of water do you have in your bag?" Jiang Xiaoyu worried they might not have enough to drink, as buying more on the mountain might prove difficult. Xu Jiānian patted his backpack. "Got 5 or 6 bottles enough to drink." With his build, carrying a few bottles of water was no big deal. He could even hike up a mountain with a boulder on his back. He wasn't like those effeminate types who wore earrings, put on makeup before going out, and flick their fingers like orchids, the kind who'd drop the female lead flat on her face during a Princess Carrie scene. If a tough guy like him had to do that scene, he could carry the female lead all the way from the foot of the mountain to Fahuwei Temple. He planned to carry Jiang Xiaoyu part of the way today. The journey from Fahua Temple to Fahuwei Temple was likely quite long. If she grew tired, he'd carry her. "Little fish, just say the word if you're tired. Big brother will carry you." Jiang Xiaoyu was quite pleased with his offer. "Sure, I'm quite heavy, you know. 200 pounds? Maybe, pighead. Ha. So, are we heading to Fahua Temple now? Let's hurry. This way." The two climbed the steps, walked a bit, then sat down on a roadside stone to rest for a moment. They'd snap photos whenever they came across a scenic spot. In late autumn, the crisp air felt refreshingly invigorating. Amidst the lingering temple bells and profoundly zen-like surroundings, they reveled in this ethereal realm, far removed from the dust of the world. "Xu Jiānian, take a picture here." "How should I take it?" "Just stand behind me." Jiang Xiaoyu held up her phone, motioning for Xu Jiānian to step back. Xu Jiānian naturally refused to stand behind her, stubbornly pressing close to her side instead. Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a withering glare. "Didn't I tell you to stand behind me?" Xu Jiānian pointed at the young couples posing for photos and sighed, "Look at them, they're hugging. If I stand behind you, am I supposed to kiss your head?" Jiang Xiaoyu. The instant Jiang Xiaoyu pressed the shutter, Xu Jiānian swiftly extended his long arm and wrapped it around her shoulder. Then, the resulting photo looked incredibly warm and cozy. Jiang Xiaoyu rested her head on his shoulder, though, given her height, she couldn't quite reach it, so her nape leaned more against his chest. The young girl smiled brightly, making a peace sign with her fingers. He, carrying a backpack, appeared to have his entire arm draped over Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder. The scene radiated warmth, sweetness, and an undeniable closeness. "Oh my, how could you do this?" Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the phone screen, her lips curling slightly. She was utterly pleased. Just a casual snapshot revealed their relationship as close as two people could be. Yet she still feigned restraint as she scolded Xu Jiānian. "How perfect. Look at them, she's gorgeous, he's handsome, a couple madly in love. Stop bragging. It's clearly because I boosted the photo's visual appeal." "Jiang Xiaoyu, you're getting thicker skinned by the day." Xu Jiānian asked Jiang Xiaoyu to send him the photo. He decided to show it off in the class boys group chat. "Look, the top student is in my arms." But he wasn't satisfied yet. Xu Jiānian decided to post the photo on the school website with the caption, "Look, the top student finally got me." Yes, that's exactly what he'd do. If Jiang Xiaoyu was two-timing him, exchanging suggestive texts with those upperclassmen, he'd send a warning shot to scare off those scoundrels eyeing someone else's wife. Looking at this photo, anyone claiming there's nothing between them is either deluding themselves or blind. This photo could easily pass as their wedding certificate picture. See? Snuggled up together, they look every bit the married couple. Jiang Xiaoyu was thrilled with the photo and secretly saved it. Since childhood, they'd taken countless photos together. Except for the frozen periods when their relationship hit rock bottom, they snapped several shots nearly every year. But Jiang Xiaoyu felt this was the best one since they'd reconciled. She'd have it developed when she got home, put it in an album, and save it for reminiscing after they got married. Because this photo was so precious, Jiang Xiaoyu only allowed the two of them to keep it, forbidding anyone else from seeing it. She warned Xu Jiānian, "You're not allowed to send this to anyone, and definitely not post it on your social media." Xu Jiānian's hand trembled as he quickly stopped the upload. Damn, he almost posted it. He was puzzled. Why? It can't be shared. Only the two of us should see it. Who wants to share something this special with others? Or would you rather let other men see your wife's breathtaking beauty? Xu Jiānian. Thank goodness I didn't send it. Now look at this photo. Jiang Xiaoyu is truly unbelievably gorgeous. Exactly. My wife's peerless beauty is meant only for my eyes. If other men saw it, wouldn't they get all kinds of ideas? Don't send it to anyone else, and you shouldn't either. Otherwise, we'll both be the subject of those losers' wild fantasies. Xu Jiānian felt more and more that turning their photos into public property was a dangerous and idiotic move. His wife was meant for his eyes alone, why let others see her?
Jiang Xiaoyu found Xu Jiānian's guarded expression odd, as if he were hiding her away buried in a cellar for his private enjoyment. I wouldn't dare share them with anyone. After saving the photos, they took many more at scenic spots. Walking and snapping pictures, their phone galleries now held over 100 images. By noon, they finally reached Fahua Temple. The entrance to Fahua Temple was bustling with people. A glance revealed a diverse crowd. Students, businesspeople, and some with distinguished airs who looked like government officials. It made sense. Fahua Temple primarily oversaw matters of academic advancement, career promotion, and business prosperity. These visitors were likely praying for smooth sailing and upward mobility in all their endeavors. Chapter 111, The Marriage Amulet. Groups of young men and women didn't linger at Fahua Temple, instead walking steadily toward Fahua Temple at the mountaintop. Some girls traveled in groups, while others, like them, were young couples. All were young people brimming with youthful energy, vibrant vitality, and yearning for love. Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu were a bit greedy. They not only yearned for love but also wanted to firmly grasp their careers. Though they hadn't graduated yet, it might be premature to pray for raises and promotions, but better to have something than nothing. You never know. If you pray, perhaps the gods and Buddhas will bless you with smooth sailing and steady advancement in your career. Believing in Buddhism? Well, better to believe it exists than to dismiss it outright. After sincerely paying respects to the star god of literature and the god of wealth, the two emerged from Fahua Temple. Do you think it worked? Jiang Xiaoyu asked. Shu, sincerity makes it work. The gods will surely bless us to finish our studies smoothly and then make a fortune. But that depends on what career we pursue, right? They'll bless us in any profession, Xu Jiānian replied devoutly. So what should we do now? Keep climbing up or go take pictures at other sites? Jiang Xiaoyu asked again. Xu Jiānian felt a surge of relief. When traveling together, he was still the one calling the shots. Wherever they went or didn't go, the little girl had to ask him. So his standing at home was crystal clear. Let's grab something to eat first, Xu Jiānian said, pointing to the nearby food court. There were several food stalls, some selling snacks, others offering pancakes and other street foods, and a few grilling meat. Xu Jiānian decided to buy some grilled meat for lunch. They could eat it on the go or finish it at the stall before moving on. Isn't street grilled meat unsanitary? Jiang Xiaoyu worried. I doubt it. Look, the grill guy's clothes seem pretty clean. You shouldn't judge by the person grilling, but by the meat itself. How can you tell just by looking? I can tell. Jiang Xiaoyu, with more life experience, decided to first inspect the guy's marinated meat before deciding whether to eat it. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the marinated meat in the food box for a long while before finally deciding it was safe to eat the barbecue here. So, what do you think? The meat's still fresh. Xu Jiānian was puzzled. How did you tell? By looking at the color and smelling the aroma. I see. Xu Jiānian ordered 100 skewers of meat. Jiang Xiaoyu looked a bit overwhelmed. That's way too much. We can't possibly eat all that. That wouldn't even fill my teeth. But I can only manage a dozen or so. Are you seriously going to eat over 80? We've already walked over 10 miles. Can't you eat a little more? We'll split it 50-50. You get 20, I get 80. Jiang Xiaoyu. She wasn't exactly a glutton. I can eat as much as I want. Jiang Xiaoyu clearly wasn't satisfied with this division. Mainly, she really couldn't eat that much. She was also worried Xu Jiānian wouldn't get enough. What if there were leftovers? Greasy twisted donuts. Xu Jiānian gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry. When have you ever seen me hold back on eating? The waiter soon brought over the grilled meat. The two began to eat. Jiang Xiaoyu ate very slowly. By the time she finished one skewer, Xu Jiānian had already polished off several. Why are you eating like you're feeding a bird? Xu Jiānian peeled the meat off his skewer, watching the girl across from him stuff her mouth full. She ate just as much as any guy, and best of all, she didn't gain an ounce. Then he looked at his own little girl. Her mouth was moving constantly, but she couldn't eat much. He suddenly felt a bit envious of others and was frustrated with his childhood sweetheart's lack of appetite. It's not that much. I've already eaten 7 or 8 skewers. While Xu Jiānian was distracted watching others, Jiang Xiaoyu snatched a few skewers from his pile. But how could such a blatant deception escape Xu Jiānian's notice? You had 5 skewers in your hand just now. How did you suddenly get 2 more? No way, that's all I had. Then hurry up and eat. Look at her over there. Xu Jiānian pointed forward with his chin, gesturing for her to look at the young lady behind them. Jiang Xiaoyu turned around and saw the young lady behind her wolfing down her food with a hearty appetite. She made excuses for herself. Maybe I ate too much last night and didn't go to the bathroom this morning, so there's no room in my stomach. Xu Jiānian. If he pushed Jiang Xiaoyu to eat more, he'd be a puppy. Out of 100 skewers of grilled meat, Jiang Xiaoyu barely finished 10. The rest all ended up in Xu Jiānian's stomach. Full and satisfied. They pressed on. Xu Jiānian planned to pick up the pace in the afternoon. It was already 2 o'clock and Fahua Temple was still over 10 miles away. If they didn't hurry, they'd likely be descending the mountain very late. 2.
Speed up, the two missed many scenic views along the way. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed regretfully, why don't we stay the night here? We missed so many sights it'd be a waste to have paid for the tickets for nothing. You really are cheap. There might be wolves in these mountains at night. Are you more interested in saving money than your life? Are there really wolves? Who knows? Anyway, we're not staying overnight in the mountains. Your parents wouldn't feel at ease. With that, they reached an agreement. Jiang Xiaoyu was also worried about upsetting her parents. They picked up the pace, bypassing the scenic spots, and walked without stopping. Finally, after over 2 hours, they reached their destination. In front of Faxi Temple, vendors sold love charms. Seeing everyone entering the temple by one from this stall, the two approached. The stall was bustling with customers, the vendors surrounded by a crowd. Xu Jiānian pulled Jiang Xiaoyu through the crowd. Looking for matchmaking charms? 50 yuan each, the elderly vendor inquired. It was unclear whether she was addressing them or the earlier customers. Several people reached out simultaneously. I'll take one. Me too. I'll take two. Jiang Xiaoyu tugged at Xu Jiānian's sleeve. We're all ready together, do we really need to buy this stuff? It just felt like getting ripped off buying this stuff. Buy it. It's really effective. Xu Jiānian definitely wanted to buy it. He wanted to buy it to show off. Look, ever since I wore this matchmaking charm, the top student has been head over heels for me. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the small charm, just a loop of yarn tied into a tiny pouch. The cloth bag featured intricate patterns and symbols for wishes, infused with mugwort or talismanic scriptures to carry one's aspirations. It was just a bit pricey. Jiang Xiaoyu felt it was a bit of a ripoff. But since Xu Jiānian loved it so much, she couldn't bring herself to stop him. She scanned 100 yuan with her phone and let him pick two. Young man, what will it be? Seeking romance? Protecting your relationship? Or for your zodiac year, the vendor asked. Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu. He figured he needed the one for preserving love after all, she was right beside him. He just needed to pray to keep this little girl safe. Well, it's like this, the person I like is right here beside me. Which one should I get? Xu Jiānian felt a bit smug as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaoyu, as if determined everyone should know this beautiful young woman was his girlfriend. And it worked like a charm. Several young men nearby who were praying for romance all turned to look at Jiang Xiaoyu at the same time, their eyes practically overflowing with admiration. Jiang Xiaoyu felt embarrassed under their stares. Su Pighead really was such a show-off. That said, she did have something worth showing off. But in a setting like this, it's better to keep a low profile. It's not like you're entering your girlfriend in a beauty pageant. The old vendor lady couldn't help but laugh at Xu Jiānian's show-offy manner. Glancing at Jiang Xiaoyu, she couldn't resist complimenting him. Young man, with a girlfriend this beautiful, you'd better hold on tight. With that, she handed Xu Jiānian 2 talismans embroidered with the image of the matchmaker god. Don't worry, Grandma. My girlfriend is already completely devoted to me. With these talismans, I'll be able to keep her even more securely. Ha ha. Hee hee. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Some offered blessings. Some were envious. And even jealousy. Jiang Xiaoyu blushed, tugging Xu Jiānian along as they stepped out. You're really showing off. Heh, just showing off that I have a girlfriend. Didn't you see how jealous those guys who bought Peach Blossom matchmaking charms were? What good is their envy? We don't even know them. Do you really feel superior showing off in front of strangers? Ha ha. I noticed they're all older and shows Peach Blossom designs. That means they're all single dogs without girlfriends, they're seeking romance. I just took the chance to rub it in. Childish. Chapter 112, Together for Life, Growing Old Together. The two obtained their matchmaking talismans and followed the crowd into the main hall. The main hall enshrined Guanyin Bodhisattva and the matchmaker god. Unlike the diverse crowd at Fahua Temple below, where men and women, young and old, of all kinds mingled, the crowd here was uniform, young people only. Some burned incense and made wishes, others snapped photos everywhere, while some drew fortune sticks and listened to the old monk explain their marital prospects. Xu Jiānian watched them all with curiosity, wanting to try every single thing. Should I draw a fortune slip first or pay respects to the god of matchmaking? Xu Jiānian was unfamiliar with these rituals and didn't know where to begin. Jiang Xiaoyu was equally clueless, but clever and observant. She noticed others entering the hall to pay respects first. Realizing this was more important than drawing lots, she said, "Of course you pay respects first. It shows sincerity. Then we draw the fortune after paying respects? Drawing lots isn't mandatory. You only seek the old monk's guidance through divination if you face difficulties in matters of the heart." Xu Jiānian asked, "So have you run into trouble in your love life?" Jiang Xiaoyu thought, is this guy an idiot? He's right beside her. There's no third party involved, no shifting affections, what trouble could she possibly have? Do you, she blurted out instinctively. He didn't believe Xu Jiānian had any romantic problems or troubles. They were getting along perfectly well, growing closer by the day, what kind of trouble could there be? But, Xu Jiānian answered with absolute certainty, I do. Jiang Xiaoyu. What was with that tone of certainty? A bad feeling settled in her heart. Could Xu Jiānian be falling for someone else? Or is he torn between her and another girl, unsure which to choose? Beyond these two possibilities, she couldn't imagine what else could be troubling Xu Jiānian. So what's troubling you? Can I tell you? I'm going to see the old monk for a fortune-telling session to clear things up. Jiang Xiaoyu. Xu Pighead. If I ever find out you're thinking about another woman, I'll beat you back into your original form. No, I'll beat you to death. And don't you dare play the field. I'll beat you to death too. Jiang Xiaoyu decided to eavesdrop while Xu Jiānian went to consult the old monk for guidance through fortune-telling. She wanted to see just who was shameless enough to seduce her man. If she found out who it was, she'd drag her best friend Lin Kiki over for a showdown. Then, a showdown between the main wife and the mistress would unfold. If Xu Jiānian dared to protect his little lover, she'd cut him off completely and never speak to him again. If he showed genuine remorse, begged her on his knees, and then said, "Xiaoyu, I truly feel nothing for her. My heart belongs only to you," she still wouldn't forgive him. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And lovers' eyes tolerate no sand. Oomph. Xu Jiānian, if you try that, you're dead meat. Without knowing the full story, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't just fly off the handle. Instead, she calmly accompanied Xu Jiānian to burn 3 sticks of incense and pay respects to the Buddha. First, they paid respects to the goddess of mercy. Then they paid respects to the matchmaker god. Jiang Xiaoyu felt they'd gotten their order wrong. After observing for a moment, she pulled Xu Jiānian back from his intended bow to Guanyin. What's wrong? No, we should have paid respects to the matchmaker god first. Why? Would you rather get married first or have a child first? Ha? Well. Xu Jiānian was flustered. His mind went blank. Wait, Xiaoyu, you wouldn't be suggesting we have a baby before marriage, would you? If that's the case, I'll fully support you. What are you thinking? Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed with annoyance, baffled by Su Zhuto's wild imagination. Isn't that exactly what you meant? What literal meaning? What I meant was that the matchmaker god blesses us to find our soulmates and then tie the knot happily. While the goddess of mercy's job is to bless us with marriage, children, and a happy union. You can't mix up the order, or else we'll mess things up in real life too. Jiang Xiaoyu was absolutely terrified of such an outcome. Sincerity brings blessings. What if they worship them in reverse order? Guanyin would make her pregnant before marriage, and then the matchmaker god would bless them with a happy union. How would that be any different from those CEO romance novels where they marry first and fall in love later, or get pregnant first and fall in love later? She couldn't possibly walk down the aisle with a baby bump. Ha? Xu Jiānian hadn't expected Jiang Xiaoyu to mean that. Truthfully, he didn't mind either way. He was actually quite looking forward to marrying first and falling in love later. Or coaxing Jiang Xiaoyu into giving birth to a son or daughter. Both sets of parents would probably be overjoyed. They'd say things like, "You don't need to worry about the kids. Just focus on your own business. Hurry up, let's go pay respects to the matchmaker immortal first." Xu Jiānian was dragged by Jiang Xiaoyu to the divine matchmaker. Kneeling on prayer mats with incense sticks clasped in their hands, they murmured prayers and made their respective wishes. Jiang Xiaoyu silently prayed, "Dear God of matchmaking, please don't let Xu Jiānian fall for someone else. He mustn't play the field. Make him devoted to me alone for the rest of his life. No matter how beautiful other women are, blind him so he sees only me, thinks only of me. Most gracious God of matchmaking, I am your devoted follower, Jiang Xiaoyu. Please grant my request, for without it, my life holds no happiness. Have mercy on me, divine being, and fulfill my wish." Xu Jiānian watched Jiang Xiaoyu praying earnestly beside him and silently murmured, "Esteemed matchmaker god, please bless Jiang Xiaoyu to marry me. May she be utterly devoted to me, revolve around me, and remain fiercely loyal. Keep her from flirting with other male classmates or exchanging suggestive texts. Cut off her worthless romantic entanglements, ensuring my own pure and legitimate love endures forever. Let her love only me forever, growing old together. Matchmaker god, please see my earnest intentions. Oh, my name is Xu Jiānian. I live in Building 10, Unit 1, 12th floor of Rose Garden Community in Jiangcheng. Jiang Xiaoyu lives right across from me, just a step away. If I can't get the girl next door, it would defy heaven's justice. Moreover, I raised Jiang Xiaoyu myself. No one can take advantage of that. She belongs to me by right, and no one shall ever take her away." The two bowed reverently before the matchmaker god, made their wish, paid their respects, and then rose. "What did you wish for?" they asked in unison. "You go first." "If I say it, it won't come true. I can't tell you." "Fine, don't tell me. I don't want to hear it anyway." "Fine then. Neither of us will pry into the other's wish." Jiang Xiaoyu tugged Xu Jiānian toward the temple of Guanyin. "Is this wish for yourself too?" Xu Jiānian asked. "Of course. Wishes are always made for yourself. For example, you can tell Guanyin if you want a happy marriage, how many children you desire, or whether you prefer boys or girls." Xu Jiānian was speechless. "Wait, aren't we supposed to live happily together and have children together in the future? What's the point of making wishes for yourself?" Xu Jiānian pressed further, what if you want 3 children and I want 5? Whose wish would Guanyin actually grant? Guanyin must have a tough job. She can't grant you 3 kids and me 5, then tell me to have the other 2 with someone else. Let's not put Guanyin in such a tough spot. To make her job easier, we should make our wishes together. Jiang Xiaoyu. Who said I'd give you 3 kids? And having the other 2 with some other woman? What are you playing at, Xu Jiānian? Thinking about cheating before we're even married? You never learn. Chapter 113, One son, one daughter, a perfect pair. Who said I'm thinking about cheating? I'm just stating the facts. How do you expect Guanyin to do her job? Jiang Xiaoyu thought about it. When 2 people pray for marital bliss, they pray to be together and find happiness. But what happens after they find that happiness is their shared responsibility, especially having children? It can't be accomplished by just one person. That truly required both parties to pray together, and they had to be in agreement. How many children do you want? Xu Jiānian asked eagerly when he saw Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't objecting to making the wish together. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. Could he please not speak so loudly in front of all these people? As if she wanted everyone to know. Keep your voice down. We're not even married yet. Discussing this is so embarrassing. But we can't waste time. We need to get on the same page now. Jiang Xiaoyu stopped being coy. If she kept stalling, Guanyin would probably clock out. She glanced around, then pulled Xu Jiānian aside and whispered, so, how many kids do you want? Well, I want 5. Can you handle that? You think I'm a pig? Family planning restrictions are gone now. 2, 3, even more kids, it's all allowed. Having a couple more is a win, right? That's easier said than done. What about the cost of raising kids? Education and all that, there are tons of problems. Don't worry about that. With me around, I'll make sure you and the kids live a good life. Are you treating me like a baby-making machine? Not at all. I was just thinking we're both only children. We can't let our kids be only children too. Then let's have 2, a boy and a girl. That makes a perfect pair. Jiang Xiaoyu settled the matter with a decisive hammer blow. Xu Jiānian had no choice but to agree, even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, he could go have the kids himself. So that's settled. Any other issues we need to agree on? The wedding. Well, at what age do you want to get married? Jiang Xiaoyu still insisted on 28. Xu Jiānian wasn't having it. By the time she turned 28, he would already be 31. That would make him an older man. That's too old. Think about my feelings. Marriage isn't just your decision. By the time you're 28, I'll be 31, a bona fide old man. By then, my parts and organs might not even be working properly. What kind of marriage would that be? Is 31 old? You tell me. He's practically an old man already, of course he's old. Jiang Xiaoyu felt quite anxious about Xu Jiānian turning 31. She figured his parents probably couldn't wait much longer either. But there was another reason. She feared Xu Jiānian might not make it that far. What if some unexpected rival swooped in and stole him away? So, maybe she should borrow a few years from Xu Jiānian's age? So, when do you want to get married? You're 25, I'm 28. This? Marry and have children at 25? That's 3 whole years earlier. I've already waited until you turned 28, Xu Jiānian said pitifully. You turned 28, not that you waited for me until 28. Did you start waiting for me the day I was born? Su Zhuto's words felt ambiguous. Well, yeah. From the day you were born until now. Pfft, who'd believe that? Just moments ago he was talking about drawing lots for answers, clearly harboring thoughts of another woman. Now he's spouting such sentimental nonsense, who'd buy it? What's there not to believe? We're already discussing marriage. Do you think I'd have any other intentions toward you? Oof. Ask yourself that. Then I don't. Then why do you still want to draw lots for answers? What does that have to do with anything? Oomph. Jiang Xiaoyu was fuming and refused to acknowledge him. Anyway, if he had another woman on his mind, she wouldn't marry him, much less bear his children. Well, we're in agreement then. Let's pay our respects to Lady Guanyin first. Watching the other worshippers around them, the couple copied their movements. They pinched the incense sticks between their thumbs, index fingers, and middle fingers, raised them above their heads, closed their eyes, and murmured their prayers. Their wishes were essentially identical, as they had already discussed and agreed their intentions must be unified. After making their wishes, they bowed deeply 3 times, silently thanking Guanyin before finally placing the incense sticks into the burner. Alright, you're done. Jiang Xiaoyu turned to look at Xu Jiānian. The implication was clear. He was asking if Xu Jiānian wanted to draw a fortune slip. Then let's go find the old monk to draw a fortune slip and seek guidance. I really don't understand what problem you're facing. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't suppress her curiosity. After all, they had come to seek Lady Guanyin's guidance together, and Xu Jiānian had been quite enthusiastic about it. He even hoped to have more children, which clearly meant she was the only woman in his heart. But why did he need to draw a fortune to resolve his confusion? What exactly was troubling him? Could he really be torn between choices, trying to straddle two relationships? Xu Jiānian is very responsive. Your wish will come true. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Jiang Xiaoyu. Even more confused. Forget it. If he wants to draw a fortune slip to clear his doubts, let him go. She wasn't going to interfere. Xu Jiānian approached the old monk and exchanged a few words with him. The monk raised the bamboo tube in his hand, gesturing for him to draw a slip. Let's see if your guess is correct. Jiang Xiaoyu stood 5 paces away and couldn't make out the old monk's words. She certainly didn't catch what Xu Jiānian said to the old monk. Just as she was about to sneak closer to eavesdrop, Xu Jiānian abruptly whipped his head around and warned, Jiang Xiaoyu, you'd better keep quiet. Jiang Xiaoyu froze in place. Pfft, big deal. If you don't want to listen, fine. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted. She wasn't listening anyway. Xu Jiānian pulled out the fortune slip and handed it to the old monk. There are no troubles in the world, they are only created by fretful minds. Xu Jiānian asked, what does that mean, master? He knew the meaning of the phrase, of course, but when applied to his question, it didn't quite make sense. Could it be that there was no such thing to begin with, and it was all just his own wild imagination? Deep down, he didn't truly believe Jiang Xiaoyu was two-timing him, secretly contacting her senior classmate behind his back. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder. Sometimes he couldn't control himself, wanting to sneak her phone to check. He felt this past day and night had been unbearably difficult, filled with wild suspicions and a heavy heart. Before coming here, he'd just discovered her secret. She'd secretly liked him all along. But why was she contacting her senior? That morning, he'd secretly messaged Duan Xiaochun, asking if any senior had been bothering Jiang Xiaoyu lately. Duan Xiaochun confirmed there was one. This only made him more uneasy. He decided to get to the bottom of this. But he couldn't bring himself to ask her directly. He couldn't just blurt out, Jiang Xiaoyu, you're a fickle woman. You're my girlfriend, yet you're secretly involved with my senior. I hate you. He feared exposing it would instantly shatter their relationship. So he kept his composure, planning to investigate discreetly. Chapter 114, A Case of Mistaken Identity. The old monk hurried to explain to Xu Jiānian, this fortune means it's all a misunderstanding. Nothing happened. Ha! Don't take it to heart, layperson. It was all in your mind, you're too suspicious. It seems this lady holds a special place in your heart. As the saying goes, when you care deeply, you lose your head. So, it really was a misunderstanding. Xu Jiānian felt a bit embarrassed. Truthfully, I never believed she would do such a thing. That's good to hear. Thank you, master. Xu Jiānian bowed respectfully before walking toward Jiang Xiaoyu. So, did the master clear things up for you? Xu Jiānian's mood lifted, and he grinned. Just a misunderstanding. Nothing to it. Jiang Xiaoyu grew even more puzzled. This guy was talking nonsense. What was really going on? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's puzzled expression, Xu Jiānian decided not to hide anything from her. Shouldn't lovers be honest with each other? He saw no reason not to tell her the truth. Of course, he expected her to be honest too. It's just that I have this little knot in my stomach. Yesterday, you kept texting someone on your phone the whole time, and it made me uncomfortable. I thought that senior was flirting with you. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu stared in disbelief. So it was all her fault? She recalled sending messages non-stop yesterday, but those were actually to Xu Jiānian's mom. Su's mom had the day off, and since they were traveling, they'd chatted longer than usual on the phone. Could that really cause a misunderstanding? Xu Jiānian was being way too jumpy. She really didn't know what to say. Still, knowing he went to draw lots to clear up the misunderstanding lifted her spirits. I even misunderstood him thinking he had feelings for another woman, turns out there was nothing to it. Xu Jiānian, from now on we need to trust each other. If something happens, we must let the other know. We have to be honest with each other. So, you weren't planning on telling me? Sigh, it really was a misunderstanding. Mom Su had the day off yesterday, and we ended up chatting the whole time. Xu Jiānian's face twitched. Chatting with my mom? Is that such a big deal? We've always been close. Since we're living apart, it's only natural she'd want to check in. Plus, she's really interested in the tourist spots around here. I plan to take her sightseeing sometime. Ha, with my mom's job, she probably won't have the time. Still, your filial devotion is commendable. I'll reward you when we get back. Pfft, you're broke. What reward could you possibly give me? Who says I'm broke? You've been stashing away some secret stash? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes light up, Xu Jiānian wanted to slap himself. He shouldn't have said anything. Haha, I forgot I gave all my money to you. Jiang Xiaoyu wore a look of utter contempt. Su Zhutu actually didn't tell the truth. You could tell he was lying just by looking at his expression. Still, she guessed he only had 1,000 or 2 to spare, nothing more. Considering he was penniless, she decided not to press the issue. What a huge misunderstanding. Xu Jiānian let it go. Damn, this fortune stick really works. Ha! The fortune I drew earlier said, there are no troubles in the world, only fools create them. The old monk explained it was all a misunderstanding. Turns out he was right. See how responsive the temple's deities are.
Thank goodness our wishes were all good ones.
They're bound to come true. Of course they will. Come on, let's head down the mountain. Hand in hand, the two left the temple.
The descent was much quicker. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, so they didn't dare linger, hurrying down without stopping.
But, not long after setting off, Jiang Xiaoyu grew tired and stopped, refusing to move. Xu Jiānian, you promised to carry me back. It's time to make good on your word. You're tired? I'm tired. Carry me down the mountain. Any perks?
Jiang Xiaoyu was lost in the sweet memory of lying on Xu Jiānian's back when he suddenly blurted out that question.
You want something in return? It seemed like he was already getting a pretty good deal by carrying her, yet he still had the nerve to ask for more? Last time, to make Xiaoyu back off, she deliberately had Xu Jiānian carry her, then filmed it and posted it on the school website. That time, his hands hadn't stayed put. She remembered it clearly. Xu Pighead had taken quite a few liberties with her. This time, she offered him a chance to take advantage, but he still wasn't satisfied. What favor? Xu Jiānian tapped his own cheek. Kiss me first.
Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly, and she fidgeted awkwardly.
Hesitating, kiss or not kiss? Seriously, how could he make such a request? So blunt?
You're just taking advantage of me.
Xu Jiānian quickly denied it, not at all. I just think since we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, doing this is perfectly normal. Didn't you always catch me kissing you when we were kids?
I don't even know how much drool you left on me.
I didn't. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Xu Jiānian's handsome face, feeling torn inside, yet also harboring a faint, lingering anticipation.
It seemed like it had been ages since she last kissed him.
Hurry up already. Stop dawdling. Otherwise, I'm not carrying you anymore. Under Xu Jiānian's persistent urging, Jiang Xiaoyu finally gathered her courage.
She stood on tiptoe, tugged him down a bit more, and planted a smack on his cheek.
Xu Jiānian's entire body trembled.
His already pounding heart nearly leapt out of his chest.
That kiss was sweet. Like eating a piece of honey.
If Jiang Xiaoyu kissed him like this every day, he'd gladly climb mountains and cross seas of fire.
Xu Jiānian crouched down, and Jiang Xiaoyu immediately climbed onto his back. Xu Jiānian's physique was undeniably solid.
As Jiang Xiaoyu clung to his back, she felt his body was a bit too firm, making her uncomfortable. She wrapped her arms around his neck but dared not squeeze too tightly.
The moment Xu Jiānian stood up, she began to slide down.
He quickly reached out to grab her legs. Xiaoyu's body was so soft. Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian's large hand grip her leg and thought, Xu Pighead is groping me again.
Was she really that irresistible, driving Xu Jiānian wild?
The thought popped into her mind unconsciously, startling her.
I'm not a dirty person. I don't have dirty thoughts. I can't have dirty thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyu's mind was in turmoil.
Her face burned like fire as she silently recited Buddhist sutras in her heart.
Get ready, we're heading down the mountain.
The usually feisty Jiang Xiaoyu remained unusually quiet, unable to see Xu Jiānian's face or discern his thoughts.
Carrying Jiang Xiaoyu, this little kitten, wasn't particularly strenuous.
She was pitifully thin, her frame delicate. At just over 5 feet tall, she weighed less than 170 pounds, making her incredibly easy to carry.
Still, her body held undeniable charm.
As she matured, her figure had blossomed beautifully, curves developing in all the right places, gradually forming an S-shaped silhouette where flesh settled perfectly.
Xu Jiānian possessed extraordinary natural gifts and astonishing physical constitution.
Coupled with his daily commitment to rigorous exercise, he carried his childhood sweetheart with effortless agility. Only his mind was slightly unsettled. The supple, curvaceous form beneath his shoulders radiated youthful vitality. Even through the thin layer of her sun-protective shirt, he could feel its warmth and softness. When they were children, they often shared physical intimacy. Even recently, their closeness had been undeniable. He constantly teased her playfully.
Last night, he'd even taken advantage of her while she slept, thoroughly teasing her.
Such contact was nothing new to him. Yet now, Xu Jiānian found his heart racing uncontrollably. Unconsciously, they had walked a considerable distance, yet both seemed lost in their own thoughts, silently sharing an unspoken understanding. Jiang Xiaoyu had sprained her ankle badly a few days ago. The doctor said she couldn't walk for at least a week.
She hadn't been idle about their upcoming trip.
Worried her injury might not be fully healed, he decided to carry her a little longer. The mountain path was quiet. Neither of them spoke, perhaps lost in memories of their innocent childhood days.
Xu Jiānian possessed boundless stamina, but the descent was long. Jiang Xiaoyu wouldn't let him carry her the entire way. She didn't want to tire him out. Put me down. I'm fine. I want some water. Xu Jiānian had no choice but to crouch down. Jiang Xiaoyu hopped down. Xu Jiānian looked perfectly composed, but Jiang Xiaoyu was flushed and sweaty. After clinging to his back the whole way, a certain spot had been squeezed until it ached. But she couldn't rub it in front of Xu Jiānian. Chapter 115, An Unspoken Secret. Is there a restroom? You need to use the restroom? Jiang Xiaoyu nodded. Even though she didn't need to use the restroom, she still wanted to go inside to freshen up. Seeing the restroom was quite a distance away and considering the late hour, Xu Jiānian suggested, "There's a small grove over there. I'll keep watch for you." Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu's face twitched. Was he suggesting she relieve herself right there? Well, truthfully, her corset had shifted out of place, and she just needed to adjust it. She reluctantly agreed, "All right." It was just a quick fix, nothing serious. The two approached the grove. Xu Jiānian stood guard while Jiang Xiaoyu slipped inside. Xu Jiānian stood outside, scanning the surroundings to ensure his girlfriend's safety before finally pulling his gaze back. From here to the foot of the mountain was only a few miles away. He estimated they could be down in about an hour. He decided to call Xiao Zhao now. That way, by the time they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Zhao would already be on his way over, saving them time. After finishing the call, Xu Jiānian told Xiao Zhao to hurry over this way, then stood where he was, scanning the surroundings. The setting sun cast its lingering glow upon the pagoda, bathing the ancient structure in a golden radiance. It seemed as if divine light was shining upon it, sacred and solemn. Xu Jiānian could even hear the temple bells from Fahuai Temple deep, resonant, and awe-inspiring, commanding solemnity from all who heard them. Ah, this trip was truly worth it. Just as he uttered this sigh of appreciation, Jiang Xiaoyu emerged, his complexion looking rather unusual. Wait, did she get so flustered from peeing that her face turned bright red? You have a fever? You're the one with a fever. Then why are you so red in the face? Can't I be hot? Xu Jiānian didn't want to waste words. He crouched down and motioned for Jiang Xiaoyu to climb onto his back. Hurry up. I'll carry you down the mountain. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu genuinely didn't want Xu Jiānian to carry her. Freeing her legs and feet only meant enduring torture elsewhere. It just wasn't worth it. She'd seen earlier how her body was already red and bruised in places. She couldn't fathom how Xu Jiānian's flesh had grown so thick it could cause such pain. I'll walk down myself. Your feet aren't healed yet, Xu Jiānian protested worriedly. They're fine now. Hurry up. Why are you being so polite? I was just being polite to you. I'm not feeling well. Where does it hurt? Xu Jiānian panicked, jumping to his feet. Please don't have a fever. There's nowhere to buy medicine around here. If she's not feeling well, why not let him carry her down the mountain quickly? He noticed Jiang Xiaoyu seemed off. Was she preoccupied? I feel terrible all over. Ugh, never mind. I'm miserable. Xu Jiānian grew anxious. What should we do? We're in the middle of nowhere. I'm fine. Just need to walk it off. It'll pass. She stole a glance at Xu Jiānian, seeing how tense he was. After a moment's pause, she said, "Let's drink some water." Xu Jiānian quickly pulled a bottle of mineral water from his bag and handed it to her. You're like this? I should carry you. No, it's fine. I don't need it. I just need to rest a bit. What are you afraid of? I've already gotten my reward. I won't let you kiss me. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him. Sorry, Xiaoyu, I didn't mean it that way. Xu Jiānian apologized immediately. His girlfriend was feeling unwell. He couldn't take advantage of her. Jiang Xiaoyu watched him from the side, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle inside. This guy was really something. Jiang Xiaoyu took a few sips of water and handed the bottle to Xu Jiānian. He grabbed it and chugged it down in one go, gulping the entire bottle dry. I just drank from that. Couldn't you open a new one? Indirect kissing, right? Her saliva was still on it. Xu Pighead was becoming more and more reckless. What's there to fear? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Last night when you were asleep, that taste was truly sweet. Xu Jiānian stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing he'd let it slip again. Damn it! He just confessed without being asked. Xu Jiānian. Jiang Xiaoyu snapped, her embarrassment turning to anger. You filthy pig! Taking advantage of someone when they're vulnerable? You bastard! You pig! No wonder her lips felt sore and swollen. It was all his doing. He actually kissed her while she was asleep? Her lips hurt. How hard had he pressed them? Recalling last night's intimate scene, Jiang Xiaoyu's face burned fiercely. I just couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I'll give you a heads up next time. Even if you're asleep, I'll wake you up. Xu Pighead, what are you thinking? Thinking about the future? If you ever take advantage of me like that again, I won't let you off the hook. Also, I'm installing a camera in the bedroom. I'll catch you every time you bully me. You know this is illegal, right? If I get the evidence, I can have you locked up. Damn it! It sounded like he was the one who'd paid for sex. He just kissed her while she was asleep. Seriously, put him away? Besides, he kissed his own girlfriend, not some random woman. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you serious? We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Isn't this normal? Who told you to sneak a kiss? Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely, looking utterly aggrieved. I was wondering why my lips felt so sore and swollen. I thought it was a mosquito bite. Turns out it was you. Haha, just pretend it was a mosquito bite. But how hard did you go? Can a mosquito even compare? Haha, I didn't bite hard enough to hurt. You jerk. Xu Jiānian shrugged indifferently. Alright. I'll let you kiss it better when we get back. For now, Big Brother will carry you down the mountain. I'll walk myself. Why are you stiffening up again? Xu Jiānian sighed helplessly. I promised I wouldn't take advantage of you. It's not about that. I just feel uncomfortable. Xu Jiānian finally caught on. You got your period? Jiang Xiaoyu. What else could Pighead Xu possibly think of? You're the one who just got your period. Let me tell you, Xu Jiānian, girls are different from boys. Girls are delicate and soft, so they have all sorts of private troubles. Xu Jiānian thought, just be dramatic, will you? Hard to speak of troubles? Besides that monthly thing girls have, what else could be embarrassing? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Making it sound so mysterious. Sigh, why can't you understand? Let me give you an analogy. It's like riding a horse after riding for too long. A girl's body can't take it anymore, and she ends up sore all over. You think I'm a horse? It's just a metaphor. Xu Jiānian gave her a subtle look and finally understood why she couldn't carry him anymore. So it was because it hurt. Sigh, girls really are delicate. Then let's walk down slowly. I'll support you. Oh, if you don't mind, I can carry you princess style. We'll see when I get tired. Jiang Xiaoyu was genuinely touched at that moment. Her boyfriend deserved full marks for his performance. If carrying her wasn't an option, then a princess carry would do. Come to think of it, that was pretty thoughtful. It seemed the matchmaker deity in Guanyin Bodhisattva had truly answered her prayers. She'd wished for a loving relationship with Xu Jiānian, and her wish had come true almost instantly. Chapter 116, Princess Carry. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a little relieved. Thank goodness they came to Yaochang, and even more thank goodness they came to Fahui Temple. Otherwise, it would have taken them a long time to work through their differences and come together. I've already called Xiao Zhao. He's on his way. You're quite thoughtful. We can go straight home once we get downstairs. Jiang Xiaoyu perked up. Do you think my parents have dinner ready for us? Of course they have. Probably just grabbed it straight from the kitchen. Your parents live pretty comfortably, huh? Meals and lodging are all on the company. That's just how their workplace is. Then I'll find a job like that too. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Then we'll go our separate ways right now. Huh? Why? Xu Jiānian's heart skipped a beat. Why was she suddenly bringing up breaking up? Jiang Xiaoyu threatened, if you choose a career that keeps you away from home year-round, I won't be able to handle the loneliness. I'll end up straying and making you wear a hat. But since you're my childhood sweetheart, I can't bring myself to do that. So it's better to just break up now. Xu Jiānian. Forget it. He'd rather die than take that job. Just kidding. I'd never do that. Besides, I can't stand loneliness either. If we're apart, what if there's a pretty girl at the office? I might lose control and cheat on you. Jiang Xiaoyu felt relieved such a scenario wouldn't happen. That's why long-distance relationships rarely blossom into something lasting. Love gets crushed by distance. Before she could finish, a powerful force swept her off her feet. She found herself swept into a horizontal embrace. Jiang Xiaoyu. While a princess carry was lovely and something she'd hoped for, couldn't he at least give her a heads up before lifting her off her feet? Xu Jiānian's voice trembled with emotion. Don't worry. We will make it work. Distance won't defeat us either, because we're only a step apart. This red thread of fate is tied tight. Hee, of course we won't be defeated. Not only will we not be defeated, but we'll only get better and better. Xu Jiānian desperately wanted to lean down and kiss his sweetheart. That blissful little expression was truly heart-melting. Curled up in her boyfriend's scorching embrace, the young girl felt overwhelmingly excited, her heart racing to 120 beats per minute. Perhaps it was the intense heat radiating from his arms, or maybe the intimate closeness sparked a chemical reaction between them. An air of ambiguity burned between them, both their temperatures rising significantly, sending shivers down her spine. Her cheeks burned fiercely, a wave of bashfulness rising from her heart, spreading up her neck and staining her pretty face crimson. Being held by her boyfriend felt so reassuring, so blissful. And it made her thoughts wander even more. The thought that this warm embrace would henceforth be her exclusive haven of happiness stirred an uncontrollable thrill within her. From this moment on, this embrace belonged solely to her. No one else could claim it. From now on, when she was tired, she would lean on him. When she slept, she would lean on him. When she was unhappy, she would lean on him. When she was happy, she would lean on him even more. After marriage, she would lean on him forever and ever. What a warm and blissful harbor. Gazing at Xu Jiānian's exquisite profile, she swallowed hard, desperately wanting to burrow in and take a bite. But she wasn't one for sneak attacks. She'd wait until they got home tonight to kiss him. Jiang Xiaoyu drifted into blissful daydreams nestled in his embrace. Xu Jiānian's mind was far from idle. Of course, his eyes were far from idle either. Besides watching the path ahead to avoid stumbling, he couldn't help stealing glances at the person in his arms. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 2 patches of rosy flush appeared on the young girl's face.
Against her fair complexion, they shone like dawnlight reflecting off snow, vivid and magnificent.
And then there was that little head who knew what thoughts swirled within it?
Her eyes sparkled brightly, gleaming with a hint of enchanting charm. Xu Jiānian, caught in a moment of stolen glances, nearly lost sight of the path ahead. Tripping over something, he stumbled, nearly falling. He quickly lifted the person in his arms higher to prevent her from falling.
Are you tired? Jiang Xiaoyu didn't think much of it, assuming he was exhausted.
No, I tripped over a rock. Then be careful, okay? Her voice was sweet, and with him holding her close, her head rested against his neck.
Her warm breath tickled him there, sending a tingling sensation that was both slightly itchy and undeniably tantalizing.
A cool breeze swept by, carrying a heady fragrance. The familiar scent of roses mingled with the girl's unique, youthful aroma. It was a dizzying blend that threatened to overwhelm the senses, stirring the long-dormant heart of Xu Jiānian, lonely for 19 years, into restless agitation. Soft and fragrant, warm and delicate. Her breath was like orchids.
Fragrant and intoxicating.
Under the combined effects, Xu Jiānian felt his heart flutter with sudden excitement, a rush of blood surging to his head. He lifted his head to gaze directly at the scene before him, no longer daring to glance sideways. He even quickened his pace, wishing he could fly down the mountain at once. But he could control his eyes, but not his heart.
Within seconds, Xu Jiānian's gaze drifted back to the girl, completely losing sight of the road. Damn that Kier Meng. Why must he torment me like this? He was parched and distracted. This entire journey was pure agony mixed with pleasure for Xu Jiānian. Agony. Pleasure. Excitement. It felt interminably long. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Jiang Xiaoyu slipped out of his arms in an instant. Xu Jiānian felt the emptiness in his embrace and was suddenly overcome with a sense of loss.
After carrying her all the way, the sudden departure of the little girl left not only his arms empty, but his heart hollow too.
We're here. Why isn't Uncle Zhao here yet? Xu Jiānian glanced into the distance. Little Zhao hadn't arrived yet. He was probably stuck in traffic.
During rush hour, the crowds were like a tidal wave, and it would likely take a while for him to get through.
Xu Jiānian suddenly felt a pang of regret. If he'd known Uncle Zhao wasn't coming, why did he walk so fast?
How nice it would have been to hold his little sweetheart a little longer. Her body was soft and fragrant, utterly enchanting.
Xu Jiānian felt inexplicably annoyed, suddenly struck by mischief. He leaned close to Jiang Xiaoyu's ear, exhaled warm breath, and whispered, "Little fish, I've got something to tell you." "What is it?"
Jiang Xiaoyu felt Xu Jiānian's warm breath all over her neck, the sensation making her ears hot and tingly. But she was even more curious about what he was going to say, so she perked up her ears and listened intently.
"Well."
Xu Jiānian paused deliberately. "There's a ghost on this mountain."
"What?"
Jiang Xiaoyu flinched and burrowed into his embrace, clinging tightly to him. Her voice trembled with alarm.
No. No way? Xu Jiānian's scheme had succeeded, and he felt a secret thrill of delight. Ha!
His childhood sweetheart truly couldn't do without him, already throwing herself into his arms again. Still, he couldn't bear to scare her, worried she'd have nightmares. Just kidding, silly.
Think about it, this mountain is full of immortals. How could any ghosts dare come here?
Jiang Xiaoyu instantly understood, her eyes widening in fury.
She looked up at Xu Jiānian's neck, stood on tiptoe, and bit down hard. Ah! Ow ow ow. Let go. Let go. Xu Jiānian's blood-curdling screams echoed through the mountains, sending a chill down the spine. Chapter 117, I'm in a hurry. Are you a dog? Xu Jiānian's romantic thoughts vanished instantly under Jiang Xiaoyu's bite. Hee, I'm a monkey. So you bite people? You scared me first. What goes around comes around. He'd shot himself in the foot. If I'd known this little girl had teeth this sharp, biting him so hard it hurt like hell, I'd never have dared to scare her. The two bickered as they waited another half hour before Xiao Zhao finally pulled up in his car. Sorry, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Su, traffic was terrible, Xiao Zhao said apologetically as he got out of the car. It's fine, Uncle Zhao.
We didn't wait long, Jiang Xiaoyu replied sweetly. The three climbed into the car and headed home. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom had been waiting for them to eat. After washing their hands, the two sat down at the dinner table. Did you have fun today? Jiang Dad eagerly asked his daughter. It was great. Both were famished and dug in with gusto. As she ate, Jiang Xiaoyu recounted their day. First we paid respects to the star god of literature, then to the god of wealth. That's why we didn't skip over Fahua Temple like all those young couples to pray for love up there. She swallowed a mouthful and chattered on, because even the best love is just a mess without a solid financial foundation. That's why my brother and I are focusing on building our careers first, before thinking about romance.
Xu Jiānian.
Watching the girl's cheeks puff in and out like a pufferfish as she ate was utterly adorable.
Hearing her words, a thought popped into Xu Jiānian's mind. This little minx sure can talk. Career first?
Little did he know someone had harbored a secret crush on him for ages, even drawing a comic about him. But he couldn't expose her. This secret was known only to heaven, earth, and him. He wouldn't let a second person know. Even after marriage, he resolved to keep the secret buried deep within his heart. Seeing his daughter prioritize her career, Jiang's father felt deeply gratified. That's right. Without a career, there wouldn't be beautiful love either. Right now, your study should be your priority. Everything else can wait a few years, there's no rush. Xu Jiānian looked at Jiang's father, a bitter taste in her mouth. You may not be in a hurry, but I am. The chef's cooking was still top-notch. And because of Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian's arrival, Jiang's mom had specifically told the chef about their tastes, so every meal was tailored to their preferences. Xu Jiānian loves meat, so the table was laden with several meat dishes: chicken, fish, lamb, all prepared especially for him. Several dishes were also suitable for Jiang Xiaoyu. She balanced her meals with both meat and vegetables, mindful of nutrition. However, her appetite was modest. A small bowl of rice and a few bites of dishes were enough to satisfy her. Finally, holding her chopsticks, she picked at some leftover dishes. I really want to eat more, but I'm afraid I'll gain weight. It's so frustrating. Jiang Xiaoyu made a comment about dieting with every bite of food, though she was already full. Seeing that her parents and Xu Jiānian hadn't put down their chopsticks yet, she used weight loss as an excuse. Her father watched her with concern. That petite frame needed more nourishment. How could she possibly need to lose weight? You're not fat at all. Why would you need to diet? You're as skinny as a kitten, yet you keep talking about dieting. When you're old enough to have children, if your weight isn't up to standard, you'll have to gain it all back in a hurry. Jiang's mother deliberately tried to scare her daughter. Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't considered that possibility. She grew a bit anxious. Does that mean skinny people aren't allowed to have children? It's allowed, but the doctor recommended gaining weight. Last year, a young woman at the office got married but couldn't conceive. After going to the hospital for tests, they found out it was because she was too thin. Her body fat percentage was below the required level. What? Jiang Xiaoyu stared in disbelief. So that's how it is. Having a baby is that difficult? But her body fat was definitely within the required range. Because there wasn't a single hard spot on her body, every inch was soft and plump. Otherwise, lying on Xu Jiānian's back wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable. If you don't eat more, how will you have the strength to lose weight? Xu Jiānian chuckled. Only he knew the real reason behind Jiang Xiaoyu's constant talk of dieting. It was simply that she had a small appetite and feared being criticized, so she used dieting as an excuse. As for his mother-in-law's comment about needing to meet weight standards for childbirth, he took that to heart. He'd make sure to nourish Jiang Xiaoyu properly from now on. He didn't want her slim figure to become an obstacle to having children later. Jiang Xiaoyu froze, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Xu Pighead was clearly doing this on purpose. He knew she couldn't eat anymore, yet he kept telling her to eat more to lose weight. If she ended up getting fat that day, she'd definitely make him pay for her weight loss. Jiānian, is the food to your liking? Jiang's mother asked Xu Jiānian. Look at the neighbor's boy, he could eat several servings of her daughter's portion. Watching him eat was a pleasure in itself. How gratifying it must be for the chef who prepared it. No chef likes to see leftovers, but with a kid like Jiānian around, it really saved time on clearing the table. He devoured his food like a whirlwind, leaving bowls and plates gleaming clean. She was so inspired she ate half a bowl more than usual. Xu Jiānian dug in with gusto, praising as he ate. Mom Jiang, these dishes you ordered are absolutely delicious. You must have told the kitchen exactly what we like. As long as you enjoy it. Your Jiang mom was worried you wouldn't like the food here. After all, chefs can't replicate the taste of home cooking. Jiang dad envied Xu Jiānian's appetite. Back in his youth, he certainly hadn't been such a big eater. Xu Jiānian glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and chuckled. It's even better than home cooking. Lately, he'd been eating with Jiang Xiaoyu, and she'd been cooking all his meals, something Jiang dad probably didn't even know about. Jiang Xiaoyu caught the implication in his words. He was implying her cooking wasn't good enough. Fine then, he could cook for himself from now on. She certainly wasn't going to cook for him anymore. Xu Jiānian met Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze, his survival instinct kicking in. He quickly backtracked. Actually, home cooking and restaurant dishes are neck and neck. I think both are delicious. Xu Jiānian really knew how to avoid offending anyone. Jiang Xiaoyu fetched a bottle of juice and poured glasses for both herself and Xu Jiānian. Whether dining out or at home, Jiang dad always enjoyed a drink to liven things up. Recalling how he'd gotten completely drunk the night before, Jiang's mother cautioned with a hint of disapproval. Know your limits. Don't get yourself drunk. Jiang dad paused thoughtfully. Don't worry, I won't get drunk tonight. Dad, you really should cut back on the drinking. And those cigarettes, I suspect you're hooked on both. Jiang dad chuckled. No way. It's just a personal hobby. Your father Xu is a doctor, yet he's always got a cigarette and a drink in hand. Jiang's mother rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. She huffed. What do you mean, old classmates? Even your bad habits are identical. Recalling the past, Jiang dad beamed and said to Xu Jiānian, you wouldn't believe it, but your dad and I were bunkmates back in the day. I picked up smoking from him. What about drinking? Jiang's mother mercilessly exposed his weakness. Drinking? That was him picking up after me. So you two are two peas in a pod, neither of you can talk about the other.
We were lonely back then, weren't we? No smoking, no drinking, no girlfriends, just a bunch of bachelors staring at each other in boredom? Chapter 118, A Father's Love.
Early in the morning, Xu Jiānian was jolted awake by the sound of furniture being moved in the living room. Fearing Jiang Ma might suddenly come in to check on him, he dared not linger in Jiang Xiaoyu's room. Slipping on his slippers, he returned to his own room and then emerged from his bedroom. Seeing Jiang's mother moving things into the living room, he hurried over.
Jiang's mom, let me help you carry that. Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Jiang Ma handed the items to Xu Jiānian.
The items weren't heavy, they were all gifts for the Xu family, meant for Xu Jiānian to deliver to his parents. His daughter had been so well cared for by them it would be dishonest to say he wasn't grateful.
Mrs. Jiang, why so much? Xu Jiānian lifted 5 boxes filled with gift packages and local specialties and couldn't help asking. These are for your parents. I prepared them for them. Mrs. Jiang, you're too kind.
Xu Jiānian was puzzled. They were still staying here for several more days, so why prepare gifts so early?
Were Mom and Dad Jiang planning to go somewhere else? Sure enough, Jiang's mother sighed and explained, your father and I have to attend an academic conference in another province.
That's why we won't be able to spend these next few days with you.
We feel terribly guilty about it. Jiang's mother felt terribly guilty.
They'd finally gotten to see their daughter, only for higher-ups to issue a notice requiring them to attend an academic conference out of province.
Sigh. She felt so guilty toward these 2 children. As Jiang's mother sighed heavily, Xu Jiānian comforted her, it's okay.
You and Jiang's father should go without worry. I'll take good care of Xiaoyu. With you two looking after her, I'm certainly at ease. I just worry this conference will last several days and I won't be able to come back to see you off.
It's fine. When we have time later, Xiaoyu and I will come visit again. Alright then. Time's tight, you should go. Little fish is waking up. We need to head to the airport now.
Xu Jiānian hurried back to Jiang Xiaoyu's bedroom. Then, rubbing her sleepy eyes, Jiang Xiaoyu waved goodbye to her parents.
Xu Jiānian made 2 trips carrying Jiang Xiaoyu's parents' luggage downstairs before pulling her along.
Counting from the spring festival, it had been over half a year since Jiang's parents last saw their daughter. They were truly reluctant to leave her, but the academic conference outside the province was important and work came first. This departure meant they likely wouldn't see her again until the next spring festival.
Both parents felt deeply saddened.
Business people prioritize profit over farewells.
They didn't prioritize profit, but parting was unavoidable.
The thought of not seeing their daughter for another half year made their hearts ache unbearably. Working hard was also to create a better life for their daughter.
Though they wouldn't be by her side, they felt reassured knowing the Xu family would help look after her.
That's why they had prepared quite a few gifts for the Xu family this time. Jiang Xiaoyu, ever observant, saw her parents' reluctance and felt a pang of sadness herself.
Yet she offered reassurance, Mom and Dad, we can still video chat, right? Even though you're not here, we can talk every night. It'll be like seeing each other every day. What's there to be sad about? Last night Dad even reminded me to prioritize my career.
You two need to set an example for me, don't get all sentimental like this.
Ha ha.
Her words made both her dad and mom laugh. Their precious daughter was truly generous and broad-minded.
Alright then. Stay here for 2 days. I've made all the arrangements. I've even notified the cafeteria.
With the 2 of you together, we won't worry. Just remember not to get carried away, head home when it's time.
Just take the keys with you when you leave. We have spares. Jiang's mother turned to Xu Jiānian, Jiānian, we're counting on you during this time.
Take good care of Xiaoyu. While we're gone, you're her rock.
Xu Jiānian was so touched he felt like crying.
His mother-in-law was truly wonderful. She entrusted her daughter to him so readily, without any formalities or rituals. Parents this kind were hard to find. How fortunate he was to have met them.
He nodded eagerly. Yes, of course. Mom and Dad, you can rest assured.
Xu Jiānian and Xiao Zhao each hauled a heavy suitcase as they made their way outside. Xiao Zhao was responsible for taking them to the airport. Jiang Xiaoyu held her mother's hand, though she was actually forcing a smile. Last night, her mom had pulled her aside for a chat, mentioning her upcoming business trip and feeling terribly guilty. To hide her reluctance from her parents, she had acted completely nonchalant all along. Now that she was truly parting ways with her parents, her heart felt hollow and adrift. Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to this over the years. Otherwise, she would have burst into tears, chased after their car for a long distance, and staged a dramatic farewell as if it were a life or death parting. Stepping out of the guest house, she spotted the car driven by Xiao Zhao parked nearby.
Xu Jiānian took charge of loading the luggage.
They opened the trunk and together loaded the 2 suitcases inside, arranging everything neatly. Jiang's mother stood nearby, tugging at Jiang Xiaoyu's sleeve as she gave her endless reminders, stay here for 2 days, then go back and study hard.
And remember to listen to your Xu parents.
She spoke earnestly to her daughter, a good neighbor is better than a distant relative.
No matter how much your father and I love you, we can't be there to look after you. With them around, we'll feel at ease. Keep an eye on the weather forecast. If there's thunder or rain, have Jiānian come over to sleep with you. Oh, if you want some company, you can stay at their place too. Remember, never let yourself get chilled. Cover up well when you sleep and stay warm, especially during your period. Absolutely no cold water, no cold food, no cold drinks. Even normally, don't drink too much cold water. Take good care of yourself. Your mom and I are counting on you to give us a big, healthy grandson someday. Jiang Xiaoyu. Aren't we supposed to be saying goodbye? How did mom suddenly become the main cheerleader for me to have a baby? Got it? Got it. Stay safe when you're out. Don't stare at your phone all the time, and definitely don't look at it while crossing the street. Remember that. Got it. Then tell mom. Don't eat cold food or drink cold beverages. When it rains, find Xu Jiānian. Listen to mom and dad. Stay safe, take care of yourself, and have a big, healthy baby boy. John's mom. Though she said so much, it all boiled down to these points. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a lump in her throat. It seemed her mom still treated her like a child, nagging her just like when she was little. Yet, her heart warmed. Only at moments like this could she truly feel her parents' deep love. A mother's love for her child, a precious treasure in this world. That's what parents are like. Even when miles apart, their hearts remain tied to their children. Jiang Xiaoyu vowed that for her parents' sake alone, she would win Xu Jiānian over. Because she couldn't leave her parents. She had to take care of them for the rest of her life. Bringing a son-in-law into the family was out of the question, it would only bring trouble. But marrying Xu Jiānian would be different. Their families lived across the street from each other. To her, marrying into his family felt no different than marrying into her own. Marrying Xu Jiānian meant finding her parents a son-in-law who would take care of them in their old age. Of course, she would also take good care of Xu's parents. As their parting drew near, mother and daughter found they had endless things to say. After several prompts from Jiang dad, Jiang mom reluctantly parted from her daughter. Seeing them about to get into the car, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly ran over and hugged them from behind. Watching the three of them clinging together, Xu Jiānian felt a sharp sting in his nose and a welling of tears in his eyes. Alright, Jiang dad said softly, stroking his daughter's head with moist eyes. Mom and I are just going to an exchange meeting. When we get back, we'll come home to see you. Jiang Xiaoyu stubbornly insisted, no, my brother and I took time off to visit you. We can't let it interfere with your work. Jiang's mother smiled. Aren't you worried about falling behind in your studies? Jiang Xiaoyu declared proudly, I'm a top student. What's there to worry about? But what about Jiānian? We can't let his studies suffer. I'll tutor him. Ah, that's good. The three of them finally parted ways. Jiang's mother solemnly reminded Xu Jiānian, never act impulsively. Think things through carefully. You're a man now, and our whole family is counting on you. Xu Jiānian's eyes welled up with tears. Don't worry, Jiangma. I will shoulder my responsibilities. Two families became one. The weight on his shoulders was truly heavy. Alright, we should be going now. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang got into the car, rolled down the window, and waved to the two children standing beside it. Turning back, they choked back tears. Fearing his daughter might see, Jiang dad quickly rolled up the window. Xiao, drive. Got it. The car started up and sped away from the guest house. Jiang Xiaoyu watched the receding car, her heart aching unbearably. Dad, Mom, take care. Xu Jiānian silently vowed, Jiang dad, Jiang mom, rest assured I'll take good care of Xiaoyu. Chapter 119, Asking the Obvious. Back at her own home. Jiang Xiaoyu headed straight for the bedroom. Xu Jiānian followed her. The sadness of parting suddenly spread through both their hearts. Jiang Xiaoyu started with a choked sob, then ended up burying her face in Xu Jiānian's chest, sobbing softly. For the first time since she'd become aware of her feelings, Xu Jiānian saw Jiang Xiaoyu cry so bitterly. He helped her sit on the bed and said, it's okay. In a month, we'll take time off to visit your parents. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of sadness. Her parents were swamped with work here, and she felt terribly lonely at home alone. These days, if it weren't for reconciling with Xu Jiānian, she'd find it even harder to endure. But she kept holding it in, putting on a brave face and pretending everything was fine when she was out. Because she'd known since childhood, if she wasn't strong, no one else would be strong for her. With her parents away, she'd tasted too much heartache over the years. Xu Jiānian silently pulled Jiang Xiaoyu closer, feeling tears blur his vision. Jiang Xiaoyu lifted her head and wrapped her arms around Xu Jiānian's neck, stubbornly holding back her tears. Okay, then you better keep your word. Outside, the sunlight was perfect, the scenery beautiful. Inside, the two young people remained immersed in the sorrow of parting all morning, unable to emerge from it. At noon, Xiao delivered lunch and urged them to eat quickly, since neither had eaten breakfast. Xiao Su, you should comfort Xiao Jiang. She's only 16, after all, and it's hard for her to be separated from her parents. Didn't Director Yu buy you tickets for an outing? Go out and have some fun this afternoon. It might help distract Xiao Jiang. Xu Jiānian set the food on the table, okay. Returning to the bedroom, she called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, lazy pig, get up and eat. We're going out after lunch.
Jiang Xiaoyu opened her eyes and looked at him.
Cancelled the tickets. I'm not in the mood. Then I'll go out with Sister Lon from the institute. She just dropped off lunch and invited me. Like hell you will. Jiang Xiaoyu perked up instantly, grabbing a pillow and tossing it at him. Xu Jiānian, if you're going to have an affair, at least do it discreetly. Haha, as long as I'm having fun, who cares about the setting? Like if I went to see a prostitute, I'd have to stay at a fancy hotel in broad daylight? You're such a scumbag. Thanks. You think I'd give you a chance? Little blue, little red, bring M on, I'll take M all. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit. Then get up quickly. I'll keep you company. After lunch, we'll head out and play all afternoon. Xu Jiānian was incredibly strong. With one powerful hand, he hoisted Jiang Xiaoyu up. Jiang Xiaoyu felt his small hand clamped in a grip as tight as iron tongs. It stung a little and felt slightly warm. Did boys naturally run hotter than girls? Why did Xu Pighead always feel like he was on fire? And that energy, it was truly boundless. If he kept playing like this, he'd probably go 10 days without sleep and be fine. You're hurting me. Hee, your hands are too soft. Just now when I brushed against Lanlan's little tender hands, they were soft too. Jiang Xiaoyu's fading anger flared up again. She pounded her little fist against him. That'll teach you to take advantage of me. You're hopelessly incorrigible. Stop hitting me. I won't do it again. Xu Jiānian had no choice but to beg for mercy. If this bickering continued, their meal would grow cold. Lan was an intern at the institute. Pretty as she was, they'd occasionally cross paths in the kitchen when getting food, but their relationship was nothing more than a nodding acquaintance. If he tried to touch her little hands, she'd probably scream, "Catch the pervert." He dared not take that risk. Even if he wanted to cheat, he wouldn't dare target someone from his father-in-law's institute. He wasn't completely brainless. Go wash your hands and eat. Aren't we packing up first? No need. I've packed everything. Time is precious. Let's hurry to the city and take a look around. What's there to see in the city? Your mother arranged it. We'll hit the bustling downtown area first, then catch a movie tonight. My mother-in-law was thoughtful enough to buy the movie tickets already. It'd be a waste not to go. Xu Jiānian, we haven't written a single word these past few days. Who cares about writing? When we're out having fun, just enjoy it. We've got plenty of drafts saved up. What's there to worry about? Having backlogged work gives peace of mind. Though I could write on my phone, staying cooped up at home typing while on vacation would be utterly boring. Jiang Xiaoyu had just finished washing her face when she received a video call from her mom. Who is it? My mom. Video call. Get out of the way fast. What's the big deal? Your mom already accepts me. When she left this morning, she practically asked me to take you under my wing. She was this close to adopting me as her son-in-law. Why should I hide? Mom asked you to look after me, but she didn't ask you to look after me in bed. Hurry up and go out to eat. I'll join you after I finish this call. Xu Jiānian sighed and headed to the living room. Once he was gone, Jiang Xiaoyu answered the call. Mom, you and Dad arrived? We got here early and already had lunch. Why haven't you two gone out yet? We have been writing at home. We plan to go out this afternoon. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly shifted the camera away, not letting her mom see the messy bed. She figured if her mom saw it, she'd never dare let Xu Jiānian take care of her again. Good idea. Going out this afternoon is fine. Maybe catch a movie tonight? Hey, where's Jiānian? He's in the living room. He never comes into my room unless he has to. John's mother on the other end couldn't help but chuckle. Her precious daughter's attempt to hide the truth was utterly hilarious. She checked their bedroom at home and saw Xu Jiānian's side of the bed covered with neatly arranged quilts, as if untouched. A boy's bedding couldn't possibly be this tidy unless he hadn't slept in it at all. She noticed another detail: Jiānian's toiletries hadn't been touched either. His toothbrush and toothpaste were still in Xiaoyu's bathroom. This proved the two had been living together for quite some time. Though she was reluctant to accept this reality, the thought of her daughter being alone at home brought her some peace of mind, knowing Xu Jiānian was there for her. That's why she let their relationship continue without exposing the truth. She understood both children well. Her daughter was strong-willed and wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. She wouldn't allow the boy next door to get away with anything. Xu Jiānian followed her daughter's lead completely and wouldn't dare overstep boundaries. Besides, it was clear they hadn't crossed the line. Alright, Mom has a meeting to attend shortly. You and Jiānian have a good time this afternoon. Bye. You and Dad should get some rest too. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped out of the bedroom. Xu Jiānian asked anxiously, she didn't notice, right? Jiang Xiaoyu sat down to eat, feigning ignorance. Notice what? Damn it, your bed was a mess. We were messing around earlier. If your mom saw that, who knows what she'd think? It was a major mess. Anyone who's been there would know. She'll definitely be upset with me. Xu Jiānian, I entrusted my daughter to you, not so you could take advantage of her. Look at what you've done. Chapter 120, Taking Photos. Now you're scared? But you weren't scared when you held me tight last night. Seeing how terrified Xiaoyu looked at Xu Jiānian, she found it rather amusing. You stinking man, all talk and no action. How can this be the same? Why isn't it? Don't you get it? No one wants their precious daughter bullied. I'd be the same. If anyone dared mess with my girl, I'd be at their door with a knife. Jiang Xiaoyu was speechless. Xu Jiānian really was a hypocrite. After dinner, they had Xiao Zhao drive them into the city. On the way, Xiao Zhao chattered on about Yao City's prosperity. Minghui Road encapsulates Yao City's modern celebrity history, tucked away within the bustling Jinqiu Street. The entire stretch is elegant and vibrant, spanning 4 or 5 miles. Sycamore trees line the road, their shadows dancing in the breeze. The avenue features a diverse array of architecture blending classical and modern styles, truly a sight to behold. Tourists visiting Yaocheng invariably come to stroll along this road, take in the sights, and snap photos. Jinqiu Street was once home to Yao City's prominent officials, wealthy merchants, and aristocrats. It also houses many residences of famous figures like so-and-so, but the names are tricky to remember, I can't recall them all. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xu Jiānian stifled their laughter. Xiao Zhao was indeed a great tour guide, even if his expertise was a bit lacking. In truth, Jiang Xiaoyu had done her homework, searching her phone for several famous figures and their former residences. Just as Xiao Zhao said, walking down Jinqiu Street, one could feel Yao City's unique cultural atmosphere. Almost every building displayed a plaque designating it as a historical structure. Soon they reached Jinqiu Street, and Xiao Zhao drove off. Xu Jiānian held Jiang Xiaoyu's hand as they strolled down the ancient street lined with sycamore trees. I looked up the attraction info online. See? This is the famous person's former residence. That ancient-looking house? It was actually where a famous figure lived. Come on, take a picture of me here later. Jiang Xiaoyu slipped free of Xu Jiānian's hand and stood excitedly outside the red-walled, blue-tiled courtyard, striking a pose. The crimson walls whispered tales of ancient history. Xu Jiānian opened his phone and crouched down to take her picture. Photography requires artistry. You have to choose the right angle, or else even a beautiful person can look terrible in a bad shot. Xu Jiānian snapped away vertical, diagonal, close-up, wide-angle, taking several shots. He handed the phone to Jiang Xiaoyu and asked, "How's that? Pretty good?" Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled, "Feels a bit rushed. Just a few clicks and you're done?" She took the phone and looked at the photos Xu Jiānian had taken, especially the ones where she looked exceptionally beautiful. She was instantly delighted and exclaimed, "Wow, these are so gorgeous. Xu Jiānian, I look amazing in these. No matter how you shoot me, I look great. Look at this angle. Anyone else would make me look ugly as sin with such an unreasonable angle. Only a super-duper beauty like me could pull off. Xu Jiānian. Selling your own melons." Still, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't forget to compliment Xu Jiānian a bit, though it wasn't entirely heartfelt. "Your photography skills have improved too. How come I never noticed you took such great photos before?" Xu Jiānian chuckled, "Hee, nothing special, world-class third." Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't stand Xu Jiānian's smugness and immediately shot back, "Oomph. How come you're so good at photography? Did you sneak photos of girls all the time at the badminton club? I bet you took pictures of Shinjuro, didn't you?" "Ha?" Xu Jiānian, who had just been about to gloat, froze in shock. Getting carried away is a bad idea. Why does everything always get dragged back to Shinjuro? While he did harbor feelings for that girl, with Xiaoyu around, he had the desire but not the nerve. He'd never dare provoke her. He'd probably get beaten to death by Jiang Xiaoyu before he even made a move. No way, I don't have time for that. At the badminton club, I'm busy leading their training sessions. Ask your bestie if you don't believe me. Proving his innocence, he added smugly, "Besides, what's so hard about taking photos? Just crouch down and snap a few shots. Who needs lessons for that? If you weren't pretty, you wouldn't get such great photos either. Try taking pictures of sister phone. Even super beauty filters couldn't save her face." Xu Jiānian's seemingly heated rebuttal was actually a backhanded compliment. After being praised so openly and subtly by Xu Jiānian, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't bring herself to tease him anymore. Plus, she was already in a good mood, so she just laughed, "You're such a suck-up, oomph. Don't you dare compliment other girls like that. Got it, Princess Xiaoyu. Where else do you want to take photos?" Xu Jiānian was speechless. Jiang Xiaoyu's behavior was that of a spoiled little princess. But then again, he had promised Her Majesty the Queen Mother he'd take care of this little princess. So he might as well spoil her rotten. "What little princess? Keep your voice down. There are people around." Jiang Xiaoyu was both embarrassed and annoyed. These days, being called some kind of princess wasn't exactly a flattering title. It was worlds apart from the cherished daughters of emperors in ancient palaces. Many hostesses in bars were labeled as princesses of some sort, their titles tied to the sex trade. Seeing passers-by staring, Xu Jiānian felt awkward too. He'd spoken too quickly, not noticing someone walking by. Jiang Xiaoyu was only his little princess, not anyone else's. He could only use that title when they were alone together. Glancing at the black stockings on the passerby's legs, Xu Jiānian quickly turned his head, afraid his little princess Jiang Xiaoyu would notice. Though his childhood sweetheart was a temptress, the sheer number of gorgeous girls on this street was overwhelming. Their outfits were all light and breezy black stockings, white stockings, school uniforms, girl next door types, mature seductresses every style imaginable. Xu Jiānian was dazzled and drooling. Damn it! A beauty pageant. He'd definitely made the right choice coming here. But with Jiang Xiaoyu, that jealous little pot, around, Xu Jiānian dared not stare openly. He could only quickly glance over when her attention was elsewhere. Like a thief. Xu Jiānian felt traveling was truly an excellent vacation activity. Not only could one visit famous historical sites, but one could also encounter all kinds of beautiful women. Of course, they were from all over the country because these beauties were here to travel too. I just wonder if they have a man like him to protect them. If not, they'd be in big trouble. After all, not everyone possesses his level of self-control. In secluded alleys, encounters with perverts are all too common. Brother, come over here. Jiang Xiaoyu grew instantly wary when she saw a passing beauty glance at Xu Jiānian, her voice dripping with sweetness. Her cry sent a shiver down Xu Jiānian's spine. Ha! Okay. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu being so proactive, a surge of heat washed over Xu Jiānian. He wondered if he could resist if she called out like that tonight. Brother, it's so beautiful over there. Let me accompany you to take a look. Brother, why are you walking so fast? Hold my hand, please. Brother, my chest hurts so much. Rub it for me. Whenever a beauty glanced their way, Jiang Xiaoyu transformed into a different person, instantly going on high alert, leaving Xu Jiānian utterly tormented. Keep screaming like that, and I'm gonna explode. Chapter 121, Watching a Movie. Xu Jiānian felt like his head was about to explode from all the shouting. He couldn't help but yell, drawing even more stares. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression so pitiful it could melt a heart of stone. Brother, don't be angry. I'll have the baby aborted, I promise. When you threatened me back then, I was scared sister would find out. But secrets can't stay hidden forever. She found out anyway. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. I'll go to the hospital myself. Xu Jiānian. Everyone. So he's a scumbag. Damn it, sleeping with your sister-in-law too? What a ruthless bastard. To toy with sister's feelings like that, what kind of person does that? Let's get out of here. People like him deserve to be despised by everyone. Put. Xu Jiānian went from being the hottie who attracted girls to a scumbag despised by everyone. 2 people even spat at him. Xu Jiānian was furious inside. He couldn't care less about looking at beautiful women anymore. The looks he got from the girls no longer held any trace of admiration, only contempt and disdain. Xu Jiānian thought these people were truly foolish, completely fooled by Jiang Xiaoyu's acting. Damn it, Jiang Xiaoyu, it's a shame you didn't win a little golden statue. Sigh, if you hadn't been flirting and exchanging glances with the beautiful ladies, would I have to do this? Seeing the beauties leave, Jiang Xiaoyu finally returned to her usual self. Jiang Xiaoyu found another small house, stood there, and waited for Xu Jiānian to take photos. Xu Jiānian carefully selected the angle and took several photos of Jiang Xiaoyu. After all, girls come out to play for the sake of taking pictures to post on social media. They can't afford to look bad. Xu Jiānian recalled how Jiang Xiaoyu had burst into tears that morning at home when separated from her parents. His heart filled with pity and tenderness for her. He let her run wild. If his earlier prank had made her happy, then he might as well play along to the end. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, couldn't help but chuckle to herself, remembering how humiliated Xu Jiānian had looked moments ago when everyone turned on him. Jiang Xiaoyu, you're up to no good again? Seeing her smug expression, Xu Jiānian instantly grew wary. Not at all. I just couldn't help but laugh at how great your photos turned out. Flattered by her praise, Xu Jiānian forgot all about it and felt quite satisfied. No big deal. Jiang Xiaoyu's lips curved slightly as she silently thought to herself what a fool Xu Jiānian was. The two walked and snapped photos, soon arriving at a small market. How come there's a little market like this in this alley? Let's go check it out. Are you planning to buy something? They have quite a variety here. If I see something nice, I'll buy it. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly stared intently at a stall selling turtles. You want to buy a little turtle? No, I just don't want to see the big turtle separated from its young. It's so sad to tear a mother and her baby apart. Jiang Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of sadness. Xu Jiānian noticed it and glanced at the customers buying baby turtles. Each one walked away carrying one. It's okay. As long as the environment is good, they can live well apart. It's like us humans, we have to leave our parents' embrace when we grow up. The baby turtles will have their owners to keep them company. And you've always had me, haven't you? Hearing Xu Jiānian's words, Jiang Xiaoyu visibly stiffened. She turned her head to glance at him and retorted, "Who needs you around?" Oomph. With that, she didn't linger and continued walking forward. Xu Jiānian shook his head helplessly. Want some popcorn? Let's grab snacks and catch a movie. This Jinqiu street stretched 5 or 6 miles long.
By the time they reached the end, their phone batteries would likely be drained.
Xu Jiānian decided they should see a movie first.
After all, watching a movie would lift Xiaoyu's spirits and help her move past the sadness of parting with her parents.
Is it showtime yet? Xu Jiānian pulled out the ticket to check. We can go anytime. Jiang Xiaoyu looked surprised. But we bought tickets for the evening show, didn't we?
We can exchange them at the ticket counter.
Come on, they'll definitely let us switch. Without another word, Xu Jiānian grabbed Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and pulled her along.
Jiang Xiaoyu, being tugged along, felt she couldn't keep up with his quick pace. She hastened her steps, taking small, hurried strides to match his pace.
Xu Jiānian's energy was truly remarkable.
He showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever, still looking as vibrant and energetic as ever.
What should we have for dinner tonight?
Their outing this afternoon was mainly to cheer up Xiaoyu.
Whatever she wanted, Xu Jiānian would do his best to make it happen. Suddenly craving spicy skewers. Shall we check out the snack street? Sure, anything for our little princess. Why are you calling me little princess again? Isn't it nice to be my little princess? No one else can hear. Don't call me that anymore. Fine, little princess. Jiang Xiaoyu.
After walking nearly 2 miles, they still hadn't reached the snack street listed on her phone.
Jiang Xiaoyu asked in confusion, where are we going? Why is it so far? We're heading to the food stalls on Jinxiu Street. There's more to eat and do there. Plus, we can take a stroll. Xu Jiānian replied as they walked. But it looked so close on the phone. Why aren't we there yet? Come on, it shows the distance clearly, it's 3 li away. We'll need to walk a bit longer.
By the time they reached the snack street, it was already past 6 in the evening. They bought 2 buckets of spicy skewers and sat at a stall, chatting and eating.
After we finish eating, we can head straight to the movie. Probably won't even need to exchange tickets. I need to eat a few more buckets. Less than that won't fill me up. Go ahead and eat your fill, I know how big your appetite is.
Hee, once we get back to Jiangcheng, I'll learn to cook from you so you don't have to work so hard. Housework should be shared, right? Starting now, I'm going to learn how to do chores and strive to be a model husband. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement but replied, maybe it's because of my own experiences, but I don't see cooking as a chore. Quite the opposite, having you eat with me makes me put more heart into it.
After being alone for so long, I started feeling lonely and cold. Having someone by my side makes me feel safe and truly happy. That's why on stormy nights, being home alone makes me feel scared and insecure. Those are the times I crave someone by my side. But I only want you to be that person. Anyone else? I just couldn't adjust. Even with Su Dad and Su Mom, I accept their care and help, but when others show me that kind of concern, I feel like they pity me. I even doubt their sincerity. Listening to Jiang Xiaoyu calmly dissect her innermost feelings, Xu Jiānian felt a deep ache, a pang of pity, and an overwhelming guilt that left him breathless. It was all his fault. He hadn't protected her. He'd let her live in fear. And because of that damn rebellious phase, afraid of being mocked by other boys, he'd neglected her for so long. Xiaoyu, Xu Jiānian's voice cracked slightly, I'm so sorry. Rest assured, I'll never let you suffer like that again. I'll be with you. I'll always be here for you. Chapter 122, Comedy. Hearing Xu Jiānian's words, Jiang Xiaoyu felt deeply moved. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Whether it was because she felt insecure or not, whenever she saw Xu Jiānian flirting with other girls, a sense of crisis would surge within her. She feared some girl might come along and steal him away. Although both sets of parents approve and they've been getting along swimmingly lately, childhood sweethearts can't compete with a sudden newcomer. If a girl more beautiful and accomplished than her were to appear, Xu Jiānian, that lecher, would find it hard not to be tempted. That would spell trouble. The duck that was already cooked flew away. And it was her who cooked it. Jiang Xiaoyu was a selfish person. She wouldn't go through the trouble of cooking the duck herself only to let someone else eat it. That's why she said those things to Xu Jiānian. Claiming she was lonely and cold, that she couldn't live without him. Men need to feel needed by women. If you don't need him at all, he'll feel worthless. Her insights into men's psychology all came from watching relationship shows. Sometimes she browsed those shows for inspiration. With her sharp memory, she quickly absorbed the techniques for taming men. Playing the helpless, vulnerable card was another way to control men. Women find this tactic endlessly satisfying. Men become utterly devoted, never leaving your side. So why wouldn't someone as clever as her use it? Jiang Xiaoyu sometimes thought he was a precocious little devil, more scheming than most adults. Putting aside this melancholy topic, the two focused on their meal. Even the black-stockinged, strappy beauty seated next door failed to capture Xu Jiānian's attention. After dinner, they headed to the movies as planned. The moment they sat down in the theater seats, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly gasped, "Why are these chairs moving?" Xu Jiānian, who was about to sit down, looked utterly bewildered. How could that be? Jiang Xiaoyu flushed and said, "Try it yourself. It's a massage chair with massage functions." Xu Jiānian teased her with a playful look. "You nearly scared the life out of me. Oh my, imagine if that happened in the middle of the night.
Even if a female ghost were lying beside him, he'd rush to protect her.
Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh, teasing him, "Are you that easily scared? I'll scream again tonight and scare you to death."
Xu Jiānian grinned mischievously, "That wouldn't be about dying, it'd be about making me lose my mind with pleasure."
Get lost.
Xu Jiānian sat down, and sure enough, the chair behind him started massaging. It moved up and down along his spine, feeling a mix of pain and pleasure. This massage chair was actually pretty good, it even gave a quick knead around his neck at the top. But it stopped after just a short while. A QR code appeared on the armrest. If he wanted to continue, he'd have to scan it and pay. Damn, this cinema sure knows how to make money. Xu Jiānian was actually enjoying it, feeling a bit unsatisfied. "Xiaoyu, let's get another massage. Isn't it nice?" Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out her phone to scan the code while giving him a helpless glare.
"You'd spend all the money anyway." It was strange, really.
In most families, it was the girls who spent more money, but theirs was the opposite, the boy spent more.
Sometimes she even wondered if she and Xu Jiānian had been born into the wrong genders.
Having just finished dinner, lying back in the chair felt incredibly comfortable.
Xu Jiānian basked in the massage, his eyes drooping as if he might drift off to sleep any moment.
Seeing how much he was enjoying it, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't bear to interrupt him. She scanned the QR codes for both of them and paid for another hour, then sat back to enjoy her own massage. Xu Jiānian reached across the armrest between the two chairs and took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand.
The movie began.
Xintang's comedy was genuinely hilarious, and waves of laughter kept rippling through the surrounding seats.
Jiang Xiaoyu was thoroughly entertained too, giggling uncontrollably at the funniest parts.
Xu Jiānian found Jiang Xiaoyu's giggles even funnier, they sounded like a mother hen clucking over her nest. He even mimicked it a couple of times, earning himself a flurry of tiny punches.
Time seemed to fly by during the movie. The 2 hours were over in the blink of an eye. They followed the crowd out of the theater. They glanced at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. "We'll take a cab home. At this hour, Xiao Zhao is probably asleep.
Let's not bother him," Jiang Xiaoyu said. Xu Jiānian thought that since they weren't asking Xiao Zhao to pick them up, they might as well linger a bit longer.
But he agreed with Jiang Xiaoyu. "So should we head back now? Or keep wandering around? It's getting late. Might we not get a cab?" "That won't happen. We're in a bustling city. Then let's just wander around."
Jiang Xiaoyu walked ahead in quick little steps.
Couples in love seemed to find even strolling down the street sweet. By afternoon, they'd already covered half of Jinqiu Street.
It felt like there wasn't much new to see here, and now most of the shops in the mall had closed, leaving little left to browse.
Xu Jiānian pulled out his phone and searched. "There's a cultural and sports center nearby. Let's go check it out," he suggested. "Is it far?" "It's right nearby." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement.
Going home to sleep now would be impossible after all, she'd slept through the entire morning.
Xu Jiānian chose the sports center, hoping to see if anyone was playing ball at this hour. He wanted to show off his skills in front of his beloved girl. He realized he'd never played a game of badminton with Jiang Xiaoyu alone.
And he certainly hadn't played a game of badminton with her. Of course, he knew her athletic talent left much to be desired.
How does that saying go? When God closes a door, he opens a window.
If a window closes for you, a door will surely open.
For someone like Jiang Xiaoyu, a straight-A student, athletic ability was a real concern.
Seems like the saying muscle-bound and brainless really isn't nonsense after all.
Take Jiang Xiaoyu, for instance. Smart, independent, and downright cunning and bossy. She's leagues ahead of the simple-minded Lin Kiki. But Jiang Xiaoyu's stamina can't hold a candle to Lin Keek's. That's why these besties click so perfectly, they complement each other.
He and Jiang Xiaoyu also complement each other perfectly. He excels at sports, while she excels at academics. They're complementary types who can't live without each other.
So they're bound to be happy together.
When they arrived at the sports center, it was pretty empty at this hour. Plus, the night sky wasn't very bright today, lots of clouds kept hiding the moon.
"Hey, look over there, someone's playing ball."
Jiang Xiaoyu perked up at the sound of ball bouncing from beyond the bamboo grove.
"Do you like watching people play?"
He hadn't seen her come to the court to watch him play even once.
"Didn't you come here to play?"
"I mainly came to watch you play."
Xu Jiānian. She really was a mind reader.
He'd barely lift his butt off the ground, and she'd already know exactly what he was up to.
Chapter 123, Achilles' Heel.
Walking along the path toward the court, there were indeed quite a few couples about, though they were all out to do naughty things. Pair after pair, it was almost too awkward to watch. But this was Jiang Xiaoyu.
Xu Jiānian couldn't get enough of the spectacle. Jiang Xiaoyu thought Xu Jiānian was utterly pathetic and wished she could cover his eyes. "Xu Pighead is such a loser, staring like he can't get enough. Let's go already."
Jiang Xiaoyu felt mortified watching him ogle a couple practicing martial arts.
Heh, it's free. Might as well watch. Hurry up. Jiang Xiaoyu twisted his arm, forcing him to leave. All right, we're leaving." "What a waste."
"Say that again."
Heh, don't you want to watch?" Xu Jiānian grinned mischievously.
"I saw you peeking through the slit in your covered eyes just now."
Oh well, playing hard to get, is it really necessary? What nonsense are you spouting? Never mind. Let's go play ball. But when they actually got to the court, there wasn't a soul in sight. Damn it, those guys must be hiding somewhere, getting cozy. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu was confused. I could hear people playing just now. How come there's no one here? You just don't get it, Xu Jiānian explained earnestly. Why do men play ball? Jiang Xiaoyu readily agreed, to exercise. Xu Jiānian chuckled.
Staying fit is one reason, but attracting girls is the other, far more important one. It's like a peacock displaying its feathers in the animal kingdom, all to attract females.
But girls don't even like playing ball anymore.
Even if they come, they won't team up with them.
Are you stupid? Who said you have to team up with them? It's to attract them over, and then. Xu Jiānian glanced at a couple in the distance. It's to get them.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt enlightened.
So the court is a trap. We can't let girls go there anymore.
Heh, you can come when I play, but skip it when others are on court.
Xu Jiānian, you've got some nerve saying that. Did you use basketball to lure in a bunch of girls?
Heh, well, it worked on you.
I didn't come for your skills.
I came for your beautiful soul.
I'm not like those shallow girls. Xu Jiānian, you need to understand that.
Ha, right. Little fish is the most special.
No other girl can compare.
It was 11 p.m. now, and the two had arrived at the small lake by the cultural center. Sitting on a stone, Xu Jiānian gazed at their reflections in the lake, feeling a wave of emotion. Before entering university, he'd dreamed of taking a cute girl out for strolls, but he'd never imagined it would be Jiang Xiaoyu. Yet here she sat beside him now. Ah, fate plays cruel tricks. He truly couldn't escape his childhood sweetheart. He had once ignored her completely, always feeling she couldn't be his other half. Yet to say she wasn't in his heart would be self-deception. Jiang Xiaoyu had always been in his heart, he just never understood his own feelings.
Now, it was finally crystal clear.
These past few days spent with Jiang Xiaoyu were the happiest, most joyful times he'd known in years.
Except, of course, for those years of youthful ignorance. Traveling together by car, visiting temples, praying for blessings, taking photos, sleeping together.
Even when he carried her on his back or held her close, he'd shamelessly take liberties with her, yet never admit he was getting away with it.
TSK, it was truly a delightful and satisfying experience. A cool breeze swept across the lake, sending ripples across its surface.
Xu Jiānian saw her shiver and quickly took off his coat to drape it over her.
I'm not cold. I'm hot. Jiang Xiaoyu.
Xu Jiānian took the opportunity to sit beside her on a rock, leaning in casually to offer his shoulder as a support. Jiang Xiaoyu understood his intention and shyly leaned her head against his shoulder.
Who knew pighead Xu could be so considerate?
He'd bundle her up when it got cold and offer his shoulder when she was tired.
She felt so happy.
The cool night breeze carried a light mist that brushed against her face, making Jiang Xiaoyu giggle softly. She nuzzled her cheek against Xu Jiānian's chest until her dampness transferred to his clothes, then lifted her head with satisfaction.
Jiang Xiaoyu, you're trying to murder your own husband.
Son. Xu Jiānian shrank his neck, glancing back at her mischievous expression before teasing her again. If you love playing in the water so much, let's go in together.
Pfft, like I'd swim with you. Xu Jiānian coaxed, with me here, you won't drown. Xu Jiānian was eager to see Jiang Xiaoyu in the water.
He imagined her petite frame diving in, probably like a little frog, kicking all fours as she splashed about.
Ha! That comical sight would be utterly hilarious. What are you thinking about? Seeing Xu Jiānian's lecherous expression, Jiang Xiaoyu knew he had ulterior motives.
I'm picturing you doing the breaststroke in the water, twisting left and right, jumping up and down, and then.
Xu Jiānian smugly voiced his fantasy aloud.
Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Jiang Xiaoyu had already twisted her soft body onto him.
Mercy, Your Majesty. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about myself.
Me doing the breaststroke, splashing and jumping around, twisting left and right, wiggling my neck and hips.
Is that better?
He relished the sensation of the young girl's tiny fists pounding his body, but the twisting at his waist was far less pleasant.
It hurt like hell.
Xu Jiānian realized Jiang Xiaoyu had gotten the hang of it, pinching a soft spot and twisting it hard.
Ouch, it hurt worse than a knife cut. So tomorrow, you'll show me how to do the breaststroke? Forget the breaststroke, he'd agree to swim naked if she asked.
As long as it freed his waist. This waist was truly his Achilles heel. Once Xiaoyu got a hold of him, he'd agree to anything she asked.
Jiang Xiaoyu finally let go. Xu Jiānian pulled up his t-shirt to reveal the flesh she'd pinched raw. Damn it, Jiang Xiaoyu, you really have no mercy. He warily backed away, keeping his distance from her. Be honest, are you teaming up with Shiman Qing to kill me off so you two can be a pair of wild lovebirds?
Jiang Xiaoyu scrambled up from the rocks and started chasing him.
Xu Pighead, just you wait. Standing up, the girl felt a bit unsteady.
Just moments ago, she'd been warm in his embrace. Without his warmth, the cold crept back in.
It's freezing. Let's go back. How about a princess carry? No way. A small stream lay before Jiang Xiaoyu, a branch of the lake. Truthfully, her short legs couldn't hop across it. Yet she was too proud to ask Xu Jiānian for help. Xu Jiānian could stride across in a single step, but he waited for her. Come on, silly. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu approached, he scooped her up and leaped across. Jiang Xiaoyu gasped, glanced back at the seemingly impassable stream, hesitated for a moment, then nestled into his embrace. After all, this embrace was hers to lean into whenever she pleased. Chapter 124, Major Embarrassment. The two took a taxi home. Xu Jiānian walked straight into Jiang Xiaoyu's bedroom. Jiang Xiaoyu kicked off her slippers, scrambled onto the bed, and had no intention of getting up again. Aren't you going to shower? Xu Jiānian asked. I'm so tired. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled around, settling into a comfortable position, still refusing to budge. Then at least take a shower before sleeping. If you don't like me not showering, you can sleep in your room. I never asked you to stay. Xu Jiānian finally caught on Jiang Xiaoyu was using this tactic to shoo him away. Did he look like the type to be afraid of dirt? He wasn't falling for that. The little minx's sweat smelled like perfume. Worst case, he'd just sleep holding her. Well, if you won't shower, I'll go first. Xu Jiānian grabbed some clean clothes and headed to the bathroom with them in his arms. Jiang Xiaoyu. Hearing the rushing water inside, she quickly plugged her ears. Otherwise, she couldn't help imagining the scene inside. Inside the bathroom. Steam billowed as the shower head hung high, water cascading down from above, soaking his sturdy, masculine frame. He hadn't sweated much today, and there was no dirt on his skin. A quick lather with body wash all over would do the trick. He had to wash himself thoroughly, otherwise little fish would find him repulsive. But it was strange. Even though he and Jiang Xiaoyu showered together in the same bathroom, using the same body wash, for some reason, he never had that unique, sweet scent that young girls carried. In summer, he'd seen Xiaoyu drenched in fragrant sweat, her clothes soaked through, yet she smelled sweet and lovely. He was different. After playing ball, he'd be drenched in stinky sweat that even he found disgusting. Who's there? Just as he was pondering this, he heard movement at the door. The footsteps sounded like Jiang Xiaoyu's. Damn it! Spying on him while he showered? Jiang Xiaoyu, you're so boring. I need to use the bathroom. The voice at the door sounded stifled and aggrieved. Xu Jiānian. Why not go in the morning or at night? You had to pick the exact moment he was showering. Come to my room. I don't dare. Xu Jiānian was both annoyed and amused. Right now. Wait a moment. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't wait any longer. She bent over, clutching her stomach, looking like she was about to give birth in agony. Wait, you got your period? You're the one on your period. Then what's wrong with you? Had spicy hot pot, got diarrhea? Xu Jiānian. Before he could respond, Jiang Xiaoyu sidestepped him and ducked inside. Xu Jiānian glanced back to see her swiftly squatting over the toilet. Damn it! In such a hurry to have a baby? Jiang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth against the discomfort, glaring at Xu Jiānian. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Never in her life had she felt such profound shame. Xu Jiānian, get out and close the door. I'd better get out of here. Why am I staring at you? Speaking of which, there was this famous writer who adored his girlfriend so much he married her without hesitation. Then he saw her constipated in the bathroom. How could such a beautiful woman be so ordinary, releasing her natural instincts like that? He couldn't get past that mental hurdle, lost interest in women, and they ended up divorcing. He'd just seen her as a young girl too. She wasn't ugly at all. She seemed quite adorable. Could it be that the writer's eyes were the problem? He sighed, lying on the bed trying to drift off to sleep. He'd just have to play dead for a while, otherwise, little fish would come looking for trouble. She'd definitely get angry and demand, why were you watching me poop? Xu Jiānian, you're such a pervert. Jiang Xiaoyu never dreamed you'd be such a pervert. How could he possibly explain this? Xu Jiānian racked his brains for a second, then slapped his thigh and muttered to himself, this is it. I'll say, sorry, Xiaoyu. I happened to glance back and saw you sitting on the lotus throne. Ha! Brilliant! That's exactly how I'll answer her. The sound of running water came clearly from the bathroom. Xu Jiānian guessed Jiang Xiaoyu must be taking a shower. True to his prediction, half an hour later, her voice drifted out again from the bathroom, low and faint, barely audible unless one listened closely. Brother, I forgot to bring my underwear. Xu Jiānian. No wonder she sounded so hesitant. Turns out she was asking him for a favor, and one like this at that. Xu Jiānian was speechless. His face flushed slightly. Though he'd seen Jiang Xiaoyu's pink panties, he swore to heaven he'd never sniffed them or touched them. The thought of his hands soon touching that thing made both his palms feel scorching hot. How to describe this feeling? Like going to see a girl for the first time, wanting to look but afraid to, wanting to touch but afraid to. It was both agonizingly tempting and unbearably frustrating. He wanted to speak but held back, resisting yet welcoming. It was a real conflict. Outside, Xu Jiānian was agonizing over it, while inside, Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to bang her head against the wall. Tonight was truly embarrassing.
Being caught using the restroom was embarrassing enough, but compared to forgetting her underwear while showering, this was nothing. Earlier, Xu Jiānian had only seen her squatting, but grabbing her underwear was a whole different story. It felt like tearing off her last shred of modesty and putting it on display. Anyway, today has been nothing but bad luck. Jiang Xiaoyu pressed her back firmly against the bathroom door, listening intently to the sounds outside. He heard heavy footsteps outside. It had to be Xu Jiānian. She hurriedly pressed herself closer to the wall, preparing to open a small crack. Xiaoyu, I don't know which set to take. Outside, Xu Jiānian held 5 or 6 sets of underwear, stuffing them through the crack in the door, his voice even more uncertain.
Jiang Xiaoyu. What the hell?
She quickly snatched a set from his hand and slammed the door shut. Just as Xu Jiānian was about to drop the hot potato, Jiang Xiaoyu's voice came through again, this time loud and confident. Xu Jiānian, where's my towel?
Huh?
Xu Jiānian glanced down at the towel wrapped around him, feeling a pang of guilt.
I used it. I'll go get mine from the balcony for you. Did you do that on purpose? Heaven knows, absolutely not. Hurry up. I need to dry off. Okay, right away.
Xu Jiānian scurried to the balcony, grabbed his towel, and knocked on the bathroom door again.
Little fish, towel's here.
Jiang Xiaoyu reached out to take it, but Xu Jiānian's gaze locked onto her jade-like arm, burning with intensity. The sensitive girl snatched the towel back and quickly withdrew her hand.
Don't just stand there at the door.
Oh, okay. Jiang Xiaoyu stayed inside another half hour before wrapping herself in the towel and shuffling out in her slippers. She grabbed her pajamas from the balcony and headed back into the bathroom.
Xu Jiānian watched her the entire time.
Seeing her shoulders half exposed, he felt a pang of guilt, like someone facing reckoning after the autumn harvest. Sure enough, as he'd expected, Jiang Xiaoyu composed herself and was ready to confront him.
Xu Jiānian, why did you use my towel? Xu Jiānian feigned ignorance, huh? Why were you watching me use the bathroom? Xu Jiānian feigned ignorance, huh?
I'm taking you to see a psychiatrist tomorrow.
Because you're a pervert. Xu Jiānian feigned stupidity. What the hell are you talking about? You're the one acting like a chicken.
Chapter 125 started with looks, hooked by talent.
Xu Jiānian feigned confusion, infuriating Jiang Xiaoyu beyond measure.
Yet she could do nothing about it and could only lie down to sleep. It wasn't that she wanted to let him off the hook. Her stomach was bothering her, so she lay down for a bit. She'd deal with him later when she felt better.
Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu let him off, Xu Jiānian could scarcely believe it. Had his act of feigning madness worked? But knowing her, Xu Jiānian suspected this wasn't the end of it.
It was likely just a temporary truce.
The final reckoning was still to come.
And indeed, that proved to be the case. Their understanding of each other ran deep, so deep they could practically see each other's belly buttons through their clothes.
Only after seeing Jiang Xiaoyu lying obediently on the bed did Xu Jiānian slip into his pajamas and lie down. He made small talk. Little fish, are you asleep?
Jiang Xiaoyu, eyes wide as saucers.
Like you didn't know. Better get some sleep. We're going swimming at Mingshan Reservoir tomorrow. Can't sleep. My stomach's acting up. Oh? Should I rub your stomach then? Xu Jiānian wondered if he should get some medicine, then got up to head to the living room. What are you doing? To get you some medicine. I'm worried your stomach might hurt badly. No need. I know what I'm doing.
Jiang Xiaoyu closed her eyes, unwilling to say more.
Her period might be coming soon. The discomfort wasn't necessarily from eating the spicy hot pot.
Taking medicine recklessly could be deadly, and she dared not take that risk.
Xu Jiānian looked at her with heartfelt concern. What should we do?
He couldn't just watch her suffer like this.
It's nothing. Maybe my period's coming, so my stomach's acting up. Wasn't it the spicy hot pot?
Jiang Xiaoyu clutched her stomach.
I'm not sure. But you're fine, it probably wasn't the spicy hot pot that made me sick. Then should I rub your stomach? No way.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt her stomach ache again and hurried to the bathroom. After taking care of business, she took another shower. The girl was particular about cleanliness and didn't want her body to smell. Especially when she was with her boyfriend. She turned on the shower head, letting warm water cascade over her body. From the crown of her head to the tips of her hair, it flowed down her rounded, fragrant shoulders, over her waist and lower abdomen, then down her calves to her ankles. Her skin, warmed by the water, steamed gently, every pore opening wide. Xu Jiānian sat on the bed, listening to the rushing sound of the shower, and suddenly felt restless, her worries deepening.
Wasn't her stomach bothering her? Why was she taking a shower now? Had the pain subsided? But even if it doesn't hurt, she can't just keep bathing like this. Xu Jiānian had even prepared himself for the possibility of Jiang Xiaoyu fainting in there, ready to break down the door and rescue her. Yet all he heard was the steady rush of water, no sound of fainting. Girls take an exceptionally long time in the shower. Jiang Xiaoyu washed herself a second time, making herself smell fresh and clean, before finally stepping out of the bathroom. Feeling better? Xu Jiānian asked anxiously. I'm fine now. Probably just caught a chill. But you said. Wait, what? How did it become a chill now? She changed her story 3 times already. Which one was the real reason? But the little girl really did look weak, the kind of exhaustion that comes from not fully recovering after childbirth. Xu Jiānian felt heartbroken and decided to hold her, offering some warmth. Come here, baby. Come into my arms. Xu Jiānian opened his arms and pulled Jiang Xiaoyu close. I'll be with you through this. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, shedding no pretense as she collapsed into his embrace, leaning against him. She had said that when she felt overwhelmed, she would seek refuge in the harbor that belonged solely to her. Her small hand slipped into his palm, their fingers intertwining as she pressed her entire weight against him. She seemed so fragile and helpless, like a wounded kitten, tender and vulnerable, evoking deep compassion. Xu Jiānian tended to her wounds in his own way, trying to rescue the kitten in his arms, to restore her to her former youthful vitality. Her hair fell across his face. Fresh from her bath, the scent of roses filled his nostrils. He felt the fragrance drifting from her embrace, even her breath sweet and fragrant. Her slender legs rested atop his long, muscular ones, which acted like a bridge supporting her 2 delicate white legs. Her jade-like feet were even more exquisite, her toes glistening and rosy, as if painted with color. The arch of her foot curved beautifully, flowing naturally from top to bottom like a piece of porcelain, or rather, a precious work of art. Little fish, are you still uncomfortable? A little better. Help me lie down. Jiang Xiaoyu sounded utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had been squeezed from her. Xu Jiānian cradled her limp body as they lay down, extending his arm to serve as her pillow. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at him gratefully. It was clear Xu Jiānian was simply trying to make her more comfortable. There wasn't a hint of romantic intent. Was this the consequence of her feigned vulnerability? Had Xu Jiānian truly been defeated by her tenderness? But this time, she wasn't feigning weakness or playing the victim. She genuinely felt miserable. He had promised to share her pain, and knowing he bore half her suffering made her feel better. It was psychological, she thought. When someone walks through hardship with you, the burden is halved. So from now on, she and Xu Jiānian wouldn't just huddle together for warmth, they'd face hardship side by side. Xu Jiānian, what do you like about me? Jiang Xiaoyu stared at him with complete seriousness. Face to face, their breath mingled in the air. Though mere inches apart, their unspoken understanding severed any lingering ambiguity. Xu Jiānian answered sincerely, I like every single bit of you. Then, what exactly is it that attracts you the most? Your looks. Your beautiful appearance. Jiang Xiaoyu was satisfied. No girl disliked being told she was beautiful, even a top student. What else? Well, it starts with looks, gets hooked on talent, stays loyal to character, becomes obsessed with the body, is captivated by the voice, and gets intoxicated by deep affection. Xu Jiānian was glad he'd memorized that line. Back then, Duan Xiaoqiang had used it to show off in front of him, reciting it several times and even explaining it to him, making sure he remembered it. Today, it finally came in handy. Jiang Xiaoyu froze. How do you know that line? No big deal. Explain what it means. Xu Jiānian smiled. No problem. Started with looks, hooked by talent, loyal to character means you initially fell for someone because of their beauty, then became captivated by their wit, knowledge, and talent as you got to know them, and finally became utterly devoted to them because of their noble character and admirable virtues. It can describe your lover, someone you admire, or even a celebrity you follow. It's a popular phrase trending online. Jiang Xiaoyu gave him an appreciative look. You got every word right. Not bad. After all, I am the boyfriend of a top student. Can't let you down. It was pure luck that Jiang Xiaoyu asked this particular question. He managed not to slip up, but had she asked anything else, he would have been completely stumped. Chapter 126, Swimming. Perhaps Xu Jiānian had shared some of her pain, or perhaps her body was recovering on its own. By the middle of the night, Jiang Xiaoyu had drifted off to sleep in her warm embrace. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu was fine, Xu Jiānian breathed a sigh of relief and drifted off into a drowsy sleep. After breakfast the next morning, they decided to visit the third tourist spot arranged by Jiang's mother, Mingshan Hot Springs. The water temperature at Mingshan Reservoir remained around 40 degrees Celsius year-round, making it perfect for beach strolls and hot spring soaks any season. After confirming Jiang Xiaoyu was well, they packed their things and prepared to leave. Jiang's mother had already prepared swimsuits, life rings, sunscreen, and other swimming essentials for them. Originally, they thought these items wouldn't be needed, planning only to stroll nearby for fear Jiang Xiaoyu's body couldn't handle more. But after a night's rest, Jiang Xiaoyu was back to her usual energetic self, so they decided to go swimming at Mingshan Reservoir. Xu Jiānian shouldered the bag filled with Jiang's mother's provisions, and the pair climbed into Xiao Zhao's car. Soon they arrived at their destination. Watching Xiao Zhao drive away, they walked toward the beach. The beach was already crowded with groups of swimmers, and many scantily clad beauties were particularly eye-catching. Fearing Jiang Xiaoyu might get jealous, Xu Jiānian deliberately kept his back to the mountains and his face toward the reservoir, avoiding the sight of those beauties. What a pity, so many beauties, yet he couldn't feast his eyes on them. Xu Jiānian felt it was a major oversight not to have brought tinted sunglasses. With sunglasses on, you could stare straight at those beauties' legs, while your girlfriend would think you were looking at the water.
A perfect cover for a man's lecherous nature.
Xiaoyu, where can I buy some sunglasses? Goggles would work too. Why do you need them if they're not for sale? Oh, my eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. I thought wearing glasses might block the sunlight. Oh, we don't have any. What's wrong with your eyes? They water when exposed to wind.
Jiang Xiaoyu sneered coldly. How come I've never heard about this before?
Because I never saw this many beauties before. You pervert. No, you misunderstand. Xu Jiānian, I know you too well, you just want to ogle beauties without restraint.
Jiang Xiaoyu looked fierce and angry, a stark contrast to her weak and helpless appearance last night.
Xu Jiānian thought to himself, perfect, this little minx is back to her vibrant self. Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu were both incredibly attractive, and their affectionate displays made many single people green with envy, causing a small stir on the beach. Even the older ladies couldn't resist whispering about them, gathering with friends to sneak glances at the young couple. They're truly a perfect match, so well suited for each other. If I'd met such a handsome guy when I was young, I'd have done everything in my power to be with him. That girl's even prettier. Do you think that guy's her brother or her boyfriend? Are you blind? They're all over each other, they're practically kissing in public. Xu Jiānian. Just as he was about to retort his little girl was too conservative for public displays of affection, he keenly felt a slender body press against him. Certain soft curves sent a jolt through his entire frame. Damn it! Just when I was about to call you conservative, how come you're suddenly so uninhibited? Xu Jiānian's eyes darkened noticeably. But seeing the stares constantly flitting over from the beach, he forced himself to hold back. Little fish, big bro can't take this anymore. Stop showing off your love in public.
Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't about to back down, especially after hearing all those older women eyeing her boyfriend covetously. She was determined to flaunt their affection and make them back off.
See? We're perfectly happy together, no room for anyone else.
Jiang Xiaoyu cooed in a sweet, high-pitched voice, please don't make me.
I love holding you like this.
After saying that, she deliberately rubbed her body against Xu Jiānian's back.
Xiaoyu, you're playing with fire.
Xu Jiānian suppressed the urge to take her right then and there, warning her silently.
Only then did Jiang Xiaoyu pull away from Xu Jiānian. He was such a weakling. She hadn't even done anything too outrageous, yet he couldn't resist the temptation? Jiang Xiaoyu could swim, and Xu Jiānian certainly could too. The two changed into swimsuits and headed toward the reservoir.
Her toes dug into the sand, tickling and pricking her skin. Xu Jiānian, with his thick skin, didn't find it particularly uncomfortable after all. The beach was covered in sifted fine sand.
The water's a bit deep. Are you sure you can handle it? You underestimate me? Then let's get started.
Jiang Xiaoyu wore a lace-trimmed one-piece swimsuit, a relatively conservative style.
Actually, this suit suited her perfectly, it looked like a little dress. If she'd worn something skimpy, Xu Jiānian wouldn't have brought her here at all.
If she'd worn less, he could have just watched her at home. Why share her with perverts?
He wasn't stupid. Xiaoyu, let's do this together. A race? What do you think? Just swim casually. No need to race.
The physical disparity between men and women was vast, and hers compared to Xu Jiānian's was like night and day. She'd be courting disaster if she raced him in swimming.
Fine, I'll go first. Xu Jiānian dove headfirst into the water. Jiang Xiaoyu followed closely behind.
Both splashed through the water, swimming swiftly ahead. But in the blink of an eye, Xu Jiānian vanished.
Jiang Xiaoyu turned back to look for him. Did you slack off and head back to shore? Xu Jiānian hadn't actually returned to shore.
Instead, he swam across to the opposite bank at breakneck speed. Reaching the end, he spun around, pushed off the wall with his feet, and swam back with a splash.
Earlier, when he surfaced, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu sitting on the shore resting. He planned to go tease her. The little lazybones had only been swimming for a few minutes and was already tired?
Jiang Xiaoyu sat by the reservoir, her two delicate white feet dangling casually.
Her entire demeanor radiated a captivating yet effortless charm.
Though clad in a modest swimsuit, her movements hinted at the beautiful curves beneath, sparking the imagination. Emerging from the water, Xu Jiānian was met with this very scene of a maiden bathing. The captivating charm radiating from her very core made even Xu Jiānian, who had been watching over her all day, catch his breath. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu on the shore, deliberately dove underwater, swam to her side, and pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaoyu let out a startled gasp as she collided with a solid chest. Xu Jiānian gently nipped at her soft, pink lips, and the two began chasing each other playfully in the pool.
You jerk, you ambushed me. Haha, who told you to slack off? I wasn't. You were slacking off, I couldn't find you. Then ride me. That way I won't get lost.
Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes.
Can't you see all these people? Watch what you say. Heh, haven't you seen everyone over there in the water? Chapter 127, Meeting the Parents. Before Xu Jiānian could finish, Jiang Xiaoyu already knew what he meant. Oh my gosh, stop it. That's so embarrassing. Want me to take you see? Xu Pighead, you jerk. Who takes their girlfriend to see something like that? Only a pervert like him would. Heh, you wish. Too bad I won't take you. Who wants to go anyway? Jiang Xiaoyu swam over to him like a little frog and kicked him. Trying to murder your own husband, Jiang Xiaoyu? Xu Jiānian quickly grabbed her foot and tickled the sole with his large hand. Jiang Xiaoyu giggled. Like a little hen brooding over her eggs. You remind me of the little hen at grandma's house. Get lost, you're the little rooster. Then we'd make a perfect pair. Yeah, right. Jiang Xiaoyu thought of something and asked, we're going back tomorrow. Should we swing by grandma's place? Yes, we'll leave tomorrow morning. Is it far from here? Not much farther than if we left from Jiangchen. The two played at the reservoir until noon before heading home. After lunch, they couldn't go out again in the afternoon. They needed to pack up and prepare for tomorrow's bus trip to grandma's place in the countryside. Jiang Xiaoyu sorted through the clothes Xu Jiānian's and hers. All their clothes, except for underwear and socks, needed to go in the washing machine. Of the 2 bedrooms, only Jiang Xiaoyu's had a washing machine. So these past few days, Jiang Xiaoyu had casually washed his clothes too. Looking at the clothes washed spotless, neatly folded, and still carrying a fresh scent, Xu Jiānian sighed with satisfaction. Having a wife is truly wonderful. He himself wouldn't have washed them so meticulously, nor would he have folded them so neatly. Jiang Xiaoyu denied it, not at all. How is it not? We eat together, sleep together, and tomorrow we're even going home to meet the parents. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't deny eating and sleeping together, but the idea of meeting his grandparents tomorrow caught her off guard. Why my grandparents? Because we don't need to meet the others. My parents? You two are closer to me than my own son. Why would we need to meet them? Xu Jiānian had made Jiang Xiaoyu feel a bit flustered. They were clearly just going to visit the elderly at grandma's house, but he insisted on calling it meeting the parents. How infuriating. So after meeting grandma and grandpa, can we still be like we used to be? Just be yourself. Why are you so nervous? Jiang Xiaoyu shot him a reproachful glance. Of course it's your fault. Who asked you to bring up meeting the parents? After packing their clothes, the two lay on the bed resting that afternoon. Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out the photos and videos she'd taken over the past few days to look through. Xu Jiānian leaned in close beside her. Hey, mind your own business. You have them on your phone too. Isn't it better if we watch together? Jiang Xiaoyu squirmed like a little worm, trying to wriggle free from his embrace. Xu Pighead was so bold, just leaning in to drape his arm around her shoulder, acting all buddy-buddy. She was a reserved girl, no way was she going to be that intimate with him. What's wrong? Feels like you've been taking advantage of me a lot these past few days. Same here. Have some dignity. Girls don't take advantage of boys, it's always the other way around. Yeah, when you're asleep you can crush me so hard I can't breathe, almost murdering my own husband. You call that me taking advantage of you? No way. I sleep soundly. Once I'm asleep, I don't move a muscle. Xu Jiānian. Next time she takes advantage of me, I'll be a dog if I don't record it as evidence. Xu Jiānian lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling, reminiscing about the past few days with a touch of reluctance. Ah, I should come visit mom and dad more often. By late afternoon, the two took a stroll nearby. After returning home for dinner, they went straight to bed. Their bus left at 6 the next morning, and they didn't want to oversleep. Uncle Zhao will drive us to the station tomorrow. We really owe him big time for driving us around these past few days. Next time we come back, we should bring him some local specialties from our hometown. Sure. Xiaoyu, Xu Jiānian hesitated. Once we get back, we have to stick to the 3 no's. No contact with boys, no flirting with them, and definitely no dating them. Like I'd ever be like you, you flirtatious turnip? Relax, I'm loyal to you through thick and thin. Me too, Xu Jiānian thought to himself. I was afraid that's how you see it, but others might not feel the same. You are loyal to me, no doubt. But what if those upperclassmen try to meddle? They're all seasoned veterans, and Jiang Xiaoyu is so outstanding it's inevitable they'll have their eyes on her. So, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He pondered whether he should stage a grand declaration ceremony upon returning to school. That way, everyone eyeing Jiang Xiaoyu would know they were already engaged. Then they wouldn't have a chance to steal her away. Yes, that's exactly what he'll do. Xu Jiānian made an excuse to go to the bathroom, then crouched on the toilet to discuss the plan with his good buddy Duan Shouqian. How do you think we should make the confession grand enough? Boss, didn't you go on a trip with your childhood sweetheart? What, planning a beach proposal? What beach confession? You know, facing the ocean and shouting I love you to the girl. Pfft, no creativity whatsoever. So what do you suggest? When I get back, I'm going to confess to Jiang Xiaoyu. And you're going to help me set it up, preferably so the whole school knows about it. Question mark. Duan Xiaoqiang across from him. Why would the boss assign such a tough task to him? The main problem was, how was he supposed to know what method the boss would use to confess? Duan Xiaoqiang, candle at dinner? Heart-shaped candles? Romantic roses? You gotta pick one. He accepted the task. As a good buddy, helping him woo a girl was the least he could do. Hopefully when he confesses to Lin Kiki, the boss will be just as helpful with advice.
I don't know what method to use either, but it just needs to make a splash and get everyone talking.
Duan Xiaojiang was speechless. Why not just write Jiang Xiaoyu as my girlfriend on your face? No way. That's not romantic at all. Duan Xiaojiang was genuinely stumped. Nothing works then come up with something yourself. Fine, I'll try.
Ever since receiving the task, Duan Xiaojiang had neglected his meals, holed up in his room devising a confession plan more meticulous than when he'd confessed his own feelings.
He slept soundly that night.
Early the next morning, Xiao Zhao drove them to the station. Sitting in the car, watching the guesthouse grow smaller and smaller in the distance, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She pulled out her phone and sent her mom a message, telling her she was going to Grandma's house today.
Mom replied instantly, going to Grandma's? Make sure to leave half of the gift you prepared for Suma for Grandma. Okay, Mom. You don't have a meeting today? Not yet. I have one this afternoon. Jiang Xiaoyu sniffed back tears. Mom, we'll come visit you and Dad in a month. I'm afraid time won't allow it.
Jiang's mother naturally wanted her precious daughter to visit, but she also feared it would interfere with her studies.
No problem. We'll come on the weekend.
I'll take Friday afternoon off, take the bus over, spend the weekend here, and head back Friday night. Jiang Xiaoyu's schedule was well planned, minimizing time off while maximizing their stay, allowing them to spend an extra day together. Arriving Friday afternoon and leaving Sunday afternoon meant she'd spend a day and a half plus 2 nights with her mom, plenty of time to reunite with both parents. Just thinking about it made her feel excited. Alright, since you've planned it out and it won't interfere with your studies, come over more often.
Okay, Mom.
The main reason Jiang Xiaoyu felt this way was because Xu Jiānian would be accompanying her back and forth. If she were alone, she probably wouldn't feel the same way. Coming to her mom's place was a long trip, and she wouldn't have dared to go alone. With Xu Jiānian around, she felt much bolder. Soon they arrived at the station. Only after seeing them board the bus did Xiao Zhao drive back to the guest house. Learning that these two kids would be visiting often truly delighted him. Now he'll have something to do picking them up and dropping them off at the station.
After a 2-hour bus ride, Xu Jiānian and Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at Grandma's house. My eldest grandson is back. You old woman. You only see your grandson, what about your granddaughter?
I see her.
Little fish is getting prettier and prettier. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Jiang Xiaoyu greeted them politely. Good, all is well. Grandpa and Grandma welcomed them warmly, treating Jiang Xiaoyu as one of their own.
She had visited many times as a child. Though she hadn't been in recent years, they were already familiar with each other.
Brother! Sister Xiaoyu!
Her cousin bounded over to greet them. Xu Jiānian handed her a bag of candy and solemnly instructed, from now on, you must call her sister-in-law. The 14-year-old cousin looked utterly confused and insisted, but I called her sister just a few years ago. She was referring to the years when Jiang Xiaoyu had accompanied her on visits. From now on, you must change how you address her.
She will be your sister-in-law. Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing she could sink through the floor. Su Pighead actually pulled this stunt? Was this what he meant by meeting the parents? He was moving way too fast. Grandpa and Grandma caught Xu Jiānian's meaning and grew even warmer toward Jiang Xiaoyu.
Having such a wonderful young lady as their granddaughter-in-law, the Su family must have accumulated blessings over generations.
Chapter 128, Jiang Xiaoyu, be my girlfriend. And honestly, the grandson has excellent taste. Better than this old man had back in his youth. Grandpa Su mused to himself.
Grandpa and Grandma held a grand welcome ceremony for them, slaughtering chickens and stewing fish. What a lively affair. The lunch was beyond delicious. Free-range chicken, fish caught fresh from the village river, all cooked in their natural juices. Yet somehow, it tasted far better than anything you'd find in the city.
This chicken is truly delicious, Xu Jiānian exclaimed, tucking in heartily. It's better than what you get in the city.
These are free-range chickens, they're full of life, running around catching bugs on the mountain every day. Grandpa Su chimed in, they're always flying and running around, so sturdy and robust.
No wonder the meat is so firm.
Then have some more of those little fish.
Yes, Grandma. The meal unfolded in warm, cheerful harmony. Xu Jiānian recounted his recent adventures to Grandpa and Grandma, eliciting waves of laughter from them. Grandpa chuckled, when praying to the Bodhisattva, it's sincerity that matters most. Sincerity brings blessings.
It's precisely because it's so effective that my brother took his wife there to pray for the Bodhisattva's blessing that they may soon be blessed with children, for many children bring great fortune.
Xu Jiānian couldn't stop smiling. Jiang Xiaoyu blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Grandpa and Grandma watched the young couple, laughing heartily until their wrinkles smoothed out. After spending the night in the countryside, they boarded a bus home the next day. Xu Jiānian pulled his suitcase ahead, while Jiang Xiaoyu followed closely behind. After entering the residential complex and exchanging greetings with a few acquaintances, the two headed straight upstairs. No need to ask at this hour, his parents were still at the hospital, so he headed to Xiaoyu's place. Opening the door, he felt a wave of familiarity wash over him as he looked at the home he hadn't seen in 5 days. I'm home.
Jiang Xiaoyu slipped on her slippers, dashed to the sofa, and curled up in it, closing her eyes to rest. Now that he was home, it was time to get busy posting articles, updating comics. He aimed to catch up on the chapters he'd fallen behind on. School starts tomorrow. What are your plans? Xu Jiānian grabbed a drink from the fridge, took a sip, and plopped down on the couch. Back to the usual grind. Business as usual. Then get some sleep tonight. Go for a run tomorrow morning. Then come over tonight to write. Sure. We're releasing chapters on the first 2 chapters a day. We've already gotten a few comments. I'm really confident about my debut work. Well, then, get to work writing. What about yours? How many comments have you gotten? Haven't checked yet. Jiang Xiaoyu sounded lazy, reluctant to move. Go check it out. No, I'll rest after lunch, then we can write together. I'll check it then. Fine, whatever you say. What should we have for lunch? Something simple. Jiang Xiaoyu got up and went to the kitchen. After checking the ingredients, she said, let's make egg noodles for lunch. All right. Feels like the food hasn't been great since we got back. Oh well, we'll go grocery shopping tonight. Just make do for lunch. All right. While you're cooking, I'll tidy up. Now that's more like it. Just as they were chatting, Duan Xiaoqiang's call came through. Xu Jiānian hurried to the bathroom to answer it. Boss, I've got the plan ready. Send me the photos of you and Xiaoyu. Why send photos too? Oh, come on. How else will people know who confessed to whom? Sure, you're the sports prince and she's the top student, both big names on campus, but photos make it feel more official. What exactly is this plan? You should at least tell me, the person involved. Of course. Based on your request to make it public knowledge, I've devised a plan. It even has a pretty bold name, properly called Proclaiming to the World. The theme is Proclaiming to the World. Xu Jiānian was baffled. Shouldn't the theme be confession? Hear me out. Of course it's a confession, but we need to make this confession known to the world. Stop beating around the bush. Spill the beans on the plan already. Here's the plan, Duan Xiaoqiang said proudly. I've had 100 banners custom made. This afternoon, I'll get a few guys from our class to help hang them on all the main teaching buildings. When you and Xiaoyu come to school tomorrow, they'll be hanging along your path. When she sees those bold confessions on the banners, she'll be moved for sure. What's the message on the banners? The one at the school gate will be the finishing touch. Xu Jiānian grew impatient. Whether it's the finishing touch or a stroke of genius, just tell me already. You're killing me here. Hee hee, I'll read them to you. Starting with the one at the school gate, listen up. Jiang Xiaoyu, I love you. Be my girlfriend. Further in is, my childhood sweetheart, I'll guard you for a lifetime. Further in, Jiang Xiaoyu, for as long as I live, I'll only love you. Further in, Jiang Xiaoyu, at the opening ceremony, your bold confession was when my heart first stirred. Further in, so let's be together. Jiang Xiaoyu, we grew up together, innocent and carefree. If we're not together, it defies all logic. Jiang Xiaoyu, we share so many memories. When we're old, let's reminisce together. Jiang Xiaoyu, marry me. Xu Jiānian's eyes welled up. His brother truly knew him. Even the confession he arranged was perfectly tailored to his heart. Bro, you've really hit the nail on the head. He'd asked Duan Xiaoqiang to help prepare because time was tight. He couldn't make it back in time to arrange things himself. Another reason was that Duan Xiaoqiang had witnessed his love for Jiang Xiaoyu. He knew everything about their relationship. Moreover, as an impartial observer, he might see their relationship more clearly than Xu himself. That's why he felt confident in trusting this confession plan to Duan Xiaoqiang. Duan Xiaoqiang truly didn't disappoint him. How'd it go? Bro, thanks. No need for words. When I marry Jiang Xiaoyu, you're my best man. Heh, that's still a long way off. First, help me win over Lin Kiki. No problem. I'll just need to whisper sweet nothings to her best friend, and Lin Kiki will be your girlfriend before you know it. Duan Xiaoqiang was so moved he nearly cried. Bro, no need for thanks for such a huge favor. When Kiki and I have a kid, you'll be the godfather. Ha, that'll be even sooner. Let's hope for it then. Xu Jiānian asked again, tell the guys hanging the banners tomorrow I appreciate them. Let them know I'll treat them to a meal sometime. That'll cost you. Ha? Over 100 people? That'll be 10 or 8 tables. Xu Jiānian gasped, you ordered 100 banners? Of course. The campus is so big, to make sure everyone knows, we need plenty of advertising, right? Xu Jiānian. That's way too many. How did you come up with all 100 of these confessions? I searched online, tailored them to your situation, picked the most concise ones, and discarded the rest. Xu Jiānian chuckled. This guy was a real badass. They made do with egg noodles for lunch, but Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't about to settle for dinner. She dragged Xu Jiānian to the market to buy pork and leeks, planning to make dumplings. Why the sudden craving for dumplings? Xu Jiānian asked while mopping the floor. Jiang Xiaoyu held the leeks in her hands, rinsing them in the sink. Dumplings are nutritious. I've been craving them for ages. We could just go to a local restaurant.
Oh, come on, making your own food is the best way to enjoy it. Actually, cooking with someone you like is a joy in itself.
Jiang Xiaoyu kept stealing glances at Xu Jiānian, watching him mop the floor with practiced ease, her eyes brimming with affection. But seeing him work so hard, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly twinkled her eyes, dipped her finger in water, and flicked it towards Xu Jiānian. Xu Jiānian was bent over his work and caught completely off guard, getting splashed with water all over his face and clothes. Seeing him soaked, Jiang Xiaoyu covered her mouth and giggled, clearly delighted by her successful sneak attack.
Haha, wet look appeal. Just you wait, little fish. Xu Jiānian said, deliberately sounding fierce. Jiang Xiaoyu put on an exaggeratedly frightened expression. I'm so scared. Seeing her gloating, Xu Jiānian narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but scold softly, you little brat. He finished mopping the floor quickly, then deliberately softened his footsteps. Like a kitten born with soft pads, he moved without making a sound. He walked into the kitchen, his gaze fixed on the lovely face mere inches away. A faint smile curved his lips as he reached out and gently brushed Jiang Xiaoyu's cheek. Earlier, Jiang Xiaoyu's mixing bowl still held quite a bit of flour, so Xu Jiānian scooped up some and smeared it right across her face. That's what you get. With that swipe, the once adorable little girl was now transformed into a little kitten covered in flour. Ha ha. Jiang Xiaoyu, flushed with embarrassment and anger, snapped, Xu Jiānian, you ambushed me? Like wife, like husband. I learned it from you. The two finished making the dumplings while playfully bickering. Surprisingly, the dumplings they made together tasted quite delicious, especially to Xu Jiānian's liking. He polished off 3 huge bowls by himself. Early the next morning, Xu Jiānian acted as if nothing had happened, taking Jiang Xiaoyu to exercise, grabbing breakfast at a restaurant, and then squeezing onto the bus for school. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed Xu Jiānian seemed a bit off, almost nervous, but she couldn't figure out why. Until the moment they stepped through the school gates, her confusion vanished instantly. A banner unfurled with a whoosh from the classroom building, right in front of her. Classmates who had been waiting there erupted into cheers, their faces beaming with joy. Jiang Xiaoyu, I love you. Be my girlfriend. The cheers echoed non-stop as classmates shouted loudly, repeating the words on the banner. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly turned to look at Xu Jiānian, her eyes slightly moist. Why didn't you tell me? He promised to wait until her birthday to confess, couldn't he wait? Hee, I wanted to surprise you. Xu Jiānian sighed in relief at her reaction. There are 99 more confessions to come. Let me say this first, Jiang Xiaoyu, I love you. Be my girlfriend. Jiang Xiaoyu beamed. In that moment, her eyes seemed to hold the entire starry sky.